When Kevin realized he had traversed into the DC universe, his heart sank in despair. It was a world infinitely more perilous than Marvel. Fortunately, his unique system provided a glimmer of hope, leading him to believe he could survive in this realm of divine conflicts. Superman shatters stars with bare hands? No problem, Kamen Rider E assures he can do the same. The Flash dashes at superluminal speeds? Well, that seems a bit daunting. No worries, summon forth the Ghost Eye Soul, Flash, and lend me your heroic might. With the acquisition of the Flash Eye Soul, he gained the ability, the Speedster, master of time and space. Nightwing, I understand the logic, but why do you have sound effects every time you transform? Kevin, don't sweat the details. Batman, I get it, but can you explain how you can punch Kryptonians without transforming? Kevin, I possess Haki. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Chapter 1. Welcome to the DC Universe. In the city of New Gotham, a high school senior of Chinese descent, Kevin, stared at the television in disbelief as the news unfolded. At 2 a.m. last night, Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman, once again dismantled a human trafficking ring. Despite the Gotham police repeatedly asserting no ties to the mayoral candidate Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, Batman's aide, Robin, discovered an electronic ledger at Cobblepot's residence. Further updates will follow from our city reporters. What on earth happened? This was the only thought racing through Kevin's mind. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in watching the latest film of Kamen Rider Build in the cinema, and now he found himself in a classroom, bewildered by the news on the screen. Batman, Robin, Cobblepot called the mechanics of traversing dimensions adhere to some basic laws. Indeed, Kevin was no fool. Upon finding himself in an unfamiliar environment with the news broadcast, he quickly grasped that he had crossed over into another world, inhabiting the body of a high school student, in a universe far more treacherous than the neighboring Marvel. MMP, who can spare me a cigarette? I desperately need to calm down. Kevin's mind screamed as he stood up and hurried toward the classroom door. Hey, Kevin, class is about to start. Where are you going? Asked Kara Danvers, seated behind him. I've got to go, it's an emergency. Without looking back, Kevin rushed to the restroom, where he sat in silence. The bell rang, yet Kevin remained on the toilet, piecing together his memories. Although he couldn't fathom why his seemingly carefree life had been interrupted by this unreasonable transition, he realized that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was unlikely to return. Since he couldn't go back, he needed to understand the environment he now inhabited. As he steeled himself, the memories belonging to this body surged forth like a tidal wave. This body shared the same name as his own, Kevin, with both parents being of Chinese descent, established in New Gotham with a modest fortune, cars, houses, and healthy parents. The previous owner of this body attended Central High School, a prestigious private institution, as private education in America significantly differs from public schooling. Unlike many unfortunate superheroes who faced bullying before developing their powers, Kevin's new body was quite the opposite. With a height of 188 centimeters and a robust physique, he was a key player on the school basketball team, nurturing a passion for photography. While not a celebrity, he certainly enjoyed a good reputation and was far from being isolated. Well, this isn't so bad, at least I don't have to worry about my next meal. But I need to know what my special ability is, he mused, rubbing his aching temples. Of course, having traversed dimensions, he expected a unique ability after all. This was a world far more perilous than Marvel. Despite the recent cinematic successes of Marvel, DC struggled in film, especially with the abysmal cuts made to the Justice League movie, leaving Kevin on the verge of exasperation. With all the trailers released, how could they present such a shoddy product? However, cinematic failures did not equate to weakness in animation, gaming, and distribution. DC outshone Marvel. While Marvel often showcased exaggerated events, DC's conflicts could indeed be described as divine battles. From the founding members of the Justice League to every hero involved, they were all akin to deities, facing off against other celestial beings. Take Metropolis, for instance, where Superman faced cosmic-level foes year-round, often battling from one end of the world to the other. In comparison, the Chitauri invasion in the Marvel films could be dismissed with a mere, they're all beneath him. Even in New Gotham, Kevin recalled it was notorious for its calamities. In such a treacherous environment, lacking an extraordinary ability would leave him better off purchasing a firearm and opting for a swift exit. Night System, activate. Just as Kevin contemplated his predicament, a melodic voice echoed in his mind, bringing him solace. Indeed, a traveler must possess a unique ability. Following the announcement, Kevin fainted, surrounded by swirling lights, awakening in a dark expanse. The chaotic lights coalesced into a series of Kamen Rider images before him. Kuga, Agito, G3, Ryuki, Knight, Hibiki, Gainen, Foes, Kiva. Wait, even gold form is among them. What is this question mark image? Ke Wen mused, counting the familiar figures from the Heisei series, astonished by the presence of Kamen Rider Zio, and baffled by the question mark image. Welcome, host, to the Night System space. An androgynous electronic voice resonated within the void, prompting Ke Wen to voice his inquiry. System, you've cataloged all the Heisei riders, but why is there a question mark image? As you surmised, while the Night System encompasses all Heisei riders, it is not immutable. You may develop new forms, but this requires your own efforts in development and point redemption. Points. Ke Wen seized upon the key detail. System, please clarify how to earn points. You're not suggesting I engage in acts of heroism to earn points, are you? This is DC, a world where extraterrestrial beings lurk around every corner. Certainly, Kamen Riders are warriors who covertly protect humanity. I wouldn't send you out to engage in heroics merely for the sake of it. Would you prefer to watch animated shows? The system's humanized retort left Ke Wen speechless, acknowledging his unexpected journey into this realm through his love for tokusatsu. The issue remained, however, he had nothing at his disposal. Even if he sought to earn points, his current physique would hardly withstand even the slightest challenge. Rest assured, host, regarding your physical condition, since you are tasked with earning points, you will not be left empty-handed. As this is your first entry into the system space, you will be granted 10 opportunities for a novice lottery. The system, aware of Ke Wen's concerns, directly addressed them. 10 times? Did I really draw knights every time? Ke Wen was momentarily taken aback. If he were to draw 10 times, even if he didn't obtain the main riders of the Heisei series, he could easily take down the heads of the gangsters with just the secondary riders. Do you think that's possible? The system retorted derisively, leaving Ke Wen speechless. As I mentioned earlier, the Night System encompasses all the riders from the Heisei era. Likewise, it also includes items and opponents from that era, along with a variety of miscellaneous rewards. If the host is fortunate enough to draw some decent items during these 10 attempts, it would naturally provide a solid foundation. As he spoke, the Night images vanished, replaced by the avatars of bosses and several lieutenants from each Heisei Rider series. Additionally, there were some pieces of equipment, such as Hibiki's Onchkib, the Excel watch from Kamen Rider 555, the memory from Kamen Rider W, the coins from 000, the golden fruit from Kamen Rider Game, and the ice spirits from Kamen Rider Ghost. Ke Wen was dazzled, particularly by the golden fruit from Game, which could be deemed the most powerful item in the Heisei series. With that, who needed a transformation device? That was merely a limitation on his abilities. Remembering his luck in Overwatch, where he often pulled purple and orange items in 8 out of 10 loot boxes, Ke Wen felt confident that he wouldn't be too unfortunate. He promptly declared, "So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and start. I want to survive a bit longer in this DC universe." As you wish, host. With that, all images disappeared, and before Ke Wen appeared a spinning wheel of fortune, which began to whirl madly. He widened his eyes, eagerly watching the icons. Chapter 2. It seems some oddities have been mixed in. Within the confines of the system space, Ke Wen observed 3 rapidly spinning wheels adorned with various symbols, his heart racing with excitement. If all 3 symbols aligned, it would signify a successful reward draw. Although Ke Wen had always considered himself lucky, he now felt the weight of anxiety. What if he drew several useless items? He would then have to complete the tasks assigned by the system, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. The speed of the 3 wheels began to slow, and as they gradually came to a halt, 3 distinct symbols appeared before him, signaling that he had wasted a draw. First draw failed. Would you like to continue, host? The system's voice maintained its monotonous tone. Continue. Ke Wen gritted his teeth, prompting the system to proceed with the draw. Second draw failed. Would you like to continue, host? The voice remained unchanged. Continue. Third draw failed. Would you like to continue, host? Continue. Fourth draw failed. Continue. After 5 consecutive failures, Ke Wen was on the verge of madness. There was no reason for his luck to be this abysmal, yet he found himself without the option to stop. He had to press on, unwilling to perish prematurely in this world. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Spider Gaia memory. Finally, during the 6th draw, as Ke Wen beheld the unified spider symbol formed by the 3 wheels, he nearly collapsed in exhaustion. This Gaia memory was equipment used by riders and monsters in Kamen Rider W for transformation. It could not only assist in transformation, but also be applied to other items. Although this Spider Gaia memory primarily served an auxiliary role, it did not mean that its only function was to turn his phone into a spider. If provoked, he could implant it into his body and become a spider monster himself. Would you like to continue drawing, host? After the 6th draw, the system inquired once more. Isn't that a given? How could I not continue to turn my fortunes around? Perhaps the misfortune from the previous 5 draws had been expended, as the next 4 draws brought Ke Wen nothing short of delight. Congratulations, host, you have acquired G3 Rider Armor. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Taka Flying Can. Congratulations, host, you have received the strengthened physique of the Showa Rider Cyborg. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the training method for the 3-color Haki from One Piece. Upon hearing the system's announcement after his final draw, Ke Wen was momentarily stunned. After confirming that nothing was amiss on the draw wheel, he was left utterly perplexed. The acquisition of the strengthened physique of the Showa Rider Cyborg was understandable, given that the Showa Riders were a rowdy bunch prone to brawling. However, he was bewildered by the mention of the training method for the 3-color Haki from One Piece. Wasn't his golden finger the Night system? What did it have to do with One Piece? System, are you joking with me about the last reward? Ke Wen cautiously inquired. Not at all. This is indeed the 3-color Haki training method you have obtained. It will enter your mind through a process of mental sharing. But the issue is that you are the Night system. Aren't you supposed to provide me with the ability to transform into Heisei series riders? What on earth is One Piece doing here? Ke Wen could no longer contain his urge to vent his frustrations. It was one thing to be inexplicably transported to another world, but even the system was unorthodox. Host, as I have previously stated, the Night system encompasses not only all the data on the Heisei series riders, but also a plethora of miscellaneous items. It was evident that the system regarded the 3-color Haki, a staple for strong characters in the new world of One Piece, as just another triviality. If Eiichiro Oda were to learn of this, he would likely be furious. An idea suddenly struck Ke Wen, prompting him to ask, do you have any training methods for ninjutsu, kido, or heido? Are you referring to this? The system conjured several images in the space, and Ke Wen found himself utterly exhilarated. This system is far too versatile. How can you still call yourself the Night system? Who are you trying to fool? Your Night system even includes the training systems from the 3 major manga genres? Ke Wen could no longer restrain his inner sarcasm. Setting aside everything else, if he mastered all the heido from the Bleach series, he felt he could take down Superman. After all, the Kryptonian Superman had 0 evasion and 0 magical resistance, making him an excellent meat shield. With a single heido number 56, Superman would likely have to kneel and call him father. At that moment, the system seemed to detect Ke Wen's thoughts and mockingly remarked, I believe you should refrain from fantasizing about learning these skills to turn your fortunes around in the DC universe. Why not? Do you possess chakra? Are you a Shinigami or a Quincy? The system's blunt sarcasm left Ke Wen at a loss for words. Host, while the training systems from these 3 worlds are indeed quite overpowered, only the 3-color Haki training system from One Piece does not require bloodline inheritance. You should consider yourself fortunate to have this foundational training method before you unlock the Night abilities. Unlocking Knights? Please inform me of the points required to unlock these riders. Ke Wen was persuaded by the system's explanation, yet he still wanted to know how many points he would need to unlock a Heisei rider. The system offered no further elaboration and directly listed the points required for all the Heisei series riders, leaving Ke Wen utterly astonished. Hey, system, you must be jesting with me. To unlock both Kuga and Agito requires an astronomical sum of 100 million points. Why not just let me perish? Ke Wen gazed at the points amassed by his elder brothers from the Heisei era, feeling utterly disoriented. With 20 primary riders available, the cheapest among them still demanded a staggering 5.55 million points for mere basic forms, while the remaining options commenced from 10 million points. The most exorbitant were the General Kaiba who consumed the Golden Fruit and the villainous rider from Kamen Rider build, each requiring a mind-boggling 100 billion points. At that moment, Ke Wen felt that resorting to self-destruction was a more practical option. When could he hope to unlock these 2 riders? Host, you must comprehend that both Kuga and Agito do not necessitate any additional items. A simple belt is sufficient for their transformation from base to ultimate form. Thus, their requirement of 100 million points seems rather reasonable. Moreover, the Heisei series riders possess inherent abilities that offer considerable room for development, and the points system will not shortchange the host. Your task is merely to complete the missions I assigned to unlock these riders. Suppressing a torrent of expletives, Ke Wen reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing that he had no recourse but to submit. With the realization that he lacked the means to resist, he steeled himself to comply. Although the points appeared substantial, at least he now possessed the means for self-preservation. With enhancements to his physique and a Kamen Rider G3 armor coupled with the training methods of the 3 colors of domination, he found himself temporarily equipped to navigate this fantastical DC world. Now that the lottery has concluded, please adapt swiftly to your existence in this realm. In 15 days, your first mission will commence. Best of luck, host. With that, the system fell silent, and Ke Wen sensed his body rapidly retreating. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself still in the restroom, the surroundings unchanged. However, his mind brimmed with new knowledge, including methods for cultivating the 3 colors of domination. In his hand, he held a red metal canister and a black USB drive marked with Institaka can and the spider memory. It seems this is no mere dream, he mused, recognizing the 2 trinkets that had once graced the screen. He understood that everything he had experienced in those fleeting minutes was indeed real. He had inexplicably traversed to another world without explanation, and even now, he could not fathom why he had been chosen by this rider system. Well, since I'm here, I might as well embrace it. I should quickly figure out how to utilize this G3 armor. With a sigh, he affixed the Taka canister to his belt and prepared to exit the restroom and return to his classroom. Yet, Ke Wen had forgotten that he had been endowed with the physique of a Showa rider. With a mere push, the wooden restroom door flew open with considerable force. I almost forgot that detail. No matter, class is of utmost importance. He murmured to himself, then stealthily made his way toward his classroom. Chapter 3. Amber's Mr. Ke Wen. I thought you would remain in the restroom for an entire class. I'll be more mindful next time, Mrs. Brenner. As Ke Wen returned to the classroom, the teacher, Mrs. Brenner, furrowed her brow and addressed him while lecturing. He offered a brief response before taking his seat. The day had already been overwhelming, leaving him little desire to explain his restroom visit. Grateful for his university experience, his proficient English-speaking skills enabled him to communicate even in an English-speaking country. Otherwise, his predicament would have been quite embarrassing, as he would have been unable to utter a single word of English. Hey, Ke Wen, why were you in the restroom for so long? Are you feeling unwell? As he listened to Mrs. Brenner's explanations, which appeared as indecipherable as ancient texts, he felt a gentle poke from behind. The girl seated behind him, Amber's, inquired with genuine concern. Perhaps I had something bad to eat last night, he replied without turning around, inheriting the memories of this body. He naturally recognized the girl behind him as Amber's. A radiant girl, she attended Mid-City High alongside her sister, Emile Danvers, although they were not related by blood. She was adopted. The Danvers family treated her with the same love and care as their biological children. Lost in thought about his next steps, Ke Wen suddenly sat upright, as if he had forgotten something crucial. National City, Amber's Supergirl. The sister seated behind him appeared to be one of the most formidable forces in the DC universe. Supergirl. Cousin of Superman. Goodness, what luck. I can't believe I'm in high school with Supergirl. This is insane. Being well-versed in American comics, Ke Wen had watched numerous series, animated films, and television shows. Initially overwhelmed by his sudden displacement, he now realized that he was in a city ruled by Supergirl, who would eventually become its protector. With this revelation, he felt an urgent need to ask, is it too late to transfer schools? Having just arrived, he was already faced with an arduous challenge that could escalate to hellish proportions. The thought of attending classes alongside Supergirl, an entity possessing power akin to Superman, made him question how he would survive to graduate high school and attend university. Danvers found it peculiar that Ke Wen, seated in front of her, seemed distressed. Her concern for him as a classmate was met with an unexpected response. Her superhuman hearing detected the rapid acceleration of his heartbeat. According to her sister, a boy's heartbeat quickens only in the presence of a girl he likes. As this notion crossed her mind, Danvers felt her cheeks flush. If Ke Wen were aware of Danvers' thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, I apologize for the interruption. I shall transfer immediately. As the day unfolded, Ke Wen found himself in a state of unease, acutely aware of the extraordinary girl seated behind him. He was consumed by the anxiety of a potential catastrophe, fearing that a sudden calamity might befall them, such as a truck careening into their classroom. In a city frequented by Kryptonians, accidents were a common occurrence, and he felt the weight of ensuring his own safety. Unbeknownst to him, Kara was equally oblivious to the fact that Ke Wen's heart raced at a constant 145 beats per minute, rendering her too intimidated to engage him in conversation throughout the day. Despite her remarkable ability to dismantle mechas with her bare hands, she was merely a blossoming young woman, possessing a uniqueness that set her apart from others. The realization that someone admired her sparked a touch of vanity within her. Ke Wen, I believe your residence is at 56 Central Street, isn't it? Would you like to join me? Kara summoned her courage to invite him as she spotted him by the school gate after classes. However, Ke Wen, startled, abruptly bolted away at an astonishing speed, akin to a sprinter in a 100-meter dash, leaving Kara feeling somewhat defeated. Meanwhile, Emil from another class exited to witness the scene of Ke Wen fleeing in terror. Kara, have you been bullying him again? Emil, well aware of his sister's capabilities, sighed in exasperation. No, I merely wish for him to accompany us home, as our houses are in proximity, Kara replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Was my invitation truly so alarming? Are you certain you didn't intimidate him? Emil pressed, eliciting a flustered response from Kara, who, taken aback by her brother's inquisitiveness, hastily exited the school grounds with a huff, leaving Emil to follow, shaking his head in resignation. Having distanced himself significantly, Ke Wen finally exhaled in relief as he gazed back at the school, now just a distant silhouette. The thought of sharing a ride home with a Supergirl was daunting. He felt utterly unprepared for such an encounter, likening himself to a novice who had merely just begun to navigate this new life. Navigating through the memories of this body, Ke Wen found himself at what was referred to as home, a quaint two-story villa. The notion of having usurped another's life weighed heavily upon him, creating a sense of reluctance to step into this unfamiliar abode. Yet, evasion was not an option. After a moment of hesitation at the entrance, he reluctantly produced the key and unlocked the door. Welcome back, Ke Wen. Hurry, dinner is almost ready. Go wash your hands. A middle-aged woman greeted him in a familiar tongue, urging him to prepare for the meal. I'm a bit too tired to eat right now. I think I'll head upstairs for a short rest, he responded, feeling the exhaustion of the day wash over him. Xiao Yun, the mother of this body, gazed at the woman before her, who wore an expression of tender affection. Yet, the word mother remained unuttered on Ke Wen's lips. After all, the soul inhabiting this vessel was no longer the original. He did not wish to dismiss the kindness of this body's mother, so he offered a few evasive comments before ascending the stairs. Tossing his backpack aside, he collapsed onto the bed, seemingly intent on expelling the day's experiences through slumber. Xiao Yun harbored little suspicion regarding her son's peculiar behavior. Instead, she encouraged him to rest, promising to call him down for dinner once the meal was prepared. Meanwhile, Ke Wen lay in bed, devoid of any inclination to sleep. He closed his eyes, contemplating the Kamen Rider G3 armor and the methods of mastering the three colors of domineering power stored within his mind. The Kamen Rider G3 armor originated from the Heisei era's second series, Kamen Rider Evolto, developed by human authorities as a countermeasure against monstrous beings. As a synthetic rider suit, it bore considerable weight, proving burdensome for its wearer. Donning this armor meant sacrificing agility. However, this sacrifice significantly enhanced both defense and firepower. Gazing at the strikingly blue, technologically advanced G3 armor in his mind, Ke Wen silently uttered the word transform. In an instant, the blue armor vanished from his thoughts, and he felt a sudden heaviness envelop him. As expected, I can summon and don it through sheer will, he mused. Feeling the substantial armor on his body confirmed his hypothesis. Given his modified physique, the considerable weight that would encumber an ordinary person merely rendered him slightly heavier, without substantially diminishing his agility. Through the dressing mirror in his room, Ke Wen reveled in the sense of power bestowed upon him by the G3 armor. Enhanced jumping ability and an attached firearm? It can even automatically reload, taking 5 minutes? After donning the G3 armor, the information provided by the system naturally surfaced in his mind. The G3 armor was equipped with a special dagger and a custom handgun, the latter holding a capacity of 30 rounds, requiring a 5-minute reload when emptied. The armor could withstand impacts of up to 10 tons. Exceeding this threshold would result in significant damage, prompting the armor to automatically return to the system's space, necessitating points for repair. Having gleaned a general understanding of the G3 armor's specifications, Ke Wen willed it back into his consciousness. It appeared that, for the time being, he could only hone his skills with the G3 armor and the three colors of domineering power. He hoped the first task issued by the system would not be overly challenging. Murmuring to himself, Ke Wen realized that to survive and even thrive in this world of celestial battles, he must complete the tasks assigned by the system. The three colors of domineering power, while beneficial, required time to master. In the short term, he had to rely on the G3 armor for a sense of security, hoping the system would not lead him astray. After a moment of contemplation, Ke Wen felt his stomach protest, and with a wry smile, He opened his door and descended the stairs to partake in dinner. Chapter 4. The first task unveiled as Ke Wen descended the stairs for dinner. He encountered his biological father, Ke Wen, or more aptly, Jonathan Koo in English. An utterly ordinary middle-aged man, yet this very individual owned 3 hotels and a farm in Nashiner City. It is difficult to fathom how Jonathan had achieved such success in a country like America, where racial discrimination is conspicuously prevalent. As a member of the upper class in Nashiner City, Jonathan gazed upon Ke Wen, the occupant of his son's body, with profound affection. He understood that his relentless efforts in a foreign land were aimed solely at providing a better life for his wife and children. Having been brought to this place as a laborer by his ancestors, he had finally established a foothold and had no intention of relinquishing the legacy he had built to start anew back home. Over time, Jonathan had grown indifferent to the thought of returning, though the memories ingrained in his blood remained vivid. In addition to his status as an upper-class citizen, Jonathan served as the honorary president of the Chinese Association in Nashiner City, leveraging his influence to provide employment and shelter to fellow Chinese immigrants. Even in the city's underbelly, he commanded a degree of respect. However, Jonathan chose not to disclose these aspects of his life to his wife and children, including Ke Wen, the child destined to inherit his mantle. Unbeknownst to him, Ke Wen was oblivious to the extent of his father's influence in Nashiner City. He sat anxiously at the dinner table, wary that any unusual behavior might draw the attention of his surrogate parents. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their parent. Ke Wen wished to avoid revealing any inconsistencies in his demeanor that might alert Jonathan to his true identity, thereby jeopardizing his refuge. He endeavored to align his conduct with that of the Ke Wen from his memories, engaging in the mundane conversations with his adoptive parents. After a somewhat uncomfortable dinner, Ke Wen retreated to his room, where he began to explore the items he had won through the system's lottery, the spider memory and the Taka canister, both props from the shows Kamen Rider W and Kamen Rider Game. The spider memory could be inserted into a phone, endowing it with the appearance and abilities of a spider, while the Taka canister served as a reconnaissance unit. Pulling out the smartphone from this body, Ke Wen was surprised to find it was an iPhone 6S. This revelation was unexpected and somewhat reassuring, as it aligned closely with the era of his previous life. However, Ke Wen felt perplexed, uncertain of where to insert the spider memory into the phone. In hindsight, it seemed that the phones from the latter years of the Heisei series were typically custom versions and not standard models. Could it possibly be inserted directly into the charging port? He pondered, scratching his head as he attempted to connect the spider memory to the phone's charging socket. At that moment, something extraordinary occurred. Initially, the memory module, which did not align with the interface dimensions, was ingeniously extended to form a compact connector, seamlessly integrating with the charging port of the smartphone. Consequently, this Apple device in his hand transformed into a diminutive mechanical spider, exuding an uncanny sense of sentience as it greeted him. Observing this mechanical arachnid, which bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary spider, bounding along the wall, Ke Wen felt an inexplicable connection to it. He sensed that uttering the command return would summon it back to his hand. Spider, return, he ventured to say, and instantly, the mechanical creature descended from the ceiling, its 8 articulated limbs clasping around Ke Wen's wrist like a protective cuff. Experimenting, Ke Wen directed the spider towards the wall and silently commanded it to spit silk. To his astonishment, a thread, akin to a small finger in diameter, was ejected from its mouth. Remarkably, the spider seemed attuned to Ke Wen's thoughts. Upon a slight movement of its mandibles, the white filament retracted seamlessly. Incredible, this is black technology, my friend. It's quite impressive. Ke Wen marveled at the spectacle of his smartphone's metamorphosis into a mechanical spider. With his augmented physique, he realized he could easily embody a high-tech version of Spider-Man. Unable to articulate the whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, Ke Wen decided to open the Taka canister. This artifact, originating from Kamen Rider, transformed in his hands into a petite mechanical bird. All right, I am utterly astounded. The system truly produces exquisite items. This technology would fit perfectly in the DC universe. Indeed, the world of Kamen Rider is rife with advanced innovations. Reflecting on his remarkable fortune, Ke Wen proceeded to activate the final reward hidden in his mind, the training method for the 3 forms of Haki from One Piece. This is critical for life and death, he murmured as he accessed his ultimate reward. The method for mastering the 3 types of Haki was unlocked. And due to the host's lack of innate conqueror's haki potential, a transformation process began. The familiar electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind once more, followed by a torrent of information flooding his consciousness. Ke Wen, overwhelmed, succumbed to unconsciousness on his bed. When Ke Wen awoke the following morning, it was already 8 o'clock. After a restful slumber, he felt an immense heaviness in his head, inundated with knowledge pertaining to observation and armament haki, coupled with the transformation for conqueror's haki. He felt as though he had endured 3 sleepless nights. However, thanks to the influx of information regarding observation haki, Ke Wen discovered a newfound acuity in his senses. Even from the 2nd floor, he could vividly visualize his parents bustling about on the ground floor, as if he were right there in the midst of it all. This sensation was refreshingly novel. This was indeed observation haki, undeniably powerful. Now, he pondered, how does one wield armament haki? Muttering to himself, Ke Wen raised his right hand, channeling the warmth within him into his arm, as per the knowledge of armament haki instilled in his mind. A layer of black luster swiftly enveloped his right arm. Grasping a fruit knife from his desk, he drew it across his own arm. Apart from leaving a white scratch, no harm was inflicted. This peculiar phenomenon filled Ke Wen with elation, despite his observation and armament haki being in their nascent stages. It was a tremendous surprise for someone who had worried about surviving in the DC universe just the night before. At least now, he possessed a measure of self-defense, alleviating his fears of being harmed in a city like Naxino, where conflict could erupt at any moment due to the appearance of Supergirl. He felt empowered to protect his modest parents. Apologies, though I do not understand why I have come to this world and taken over your existence. Your parents are now mine as well, and I shall take good care of them. He expressed a hint of remorse to the consciousness of this body, uncertain if it still lingered, yet Ke Wen needed to confront this emotional hurdle. Strangely, after uttering these words, he felt a weight lift from his mind, as if he had become considerably lighter. How curious, he mused before descending the stairs. After a modest breakfast, he bid farewell to his parents and set off for school. In the days that followed, Ke Wen began to gradually familiarize himself with the intricacies of this DC universe. After all, the DC franchise had not expanded into an extensive cinematic universe. He was uncertain which iteration of the DC world he had entered, whether it was from the comics, the television series, or a universe yet to unfold its cinematic potential, be it the old 52 or the new 52. After 10 days of exploration, he grasped the general trajectory of this DC universe. Firstly, the Justice League had already been established, indicating that Darkseid had visited Earth at least once, approximately 2 years prior. Currently, the founding members of the Justice League remained the same 7 Titans: Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Cyborg, and Shazam. The latest addition was Aquaman, while Martian Manhunter likely remained hidden within the superhuman division of Naxino. As for the Young Justice League that stemmed from the Justice League, it had yet to make a notable appearance. Presently, the only active members in the media were Robin from Gotham and Red Arrow from Star City, while the remaining young members had little to no news. It seems I am in the new 52 universe. This convoluted timeline is giving me a headache. Gazing at the tangled threads laid out on his desk, Ke Wen felt overwhelmed. This was the drawback of DC. Whenever the narrative faltered, the officials would simply initiate a reboot, erasing all previous stories and starting anew. As a result, Ke Wen, an ardent follower of American comics, remained oblivious to the substantial events that lay ahead. In essence, his prophetic abilities were rendered ineffective, leaving him with a blank future. At that moment, the system's notification echoed once more in Ke Wen's mind. The 15-day novice protection period had expired, and it was now time for him to undertake his first task. Chapter 5. Street Night. While Ke Wen was still troubled by his position within the DC timeline, the system informed him that the time for task acceptance had arrived. Upon hearing the notification, an urge to curse arose within him. The system was exceedingly cruel, not only requiring him to intervene in 10 crimes, but also demanding he apprehend 6 robbers without revealing his involvement. How absurd! He was not an assassin blessed with stealth. This felt like an order to silence witnesses through murder. Ke Wen found himself at a loss with the system's tasks. Yet as he observed the countdown ticking away in his mind, he recognized the futility of negotiation. He had no choice but to accept the task. Losing 10,000 points was trivial, but the thought of randomly erasing one of his abilities was daunting. He currently possessed only 3. The 3-color Haki, enhanced physical prowess, and G3 armor. Losing any one of these would be catastrophic. Rather than lamenting the inhumanity of the system, it was far more pragmatic to contemplate how to accomplish the task within the limited 48-hour window. Xiaowen, hurry up. You'll be late for school. Ke Wen's mother, Xiaoyun, called for downstairs. Coming, he replied weakly, finally preparing to gather his belongings for school. As he was packing the spider memory device and a Taka canister into his bag, Ke Wen suddenly paused. He then opened the Taka canister, and the silver-red container transformed into a delicate mechanical bird that chirped at him. Little Taka, help me locate the criminal gangs hidden in New Nova City, and report back to me tonight. Ke Wen commanded the small Taka. The mechanical bird nodded gently before taking flight from his hand and soaring out the window. With this task completed, Ke Wen felt a modicum of relief as he descended the stairs. After finishing his breakfast, he set off for school. Had it not been for the packing, he might have forgotten that little Taka's function was to scout enemy units. Equipped with a degree of artificial intelligence capable of discerning human actions within universal moral frameworks. With little Taka's assistance, he could avoid the aimless searching akin to a headless fly. Moreover, the presence of criminal gangs hinted at individuals with previous convictions. Perhaps he could resolve this matter all at once. With a somewhat opportunistic mindset, Ke Wen proceeded to school. At the entrance to his classroom, he paused for a moment, then extended his observation Haki to perceive the atmosphere within. After 15 days of adaptation, he had begun to notice the enhancements brought about by the 3-color Haki. While he didn't experience much with the Conqueror's Haki, he did feel an increase in the attention directed toward him. However, he had largely mastered the use of observation and armament Haki, which were essential combat training systems in the world of pirates. The range of my observation Haki encompasses approximately 300 square meters, while my armament Haki's resilience against blunt force and cutting from sharp objects is limited to merely 100 kilograms. Beyond this threshold, my armament Haki proves ineffective. Do not inquire how I discovered this. It is a tale woven with tears. The necessity of activating my observation Haki at the classroom door stems from the habit formed upon realizing that the Supergirl is a classmate of mine. It is indeed peculiar. Unlike the elective courses in high schools here in America, I never anticipated that this body would be enrolled in the same classes as Kara Danvers, the Supergirl. Thus, it is inevitable that we became classmates. Consequently, I surmise that if I had not usurped this body, its original consciousness would undoubtedly hold a fascination for Kara. Ironically, it was this very interest in Kara that led to my demise, resulting in me commandeering this body. Understanding that being classmates with a superhero requires a certain destiny, I resolutely opted to activate my observation Haki before entering the classroom, scouring the surroundings for safety. Thanks to frequent usage of my observation Haki, my perceptive range has slightly expanded. Kara has yet to arrive. All is safe. I must swiftly change my seat. Having discerned the distribution within the classroom, I comforted myself and stepped inside, choosing a seat by the window, no longer sitting directly in front of or behind Kara. After all, sitting at the edge minimizes the likelihood of being affected should any incident arise. As the bell rang, the future city protector, Supergirl Kara Danvers, entered alongside her sister, Emil Danvers. Upon noticing that her familiar seat was occupied by someone else, Kara furrowed her brow when she saw me sitting by the window. She began to form a rather unfavorable impression of me, whom she perceived as a suitor. Foreign students are generally quite bold in matters of romance. If they like someone, they express it candidly, and if they do not, they refrain from interaction or deliberate targeting. Having lived on Earth since childhood, Kara has been influenced by this culture, and she found my seemingly timid behavior rather displeasing. After all, as a radiant and beautiful young woman, why would I choose to sit so far away? Meanwhile, Emil observed Kara's furrowed brow and the direction of her gaze, shaking her head in response. Emil's beauty rivals that of Kara, and as the elder sister, she exudes an air of maturity that attracts many admirers in high school. Understanding the implications of Kara's frown, Emil, as someone with considerable experience, could see that I had hardly given Kara a second thought. Her feelings were merely a product of her own imagination. However, this was for the best, as it alleviated her concerns about her sister potentially injuring a boyfriend out of excitement. Naturally, Emil took her place in the seat I had originally occupied and gently guided her sister back to her own seat, regarding Kara's thoughts as none of her concern. In the seat by the window, Kevin was lost in thought, yet his attention was firmly fixed on Kara. His observation haki allowed him to perceive the actions of everyone in the classroom without the need to turn his head, akin to a Kryptonian endowed with super hearing, enhanced vision, and X-ray vision. So this is how Kryptonians feel on Earth, was the singular thought occupying Kevin's mind. As his haki enabled him to discern the subtle movements of his classmates with crystal clarity. He believed that Kara, being a Kryptonian herself, possessed similar abilities. However, he had an advantage over her. While Kryptonian X-ray vision merely revealed the bones and flesh beneath the skin, he could glimpse the scenery concealed beneath their clothing. Though it felt somewhat wicked, Kevin rationalized that he was merely indulging in a personal thrill, one that even Kara remained oblivious to. Wow, so Supergirl has such an impressive figure, and her sister isn't lacking either. Oh dear, I feel a nosebleed coming on. I need to stop this. Realizing his own limits, Kevin promptly shut down his haki. Meanwhile, Kara, sitting nearby and inexplicably irritable, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and turned her head suspiciously but found nothing amiss. As the days swiftly passed, Kevin hurried home after finishing his classes, where he found his little companion Taka waiting by the window. "Hey there, Taka, did you find those troublemakers?" he asked nervously, extending his palm for Taka to perch upon. Taka nodded and then turned to face the wall, projecting an image captured during its day's patrol in the city of Naxenor. The scene displayed the factory district of 6th Street, predominantly inhabited by Black and Mexican undocumented immigrants, a hotspot for criminal activity. Within Taka's projection, a group of individuals was seen entering and exiting a dilapidated building, all armed. Well, you've certainly delivered a significant lead right off the bat. It seems the G3 armor will come in handy tonight. Observing the footage provided by Taka, Kevin understood he had no choice but to act swiftly. 10 hours had already elapsed, and it was best to complete this time-sensitive task as soon as possible. Chapter 6, A Novice's Journey. Evading the unwary Taka's emergence instilled Kevin with a sense of assurance regarding the impending task, yet he felt no urgency. It was only 5 p.m., and such endeavors were best undertaken under the cloak of night. Moreover, Kevin needed to ensure he was thoroughly prepared. "Mom, I'm heading out to shoot some hoops," he announced after dinner, gradually acclimating to his new body and no longer feeling the constraints he once did. He said this naturally to Scarlett, who was washing the dishes. "All right, just don't stay out too late, and don't wander too far," Scarlett replied without turning her head, while Jonathan, engrossed in the newspaper, harbored no concerns about his son going out to play basketball. In his capacity, both the underworld and the legitimate society of Naxeno City would grant him a modicum of respect, as long as Ke Wen himself refrained from self-destructive behavior. Essentially, he would encounter little danger when venturing out. After all, those who navigate the criminal realm must grasp one fundamental truth. There are certain individuals one should never provoke, lest they meet an untimely demise without even comprehending how it transpired. After bidding farewell to his somewhat negligent parents, Ke Wen ventured forth with a basketball in hand. Once he had traversed a fair distance and observed the surrounding area to be relatively deserted, he activated the compact Taka, transforming it into a mechanical bird to guide his path, while he followed closely beneath. As he trailed the aerial movements of Taka, Ke Wen jogged from 5th Avenue in the city center towards a district of Naxeno City notorious for its lawlessness. Compared to the area where he had previously resided, this locale could be deemed the most chaotic in terms of public safety. Robberies, thefts, and gang skirmishes were commonplace occurrences, albeit the crime rate here was comparatively moderate when juxtaposed with Gotham, the infamous city within DC. Most incidents were limited to residential break-ins, with armed robberies averaging no more than 3 per day, and gang confrontations were exceedingly rare. However, for Ke Wen, who had acclimated to this environment, such a level of lawlessness was precisely where he thrived. Following the trajectory of Taka, Ke Wen soon beheld the derelict building that Taka had previously illuminated. Amidst the darkened structures devoid of any decorative lights, this particular edifice still flickered with illumination. Ke Wen refrained from recklessly donning the G3 armor and charging in. As a soul possessing mature reasoning, he understood the wisdom in exercising caution. Inserting the spider memory chip into his phone, he transformed it into a mechanical spider and commanded his 2 electronic companions. Taka, Spider, search the vicinity and obscure all surveillance cameras that might capture this derelict building. The 2 creatures nodded in understanding. after which Spider leapt on Ataka's back, and together they commenced their patrol. Meanwhile, Ke Wen concealed himself in the shadows, expanding his perception to remain vigilant of his surroundings. 15 minutes later, the duo returned, chirping at Ke Wen before reverting to their original forms. Once he had securely placed them aside, Ke Wen began to mentally invoke the transformation into the G3 armor that resided in his mind. The armor, resplendent in blue, manifested upon his form, enveloping him entirely, transforming him from a mere boy into a warrior clad in azure armor. Uncertain if the surveillance had indeed been effectively obscured, Ke Wen felt he had no choice but to proceed. With his armored hands clasped together, he charged towards the derelict building before him, the formidable layer of armor minimally impeding his velocity as he sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, colliding directly with the wall ahead. In an instant, shattered stones flew wildly, and the gangsters congregated within were completely oblivious to their dire predicament, suddenly engulfed in a cloud of dust. What on earth? The unexpected cacophony left the assembled criminals covered in grime, prompting an eruption of expletives. Simultaneously, the figure of Ke Wen, clad in G3 armor, emerged under the illumination of light. "Good evening, everyone. Are you prepared, Bang?" Before Ke Wen could utter any grandiose remarks, the resounding gunfire abruptly interrupted his speech. Momentarily dazed, he glanced at the small black marks on his armor, then turned his gaze back to the gangsters, only to witness a row of dark gun muzzles aimed directly at him, opening fire. The sounds of handguns and machine guns reverberated through the dilapidated building, while Ke Wen stood his ground, struggling against the powerful recoil. Alas, it seemed that the portrayals in films were indeed deceiving. When capable of action, one should refrain from idle chatter. Ke Wen shielded his head with his hands, mentally berating his earlier reckless behavior. According to the normal course of events, he should have charged forward the moment he broke through the wall, catching these thugs off guard, rather than descending like a superhero, only to have them toss their weapons and surrender. In truth, when superheroes first emerged, they faced similar treatment as he did. Few in the underworld are easily intimidated. When confronted, they would unleash a volley, only to find that the resilient figure before them proved impervious to their attacks. Eventually, as the superhero's reputation grew, those engaged in petty crimes would see the iconic S symbol and think, "Goodness, it's the superhero. We can't hope to match him. Let us surrender." But who exactly was Ke Wen? Even with the advent of superpowered beings due to the establishment of the Justice League, he bore no resemblance to the legendary superhero. Thus, upon sighting Ke Wen, the gangsters wasted no time in opening fire. They were all entrenched in the underworld. Who were they to be frightened by a mere blue suit? Ke Wen could only endure the barrage of bullets, though it did not last long. The thugs, relying solely on their reckless bravado and faith, lacked any semblance of tactical shooting. Soon enough, they depleted their ammunition and, realizing they had inflicted no damage on Ke Wen, began frantically reloading. "Now it's my turn." Ke Wen's roar transformed into a formidable voice through his helmet. After sustaining a barrage of gunfire, he charged at the nearest gangster. There was no need for stylish combat or grappling. The weight of the G3 armor became his greatest asset. With a simple yet forceful charge, the gangsters, who had barely managed to load a few rounds, could only produce a few sparks as they struck his armor. Ke Wen barreled through, sending one thug soaring into the air, who subsequently crashed down with the sound of bones breaking, losing consciousness. As he plunged into the crowd, Ke Wen required no elaborate maneuvers. With a single punch, he felled each petty criminal in his path. The gangsters, armed though they were, could not withstand the force of his blows. With each strike, another unfortunate soul screamed in agony before collapsing. In merely a few fleeting seconds, Ke Wen concluded the conflict, leaving behind a scatter of spent cartridges and a number of unconscious thugs sprawled on the ground. "System, check the task progress," he uttered, slightly breathless after employing his observation haki to ascertain that no one else remained in the dilapidated building. The system, endowed with a sharp tongue, began to critique Ke Wen's actions. Noting that since the task was incomplete, it felt compelled to deride Ke Wen's previous foolish behavior. Ke Wen, feeling exasperated with the system, reflected that despite being inexplicably transported to another world, he had yet to hold it accountable, yet it was quick to mock him. However, intrigued by the system's assessments, Ke Wen inquired, "How is it that I merely prevented one incident? These individuals are all members of the underworld, having incapacitated them. They should no longer possess the capacity to commit further crimes. Shouldn't that suffice for completion? Ah, a fallacious argument. Can you punish one who has yet to err? The system retorted. Host, do not entertain thoughts of cutting shortcuts. This system possesses greater discernment than you might assume. It understands your intentions. Instead, focus on completing the remaining tasks. A friendly reminder. Your G3 armor is nearly out of power. Before Ke Wen could retort against the system's revelation of his inner musings, he noticed the G3 armor's belt, which he had presumed to be merely decorative, flickering with power levels. Once the red light extinguished, the G3 armor would vanish, returning him to the system's domain. This contraption requires a battery? I thought it was merely ornamental. Ke Wen continued his lament. The knight armor produced by this system is genuine. Hence it bears the inherent flaws of authentic products. The system replied with unyielding seriousness. Then why on earth do you even offer a one-button transformation feature? Why not simply equip me with a belt? Ke Wen fumed. If you were to battle Superman, would you have the luxury of strapping on a belt? Ke Wen fell silent, realizing that this system was an incessant source of sarcasm, adept at pinpointing his vulnerabilities and abruptly terminating their exchanges with a single remark. Then tell me, how long does it take to recharge, and what is the duration of its use? Charging takes 2 hours, combat lasts 5 minutes. You are even less reliable than Ultraman. At least he can fight for an episode with a red light on. However, Ultraman requires a full day to recharge. The system concluded with relentless mockery. Once again, Ke Wen found himself defeated in this verbal sparring, utterly devoid of any retort. He kicked one of the unconscious thugs nearby and disposed of a dozen packets of heroin from the table into the toilet, then begrudgingly made his way home. Chapter 7. Task summary. Having endured a barrage of sarcastic commentary from the system and now bereft of the G3 armor that could have served as a facade of power, Ke Wen had no intention of lingering outdoors. After all, his current defensive stance was only robust enough to withstand a knife. This was a free nation where firearms were prohibited. Should he encounter an armed robber? Should he surrender or offer money? Understanding this predicament, Ke Wen hurried back home, inevitably facing the system's jibes regarding his cowardice. In response, Ke Wen remained non-committal. As an ordinary citizen with no combat abilities, his situation was already quite dire. Even with the system at his disposal, his humble, unassuming nature made it difficult to adapt to his newfound circumstances. He could not simply venture out and flaunt his abilities, for without the necessary skills, he would not take on tasks beyond his capacity. After a taxing journey back from a northern district to his residence in the eastern part of the city, Ke Wen, despite his enhanced physique as a modified human, felt utterly exhausted. However, there was a silver lining. At least he appeared to have just returned from a game, sparing Scarlet and Jonathan from suspicion. After freshening up, he noticed the system's timer indicating he had 22 hours remaining and finally succumbed to a deep slumber. There was no alternative. Despite his eagerness, sleep was a necessity and time was on his side. Little Taka, your task this time is quite demanding. Please patrol New Nuwa City around the clock. Should any thieving trouble arise, notify me, and I shall deal with them thoroughly tonight. Taka, having received Ke Wen's instructions, nodded and swiftly took flight, while Ke Wen prepared himself and descended to commence his daily school routine. He had already devised a plan. The mission was set to conclude at 8:30 p.m., and his school ended at 4:30 p.m., granting him 4 active hours. Ke Wen had no expectations of relying on luck to find criminals individually. Instead, he preferred to experiment with his ideas. Typically, crimes such as theft or robbery follow a certain process. After acquiring stolen goods, one must have a means to dispose of them and convert them into cash to complete the crime, cash being the exception. Thus, Ke Wen decided to abandon the notion of relying on luck and instructed Taka to patrol the entire city, pinpointing those individuals who had completed the act of theft but had yet to sell the stolen items. He would then confront each one, incapacitate them, and alert the authorities, thereby thwarting their criminal endeavors. Naturally, he would not limit Taka to tracking only 9 individuals, the more the better, for he could not predict whether they would have completed their transactions by the time he arrived. Second crime thwarted, 8 remain. On the bus to school, accustomed to utilizing his observation skills, Ke Wen detected an unscrupulous individual attempting to take advantage of the crowded morning commute. Seizing the opportunity, he decisively struck the man's head, effectively preventing an incident of harassment. To his surprise, this acted as a completion of yet another task. Bravo, Kevin Ku. Well done. As he disembarked and prepared to enter the school, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Startled, he jumped forward, turned to see Kara smiling at him. What the hell? Why did you tap my shoulder? Are you out of your mind? He thought, bewildered, despite having activated his observation skills. He could not fathom how Kara was aware of his actions on the bus. Kara had never anticipated witnessing such a scene during her school days with her sister. As a Kryptonian, even without the rigorous training akin to that of Superman, her 12 years of life on Earth had naturally equipped her with the abilities of her kind. Though she was not sharing a vehicle with Kevin, her supervision combined with her X-ray vision allowed her to perceive everything occurring on the road. Yet, she pondered why he looked at her with such trepidation. Was she truly that terrifying? Or perhaps his accelerated heartbeat was not a sign of affection, but rather fear? As Kara's thoughts spiraled, her once sunny and sweet smile began to fade. Oh, dear heavens, Kara, could you refrain from suddenly appearing behind me and tapping my shoulder? I am rather timid, Kevin remarked, realizing his previous reaction might have been overly dramatic as he observed Kara's diminishing smile. Is that so? Yet, you seem quite fierce during matches, Kara replied, a frown creasing her brow. By the way, I called you Kevin, but you didn't respond. I recall you emphasizing the need to use your Chinese name in class. Upon hearing Kara's words, a vague memory flickered in Kevin's mind, leading him to recognize that his behavior today had indeed been peculiar. Oh, it doesn't matter. Kevin and Ke Wen sound quite similar. It's all the same to me. Besides, being aggressive in sports doesn't necessarily imply I am bold. You might need to reconsider that notion. Very well. I shall continue to call you Kevin, as it rolls off the tongue more easily. My apologies, Kara replied, accepting Kevin's clumsy excuse without hesitation, a testament to her sheltered nature. If that's the case, then there is nothing more to discuss, right? If all is well, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Kevin had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the seemingly innocent yet inherently powerful Kryptonian girl. He hastily muttered a simple farewell and dashed through the school gates, leaving Kara momentarily stunned, unable to respond. He is lying, Kara. He is afraid of you. Have you inadvertently revealed some of your abilities to him? Emil, who had secretly joined the superpower investigation team, deduced Kevin's deceit through their dialogue, easily attributing the circumstances to Kara's actions, given his deep understanding of his sister. How could that be? You have always accompanied me to and from school. You know what I am capable of, Emil. But how did you discern his dishonesty? Kara inquired. Curiosity piqued. Nothing much, just a hunch, Emil replied with a chuckle. Their brief exchange soon concluded. Kevin maintained his heightened awareness, keeping his observation haki active as a form of training, since he was familiar with the methods for enhancing his armament haki but lacked a suitable training ground. Thus, he opted to practice his observation haki, which proved advantageous in terms of early warning and detecting opponents' movements. It made no sense for him to forego it. As he watched the time slip away in his mind, Kevin felt increasingly restless. The moment the school bell rang in the afternoon, he bolted out of the doors, eager to leave the premises. While the ever-patient little Taka awaited at home, upon spotting Ke Wen, he began to guide him towards the miscreants he had located throughout the city, who were implicated in a series of petty crimes. Still, in the northern part of the city, the first individual they encountered was a rather intimidating figure, a man of African descent whose menacing demeanor prompted immediate avoidance from passers-by. Ke Wen lagged leisurely behind, expanding his perception to sense that the bulging backpack this man carried contained several pieces of women's lingerie, causing his expression to shift to one of amusement. Why is it that the two crimes I've intervened in involve such lewd characters? Am I somehow attracting these types? With such whimsical thoughts swirling in his mind, Ke Wen wasted no time. He swiftly moved forward and, before the man could react, forcefully pressed his head against the wall, the impact resounding through the air. The man, whose stature rivaled Ke Wen's, collapsed in a daze. Ke Wen then scattered the contents of the backpack, women's lingerie, over him and departed without even notifying the authorities, for he understood that such matters could be difficult for the police to classify. As for any potential error on his part, he had the system's guidance. After all, a man carrying a backpack full of women's undergarments was undoubtedly a nefarious character. Having thwarted the third, uncompleted crime, 7 remain. Success. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Ke Wen realized his hypothesis was correct and quickly urged Taka, "Little Taka, take me to the next culprit." In the ensuing hours, Ke Wen, utilizing Taka's facial recognition capabilities, successfully prevented the remaining 7 crimes before 8:30 in the evening. Taka had identified a total of 28 individuals, and Ke Wen managed to incapacitate the last 7 by swiftly dealing with them, the odds of which were quite slim, ensuring he went unnoticed. Exhausted, he returned home, dined, and then reclined on his bed, listening to the system's assessment. Street Night mission completed, points earned, 10,000, reward, 1 spin of a lucky roulette. Mission evaluation. As a novice masked knight, completing the mission in the final hours speaks volumes of your laziness, and your intellect appears to be lacking. Your journey as a masked knight still has a long way to go. Evaluation grade. Second mission issued. Mission title, Street Ranger, no time limit. As a knight dedicated to secretly safeguarding humanity, petty thefts are no longer your concern. Maintaining peace on the streets is the ranger's duty. Mission requirements. Prevent 3 serious crimes, such as burglary, murder, sexual assault, etc. Mission rewards. 50,000 points. 1 armed color spiritual training room. Proficiency in combat skills and marksmanship. Listening to the system's continuous task assignments, Ke Wen couldn't help but smirk. It seems I'm afforded no respite whatsoever. Silently lamenting this, he closed his eyes, ready to conclude a long and tiring day. Chapter 8. A proud and arrogant system, perhaps due to his daily training in observation haki, Ke Wen awoke before dawn, at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yet, at this hour, he felt no trace of sleepiness. Instead, he was brimming with energy. Ah, host, you're awake surprisingly early. How rare. The sardonic system chimed in as Ke Wen stirred. Hey, you're not playing tricks on me again, are you? Ke Wen replied ominously. I have no time for such frivolities. This is entirely your doing. Observation haki is inherently a skill that enhances one's perceptive range and predicts an opponent's attacks. Similarly, it also improves the mental faculties of the practitioner. You have been employing observation haki almost continuously for the past half-month, naturally enhancing your mental strength. This benefit manifests here, allowing you to forego extended periods of sleep to replenish your spirit. Ke Wen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an effect from observation haki. Did this mean he could no longer indulge in lazy mornings? Dear host, could you not exhibit a bit of ambition? Shouldn't your natural reaction be to appreciate the additional time and opportunities to grow stronger? As a knight's system residing within Ke Wen's mind, it was acutely aware of his psychological fluctuations and could not suppress its sarcastic commentary on his thoughts. But I already have a system. Why should I still strive? If effort were truly beneficial, what need would there be for a cheat? The system was momentarily rendered speechless by Ke Wen's retort, left to ponder in silence. After a considerable pause, Ke Wen received a notification. In light of the host's sincerity, you were awarded a D-grade death robe, a phantom mask pseudo, and a basic Zanpakuto. Wow, you're still a proud one, aren't you? Ke Wen exclaimed, startled by the unexpected reward. 1 basic Zanpakuto confiscated. In a fit of indignation, the system rescinded one of Ke Wen's rewards, prompting him to fall silent in shock. After a lengthy interval, without further punitive remarks from the system, Ke Wen chose to accept the remaining rewards. A radiant white light enveloped him, and he found himself clad in a long, pure black robe, the upper part clinging closely to his skin while the lower portion billowed out. A dark red belt cinched his waist, complemented by trousers. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a mask adorned with ghostly motifs, fitted snugly against his face, as if it were a part of him. Given that the host's G3 armor has a mere 5-minute usage limit, this attire may be donned upon the removal of the G3 armor. It can be summoned at will and possesses some bulletproof, stab-resistant, waterproof, and friction-resistant properties. The Phantom Mask, pseudo, as its name suggests, not only conceals the host's identity and voice, but also serves to intimidate cowardly criminals. Ke Wen had grown indifferent to the prompts from the system. The ensemble he donned met both aesthetic appeal and practicality to perfection, aligning seamlessly with his current needs. Initially, he had considered the limitations of his G3 armor, which could only sustain him for 5 minutes. He feared that should he encounter a superpowered criminal, the fleeting duration would leave him vulnerable, potentially allowing his adversary to escape, thereby exposing his identity, a risk he could not afford. Yet now, a sense of relief washed over him. At least he need not fret over his identity. He had even contemplated commissioning a Spider-Man costume for disguise, knowing full well that in this realm of DC, Old Man Star would not dare to strike him. As he reveled in the comfort of the Deathbuster suit, a prior statement from the system resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to inquire. System, did you not assert that the artifact from the 3 major comic worlds, including those from Death and Naruto, would be of no use to me? I recall that the Deathbuster suit is a manifestation of spiritual pressure, correct? Surely, you cannot expect me to exchange for a suit that utilizes my own spiritual pressure for manifestation. The system, once again activating its sarcastic persona, rendered Ke Wen momentarily speechless, shattering his earlier impression that it was merely a haughty system. Nevertheless, having fortuitously acquired a heroic outfit, Ke Wen decided to utilize the reward from his first completed task. System, please activate my lottery reward. I wish to see if I might obtain something else of value. Acknowledged. The 3 spinning wheels representing the lottery began to whirl in his mind, their rapid motion soon culminating in a halt, followed by the system's announcement. Acquired swordsmanship mastery skill. In an instant, a torrent of intricate information surged through Ke Wen's mind. Having experienced this once before, he managed to remain steady, though he paused momentarily before exclaiming in a low growl, "You just confiscated my Zanpakuto. Why not procure a mountain cleaver for yourself?" The system left him without retort once more. After claiming his reward, Ke Wen stood before a mirror, repeatedly switching into the Deathbuster suit granted by the system. The transformation of an anime item into a tangible form thrilled him greatly. He indulged in this playful exchange until dawn broke, at which point he prepared to attend school. Perhaps due to Ke Wen's somewhat brazen behavior in front of Carla the previous day, she, initially eager to converse, had her interest tempered by her sister Emile's explanations. Ke Wen, relishing his newfound freedom, felt a significant increase in his safety, knowing Carla would not seek him out. As for the tasks assigned by the system, he planned to procure a mountain cleaver before venturing out. With the Deathbuster suit, complemented by the dual-colored spiritual pressure and the 5-minute G3 armor, Ke Wen felt emboldened enough to confront a gang. In the northern district of Naxino City lay the Hellfire Bar, a 24-hour establishment that, amidst rampant crime, had miraculously remained unscathed. The bar in question belongs to the Hellfire Gang, a notorious criminal organization that dominates the northern district of the city. This gang accounts for a staggering quarter of the area's criminal activities, thus no one dares to disturb the peace. Conversely, many individuals who have just committed a crime prefer to frequent the Hellfire Bar to launder their stolen goods, exchanging cash for merchandise and vice versa. Additionally, the bar provides ample private rooms for gamblers, addicts, and sex workers, offering them a space for indulgence. Today, John Middle, the leader of the Hellfire Gang, wore a scowl as he surveyed a group of injured men lying on stretchers before him. Who can tell me how 10 armed men were so thoroughly defeated by a person whose identity remains a mystery? We have lost 60,000 worth of highly pure heroin. More alarmingly, the surveillance footage reveals nothing of this individual. All we have are your verbal accounts. Were it not for your long-standing loyalty to me, and the fact that you are in such a state, I would have already had you encased in concrete. Middle raged in his office. A loss of 60,000 is inconsequential. The gang's annual cut from aiding in the disposal of stolen goods exceeds this by tenfold. Yet, an entire group has been left battered and bruised, unable to identify their assailant. With conflicting descriptions, some claim it was a human, others insist it was a robot, and some even suggest a superhero. If it were truly a superhero, Middle would not waste time in anger. He would gather his belongings and flee. Unfortunately, thus far, each individual questioned provides a different account of the assailant's appearance. Boss, the focus should not solely be on this mysterious troublemaker, but rather on the upcoming business with Cobert from Gotham in 3 days. If we fail to maintain confidentiality, the police may come after us, and while we may endure, disrupting Cobert's enterprise would spell disaster. Listening to his subordinate's reminder, Middle acknowledged the gravity of the situation. With a disdainful grunt, he ceased his tirade. Spread the word, and investigate when a volunteer police officer arrived in Nishino City. Compile the descriptions provided by those 10 men and circulate them. I refuse to believe he can simply vanish into thin air. Unbeknownst to him, the first crime he randomly intervened in would mark the inception of his burgeoning reputation in Nishino City, while also propelling Kara's transformation into a superwoman 5 years ahead of schedule. Chapter 9. The Street Vigilante sets out. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. You now have a week-long break. I hope you take the time to complete your assignments diligently. Additionally, I must remind you that next semester brings the nationwide SAT examination. While I understand your parents have paved the way for you, It is imperative that you also put forth your best effort. After Mrs. Brenner assigned the last task before the week-long holiday, Kevin finally packed his belongings, preparing to return home. As a temporary traveler in this unfamiliar world, he found himself possessing only the memories, experiences, and relationships of this body, with little else to connect him to it. Previously, this body had consistently earned A's and B's in high school, yet under his care, it had dwindled to a B. Had it not been for his somewhat solid foundation in English, and his reliance on the ability to deceive through observation, achieving a D or even an F would not have been out of the question. This predicament was unavoidable. Kevin had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, followed by 3 years of exam-oriented training, which differed significantly from the educational system here. The same English text appeared entirely different to him than to his peers. His observational skills could broaden his horizons, but could not assist him in grasping reading comprehension. Once he had gathered his things, Kevin resignedly made his way home. For a traveler, what could be more excruciating than navigating an alternate world while simultaneously grappling with the demands of learning? Learning? What a farce. At 11 p.m., after confirming that his indifferent parents had succumbed to slumber, Kevin quietly opened his window and leapt from his second-floor room. The grass below cushioned his fall, absorbing all impact without a sound. Under the dark, windy night, with the moon hanging high, Kevin uttered an old saying without reason. He then sprinted towards the northern district. His enhanced physique allowed him to maintain the speed of a 100-meter dash for extended periods. Moreover, he felt that following the forced enhancement of his body, he seemed to possess even greater potential than before, though he was yet to discover how to harness it. Setting that aside, after 10 minutes of relentless sprinting on the nearly deserted streets, Kevin arrived breathlessly in the northern district. Even for a modified individual like the Showa Knights, sustaining a 100-meter sprint for 10 minutes would be a torment. Phew. Damn, this is exhausting. I truly cannot fathom how those mundane superheroes manage to maintain such composure while they grind through missions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kevin offered a sardonic remark. 10 minutes of sprinting, and you're in this state. Were you perhaps a sloth in your previous life? The sarcastic system continued to berate Kevin's disheveled appearance. You, who lack a corporeal form, should refrain from making such derisive comments, he retorted, addressing the system in his mind. Growing weary of this internal banter, Kevin commanded, Spider, take me up. The mechanical spider, a device he had integrated into his memory, latched firmly onto his wrist. Kevin then shot a web towards the top of a nearby building, securing it before being pulled upwards by the spider. Upon reaching the rooftop, feeling the invigorating night breeze that could almost induce a stomach upset, Kevin released Taka to patrol the area. Don't ask why he didn't T-search individually. The answer is simple: laziness. Neglecting such a splendid investigative tool, one resorts to aimless patrolling, lacking the ability to handle emergencies. It seems far more prudent to wait for opportunities to present themselves. Standing atop the building, Ke Wen donned the system-issued D-grade, deathly attire and a pseudo-invisibility mask. His black skirt billowing dramatically in the high-rise winds, momentarily filling him with a sense of grandeur until the acerbic system posed a disconcerting question that shattered the ambience. While I understand your intention to gain a broader perspective, I must inquire, how do you plan to descend? An air of awkwardness enveloped Ke Wen once more as he gazed down at the ground, which made him feel somewhat dizzy. After a prolonged silence, he quietly twisted the rooftop door open and retreated via the fire escape to the ground below. Upon returning to the ground, Taka, having completed a patrol, circled above Ke Wen, seemingly having made a discovery. With barely a moment to chastise his own system, Ke Wen promptly followed Taka towards the 6th district in the northern part of the city. Within the 6th district, John Middle, the leader of the Hellfire Gang, was personally engaging in discussions with an associate of Cobblepot from Gotham regarding a human trafficking transaction. Long time no see, Kova. Please extend my regards to Mr. Cobblepot. The robust Middle greeted the Gotham visitor with a customary embrace. I will, Middle. I heard you suffered a loss recently? The slightly stocky Kova inquired. A newcomer, who appeared from nowhere, incapacitated 10 of my men and made off with my shipment. Upon hearing Kova mention this humiliating incident, Middle's tone grew somewhat brusque, and he retorted, I've heard Mr. Cobblepot has been entangled with Batman. How is he faring? Ha, Middle. You must understand Gotham. In Gotham, money can resolve any issue, provided Mr. Cobblepot is not caught in the act with the trafficked individuals. We have professional lawyers who can provide all necessary explanations for Mr. Cobblepot's actions. Kova boasted of their dominance in Gotham, a city notorious for its soaring crime rates, where the political and police institutions were thoroughly corrupt. Yet it remained a crucial trade port for both legal and illicit transactions, allowing the nation to turn a blind eye to Batman's violent methods of dealing with criminals. Since they found it challenging to take action against him, they naturally would not target someone willing to do the dirty work. And any ensuing problems could conveniently be blamed on him. How advantageous. Listening to Kova's boastful account of his city, Middle's eyes gleamed with envy, albeit a fleeting sentiment. He had no desire to venture into Gotham, a haven for criminals. A saying among the underworld in America goes, if you love him, send him to Gotham. If you hate him, send him to Gotham. In Gotham, as long as you're ruthless enough, sufficiently insane, and your luck isn't dire, with a sharp mind, you can thrive spectacularly. However, if you lack the necessary ruthlessness and madness, devoid of both insight and discernment, by the time you step into Gotham in the morning, it is quite possible that the police will discover your lifeless body submerged in the sewers by afternoon. Middle was acutely aware of his limits. He was neither ruthless enough nor mad enough. In New Nono City, he merely occupied a few blocks, adhering to his own set of rules. Yet, if he ventured into Gotham, he would inevitably find himself the mercy of whichever crime lord held sway, and such a life was not what he desired. Very well. Kova, enough of this idle chatter. Send someone from your team to inspect the goods with mine. Once confirmed, you will pay, and I shall deliver. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Middle remained focused on the transaction at hand. He intended to secure the money and depart swiftly, leaving the transportation of the goods to Kova's associates. He had no desire to entangle himself with Gotham's dark night. All right, Hyde, you go over there. Kova nodded and signaled for one of his subordinates to step forward. Middle, in turn, dispatched one of his own men to guide Kova's subordinate to inspect the goods. Both Middle and Kova awaited updates from their respective teams. Approximately 5 minutes later, both of their subordinates returned from the warehouse. The subordinate named Hyde nodded at Kova, indicating that the merchandise was in order. Only then did Kova gesture for his subordinate to bring forth the briefcase he had been clutching. I am pleased to collaborate with you. Here is your payment. I too am delighted to work with you. This key is yours. Middle handed over a key, and the transaction was settled. The subsequent matters were straightforward. Kova's personnel drove away with the truck laden with goods. Once Kova and his men were out of sight, Middle's group prepared to take their leave with the money. Boss, this time the briefcase is quite hefty. How much do you suppose it contains? One of the excited drivers exclaimed. At the very least 5 million. Don't get ahead of yourself. Drive carefully. There will be time for celebration back at the bar. Yes. The driver, reassured by Middle's words, responded enthusiastically, fully aware of his responsibility as the driver, maintaining a steady course. Meanwhile, Middle leaned back in his seat, clutching the briefcase, and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a loud bang. The vehicle was abruptly halted by an object that had surged onto the road from the side. The immense force brought the car, which had been cruising at 70 miles per hour, to a screeching stop. Middle, who had been resting in the back seat, was fortunate to be secured by a seatbelt, preventing him from being thrown out of the vehicle. However, the unexpected stop caused him to hit his head. Damn it! What is happening? Joey, how are you driving? Middle shouted in anger. Yet the subordinate at the wheel, dazed from the powerful impact, slumped forward, unconscious. Before Middle stood an imposing figure clad in blue armor, with an orange-yellow faceplate, staring directly at him. Chapter 10. Subsequent mission unlocked in the northern district of the 6th block of Naxino City. The vehicle occupied by Midler was abruptly halted by Ke Wen, who charged out from the intersection. Clad in G3 armor, Ke Wen exhibited a significant enhancement in both strength and agility. He collided forcefully with the front of the speeding car, nearly toppling it over. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the vehicles trailing behind Midler, prompting them to hasten their approach. Ke Wen, fully aware of the rapidly approaching vehicles behind him, recognized that he had only 5 minutes of combat time. Without uttering another word, he seized the vehicle, firmly grasped the window edges with both hands, and with a powerful tug, ripped the door open. He then reached for the briefcase that Midler clutched tightly. Shit! Go to hell! Startled by this sudden turn of events, Midler quickly reacted, drawing his gun from behind and aiming it at Ke Wen's face for a quick shot. The bullet sparked against Ke Wen's visor, failing to penetrate, and ricocheted off, striking one of the nearby henchmen instead. Unfazed, Ke Wen grasped the briefcase, which Midler clung to desperately, and with a forceful pull, yanked Midler out of the vehicle. Damn, I've run into someone who values money over life. Observing Midler's unwavering grip on the briefcase, Ke Wen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. At that moment, the pursuing vehicles had caught up, and before they could close in, the armed henchmen had already unlatched their weapons, aiming them squarely at Ke Wen. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ke Wen dared not linger in his confrontation with Midler. The G3 armor had a mere 5 minutes of operational time, and nearly 3 minutes had already elapsed since he donned it. He needed to vacate the scene. An entanglement with these armed gangsters could prove perilous. With Midler still tightly gripping the briefcase, Ke Wen unleashed a punch upon it, delivering a force equivalent to a ton and shattering it, reaching inside to grasp a handful of the contents. He then drew his specialized handgun, the GM-01, from his thigh holster and fired at the briefcase. An explosion ensued, igniting the briefcase that contained the proceeds of Midler's illicit transaction, flames erupting forth. Ke Wen subsequently fired at the encroaching vehicles, but not a single shot found its mark. Damn it, a human outline. He cursed under his breath, seizing the opportunity to dart into a nearby alley, leaving Midler, now sprawled on the ground and frantically attempting to extinguish the flames, in a state of disarray. The nearby henchmen rushed to assist Midler in dousing the fire. As the flames subsided, the briefcase, once brimming with cash, had been charred beyond recognition. Release the word. I, Midler, am offering a bounty of 500,000 for this man's head. 1,000,000 if he's alive. Enraged, Midler had never experienced such a significant loss before. After his previous deal worth 600,000 had been ruined by Ke Wen, he was now incensed at the destruction of a substantial portion of his current transactions funds. Such losses are of no concern to Kawa, who engages in trade with himself. It is merely a matter of settling accounts. If one lacks the ability to safeguard their own finances, it is not his affair. Originally, Middle had contemplated returning to divide the spoils, but at this juncture, he found himself devoid of any inclination. Just moments ago, being unceremoniously dragged from a vehicle like a dead dog had already inflicted a significant blow to his pride. The gathered underlings, acutely aware that their leader was in a foul mood, dared not intervene. Instead, they nodded in agreement and promptly retrieved their phones to issue commands regarding their respective territories. Meanwhile, on the thoroughfare from the northern district towards the eastern streets, Kawa, clad in G3 attire, was sprinting with fervor, his mind echoing with the system's alert. Prevent 3 acts of heinous crime, completion rate 13. Disrupted a malevolent underworld transaction. Derivative task, rise to prominence. Having thwarted a deal involving the Hellfire Gang, you are now marked by them, as their leader has issued a bounty on your head. Task requirements, annihilate the Hellfire Gang and bring their leader, John Middle, and his cohorts to justice. Task reward, 500,000 points, a TRCS 2000 motorcycle exclusive to you. 5 random draws, and 3 night training cards. Startled by the system's notification, Kawa stumbled momentarily, realizing he had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Was it truly such an egregious act to merely incinerate some ill-gotten gains? The severity of the consequences was unexpected, including a bounty placed upon him. No wonder the rewards were so bountiful. However, Kawa remained composed, clutching a handful of cash extracted from a briefcase. He made his way to the entrance of a children's welfare institution, effortlessly leaping over the gate. Methodically, he arranged the bills neatly, securing them with a brick before quietly departing. Tonight's escapades had already been sufficiently eventful. There was no need to prolong the night. Silently scaling the wall to the 2nd floor and returning to his bed, Kawa finally concluded his tense yet exhilarating evening. At 1 a.m. this morning, a traffic incident occurred on 6th Street in the Northern District. A black Mercedes sustained damage, yet no injuries were reported at the scene, nor was any footage captured by surveillance. As Kawa sat in the living room enjoying breakfast, he caught wind of the news broadcast and scoffed. It would be a wonder if you could find anything. The surveillance footage was hacked by my spider, otherwise they wouldn't dare to obstruct and rob. After finishing his meal, with nothing pressing to attend to, Kawa seized the opportunity to step out under the pretense of playing basketball. 2 tasks from his system remained unfulfilled. Along with the derivative task, he felt it prudent to complete the preceding one swiftly. After all, that amounted to 50,000 points, coupled with the earlier 10,000 points. Kawa could explore the possibility of acquiring other gadgets. The auxiliary functions of items from the Kamen Rider universe were indeed quite beneficial, allowing him to operate without aimlessly stumbling about in search of luck. One could never predict when he might encounter a superhuman capable of overpowering him. Yes, I must also order a custom wooden sword, otherwise my swordsmanship specialization would be rendered obsolete. After some contemplation, Ke Wen deemed it necessary to procure a sturdy and durable wooden sword, lacking the courage to wield a real blade against another. He found it more prudent to craft a wooden one, fortified with haki, capable of shattering bones upon impact. As for the GS-03 destruction sword worn with the G3 armor, Ke Wen had no intention of employing it. Previously, he had tested its might on a 5 cm thick stone slab, which succumbed to a single stroke, splitting into several fragments. Should such a weapon strike a human, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome scene. Having solidified his intentions, Ke Wen rushed to a workshop where he spent $500 on processing fees, commissioning a piece of white hardwood. He dedicated an entire morning to shaping it into the form of a Tang sword, meticulously painting, polishing, and waxing it, even inscribing the words Lake Toya onto the hilt with a hint of mischief. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Lake Toya sword. Would you like to convert it? The sudden voice from the system startled Ke Wen, prompting him to cautiously inquire. Convert? How many points? 5 points. Not converting, go away. 500 points, deducted from the host. Ke Wen thought to himself, this system is ruthless and speaks little. Chapter 11. It turns out you can exchange batteries. Congratulations, host, you have rescued a woman from robbery. Task completion progress, 23. Congratulations, host, you have solved a homicide case. Task completed. Rewards are now being distributed. Ke Wen sat in the police station's office, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected fortune. This incident traced back to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when after retrieving his custom-made faux Lake Toya from the workshop, he had taken a stroll post-lunch, wooden sword in hand, intending to find an open space to practice the swordsmanship skills bestowed upon him by the system. Without the proper equipment, possessing the skill would be futile. While meandering aimlessly, he fortuitously encountered a robbery in progress. With no task at hand, Ke Wen promptly intervened, striking the assailant with his makeshift club. The criminal fell to the ground without uttering a sound, and Ke Wen promptly notified the authorities. To his astonishment, the assailant turned out to be a wanted criminal with a prior record. Thus, his single strike inadvertently aided the police in apprehending the felon. Ke Wen marveled at his serendipitous luck. While superheroes patrolled the city, he merely wandered about and stumbled upon such events. Hey kid, if there are no issues, please sign here. The officer taking his statement was amiable, recognizing that a kind-hearted high school student like Ke Wen, who appeared quite capable, was a rarity. Oh, may I leave now? Ke Wen inquired after signing, feeling as though he was a model citizen who had committed no wrongdoing, believing he should be free to go after providing his statement. Little did he know, the officer appeared intent on keeping him around for tea. Don't rush, kid. You're preparing for the SAT next year, right? Any schools in mind? The officer engaged in casual conversation, reminding Ke Wen of the uncles and aunts he had encountered in his previous life who would inquire about his well-being, romantic prospects, and job satisfaction during festive seasons. This peculiar sense of dissonance enveloped Ke Wen, as if he were once again transported to a familiar realm. Yet it was merely a feeling. Calmly, Ke Wen sipped his coffee, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, continue your narrative, I shall concede. The officer, taken aback by Ke Wen's composure, found himself at a loss for words, unable to pursue his line of questioning. Upon glancing at the statement where Ke Wen had inscribed his name and residential address, understanding dawned upon him. It was best not to dwell on it. After all, the only son of a prominent family in Axeno City was unlikely to engage in perilous endeavors. My apologies. You may leave, the officer sighed with a wry smile, allowing Ke Wen to exit. Careful now, officer, Ke Wen cautioned as he sensed an impending collision with his elbow, sidestepping without turning his head before making his departure. The officer, having been alerted, said nothing further, placing a document on the spot where Ke Wen had just sat before passing a cup of coffee to his colleague. What happened, Brown? Did that boy commit some misdeed? Not at all. He fortuitously assisted us in apprehending a fugitive. You know, the fellow who was just restrained in the interrogation room. Mad Dog Brown? That man slaughtered an entire family. How could such a wretch be caught by a mere child? Who can say? You can never underestimate a seemingly harmless Chinese individual. They might possess formidable skills, akin to Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan. Haha. Perhaps you should watch fewer films. By the way, my informant has relayed news that a newcomer has arrived in Naxino City, disrupting a transaction of the Hellfire Gang just last night. A newcomer? Is it someone akin to Gotham's Batman or Metropolis Superman? Probably not. According to the Hellfire Gang, it's a figure clad in blue armor. We should keep a vigilant eye. It's not that simple. Ever since the global invasion 2 years ago, there are all sorts of individuals donned in eccentric attire. Naxino City has remained relatively unscathed, but it appears we're soon to be swept up in the trend. Enough with the lamentations. Let us simply fulfill our duties as officers. The young officer jested with Brown before preparing to attend to his responsibilities. By the way, Dick, the captain asked me to inform you that a partner has been assigned to you. Brown called out to the departing Dick. A partner? I require no such assistance. Please extend my gratitude to the captain for his kindness. Come on, I recognize your competence, but you're new here. Don't make it difficult for me. Besides, your partner is a commendable female officer. I believe you will appreciate her company, especially after emerging from the stifling atmosphere of Gotham. Stifling? Perhaps you're right. Very well. I shall speak with the captain shortly. Reflecting on Brown's words, Dick decided it was best not to adopt an air of superiority as a newcomer, and thus he acquiesced and departed. Meanwhile, Brown picked up the document that Dick had handed him and began to peruse its contents. As the departing Ke Wen sat on the subway, he closed his eyes and began a mental dialogue with the system in his mind. Having completed the mission of the Street Wanderer, Ke Wen's points had accumulated to 60,000. Furthermore, he had a chance for a random lottery, along with 2 skills and a mental training room, which left him feeling quite exhilarated. Arm-colored mental training room, daily usage time, 8 hours. Given that the host has yet to unlock the spatial cultivation feature. The armed color mental training room allows the host consciousness to enter and practice the techniques of the armed color, which will also resonate with the host's physical form. Note, this is merely technique. It cannot enhance the host's physical attributes, which require the host's own rigorous training. Upon reading the system's introduction to the armed color mental training room, Ke Wen found no cause for complaint. It was satisfactory enough. At the very least, he could enhance the defensive and offensive capabilities conferred by the armed color. As for improving his own physical attributes, he decided to wait until he could access the spatial functionality of the system. After all, his current physical strength was already sufficient to handle ordinary criminal gangs. And in the case of superpowered criminals, he still possessed the G3 armor. System, activate the lottery function. Commencing lottery now. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new G3 battery pack. As the new generation of G3 battery packs, the host has finally escaped the embarrassing predicament of 2 hours of charging for 5 minutes of combat. The G3 usage duration has been extended. Combat time, 20 minutes. Charging time, 1 hour. Equipment installation commencing, estimated time, 15 minutes. Listening to the system's announcement, Ke Wen was pleasantly surprised to have drawn a battery pack, which greatly improved his circumstances. After completing the lottery, he then opened the 2 additional gift packages provided by the system, combat specialization and firearm specialization. The familiar sensation of expansion washed over him once more, prompting Ke Wen to close his eyes and gradually acclimate to the skills being imparted by the system, along with the subtle adjustments to his physique. Regarding the upcoming tasks, he would require some time to fully adapt to his current physical condition before proceeding. But with no time constraints, he felt free to take his leisure. Chapter 12. I am Nightwing. Just as Ke Wen decided to relax for a while after claiming his mission rewards, Middle, whom Ke Wen had previously struck, was far from pleased. Logically speaking, such volunteer officers should be dedicated to combating crime. Yet his experience was quite the opposite. With such a substantial bounty placed, there had been no leads whatsoever. As if he were being personally targeted. Are you telling me that it has taken you a week to gather any concrete information on the individual who has cost us millions? In his office at the Hellfire Bar, Middle glared darkly at his subordinates, his countenance foreboding. Boss, we're certain that Wesley's beating was his doing, along with the incident from a few days ago. However, beyond that, we have heard nothing on the streets. Surely, we haven't angered some rival, have we? One of the subordinates, feeling helpless, responded. Both incidents have been directed at their Hellfire gang, and no others in the underworld had faced such trials. What were they to do? Encountering misfortune once can be deemed unfortunate. Encountering it twice suggests one is being targeted, though the identity of the assailant remains unknown. Whether the individual in question is a volunteer officer or a foe we have inadvertently provoked is of little consequence to me. What I truly seek is to uncover their identity and name. Do you understand? Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Middle erupted in fury. It is unacceptable that such a trivial matter could not be resolved. The street is now rife with ridicule at his expense. Should he fail to reclaim his honor, the Hellfire Gang will find it increasingly difficult to navigate the Northern District. In the underworld, one must possess a certain ruthlessness. Middle's ability to secure such a substantial territory in the Northern District stems from his greater ferocity. He treats his subordinates well while being merciless to his adversaries, adhering to a code that attracts many to his bar for illicit dealings. Yet now, having suffered 2 disruptions to their transactions at the hands of the same individual and enduring considerable financial losses, if they do not exhibit some semblance of retaliation, the reputation of the Hellfire Gang in the Northern District will be irrevocably tarnished. His subordinates, chastised into silence by Middle's wrath, recognized their failure in this matter. Understanding that their leader's anger was justified, after venting his frustration, Middle gradually regained his composure, raised the bounty to double the amount he commanded. Boss, isn't that a bit excessive? The subordinates were taken aback by Middle's decision to escalate the reward. Such a generous bounty for a contract on the underworld was not easily relinquished. Excessive? Not in the slightest. This is the way of our world. We provide the funds, and you execute the task. Should the task be accomplished, the payment will follow. Furthermore, for any information pertaining to this individual, comprehensive details, there exists an additional bounty of 100,000. I refuse to believe that such a prominent figure could simply vanish within Nishino City. It appears that the age-old adage of spending lavishly to obtain rare treasures holds true regardless of the nation. And Middle's success in establishing a foothold in Nishino City is well justified. He is a man of his word, and even within the underworld, this earns him respect. At least those who follow a leader like him need not fear betrayal. Just as his subordinates prepared to depart in order to update the bounty notice, the brightly lit Hellfire Bar was engulfed in darkness. What is happening? Is there a power outage? The sudden shroud of darkness sent panic rippling through the members of the Hellfire Gang congregated within the bar. In the obscurity, the unmistakable sound of weapons being cocked resonated ominously. Middle, who had been drowning his sorrows in the office, was disturbed by the blackout. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to seize an Uzi submachine gun and rush from his office. Amidst the chaotic din of voices within the bar, he discharged a volley into the ceiling, the gunfire silencing the tumult. The sudden crack of gunfire redirected the attention of the gathered individuals. Illuminated by the flash of the shots, they turned towards Middle. What is the fuss? A few of you, go check the power room and find out what is going on. Damn it, a bunch of idiots, hurry up. Observing that his subordinates remained momentarily stunned by his gunfire, Middle could not help but curse, prompting them to finally disperse, sending several to investigate the situation in the power room. As others secured the safeties on their firearms, preparing to return their weapons to their belts, a sharp, piercing scream erupted from within the crowd, only to be abruptly silenced. This rekindled the vigilance of the Hellfire Gang members, who raised their weapons once more. Who called out? The sound bore a resemblance to Kyle's voice. Another brief scream echoed through the throng, causing the gang members, cloaked in darkness, to grow increasingly frantic. Hey, something's amiss. Where are the ones who went to the power room? Why is there no news? Who just brushed past me? Damn it, Richard. What are you doing touching me? Get lost. I'm right here. Curse be it, the door is locked. Who's the fool responsible for this? A cacophony of distressed voices resonated within the confined bar, where the intermittent cries of comrades only added to their disarray. In the enveloping night, humanity's greatest fear lies in the unknown lurking within, for each scream signifies a comrade succumbing to an unseen foe. Yet, escape was rendered impossible, as the doors and windows had been sealed without their knowledge. One by one, companions fell, and not only that, individuals began to vanish from their midst. This bizarre predicament led these denizens of the underworld to conjure a singular figure in their minds. Batman. It must be him. Only he could lurk in the shadows to combat crime. Damn it, isn't he supposed to be guarding his Gotham? For these individuals entrenched in the criminal underbelly, if they were to rank the superheroes that emerged, Batman would undoubtedly occupy the pinnacle. Even Superman, revered as a god among men, instilled less terror than the Dark Knight. They were acutely aware of this blue-clad vigilante, who, due to his formidable prowess, harbored no fear of the firearms they relied upon. Thus, when Superman confronted a typical armed robber, the mere sight of him would compel criminals to surrender, and he would effortlessly hand them over to the authorities. Most heroes operated in a similar vein. However, Batman was an exception. Even outside Gotham, whispers of his methods reached their ears. Any individual marked by him, no matter how far they hid, would inevitably be found and returned to Gotham for judgment. Batman showed no mercy to criminals. Those who encountered him would find themselves in hospitals for months, while the most unfortunate would end up in Arkham Asylum. He would emerge from the shadows in ways one could never anticipate, interrogating you with your deepest fears. In the presence of Batman, no secrets remain. What they now faced mirrored the accounts of those who had previously encountered Batman. Darkness, an unknown method of assault, and a dual psychological and physical terror sufficient to drive one to the brink of collapse. "Come out. I know you're here. Show yourself," Middle bellowed, fully aware of Batman's notorious reputation, especially after his recent dealings with Koval from Gotham. He understood that if Batman sought him out, it would signify the exposure of his identity as a transaction partner, leading to an interminable fate in prison. Fear can shatter a person, and it can drive one to madness. Middle, brandishing an Uzi submachine gun, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the ceiling, where sounds had originated. However, aside from splinters of wood and fragments of stone raining down, there was nothing else. In the crowd, the sporadic cries of anguish suddenly intensified, the air filled with the shrill whistle of sharp objects slicing through. The frantic screams caused those already psychologically fragile under the oppressive atmosphere to lose control, indiscriminately spraying their weapons in every direction, whether their companions or the empty space around them. Amidst the flickering flames, a robust figure soared through the chaos. With each rise and fall, one or more individuals crumpled to the ground. At this moment, Middle found himself unable to rein in his men, as their mental state had deteriorated. Bullets ricocheted wildly in the bar from which there was no escape, and Middle himself was struck in the shoulder by a stray bullet fired by one of his panicking subordinates. Grunting in pain, he took refuge beneath the bar. Listening to the sporadic gunfire outside, he watched as the expensive bottles of liquor and fine wine shattered, spilling their contents onto the floor. Middle's heart bled at the sight. This bar was essentially half of the Hellfire Gang's fortune, and now it was not destroyed by an adversary, but rather by his own men. Outside the bar, the gunfire had ceased, leaving only intermittent moans of despair. Clutching his wounded shoulder, Middle slowly crawled out from behind the bar. Encountering the bodies of his fallen comrades and feeling the ground beneath him, unsure whether it was blood or liquor. "Get out here," he shouted. "Batman, you have what you wanted. I'll tell you everything. Please, just turn on that damned light." With a loud crack, the dark bar was suddenly illuminated, the intense light forcing Middle to shut his eyes. At that moment, a large hand pressed fiercely against his injured shoulder, applying pressure to the bullet wound. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Middle as a masked face loomed before him, clad in a blue and black uniform, emblazoned with a white eagle emblem on the chest. The youthful face beneath the mask radiated fury. "My name is Nightwing. Remember what you just said, or I will come for you again." With that, Nightwing delivered a powerful blow to Middle's head, causing him to lose consciousness. After completing his task, Nightwing approached the bar, rummaging through the shattered liquor shelves to find a surviving bottle of tequila. He retrieved a glass, added a few ice cubes, and poured the remaining tequila into the glass. Next, he sprinkled a pinch of fine salt on the rim, ignited the surface of the liquor with a flame, and watched as the blue fire danced. Without hesitation, Nightwing downed the concoction in one swift motion, followed by a sip of the salt. "Curse that Batman!" Nightwing exclaimed in frustration, having berated the absent vigilante before departing the scene, leaving chaos in his wake. Chapter 13. E-Rank Villain Training Card Task. Rise to fame due to unforeseen circumstances. The Hellfire Gang has been utterly dismantled. In principle, the host is deemed to have completed the task. However, the reward has been rescinded. A consolation prize of 40,000 points and 1 E-Rank Villain Training Card has been granted. The task has been revised. Task title: Rise to Fame, Part 2. Task requirements: the host must dismantle 3 or more criminal organizations in Naxanor City within a month. As a masked rider safeguarding humanity from the shadows, you are to leave your legend upon the city. After a week-long vacation, Ke Wen submitted a hastily assembled outdoor report to Mrs. Brenna on the final day, then dozed off at his desk. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, he was taken aback. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. He had not even contemplated how to deal with the Hellfire Gang's troubles when the organization was eradicated. Although the previous bountiful rewards were no longer available, the 40,000 points and the E-rank villain training card were certainly not to be dismissed. Ke Wen, however, was intrigued by the circumstances surrounding the Hellfire Gang's demise. Was it due to a gangland shootout, or had they crossed paths with a vengeful enemy? As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced instinctively at his neighbor, Carla, who was blissfully joking with others, seemingly oblivious to the world's darker side. Ke Wen dismissed the notion. There was no way Carla had quickly transformed into a Supergirl. The Danvers family had shielded her well. She was unaware of the grim realities of society, making it unlikely for her to be responsible for the gang's downfall. Never mind, why overthink it? The news will reveal all soon enough, Ke Wen resolved, shaking off his random thoughts and turning his attention to the system's newly issued task. After the Hellfire Gang's lesson, the system had imposed a 1-month deadline. Yet, Ke Wen felt a twinge of anxiety. While he could handle stealthy confrontations, the direct pursuit of animosity was a venture for which he did not yet possess the courage. At the Naxanor City Police Department, rookie detective Dick, freshly transferred from Gotham, was in the process of being assigned to his partner, Claire, by his captain. Claire was renowned in the precinct as a striking officer, blonde, statuesque, and possessing all the attributes of quintessential beauty. Many within the department envied Dick for having such a stunning partner, though he himself felt otherwise. "Hello, Detective Dick. We are partners from this moment on. I look forward to our collaboration," Claire greeted, displaying no aversion to being assigned to this newcomer. She understood well that being transferred from Gotham, a city rife with crime, represented a significant distinction. It indicated that Dick had not succumbed to the corrupt practices that plagued the police force there. Officers sent to Gotham typically fell into one of two categories: those who yearned for the lawless lifestyle and pleasures it offered, or those who aspired to combat the malevolence. The former thrived in Gotham, while the latter often faced two outcomes: moral decline or ostracism, leading to reassignment to another city. In Claire's eyes, Dick belonged to the latter category. Furthermore, as a partner, Dick possesses an appealing visage, standing at a height of 185 centimeters. His slender attire and well-defined physique render him a versatile clothes hanger, effortlessly exuding his unique charm regardless of the outfit. With raven hair and cerulean eyes that seem to converse with their gaze, he carries an air of enigma that entices Claire's curiosity. "I can manage, provided you don't hold me back. You need not worry about that. What's your take on last night's incident with the Hellfire Gang? That guy?" Dick was momentarily taken aback, unaware that Claire had uncovered something noteworthy. "Take a look at this." Claire unfastened the folder she held, revealing several enlarged photographs. One clearly depicted Dick transformed into Nightwing, pinning middle against the wall, while others showcased him leaping among the members of the Hellfire Gang. It appeared that even amidst the darkness of night, the erratic gunfire illuminated by stray shots had aided hidden cameras in capturing Dick's movements. The latest intel on this individual dates back a year to Blue Haven. "I never anticipated he would venture here. For what purpose? Perhaps the feng shui was unfavorable. Haha, you are quite amusing. By the way, the police chief is convening a meeting regarding this individual shortly, so do not be late," Claire reminded Dick before turning to leave with the photographs. Dick, however, gazed at her retreating figure, his expression shrouded in unspoken gloom. At home, Kevin reclined on his bed, his consciousness immersing into the system's space. Since the system had assigned him a time-sensitive task, he had no choice but to accept it, whether he liked it or not. To confront 3 or more criminal factions akin to the Hellfire Gang. Enhancing his abilities was imperative. "System, I wish to exchange for the Armament Haki Mental Training Room." The Armament Haki Mental Training Room is now open. Usage duration, 8 hours daily. Please be mindful of your time. As soon as the words faded, Kevin felt the space around him gradually dissolve, reminiscent of Tetris being reconstructed. Soon, he found himself enveloped in an expanse of blankness, with an inexplicable weight augmenting upon him. The requirements of armament haki training are well known. It is a formidable skill within the world of One Piece, designed to counter elemental-based abilities. It enhances the destructive power of one's attacks, while offering formidable defensive capabilities, even enabling survival in extreme conditions. Currently, The gravity in the armament Haki mental training room is set to 2G, which can be adjusted at the host's discretion. The system, unusually devoid of its usual snark, elucidated the environment Ke Wen was situated in. The 2G gravity returned Hansen's modified physique to that of an ordinary person. After a few jumps to gauge his leaping height, Ke Wen commenced his regular physical training within the training room, running and doing push-ups. Although he recognized that these efforts would not translate into tangible benefits for his physical form, the sensation of perspiration was a long-lost experience for him. Would you like to activate the E-Class monster training card? Just as Ke Wen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Can these two items be used in conjunction? Certainly. The host must comprehend that this is a mental training chamber. Only through various high-intensity battles can the host enhance the strength and defense of their arm color. The training card is specifically designed to elevate the intensity of the armed color. You truly possess the characteristics of a cunning merchant. System. Ke Wen felt somewhat disgruntled by the system's bundling tactic, yet he had no choice but to utilize it, as it was an instrument for his fortification. Let us employ the monster training card. E-grade monster training card unlocked. Duration of use: 48 hours. Monster. Random foot soldier from the Kamen Rider series. As the system's words fell, a card adorned with a question mark spun in the air, followed by a flash of light. Before Ke Wen could discern the identity of the emerging foot soldier, he heard a collective shout, "Huzzah!" Before him materialized 15 figures wielding machetes, clad in black and white striped attire, their masks revealing only their eyes, nose, and mouth. Upon their arrival, they struck a salute reminiscent of the SS honoring their Führer. The Shucker Foot Soldiers. These were the specialized minions of the evil organization that the first-generation Knight faced, failed modifications of humans, undeterred by pain, and slightly stronger than ordinary individuals. A reasonably equipped squad could easily annihilate them. After striking their iconic pose, the Shucker Foot Soldiers brandished their machetes and charged at Ke Wen, who lay gasping for breath on the ground. Goodness! Observing the approaching blade, Ke Wen, having just regained some strength, executed a desperate roll to evade the perilous strike. Noticing the Shucker Foot Soldiers attempting to encircle him, he fled in haste. Damn it, system, you betrayed me again. Why must it involve a group assault right from the start? While escaping for his life, Ke Wen couldn't help but scoff at the system. Foolish host, when have you ever seen the Shucker Foot Soldiers engage in one-on-one combat with a knight? If the minions weren't attacking in groups, would they still be called minions? Moreover, are your observation and armed colors merely for decorative purposes? The system's barrage of rhetorical questions left Ke Wen speechless. Gritting his teeth, he halted, turned, and charged towards the Shucker Foot Soldier approaching with a machete. Chapter 14. Masked in the Night. Oh dear, that hurts. Ke Wen jolted upright from his bed, his body writhing as if seized by cramps. During the 8 hours of repose from night to day, he had been relentlessly pursued and attacked for 2 hours by the 15 Shucker Foot Soldiers wielding knives in the mental training chamber. The agonizing sensation of the blades carving into his flesh was vividly imprinted in his mind, and even upon awakening from this vivid dream, he still felt the residual pain. Under 2 gs of gravity, despite the assistance of observation and armed colors, Ke Wen's physique had devolved to that of an ordinary person. Faced with 15 foot soldiers whose attributes surpassed his own, he relied on his observation to perceive their intentions and used his armed color to defend. However, due to being suppressed to the level of an ordinary human, even when his foresight anticipated an impending strike, his reactions could not keep pace. And he had yet to master the full embodiment of the armed color. During the onslaught by 15 minions, Ke Wen gradually mastered the intricacies of his swordsmanship and combat specialization, imparted upon him by the system. As the battles progressed, he began to gain an advantage. Although being surrounded was somewhat disheartening, it allowed him to acquire a wealth of combat skills, as the minions were adept in fighting and tactics. They simply had the misfortune of encountering the notorious Showa 7 thugs. The system's importation of combat and swordsmanship skills led to a remarkable transformation in Ke Wen after just one night of battle. He realized that he no longer needed to don the G3 armor recklessly when confronting criminals. Wasn't the tradition of Kamen Riders to face monsters with their bare hands? Transformation was merely a last resort. After enduring a night of torment, Ke Wen felt confident that he could hold his own against certain DC mortal heroes. Indeed, without the protection of the rider armor. Upon awakening, Ke Wen could only let out a series of exclamations. He still had tasks to attend to, as a time-sensitive mission had been assigned to him. Idleness was no longer an option. System, how many Taka cans can I exchange with my current points? The system informed him that he possessed 100,000 points, enough to redeem 500 locust cans, 500 octopus cans, and 500 hawk cans. The system relayed this information in a manner that was quite pleasing to Ke Wen's ears. Please exchange 10 locust cans, 10 octopus cans, and 9 hawk cans. Understood, commencing exchange. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of white light illuminated his desk, and 30 mechanical cans began to bounce eagerly, awaiting Ke Wen's commands. You lot, pair up and patrol the city. Identify locations harboring wrongdoers. One of you must keep watch while the other returns to report. The little creatures nodded in agreement. And soon the hawk, accompanied by the octopus, soared into the sky, while the locusts split into 5 groups, hopping off in various directions. After completing this task, Ke Wen prepared to head to school. At noon, in the school cafeteria, Ke Wen sat alone by the window, enjoying his lunch. Although he had taken over this body, he had no intention of completely replacing its life. He would still participate in the basketball team, but in terms of dining and socializing, he had severed all ties. At school, he found no significance in idle chatter. After classes, he relished solitude, preferring to walk alone and even eat in peace. Hey, is anyone here? May we sit here? As Ke Wen focused on his plate of braised pork knuckle, he glanced up at Carla and Emil, who stood before him with their trays. There asked someone, me, he mumbled, returning his attention to the pork knuckle. In such an empty space, the question of whether anyone was present seemed absurd. If they wished to sit, they were free to do so without hindrance. Did Kryptonians arrive on Earth with a buff that dulled their intellect? Ke Wen was baffled by Carla's seemingly foolish inquiry, continuing to gnaw on his dish in silence. Carla, perplexed by Ke Wen's disjointed response, was uncertain whether to sit down. Emil, however, took charge and pulled Carla into a seat beside Ke Wen. The two sisters did not eat, but instead watched Ke Wen devour the pork knuckle with enthusiasm. Even when faced with the absurdity of being forcibly transported across realms, he remained unfazed by the scrutiny of 2 young women. It was a jest. Not only could I indulge, but I relished every morsel. Kara observed Ke Wen with admiration as he devoured even the sinewy remnants between the bones with such finesse, leaving no trace behind. Why must we remain here? Kara questioned her sister Emil, perplexed. If you prefer to sit with those boys who fawn over you, I could easily occupy this space alone. Forget it then. Every girl enjoys the pursuit of admirers. It signifies a sense of popularity. Yet there are appropriate moments for such attention. To encroach upon someone during a meal is rather excessive. Ke Wen, preferring solitude during his meals, was well known for this habit among his acquaintances, who naturally refrained from interrupting him. Thus, when Kara and Emil chose to sit at Ke Wen's table, many boys halted in their tracks. The freedom to pursue romance is indeed valid, yet it must be tempered by the choice of company and timing. Disturbing someone during their meal can only lead to discord. Besides, did they not notice Ke Wen's unmistakable indifference? I've finished. You may continue, Ke Wen remarked, licking his greasy fingers before turning away. Only then did the boys approach, gathering around the table where Kara and Emil were dining. Observing the throng of sycophants, Kara and Emil found themselves longing for the earlier, unrefined presence of Ke Wen. That night, after their parents had succumbed to slumber, Ke Wen stealthily descended from the 2nd floor and sprinted through the desolate streets. Perhaps the 8 hours of torment in the mental training chamber had enhanced his speed, for he felt swifter than before, his stamina markedly improved. Following the guidance of the Taka drone overhead, Ke Wen identified his target for the evening within a warehouse. This establishment, once the property of a now-defunct Hellfire gang, had swiftly changed hands to rival factions following their disbandment. Currently, it was under the control of the deranged Abik of the North District, utilized for the storage and trade of illicit goods. Ke Wen had already donned his death mask attire and ethereal mask en route, prepared for any eventuality. Shaktaka, what's the situation inside? The Taka drone in Ke Wen's grasp projected an image relayed by the observing octopus drone, revealing 5 automatic rifles, several handguns, and 15 guards. This formidable presence prompted Ke Wen to reconsider his initial plan of charging and wearing the death mask. While it offered ballistic protection, certain vulnerabilities remained, such as the nape of his neck, until his reflexes reached a state akin to bullet time, or his haki could envelop his entire being. It was prudent to exercise caution. Who said a main character couldn't transform at the outset? I certainly can. murmuring the incantation for transformation. The blue G3 armor enveloped him completely, and Ke Wen lunged boldly toward the warehouse entrance. The guard responsible for vigilance swiftly detected Ke Wen charging towards the warehouse. The sight of his blue armor caused a moment of trepidation for the two men, as they had heard tales of the Hellfire Gang's dealings being thwarted by a figure clad in blue armor on 2 occasions, armed with automatic rifles. They opened fire at once. However, Ke Wen's blue G3 armor transformed into a deep black, rendering their bullets ineffective. Sparks erupted from Ke Wen's chest, but he remained unfazed, undeterred by their feeble attempts to halt his advance. In mere seconds, he closed the distance, standing before the 2 guards. With a swift motion, he seized their collars and hurled them to the ground. The sound of breaking bones was swallowed by the cacophony of gunfire during that fateful night. With a powerful kick, he smashed through the locked door. Inside, those who heard the commotion had already found their hiding spots and began firing at Ke Wen as he approached. It was at this moment that his observation haki proved invaluable, allowing him to foresee the trajectory of the incoming bullets. Although he could not evade every shot, he remained unimpeded by the powerful recoil, propelling himself towards the nearest adversary. One punch followed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The weapon in the assailant's hands was reduced to splinters as he collapsed to the ground. 1 down, 14 to go, Ke Wen silently counted, moving towards the next foe. The seemingly cumbersome G3 armor did not hinder his speed, and with another swift maneuver, the second opponent fell like his predecessor. The sight of their fallen comrades instilled fear in the remaining guards. They gazed at Ke Wen's armored fists, dreading the thought of being struck by such iron fists, particularly as they recalled the concave chest of their fallen companion. What could possibly be more important than their lives? Overcome with dread, they contemplated fleeing. At that moment, the concealed octopus sprang into action, releasing a jet of ink towards those attempting to escape. Blinded, they could only fire wildly, and several unfortunate souls stumbled and tumbled from the upper floor, rendering Ke Wen's intervention unnecessary. The skirmish concluded within 10 minutes. None of the guards escaped. All were subdued by Ke Wen. He retrieved one of their mobile phones and dialed the police before departing. 15 minutes later, the arriving officers were met with a warehouse filled with contraband and a group of unfortunate individuals sprawled on the floor. "What the hell?" exclaimed Dick and Claire, leading the team as they surveyed the chaotic scene. "Hey, who attacked you?" Dick demanded, gripping one of the semi-conscious individuals. "A knight in blue armor," the man stammered. Upon hearing this simple account, Dick was momentarily taken aback, loosening his grip. The already injured man, who had broken his leg, succumbed to the pain of shattered bones once more, losing consciousness altogether. Chapter 15. The misguided youth thanks to Kevin's prompt alert to the authorities. The police swiftly tidied up the remaining loose ends. With both witnesses and physical evidence in abundance, and a group of individuals with prior offenses, the procedure was straightforward: detainment, sentencing, and then off to serve their time. A simple, clear-cut affair. Yet, for Dick, who bore another identity, his curiosity was piqued by the enigma of the masked knight clad in blue armor, a figure seemingly lifted from the annals of gang lore. His style bore a striking resemblance to that of his mentor, and yet he remained elusive, existing only in the accounts of those who had encountered him. The methods employed, though somewhat immature, left the criminals relatively unscathed. The worst injury reported was a few broken ribs, hardly a significant consequence. Dick was well aware of his mentor's sordid history. Though professing a non-lethal approach, the reality was stark. Many who had crossed paths with his mentor were far from leading normal lives. Physically, they bore scars, and psychologically, they were even worse off. Arkham Asylum was nearly filled to capacity with his mentor's fans, and still, there were numerous others awaiting his attention. "Hey, partner, what's on your mind?" Claire's voice broke through Dick's reverie, snapping him back to the present. "Nothing much, just pondering the existence of the figure we keep discussing," Dick admitted, unashamedly sharing his thoughts. "Do you think they VE conjured him up from thin air?" Claire raised an eyebrow, incredulous at her partner's line of reasoning. "No, I'm simply contemplating the motivations behind his actions against these criminals. His methods lack coherence." "What?" Claire was momentarily taken aback. To her, these masked heroes were all cut from the same cloth, acting recklessly without regard for consequences. As long as they identified a villain, they charged in without hesitation. Thieves and murderers were one thing, But the intricate web of interests behind organized crime was another. Eliminating one would merely pave the way for another to arise. The villains were inexhaustible. Now, Dick was asserting that superheroes operated with logic, which left her perplexed. I understand your thoughts. How could these masked individuals possibly strategize against wrongdoers? Yet, the questions we ponder are not exclusive to us. Why assume they are any less intelligent? Before they engage with the target, they must familiarize themselves with that individual's social connections. In this age of advanced information, such understanding is far from unattainable. Yet, look at the figure they describe. He disrupted the Hellfire Gang's operations twice and then ceased action, only to confront Mad Dog Obik as if he were merely wandering aimlessly, striking down whoever crossed his path. That sounds rather intriguing, Dick. It's almost as if you are that knight in blue armor yourself, Claire jested. Huh. I'm merely engaging in perspective-taking. You ought to be aware of my credentials. I possess a psychological profiling certification. I know, but I'm genuinely curious as to who imparted such knowledge to you, Dick. A figure I regarded as a father imparted to me wisdom regarding all of this. At this juncture, Dick's eyes glimmered with a sense of nostalgia. Was he a foster father? Had he passed away? No, he still thrived, living well. It was precisely because of him that I chose to come to this city. Why? Because I had become too much like him. As he spoke, Dick's expression grew increasingly complex, a blend of relief and regret. Claire sensed she had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive subject and, with discretion, refrained from further inquiry, departing instead. Dick, too, composed himself, seizing a ballpoint pen to sketch upon a blank A4 sheet. He gathered testimonies from those within the Hellfire Gang who had been attacked by Ke Wen, as well as those who had recently suffered similar fates. Reorganizing their words, it wasn't long before an image emerged on the A4 paper, depicting a figure clad in blue armor, whose body bore striking resemblance to Ke Wen's G3 armor. However, when it came to the facial features, Dick found himself at a loss. Gazing at the image, conspicuously devoid of facial armor, he murmured, "Who are you, newcomer?" Night enveloped Gotham Port, a vital economic trade hub in the United States, perpetually in a state of operation. Within this port, billions in lawful transactions transpired annually, while clandestine dealings, reaching trillions, unfolded in the shadows. As the guardian preventing this city from descending into utter depravity, Batman was a frequent visitor to Gotham Port, in a city that seldom basked in sunlight. The skies above Gotham were perpetually shrouded in gloom. Near the port, a flash of lightning rent the night sky, illuminating two figures, one large and one small, perched on the gargoyle-adorned ledge of a building. Their capes billowed dramatically in the wind as they observed a truck emerging from Gotham Port. Silently, the duo prepared to launch grappling hooks towards another building, trailing the departing truck. "Look, what has our Kova brought us?" one remarked. "Wow, quite the cargo." The truck halted before an abandoned apartment complex, where two burly men skillfully swung open the truck's doors, glanced inside, then promptly closed them, directing remarks toward Kova in the driver's seat. "Be cautious. This may be our last shipment. I've heard that Middle has fallen. Until he reveals the supply channels and the next buyer, you'd best conserve what you have." Kova, familiar with the guard's temperament, offered this caution. I know. We'll be careful. A couple 1T hurt, right?" The guard replied with a broad grin. "Let us hope it's just a couple. If it's more, I could pretend not to see. But as for Mr. Cobblepot, you'll have to explain that to him yourselves." Kova knew he couldn't intimidate them. Invoking the name of Cobblepot, the gang leader, the guard, aware of Cobblepot's temperament, understood the necessity of moderation and merely nodded in acknowledgement before summoning his subordinates to assist in moving the truck inside. Meanwhile, Kova departed in another waiting vehicle, driving off into the night. "All right, my friends, let us exercise restraint for the time being. Refrain from disturbing this shipment. If your patience wanes, come to me for funds to seek assistance elsewhere." The guard, aware of the significance of this cargo, reminded his subordinates, who were busy preparing for unloading and inspection. As the cargo bay doors swung open, the true nature of the shipment was revealed. Young girls of various ethnicities, bound hand and foot, their garments tattered, the air thick with the stench of excrement. These should have been vibrant blossoms of youth, now gazing with terror at the approaching villains. These scoundrels dared to treat human lives as mere commodities for trade, even to satiate their base desires. As 5 figures approached, the bound girls found themselves powerless to resist. Days of starvation had sapped their strength, and merely remaining conscious was a challenge. Realizing the impending horror, they erupted in screams. Be swift. Those who are ill, bring them forth for Jack to attend. The rest, confine them to the cellar. Ensure they are not deprived of sustenance. The two guards overseeing the operation instructed, their brows furrowed in concern. At that moment, the lights dimmed, and an unseen force slammed the door shut. The 5 figures within the cargo hold were seized by invisible hands, thrusting them out into the night, the cargo door sealing behind them. A chilling cacophony of screams and the sound of bones snapping followed. When the lights flickered back on, the guards and their subordinates lay incapacitated, their limbs grotesquely contorted. The assailant revealed himself, clad in black armor, his bat-shaped cowl denoting his identity, the Dark Knight of Gotham, the mind of the Justice League, Batman. Beside him stood a smaller figure in a red and black tactical suit, a cape attached to the hood, a katana slung across his back. The arm bracers mirrored Batman's, and the letter emblazoned on his chest identified him as Robin. Even if we incarcerate these miscreants, such atrocities will persist, Robin remarked, devoid of reverence as he addressed Batman while surveying the sealed cargo hold. Let Gordon handle it, Batman replied, delegating the ensuing matters without further comment. Perhaps we should apprehend that middleman, compel him to divulge his suppliers and distribution channels. However, I've heard he has already been dealt with. I'm uncertain if he can withstand the pressure. Just focus on your duties. I shall manage the rest, Batman instructed. Why? I can resolve this, as you said, without firearms. Without killing, Robin shouted in defiance. Because I said otherwise. Your role is to assist me, not to make unilateral decisions, Batman firmly stated. Upon concluding his words, Batman pressed a button on his versatile utility belt, and the Batmobile, concealed in the shadows, surged forth, halting before him. He leaped into the driver's seat and cast a sidelong glance at Robin, who stood there with crossed arms, visibly displeased. The cold indifference of Batman's demeanor stirred significant agitation within Robin's countenance. Nevertheless, he dutifully took his place in the passenger seat. With a burst of exhaust, the Batmobile tore down the street, creating a tempestuous wind as it departed. Inside the vehicle, Robin observed Batman's silent grip on the steering wheel. Allow me to drive. No, I can drive. No. Chapter 16. How to Handle a Mischievous Child. The Batmobile raced swiftly, and following their brief exchange, it had already traversed the outskirts of Gotham, heading towards a secluded hillside near Wayne Manor, which had been acquired on the outskirts. As the Batmobile approached, an artificially crafted lake parted to either side, and with a sudden surge of speed propelled by the exhaust, the Batmobile gracefully arced through the air, landing steadily on the ascending platform. As the platform lowered the Batmobile, the lake, which had separated, seamlessly converged once more, its volume unchanged. In the depths of the underground Batcave, Alfred Pennyworth, the devoted butler who had served the Wayne family for 3 generations, awaited his master, dressed in his casual attire. Good evening, Master Wayne, Master Damian. It appears your tasks have been accomplished satisfactorily. As one who had watched Bruce Wayne grow, he could discern the underlying tension between Bruce and Damian merely by the atmosphere. Thank you, Alfred. Accepting the towel Alfred offered, Bruce Wayne, the Batman, removed his mask and proceeded directly to his Batcomputer, where numerous matters awaited his attention. In contrast, Damian, having shed his uniform, made his way towards the training room. It was only 2 in the morning, and there was ample time left. There was no reason to retire so early. Alfred, please take Damian to rest. I do not require rest. Damian shouted at Bruce. You have school tomorrow. What can those teachers possibly teach me? Discipline, self-restraint, respect. The flat, emotionless response rendered Damian speechless, while Alfred, responding to Bruce's command, positioned himself behind Damian, ready to escort him upstairs. Damian shot a disdainful glance at Alfred and followed him up to the ground level of Wayne Manor. He felt entitled to raise his voice at Bruce Wayne, for from the moment of his birth, Bruce had never fulfilled any paternal responsibilities. Thus, upon being presented to Bruce, the latter's apathetic demeanor further fueled Damian's contempt for the man who should, biologically and ethically, be regarded as his father. Even though he was hailed by his mother and grandfather as the most intelligent and formidable human being in the world. However, when it came to Alfred, the elderly gentleman who cared for him as a grandson, Damian found himself unable to act in defiance of his wishes. Alfred ascended with Damian, while Bruce remained seated before his computer, typing away as he entered the files of the abducted girls he had discovered, initiating a search. What precisely do you intend to do, Cobblepot? Pray, enlighten me, he murmured, resting his chin upon his hand, his gaze fixated on the retrieval process on the screen. As dawn broke, Alfred, the butler, approached Damien's room with a tray of breakfast prepared by the staff, gently rapping on the door. Master Damien, you should have descended for breakfast a quarter of an hour ago. Master Damien? After 2 unanswered knocks, a sense of foreboding gripped Alfred, prompting him to push the door open, revealing an empty bed. Feeling the cold sheets, he realized the gravity of the situation. Master Wayne, Master Damien has departed. I am aware. He has taken Robin's costume with him. Still clad in his battle attire, Bruce gazed at the glass case that should have housed the Robin uniform, now conspicuously vacant. Where could he have gone? To Naxino City. He intends to confront the mastermind behind this turmoil. Bruce understood his estranged son all too well, and he knew he must intervene to prevent Damien from pursuing this reckless course of action. Alfred, cancel today's board meeting. I must travel to Naxino City. Perhaps I should contact Master Dick. What did you say? Bruce, still in his combat gear, was halted in his tracks by Alfred's remark as he prepared to board the Batplane for Naxino City. Master Dick was your first Robin, and as someone who has undergone your training, he may share common ground with Master Damien. You do not comprehend how perilous Damien is, Alfred. Yet you remain oblivious to what it means to be a true father, Master Wayne. You perceive only the danger that Master Damien embodies. Yet you fail to consider why he acts in such a manner. Sometimes, a simple conversation between parent and child suffices. Perhaps you might consider trying that, Master Wayne. Alfred's words, laden with wisdom, prompted Bruce to reflect. The simplicity of his statement caused Bruce, who intended to board the Batplane, to hesitate. Observing Bruce's uncertainty, Alfred took decisive action. I shall contact Master Dick right away, and you must attend today's board meeting. Do not forget how your current resources are sustained, Master Wayne. With that, Alfred walked away nonchalantly, leaving Bruce to contemplate for a few seconds before ascending to Wayne Manor. He donned a suit, adjusted his demeanor, and drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom toward Wayne Tower in the city center. In Naxino City, as Dick perused the case files, his pocket vibrated. Spotting the familiar name on the screen, he hurried to a secluded spot to answer the call. Yes, Alfred. Upon answering the phone, Dick listened intently as Alfred recounted the intricate details of the situation. With a furrowed brow, Dick finally responded, I will handle it, Alfred. Rest assured, I shall ensure that young man returns obediently. After concluding the call, Dick muttered a curse under his breath, realizing he could not escape the shadow of Batman, even in a different city. Damn Batman, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. That night, in the bustling city of New York, Armored Ke Wen was in pursuit of a speeding car careening recklessly down the street. The circumstances leading to this predicament were rooted in his own oversight. Believing he had ample time granted by the system, he thought it sufficient to complete his task within the designated time frame, as the little drones would patrol the city daily to assist with locating targets. On this particular evening, after sufficient rest, Ke Wen, following Taka's lead, prepared to confront the adversary of the night. Accustomed to charging and clad in his G3 armor, he failed to notice that amongst his foes was a super-powered individual. Though merely possessing enhanced strength, this unexpected challenge caught Ke Wen off guard, resulting in a swift kick that sent him crashing into a wall. By the time he extricated himself, the assailant had already fled in the vehicle. From a systems perspective, the mission remained incomplete as long as not all adversaries were subdued. Thus, Ke Wen had no choice but to rely on Taka's aerial maneuverability while he sprinted on the ground in pursuit of the frenzied car. Just as he was closing in on the vehicle, a tire on a bridge ahead exploded, causing the car to lose balance and somersault multiple times before coming to a halt. Observing the wreckage that was once a car, Ke Wen felt a pang of sympathy for its unfortunate occupants. Their luck had surely run out. As Ke Wen prepared to approach and ascertain the fates of the ill-fated individuals within the vehicle, a batarang embedded itself in front of him, and a figure, slightly taller than Ke Wen, descended from above, landing atop the car. So, you're the newcomer in this city. You don't appear to be much of a threat, the figure remarked. Damien, still in the throes of adolescence, spoke with a voice that was youthful yet slightly raspy, his haughty demeanor emanating an unmistakable air of teenage bravado. Robin? You should be in Gotham, Ke Wen remarked, recognizing the garb of the figure illuminated by the streetlight. He knew immediately who this was, though he was uncertain which iteration of Robin he was encountering. Everyone experiences their share of youthful exuberance, He himself once aspired to emulate the protagonists of his favorite animated shows. Who could say which Robin this was? You know about me? Damien's expression brightened upon hearing Ke Wen reference his identity in Gotham. He had always assumed his renown was confined to that city, often regarded merely as Batman's sidekick. However, as one groomed from a young age to be the heir of the League of Assassins, he possesses an extensive array of skills and has taken many lives. It is merely that he has tempered his demeanor under the influence of Batman. Yet regardless of his formidable capabilities, he remains a mere 15-year-old boy, yearning for acknowledgement. When he heard Ke Wen audaciously utter his code name, Damien felt a surge of joy, and his attitude towards this newcomer softened somewhat. Indeed, to Damien, Ke Wen was simply a novice. Well, I am not entirely isolated from the world. I have access to television and the internet, so learning about you is not particularly challenging. Ke Wen's voice resonated through his mask. Although his reasoning was sound, Robin's expression darkened upon realizing that his notoriety was not due to Ke Wen's initiative, but rather a consequence of his fame. Ke Wen was perplexed as to why Robin posed such a question. It was slightly awkward that the target he intended to capture had been intercepted by Robin, yet for the sake of his mission's progress, he could not allow this unfortunate individual to escape. He approached slowly and inquired, "While I appreciate your assistance in apprehending this individual, may I hand him over to the police?" "Absolutely not. I have further use for him. Besides, it was not that you captured him. It was merely that you failed, and I took over," Damien corrected him. "Well, I could hand him over to the police first, and then you could take him for interrogation, could I not?" Ke Wen hesitated for a moment, realizing that this child was rather stubborn, unable to grasp the obvious point that he was nearly caught up. Had it not been for that infuriating batarang drawing attention, Ke Wen would have undoubtedly been the one to reach him first. "This is quite troublesome. I detest complications. Is there no room for negotiation?" "None whatsoever." "Oh, then I wish you good luck," Ke Wen replied dismissively, turning to leave, leaving Damien momentarily bewildered as he had initially planned to assert himself. This was far too easy for Ke Wen. "Hey, turn around. If you do, I will comply." This individual had nothing to do with Damien's original intentions. He was simply a Robin who had managed to escape Gotham and had traveled a considerable distance to New Sinnoh City, only to be tempted by a fellow operative. However, Damien's pride was significant, and a simple quip from Ke Wen irked him immensely, prompting him to retort. He had not anticipated Ke Wen's nonchalant demeanor. "You refuse? Then farewell. I shall find another unfortunate soul." This left Damien at a loss for words, observing Ke Wen's leisurely retreat, his frustration mounting. Unable to contain himself, he hurled a short stick from his belt towards the back of Ke Wen's neck. With keen perception, Ke Wen deftly tilted his head to evade the projectile, which struck the nearby lamppost, leaving a crack in its surface. Only then did Ke Wen turn to face Damien. "What was that force? Are you attempting to kill someone with such intensity?" "What of it? You are clad in armor," Damien retorted with displeasure. "Does that justify the excessive force? Has Batman not properly instructed you?" "Do not involve Batman in this," Damien exclaimed, incensed by the apparent disrespect towards his father in Ke Wen's tone. "I can criticize my old man, but others cannot. Thus, it seems that Batman has imparted his teachings well, yet you have not diligently absorbed them. It appears that Batman's educational efforts may require enhancement, as this little bird of yours exhibits a lack of obedience. Do you wish to engage in a confrontation, newcomer?" Damien's demeanor grew fierce. Even if he had erred, it was unwarranted for Ke Wen to speak in such a manner. "I am no mere novice. You shall refer to me as Kamen Rider," he retorted, dismissive of the situation. With that, Damien's hands flickered, unleashing a flurry of bat-shaped shurikens that soared through the air at an untraceable speed. Ke Wen activated his observation ability, anticipating the attack, but was unprepared for the shurikens to alter their trajectory mid-flight. Caught in a moment of transition, Ke Wen endeavored to evade, but was still marked by 2 deep scratches on his armor, despite the G3 armor, which had withstood bullets without a trace. It had succumbed to the human throw of Damien's shurikens. Ke Wen's temper flared. He had approached the conversation amicably, yet was met with aggression, and now he found himself on the receiving end of criticism. "Is there any sense in this? Just because you have Batman backing you, you think you can act without consequence? I have my own system." Even the usually serene Ke Wen could not suppress his anger. After dodging Damien's shuriken assault, he charged forward recklessly, embodying the very essence of the G3 armor. However, the damage inflicted by the shurikens revealed to Damien that this armored newcomer was far from inept. His ability to execute precise, evasive maneuvers in such cumbersome attire spoke volumes. Thus, Damien opted against a direct confrontation, performing an aerial roll to evade Ke Wen's outstretched hand, which left an imprint on the vehicle's roof. Ke Wen pursued relentlessly, the weight of the G3 armor presenting no hindrance to him, although its bulk did affect his agility. As Damien landed and drew the long blade from his back, he swiftly pivoted to strike at Ke Wen. System Lake Toya, he silently invoked, summoning a high-quality replica of Lake Toya from his system's space into his grasp. In Damien's astonished gaze, Ke Wen faced him, brandishing a wooden sword that materialized from thin air, transforming from its natural hue to a deep black. The clash of wood against steel resonated, producing a sound akin to the collision of iron. This peculiar occurrence astounded Damien. While the long blade was not an indestructible artifact, it should not have been unable to sever even a wooden sword, which defied logic. Naturally, Damien began to associate this phenomenon with the peculiar black substance that enveloped the wooden sword, leading him to speculate that Ke Wen's weapon was a form of advanced military technology not available on the market. The blades of the two combatants swiftly separated, and they engaged in a fierce exchange. As a trained member of the Assassin's League, Damien was adept in the art of weaponry, particularly in the use of blades. On the other hand, Ke Wen specialized in swordsmanship. Though not at a master level, he possessed a competent grasp of the fundamentals. If the situation grew dire, he could rely on his G3 armor for protection. As for why he had chosen to specialize in swordsmanship while wielding a knife, Ke Wen opted not to divulge. He could hardly explain that after expressing his grievances about the system while at Lake Toya, the petulant system had promptly replaced all his swordsmanship skills. By the time Ke Wen was ready to utilize his swordsmanship abilities, the content had transformed into a treatise on various methods for swiftly dispatching enemies, categorized into vigorous slashing, rapid cutting, and meticulous slicing. Ke Wen found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the system's peculiar sense of humor. Fortunately, he still possessed a high-quality imitation of the Lake Toya knife. Although his swordsmanship specialization had morphed into a cutting expertise, it mattered little to Ke Wen. He was simply pleased to hold his own against Damien. Damien was equally surprised by Ke Wen's tenacity. The peculiar wooden blade he wielded, coupled with his robust armor and inexplicable biological abilities, made Ke Wen a particularly vexing opponent. This was precisely the type of adversary Damien detested, as he found it impossible to comprehend him. Moreover, Ke Wen was nearly on par with him in terms of blade work and combat skills. With Damien feeding him techniques, Ke Wen began to genuinely master his cutting and combat expertise. Facing a formidable opponent like Damien was a far cry from battling mere minions. The DC series heroes were formidable in their own right, each capable of contending with the elite. Enough. Just as Ke Wen and Damien were locked in an intense struggle, Nightwing descended from the building above, his retractable staff landing between them. With a swift flick, he propelled both Damien and Ke Wen away. As Nightwing landed, he glanced at Ke Wen, who had ceased his assault, and noticed Damien preparing to advance once more. He approached Damien and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Is this not enough commotion for you, Robin? Who the hell are you?" Ke Wen blurted out, bewildered. "My name is Nightwing, the first Robin." "Wait, what?" Ke Wen was stunned by the exchange between Nightwing and Damien. Before him stood a prominent figure, and based on the timeline, it was impossible for this to be the second Robin. The second Robin, during his tenure, had always heeded Batman's words, and considering the minimal age difference, he could not possibly still be Robin. It also could not be the third Robin, who was a truly well-behaved individual with a commendable disposition. Upon careful consideration, Ke Wen deduced that the Robin he was facing was indeed the troublesome fourth, Damian Wayne, the impetuous child who incessantly claimed he would inherit his father's legacy. This was a significant predicament indeed. As he observed the ongoing debate between the two, Ke Wen's mind was consumed by this singular realization. Chapter 18. Fighting is not my thing. Ah, how delightful Ke Wen had a fair understanding of these two renowned heroes within the DC universe. Yet he was taken aback to find that the illustrious Nightwing would appear in his own city of Blahaven, accompanied by an emerging Supergirl. Contemplating whether he should simply find a place to sit back and await his fate, Ke Wen decided that attending to tasks was secondary. Indulging in life's pleasures was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Nightwing, Dick Grayson, was engaged in a conversation about education with the impudent Damien. "So, you're the one who chose to leave, Dick Grayson?" Damien remarked, arms crossed and laced with disdain. Upon hearing his name, so casually revealed, Dick furrowed his brow. Although Alfred had warned him over the phone that Batman's biological son could be quite unruly, prompting Dick to jest about Batman and remind himself to exercise caution, he found himself caught off guard when faced with the reality. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Bruce, yet in every other aspect, he left much to be desired. I believe we need to discuss the importance of maintaining our identities while on duty, Dick said, glancing back at Ke Wen, who was not far off. I don't think I require your guidance, coward, Damien retorted, swatting Dick's hand away and attempting to bypass him. As for the unfortunate soul lying in the sedan, Damien had no intention of intervening, leaving it to Ke Wen, the rookie Kamen Rider, to handle the situation. Grabbing Damien's shoulder once more, Dick expressed his irritation. We need to have a serious talk, Robin. Very well. Let us talk, Damien replied with a smirk, executing a side kick towards Dick. Dick evaded, swinging his staff at Damien, who retaliated with his own blade. Ke Wen stood by, exhilarated as the two heroes exchanged blows before him. Hey, they're actually fighting. This is so thrilling. Wow, that kid is ruthless. He nearly got him there. Watching the authentic display of heroics unfold before him, Ke Wen felt a greater thrill than any cinematic experience could offer, momentarily forgetting that his system had indicated a completion progress of 23% on his task. With just one more criminal organization needed to fulfill the minimum requirements for his Rising Fame mission. It seemed the system had already recognized Dick's concealed identity as a police officer as a completed task for Ke Wen. However, all his attention was captivated by the rare spectacle of Nightwing overpowering Robin. After several minutes of combat, Damien, caught off guard, found himself bound in a most humiliating manner to a lamppost by Dick's rope, having paid the price of a dozen cuts inflicted by Damien. Hey, Alfred, it's me. Dick. Yes, I found the kid. I gave him a lesson. He seems to have taken it to heart, but I'll need a few days before I send him back. I hope that's all right. Leaning against the roadside, Dick retrieved a mobile phone from an unknown pocket and dialed Alfred, who was far away in Gotham. After glancing at Damien, who was still struggling on the lamppost, Dick ended the call and approached the amused Ke Wen, who was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Finished? Not going to continue? This is rather unsatisfying. Ke Wen's rhetorical question left Dick feeling somewhat vexed. So, you regard our brawl as mere entertainment? Is such recklessness truly necessary? Suppressing his annoyance, Dick finally clarified to Ke Wen. I'm Nightwing. As for my identity, I trust you have already heard enough. If possible, could you accompany me to a discussion? Where to? My headquarters. Oh no. With that single response, Ke Wen abruptly concluded the conversation, nearly provoking Dick into a fit of rage. It became clear to him why Damien had engaged Ke Wen in a fight. The latter's knack for infuriating remarks could drive anyone to violence. Task triggered. Invitation from a humanoid self-propelled cannon. Assist Nightwing and Robin in completing a pursuit mission. Task reward: 30,000 points and 1 E-Class original version training card. Unlimited usage duration. Additionally, it is noted that side missions can be undertaken concurrently with the Rising Fame mission. Just as Ke Wen was about to depart, the system sent him a reminder. Halting his steps, he anticipated the system would throw him a curveball at this moment, but had not expected it to occur so soon, compelling him to reconsider his earlier words. Forgetting the unlimited training card for the moment, the 30,000 points alone were worth pursuing. He was in desperate need of points. Unlocking the capabilities of his elder brother and his second brother required an astonishing 100 million points. How long would it take him to accumulate that amount? Based on the system's task announcements, it seemed that significant events would yield the most points. However, given his current level, surviving such events was uncertain. He might very well meet his end in the process. Thus, with determination, Ke Wen turned back and approached Dick once more. I don't know where else to go. I'm a newcomer, a Kamen Rider, so please take care of me. The sudden shift from aloofness to humility in Ke Wen's demeanor almost compelled Dick to restrain his impulse to act. Upon hearing Ke Wen's title, he chuckled. Kamen Rider? Where's your horse? Your motorcycle? So you're Nightwing. Do you actually have wings? Dick fell silent. It was evident that conversation would not flow smoothly today. After being subjected to the system's sharp tongue, Ke Wen's ability to mock had sharpened, and he had adopted the system's style of concluding discussions with a single remark. Follow me. After a moment of silence, Dick finally spoke, leaping onto the lamppost. He did not bother unlocking Damien, but instead hoisted him over his shoulder and made his way toward a nearby alley where his motorcycle awaited. As Ke Wen prepared to follow, The system's usage limit alert echoed in his mind, causing the G3 armor enveloping him to gradually become transparent and vanish, revealing Ke Wen clad in his Death Battler attire with a faux phasing mask. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets yourself. Do you require my assistance for a ride? Observing the armored figure of Ke Wen, who bore an additional layer of disguise, Dick silently commended his dual insurance strategy. However, he was perplexed as to how Ke Wen managed to fight in armor while wearing a mask. Ke Wen admitted he was unsure himself, asserting that he felt no discomfort in his armor, even while wearing 2 layers. No need. I run swiftly and can keep up, Ke Wen replied, attempting to mask his embarrassment at being suddenly unarmored, though he was uncertain if he could truly maintain the pace. Oh, then let us see if he can keep up, Dick replied, no longer insisting. With Damien secured, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle, a marvel of Wayne's advanced technology, shot forward like an arrow. Ke Wen had no choice but to muster his resolve and follow suit. Remarkably, perhaps due to the effects of the E-Class repair card he had recently utilized, he found himself trailing Nightwing's motorcycle with minimal distance between them, feeling surprisingly unexhausted. This astonished Ke Wen. Since acquiring the show-enhanced physique, he had never felt particularly powerful. His speed had only reached the level of a top sprinter, clocking 100 meters in 7 seconds. As for his strength, he merely felt comfortable in the heavily weighted G3 armor, capable of delivering tremendous damage. Most of the time, he had only engaged in minor skirmishes in his human form, without showcasing much of his potential. However, now, as the transformation time for his G3 armor approached, he astonishingly maintained a speed of 7 seconds per 100 meters in his human state for 5 minutes without any sign of fatigue. This bewildered him, and he even believed he could push himself further and ponder other endeavors. System, could you provide an explanation? I'm a bit confused, he mused. It's quite simple. Host, the advantages of your modified physique have yet to be fully realized. With the show enhancement, one can deliver a punch with a force exceeding a ton. Yet, you insist on donning armor or resorting to ambush tactics, which is quite embarrassing. Modified beings are still human. They are not impervious to bullets. Armor is merely for protection against such threats. Ke Wen protested internally. How timid can you be, host? Believe it or not, if you were to unlock the golden fruit for me right now, I would dare to confront Darkseid, he replied. Oh, host, please watch the road. A sharp turn lies ahead. The system's reminder snapped Ke Wen back to reality as he leapt powerfully, clearing a truck that had unexpectedly emerged from the intersection. Dick, observing through the rearview mirror, nodded approvingly. At least for now, Hansen's performance was commendable. The motorcycle eventually halted at a warehouse owned by Wayne Enterprises, which had become Dick's private property. Many of his gear repairs and creations took place there. After parking the motorcycle and hoisting Damien, Dick gestured for Ke Wen to follow him upstairs. Ke Wen said nothing, merely shrugged and followed along, eager to hear what Dick had to say about this 30,000-point mission. Chapter 19. The task has been completed. The warehouse was vast, with the second floor having undergone renovations by Dick, incorporating both rest and training functionalities. He casually tossed Damien onto the sofa and retrieved a medical kit to tend to his own wounds. While treating his injuries, he glanced at Ke Wen, who was aimlessly wandering in his room. Removing his mask to reveal his true identity, he sauntered over and extended his hand. Allow me to introduce myself, Dick Grayson, NCPD. Ke Wen could not help but think sarcastically. Do all the heroes in the New 52 enjoy revealing their identities? In this iteration of the DC universe, superheroes seem to be quite familiar with each other as true selves. For instance, the 8 members of the Justice League were well aware that Batman was the financial backbone of the DC world, now spending his wealth without hesitation, a luxury afforded to them due to their financial constraints. Of course, after Aquaman Arthur joined the Justice League, Batman's status as the wealthiest had been somewhat diminished. For Aquaman was a man who ruled the 7 seas, possessing treasures far beyond the reach of Bruce Wayne's fortune. Ke Wen was taken aback that this penchant for self-introduction was not exclusive to the 8 heroes, but was now evident in Dick as well. After a moment of sarcasm, Ke Wen recognized that maintaining his silence regarding the forthcoming mission would be unwise, and thus he shed his final layer of disguise. The dark cloak and mask vanished in the thin air, revealing his true visage. Ke Wen, Mid-City High School. He succinctly stated his name and awaited Dick's instructions. Nodding to acknowledge Ke Wen's name, Dick approached the sofa and addressed Damien. I know what you want to do, and I will assist you. as I'm also involved in this case. However, you must follow my lead. Otherwise, Batman will come to retrieve you tonight. If you understand, nod your head. Damian, aware of his predicament and unable to protest, reluctantly nodded. Dick then untied the ropes, granting Damian the freedom to remove the cloth that had been gagging him. Casting an irritated glance at Dick, unfazed, Dick retrieved a file from the nearby bookshelf and presented it to both Damian and Ke Wen. It contained information on the Hellfire Club. I sent Midler to the ICU, but the Hellfire Club's operations have not ceased. There are still individuals using their name to facilitate the sale of stolen goods and even engaging in human trafficking. So, Dick continued, his voice laced with intensity. I aim to uncover their channels and apprehend those supplying them. That doesn't seem like a task that can be completed in just a few days. Moreover, I suspect your boss, Batman, wouldn't sit idly by regarding this matter. After all, anyone capable of supplying such a large number of individuals must have several formidable subordinates, or they wouldn't still be in this business. Ke Wen is not a fool. It is evident that this is the handiwork of a large-scale, multinational human trafficking syndicate. If there were no backing from the underworld or substantial strength behind it, they would have been eradicated long ago, and it is inconceivable that they could still thrive today. Given the establishment of the Justice League, Ke Wen leans towards the notion that there is indeed support from the underworld. However, this appears to be an exceedingly cumbersome task. How could the system possibly allocate only 30,000 points? Dick elucidated for Ke Wen, acknowledging the complexity of the task. With merely the three of us, it is an impossible feat. I am also aware that Batman intends to seek clues from Cobblepot. I do not aspire to dismantle the entire profit-driven organization, but at the very least, I wish to prevent such occurrences in Knox City. Ke Wen now understands why the system granted him only 30,000 points. In the current landscape of Knox City, dealing with these small fry should not be overly challenging. However, with Dick leading the charge, Ke Wen is content to remain in the background, sparing himself the mental exertion. Regarding Ke Wen, Dick has little concern. The guy seems amiable, and having chosen to become a superhero, he cannot simply turn a blind eye to the issues plaguing his city. His only apprehension lies with Damian, who is notoriously troublesome and prone to violence at the slightest provocation. One can only guess whether he will heed orders. Are you suggesting that I follow your commands? Do you know why I left Gotham? Damian interjected, arms crossed defiantly on the couch. Calm down, kiddo. You don't wish to return to Gotham just yet. Although Nightwing is here, he hasn't sent you back yet, has he? Consider this as a chance to have some fun for a couple of days while lending a hand. I believe Nightwing won't be as overbearing as Batman. Ke Wen quickly replied, adopting a conciliatory tone, contrasting sharply with his earlier combative stance with Damian. It's easier to communicate with a spirited child by going along with their whims. Indeed, upon hearing Ke Wen's words, the initially irate Damian began to cool down. The thought of returning to face Batman as punishment made him realize that staying in Knox City for a few more days might be preferable. After all, the length of his stay would not alter the punishment awaiting him. How did you manage to calm him down? Dick asked, surprised by how quickly Ke Wen had diffused Damian's agitation. Can't you tell? Everyone enjoys hearing kind words. It's quite simple, Ke Wen responded. Please, the two of you, refrain from whispering secrets in front of me. I'm not deaf, Damian interjected, though he secretly relished the compliments, though he couldn't quite fathom why. Well, it's not appropriate for you both to speak about it in my presence, he added. Got it. I'll be more mindful next time, Ke Wen chuckled. Damian had no retort, and the subsequent proceedings became considerably simpler. Given that Damian had nowhere to stay, he temporarily resided with Dick, while Ke Wen awaited Dick's signal. Although Ke Wen did not disclose his contact information to Dick, one would expect that with Dick's capabilities, failing to accomplish this would render his time beside Batman futile. So, what shall our next course of action be? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. In such a hurry? I must attend school. A compelling reason always finds an excuse for idleness. Yet Dick has not stooped so low as to prevent a student prepared for class from attending. He nodded, indicating that Corian could depart. Once Corian left, the previously pleasant atmosphere grew chilly. Although Corian advised Dick to be accommodating, he found it quite impossible to speak kindly to Damian, a task he believed even Batman would struggle with. Where shall I sleep? On the sofa? A doghouse? Absolutely not. A child's bed is best left unoccupied. What? Are they all abstract paintings? Chapter 20. The boss takes the lead. Wow. You are truly handsome. Is he your brother? At Dick's residence, The mischievous young Damien was being playfully manipulated by the capable and attractive Detective Claire, who was caressing his hair. Even though he was now a 15-year-old lad, to Claire, Damien's youthful visage and somewhat stubborn expression evoked a surge of maternal instincts, leaving Dick feeling rather awkward in the presence of this scene. He's my adoptive father's son, Dick awkwardly replied when Claire inquired about his blood relation to Damien. Yes, adorable. Damien, cradled in Claire's arms, turned to glance at the utterly indifferent Dick, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace, indicating that if Dick did not rescue him soon, he would take matters into his own hands and incapacitate Claire. Only then did Dick step forward, gently pushing Claire's arm aside. All right, Claire, what brings you here? Dick was also curious about why Claire had come see him, given that their acquaintance was not yet at that level of intimacy. I know you were involved in the Hellfire case. The commissioner asked me to inform you that investigations can proceed, arrests can be made, but only within the confines of New Gotham. Furthermore, I have been assigned to supervise you. By the way, Middleton will be transferred from intensive care tonight, and the commissioner has tasked you with a security detail to prevent Nightwing from causing any trouble. Claire explained her purpose for visiting, unaware that Dick was, in fact, Nightwing. To assign Dick to oversee Middleton was essentially leading Nightwing straight to him. Originally, Dick had contemplated how to stealthily enter the hospital to converse with Middleton, but now he could do so openly, requiring only a few smoke bombs to facilitate his entrance. So, this is your assignment for coming here? Indeed. Claire, still processing the situation, responded somewhat dazedly. Very well, you should head to the precinct first. I need to discuss matters with my brother. Until later. With that, Dick demonstrated the quintessential demeanor of a straightforward man, firmly ushering Claire out the door. Once the door closed behind her, she was left standing outside in a daze. It seems your father's assessment of you might be a tad exaggerated. Is this how you treat young ladies? Rude and thoughtless. Damien, seated on the sofa, offered his critique. That depends on the individual. I have never been fond of engaging in such trivialities with colleagues. Have you mentioned this to Barbara as well? Damien continued to expose Dick's past indiscretions. Stunned by Damien's revelations, Dick momentarily faltered, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seemed Alfred had divulged everything to him. He is a venerable elder, and he remembers all the events involving you lot with utmost clarity, even possessing photographs. Please convey my regards to Alfred upon your return. You must deliver that message yourself. I'm not accustomed to relaying messages for others. What shall we do next? Shall we involve that Kevin from last night? Indeed. I am currently retrieving information on him. We may need both of you to serve as a smokescreen tonight. Nodding thoughtfully, Dick proceeded to his room, emerging with a box emblazoned with the Wayne Technologies logo. After undergoing a triad of security checks, fingerprint, voice recognition, and retinal scan, the box finally unlocked, revealing yet another piece of Batman's advanced technology. Upon entering Kevin's name, Dick swiftly unearthed his basic personal details. Kevin's profiles were available on ubiquitous social media platforms, such as Facebook and YouTube. Using this foundational information, Dick promptly located Kevin's contact number and dialed it directly. During lunchtime, Kevin glanced at the incoming call from an unknown number. After some contemplation, he decided to answer. Who is this? Hello, Kevin. We have an operation tonight at 10 at the city hospital. Huh? Hello. Just as Kevin responded, the call was abruptly terminated. He stared at his phone, bemused by Dick's haste to enlist him for work. He had anticipated a few more days of respite. Though somewhat disgruntled, he acknowledged that the task must be fulfilled. This evening, he would follow Dick's lead. With a seasoned figure at the helm, he surmised that his burgeoning reputation could be bolstered, possibly even completing a side mission in one fell swoop. That evening, under the pretext of playing basketball, Kevin left home early, meandering his way to the city hospital. Before he could purchase a drink at a nearby convenience store, Dick suddenly emerged, yanking him into a nearby alley, where a fully suited Damien awaited. Hey, could you refrain from tugging at my clothes? They're quite expensive, Kevin protested, extricating himself from Dick's grasp. I meant to ask if you could don your uniform properly before arriving. Strutting around the hospital like this, are you oblivious to the surveillance cameras in the vicinity? Dick sighed in exasperation. This rookie seemed utterly oblivious to the rudimentary knowledge of being a superhero. Did he truly believe that surveillance was merely decorative? And what the cameras? I'm just an ordinary passerby. Why would you be scrutinizing the footage for someone resembling a superhero? Kevin retorted, equally incredulous. Besides, this is my uniform. ISNT it? Kevin felt slightly miffed. Did Dick consider him unprofessional? He was never meant to be a professional hero. Were it not for that insufferably proud system, he would likely be at home sleeping, living the life of a lazy couch potato. With a disgruntled remark, he thought to himself, and the deadbeat armor along with the G3 armor enveloped him. After being confronted by Ke Wen's one-click outfit change, Dick decided to refrain from further comment. It was no wonder that Ke Wen could roam so freely with such a feature at his disposal. Very well, say what you will. I have been assigned to monitor Midler's activities. The police department in Axino is only aware of my presence here. They are oblivious to you and Robin. Therefore, your task tonight is quite straightforward. Create a disturbance around the hospital. I have received word that Midler's subordinates intend to come and take him away, so you too must subdue them. Make as much noise as possible to attract the police's attention while I handle the interrogation of Midler. That sounds fine, but do you have any idea when those guys will arrive? We can't just stand on the rooftop all night waiting for them, one of them replied. Rest assured, they will not arrive any later than 11. Now prepare yourselves. Dick understood Ke Wen's concerns and offered him a dose of reassurance. After conveying these instructions, he exited the alley and went to a nearby convenience store to purchase some snacks to bring back to the hospital, using the excuse of fetching a late-night meal. It would be unreasonable to return empty-handed. Hey, what are you still doing there? Are you just going to wait here until they notice us? After Dick left, Damien observed Ke Wen sitting idly, prompting him to express his impatience. He then drew a grappling hook from his belt and aimed it at the rooftop of a nearby building. With a few agile leaps, he scaled to the rooftop, looking down at Ke Wen in a manner that seemed to challenge him to a race to the top. Meanwhile, Ke Wen merely removed his G3 armor, took out his phone, and connected the spider memory device to it. With a swift motion, he pulled Damien up to the rooftop effortlessly, showcasing his nonchalance. Watching Ke Wen's calm maneuvering while he reeled in his grappling hook, Damien resolved to request a redesign of his grappling hook from Batman upon his return. It felt unfairly advantageous. Chapter 21. Another wave of intruders on the rooftop. Ke Wen and Damien braved the night wind, awaiting Midler's subordinates to force their way into the hospital. Damien was at ease, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, while Ke Wen, lacking such patience, grew bored after a short while. He picked up his phone and scrolled through various apps, unsure what to engage with. Social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube held no allure for him. As for mobile games, Ke Wen had never been one to indulge in them. In a country known for its fast internet, he struggled to find any source of amusement on his device. Restlessly pacing the rooftop, he glanced at Damien, who was calmly maintaining his vigil. Ke Wen couldn't help but marvel at the Bat family's combat prowess. He could hardly sit still for 2 minutes, while Damien remained composed in meditation. This was the stark contrast between a novice and a seasoned expert. Is this your first time staking out to catch someone? Damien suddenly remarked, breaking the silence and catching Ke Wen off guard. Huh, could you repeat that? Ke Wen was taken aback. Was this mischievous child actually initiating a conversation with him? Is this your first time lurking to catch someone? Damien inquired once more. How did you combat these pests before? Well, Kevin responded, I would just wander aimlessly, confront them head-on, knock them down, and make a quick escape. Essentially, if I lacked certain gadgets from the 000 world like the Falcon, the Locust, or the Octopus, my crime-fighting strategy is rather straightforward. Charge at them if I encounter them, and if not, I simply return home to sleep. It's an astonishingly simplistic approach. This nonchalant attitude left Damien, who had undergone Batman's elite training, utterly perplexed. Isn't that a bit too laid back? Are you merely indulging in the experience of being a superhero? Given that, why not pursue it? Damien continued, I know of your background. Your father is quite the figure in Axino City. You've never truly faced life's hardships, meaning you needn't concern yourself with these messes and can still lead a good life. Who can argue with that? Kevin replied, just a month ago, I was ensnared in a world of isolation, caught in a monotonous routine, utterly comfortable. Who knows why I chose to stand out here in the harsh wind at this hour? It seemed Damien had struck a nerve as Kevin began to vent his frustrations, eager to unload the burdens he had been carrying since his unexpected arrival in this world. So, your abilities are not innate, but rather a result of some accident? Damien mused. It seems that your armor possesses a form of self-awareness, compelling you to engage in tasks you find distasteful, such as facing death. But I am curious, if this armor is bound to you, would it seek a new host should you meet an untimely demise? Damien, the son of Batman, had discerned much from Kevin's lamentations, even without the context of his time traveling or the system involved. The latter's speculation regarding the armor's potential to find another host struck a chord. igniting a spark of excitement in Damien's eyes that sent shivers down Kevin's spine. How could he have forgotten that this individual was the legitimate heir of the League of Assassins, possessing intellect that could easily outstrip his own? Just from a few remarks, Damien had pieced together Kevin's situation, leaving no room for doubt. Relax, rookie. I have no interest in such tedious experiments. Observing Kevin's sudden loss for words, Damien couldn't help but chuckle, relishing the moment. You can maintain distance if you wish, but was that really necessary? Kevin, now wary, kept a safe distance from Damien, thinking to himself, my life is paramount. Damien, slightly bemused by Kevin's cautious demeanor, remarked, seriously? You're going to take it this seriously? It's astounding that someone as timid as you has acquired superpowers. If Kevin could hear Damien's unspoken thoughts, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement. Are you serious? You can't be this timid, rookie, Damien said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I have always been timid. Without this armor, I would scarcely dare to step outside. Oftentimes, the stark truth can be suffocating, and Ke Wen's candid admission of his own timidity left Damien at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally articulated, I believe that each individual arrives in this world with a purpose. Just as you do, indeed, you may belittle yourself, deeming yourself worthless. Yet there are facets of brilliance within you, undiscovered even by yourself, that this armor has revealed. Listening to Damien's unexpected shift in discourse, Ke Wen felt somewhat bewildered. What had prompted this sudden bout of eloquence? Had every member of the Batman family mastered the art of verbal persuasion? You know, Ke Wen interjected, since the day of my birth, my mother has insisted that I was destined to be a leader. However, upon being sent to Batman, certain things became clouded. Perhaps I am not meant to be a leader, but a hero. This might explain the unexpected gift you possess. Spare me the melodrama, will you? I've graduated from that phase. Ke Wen retorted, let us focus on the matter at hand. It is nearly 11:30, and where are those minions of middle? Damien's philosophical musings needed to be curtailed swiftly to prevent him from swaying Ke Wen's thoughts. Glancing at his phone, Ke Wen recalled Dick's earlier assurance that troublemakers would arrive no later than 11. Yet, here they were, two solitary figures on a rooftop, while the streets below were eerily deserted, save for a convenience store still operating. Little did Dick realize that his informant's information was accurate. But the issue lay in the fact that the individuals seeking middle were no longer the original crew. In a nearby alley, several cars were parked, and a group donned in ghastly masks was busily scrubbing blood from the vehicles. Given the circumstances, it seemed the original occupants of those cars were likely in dire straits. Once they completed their grim task, a figure wearing a Frankenstein mask inspected his Uzi submachine gun, confirming that the ammunition was sufficient and in order before issuing commands to his comrades. Listen up, everyone, he declared from this moment forth. We are members of the Hellfire Gang, here to rescue our leader, Middle. Do you understand? I comprehend, boss, replied one of the men. But with this heavy artillery at our disposal, are we truly prepared to escalate matters to such a degree? It seems excessive for a leader we hardly know. Another subordinate voiced his hesitations. For them, brandishing firearms was merely part of the life they had chosen, yet risking their lives over a stranger like Middle felt exceedingly unwise. This is not Gotham, he reiterated. In Gotham, we could waltz into a hospital without a care, but in Ashino, the law enforcement is far more robust. Foolish boy, the masked leader retorted. While he may not be intimately acquainted with Middle, he controls a channel, one that has allowed him to thrive in Ashino. Do you think his quarter of the North District came without effort? He has earned it through service to others. Now that Middle has fallen, his financial backers are in search of a new spokesperson. Capturing Middle and seizing his channel signifies that we could ascend to the role of the next representative. If we succeed, we need not fear the magnitude of today's commotion. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Then let us prepare. Those officers will certainly be oblivious to the sheer number of us this time. Move swiftly. Perhaps we can return in time for the party. Oh! A chorus of eager underlings shouted in unison, then quickly hopped into the luxurious cars. The engines roared to life, and 6 gleaming silver vehicles illuminated the narrow alleyway with their headlights. The modified engines thundered like a tempest as they sped out of the alley, recklessly racing down the street. A few thrill-seekers even leaned out of the windows, firing shots into the sky. Such a ruckus naturally caught the attention of Kevin and Damien. As they observed the oncoming cavalcade barreling towards them, Kevin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was his first time witnessing such audacity outside of Gotham. Damian had always thought that street racing was a phenomenon exclusive to their city. I suppose these must be the troublemakers Nightwing mentioned, Kevin mused. But with this commotion, it seems we wouldn't even need to stir things up ourselves. Clad in armor, Kevin eyed the deranged gangsters with a hint of disdain. I beg to differ, Damian replied, deftly tossing a bat-shaped projectile. The dart sliced through the night sky, puncturing the tire of the lead vehicle. Boom! The bat-shaped dart, rigged with a small explosive, detonated upon impact, sending the speeding car into a chaotic tumble, flipping over multiple times, transforming from a sleek marvel into a heap of scrap metal. For those inside, survival would be nothing short of a miracle. Did you really have to be so brutal? Kevin lamented, watching the car roll over. He took a moment to mourn for those trapped within. Rest assured, they're still alive, Damian responded, readjusting his grip on his grappling gun, targeting the 5 vehicles that had slowed due to their companion's crash. As the chaos unfolded, the occupants of those vehicles realized that an interference had arrived. Just as they were about to investigate the commotion, they caught sight of Damian swinging down from the building, prompting them to open fire with a furious shout. When the bullets were aimed at him, Damian instinctively performed a roll in midair, narrowly evading the barrage that had just struck his previous landing spot. What a band of ruthless criminals, he thought, taking cover in a blind spot. The ability to predict his landing and preemptively shoot was not a skill possessed by mere street thugs. What is happening? Quick, gather a few men and follow me. The officers stationed at the hospital were also drawn in by the uproar, beginning to mobilize. At that moment, Dick, in charge of overall security, finally issued his orders. Do not panic, Bob. Take 2 individuals to the first floor and report the situation at any moment. Jalen, Eddie, you are to secure the elevator and the staircase. While Claire, ensure the corridor is well guarded. Although the reasons behind Damian and Cohen's delayed actions remain unclear, Dick is certainly not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. He takes advantage of the commotion outside caused by Damian and Cohen to divert all surrounding law enforcement, leaving only himself behind. Chapter 22. Interrogation at midnight. 5 cars were strategically positioned across the entrance of the hospital in Naxino City, creating a barricade. A group of masked assailants utilized the vehicles as cover, firing at the caped figure darting across the rooftop. Shit, it's Robin. Where's Batman? Despite several rounds of gunfire, they failed to hit Damian, who in turn had managed to incapacitate a few of his comrades with bat-shaped projectiles. Upon seeing the bat-shaped weapons embedded in their companions, they realized they were facing the notorious Dark Knight of Gotham and let out a frantic roar. As for Robin, still lingering on the rooftop, they felt no fear of him. Their dread lay with the unseen Batman lurking in the shadows, uncertain of when he might emerge to create an unforgettable memory for them. Little did they know that this time, only Damian and Cohen were present. Batman was nowhere to be found. Just as they remained fixated on the rooftop, anticipating Batman's appearance, a resounding clash of metal against pavement echoed from a nearby alley. A figure clad in blue armor burst forth from the alleyway, charging with tremendous force into the nearest vehicle, sending 2 unfortunate souls sprawling to the ground, rolling in agony from the unnatural twist of their limbs, an indication of a severe fall. What the hell is this? The sudden attack from the armored figure rendered their makeshift barricade useless. The armed assailants, abandoning their pursuit of Damian on the rooftop, turned their weapons toward this blue-armored intruder. The sound of bullets ricocheting off the G3 armor resonated, though the G3 armor was known to be the weakest in the Heisei series. However, it still proved formidable against mere gunmen. Cohen, undeterred by the barrage, seized the chassis of a nearby car and, with the strength of his G3 armor combined with his own physical prowess, he effortlessly overturned the vehicle, eliminating their cover. On the rooftop, Damian seized a moment when Cohen flipped the car, using his grappling hook to ensnare an unfortunate foe, dragging him skyward. The agonized cries of the suspended victim added to the frenzy, prompting the assailants to unleash their ammunition upon Cohen. Yet, for Cohen, fortified by his armored suit, the damage was negligible. Now we find ourselves less than 50 meters from the Naxino City Hospital, where a figure clad in blue armor is overpowering a gang of criminals approximately 150 meters away. Although his origins remain shrouded in mystery, we can observe that Robin from Gotham City is also engaged in this fierce gunfight against the thugs. In the eastern district of Naxino City, Jeremiah Danvers, the patriarch of the Danvers family, is seated before his television, where diligent journalists report on the ongoing shootout near the hospital. As Kara's adoptive father, Professor Jeremiah Danvers has long regarded her as his own daughter. This deep bond has granted him insight into Kara's capabilities. What Superman can achieve, she can also accomplish. This damned city. He hopes it does not burden Kara with excessive thoughts. With a forceful press of the power button, Jeremiah curses under his breath before preparing to retire for the night. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Kara, the very person he worries about, is not asleep. For Kryptonians, slumber on Earth proves to be quite a challenge. Their super hearing allows them to perceive sounds from all corners, and while they can control this sensory overload, selectively listening is as effortless as breathing. At this moment, Kara sits at her desk by the window, her gaze fixed outside. In fact, her supervision and X-ray vision enable her to penetrate multiple barriers, granting her a direct view of the scene at the hospital, though the masked figure of Ke Wen remains obscured, as it seems that the G3 armor contains lead, impervious to Kryptonian X-ray vision. How exhilarating! Kara feels as though she is witnessing a live broadcast, observing Ke Wen's formidable handling of the criminals, while Damien atop the building manages the harvest. Her heart begins to race uncontrollably. Inside the hospital, Middle, now in a standard patient room, is roused by the gunfire outside. As he opens his eyes to the pitch-black confines of his room, an inexplicable panic grips him. He understands his precarious situation all too well. The fact that he has not yet been taken for detention suggests that his benefactors are at work behind the scenes. At least until he divulges his sources, he is safe. Yet, how long this safety will last remains uncertain. Perhaps today marks the end of it. Suddenly, a large hand emerges from the shadows, clamping over his mouth, silencing him, as Dick, in his Nightwing persona, appears before Middle. "Good evening, Middle. You are quite the popular one," Nightwing remarks. Middle stares in terror at the figure before him, never expecting Nightwing to confront him at such a moment. He frantically presses the emergency call button beside his bed, but to no avail, as if his hospital contains only himself and Nightwing. "I will ask," you will answer. "If you understand, blink," Nightwing commands. Middle blinks desperately, and Nightwing releases his grip. "Tell me, from where does your human trafficking network originate?" "I knew you would ask that, but do you realize that if I disclose this secret, I will be a dead man? If I keep it to myself, I may survive." Middleson exhaled deeply. As long as Nightwing posed this question to him, he was safe until an answer was procured. His mind remained agile. "Do you believe that your backing will protect you? Or do you think those gunshots outside are meant to rescue you?" "Wrong. They are here to ask you the same question I am, albeit with less finesse. The only reason they have not approached yet is that my friends are stalling them. If you so desperately wish to be saved, I can have my friends let them through. Listen to those gunshots. Uzi, shotgun, Colt, such firepower exceeds that of the station police. Can you guess how they intend to take you away?" Nightwing spoke slowly, but with each word, Middleton's complexion grew increasingly pallid. For Nightwing spoke the truth. As a superhero, he might not extract any critical information without repercussions for Middleton. Yet Middleton was acutely aware of the underworld's rules. When the walls crumble, everyone pushes. The absence of malice is a sign of loyalty, but he understood how many people he had offended. Now, as he found himself in dire straits, he could only imagine how many eyes were fixated on him as their next target. "What good would it do for me to tell you? It would lead to death. Just the same, you tell me, and I can assure you that within the next week, you will see news reports of everyone linked to your dealings being apprehended. Your benefactor will also come to know the police's stance on human trafficking in Nashinner City, thus severing any ambitions within it. Can you guarantee that? Do you even have a choice?" After a moment of silence, Middleton realized he was cornered, with no chance of redemption. Perhaps enduring prison time was a means of survival, providing a glimmer of hope. However, as his long-held secrets began to unravel, his benefactor's patience would wear thin, and his life would come to an end. He was not irreplaceable. The only concern was maintaining the flow of funds. "Yet, you have repulsed me, and should that funding stream be severed, I would ensure your demise." Such is the mindset of those in power, and Middleton was well aware of it. "Fine, I shall tell you." Gritting his teeth, Middleton acquiesced. "A wise choice. Speak. I am listening. The matters at hand are quite intricate, and I cannot commit everything to memory. I have concealed all pertinent information in the basement of Hellfire Bar, beneath the desk phone in my office. There is a password mechanism. The code is 523685521. Clever maneuver, Middleton. Sweet dreams, my friend." After acquiring the secret from Middleson, Nightwing feigned a blessing and vanished from Middleson's sight. Moments later, light flooded the darkened hospital room, and footsteps echoed in the corridor, as if the preceding silence had merely been a figment of Middleson's imagination. Chapter 23. The door to the hospital room swung open, and Dick rushed in with several officers. Middleson, who had just survived a harrowing experience, looked at the tardy policeman with a newfound fondness. Before they could approach to inquire about the situation, Middleson shouted, "Hey, get your officers over here. I'll tell you everything. I'm applying for witness protection. My name is Dick Grayson. Pray tell, what would you like to convey?" Dick was taken aback by how thoroughly Middle had been intimidated, revealing not only his secret to his hidden identity, but also intending to inform the authorities, thus hedging his bets. Nonetheless, this proved advantageous, as it allowed Dick to ascertain whether Middle had omitted any crucial information. In this manner, Middle, unaware of Dick's true identity, recounted everything he had just shared with Nightwing. After a silent comparison, Dick nodded in satisfaction, finding no discrepancies. "Claire, take a few individuals to the location he mentioned and unearth that incriminating evidence. I shall accompany a few officers downstairs." Once the verification was complete, Dick issued his directive to his beautiful partner. "Very well, I shall proceed." "Do take care," Claire responded, departing alongside several officers, while Dick led a contingent downstairs, heading towards the site where Ke Wen and Damien were tormenting the thugs. Approximately 200 meters from the hospital, Ke Wen and Damien were engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the thugs. Recognizing the gravity of their predicament, the thugs had abandoned their reckless plan to storm the hospital and abduct Middle, opting instead for retreat. However, Ke Wen had sabotaged their means of escape, and the streets were devoid of passing vehicles. No one was foolish enough to approach a location where gunfire had erupted. Ke Wen effortlessly pursued the unfortunate villains from behind, while Damien followed above. When the moment was ripe, he surged forward, seizing one and tossing him skyward, where Damien ensnared him with a grappling hook, suspending him mid-air. The duo reveled in their playful antics. "Robin, cease your frolicking and wrap things up. Then we must head to the Hellfire Bar, where our desired items await in Middle's office." Hearing Dick's voice through his earpiece, Damien, who was creatively binding the thug Ke Wen had tossed, rolled his eyes in disinterest. With a forceful flick, he discarded the thug, who should have remained suspended, into a nearby dumpster. With a swift motion, he deployed his grappling hook, intercepting the fleeing thugs, and effortlessly subdued them, much to Ke Wen's annoyance. It was a rare opportunity for a leisurely hunt, yet they were denied the chance to savor it as they swiftly dismantled the opposition. "Word from Nightwing has arrived. We must venture to the Hellfire Bar before the police arrive," Damien explained while retracting his grappling hook. "Very well," Ke Wen replied with a resigned shrug, glancing at the clock. A mere 15 minutes had elapsed, and his armor still had 5 minutes of operational time remaining. Contemplating for a moment, he deactivated the G3 armor, opting for his second layer of disguise as the uniform for their upcoming endeavors. Observing Ke Wen relinquishing his armor, Damien said nothing further. Securing his grappling hook once more and launching towards the Hellfire Bar, while Ke Wen unleashed his extraordinary speed and leaping prowess, his dark attire seamlessly merging with the night. Together, they advanced toward the Hellfire Bar, one above and the other below. "Congratulations, host. You have met the minimum requirements for the task of gaining notoriety by dismantling 3 criminal syndicates. With half a month remaining before the deadline, you may choose to submit the task or continue. The reward will be reassessed based on your final progress." As Ke Wen sprinted, he heard the system's notification in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to continue. Points were his most prized possession, and such a rare opportunity for a beneficial task warranted further effort. While contemplating the system's reassessment of the task, Ke Wen and Damien arrived at the Hellfire Bar. Once a favored gathering place in Naxino City, the bar had fallen into disrepair following the dissolution of the Hellfire Gang. The pair stealthily entered, and under Dick's guidance, Damien discovered a hidden compartment in the office desk of Midder. Upon entering the code, a small secret door swung open, revealing a notebook and an unprotected tablet. Perhaps Midder feared he might forget his own passwords. Exchanging glances, curiosity overtook them as they opened both the notebook and tablet. The names and transactions inscribed therein sent shivers down their spines. Each substantial financial transaction represented the trafficking of dozens of young girls from across the globe, abducted from various locations, illegal immigration sites, schools, parks. The records detailed which areas were vulnerable and which were not within Axino City. The entire notebook and tablet chronicled the darkness lurking beneath the city's surface, a convoluted web of transactions forming a network of exploitation. Even Ke Wen, who typically thrived in murky waters, was consumed with rage. These scoundrels, driven by greed, had transformed blossoming young girls into mere commodities, sold worldwide. He could scarcely fathom the fates that awaited these girls. We cannot take the notebook and tablet. The police are also after them, Ke Wen stated somberly. That is not an issue. I have already copied the data from the tablet. However, I did not bring my phone for the notebook. Spider, I rely on you, he commanded. With a gesture, Spider utilized its memory to capture every piece of information from the notebook. What shall we do next? Ke Wen inquired after completing this task. In Gotham, at this moment, we are just beginning. Would you care to experience Gotham's nightlife? Damien flashed a mischievous smile, twirling a bat-shaped shuriken in his hand as he looked at Ke Wen. I would be delighted. I happen to be unable to sleep tonight, Ke Wen replied, grinning fiercely. The revelations contained within the notebook had successfully ignited his fury. Tonight, he sought to unleash the pent-up anger within him. So you're the landlord. Whom do you intend to target? Damien offered the notebook to Ke Wen, allowing him to choose. Let's go after this one, Mad Dog Obik, just 3 blocks away. Then let us proceed. We shall leave the notebook and tablet for the police. After determining the next target, Damien casually tossed his notebook into the safe. Ensuring that no traces were left behind by the two of them, he promptly departed from the Hellfire Bar, heading towards the domain of Mad Dog Obik. Located 3 blocks away. 3 blocks distant, Mad Dog Obik was reveling with his underlings, surrounded by scantily clad women, raucous music, heavy breathing, and white powder scattered across the tables, painting a picture of a night filled with debauchery. Obik, a man of African descent aptly named for his ferocity, had a reputation for biting anyone he encountered. With formidable associates by his side, few dared to confront him unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Obik had established himself as a dominant force in the Northern District, claiming a warehouse as his source of income. However, just days prior, his warehouse had been raided by the police due to the actions of Ke Wen. Recently cut off from his financial resources, he resorted to gathering his gang for days of drunken revelry, wholly indifferent to the fate of his dismantled business. His subordinates, too, refrained from questioning their leader's apparent lack of concern for the future, for those who had dared to inquire had already found themselves lying in the cellar. Since their leader showed no fear, why would they tempt fate? Thus, they indulged in the pleasures of life. Suddenly, as the revelers wallowed in their intoxication, the lights extinguished and the music ceased. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, 2 spheres flew through the windows, and thick smoke rapidly enveloped the room. Following the deafening crash, the unassuming revelers were struck with a thunderous assault. Ke Wen and Damien burst through the door without a word of greeting, launching themselves at the scoundrels. Damien, trained in the ways of the League of Assassins and the tenets of Batman, excelled in combat within the shadows. Adhering to Batman's no-kill doctrine, he nonetheless employed techniques inherited from the League, inflicting methods of suffering that felt worse than death. As Damien's blade sliced through the crowd, each foe who fell could feel an unsettling disarray within their bodies. Ke Wen, on the other hand, found his task simpler. The assistance of his observation Haki allowed him to perceive the darkness as if it were daylight, while the weapon in his hand, enveloped in armament Haki, was honed to strike at the most vulnerable points of these criminals. The cries of anguish and screams became the symphony of the night, as each adversary faced the wrath of Damien and Ke Wen, suffering grievous injuries that would leave them crippled even if healed. The wicked deeds they had committed would no longer be within their capacity, and they would live in fear of retribution. I knew you would come. Just as Ke Wen and Damien unleashed their most brutal assaults upon the scoundrels, a boisterous laugh echoed from the darkness. Ke Wen sensed a massive figure lunging towards him through the smoke, fists adorned with thick hair crashing into his chest. Even with the protection of armed color, Ke Wen felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, his entire being succumbing to despair as he collided with a nearby sofa. The smoke that billowed from his fists had dispersed half of the encroaching figure, which, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed itself to be a rhinoceros-like creature. Obik, you are an Esper. The sight of this towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, left Damien beside him in silent astonishment. Such a being, reduced to lurking within a single block, was utterly incongruous. Unexpected, Aren't you, little bird? Where are your elders? It seems I can learn from Gotham's Joker and bring pain to the infamous Batman who instills fear in criminals. Ha ha ha. You can certainly try. Believing that revealing his identity as an Esper would secure his victory, Abik was met with Damien's readiness for battle, for he was the son of Batman. Robin, let me handle this. Ke Wen's voice echoed from the wall. Recently ambushed by Abik, Ke Wen, clad in G3 armor, burst forth from the wall, charging directly at Abik. Just a tattered suit of armor. Watch me dismantle it. Abik scoffed at Ke Wen's seemingly inadequate G3 armor. His fist, the size of a cooking pot, swung menacingly toward Ke Wen. Undeterred, Ke Wen met the blow with his own fist. The impact of flesh meeting iron resounded with a tremendous crash. Abik recoiled, clutching his bleeding right hand, while Ke Wen's G3 gauntlet shattered, revealing his fist beneath. It appeared that Ke Wen had not gained much advantage from the collision. G3 damage level 13. A prompt echoed in Ke Wen's mind. Yes, as armor, the G3 suit was the weakest of the Heisei series. Facing Abik solely with the G3 armor left Ke Wen without a fighting chance. However, he possessed armed color. Armed color was a wondrous phenomenon, enabling one to contend with elemental users while enhancing their own defenses and inflicting greater damage, similar to true damage. Moments ago, Ke Wen had directly infused his fists with armed color, and with his own enhanced physique and the G3 armor's contribution, he managed to inflict real damage on Abik while simultaneously damaging his own gauntlet. Again, glancing at his damaged gauntlet and the dull pain in his fist, Ke Wen roared as he charged forward once more, engaging Abik in close combat. G3 damage level 26. G3 damage level 58. G3 damage level 98. G3 damage level 13. Hearing the System S reports of damage in his mind, Ke Wen fought like a madman, colliding relentlessly with Abik. Stimulated by pain and bloodlust, Abik defiantly returned Ke Wen's blows. With every strike, Abik endured the agony of flesh tearing apart, while Ke Wen's G3 armor gradually succumbed to the toll of their fierce exchanges. The G3 armor sustained over 50 damage. Its operational time expired, rendering it incapable of maintaining combat functionality. A mandatory recall for repairs has been initiated, with an estimated duration of 24 hours and a cost of 20,000 points. Oblivious to the condition of his G3 armor, which had become tattered during the battle, Ke Wen relentlessly pummeled the now incapacitated Abik. His bionic enhancements and combat prowess sufficient to reduce Abik to a mere wreck. Masked Rider. Ke Wen, enough. You're going to kill him. Damien, witnessing the fierce exchange between Ke Wen and Abik, sensed something amiss and rushed forward. He struck Ke Wen's head with his blade, a sharp pain jolting Ke Wen back to reality. As he glanced at his bloodied fists and the grotesque form of Abik before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 24. Rising Fame Indeed. Once Damien had managed to restore Ke Wen's awareness, he found himself in a dire state. His fists were drenched in blood, and Abik lay crumpled at his feet, blood pouring from his mouth, his face a grotesque mask of flesh and gore. The sight of Abik, barely clinging to life, caused Ke Wen's legs to weaken, and had Damien not been quick to support him, he would have collapsed onto the ground. A sudden wave of nausea surged within Ke Wen, and disregarding the blood staining his hands, he rushed to the nearby restroom to vomit. The brutality of the encounter weighed heavily on him. After all, he was merely an ordinary person struggling to reconcile with the aftermath of his actions. The horrific visage of Abik overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to his stomach's turmoil. Must you be so disheveled? Damien watched Ke Wen retching in the restroom, bemused. It was Ke Wen who had acted rashly and fought the hardest. Yet now he was the one suffering the most. I've never reduced someone to this state before. Do you have no compassion? Ke Wen could not contain the tumult within him, lamenting as he continued his battle with the toilet. Damien shook his head in silence, reassured that Abik was still alive. Fortunate for his superhuman resilience, his robust physique spared Ke Wen from bearing the weight of guilt. However, the future remained uncertain. Why is that? Ke Wen inquired. Let me see. Damien squatted before Abik, prodding his face with a stick. Shattered jaw, left eyeball dislodged. No hope for recovery. Both arms shattered, 3 ribs broken, and one has punctured a kidney, likely requiring removal. The knee joint is obliterated. Congratulations, you have successfully turned this fellow into a level 3 cripple. Hearing Damien's clinical assessment, Ke Wen's lips twitched involuntarily. The The severity of Abik's injuries practically signaled his demise, yet Damien had the audacity to present it as merely a level 3 disability. Was he jesting? I implore you, your adversary is a superhuman, and a mutant at that. The most prominent characteristic of such superhumans is their formidable vitality. Injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person are likely to be merely a trifling inconvenience for them. The most grievous harm you could inflict upon him would likely only amount to damage to his eye or kidneys. Given his physical constitution and the current advancements in medical technology, complete recovery is entirely feasible. Damien shrugged, indicating that Kevin's astonishment was unwarranted. He had encountered this type of superhuman countless times in Gotham alongside his father, Batman, and had long since grasped the resilience of such beings. Their strategy typically revolved around incapacitating them rather than using them as mere punching bags, which would necessitate special equipment. One cannot simply charge in wearing armor, as Kevin did. As Damien elucidated, the initial discomfort Kevin felt about taking a life gradually dissipated. After splashing water on his face, he donned his mask once more and approached, casting a complex gaze at Damien. After all, how could someone so young exhibit no discomfort towards such gruesome scenes while also critiquing his own actions? Kevin found himself at a loss for how to regard Damien, especially knowing that a thirst for blood still lingered within him. What else with that look? Damien remarked, somewhat irked by Kevin's scrutiny. Nothing, just wondering if we're leaving this guy here without any oversight, Kevin replied, gesturing towards the half-conscious Abik lying on the ground. Rest assured, he is alive and well enough. However, leaving him with one eye blinded seems inadequate. I believe you should learn a lesson, Damien mused, stroking his chin as he picked up a long knife, aiming it at Abik's lower region, prepare to strike. But Kevin intervened, asserting, let me handle this. You're only 15. Stop fixating on these dark matters. Try to be a bit more optimistic. With a resigned sigh, Kevin took the knife from Damien and, suppressing his unease, plunged it directly into Abik's groin. Even in his unconscious state, Abik emitted a sound that was more akin to a wail than a scream, slipping back into unconsciousness once more. After executing this act, Kevin instinctively retreated to the side to vomit, while Damien kindly approached to pat his back. Let out! Let out! You'll soon grow accustomed to it. Shortly thereafter, as Kevin and Damien tidied the scene, they found that apart from the fleeing summoned women, the remaining members of the rabid Abik gang were all present. After deleting Abik's name from his phone, the duo vanished into the night. Meanwhile, the police, arriving after them, discovered the incriminating evidence in the office of Middle. Claire, displaying great prudence, made a backup of the document before exiting, only to hear gunfire echo 3 blocks away. By the time they arrived, all that remained was the incapacitated Abik, with the knife still lodged in his mutilated form, while the rest of his gang lay lifeless. This time, Claire did not exhibit any signs of disdain towards Ke Wen and Damien for their actions. On the contrary, witnessing Abik endure the most excruciating punishment of his life, Claire feigned indifference and casually kicked his wound, then remarked with a hint of disdain, "All right, gentlemen, take these fellows away. Bob, have 2 men carry this guy down and call for an ambulance. If there's a chance to save him, do so. If not, grant him a merciful end to spare us from his repulsiveness." Yes, officer. Officer Bob, along with a colleague, dealt with Abik, who resembled a lifeless dog, as the 2 officers handled him without a trace of camaraderie. The notorious list of crimes was well known among them, and they were fully aware that Abik was a cog in that wicked chain of malevolence. Their abhorrence for Abik's deeds was palpable. Who among them did not have a child? The atrocities committed had obliterated the hopes of entire families. At the scene, several colleagues were moved to tears. Bob understood that their children had been abducted years prior. Back then, the city of Naxino was far from the tranquility it enjoyed now, and even the children of police officers were not immune to such tragedies. Bob himself had a daughter, which allowed him to grasp the depths of that anguish. Consequently, he felt no need for excessive politeness towards Abik, and with the assistance of his colleague, they roughly dragged him, hoisting him with one hand by the head and the other by the legs, before flinging him against the nearby door, whereupon they secured him with handcuffs. "Enjoy your remaining years, scum," Bob spat at Abik before storming off in anger. Meanwhile, Ke Wen and Damien soon parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Ke Wen made his way home, while Damien headed to Dick's residence. After several twists and turns, Ke Wen finally arrived at his abode, collapsing wearily onto his bed. The earlier scene of the enraged Abik replayed in his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. When had he developed such a ruthless side? Mercilessly pummeling a man into a mere punching bag? As he lay on the bed, reflecting on the events, Ke Wen suddenly recalled something and whispered urgently, "System, what did you say when I was confronting him?" "Host, your G3 armor has sustained a 50 damage level. Mandatory recall initiated. An automatic deduction of 20,000 points will be applied for repairs, which will take 24 hours. Hearing the system's repetitive notification, Ke Wen felt an acute pain in his chest, almost gasping for breath. He had been eagerly accumulating points to unlock the main mount for himself, and now, after a month of saving, 20,000 points had vanished in an instant. Indeed, once emotions take hold, intellect and reason seem to evaporate. This G3 armor, the most inferior of the Heisei series, cost me 20,000 points? System, are you sure you're not swindling me? Defeated once again by the system's response, Ke Wen decided against further conversation with it. Muttering a curse under his breath before proceeding to wash up, he then collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The exhaustion, both mental and physical, left him with no desire to move, only longing for a restful sleep. As Ke Wen succumbed to slumber, Damien returned to Dick's residence. Dick, who had played a passive role as the commander throughout the events, arrived home late at night. Upon seeing Damien asleep on the sofa, he couldn't help but smile wryly, quietly approaching to pull the blanket up a little. For the outside world, the tumult of the night had not yet settled. The police, having obtained the transaction records and lists from Middle, were taken aback, realizing the extent of the hidden darkness within the city. As enforcers of the law, their sole responsibility was to bring these culprits to justice. Despite the police's fervent outrage, the chief understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing the multitude of individuals involved, and he needed to report to the mayor. Meanwhile, citizens who tuned in to the late-night news broadcast, witnessing the impressive collaboration of Ke Wen and Damien as they subdued armed robbers in the hospital, found solace in one revelation. Their city now boasted its own superhero. When Damien, embodying Robin, shouted Masked Rider into the air, the citizens discovered the name of their city's champion. Masked Rider? What about his motorcycle? Who cares? The name alone sounded incredibly cool, and everyone thought as much. Chapter 25. Mission accomplished. After a restless night, Ke Wen resumed his daily routine, which revolved around the predictable cycle of breakfast, morning greetings, and the scenery along the way to school. Gradually, he began to acclimate to this new life, integrating into the unfamiliar world. However, today, he noticed a shift in the conversation among his peers, fixated solely on the Masked Rider. Sitting in class, Ke Wen listened as his classmates animatedly discussed the previous night's events, where he had, as a superhero, heroically vanquished a group of armed robbers. The praise and astonishment from his peers filled him with a sense of pride, reminding him that he had indeed played a part in delivering justice. After all, if good deeds go unnoticed, what purpose do they serve? Emile, what do you think lies beneath the mask of the one called the Masked Rider? How cool is that? Just as Ke Wen basked in the admiration of his classmates, Kara's voice jolted him back to reality, dragging him from his reverie. Damn, how could I forget about her? It was then that Ke Wen remembered the presence of an unlaunched Kryptonian. His recent achievements seemed trivial in comparison. Once Supergirl made her debut, the city would transition from mere petty crime to cosmic battles, with a multitude of extraterrestrial beings flooding in. The thought of this deflated Ke Wen's earlier excitement. Who would have imagined that all his efforts would be deemed insignificant in the eyes of a Kryptonian? This realization brought a sense of frustration. Yet, in preparation for the challenges ahead, he must continue with his tasks. Without accumulating points, his future endeavors would only become more arduous. I hope Kara doesn't debut too soon, granting me a little more time. Casting a glance at the exuberant girl, animatedly discussing superheroes with her sister, Ke Wen silently prayed, lamenting his insufficient abilities. He yearned for the day he could unlock his potential, which would bring him a sense of reassurance. Thus, a mundane day slipped by, and by nightfall, Ke Wen, having stealthily escaped from home once more, arrived at Dick's residence. With the G3 armor still under repair, he donned a makeshift Deadpool costume, complete with a high-quality imitation mask and a wooden sword. "Where's your armor?" Dick inquired, observing Ke Wen's attire. "It's broken and being repaired. This will have to suffice for now. But is there an event planned for today?" Ke Wen asked with curiosity. With the police having gathered evidence, the subsequent steps seemed straightforward. They could follow the leads. Even if some powerful figures attempted to extricate themselves by monetary means, their businesses would likely suffer significantly. What need remained for so-called superheroes to intervene? Listening to Ke Wen's inquiries, Dick felt a tinge of awkwardness. The police chief had met with the mayor that morning. Too many high-ranking officials were implicated in this matter. The mayor had instructed the chief that those controlling several key industries in Naxanor City would merely face a reshuffling of decision-makers, requiring them to pay more, while those without influence could be easily apprehended. Such dirty politics, Damien remarked disdainfully. Ke Wen, however, remained unfazed. After the chaos of the previous night, he had come to terms with the likely outcome. The names in his notebook were too numerous and far-reaching, should any be exposed. The credibility of the city's government would plummet, drastically affecting the city's operations. Even the mayor would hesitate to conduct a sweeping purge. Dick neither agreed nor disagreed with Damien's comments. The government had its own considerations, and they could not voice too many opinions. Placing oneself in the government's shoes did not guarantee capability in executing such roles. As for the mayor's intentions, I cannot say they are wholly good or bad. However, personally, I believe it would be a grave injustice to let those who have committed wrongdoings escape unscathed, especially considering our secret identities. So, are you planning to target a few of the most audacious among them? Ke Wen retorted. Not only that, the police are unaware that we have backup plans. We can create a ruckus on the turf of those who have overstepped, feigning an accidental discovery of their sordid dealings, bringing them to light. That way, the city government would have to respond, as nobody wishes for unforeseen circumstances to arise, Dick explained. Ke Wen shivered at Dick's words, realizing the Batman family possessed a rather cunning nature. While professing understanding of the city government stance, they were unambiguous in their actions. Could you not look at me like that? These individuals have crossed the line. Allowing them to evade consequences would be the gravest error. Moreover, their misdeeds extend beyond mere human trafficking. There are many shocking revelations yet to be uncovered. Dick gazed at Kevin with a hint of exasperation. It was impossible, after all, that Kevin had distanced himself by 3 meters, making it seem as though he were the villain. Haha, I believe. So, which establishment is it tonight? Which one? The workload is a bit hefty this evening. Only 3 locations to contend with. Any more, and it would disrupt the city's operations. Dick flipped through the notes he had transcribed, marking circles around the 3 names, before carelessly tossing the notebook into the sewer. There was no need for anything further. After concluding his remarks, Dick and Damien launched themselves with grappling hooks. Utilizing the pull of the hooks, Dick unfurled the glider concealed beneath his arms and soared into the night alongside Damien. Kevin, slightly displeased, merely cast a fleeting glance before resuming his stride, leaping between the buildings. Thanks to his enhanced physique from the rigorous training in martial arts over the past few days, his body had begun to adapt to the demands of jumping and maneuvering between structures. The trio navigated the cityscape and soon arrived near a warehouse belonging to a corporate building. They halted, observing the warehouse personnel toiling through the night, and Dick's brow furrowed in concern. The automated weaponry and the relaxed patrols indicated a formidable challenge. LexCorp? Are they entangled in this line of work as well? That doesn't seem right. I recall they were thriving solely on the energy sector and high-tech markets. Kevin shared Dick's astonishment at the mention of LexCorp, the most renowned tech enterprise in DC, whose innovations could rival even those of the Batman. It seemed improbable that they would be involved in human trafficking, a matter beneath their stature. Subsidiaries, perhaps? LexCorp cannot encompass everything. They likely outsource certain operations, merely reaping profits annually. However, the personnel and firepower configuration here poses quite a conundrum. With a sense of enthusiasm, Dick elaborated on the complexities of penetrating such a heavily fortified enterprise. I believe I have a few ideas regarding this, Kevin interjected, calling out to Taka, who was patrolling the skies. Taka promptly descended, landing in Kevin's palm. Dick and Damien looked on in astonishment. They had not anticipated Kevin's hidden capabilities. Deploy the octopus and locust to create some chaos down there. Upon receiving Kevin's command, Taka ascended once more, soon joined by the remaining 9 companions, who flew towards the warehouse. Their diminutive size allowed them to evade the notice of patrolling personnel as they slipped past into the warehouse. In no time, the brightly lit space was engulfed in darkness. Artificial intelligence, you've crafted these little gadgets? If I had that kind of intellect, I wouldn't need to attend high school. I would have long since enrolled at Harvard or MIT. After a moment of self-deprecation, Kevin urged Dick and Damien to prepare. Seizing the moment of confusion brought on by the sudden darkness, they would swiftly incapacitate the unsuspecting guards. After being ridiculed by Ke Wen, Dick and Damien fell silent. With a swift motion, they soared through the air, initiating their assault with a smoke bomb. Thus began a relentless battle that concluded in under 10 minutes. As they lost visibility and faced 3 adept fighters in nocturnal combat, casually prying open a crate, they discovered a trove of concealed firearms, sufficient for a grand escapade. The audacity of hoarding such heavy weaponry. It was as if fortune had bestowed a pillow upon a weary soul. What are you still fiddling with? Ke Wen remarked, critiquing the company's reckless tactics, glancing at Dick, who was still engrossed in his computer work. I am infiltrating their terminal system through their computers to expose their misdeeds. Without this, how could we deem it an accident? He replied, and after a moment declared done, upon witnessing the screen filled with records of human trafficking. Dick casually clicked send before seizing an anonymous phone to alert the authorities, leading Ke Wen and Damien to their next target. With Ke Wen's trusty sidekick assisting in reconnaissance and diversion, they deftly dealt with the unscrupulous individuals harboring dark secrets. By extinguishing lights, deploying smoke, and employing stealthy strikes, the subsequent 2 locations met the same fate as the first. Throughout the night, Ke Wen, accompanied by Dick and Damien, dismantled 3 criminal syndicates, relishing the thrill of engaging in combat without armor. Side quest complete. The host assisted Nightwing in combating human trafficking in New Sino City, earning a rising reputation. 6 criminal organizations have been dismantled, with 13 days remaining. Would you like to continue? No. Hearing the voice in his mind, Ke Wen decisively clicked no. According to the side quest's guidelines, Dick had successfully rendered the vile human trafficking network in New Sino City incapacitated. Whether they would continue collaborating was uncertain, and Ke Wen felt he had reaped enough benefits, wary of potential formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows. Quest complete. Rising reputation, Grade B. As a masked rider, you consistently lurk in the shadows of others. Your character requires refinement. Given your fleeting sense of justice, I shall begrudgingly award you a B this time. Quest rewards. Side quest, 30,000 points. An unabridged monster training card with no time limit. Rising reputation, Grade B, 60,000 points, 3 lottery chances, and 1 drive ambulance. Upon receiving the system's rewards, Ke Wen was nearly brought to tears. 3 lottery chances and a seasoned driver's ambulance, along with 90,000 points. This was an exceptional windfall. Chapter 26. The moment of farewell and a lost driver. You seem quite exhilarated? Dick and Damien inquired, bemused by Ke Wen's barely contained excitement stemming from the rewards indicated by the system. Is it truly such a thrill to have dismantled 3 criminal organizations? It is indeed inevitable. Having secured the first victory, I feel compelled to boast after vanquishing so many ne'er-do-wells, almost revealing too much in my excitement. I quickly amended my words. Neither Dick nor Damien dwelled excessively on my slip of the tongue, and upon noticing the approaching police, we resolved to depart. By the time we returned to Dick's residence, the clock had nearly struck 4. Despite possessing the enhanced constitution of a Showa reformist, I still felt the heavy hand of fatigue urging me to retreat to the warmth of my own bed. Yet, I knew this was not the time. Having dismantled several of the largest human trafficking rings in Naxenor City, it signaled the end of Damien's holiday there, and we must return to Gotham. I've booked a train to Gotham for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll take you back to find Alfred, Dick informed Damien while handing him a glass of juice. Whatever, Damien replied, accepting the juice but turning away sulkily, drinking in silence. Witnessing such a childlike display from Damien brought a smile to my face. This was the true essence of child. Constantly frowning as if burdened by the world, it seemed he believed the fault lay not with him, but with existence itself. Why not embrace joy in life, however fleeting it may be? Well, it seems you've made your arrangements. I shall take my leave. Dick, if you don't mind, may we converse for a moment? Noticing my presence was no longer required, I prepared to exit, waving goodbye to Dick. Intrigued by my invitation, Dick followed me to the door. I glanced back at Damien, still sipping his juice, before addressing Dick. Though this concerns your family, I'd like to offer a suggestion. When you have the chance, take Damien out to relax. He is a good kid, albeit a bit obsessive. I suspect Batman may not know how to engage with children of his age. As those who have walked this path before, we should converse with him more. Wow, you're so concerned about Damian? That is quite the revelation for him, Dick teased. What are you talking about? I'm merely looking out for you. Life is challenging. Find more joy, and don't dwell in darkness. With that, I bid you farewell. Enjoy your journey in Gotham. After offering Dick a dose of encouragement, I decided not to linger and swiftly departed. On my way back, I endeavored to recall the DC comics I had perused, for it appeared that this world leaned more towards an amalgamation of animated films, comics, and television series, far removed from the yet-to-be-expanded cinematic universe. I wondered if a calamity akin to the Injustice saga would arise, but it was prudent to be prepared. At the very least, I needed to ensure that Dick and Damian cultivated a better relationship. Should an incident arise with Robin slaying Nightwing, it would spell serious trouble. Indeed, Ke Wen has come to a profound realization. His demeanor is undeniably tranquil. Without the system, even upon recognizing that he has entered this celestial conflict within the DC universe, he would refrain from making any drastic alterations to his fate. He would simply live if he could, or succumb if he could not, such as destiny. However, now that he possesses a system that mandates him to undertake perilous tasks, Ke Wen understands that evasion is futile. Regardless of the circumstances, he will inevitably be drawn into the maelstrom of significant events within the DC realm. He even suspects that he has likely been included on the list of the Eye of Heaven and Batman. With this in mind, he resolves to diligently accumulate points to unlock the Night set, thereby enhancing his chances of survival. In the old Heisei era, aside from Emperor Rider, the limits had largely been reached, yet in the new Heisei, apart from the unfinished Zio, the remaining 9 riders offer boundless potential for development. Coupled with his own tricolor mastery training system, he is not without the capability to face off against Uncle Da enough of this pondering. I shall return and tally the rewards from this endeavor. After all, one must possess strength to forge iron. Casting aside the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Ke Wen leaped between buildings until he returned home, ready to meticulously account for the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. The drive ambulance, undeniably a valuable asset, having saved his life countless times when the seasoned driver was on the brink of demise. Yet, Ke Wen remains uncertain whether this tool can be utilized independently. For the seasoned driver wields it due to his possession of the drive belt, while Ke Wen has nothing of the sort. System, can this ambulance be used independently? Indeed, host. Each speed vehicle is equipped with its own intelligent program and does not require the drive belt for operation. The system's clarification offered Ke Wen a measure of comfort. Otherwise, summoning a speed vehicle only to find it utterly ineffective would have been quite embarrassing. Without further hesitation, he decided to utilize his 3 lottery chances while he still had some energy. The 3 reels, adorned with the Dream Vegas emblem from the seasoned driver, whirled within the space, and it seemed that since the initial 5 draws had yielded nothing, Ke Wen's luck had taken a turn for the better, consistently netting him delightful trinkets. Congratulations, host, you have drawn nothing. Ke Wen was left incredulous, now seriously questioning whether this nefarious system was manipulating the lottery behind the scenes. Just as he was beginning to feel fortunate, the system delivered a rather grimly humorous notification. Congratulations, host, you have received a single misleading driver. It can be carried with you or summoned from the system space. Congratulations, host, you have exhausted your 3 lottery opportunities. Before he could voice his frustrations, Ke Wen was left reeling by the juxtaposition of 2 messages, one exceedingly fortunate and the other quite disheartening. The misleading driver was indeed a remarkable item, a belt used for transformation within the W world, complete with an accompanying vocal function. Yet, the absence of a memory card rendered him incapable of utilizing the vocal feature. How delightfully cruel this contraption was. Alas, the system has proven to be rather unkind, offering no semblance of memory. This contraption serves little purpose beyond ostentation. Such is the nature of luck in a lottery. However, one may still procure it. If only I could afford it, would I still be lamenting? Observing the W-Series memory, each requiring a staggering 1,000,000 points, I nearly wept, particularly for the eternal memory of the antagonist Knight E from the theatrical version, whose point requirement mirrors that of the illustrious Heisei brother. I, representing the Main Knight Protection Association, express my vehement condemnation. With a muted curse, I placed the lost driver within my spatial confines, initially believing I could escape the curse of the G3 armor. Yet, it seems I must endure a while longer. Glancing despondently at my current possessions, I noted the 10 cans from the 3 eggs, the speedy vehicle from the veteran driver, and the lost driver from W, alongside a somewhat paltry original minion training card with no time limitations. With no superior knight armor at hand, I resolved to compensate with the 3-color dominance and activated the card. The familiar sound echoed, presenting me once more with 15 card-fixing combat minions, albeit clad in slightly altered attire, each adorned with a bone emblem on their chests, charging at me, wielding their cleavers. I attempted to shield myself with my armed color, only to be met with a piercing cry as I was sent flying by one of these minion strikes. What in the world? Is this what you call a minion? Are you jesting with me, system? Clutching my bleeding arm, I couldn't help but curse. Oh, I neglected to inform the host earlier. The training card previously utilized summoned the most inferior tier of card-fixing minions. As a faction that has persisted from the Showa era through to the Heisei theatrical productions. Do you truly believe the combat prowess of these minions is so meager? These are classified as elite bone fighters, with combat capabilities 10 to 15 times that of an ordinary person. They could be likened to super soldiers. Otherwise, do you think the title of Showa Old Rogue is mere fiction? Host, you must strive harder. Listening to the system's lamentations, I found no desire to curse further. After all this time, I was still at a level where I could only engage super soldiers, only to be countered. The contrast was disheartening. Without a moment's hesitation, I summoned a high-fidelity Lake Toya, nullifying the gravitational constraints, enveloped myself in armed color, and charged headlong at the 15 original super soldiers, commencing a night of arduous training. Chapter 27. My name is Wanderer, and the latest news from Naxino City. Last night, police raided 3 enterprises suspected of harboring illicit goods following an anonymous tip-off. Within these warehouses, they discovered an extensive cache of heavy firearms alongside a plethora of data pertaining to human trafficking. It is difficult to fathom such darkness lurking beneath the surface of Naxino City. Eyewitnesses reported that the warehouses were struck by Nightwing, Robin, and Kamen Rider. Stay tuned for further reports from our correspondents. In the classroom, Ke Wen, who had been brutally defeated by the super soldiers the previous night, lay languidly on his desk, gazing at the news reports on television. The system had unflinchingly conveyed a harsh truth to him. His skills were barely sufficient to contend with the super soldiers, placing him at a slightly elevated level above the baseline of DC world power. A confrontation with a formidable opponent would surely lead to his demise. Thus, when he saw the news coverage of his so-called heroic actions, he felt no joy, pondering whether he should adopt a more low-profile approach to avoid becoming a target for vengeance. Report all you want. There will be plenty of headlines that keep you busy in the future, he muttered to himself as he rose from his desk and stepped outside for some fresh air. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was 11 o'clock. He speculated that Dick had likely returned to the wholesome Gotham City with Damian by now. After a moment's contemplation, Ke Wen immersed himself in the system's space, eager to inquire about something. System, may I ask if the items I acquire can be transferred to others? Except for the night form and transformation items exchanged by the host. All other auxiliary items can be freely transferred at the host's discretion, including the 3-colored Haki cultivation system. Upon hearing this, Ke Wen felt a surge of excitement. If the 3-colored Haki could also be gifted, he could simply bestow it upon the Dark Knight, creating an entire army of superhumans, allowing him to slack off indefinitely. Indeed, but I would advise against such an action, the system interjected before he could press further. While it was true that the 3-colored Haki is fundamentally rooted in human physiology and should theoretically be cultivable, the physiological makeup of individuals in the DC universe differs significantly from that in the world of pirates. The latter has essentially unlocked the genetic potential of the human body, whereas the former has not. Therefore, should the host attempt to transfer the 3-colored Haki, it would likely lead to mass casualties rather than any beneficial outcome. The system's explanation extinguished Ke Wen's desire to bestow the 3-colored Haki upon the Dark Knight. Nevertheless, he was quite curious to witness the scenario of the Dark Knight utilizing the 3-colored Haki to shatter the head of a powerful adversary. But it appeared that this would not come to pass. Alright, enough of the explanations. Please allocate 10,000 points for me and assist in exchanging for the canned goods within the 3 eggs, land, sea, and air as a complete set. Exchange as many as possible. With the expenditure of 10,000 points, Ke Wen acquired 50 canned robots of eagles, locusts, and octopuses all stored within the system space. Contemplating these items, he realized he needed to find a reliable courier to deliver them to Gotham, as the absence of high-speed logistics like SF Express made transport a significant challenge. I certainly can't make a trip to Gotham myself. The waters there are too treacherous, and one misstep could be fatal, he muttered in exasperation, recognizing that the logistics of delivery posed a considerable dilemma. Gotham? Are you planning to visit Gotham during the holidays? That is not a wise choice. A familiar voice chimed in beside him, and as he turned to see the two sisters approaching, Ke Wen felt a wave of frustration. Why do you always have to intrude? Have you seen through everything? Oh, great one. Indeed, it was none other than the yet-to-debut sisters, Kara and Emil, who recently have taken a liking to seeking out Ke Wen for conversation. Ke Wen, however, preferred to evade their presence whenever possible and was engrossed in a dialogue with the system, thus failing to notice their approach. Could you repeat that? I don't recall ever mentioning a holiday trip to Gotham. By the way, why do you both always come and chat with me? Do I appear particularly idle or overly earnest? Ke Wen, having dozed off during class, was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events and bluntly inquired, his confusion palpable. Did he truly resemble a model of sincerity? With the summer break officially commencing next week, everyone was contemplating their plans, whether to frolic together or seek internships at various enterprises. Moreover, as a male, you are undoubtedly the most agreeable fellow we have encountered. In contrast to the entourage of sycophants trailing us daily, we find conversing with you considerably more pleasant, Emil remarked, gesturing towards the group of classmates huddled together, occasionally glancing in their direction. With a resigned shrug, Ke Wen expressed his disinterest in vying for their attention. First and foremost, I sincerely appreciate the admiration from both of you lovely ladies, yet I have no desire to serve as your human shield. So, farewell. Under the somewhat mournful gazes of Kara and Emil, Ke Wen made his exit, prompting the cluster of boys to hastily approach, encircling the sisters once more. Having maintained some distance from Kara and her companions, Ke Wen finally sensed the oppressive atmosphere dissipating, especially as he was in the company of a formidable woman, which was quite daunting for someone at his current level. Yet, it was surprising to him that merely being a compliant, unremarkable individual could catch Kara's attention. What a revelation. Ah, summer break. It nearly slipped my mind that I still had this benefit. However, on another note, with Nightwing and Robin having fled, should I continue my crusade against crime? Ke Wen was inherently a lazy individual. Unless the system assigned him a task, he would typically be the type to join in only when witnessing a crime, otherwise opting to return home for a nap. After all, accumulating points paled in comparison to the necessity of rest. As a laid-back participant, Ke Wen had come to terms with everything. Perhaps the system within his mind had discerned his true nature, for before he could fully embrace the rare absence of tasks, it promptly assigned him one. Task name: The Path of the Urban Legend Rider. The masked rider is not merely a protector of city's peace, but a champion of human freedom. Task requirements: the host must visit at least 4 cities and leave behind a mark of his fight against crime in each one. Task deadline: 3 months. Task evaluation: dependent on the host's performance. What on earth? After listening to the system's task requirements and prompts, Ke Wen was utterly speechless. He had been contemplating that during the summer vacation, out of sheer boredom, he might seek out a gang in Nashin City for a bit of excitement, or otherwise simply nestle at home as a blissful recluse. Yet, unexpectedly, the system assigned him a mission to venture outside. Was this a cruel joke? To embark on an outing, one requires funds. Moreover, he was to go alone. If his parents were displeased, would he not be doomed? How infuriating. In this day and age, even a recluse was targeted. Was no law left? Feeling a headache from the system's task, Ke Wen mused that perhaps this was the consequence of his earlier disregard for the girl. Chapter 28. The first stop, Central City Mom. I need to discuss something with you. At home, during dinner, Ke Wen hesitantly spoke to his mother, Scarlet Chio. What is it, son? Just say it directly, Scarlet replied. Observing her son, she had never noticed him being so bashful before. He was usually straightforward in conversations. Had he undergone a sudden transformation, perhaps a delayed onset of adolescence? Unbeknownst to Ke Wen, his mother had already sensed something amiss. However, aside from this, everything else about him seemed fine, and Scarlet attributed his behavior to the typical changes of puberty, dismissing further suspicion. Well, summer vacation is just a week away. To prepare for the upcoming SAT, I was hoping to explore outside a bit, so I need some financial support. Of course, if you prefer not to provide it, I only need your permission to go. He articulated a feeble excuse, gazing hopefully at his mother. Scarlet regarded Ke Wen in silence for a moment before setting down her chopsticks and responding, "Personally, I do not agree with your going out. This is America, not our homeland. In our homeland, I wouldn't mind where you went, especially since you're already 18. However, here I cannot consent. But my opinion alone does not suffice. You must discuss it with your father. If he agrees, then I shall remain silent." Upon hearing Scarlet's words, Ke Wen felt as if his plans had already been dashed. As an only child, he sensed that while his father might not coddle him like many parents of only children, allowing him to travel far seemed precarious. Was he truly to embark on a solo escapade? That felt rather daunting. Just as the mother and son were preparing to delve deeper into the discussion, Ke Wen's father, Jonathan Ku, returned home, his weary demeanor leaving Ke Wen at a loss for words. "What's going on? What are you two discussing?" Despite the fatigue etched on his face from a long day, Jonathan refrained from bringing negativity into the home. He shifted slightly on the sofa before inquiring. I was hoping to take a trip during the summer vacation, but Mom disagrees, so I need your approval. Seeing you look so tired, I didn't want to ask for your opinion too early," Ke Wen explained. "Sure, go ahead," Jonathan nodded, granting his consent without a moment's hesitation. The abruptness of the situation left Ke Wen momentarily stunned. "Jonathan," Scarlet found herself at a loss regarding her husband's forthrightness. After all, this was America, where incidents of gun violence were all too common. Jonathan cast a glance at his wife and gestured for her to remain calm. "I understand your concerns, my dear," he reassured her. "But our homeland has a saying, read countless books and travel vast distances. Danger is indeed a certainty, yet it also presents an opportunity for him to cultivate resilience." "My son, shall we strike a pact?" "Very well," he replied. "Concerning finances, we have no objections. However, we shall require daily access to your account statements. Should I discover that you have ventured to places you ought not to, like Gotham, I will promptly freeze your card. You will then return forthwith. Do not compel your father to seek assistance in bringing you back. Do we have an agreement?" Feeling the weight of Jonathan's gaze, Kevin felt a sudden unease, as though his father had discerned something amiss. Nevertheless, he reasoned that as long as he passed muster with his parents, all would be well. A frozen credit card? In America, cashless transactions were the norm. If necessary, he could enlist a few unsavory characters to procure some funds. Once he was confident in this plan, Kevin nodded in affirmation. "Agreement," he declared. With his summer of freedom secured, Kevin understood that he had achieved half of his objective. As for the tasks assigned by the system, he would tackle them as they came. The rigid requirement was to explore 4 cities, which posed no challenge for him. The need to combat crime in those cities would depend on fortuity. If he encountered it, he would engage. If not, he would merely enjoy the sights. Time swiftly passed, and only a week remained at Central City High. During this period, Kevin occasionally ventured out, apprehending petty criminals with a swift sequence of actions. A well-placed strike, a thorough search, a call to the authorities, and then he would make his exit, or retreat to the system's realm to endure the rigors of training under the enhanced soldiers. One such soldier, clad in a black uniform adorned with a bone insignia, emitted a classic cry of despair as Kevin sent him soaring with a reinforced wooden sword. The force of the blow created a sonic boom, contorting the soldier into an irregular shape. Yet, Kevin's grip on the sword trembled slightly. Each enhanced soldier possessed combat prowess surpassing that of an ordinary person by a factor of 10 to 15. To put it simply, they could be likened to Captain America, albeit lacking his formidable fighting skills. Otherwise, given Kevin's physique, he would surely falter within a minute. As he surveyed the remaining 10 enhanced soldiers, Kevin felt a twinge of frustration. Clearly, he was ill-suited for heroics, despite having specialized in combat skills and possessing the physique of a modified soldier. He struggled to overcome even these 15 enhanced adversaries after 3 days of relentless practice and found himself stalemated against the 10 remaining. "Damn it," he muttered. "It's truly difficult to get by these days. Without some means of self-defense, even a simple trip is fraught with peril. How utterly useless." Suppressing a self-deprecating thought, Ke Wen closed his eyes, activating his observation haki to envelop the 10 combatants within his vicinity. He predicted their subsequent movements with uncanny accuracy. Then, Ke Wen sprang into action, his movements seeming as though he had meticulously calculated their trajectories in advance. Each strike aimed at him by the 10 Shuka warriors was deftly evaded by Ke Wen. Simultaneously, He thrust his wooden sword, imbued with armament haki, towards their vital points. The enhanced physique of the modified beings manifested at this moment. Ke Wen, despite his overwhelming fatigue, found a surge of strength coursing through him. He charged directly at one combatant, sending him flying with a powerful blow, while the remaining 9 were similarly dispatched during the openings created by their failed attacks. Once this was accomplished, Ke Wen dismissed the armament haki and stood poised with his sword. Congratulations, host. You are now capable of contending with 15 Shuka super soldiers. Even in the DC universe, you have ascended from the ranks of mere mortals, the system proclaimed, devoid of any semblance of genuine praise. Ke Wen, too weary to retort, reflected on the effort it took to fell those 15 super soldiers, only to find himself merely elevated from the lowest tier of mortal heroes in the system's estimation. Were all mortal heroes in the DC universe merely demons in human guise? System, may I inquire if the next training session will maintain this caliber? 15 Shuka super soldiers? Ke Wen asked, waving his wooden sword. Not necessarily. It could involve Shuka Red combatants, captain-level foes, or even Galanki, or perhaps undead. It's random, the system replied. Ke Wen sighed, realizing he had wasted his breath. It would be far better to maintain his current fortune of summoning Shuka super soldiers. Galanki was manageable, but the undead were a different matter entirely. He could don a G3 and still be obliterated. Who could fathom how the system determined its classifications? With a casual gesture, he disengaged from the mental training room, returning his consciousness from the system space to his own corporeal form. All right, today's lesson concludes here. You all have a lengthy 3-month vacation ahead. I hope you make the most of it. Until next semester, everyone, Ms. Brenna announced, marking the end of the final class of the first term. A wave of cheers erupted from the students, while Ke Wen, drenched in sweat and stifling yawns, began to gather his belongings to depart. Ke Wen, are you all right? You look utterly exhausted, inquired Kara, seated beside him, observing his drenched and fatigued demeanor with concern. Thank you. I simply had a restless night, he replied. So, regarding our previous discussion, you all aren't planning any trips during the break, are you? Indeed. I plan to visit Metropolis with my sister to see my cousin. Would you like to join us? Kara's eyes sparkled at the mention of Metropolis, home to her only blood relative, Superman. It was a rare opportunity to visit, and she was eager to include a few friends. No thanks. I'm heading to Mid-City. Farewell. Chapter 29. Central City in mid-June. Central City, located in Missouri, USA, experiences its peak activity. For many years, Central City has consistently ranked among the foremost cities across the United States, serving as a hub for commerce, architecture, and art, often referred to as the gem of the Midwest. However, with the continuous evolution of the economy and the redistribution of resources, Central City has lost much of its former grandeur. Despite this decline, it retains irreplaceable advantages, such as Central City University, one of the finest institutions in the world, and Central City Medical School, which contributes significantly to the city's appeal. Furthermore, the Star Labs branch also resides in Central City. Most importantly, this city is the guardianship of the world's swiftest individual, the Flash. Indeed, witnessing it firsthand is quite different from watching it on television. The Flash truly embodies the spirit of Central City. At Central City Airport, a young boy, burdened with a backpack nearly as tall as himself, donned sunglasses and held a map emblazoned with a lightning emblem. He gazed out at the airport exterior, marveling at the road signs that also bore the symbol of lightning. It is often said that DC possesses a profoundly dark aesthetic, yet Kevin felt that experiencing it firsthand validated this notion. At least in the Central City where he currently resides, a place where the Justice League proudly claims the Flash as their own, he could discern no semblance of darkness. How could a locale adorned with the Flash's insignia, even in its city logo, harbor animosity towards its heroic protector? What a poor director, who diverted the Justice League films into his own style. A mental remark was cast towards the director who transformed the Justice League cinematic universe. And Kevin then boarded the airport shuttle en route to the youth hostel he had reserved. Hello, I have a reservation from the 15th to the 28th, he said, presenting his identification for verification. Kevin disembarked in the downtown area and followed his navigation to a duplex building. Pushing open the door, he smiled at the attractive young woman at the front desk and handed over his identification. One must acknowledge that the 3 types of hockey each serve their unique purposes. The observation Haki and the armament Haki provided Ke Wen with commendable assistance in accomplishing tasks assigned by the system. As for the Conqueror's Haki, which is said to intimidate lesser foes and clear a battlefield, Ke Wen found it lacked the expected potency. However, it did manifest notable effects when engaging in communication with the opposite sex. The young woman at the front desk, a quintessential American, appeared slightly older than Ke Wen, her face still adorned with a few lingering freckles. Yet, from Ke Wen's aesthetic perspective, her figure and demeanor warranted a solid 75 out of 100. Notably, upon receiving Ke Wen's smile, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she shyly accepted his identification. After confirming the check-in details on the computer, she returned it along with a complimentary bottle of soda water. Hey, how much is this soda water? What does this complimentary gesture imply? My thoughts are wandering again. Holding the bottle of soda in his hand, Ke Wen's thoughts momentarily wandered astray. After a considerable pause, he declined a front desk attendant's offer for assistance, opting instead to grab his large backpack and head towards his designated floor with a room key in hand. The room was immaculate. As a youth hostel within a duplex apartment building, it spanned 3 levels. Ke Wen resided in a single room on the 2nd floor. From the balcony, he gazed down at a swimming pool adjacent to a sizable courtyard, furnished with several tables and chairs for the smoking aficionados, as well as a barbecue grill for festive gatherings. In contrast to the so-called star-rated hotels, Ke Wen favored the atmosphere of youth hostels, where travelers from all corners of the globe congregated to share tales of their homelands, encounters, and amusing anecdotes. Feeling peckish, he was disinclined to consume the hotel's catered meals. Instead, he could procure his preferred ingredient from a nearby supermarket to prepare a meal himself, or invite others to join, regardless of their acquaintance. In this transient fellowship, perhaps after a night together, everyone would gather their belongings and embark on their next adventure. The sun-kissed city, perhaps a brief slumber first, relishing the sunlight that bathed him. Ke Wen remarked on the weather of the central city before placing a lounge chair on the balcony to bask in the sun, drifting into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already 7 in the evening. The communal area on the 1st floor buzzed with lively chatter. It seemed that June was indeed a favored month for revelry among many. The influx of guests at this youth hostel attested to its genuine online ratings. After a quick tidy-up, Ke Wen prepared to descend in search of sustenance. Oh, you're on duty again. Business seems to be thriving. He greeted the same front desk attendant he had checked in with earlier. Indeed, we're fortunate to coincide with the holiday season. Many people have come to explore this area. Have you had your meal yet? The attendant, invigorated by Ke Wen's enthusiasm, engaged in conversation. Not yet. I was just about to look for something to eat. If that fails, I'll cook myself. By the way, do you have any recommendations for local eateries? Is this your first visit to the central city? Yes, I've heard it's a city of sunshine. Indeed, we have the superhero, the Flash, who always appears when you are in peril. Like Superman? Precisely, just like Superman. As Ke Wen and the front desk attendant exchanged stories about their respective cities, he gleaned much about the central city that he had previously been unaware of. The central city had once experienced an explosive surge of superhumans during that tumultuous period. It was nearly as chaotic as Gotham. It wasn't until the Flash and Star Labs collaborated with the Central City Police Department that order was restored, allowing the Flash to gradually earn the trust and admiration of the city's inhabitants. The explosion of the particle accelerator suggests that Central City is indeed connected to the television series The Flash, albeit in a rather ambiguous manner. Comparing it to the plot lines I have witnessed, apart from the origin story, which bears some resemblance to the show, the rest diverges significantly. Notably, he did not hear any news regarding Reverse Flash from the receptionist, and even Harrison Wells was conspicuously absent from the news in Central City, indicating that the storyline involving Reverse Flash does not exist here. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Ke Wen. Had he known of Reverse Flash's existence in this world, he would have turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. A villain capable of achieving speeds several times that of sound, proficient in various lethal techniques of the Speed Force, would undoubtedly render him oblivious to his own demise. I presume you are here to visit the Flash Museum, correct? Lost in contemplation, Ke Wen did not quite catch the receptionist's words and looked up at her in confusion. The Flash Museum, the most renowned structure in Central City, is one of the finest sites in America, akin to Central City University. Indeed, a museum named after the Flash certainly piques my interest. You're in luck, as tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of the Flash Museum, Perhaps you might even catch a glimpse of the Flash himself. Wow, that is splendid news. Thank you for the information. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 30. The Flash Museum. Upon returning from a nearby stall, Ke Wen found the youth hostel bustling with guests, filled with backpackers from around the globe. He spotted several compatriots from his homeland, chatting animatedly in their native tongue. Hearing the familiar language evoked a sense of warmth within him. With juice and snacks in hand, Ke Wen approached them directly. Is this your first time in Central City? You should try these. As someone fluent in Mandarin, he felt quite at ease among his fellow countrymen. Oh, thank you. Bro, did you come over from our homeland? The young individuals, only slightly older than him, welcomed Ke Wen's generous offering of snacks, finding delight in encountering fellow countrymen in a foreign land. Homeland? Oh no. I reside here. My grandfather's generation has lived here. I've only returned to the homeland once during my childhood. As he explained in response to their inquiries, Ke Wen continued, Your Mandarin is quite proficient. The compatriots visiting from their homeland were impressed by his fluent Chinese, as it is uncommon to expect a person living abroad for an extended period to have the same pronunciation as those residing in the mainland. Thus, until Ke Wen revealed that he was an American-born Chinese, they had not assumed he was a resident here. I can also understand Cantonese, he added, responding silently to their admiring glances. In jest, I proclaim that my innate talent lies in linguistic proficiency, seamlessly transitioning between Mandarin, English, Japanese, and Cantonese. I need not fear the company of those who are merely venturing into the world for the first time. Thanks to my inherent linguistic aptitude, I quickly bonded with these compatriots from another realm, gleaning insights about my homeland's standing within this DC universe. Alas, both my world and this DC universe find themselves in a state of relative opposition. My country remains cloistered from the outside world, with its citizens oblivious to the unfolding events beyond their borders, while those within can only glean information through the means of circumvention. Encountering familiar faces in an unfamiliar land, I was naturally inclined to seek further knowledge. What? Over 10 million square kilometers? Upon hearing the expanse of my homeland articulated by a fellow countryman, I was taken aback, for it seemed to exceed my understanding by a staggering 400,000 square kilometers. Indeed, is this not a piece of geographical knowledge one acquires in primary school? My compatriot regarded me with a look of skepticism, as if my ignorance of this fact was utterly perplexing. Yet, I cannot be blamed, though I had perused some geographical information about the DC world. I merely skimmed the surface, acknowledging that Earth's representation in my world bore little difference from that of the original Earth, and thus my attention waned. It was only upon hearing such a shocking figure from my compatriot that I found myself momentarily speechless. But wait, I recall that the world map still depicts the proud rooster, unchanged in its plumage. I meticulously recalled the world map I had seen. My homeland still stood as a magnificent rooster in the east, identical to my previous world. Had I forgotten about the neighboring nation, often referred to as a mere worm? In the annals of history, our forebears, under the leadership of the 10 heroes, stormed their territory, compelling their emperor to sign treaties of territory cession and reparations, even bringing him back to our homeland for a public trial. The spectacle of his execution broadcasted for all to see was nothing short of exhilarating. Without the triumphs of that era, could we truly claim our current prosperity? My compatriot shared a rather convoluted version of history that left me utterly bewildered. The narrative of my nation was entirely different from what I had previously understood. Yet, there was an undeniable thrill in the recounting. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. In my own world, political and national strength would likely inhibit such actions. However, this is DC, where Superman merely stands as the most renowned superhero, not implying that superheroes did not exist prior. After all, it is a civilization with a rich 5,000-year history, surely not lacking in renown. By such comparison, I recognize that many historical events could not be directly aligned with those of my world, especially considering the presence of a cadre of superhuman beings capable of altering the balance of warfare. Speaking of these superhumans, I grew curious about my nation's situation and inquired, surely we must have many superheroes as well. Why have I not seen any news regarding them? My old friend, what is the purpose of a superhero, if not to combat crime? However, the people as police of our nation are not to be trifled with. And considering that our country prohibits the free possession of firearms, the most one might encounter is a few weapons appearing during a large-scale gang conflict. A situation easily managed by a specialized police unit. The emergence of superheroes only serves to complicate matters unnecessarily. Were it not for the peculiarities of our nation, superheroes would almost be relegated to the realm of legend. It is unlikely we would have gathered during our holiday to visit the Central City Flash Museum. After exploring this site, we intend to venture to Metropolis to behold the Justice League's Hall of Justice stationed on Earth. This reasoning is compelling enough to leave Ke Wen at a loss for words. It seems evident that the existence of superheroes correlates with the presence of criminals wielding superpowers or advanced technology, yet the constraints of our national system effectively suppress such occurrences, rendering superheroes obsolete. Contemplating this, Ke Wen found himself on the verge of tears, pondering whether it was still feasible to change his nationality and relocate. At the very least, if the system failed to identify suitable targets for missions, perhaps Ke Wen could lead a life of leisure. This rationale is indeed quite poignant. Regardless, welcome to the land of superheroes. I would advise, after visiting Central City, to return home, for while Metropolis boasts the presence of Superman, it is fraught with peril. Good night. Ke Wen felt it his duty to caution his compatriots about their plans to journey to Metropolis. After all, in the presence of Superman, the difficulty of any situation can swiftly escalate from manageable to catastrophic. Who knows if you might find yourself amidst a confrontation between Superman and an extraterrestrial villain. If that were to occur, you would have nowhere to lament your fate. Central City is comparatively safer. Bidding farewell to his compatriots in a foreign land, Ke Wen returned to his room to rest. Upon awakening naturally the next day, he sees his Nikon camera, adjusting it to manual mode with a shutter speed of 1/11,000. Eager to ascertain just how fast the Flash, lauded as the world's fastest man, truly is. After obtaining a Central City travel guide from the reception, he followed the instructions to board the bus heading to the Flash Museum. Situated in the heart of Central City, directly opposite the City Hall, the museum proudly features a towering 3-meter statue of the Flash at its entrance, captured mid-run amidst a whirlwind of lightning. Upon disembarking, purchasing a ticket, and following the signs into the museum, Ke Wen quickly understood why the Flash Museum is hailed as an essential destination across the United States. The first floor of the museum houses a vast exhibition hall, where an array of peculiar weapons is displayed, accompanied by informative plaques detailing the weapon's history, including dates and accounts of how the Flash triumphed over various adversaries. As one approaches, the attendant stationed nearby activates a button adjacent to the display, triggering a holographic projection. In an instant, a menacing criminal is transformed into a helpless lamb by a flash of yellow lightning, while the Flash, clad in his iconic red suit, flashes a brief smile at the camera before vanishing once more. The video is succinct, lasting barely a minute. As inscribed at the entrance of the Flash Museum, you can save everyone in a flash. How marvelous! Gazing upon the holographic projections adorning each display stand, Ke Wen couldn't help but express his admiration. All the equipment here is crafted by the esteemed Star Labs of DC, including the weapons on display, which, while merely ornamental, evoke a sense of wonder. The mere sight of this cutting-edge technology, previously confined to the silver screen, made Ke Wen realize that this experience was worth every penny. Look, Uncle, is this what you used to do? Truly impressive. Just as Ke Wen was preparing to capture some photographs of the Flash Museum, his keen senses picked up a conversation that nearly caused him to drop his camera. Chapter 31, The Flash. Upon hearing the words spoken behind him, Ke Wen instinctively turned a glance back. Not more than 10 meters away stood a couple, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of similar age to him. It was evident that he could not possibly be the couple's offspring, unless they had wed at an extraordinarily young age. The male was slightly taller than Ke Wen, with short hair and a handsome visage. The female embodied the quintessential features of European descent, while the young man beside them was a head shorter than Ke Wen, with chestnut short hair, animatedly gesturing towards the display stands, exuding an unmistakable vivacity. As for Ke Wen, upon confirming that his ears were functioning correctly, he deduced that the older young man before him must be none other than Barry Allen, one of the founding members of the Justice League and the fastest man alive. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Ke Wen pressed the shutter in the direction of Allen, drawing the attention of Barry, who was currently being chastised by his fiancée, Iris, for his inattentive nephew. Barry turned his gaze toward Ke Wen. Undeterred, Ke Wen approached the Justice League veteran, enthusiastically showing him the photograph he had just taken. A lovely trio. Is this your child? Barry inquired. Absolutely not. I'm not married yet. This is Iris West, my fiancée. I am Barry Allen from the CCPD. And this is my nephew, Wally West. Barry introduced his two relatives to Ke Wen. Ke Wen from Nishino City. I've come to explore my favorite city during the summer break. Nishino City? Goodness, Ke Wen, you came here all by yourself? Wally, I remember you just turned 18 last June. Look at him. Iris exclaimed upon learning that Ke Wen was traveling solo. She glanced at her rather unrefined nephew, lamenting that her fiancé had managed to carve out time to be with her while Wally was so oblivious, bustling about. She silently hoped that this peer of Wally's could whisk him away, allowing her a moment of cherished solitude with Barry. It is uncertain whether it was due to a divine intervention from Iris's prayers, but Ke Wen approached the gathering and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my first visit to Central City, and I am not well acquainted with the Flash Museum. Could you enlighten me on the villains that the Flash has vanquished?" With pleasure. Wally, it is time for you to make some friends. I leave it to you, Barry. Let us go. Iris responded without hesitation to Ke Wen's request, promptly tugging at her fiancé's arm to lead him in another direction. Before departing, Barry offered Ke Wen an apologetic smile. Observing Iris's actions, Ke Wen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that once these superheroes shed their capes, they too possessed the mundane aspects of life, making them feel all the more relatable to ordinary individuals. Apologies, my friend, but it appears you will need to assume the role of a tour guide, Ke Wen said sheepishly, glancing at Wally, who appeared somewhat displeased. What? I want to chat a bit longer with Uncle Barry. Hey, are you here to stir up trouble? Wally retorted bluntly, his irritation evident. I can only say that luck is not on your side. You chose the wrong moment to approach your uncle. Why? Because you shine too brightly. With a quip that resonated with the plight of singletons, Ke Wen turned towards another exhibit. Wally, now realizing the truth in Ke Wen's words, followed closely behind, his expression darkening. He understood the implication. Indeed, he had unwittingly become a significant third wheel, which explained his aunt's hasty retreat. So, you hail from Nashiner City. I have heard that a superhero known as Kamen Rider has emerged there, correct? What does he look like? Wally inquired, seemingly more comfortable discussing common interests with someone his own age. In reality, Nashiner City boasted two superheroes, one named Nightwing and another called Kamen Rider. However, having never seen Kamen Rider's visage, Ke Wen could not describe him. Well, I still think the Flash is the most dashing, Ke Wen remarked, casting a sideways glance at Wally, thereby branding him as an ardent fan, a label that was undeniable. As Ke Wen was not very familiar with Wally, he could not ascertain whether Wally had acquired the same incredible speed as Barry Allen and become Kid Flash. After all, fervent admirers do not become arrogant merely because they share an opportunity with their idols. Rather, their admiration only deepens. Just as Ke Wen pondered how to extract useful information from Wally, the curator of the Flash Museum stepped to the center of the exhibit, tapping the microphone to capture the attention of the crowd, including the affectionate duo of Barry and Iris. All right, Iris, it is my turn to take the stage. Listening to the commotion from the exhibition booth, Barry, who was enjoying a tender moment with his fiancée, uttered a few words before preparing to depart. Why the rush? There's still a minute until George finishes his speech. Can we not relish this next minute of joy? The speedster, Iris, grasped Barry's hand and pressed her lips against his, and the two engaged in a passionate kiss, oblivious to their surroundings. At the podium, the honorary curator of the Flash Museum, Joe West, observed the growing crowd and commenced his address. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me great joy to see you all gathered here. Among us are residents of Central City and friends from around the globe. We have all endured the invasion 2 years ago, during which 7 superheroes emerged to rescue our world. Among them is a hero from Central City, whose contributions to both our city and the world inspired the establishment of this museum. This year marks the first anniversary of the Flash Museum. Let us all cheer with the loudest voices for the Flash. As the curator concluded with a rallying cry, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting the name of the Flash. A streak of yellow lightning zipped across the audience's line of sight, and beside Joe West appeared a superhero clad in a striking red metallic suit, adorned with a single yellow lightning emblem on his chest and accents of yellow lightning wrapping around his elbows and waist, complemented by yellow boots and aerodynamic decorations on his ears. The design alone exuded an aura of charisma. Hello, everyone. As the audience cheered, Barry, momentarily separated from Iris, effortlessly transformed into the Flash from his lightning ring, greeting each individual below with a vibrant voice. The applause thundered. Everyone had come to witness one of the Justice League's 7 Titans, and Barry's dazzling entrance assured them that their attendance was worthwhile. However, Kevin in the crowd did not join in the cheers. As the curator began to speak, he had already adjusted his camera to focus on the podium, capturing every moment until Barry appeared as the Flash. His observation haki enveloped the stage, yet even with a shutter speed of 1/11,000, he could only capture a fleeting yellow blur among the crowd. The next frame revealed the Flash standing on stage. The feedback from his observation haki was even more astonishing. To Kevin's perception, one moment the stage was empty, and in the next, the Flash had materialized as if conjured from thin air. Shit, that speed is utterly insane. This is no joke. Comparing the photographs taken with the feedback from his observation haki, Kevin concluded that the Flash's speed was indeed akin to that depicted in comic books. Should he ever cross paths with this powerhouse, he felt utterly hopeless. Even if he unlocked HP armor, the Flash would already be moving at sublight speed, leaving Kevin unable to even catch a glimpse of him. Even hypothetically speaking, even if one does not confront the Flash directly, the Flash's nemesis, Reverse Flash, is certainly not to be underestimated. After all, he is an equally formidable adversary capable of matching the Flash in rivalry. How does one combat such a foe when encountered? Subsequently, the Flash spoke on stage, but Ke Wen was hardly attentive. In fact, he was beginning to regret his choice of Central City as his initial destination. Wasn't this a blow to his self-confidence? Chapter 32. The origin of Kid Flash. The Flash arrived with remarkable swiftness and departed just as quickly. As a globally renowned superhero, his mere presence was worth the price of admission. Securing an autograph from him was hardly a challenge. Many young girls, who had scarcely managed to approach him with their Flash posters for signatures, found that the Flash had already completed the task for them. Even Ke Wen found the letters Flash inscribed on his clothing. Damn! Gazing at the hastily written words on his shirt, Ke Wen couldn't help but let out an expletive. What's wrong? Wally, whose poster had been signed by the Flash, was exuberantly shouting the hero's name. Upon hearing Ke Wen's outburst, he turned to inquire. This is AJ, man. Ke Wen lamented, pointing at the logo on his shirt, feeling a pang of sorrow. After all, it was a garment he had worn for less than half a month, now marred by the Flash's marker. What? Are you planning to erase it? Seeing Wally poised to press his poster against his face, Ke Wen decisively chose to back down. He simply couldn't contend with an overzealous fan. The Flash's signing event concluded swiftly. After all, when one encounters the fastest hero in existence, many formerly tedious processes become profoundly simplified. Autographs took merely a second, and photographs could be completed within 3 seconds, with the Flash managing to pose for individual pictures with every attendee. Unbelievable, isn't it? Had it not been for the final group photo commemorating the anniversary, this meet and greet could have been wrapped up in 3 minutes, thus earning the title of the shortest fan meeting in history. Wally, exhilarated with his signed poster and figurine, completely forgot about Ke Wen, engrossed in striking poses for selfies. The Flash's departure caused the previously crowded throng to thin out. Everyone had come to see the Flash, and now that they had, the exhibits seemed rather lackluster in comparison. It was better to move on to the next attraction. Wow, the crowd has dwindled. Where's Aunt Iris? I need to go show off. Wally's musing prompted Ke Wen to ponder. Could it be that this fellow was merely a delusional youth yet to acquire Speed Force powers, entirely oblivious to Barry's secret identity? What, then, did his earlier remarks signify? Ke Wen found himself perplexed yet disinterested in seeking clarity. It was not his concern, and unlike other time travelers, he had no intention of disrupting the narrative, for he was utterly unfamiliar with the plot of this DC universe. With a blank slate of storyline, it mattered little how he played his part. Following Wally, he soon spotted Barry and Iris sharing a passionate kiss. Ke Wen, being a solitary wolf for so long, was unfazed by such occurrences. In contrast, Wally, his face flushed, cast a glance at the novice who had yet to become the Flash, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. I told you, you're too conspicuous. Now you understand, don't you? Observing this display of affection, Ke Wen felt compelled to make his exit. Noticing Wally still lingering, he seized the collar of his shirt and pulled him along. Don't worry, in due time, you'll have your chance to dish out the affection. As an ordinary individual, Wally was no match for Ke Wen's strength and was unceremoniously dragged away. Barry, the speedster, noticed Ke Wen's actions and silently commended his nephew, who was undeniably clingy yet also a devoted fan. He found himself at a loss for words. "Hey, can you let go of me now?" Wally, feeling uncomfortable from Ke Wen's grip, managed to extricate himself only after they exited the museum. Ke Wen had no intention of lingering with Wally any longer. He waved his hand dismissively and prepared to depart. "Where are you off to?" Wally, having no ill feelings towards this chance acquaintance, felt a measure of respect for someone who could venture into Central City alone. "Just wandering the streets, snapping photos, catching a few thieves. Until we meet again, I hope you become the person you aspire to be. Then at least leave me your contact information. I trust you'll find me once you become who you wish to be." With a casual wave, Ke Wen sauntered away, his earlier grace replaced by a hurried gait. "Damn it, I still have tasks to complete. Being with you would certainly attract the attention of the Flash." Grumbling internally, Ke Wen glanced at the city map in his hand and headed toward the most unstable area of Central City. Since the system tasked him with leaving his mark in the cities he traversed, he felt compelled to achieve something noteworthy. The most unstable region of Central City was where Ke Wen intended to make his name. However, he did not plan to unleash his robotic minions here, as this was the Flash's territory, home to the Star Labs. Who knew how many satellites were watching this place? Attracting attention was not on his agenda. Though the notion was appealing, reality proved harsh. Standing before a shop in the most unstable area of Central City, Ke Wen observed police vehicles patrolling every 15 minutes, and a headache began to form. Are these American police officers? Their efficiency is astounding. Ke Wen could hardly believe what lay before him. He had anticipated a leisurely time catching a few petty thieves and dealing with a couple of robbers, merely to fulfill his task. But the astonishingly high response rate transformed his plans into mere fantasy. He witnessed two officers sprint past him at a speed reminiscent of a 100-meter dash, swiftly subduing a suspect, handcuffing him, and escorting him to their vehicle. The execution of their actions left Ke Wen with a newfound respect. He simply could not comprehend why this area, ostensibly the highest in crime rates, would have such a plethora of police officers stationed around. Was there a leadership inspection occurring recently? It was his first visit to Central City. The proprietor of the convenience store, a gregarious African-American, immediately recognized the puzzled expression on Ke Wen's face and understood his thoughts. "You are aware that our city is the realm of the Flash, right? He is the fastest man alive," he remarked. "Essentially, no one would dare commit a crime in Central City for the moment you tuck your wallet into your pocket. You might find yourself in a holding cell at the Central City Police Department within seconds." The store owner's words left Ke Wen at a loss for how to express his frustration. Even without utilizing his super speed, the Flash could patrol this city multiple times at supersonic speeds. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from engaging in activities that could lead to their own downfall here. However, as you might know, if the Flash were to handle every situation, the police would be rendered superfluous. Subsequently, following that damned alien invasion, since the Flash became one of the founders of the Justice League, he had little time to manage Central City. Therefore, in order to prevent public disillusionment, the police of Central City began to exert themselves vigorously to combat the chaos rampant in this district, as you see now. I believe only Metropolis rivals Central City in terms of public safety, and one must truly thank that alien invasion for it. The owner's explanation caused Ke Wen to abandon any notion of establishing his own reputation here. After all, he could not possibly compete with the police for their livelihood. What a predicament this was. "Well, another day wasted," he muttered, noticing the ominous clouds overhead. He hailed a taxi and departed, returning to his hostel. Central City, 156 First Avenue in the East District, was the residence of the Flash, Barry Allen, and his fiancée. The Flash's sidekick, Wally West, who had just met Ke Wen earlier that day, was presently in his second-floor room, clad in a tight-fitting yellow costume with red accents on his arms and legs. Unlike the Flash, his mask did not cover his mouth, allowing his chestnut hair to flow freely, adorned with small red lightning bolts on either side of his head. "I am the future protector of Central City, Kid Flash," Wally declared, striking a pose before the mirror, hands on his hips, reveling in his own bravado. He playfully struck several dashing poses in front of the mirror, feeling rather dapper. "Haha, I should go show Uncle Barry. His reaction to my costume will be priceless," Wally thought, eager to share his excitement. After considering his options, he realized that the only one home was Barry, who was busy analyzing evidence. With a determined idea in mind, Wally stealthily ascended to the attic, preparing to surprise Barry. In the attic, Barry was immersed in his personal laboratory, conducting forensic analysis while listening to the rumbling thunder outside. He couldn't help but reminisce. 2.5 years ago, he had also experienced such weather, which had brought about the accident that granted him godlike abilities. Speed Force. This complete defiance of the laws of physics, the fifth fundamental force, has rendered him the fastest man in the world. However, the acquisition of such power comes at a price. The Speed Force has placed Barry's thoughts, movement speed, and neural responses on an entirely different wavelength compared to ordinary individuals. When he harnesses the Speed Force, a mere sentence uttered by a common person can stretch into an hour or even longer. Thus, when he runs, he experiences profound solitude if he does not slow down. He cannot even hear the calls of his teammates through his earpiece, as sound simply cannot keep pace with his velocity. Yet again, it is a thunderous, stormy day. Gazing at the raindrops converging into a line along the window sill above him, Barry cannot help but sigh, continuing with his work. As a forensic investigator, he could utilize the Speed Force to expedite his tasks. Yet he refrains, for upon completion, he would be engulfed in the solitude of having nothing to occupy his time. The attic door creaked open gently, and Wally, adorned in his custom-made Kid Flash costume, stealthily entered. Upon observing Barry diligently focused at the desk, Wally hastened forward and exclaimed, "Surprise!" However, Barry remained unfazed. As a speedster, how could he be startled by a sudden intrusion? "Wally, shouldn't you be in the living room watching television at this hour?" Barry replied without turning. "Come on, I'm 18 now. Who watches those childish cartoons?" Wally retorted, "Uncle Barry, why don't you share some tales about your collaboration with the Flash?" Wally held a deep admiration for his future uncle, appreciating his kindness, integrity, and vast knowledge. Most importantly, he had collaborated with his idol, making him an incredibly impressive figure in Wally's eyes. "All right, let me regale you with a story about the Flash, my little fan. But first, what is up with your outfit?" Reluctantly turning to Wally, Barry was momentarily taken aback by Wally's form-fitting costume. "I designed it myself. Center City's future protector, Kid Flash. Isn't it cool?" Wally posed proudly, hands on his hips. "Cool." Barry acknowledged his fiancée's nephew's choice of attire, preparing to recount his own heroic exploits. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as a lightning bolt split the night sky, a yellow flash piercing through the attic skylight, striking Wally, who stood merely 2 meters away from Barry. The bolt sent Wally flying, and behind him lay the various bottles and jars Barry had been using for experiments. As Wally collided with the cabinet, the containers toppled over him, initiating a remarkable chemical reaction. It was only then that Barry, realizing the jest nature had played upon him, shouted, "Wally!" Chapter 33. The Escaped Gorilla Center City, Iron Heights Prison, Superhuman Detention Zone. Here lies Iron Mountain Prison, a facility established in Central City following the catastrophic explosion of the particle accelerator, designed specifically to contain the surge of superpowered criminals. Equipped with advanced technology and apparatus provided by Star Labs, this prison houses individuals who, over the past 2 years, have committed crimes utilizing extraordinary abilities, exceptional combat skills, and high-tech weaponry. At this moment, alarms blare throughout Iron Mountain Prison. The on-duty guards are armed with high-energy impact guns and electronic force field shields, diligently patrolling the premises in a strict formation, inspecting each cell's condition. In the central control hub, Warden Winchester observes his colleagues frantically working at the control panel, noticing the beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, which indicates the gravity of the situation. "What's the status, gentlemen?" he inquires. "Sir, things are quite dire. A lightning strike has caused a short circuit in cells 1 and 3, preventing us from rebooting through the control terminal. We need someone to go there for manual operation." Upon hearing this report, Winchester's expression darkens. As the warden, he is acutely aware of the nature of the inmates housed within Iron Mountain Prison. Sending someone to manually reset the system would be tantamount to leading a lamb to slaughter. "Where are the records for cells 1 and 3? Pull them up." "Sir, cell 1 contains the gorilla, Grud, and cell 3 holds the group of gorillas subjected to Grud's restoration experiment." "Damn it. Seal all exits, activate the brainwave isolation devices, and call back the maintenance personnel. Notify the Flash." Winchester curses, issuing a flurry of commands that the operators swiftly execute. "Sir, we've lost contact with the maintenance crew." "Then seal the gates. We must hold out until the Flash arrives." Though he feels anguish for the colleagues now unreachable, Winchester knows he must prioritize the lives of those still present, coldly commanding the closure of all exits. The operators, understanding their warden's resolve, hastily pressed the red button on the control panel. In an instant, the alarms of Iron Mountain Prison echo wildly as gates slam shut, sealing the facility. The guards, initially tasked with patrolling each cell, quickly retreat to their designated posts. Meanwhile, within the unresponsive cells 1 and 3, a group of towering 2-meter-high gorillas congregate, their wild eyes glimmering with a spark of humanity as they gaze upon their leader, a white gorilla, larger than the rest, who clutches a guard by the neck with one hand while pressing the other against the guard's forehead, eyes closed. The captive guard's gaze turns vacant as he struggles helplessly until he finally goes limp, casually discarding the guard like a rag doll. The white gorilla opens his eyes and looks toward the sealed gate in the corridor. He retrieves an ID card from a guard lying on the ground, scans it, inputs a password, and the previously sealed gate swings open. Roar. The white gorilla let out a thunderous roar, gazing at the tempestuous weather outside, inhaling the scent of freedom. Armed and resolute, let us seek vengeance upon the Flash. I, Grodd, shall lead you to victory. The white gorilla, or rather Grodd, articulated human language in a furious roar. Behind him, the other gorillas seized weapons from the fallen prison guards, adorning themselves for battle, trailing Grodd as they charged towards Central City. The Iron Heights prison, akin to an iron fortress, had become a mere cage for the guards, losing its intended purpose amidst the storm. In Central City, at 156 First Avenue in the East District, Barry observed Wally, struck down and sprawled upon the counter by a lightning bolt, panic rising within him. The extreme heat and pressure of a lightning could easily reduce a person to cinders. It was a stroke of fortune that Wally still appeared unharmed. However, this did not imply that all was well. In his frantic state, Barry momentarily forgot that the pressing matter was to rush Wally to the hospital rather than hover over him, attempting to administer first aid. Crack! Just as Barry's fingers were about to touch Wally's body, a surge of yellow lightning erupted from Wally, jolting Barry upright. Upon contact, he sensed a new consciousness entering the Speed Force, closely intertwined with his own. Gazing at Wally, who lay there, merely unconscious yet intact, a realization struck Barry. Surely, this must be a jest. Iris would surely have him killed. With the wisdom of experience, Barry recognized this familiar scene. Realizing that his nephew seemed to share the same fate, he had been chosen by the Speed Force. Without a doubt, he too had become a speedster. Indeed, it was a prophetic revelation. As Barry pondered how to enter the Speed Force and retrieve Wally's consciousness, his phone, resting on the table, vibrated vigorously. He approached it, noticing the red lightning icon flashing fervently, and quickly opened it to hear the voice of his friend Cisco. Barry, hurry to Iron Heights. Grodd has escaped. Damn. Misfortune seems to compound. Upon hearing Cisco's warning, Barry recalled the Eastern proverb. His nephew still lay there, uncertain of his fate. Cisco, come to my house quickly. There's been an incident. What? It's Wally. He, like me, has been chosen. Damn it. Bring Caitlin to keep an eye on him. I must confront Grodd. With that, Barry activated the Speed Force, dashing downstairs to retrieve a blanket to cover Wally. I'm truly sorry, Wally. With a simple apology, Barry donned the lightning ring placed on the table. He reached forward, and the metallic suit of the Flash, utilizing space-folding technology, flew out in fragments from the lightning-shaped ring. A spark of lightning flickered in Barry's eyes as he transformed into a radiant figure enveloped in the shimmering armor. In an instant, the fully clad Barry became a streak of lightning, departing from his residence and racing through the heart of Central City, a golden flash heading towards Iron Heights prison in the distance. Just as Barry left, a writhing void abruptly appeared in the attic, from which a man and a woman emerged. The man wore goggles and gloves, while the woman had silvery hair and sapphire-like eyes, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. However, upon seeing Wally unconscious on the ground, they both gasped in shock. Goodness, Barry wasn't he joking. Wally has truly been chosen by the Speed Force. It seemed real, as the readings indicated that Wally was imbued with vast amounts of Speed Force energy. Apparently, he had indeed become the Kid Flash he had spoken of. Caitlin scanned Wally's body with a tablet, which displayed a model of Wally's physiology radiating abundant yellow light. What was happening? First, Barry was struck by the Speed Force and became the Flash, and now his nephew Wally was struck by lightning and transformed into Kid Flash. Did the Speed Force carry a legacy? Was Barry's family destined to become the Flash family? Cisco was somewhat frantic. Although he had gained the ability of shockwave due to the particle accelerator's influence, he would rather be struck by lightning than compare his powers to those of his friend Barry. Who could say for certain? Perhaps Barry had indeed been chosen by the Speed Force, and it was possible that they were on the verge of becoming the Flash family. Cisco, your mouth is quite persuasive, he mused. Observing the unconscious Wally, Ke Wen and Cisco felt utterly helpless. Being chosen by the Speed Force meant that only the selected individual could awaken their consciousness, leaving ordinary people without recourse. Even Barry had been unconscious for half a year. Who knew how long Wally would remain in this state? Unbeknownst to them, their frequent mentions of Barry and the Flash were stirring Wally from his slumber. His closed eyelids began to twitch in sync with the rhythm of Cisco and Ke Wen's conversation, accelerating with each exchange. I believe we should take Wally back to Star Labs. Once Barry deals with Grodd, we could devise a way to explain things to Iris. Indeed, it was surprising that even Barry, as the Flash, had someone he feared. They joked about it, and then Cisco leaned down, preparing to lift the unconscious Wally and open a portal to return to Star Labs. Just then, Wally abruptly opened his eyes, startling Cisco, who nearly stumbled. Before he could react, Wally, like Barry, transformed into a flash of yellow lightning and vanished from their sight. Cisco and Ke Wen exchanged bewildered glances in the now-empty attic. After a considerable pause, Cisco finally asked, "What do we do now? What else can we do? We need to find Barry." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Cisco quickly pinpointed the location of Iron Mountain Prison and activated a portal, transporting himself and his companion there. Chapter 34. The fastest man in the world at this moment. Iron Mountain Prison found itself in a state of complete lockdown, as the formidable gorilla, Grodd, had severed the power supply to the facility before his escape. The superpowered criminals, who should have remained confined in their cells due to the electronic locks, were now free to roam, as the cessation of power rendered those mechanisms useless. Though Winchesters, the warden, had closed off the prison corridors, the inmates confined within were largely individuals who had strayed from the path of righteousness. As such, they possessed the means to unlock the barriers that bound them. Zone 2. A sector designated for the incarceration of criminals lacking superhuman abilities yet armed with high intelligence and advanced technology. Housed offenders whose danger level was only slightly less than that of the superpowered criminals in Zone 1. The power outage caused by Grodd presented them with a golden opportunity for escape. Unconstrained by electronic locks, they managed to pry open their cell doors with little more than a few spoons and scraps of clothing. At the closure of the gate stood Captain Cold, Leonard Snart, one of the Flash's archenemies, brandishing a deceased guard's access card, staring blankly at the numerical keypad. "Hurry up, Snart. If you can't open that door, your head will end up like that poor fellow S, squashed by my hand," growled the criminal known as Steel Cable, whose natural strength and violent disposition made him a relentless killer. His immense physique and beast-like combat instinct had once posed a significant challenge to the Flash when he first emerged as a hero. Eventually, however, the Flash became adept at his abilities, effortlessly subduing Steel Cable and imprisoning him in Iron Mountain. Yet, due to the current unforeseen incident, he had resorted to killing a guard in his bid for freedom. "Relax, Steel Cable. If it weren't for your actions against that guard, we would have been out by now," Snart retorted, his mind racing to deduce the door's passcode. Meanwhile, at the command center of Iron Mountain Prison, a flash of yellow light zipped past the numerous obstacles, arriving effortlessly before Winchesters and his anxious colleagues. "How dire is the situation, Warden Winchesters?" Barry inquired, his voice vibrating with urgency. "The Flash? Thank heavens!" Winchesters exclaimed. "Things are utterly catastrophic. Grodd and his henchmen have escaped. And due to the sudden lightning strike and Grodd's sabotage, the prison's power station is completely incapacitated. The control terminals for every sector are non-functional. And aside from the last resort gate, which is still operational, we are powerless to act. I can't even ascertain how many colleagues I've lost." As Winchester stood there, his face etched with sorrow, he reflected on the unforeseen calamity that had befallen them. Despite the precautions taken by Iron Mountain Prison against thunderstorms, none could have anticipated the ferocity of this particular storm, which had rendered the entire protective system incapacitated, resulting in immeasurable losses. "I shall initiate a reboot of the power station supply. Leave the inmates in Sector 1 and Sector 2 to me. Organize your personnel. Once I restore the electricity, we shall regain control over the monitoring area." I understand. After solidifying the plan, Barry once again vanished from Winchester and the other's sight, making his way to the power station that facilitated the operations of Iron Mountain Prison. With his right hand vibrating at high speed, red and yellow lightning coalesced around Barry's palm, aiming for the designated point. With a swift flick of his wrist, a bolt of red and yellow lightning struck the power station, infusing the dormant facility with a surge of tremendous energy. The cooling system rebooted, and the rain that had previously fallen upon the power station evaporated into mist due to the intense heat. The once desolate Iron Mountain Prison was now ablaze with light. The barbed wire electrified, and the searchlights activated. The dark confinement zones regained power, and at the control center, Winchester seized the moment to issue orders to his colleagues. Commence the Level 1 alert protocol. Instruct these individuals to return to their designated areas, and open the gates to Sector 1 and Sector 2. Let the Flash teach them a lesson. Understood. In Sector 2, Snart attempted to input a series of numbers, and the gates that should have remained shut began to open. Simultaneously, light flooded the dark prison once more. As he gazed up at the illumination bright as day, Snart instinctively stepped back into his cell. Others, elated, seized the weapons of the slain guards, preparing to escape Iron Mountain Prison. Snart, what are you doing? Trying to be a model inmate? Steel Cable looked at Snart, utterly bewildered by his actions. Too late, he's here. Who? The Flash. Just as Snart uttered that name, laden with enchantment, the inmates in Sector 2, who were poised to leave, noticed an individual clad in a red metallic suit at the exit. The familiar colors ignited a mix of resentment and dread. It was none other than the architect of their imprisonment, the fastest man alive, the Flash. The Flash advanced slowly from the exit, and with each step, his figure multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, until in mere moments he manifested an equal number of duplicates corresponding to the inmates in Sector 2. One of the Flash's duplicates glanced at Snart, who remained in his cell and gradually faded away. The remaining duplicates focused on the escaping criminals, their voices resonating with authority. You have 3 seconds to decide. Drop your weapons and return to your designated positions, or I shall be compelled to take action. A similar scene unfolded in Sector 1, where the superpowered criminals, once captured by the Flash over the past 2 years, Sharkman, Steelbeam, Tar Pit, Pied Piper, Weather Wizard, found themselves confronted by the very figure who had brought them to Iron Mountain Prison. The Speed Force Doppelganger, a skill developed by Barry as the Flash over the past 2 years, enables him to create a manifestation of himself from the Speed Force when his velocity reaches a certain threshold. Enhanced by the Speed Force, his accelerated thinking allows him to control these doppelgangers. Damn it, this must be an illusion. There are so many of us here, there's no need to be afraid. Freedom is within reach, yet obstructed by the nefarious Flash. As a group of rebellious individuals, they could not accept their predicament, believing that the doppelganger before them was merely a residual image caused by the Flash's incredible speed. They launched an assault on Barry. However, Barry swiftly demonstrated that, in the presence of the fastest man in the world, numbers do not confer an advantage. Dozens of bolts of lightning darted through the crowd, rendering the criminals poised for attack, weightless, as if a rewind button had been pressed, returning them to their cells. The electronic locks clicked shut once more, the prison doors sealed tight, and the devices suppressing superhumans activated, transforming these individuals back into mere mortals. The Flash's doppelganger gradually faded, leaving only the original Barry, whose steps were slightly unsteady as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The creation of the Speed Force doppelgangers was a considerable drain on his energy. In the past, he would replenish himself with specially formulated high-calorie chocolate after using this ability. Unfortunately, in his haste, he had forgotten to bring any, and with a highly intelligent gorilla named Grodd, possessing mental control and telepathy, wreaking havoc outside, he needed to hurry. Just then, a portal opened, and the flustered Cisco and Caitlin stumbled through. Their first words upon seeing Barry were, "Flash, it's bad news. Kid Flash has awakened." What? Upon hearing Cisco's revelation, Barry's legs felt weak. He knew that Iris, returning home to the chaos and the absence of Wally, would be furious. Chapter 35, The Rise of the Gorilla Kingdom. As Cisco and Caitlin arrived with grim tidings, Barry, already feeling the toll of exhaustion, could not hold himself together. Fortunately, Cisco, ever observant, noticed Barry's significant depletion of Speed Force energy. Using one hand to open a portal, He and Caitlin helped Barry back to Star Labs. Once Barry was laid on the table, Caitlin hurriedly stuffed specially made high-calorie chocolate into his mouth. After a frenzied gulping, Barry regained his composure. Cisco, what exactly happened? How could Wally disappear? As soon as he was alert, he pressed his friend for answers. How could a boy struck by lightning vanish under the watchful eyes of two seasoned superheroes? We believe Wally was stimulated by certain keywords, hastening his acceptance of the Speed Force and causing him to awaken prematurely. Caitlin replied awkwardly from the side. Keywords? Like the Flash or Barry Allen? Barry pondered. I suspect that even in his unconscious state, Wally still idolized the Flash, so when we inadvertently revealed your secret identity in your loft, he awakened. I'm sorry. Listening to Caitlin's explanation, Barry found himself utterly at a loss for words. It seemed that the will of fervent fans could be astonishingly strong, propelling one to escape from the Speed Force. Why had he not been granted such a boon back in the day, languishing for half a year at the Star Labs? Ah, my friends, I believe I have discerned Wally's whereabouts. Cisco was diligently searching for Wally's traces on the satellite control terminal at Star Labs when he discovered a channel that displayed on the screen. Just moments ago, at 11:15 p.m., a paranormal phenomenon occurred at the Central City Library. Books on the second floor are inexplicably moving at various bizarre speeds, and no reasonable explanation has yet been found. The screen displayed a stack of books from various disciplines arranged on the floor. A flicker of yellow light flashed, and the stack relocated to another position. Observing the situation on the large screen, Cisco instinctively activated the portal and leaped through first, with Barry and Caitlin following closely behind. The portal opened directly on the second floor of the library, where they emerged to witness various books in motion, a faint yellow light darting by. All right, Barry, can you elucidate the current situation? Cisco inquired, struggling to comprehend, with his naked eye unable to keep pace with the speedster's velocity. All he could see were the moving books, while the rest was a blank void. It is Wally. He is currently enhancing his intellect through the Speed Force, absorbing knowledge from various disciplines. You cannot see him because he is moving at such high speeds. Although he has yet to master the Speed Force's ability to create duplicates, his velocity is already sufficient for him to read all the books simultaneously. As someone who had experienced this before, Barry quickly grasped Wally's state and explained to his friend. Are you saying Wally has achieved near-light speed from the outset? Caitlin questioned, her disbelief evident. It was merely a fleeting moment. When I first awakened, I dashed to the other side of the earth in an instant. It took me considerable training to reach the speed I had upon awakening. Let's go. Wally is in no immediate danger, and there is little we can do to assist him. In his current state, he likely cannot perceive our presence. To him, we might still appear as if we have just stepped through the portal. The notion that speedsters endure endless solitude is no mere jest. When a speedster enters the Speed Force state, everything in the world becomes relatively still to them. The anguish and loneliness of feeling as though one is the only being in motion in a stagnant world is profoundly terrifying. Now, Wally had become a speedster like himself, and Barry pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. As the portal opened once more, the trio departed, resolute in their quest to locate the escaped Gorilla Grodd. After their exit, the library's flickering yellow light began to blur, as if an image was gradually coming into focus. Back at Star Labs, the three began utilizing the facility's satellites to conduct a global search for the whereabouts of the Gorilla Grodd. Barry had no desire to activate his super speed state for a global search. Firstly, the Earth harbors countless hiding places. Even if he were to run at the speed of light, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny would be an insufferable torment. Moreover, resorting to his super speed would inevitably alert his comrades, and he did not wish to cause the entire Justice League to mobilize over a single gorilla, which would be rather embarrassing. Can't find him? Barry inquired, glancing at Cisco, who wore a worried frown before the computer terminal. Grodd had been subjected to experiments by the military to create a super soldier, and his intellect had reached the level of Einstein. Not to mention, he possessed abilities of mental manipulation and telepathy. Along with a cadre of genetically enhanced intelligent gorillas, it would be child's play for him to evade satellite detection. Meanwhile, Caitlin, who was confirming the damage report from Iron Heights prison via her tablet, lifted her gaze to her partner. Barry, I have some rather unsettling news to share. Grodd took some items from the evidence room before his escape. What? A freeze gun, Caitlin replied, displaying a high-tech image on the tablet for Barry to see. The freeze gun was the signature weapon of Leonard Snart, the Captain Cold of Central City's criminal underworld, capable of delivering attacks at near absolute zero temperatures. It posed a significant threat to the Flash, who had endured considerable hardship at its hands during his early days. Upon seeing the information Caitlin presented, Barry realized that the Gorilla Grodd must be heading straight for him. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to take a weapon specifically designed to counter him. Without delay, I will conduct a citywide search in Central City. Cisco, use your abilities to uncover any information regarding Grodd's whereabouts. Understood, I'll get right on it. With that, Barry transformed into a flash of light and departed from Star Labs. Simultaneously, due to the sudden thunderstorm, Kevin abandoned his plan to promote his name by combating crime in Central City. He lacked the resolute conviction to venture out in the rain to pursue criminals. After all, rainy days were perfect for staying indoors, watching shows, playing video games, and munching on chips. Who would be foolish enough to seek trouble with the underworld in such weather? As for the backpackers who had intended to explore the city, they congregated in the common area on the first floor, realizing that staying in their rooms was rather dull. They opted instead to share meals, chat, and boast, as none knew each other well enough to fear their exaggerations would be challenged. Kevin, though not particularly fond of socializing, did not isolate himself in his room. He grabbed a stool and sat outside the door, contemplating the torrential downpour. Alone, he listened to music while sipping on a Corona beer, relishing the moment. The most beautiful moments are not the rainy days, but the eves where we once sheltered from the rain together. Listening to Jay Cho's songs on a rainy day felt perfectly fitting, and he was grateful for his existence in a world with such artistry. Otherwise, something would feel amiss. As the melodies played from his phone, Kevin found solace in this simple life, enjoying his favorite tunes, sipping on a cold beer, and watching the gentle rain outside, enveloped in a serene freshness. As Ke Wen relished the rare, refreshing ambience, several roars from wild beasts echoed through the rain, their volume overpowering the music he was enjoying. Even the travelers inside, engrossed in conversation, were abruptly silenced by the unexpected beastly growls, as if a mute button had been pressed. They stared out into the misty rain with a sense of inexplicable dread. Another roar erupted, even louder than the last, causing the crowd to lose their composure. It was inconceivable for everyone to be experiencing auditory hallucinations. The only plausible explanation was that an unknown beast lurked in the shrouded rain-soaked night. A palpable restlessness began to spread among the group. After all, the thought of a wild beast, or perhaps more, hiding in a rainy night was hardly something a rational person could accept calmly. Their reluctance to ascend the stairs stemmed from a belief that staying together offered greater safety. Being alone in one's room felt like a swifter path to doom. Outside, Ke Wen ceased the music, stowed his headphones in his pocket, and gripped the empty bottle of alcohol in his hand. With his heightened observation skills activated, he stood guard at the door, signaling to the travelers inside not to act recklessly. It wasn't long before he sensed a colossal humanoid figure intruding into his field of perception. A large hand, covered in fur, reached down from the eaves above, attempting to grasp him. Anticipating the attack, Ke Wen swiftly dodged and swung the beer bottle at the enormous hand. The glass shattered, revealing the sharp edges of the bottle, which he aimed at the beastly appendage. The impact caused the hand's owner to emit a painful howl and retract. Before Ke Wen could regain his composure, two massive figures landed before him, their enormous bulk causing the rainwater on the ground to splash. "Hello, King Kong," he muttered, staring at the two gigantic silverback gorillas before him. Without hesitation, one of the gorillas, its hands still stained with blood, swung at Ke Wen with great force. The impact felt akin to being struck by a small vehicle, sending him crashing through the glass door and into the wall. With that, the two gorillas unleashed their furious roars at the remaining terrified travelers. Following their leader's command, they were prepared to exact revenge on these humans. Chapter 36. Don't come near me. The roars of the two silverback gorillas at the entrance sent the bewildered travelers into a frenzy of screams. They had just witnessed the young man at the door being violently struck away by the gorilla, and it seemed he was beyond saving. As ordinary individuals themselves, they instinctively understood the grim fate that awaited them, leading to screams and a desperate attempt to flee becoming their foremost instinct. The cacophony of screams irritated the gorillas, who, under their leader's directive, prepared to execute a massacre of all humans in their sight. The agitated creatures strode directly into the inn, their two imposing figures blocking the entrance like twin mountains, sealing off any hope of escape for the terrified crowd. They could only huddle in a corner, watching as the two gorillas advanced toward them. At that moment, Ke Wen, who had been struck and sent crashing through the wall, emerged from the gaping hole with a stylish flying kick. Clad in his G3 armor, he shone brilliantly under the lightning that pierced the night sky. With a powerful kick imbued with armed color, he struck one gorilla squarely in the face, causing it to stagger backward with a pained grunt. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ke Wen pressed the GM01 pistol against the chest of the other bewildered gorilla and unleashed a barrage of bullets. At such close range, even without a mastery of firearms, he could not miss. The gorilla, which absorbed the full brunt of Ke Wen's relentless assault, fared worse than its companion, as 30 potent bullets penetrated its body, wreaking havoc within. With a wretched cry, a gaping wound the size of a fist appeared in its chest, and it collapsed. Quickly, call the police and return to your rooms, Ke Wen commanded, his sudden offensive silencing the previously panicked crowd. They were now curious about this enigmatic figure in blue armor, who had effortlessly subdued the two gorillas that had instilled such dread moments earlier. What are you all doing, standing there like it's a live broadcast? Those creatures are still alive, Ke Wen shouted in exasperation at the frozen crowd. The reminder jolted them into action. They hurried upstairs to their rooms to call for help. Meanwhile, Ke Wen stood his ground, eyeing the gorilla recovering from his kick, along with the other one, which was now attempting to rise while clutching its bleeding wound. What kind of constitution allows you to withstand special bullets designed for dealing with Galenki? Ke Wen inwardly cursed. He returned the GM01 to its holster and drew his destruction sword, infusing it with arm color, knowing that bullet reloading would take 5 minutes. He was not foolish enough to confront these monstrous gorillas with a wooden sword. The destruction sword was the true path, though aware that in the DC universe, one could never predict when the difficulty of their city replica might shift. Ke Wen was mentally prepared. If he couldn't even defeat two gorillas, he might as well abandon the mission and await the system to erase him. Come on, you bastards, he roared, launching the first strike. The destruction sword, charged with armed color, thrust toward the gorilla he had previously injured, propelled by the enhancements of the G3 armor. The wounded gorilla stumbled out the door, its companion hurriedly following. With determination, he slashed the destruction sword along the prior wound, opening another gruesome gash, while the other gorilla swung its fists at him in retaliation. Sensing the pressure of the wind behind him, Ke Wen made no attempt to evade. Instead, he repositioned the destruction sword beneath the massive gorilla, using his back as a shield to absorb the force of the creature's punch. The tremendous impact sent Ke Wen flying, yet the grip on his sword allowed him to carve a gruesome wound from the gorilla's abdomen to its face. The empowered blade, infused with armament haki, cleaved through the gorilla, which fell lifelessly to the ground, its exposed brain and blood mingling with the rainwater. Despite the blow he had received, Ke Wen rose from the ground, firmly clutching the destruction sword, ready to confront the remaining gorilla. Hearing the system's notification echo in his mind, Ke Wen felt a twinge of annoyance. The gorilla's formidable punch had inflicted a 10 damage on his G3 armor. If he endured a few more hits like that, he would be forced to fight the gorilla in his bare form. Damn it, this is truly a tough opponent, he muttered under his breath, preparing for battle. The sight of his fallen companion enraged the remaining gorilla, which pounded its chest and charged at Ke Wen. Just as the two were poised to engage, a flash of yellow light surged from the distance, followed by a resounding impact that created a shockwave, dispersing the rain and mist. The gorilla was sent reeling, performing a 720-degree flip in midair before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Ke Wen, who had been readying himself for the charge, turned to see a familiar yellow figure materializing before him, now solid and real. Kid Flash? He asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. You know me. Indeed, the figure before Ke Wen was Wally, recently struck by lightning. Due to the provocation from Cisco and Caitlin, Wally had awakened prematurely, still grappling with the speed force coursing through him. In his first moments of consciousness, he had rushed to the library, eager to learn everything he could about his newfound abilities. When Barry and the others had arrived at the library, Wally had been aware of their presence. Yet still caught in the throes of the speed force, he could not reveal himself. Only after stabilizing his condition did Wally make his way to Central City, determined to assist his uncle, the Flash, in defeating the colossal gorilla, Grodd. However, he had not anticipated that his newly minted superhero alias would be invoked before he had even announced it himself. I'm Kid Flash, he began, ready to introduce himself. But Ke Wen interrupted. Now is not the time for introductions. We still have a situation to resolve. Seriously? You just met me, and you're already interrupting my introduction? This isn't a blind date, Wally retorted, slightly irked by Ke Wen's interruption. The issue is, I could easily deal with it myself. And it has awakened, pointing to the gorilla behind Wally, who was shaking his head and preparing to rise, Kevin reminded. Just as Wally was about to turn and deliver a supersonic punch to the creature, he noticed his uncle, the Flash, Barry Allen, suddenly appearing before him. The gorilla, ready to shout, fell to the ground once more, this time completely incapacitated. Uncle Flash, how could you? Wally nearly blurted out, managing to correct himself in a rush. I receive an alert, Kid Flash. Now return. Barry's mood was somewhat irritable. Grodd had his henchmen causing chaos throughout Central City. A group of genetically modified gorillas with intelligence, which kept Barry busy extinguishing fires. However, the most troubling aspect was Grodd, the leader, who had mysteriously vanished. Now, his nephew, having acquired super speed, intended to assist him. What a predicament. You're going to get into trouble. Will I even be able to get married now? Why not? I can help you. Look, I've become Kid Flash, and people know who I am. Wally exclaimed, gesturing towards Kevin, who stood there, momentarily dazed, but still managing to wave at the Flash. Hello, kid. Regardless of how you know Kid Flash, before anything else, you both should head to Star Labs and behave. Barry concluded, vanishing in an instant, leaving Kevin to vent his frustrations. At least take me to Star Labs first. How am I supposed to get there? However, Barry was already out of earshot, and Wally then turned to Kevin, whose expression was unsettled by Wally's mischievous gaze. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? The Flash said we should listen. Recognizing Wally's intent, Kevin quickly emphasized Barry's directive. As for listening, I believe we have a different interpretation. If we take care of these gorillas before the Flash arrives, we could still go to Star Labs afterward. Did you just mix up the order of the words? Not at all. Let us go together. It's fate that we've met. With that, Wally approached Kevin, ready to lead him away. Hey, how do you know where those gorillas are? Use your brain. At that moment, from the damaged reception area, a radio broadcast interrupted with a news bulletin. Attention, Central City is under attack by numerous gorillas. Citizens on 6th, 7th, and 8th Streets are advised to stay indoors and secure their windows and doors. Kevin felt despondent. He had really put his foot in it. Meanwhile, Wally wore an innocent smile and said to Kevin, see, now we know where to go. Come on, I'll take you there. He stepped closer to Kevin. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Please don't. As Wally approached step by step, Kevin instantly transformed into a state of panic, preparing to flee. However, his speed was no match for Wally, who had seemingly activated a burst of acceleration. In the blink of an eye, Wally appeared beside Kevin, placing a hand firmly on the back of his neck. With a surge of electric energy, they shot towards the city center like a flash of light. In the rainy night, only the dimly lit inn with its shattered door remained, silently narrating the events that had transpired. Chapter 37, at last. I can finally get a new belt. In the heart of the city, where the political nucleus of Central City resided, the City Hall and the Flash Museum stood. The bustling area, once alive with morning chatter, was now engulfed in chaos. A group of gorillas that had escaped from Iron Heights prison wreaked havoc, their immense strength and bulletproof skin rendering them impervious to the police's firepower. With casual force, they upended nearby vehicles, hurling them at the officers who dared to shoot. Explosions and screams melded into a cacophony as people sought refuge while these agile beasts scaled a towering building, surveying the desperate crowd below. A flash of yellow lightning darted past as Wally forcibly ushered Kevin into a vehicle, granting him a taste of the Speed Force experience. The moment they halted, Kevin could no longer suppress the discomfort in his stomach. He found a spot on the rooftop, removed his mask, and promptly retched. Wait, you're the guy from this morning. You're the Kamen Rider. In the brief moment that Kevin was unmasked and vomiting, Wally caught sight of his face and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, was this intentional? Why did you have to make me experience this sensation of super speed? I almost vomited into my mask. Kevin, disregarding his exposed identity, unleashed a torrent of frustration upon Wally. While watching the show, he had thought the Flash was incredibly cool, but after experiencing it firsthand, Kevin swore he would never envy the speedster again. The disconcerting sensation of the world standing still while he moved made Kevin's senses falter, and the moment they stopped, he was overwhelmed. I apologize. It's my first time bringing someone into the Speed Force state. But now that we're here, let us confront those gorillas together, Wally remarked with a teasing tone, showing no remorse for Kevin's predicament. I'll handle the confrontation. You need to rescue people. Replacing his mask, Kevin began to outline their roles. Why? Wally protested. Because you're the Flash. You need to guide those seeking refuge to safety, allowing the police to focus on those gorillas. Can't you see the officers are organizing the evacuation? Can you actually take on those gorillas? Wally retorted without hesitation. Of course, in this state, I can't possibly win. But if I change states, I should be able to stall them until you've gotten everyone to safety. What? Wally found himself somewhat perplexed by Kevin's words. However, Kevin paid no heed to Wally's thoughts. With a mere thought, his G3 armor was summoned back into the system space. System Lost Driver. The singular Lost Driver obtained from the previous lottery materialized in Kevin's hand, affixing itself to his waist with an automatic clasp, while the system in his mind elucidated the function of the newly equipped Lost Driver. Wearing the singular Lost Driver. Characteristics. Compatible with all Series T2 memory units from A to Z, but solely when the host is adorned with the Lost Driver. Unique binding. Unless the host relinquishes transformation, it cannot be taken or destroyed by external forces. This feature was rather impressive. Amused by the system's specifications for his Lost Driver, Kevin retrieved his previously owned Spider memory unit, which he had been using as a prop akin to a mobile device, for he had no Ace memory unit on hand. Thus, he had to make do with this one. Inserting the Spider memory unit into the slot. Following the narrative he had observed, he anticipated a seamless transformation. Yet, a sudden spark erupted from the belt slot, and the inserted Spider memory unit was forcibly ejected back into his hand. What? Transformation failed? I was clearly following the scripted procedure. Staring at the Spider memory unit that had bounced back to him, Kevin's mind was flooded with a multitude of questions. Host, I genuinely recommend that you elevate your intelligence. The Spider memory unit you are utilizing is a mimic memory unit, intended solely for prop usage and incapable of facilitating transformation. The system within his mind expressed exasperation at Kevin's rather foolish action. How could such a dim-witted individual exist? Does this mean I have to rely on the G3 armor? My goodness, that could be perilous. At this moment, Kevin was completely absorbed in the system space, while outside, Wally observed the peculiar belt ejecting an object resembling a USB drive back into Kevin's hand, leaving him frozen in place. What on earth is happening? Within the system space, Kevin continued his dialogue with the system, initially believing he could utilize the Spider memory unit, only to discover that it was merely a mimic memory unit, entirely incapable of transformation. Now, he was at a loss, contemplating descending in the G3 armor to confront a horde of gorillas, knowing full well he would be left vulnerable within mere minutes. Actually, host their alternative methods. Sell the G3 armor. Then expend points to reconfigure the Spider memory unit in your possession into a T2 version, thus enabling you to use it for transformation and as a prop. Goodness, you can do that? What a schemer. Then please, system, expedite the swap. At this juncture, Kevin was far too preoccupied to ponder why the system had calculated everything so meticulously. Transforming swiftly was of the utmost importance, for the situation outside was becoming increasingly dire. All right, exchanging the shattered G3 armor. 50,000 points. Host current points. 180,000. Deducting 150,000. The transformation of the Spider Memory T2 form costs 200,000 points. As the transformation commenced, the system commended, "Congratulations, host. You have broken free from the G3 curse." However, Ke Wen was too preoccupied to heed the system's remarks. As his consciousness returned, he pressed the bottom of the Spider memory once more. Spider. A sudden voice startled Wally, who was already curious about the unfolding events. He glanced around warily, while Ke Wen calmly uttered a phrase and reinserted the Spider memory into the slot. Suddenly, an array of white webs emerged, enveloping Ke Wen in a cocoon. The unexpected turn of events left Wally completely at a loss. The white cocoon encasing Ke Wen began to shift, as golden gauntlets pierced through the top, tearing it apart. The transformed Ke Wen revealed his new identity as a Kamen Rider. His appearance was akin to that of the singular Ace transformation, though his arms and legs were now adorned in gold, with a golden S emblazoned on the biological skin of his left chest and several golden stripes accentuating his facial armor. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Kamen Rider W's singular transformation series, Spider Form. As a reward, you receive 500,000 points. Transforming using the spider memory from Earth. Your punching power is 10 tons, kicking power is 20 tons, with a 100-meter explosive speed of 4 seconds and a jumping height of 100 meters. Special traits include the ability to shoot biological silk from any direction within a 50-meter radius, with a tensile strength of 50 tons. Possessing a unique capture feature lasting 2 hours, unless released by the host's will or forcibly torn away. Unlocking the Heisei series Rider's unified trait, ideation, implies that as long as the heart remains undefeated, theoretically, the danger level can be elevated without limit. With Ke Wen having successfully discarded the G3 artificial knight armor and transformed using the singular lost driver, the system's voice and the data pertaining to the spider form flooded his mind. Although it felt prolonged, merely a minute had elapsed in the external world. Now this feels like a Kamen Rider. You handle the rescue, and leave these gorillas to me, setting aside the system's points reward for the moment. Ke Wen couldn't help but chuckle at the spider form's attributes, particularly the final trait of ideation. Could a knight exist without an ideation concept? No, that would simply be absurd. He patted Wally on the shoulder, unleashing the formidable jumping ability of the spider form. Ke Wen leaped from the rooftop, soaring over several buildings, landing squarely in the City Hall Plaza. Wally, dazzled by Ke Wen's series of flamboyant maneuvers, finally reacted, gazing at Ke Wen's steady landing and exclaiming, "Cool. This guy's transformation is incredible." With that, he darted towards the City Hall, a flash of light, to assist the police in crowd control. In the plaza, the exhausted Central City police paused their fire, observing the bizarre figure descending from the sky, adorned with a belt. Joe West, the on-site commander, mustered his courage to inquire, "Who are you?" Still gradually acclimating to his new form, Ke Wen turned to respond to Chiao's inquiry. "Me? My name is Kamen Rider. Leave the rest to me, officer. You go assist Lightning Kid in evacuating the crowd." After speaking, Ke Wen touched the W-shaped antenna atop his head and pointed towards the gorillas perched atop the building. A classic line from his first encounter with W echoed in his mind. Now, it is time to account for your misdeeds. Chapter 38. The proper use of Kamen Rider in the Central City Government Square, having acquired his new form. Ke Wen delivered this iconic line from W to the gorillas occupying the building. This group of gorillas, possessing near-human intelligence, understood Ke Wen's words. Yet being beasts at heart, they were enraged by his statement, roaring and hurling stones from their surroundings at him. Activate spider form abilities. With a swift motion, a massive white web materialized in the midst of the building, connecting to the ground and ensnaring the thrown stones. Sticky release, elasticity activated. He silently chanted, manipulating the web, which deformed like a slingshot under his control, propelling the stones back towards the very gorillas that had cast them. The combined force of the stones and the web's elasticity caught the gorillas off guard. The blunt impact inflicted greater harm upon these robust creatures, prompting them to abandon their perch atop the building and plummet to the ground. "I've been waiting for you." Watching the descending gorillas, Ke Wen activated his abilities once more. Dozens of webs emerged mid-air, enveloping the gorillas as they fell. Struggling to regain their footing in the air, the unsuspecting gorillas found themselves ensnared by the suddenly materializing webs. A cacophony of heavy bodies hitting the ground ensued, with only a few of the gorillas managing to avoid Ke Wen's web trap, while the remainder was ensnared, thrashing violently in their futile attempts to escape. Roaring in fury at the plight of their comrades, the remaining gorillas directed their wrath towards Ke Wen. "What is all this noise? Today, I'm feeling generous," Ke Wen quipped as he charged towards the advancing gorillas. 30 meters away, Detective Chiao West observed as Ke Wen ensnared several gorillas with his abilities, feeling a sense of relief regarding Ke Wen's prowess. "Everyone, assist Lightning Kid in facilitating the evacuation. Leave this to Kamen Rider." "Captain, who is Lightning Kid?" a bewildered officer inquired. "Officer, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, Wally appeared beside Chiao, startling him. Observing Wally's outfit resembling that of his foster son, the Flash, Chiao was taken aback. He was well aware of how his son acquired his incredible speed, but this Lightning Kid seemed to be merely a child. "Are you the Flash Kid?" "Indeed. The guardian of Central City. The Flash Kid is at your service." "How may I assist you, Officer West?" Wally saluted with a semblance of formality and inquired of Joe. I will guide the surrounding citizens to 3rd Avenue for refuge. I need you to assist in searching for any trapped citizens nearby. If you find any, please bring them here. If not, inform us. Understood, sir. With that, Wally transformed into a streak of light and departed. Perhaps due to having emerged from the Speed Force, his velocity was not as it had been before, yet in Joe's eyes, he remained the very embodiment of speed. In the square, Kevin was engaged in combat with the brawny gorillas, his spider form granting him an edge that prevented him from being easily dispatched as he was when clad in the G3 armor. Coupled with his enhanced physique and the mastery of observation and armament haki, he was evenly matched against the towering adversaries. With keen foresight from observation haki, he anticipated their attacks, and with the enhancement of armament haki, he struck with devastating force, sending one of the gorillas howling in pain. As Joe and the others, who were directing the citizens to safety, observed the chaos, they noted that the gorillas, despite their bulk, were rendered helpless against Kevin's powerful blows. Bang! Another well-timed side kick sent a gorilla, which had attempted to ambush him from behind, sprawling. It seemed these massive creatures realized that the black and golden figure before them possessed combat prowess far superior to their own. Coupled with the excruciating pain inflicted by his punches, the beasts, relying more on instinct than intellect, began to contemplate retreat. Seeing Kevin intent on continuing the fight, the gorillas disregarded their trapped companion, ensnared in the webs, and prepared to flee. Witnessing this, Kevin let out a triumphant laugh. You shall not escape. I promised a spectacular show tonight. He withdrew the memory drive from its slot and inserted it into the adjacent reader, slamming his hand down as the sound effects reverberated once more. Spider. Maximum drive. The source of the booming voice echoed across the square, even reaching Joe and the others, who shared Wally's curiosity about its origin. As the countdown concluded, Kevin clenched his right fist and forcefully struck the ground, causing several sturdy strands of webbing to extend from him and ensnare the fleeing gorillas, binding them together. Come here. Empowered by the special move, Kevin yanked the bound gorillas back towards him and, using their own weight against them, leaped into the air, delivering a golden-fisted blow to the captive beasts. Night Fist. Continuous strike. The restrained gorillas were initially sent flying by a powerful punch, only to be drawn back towards Kevin due to the resilient elasticity and tensile strength of the webbing. After enduring a series of blows, approximately 10, in midair, the web finally dissipated, allowing Kevin to land gracefully. He dusted off his hands, gazing at the unconscious gorillas. Ah, I almost forgot about you, he remarked, activating his card slot once more, the familiar sound of his special move echoing in the air. Targeting the remaining gorillas that had fled to safety, the ground beneath him transformed into a web. With a forceful leap, he propelled himself forward like a swift arrow. Night kick combo. He swiftly overtook the fleeing gorillas, executing a mid-air maneuver and redirecting his trajectory. As he approached his landing point, the wall morphed into another web, allowing him to bounce off and change direction, delivering a powerful kick to one of the gorillas still charging forward. The force sent the creature hurtling back toward the square. Without losing momentum, Kevin replicated his previous actions at the next landing point, redirecting to strike another gorilla. The densely clustered buildings became Kevin's springboards, transforming a 50-meter radius into his hunting ground. After leaping between buildings a dozen times, he executed a series of night kicks, sending the remaining gorillas crashing back to the square, where they slid to a stop, marking the conclusion of his 2 grand moves. At that moment, Wally, who had just freed the last of the trapped citizens, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the pile of defeated gorillas, he exclaimed, "How did you manage to take them all down? Weren't you supposed to hold them off?" "What can I say? My new form is quite powerful," Kevin replied, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This was the true essence of being a Kamen Rider, complete with a dramatic soundtrack for his special moves, dispatching foes with flair. There was no way he would continue to be on the receiving end. "Oh, come on. I thought I could at least get in on some of the action," Wally retorted, feeling a pang of envy as Kevin claimed all the glory. "What do you say we team up to take down Gorilla Grud?" In response, Kevin swiftly ensnared Wally's feet with a web. Unprepared for such a turn of events, Wally found himself thoroughly entangled and unable to move. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, struggling to free himself, his voice a mix of surprise and indignation. "Nothing much. Merely to prevent you from once again using your super speed to whisk me away to those perilous locales." The formidable Gorilla Grodd is indeed a fierce adversary of the Flash. Since you have only recently acquired your abilities, it would be prudent not to create further complications for the Flash. I shall take my leave now. This web will dissipate in 2 hours. Farewell, Kid Flash. I jested with Wally. With a light footfall, I leaped, swiftly navigating the buildings, and soon vanished from sight, leaving behind only the amassed gorilla in the plaza and the citizens still reeling from the sudden assault. They had all witnessed the battle, and the mysterious hero who called himself Kamen Rider had etched an indelible impression in their minds with his dazzling techniques. In contrast, the Kid Flash, possessing powers akin to the Flash, fell slightly short in the realm of public admiration compared to me. Chapter 39. The stellar laboratory. The turmoil at the city government plaza from the previous night has subsided. The gorilla that escaped from Iron Heights prison due to a natural mishap has been recaptured and returned. The superhero Flash has been diligently tracking Gorilla Grodd since restoring the power supply to Iron Heights. And the guerrilla uprising at the plaza was quelled by our two newly emerged heroes, Kid Flash and Kamen Rider. While their identities remain unknown, one thing is certain: they are remarkably youthful and exceedingly brave. Let us proceed to interview the citizens and police who were present at the scene. On the following morning, Central City, rejuvenated by the morning sun after a night of torrential rain, came back to life. I, who had played a trick on Wally, sat in the common area of the hostel on the first floor, basking in the slanted sunlight, sipping tea while watching a blonde lady on the television interviewing survivors about the recent events. I couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. How impressive! As a superhero, he has an array of spectacular moves, complete with sound effects, though the posing might be a tad excessive. While he is indeed handsome, I still prefer Kid Flash, for he was the one who saved me. But I must say, the Flash is truly remarkable. I nearly spat out my tea upon hearing the words of those interviewed citizens. Each of them was quite the character. Just one night had passed, and already a multitude of fans had emerged. However, I found the citizens of Central City to be rather commendable, especially when compared to those in the neighboring Marvel Universe, who incessantly berate the very superheroes that rescue them from peril. I believe the social atmosphere in DC is rather pleasant. Moreover, the way people respond to these supernatural criminal incidents is surprisingly resilient. Take my hostel, for instance. It had been ravaged by 2 gorillas the previous night. Yet upon waking this morning, I discovered that the cleanup was mostly completed. The sign remained intact, the computers were functional, and business was continuing as usual. Strangely, despite being the first person thrown against the wall by the gorilla, no one suspected me of being Kamen Rider, which piqued my curiosity. Hence, I inquired with the receptionist. This is hardly significant. The global invasion 2 years ago imparted a crucial lesson. One cannot predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive first. Thus, we must approach every matter with a tranquil heart. As for you being captured within the wall, our home features wooden walls, and I once experienced a collision with a creature akin to a demon, which left no lasting harm. As the young woman at the front desk calmly recounted events that left even Ke when feeling overwhelmed, he couldn't help but ponder the true impact of Darkseid's invasion on Earth. It had remarkably fortified the nerves of its inhabitants. Although he had sought to understand the incident, the global news was largely sanitized, reducing losses to mere statistics. Ke Wen could not grasp the emotions of those who endured Darkseid's global assault. Even his own memories were scant. The original consciousness of this body resided in a sparsely populated town in his homeland, while Darkseid targeted major cities worldwide. Consequently, the original consciousness could scarcely perceive the terror of the invasion. However, this was perhaps for the best, as Ke Wen need not worry about revealing his secret identity due to last night's events. In the context of the DC New 52 universe, it seemed almost customary for superheroes to introduce themselves, yet this was primarily applicable to them. The intent was to shield those around them from danger. Basking in the sunlight at the front desk and listening to citizens extolling their own virtues, Ke Wen mused that life should indeed be lived in such a manner. "Excuse me, is there a traveler named Ke Wen here?" Hearing his name called from the lobby, Ke Wen instinctively turned to see Wally, clad in casual attire, chatting amiably with the front desk attendant. Their eyes met, and without hesitation, Ke Wen sprang to his feet, preparing to ascend the stairs. Yet, how could his speed compare to Wally's, who seemed to be operating on a different level? Even without unleashing his super speed, Wally positioned himself in front of Ke Wen before he could reach the staircase. "Come on, do you hold grudges like this? It was merely a moment of stealing your thunder last night. I'll just wrap up my business in Central City and leave." You can flaunt your skills however you please. Observing Wally's earnest smile, Ke Wen felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. After all, the sensation of being enveloped in super speed was far from delightful. The solitude of being the only one in motion in a still world could drive anyone to madness. Ke Wen began to understand why the Flash, despite having the capability to resolve issues at near light speed, chose to restrain his velocity to the sound barrier. The reasoning was simple. Even at sublight speeds, a second could stretch into eternity. The enhancement of speed not only magnified the user's physical velocity, but also intensified their perception of time. When a second feels like an hour or a year, while others remain relatively stationary, it is enough to unhinge any individual. Hey, what are you thinking? I merely wish to extend an invitation to you for a visit to the Star Lab. After all, you're the first person to know me since I became Kid Flash. As friends, I believe we should nurture our bond, said Wally, lowering his voice, wary of being overheard. Really? I can't shake the feeling that you're up to something, Kevin replied, skepticism etched upon his face. Truly, don't you wish to explore the Star Lab, which houses the pinnacle of technology from around the globe? Although it's merely a branch, trust me, you won't regret it, Wally insisted, his expression pleading for belief. Kevin contemplated his refusal. He knew that this Kid Flash would persist in pestering him. It would be wiser to acquiesce to his request than to risk future entanglements. All right, but we will go on my terms, Wally exclaimed in surprise. Huh? 30 minutes later, a bus came to a halt at the Star Lab station in Central City, and two youths disembarked. This sluggish bus, can this truly be considered public transport? Wally scoffed. Huh? Was Kevin's only response to Wally's complaint about the bus's pace, internally berating him, thinking that his speedy mode of travel was hardly the experience one should have on a bus. Following the security check, they ascended in an elevator for another 5 minutes until they finally arrived at the Star Lab. Recognized as one of the 3 major hubs of advanced technology in the DC universe. As an official research facility, Star Lab received investments and talent from prestigious companies and nations worldwide, with branches in major cities, each harboring cutting-edge technologies that could astonish anyone. As one of the founding members of the Justice League, Cyborg emerged from the innovations of Star Lab. For Kevin, the lab fulfilled every science fiction enthusiast's dream of the future, showcasing prototypes of inventions he had only seen in films. Were it not for the current inability to reduce production costs, these innovations would likely already be commonplace. Thus, what Kevin observed were primarily the initial versions of applications for multinational corporations and military industries. One should not underestimate the difference between military and civilian versions. Although they may serve similar functions, the transition from military to civilian application signifies a significant advancement for civilization. Isn't it incredible? Although this is merely a branch, it encapsulates the pinnacle of human intellect. Do you see that massive structure? That is a particle accelerator. Despite its previous mishap, one cannot deny its monumental significance to human civilization, Wally explained, pleased to see Kevin's awestruck expression, pointing out a contraption resembling a boiler through the porthole. Kevin glanced at it and replied with a simple, "Oh, huh." After all this, you can only muster an "oh," Wally said, watching as Kevin's initially astonished face gradually fell into a blank expression, feeling somewhat defeated. Here lies a plethora of futuristic technology, and yet you seem to have resolved it with mere words. I do not seek to preserve my dignity. What adjectives should I employ? Breathtaking, or perhaps extraordinary? My academic performance in the sciences is merely a B, and my understanding of physics is confined to gravitational acceleration and potential energy. With such extensive discourse, I can only respond in this manner. In high school, my courses predominantly revolved around history and humanities. To put it plainly, I am a humanities student. Do you understand? Ke Wen raised his hands in resignation, indicating his lack of the intellect characteristic of a high-achieving science student, utterly unable to comprehend the principles behind these seemingly pretentious gadgets. What will you do if you cannot pass the SAT exam at the year's end and gain admission to college? Not to worry, my family possesses wealth. This rationale left Wally speechless, exclaiming in disbelief at the audacity of this privileged offspring. Chapter 40. Is this where the tide begins to turn? At the Star Lab Ranch, Wally had intended to broaden Ke Wen's horizons, only to be thwarted by Ke Wen's pointed remarks. The most unfortunate circumstance in life is akin to playing music for a cow. Clearly, Wally was the blind musician in this scenario, attempting to entertain Ke Wen, the bovine who was, to his dismay, wealthier than himself. Wow, Wally, you brought a guest. Welcome. As the elevator reached the summit, a man and woman diligently at work greeted Ke Wen with warmth. The slightly shorter male rushed forward to embrace Ke Wen, catching him off guard. After patting Ke Wen's well-defined biceps, he exclaimed, "Oh, you are quite strong. Regarding your performance at the Central Square last night, I can only say it was remarkable." Upon hearing the man reference his actions at the Central Square, Ke Wen instinctively glanced at Wally. Though it had become a tradition for DC heroes to introduce themselves, loose lips were not part of that custom, leading Ke Wen to suspect that Wally had inadvertently revealed his identity. "It wasn't teeming." Wally, aware of Ke Wen's gaze, hastily protested. "We observed the events via satellite last night, but I assure you, only a select few are privy to your identity. By the way, I am Ke Wen, and this is Cisco. Please excuse his exuberance. He is merely a bit overzealous." "Welcome to Star Lab," Ke Wen, perceptive to Ke Wen's unease, promptly clarified the situation and pulled the somewhat overzealous Cisco closer to avoid leaving a poor impression on Ke Wen. "Indeed, we have not disclosed your identity to anyone. I am Cisco, also a superhero. They call me Vibe. This is Ke Wen, another superhero known as Frost Queen for her regal demeanor when using her abilities. It is a pleasure to meet you." Cisco, recognizing his previous oversight that nearly tarnished Ke Wen's impression of him, hastily introduced himself as a form of apology. "I am Kevin Q, but you may call me Ke Wen. It is easy to remember. It is a pleasure to meet you both, Vibe and Frost Queen." Upon hearing the explanations from Ke Wen and Cisco, Ke Wen naturally discerned the identities of the two individuals before him. However, he was taken aback by the transformation of Ke Wen, who had shifted from the Frost Killer to the Frost Queen, a change he had never anticipated due to her fluctuating abilities. Nonetheless, this was a relief. At least Ke Wen need not worry that this sister, renowned for her physique, beauty, and character, would suddenly metamorphose into a ruthless killer. He also realized that his prior understanding of the narrative had become utterly obsolete. "All right, follow me. Someone is waiting for you," Ke Wen, having cleared up the misunderstanding, beckoned to Ke Wen and Wally. Ke Wen, indifferent, trailed behind Ke Wen and Cisco alongside Wally, making their way to the laboratory that belonged to them. Inside, the Flash, Barry Allen, stood smiling, eagerly awaiting their arrival after a night of absence. "Uncle Barry!" Wally exclaimed, unable to restrain his excitement upon seeing his long-admired idol in such proximity. And he leapt forward. "Easy there, Wally," Barry jested, effortlessly dodging Wally's enthusiastic embrace. He then turned to Ke Wen, greeting him with a warm smile. "Welcome, Kamen Rider Ke Wen. I never expected that a mere youth I encountered at the museum would turn out to be a superhero." "Well, life is full of surprises," Ke Wen quipped, intrigued by the whereabouts of the Flash during the night. Surely, an encounter with the Gorilla Grodd could not have consumed an entire evening in vain. "I truly appreciate your assistance last night. It seems Grodd had someone aiding him. I nearly traversed the globe without a trace of him." Suspecting he had been taken away from Earth, or perhaps had slipped into another dimension, Barry succinctly explained his absence, the brevity of his words sending a shiver down Ke Wen's spine. While Grodd himself was not terrifying, the prospect of whoever had aided him was far more alarming. The capability to escape Earth or transcend into another dimension was a feat within the grasp of numerous villains in the DC universe, often relying on technology rather than mere powers. However, the sheer abundance of adversaries left Ke Wen uncertain of their identity. His prophetic abilities proved futile in this world. Who could it be? Lex Luthor, Vandal Savage, or the Reach? Perhaps Mirror Master has also entered the fray. Ke Wen mused, contemplating the DC villains he was familiar with, each a potential suspect, yet none fitting the bill. Barry, oblivious to Ke Wen's frantic overthinking, began to guide Wally and Ke Wen through the impressive equipment in their headquarters. "Hey, though this may seem a bit forward, could we possibly take a look at your belt? We are quite eager to study it, if you know what I mean," Cisco chimed in, approaching with an air of feigned shyness. As a researcher, one cannot help but be intrigued by the transformation enabled by Ke Wen's belt. From a mere belt coupled with a device akin to a USB drive emerges an entire ensemble of striking armor, replete with an array of peculiar abilities and sound effects. Such advanced technology is utterly incomprehensible to Cisco, igniting an insatiable thirst for research within him. Nevertheless, Ke Wen remains unfazed. With a mere gesture, he summons the singular lost driver and spider memory stored within the system space, presenting them to Cisco. He harbors no fear of Cisco misusing these artifacts. After all, The system's claim of unique binding and indestructibility is no jest. Should Ke Wen desire, he can effortlessly retrieve the lost driver back into his system space. Of course, if Cisco were to unravel its mysteries, Ke Wen would be genuinely impressed. If one could penetrate the depths of a belt produced by the system, he would have no choice but to concede in awe. Ah, you treat your belt so casually. Observing Ke Wen's nonchalance in offering it, Cisco is taken aback, having never witnessed such a carefree demeanor before. This does, however, reflect Ke Wen's trust, further enhancing Cisco's perception of him. Come, let me show you how I typically train. Barry led Wally and Ke Wen to the entrance of a colossal laboratory, where a massive treadmill is visible through the glass. This is the cosmic treadmill we designed over the past 2 years, inspired by Barry's incredible speed. As long as Barry's speed can sustain it, theoretically, it can accomplish anything. Caitlin proudly introduces this remarkable invention to Wally and Ke Wen. Come on, Wally, let me demonstrate how the Flash spends his time. With a pat on Wally's shoulder, Barry suddenly flashes onto the cosmic treadmill, transforming into a blur. The treadmill whirs to life, absorbing the bolts of lightning emanating from Barry. Meanwhile, Caitlin diligently records data on her tablet. We've reached a speed of 50 times the speed of sound. Wally, why don't you give it a try? Caitlin calls to Barry, who is still racing on the treadmill. After a minute, Barry finally decelerates and steps off. All right, I'm going, Wally exclaims excitedly, rushing onto the treadmill to begin his own speed test. His form morphs into a blur, powered by the energy of the speed force, causing the cosmic treadmill to spring to life once more. At 7 Mach, it seems Wally's initial experience with the speed force surpasses yours by considerable margin. Barry. Caitlin teases her companion. Ke Wen, however, remains indifferent. To him, the difference between 7 and 50 times the speed of sound is negligible, both speeds eluding his sight. Even with his observation haki activated, he struggles to keep pace with such velocities, making defense and evasion a futile endeavor. Look, I can run backward too. On the cosmic treadmill, as Wally reveled in his unparalleled speed, he observed the crowd outside commenting on the data displayed on the screen. In a reckless moment, he decided to run backwards on the treadmill. It soon became evident that whether on a conventional treadmill or a cosmic one, running backwards was an undeniably foolish endeavor. The treadmill, operating at 7 times the speed of sound, flung Wally off, sending him crashing against the foam wall. Outside, Kevin could distinctly see a human silhouette pressed against the wall, leading him to understand why the laboratory's exterior was constructed with polyethylene foam material. A glance at Flash revealed that this facility had a history of mishaps. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Barry ventured inside to assess Wally's injuries. Fortunately, the Speed Force endowed speedsters not only with extraordinary velocity and enhanced cognitive reflexes, but also with a nearly supernatural regenerative ability. After a brief moment of groaning, Wally's broken arm had already returned to its original state. Goodness, the Speed Force is truly miraculous, Kevin remarked, impressed by Wally's rapid recovery. Having sustained only minimal injuries himself due to the protection of his armor, he recalled his most severe encounter with the mad dog Obik in Nu Sin No, which had left his fists bruised. However, after a night's rest, he too had fully recovered, though not as swiftly as Wally. After testing Wally's initial speed, neural responses, and regenerative capabilities, an exhilarated Wally turned to Kevin. Hey, how about I test just how powerful your new form is? I can't be the only one enjoying this sensation. The intensity of Wally's gaze sent a shiver down Kevin's spine. Am I about to face a setback? Is this what you planned? Chapter 41. Countdown to humiliation. Kevin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It had barely been 24 hours since he had acquired his spider form. Why was Wally so quick to comprehend that a knight's new form only had a brief protective window before challenges arose? Wally, noticing Kevin's apprehensive expression, felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he had just triumphed over a horde of formidable superheroes the previous night. Was Kevin really going to cower from the challenge he proposed? Hey, what is the matter? Are you really backing down? Wally's tone shifted, reflecting his youthful nature, which was incapable of masking emotions, wearing them openly on his sleeve. Faced with Wally's provocation, Kevin found himself at a loss for words. He was merely 20 years old at the time of his forced traversal, and while Wally might be younger, the challenge stirred something within him. It was impossible to remain silent in the face of such bravado. After all, Wally's statistics were off the charts, and he simply had yet to find the right opportunity to shine. against a mere lightning lad who had just gained the speed force. It would be shameful for him to show any sign of fear. Not that he was afraid. Rather, he pondered how long he could hold his ground. "Where shall we compete?" he inquired, accepting Wally's challenge. "I happen to know a place. Follow me." Ke Wen smiled brightly, intrigued by the competition between the two young lads, and promptly took the lead. "Hey, Ke Wen, your belt." The attentive Cisco quickly grabbed Ke Wen's belt. "It's unnecessary for now. It will appear before me when needed." Ke Wen gracefully declined Cisco's offer, determined to maintain his composure even in defeat. He steeled himself and followed Ke Wen into the elevator, descending to the subterranean area of the Star Laboratory. There, a colossal circular structure loomed, adorned with an array of equipment that Ke Wen could hardly comprehend. "This is the entirety of the particle accelerator," Ke Wen explained. "However, due to the incident 2 years ago, we have ceased its operation. Nevertheless, it will serve perfectly for your competition." As she elaborated on the background, an impatient Wally had already dashed around the vicinity, preparing to warm up. Ke Wen shrugged nonchalantly, effortlessly leaping from a height of 10 meters and landing flawlessly. Ke Wen barely had time to intervene, but upon witnessing Ke Wen's unscathed demeanor, she chose to remain silent. "Wow, you're quite strong," Wally exclaimed, impressed by Ke Wen's ability to disregard the 10-meter drop without injury. "Of course, without my armor, I would be nothing. I wouldn't dare venture far, would I?" Although endowed with a hybrid modification of cyborg and conqueror's haki due to the system, allowing him to unlock the genetic locks of humanity, Ke Wen knew he would eventually rely on his 3 forms of haki to survive in the DC universe. However, since he had yet to reach that advanced stage, he saw no reason not to utilize the Night series, which could serve him well in both early and late development. For now, he wished to test just how great the disparity was between himself, unarmored, and these nascent DC superheroes. "All right, in that case, I declare the match officially begun. Get ready. 321 start." Ke Wen, acting as the referee, glanced between Ke Wen and Wally before announcing. No sooner had Ke Wen's words left her lips than Wally transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Ke Wen. As he landed, Ke Wen, who had already activated his observation haki, sensed Wally's attack aimed at his chest. Before he could react, Wally propelled him forcefully, causing Ke Wen to roll several times on the ground before regaining his balance. "Hey, your reaction time is quite impressive," Wally called out as he circled around Ke Wen. The advantage of speed allowed Wally to appear as a mere flash of lightning, whirling around Ke Wen, who could barely catch sight of him. "Not bad, but your speed doesn't quite seem to match the initial Mach 7 you mentioned. It feels a bit slow." Reflecting on Wally's earlier push, Ke Wen realized that, according to Ke Wen's description of Wally's initial speed, he should have been slammed against the wall without even a moment to raise his hand. Yet, it seemed he had only rolled along the ground. Even though both were experiencing setbacks, maintaining an air of elegance in defeat was a small consolation. 7 Mach represents the pinnacle of speed that Wally can currently achieve. At present, Wally's normal takeoff velocity fluctuates between 23 Mach, which necessitates caution. Ke Wen, responsible for the oversight, elucidated that with a figure standing nearby capable of launching at 50 times the speed of sound, any potential mishap could be deftly mitigated, as they would be well equipped to counter each other's moves without hesitation. Listening to Ke Wen's explanation, Ke Wen remained non-committal, keeping his senses attuned, even at 23 Mach. He recognized that handling such velocity was no trivial task. Under the influence of observation haki, Ke Wen sensed an unsettling awareness coursing through his body, an alarm resonating from every part, signaling that Wally was poised to strike. The sheer swiftness of Wally's movements resulted in a comprehensive warning system activating within him. At that moment, Wally sprang into action, effortlessly reaching his normal speed of 23 Mach. There is no need for elaborate techniques. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. A foe whose velocity far exceeds yours requires no intricate attack styles. They may engage in combat as they please. Ke Wen suddenly felt as though he was being tossed about in mid-air by Wally, who seemed to manifest simultaneously in multiple directions, rendering him incapable of finding solid ground. "Guess how many times I've pushed you now, hundreds or thousands?" echoed Wally's teasing words in Ke Wen's ears. However, Ke Wen found it impossible to ascertain Wally's exact position. In this chaotic ballet, where he was treated like a squash ball, Ke Wen steeled himself, thinking, if it's pushing, let us see how tough your hands really are. With that thought, he enveloped several critical areas of his body with Haki. Admittedly, Ke Wen's mastery over Haki was still in its infancy. Even when facing those gorillas that had been imbued with intelligence the previous night, he could only subdue them by combining his night form with Haki. After all, those gorillas were no ordinary beasts. Capable of hurling cars as if they were mere bricks, they could hardly be called gorillas, more like titans. Yet Wally was not a titan. He was merely a youth who had recently acquired the power of speed, still far from attaining the prowess of a lightning-fast hero. His application of this newfound ability remained rudimentary, relying primarily on high-velocity pushes and strikes, lacking the finesse displayed by true masters of speed. As Ke Wen fortified himself with Haki, Wally, intent on continuing his previous maneuvers, discovered that his hands met Ke Wen's defenses as if striking a wall, causing him considerable discomfort. The forces at play were reciprocal. It was only due to the protection of his speed that these swift beings did not succumb to physical collapse during their supersonic dashes. Nonetheless, in Wally's current state, even with the blessing of speed, he could not disregard the feedback pain resulting from striking against Ke Wen's Haki. The repeated sting caused Wally to slow his pace, allowing Ke Wen to seize the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap, propelling the speeding Wally away while simultaneously being thrust outward himself. Both tumbled to the side, quickly regaining their footing. "I'm not playing games. Come back here." With a swift rise, Ke Wen executed a gesture, causing the singularity-lost driver that Cisco had been studying in the laboratory to vanish before his very eyes, leaving him bewildered. What on earth was happening? The sudden change compelled Cisco to exclaim. Simultaneously, the singularity-lost driver that had just disappeared from his view materialized in Ke Wen's grasp, complete with the spider memory card already inserted in its slot. With a deft motion, Ke Wen affixed it to his waist, and the driver extended automatically, securing around his body. He then gently flicked it and uttered the command to transform. The scenario from the previous night unfolded once more, as countless webs materialized around Ke Wen, enveloping him before dissipating to reveal his black and gold spider form. "Come on, Wally, round two," Ke Wen teased. "This was your suggestion." Rising to his feet, Wally, noticing Ke Wen's transformation, wiped his non-existent dirt-stained mouth and charged towards Ke Wen at his maximum speed of Mach 7. However, in his spider form, Ke Wen possessed all the inherent abilities of spider, including formidable neural reflexes. With his already exceptional neural response enhanced by his arachnid transformation, Ke Wen was able to faintly perceive Wally hurtling towards him. This phenomenon, often referred to as bullet time, rendered everything in his view relatively still, while the objects themselves remained in motion. With a keen sense of anticipation, Ke Wen sidestepped to evade Wally's incoming attack. As Wally, caught off guard, stumbled from the missed strike, Ke Wen seized the opportunity to deploy a web, conjuring a massive silk net that appeared before Wally. The velocity of Wally propelled him directly into the web, akin to an insect ensnared in a spider's trap. The contest concluded, with Ke Wen's spider form triumphing momentarily. He recognized the formidable nature of his transformation. While perhaps not matching Wally in raw data, the derived capabilities proved quite advantageous. At the very least, he felt he could contend with a newly empowered speedster. "Brother, you still have much to learn," Ke Wen remarked, observing Wally, who was entangled in the web and frantically thrashing to break free. Ke Wen leisurely approached him, delivered a playful tap to his head, and subsequently released him from the webs, allowing Wally to tumble to the ground, liberated once more. Chapter 42. Departing for the next city, Wally rubbed his sore backside, glancing at the now-absent web. That web was utterly revolting. Materializing from thin air with an excessively strong adhesive quality, it was undeniably a nemesis for someone with his speed. "Hey, Ke Wen, if you don't mind, could you demonstrate that on me?" Barry suggested, having witnessed Ke Wen ensnare Wally in the web, contemplating for a moment before addressing Ke Wen below. The ethereal web materialized out of thin air, ensnaring Barry, who stood upon the platform. As he felt the tenacity of the web entangling him, Barry realized that ordinary means would not suffice to extricate himself. Contemplating for a moment, he began to vibrate at an extraordinary speed, gradually blurring his form, and effortlessly emerged from the web that bound him. The web, lacking a target, naturally lost its cohesion and fell to the ground. Molecular vibration, a classic skill of the speedster, allowed him to synchronize his body's oscillation with the molecular frequency, enabling him to perform a feat akin to passing through walls, an ability only found in myth. In the face of this maneuver from Barry, What had confounded Wally was easily unraveled. Seeing his techniques so effortlessly countered, Ke Wen felt no surprise. After all, techniques were devised to be overcome. If his method could ensnare even the Flash, he would truly be invincible. Cool. I want to learn that move. Teach me, Uncle Barry, exclaimed Wally, who was seated on the ground, his eyes alight with excitement as he witnessed Barry's nonchalant escape from the web. First, you ought to master your own speed, Barry replied with a hint of caution. Moreover, you must have a solid grasp of science. Otherwise, if you get stuck halfway while phasing through a wall, it could be quite perilous. Hearing his uncle's admonition, Wally felt a bit defensive. You needn't worry about my science grades. I've memorized all the books in the central library, he declared proudly. Oh, really? Then why don't you recite to me what you've read? Barry responded with an air of skepticism. Wally, prepared to impress his uncle and Ke Wen with his knowledge, suddenly fell silent. He realized that most of what he had recorded in the state of Speed Force was now a mere fragment of memory, the rest completely forgotten. It seems you've come to understand, Wally. The Speed Force is indeed wondrous, but we are not omnipotent. While in the Speed Force state, our enhanced cognition allows us to remember everything. However, once we exit that state, our minds cannot retain such vast amounts of information all at once. Forgetting is an inevitable aspect of our nature. Do not be under the illusion that the Speed Force grants us the ability to achieve anything, Barry explained, satisfied with Wally's realization. As someone who had traversed this path, Barry understood the mistakes Wally was making. Having experienced the same feelings of invincibility when he first acquired the Speed Force, it was only through 2 years of battles and setbacks that he had learned to wield it with such finesse. The bout between Ke Wen and Wally concluded with Ke Wen gaining a slight advantage. Coupled with the loss of the memory benefits provided by the Speed Force, Wally came to the sobering realization that, aside from his swiftness, he possessed no other advantages. Faced with someone possessing even a modicum of combat experience, he knew he would surely falter. This defeat among peers allowed Wally to confront reality more readily, and Barry felt a sense of contentment in how Ke Wen had inadvertently imparted this lesson to Wally. Indeed, the might of the Speed Force is manifestly apparent. Having only just acquired it for less than 24 hours, there is no need for haste. Time is plentiful. I shall gradually impart my knowledge to you, but first, you must pass through Iris's trial. Observing Wally's despondent demeanor, Barry could not help but chuckle. After all, he was still youthful, and emotions come and go with great swiftness. Just moments ago, he was somewhat disappointed with himself, yet now he radiated renewed vigor. Ke Wen, dismissing this lively spirit, swiftly retracted his memory device, thereby undoing the transformation. It seems the protection period of the new form is still intact. That was a close call. Having narrowly surpassed Wally, who had yet to unlock the full potential of the Speed Force, Ke Wen felt a sense of relief. Seeing that all was well, he leaped once more towards the high platform and ascended. Oh no, Ke Wen, your belt. How did it come to be with you? Exclaimed Cisco, startled as he dashed over, having been summoned from the lab. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, he noticed the singular lost driver that had vanished before him now securely fastened to Ke Wen's waist. I told you, whenever I wish to utilize it, it will appear before me. You all continue your discussions. I shall take my leave, Ke Wen remarked nonchalantly before leisurely departing the Star Labs. He had observed the technology Wally had shown him and tested Wally's combat experience. Having seen and conversed enough, Ke Wen deemed his presence here to be of little significance. Instead, he preferred to bask in the gentle sunlight at a cafe, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Wally, taken aback by Ke Wen's abrupt departure, felt no interest in lingering. Yet he was eager to learn how his uncle utilized the Speed Force. There was still much for him to grasp, and he did not dwell on Ke Wen's nonchalant exit. Meanwhile, Barry, watching Ke Wen's carefree retreat, eventually turned to Cisco and inquired, "What have you unlocked regarding his belt?" "I am aware that this belt must employ a form of advanced spatial folding and material transformation technology in conjunction with that so-called memory device. Yet I am unable to decipher it. An unknown force seems to protect this belt, and even my vibrations cannot perceive its essence," Cisco replied. "What seems to be the matter, my friend? Is there an issue?" Barry asked. "No, merely curiosity. I cannot shake the feeling that this young fellow may possess more than just this solitary belt. Given that he has a memory device, could there be a second one? Or perhaps an alternate form? I find it quite intriguing," Cisco mused. Indeed, through Cisco's fragmented words, Barry surmised that Kevin's current transformation might not be limited to merely one form. As a speedster, once he enters the state of thought speed, numerous possibilities that had never previously been considered could be deduced, and therein lies the formidable nature of the Speed Force. Kevin, however, remained indifferent to Barry's speculations. As a steadfast member of the Justice League, he trusted that the Flash would not bring him harm. If it came to a confrontation, he would be at a disadvantage. The seasoned Flash, well-versed in the Speed Force, could easily dispatch the novice he currently was as effortlessly as breathing. Leaving the Starry Lab, Ke Wen strolled through 2 streets and arrived at the most renowned cafe in Central City, the Guilt Cafe. Oh, have they already released a series of drinks bearing the same name? He mused, ordering a Flash latte, a Kid Flash, and a Kamen Rider. As Guilt Cafe is known for launching drinks inspired by the city's guardians, within just one night, their electronic menu had expanded to include the Kid Flash and Kamen Rider, attracting a considerable number of patrons. Intrigued, Ke Wen joined the queue and placed his order for these popular beverages. The Flash latte was quite ordinary, merely a latte adorned with a lightning design, but the Kid Flash and Kamen Rider had color combinations that left him wondering if he was being taken for a ride. Steeling himself, he took a sip and found it surprisingly delightful. Ah, this is life, he sighed contentedly, leaning back in his chair, allowing his thoughts to drift into the system space to calculate the rewards accumulated since the previous night. System, please show me my current points, he requested. A data panel materialized before him, displaying points, 530,000 items, individual lost driver, Spider T2 dual memory, D-class death general armor, pseudo-phasing mask, and a replica Toyako wooden sword. Evaluation, penny pincher. Damn it. Ke Wen was momentarily stifled by the system's usual sarcasm. Containing his frustration, he continued, System, please pull up the item points for the W series. The screen shifted, revealing a comprehensive list of A to Z series T2 memories, W dual-use memories, and E's. Ke Wen recognized some, while others were entirely foreign to him. Additionally, it displayed the complete Lost Driver belt and the Transformation Series belt of the life-winning Kamen Rider. A. Wow. The W driver is surprisingly affordable. He exclaimed, What on earth is this Zoom memory that costs 1,000,000 points? Just like the Fong, really? The Protagonist Series costs 500,000, and I can only afford one? He gazed hungrily at the system's display of protagonist-exclusive memories, drooling at the thought of the wind and trigger, each priced at 500,000 points, followed by Fong, Zhu, and then the 3 transformation memories of Kamen Rider, leading to the esteemed E. The sight of these treasures made Ke Wen's eyes gleam. If he could unlock this entire set, he would be virtually invincible in Nashin City. Moreover, the system boasted 19 additional series under development. It felt as if it were compelling Ke Wen to plunge headfirst into major events. Glancing at his current points, he struggled to resist the urge to make a purchase. Retreating from the system space, he feared that if he continued to look, he would succumb to the temptation of acquiring a single form memory, thereby forcing himself to accumulate points once more. Though Ke Wen yearned to shout within the system space, only children distinguish between good and bad. I desire it all, yet it has become evident that he cannot. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to contemplate which city to venture to next, as long as it is not as treacherous as Central City, where even petty theft is scrutinized relentlessly by the police. Kevin believes he ought to be able to earn a greater number of points than he currently possesses, driven by the system's incentive. Kevin is left with a singular thought. After traversing 4 cities, he must at the very least unlock all memories from the Protagonist series. Otherwise, how can he strike a pose? Chapter 43. Star City, newcomer in a youth hostel. Wally observes Kevin, who has been engrossed in a map of the United States for the better part of half an hour, his brow furrowed in contemplation. For someone like Kevin, a speedster, half an hour feels akin to an entire day. Why the rush? Why does it matter where I choose to go? Kevin casts a glance at Wally, fully aware of his friend's ulterior motives, his desire to accompany him. There is no way Kevin would acquiesce to such a request. So he leaves Wally hanging until he can no longer bear it and decides to depart. Moreover, Kevin genuinely does not know which city to visit next. He suffers from indecision. He has never been adept at making choices even on his own Earth, let alone in this world, where many cities do not exist as they do back home. Forget it. Let us just toss a paper ball and see where it lands. Noticing Wally has no intention of leaving, Kevin grabs a paper ball and rolls it across the map. The small ball rolls lazily before coming to a stop near Star City, not far from Central City. Upon seeing the name Star City, Kevin pauses, as certain key figures associated with this city spring to mind. Green Arrow, Red Arrow, Black Canary. Surely the timeline here hasn't diverged yet? Reflecting on the narratives he has witnessed in his former world, Kevin is uncertain of the current storyline in Star City. However, given his present abilities, he deems it a favorable destination. Unlike Gotham, which is rife with chaos, where the police are virtually impotent, Star City is not as tumultuous. Moreover, the antagonists associated with Green Arrow are relatively manageable, and should he encounter a few, he need not excessively worry about facing unreasonable adversaries. Yes, Star City it is. After weighing the power dynamics between Star City and Gotham, Kevin concludes that Star City is indeed a commendable choice. You have the skills. You could sneak off to Star City. After all, you are a speedster, and I cannot stop you. However, if the Flash and your Aunt Iris discover that you have ventured there on your own, I suspect a misfortune will not befall me. Casting a glance at the eager Wally, Kevin cannot help but tease him. This fellow is truly a restless spirit, though his seemingly innocent smile often leads one to believe he is a good-hearted child. In truth, once he sets his mind to something, he is impossible to restrain. How could that be? I'm a good child, Wally retorts playfully. I find your words hard to believe. I shall stay for a couple more days before checking out. Perhaps we will meet again another time. Seeing that Wally seemed intent on lingering, Ke Wen found himself at a loss for words. Fine, if I cannot provoke him, I shall simply evade him. With a swift gathering of his belongings, he grabbed his camera and stepped outside, indifferent to what mischief Wally might indulge in within his room. However, upon noticing Ke Wen's intention to leave, Wally, who was already restless, naturally followed him out, trailing behind as they wandered aimlessly through Central City. What? Do you have nothing better to do? Ke Wen expressed his annoyance at the pesky shadow that was Wally, who followed him like a persistent leech. How would you know? 2 days later, at the Central City train station, Ke Wen purchased a ticket for the high-speed train to Star City. The distance between Central City and Star City was not considerable, and no direct flights were available. A train ride sufficed. When Ke Wen boarded the train and located a seat, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar face, Wally West, seated right beside him. Here you are. Care for some chocolate? Wally cheerfully offered a chocolate bar, his mouth full of the sweet treat. Glaring at the chocolate bar presented before him, Ke Wen felt a vain throb on his temple. How on earth did you get here? Your aunt actually let you come out? No, she didn't agree, but I told Uncle Barry, and he said it was fine. Listening to Wally, Ke Wen felt a headache brewing. Was he being ensnared by the Flash's machinations? How could one be so oblivious when playing the role of a moral compass? A glance at Wally's train ticket revealed that he had unwittingly chosen the seat right next to Ke Wen. Who knew how he had discovered where Ke Wen would be sitting? Speedsters were notoriously unpredictable. It seemed he could not shake him off, as long as Wally didn't stir up trouble in Star City. Having him along might not be such a burden. It would merely require some fortitude to endure Wally's incessant chatter, a trait that could drive anyone to distraction. Hey, do you know about Green Arrow in Star City? I heard he's a mortal hero. I also heard he has 2 sidekicks about our age. Do you think we might meet them? Be quiet. Seated in his place, Ke Wen could only cover his ears and endure the relentless barrage of Wally's questions for nearly an hour and a half. Meanwhile, in Central City, at Barry's residence in the East District, our Flash, Barry Allen, wore a sheepish expression as he faced his silent fiancée, Iris. Iris marveled at how extraordinary her vacation had been. First, her nephew was struck by lightning and transformed into a superpower version of her fiancé, and then Barry, unbeknownst to her, allowed her nephew to venture out into the world. If anything were to go awry, how would she explain it to his parents? Relax, Iris. Oliver is in Star City. You should trust him. I've sent Wally's bus number to him, and Oliver will likely send someone to retrieve him. After all, he has more experience with sidekicks than I do. Besides, Central City isn't too far from Star City, and if anything happens, I can be there in no time. Trust me. Barry gazed at the formidable expression of his fiancée, feeling a twinge of guilt as he spoke. Is that the reason? Surely you can manage on your own. After all, you have been the Flash for 2 years. Lately, the League had been contemplating the construction of a watchtower, which kept him preoccupied. Furthermore, with Wally present, there was little room for maneuvering. Typical, Iris muttered before retreating to her room, casting a beckoning finger at Barry as she closed the door, prompting him to follow her inside. At the Star City train station, a young man and woman stood by the platform, idly chatting as they awaited the arrival of train K777. Roy, why do you think my brother asked us to pick up Barry Allen's nephew? I don't recall my brother being particularly close to him, the girl remarked, chewing gum, her short hair framed by a vibrant red jacket and black jeans, exuding youthful exuberance akin to a spirited young rebel. Well, CIA, Barry Allen is much closer to your brother than you might imagine. They're quite good friends. As for why we are here to pick him up, Oliver didn't elaborate. He simply instructed us to bring him back to the bar, where he would explain further. Look, the train is arriving. Hold up the sign so he knows someone is here for him. Roy, dressed similarly in a red shirt, with a well-groomed physique that made him stand out in the crowd, accepted the task. You hold it. That sign looks ridiculous, CIA said dismissively, passing the responsibility to Roy. He complied, lifting the sign emblazoned with Wally West as the crowd disembarked from the train. Soon, Roy, benefiting from his height, spotted a chestnut-haired young man making his way towards him, accompanied by a rather expressionless companion. You must be Roy Harper. My uncle has mentioned you. I am Wally West. Wow, who is this lovely lady? I'm truly honored to be greeted by such beauty. Wally's eyes sparkled upon seeing CIA, despite her rebellious attire. Her beauty was undeniable. As a youth experiencing the stirrings of infatuation, Wally felt an irresistible urge to get to know her better. This is CIA Queen, Oliver Queen's sister. And who might you be? Roy inquired, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious figure beside Wally. Oh, no need to ask my name. I'm merely a reluctant companion to this chatterbox. Since someone is here to welcome him in Star City, I can finally be free of his incessant chatter. He is all yours. Goodbye, the companion interjected, eager to escape the long, tedious hour and a half he had endured. He was indifferent to the relationship between the two individuals and Green Arrow. His purpose in Star City was merely to vent his frustrations on a few petty thieves, ideally avoiding any ties to Green Arrow. Now that Wally had someone to accompany him, he felt more comfortable being alone. Without heeding Wally's impending remarks, he plunged into the crowd, quickly disappearing among the throng, leaving Wally in a state of irritation. Is he your friend? At this moment, Sia's interest was piqued. It was her first encounter with someone so utterly unconcerned about the opinions of others. He should be considered a friend, I suppose. But doesn't his behavior anger you? Why would I be upset? This fellow prefers to wander alone rather than complicate matters. Yet, since we are in Star City, I believe I can arrange for us to meet tonight, and I will reintroduce him to you then. Tonight? Reintroduce? Sia found herself slightly bewildered by Wally's words. It appears your brother, Oliver Queen, has failed to inform you about the nature of his relationship with my uncle, Barry Allen. Hasn't he? Is it important? Sia inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Well, to put succinctly, they're steadfast allies who thoroughly understand and support one another. Does that clarify things for you? And what about you? Sia, discerning the deeper layers beneath Wally's impulsive demeanor, directly asked. Call me Kid Flash. I am Red Arrow, and he is Speedy. Wow, quite impressive and straightforward. Having exchanged their secrets, the bond among the three strengthened considerably, laying the groundwork for their future camaraderie as teammates. Chapter 44. The Green Arrow Squad. After shaking off Wally, he soon blended into the crowd and exited the train station. Standing by the station sign, he gazed at the somewhat dreary city, and his initial impression was one of decay. Yes, decay. If Central City had radiated warmth and sunshine to him, Star City appeared as a decaying entity. Observing the street, the people could be categorized into two types. One group had grown numb in their stagnant lives, devoid of vitality, merely existing for the sake of existence. The other comprised newcomers brimming with ambition and drive, believing they could achieve greatness in this city. Their desires flickered like small flames within this decaying metropolis, destined to either ignite into a blazing fire or be extinguished by the city's decay, turning to ashes. Ah, it feels right to be here. He swiftly seized the arm of an individual attempting to pilfer from his pocket, inflicting a dislocation with a decisive jerk before ignoring him further. The chastened thief realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Knowing that only his arm had been dislocated, he dared not pursue retaliation and fled in a panic. Hailing a taxi, he settled into the back seat, offering the driver $200 as a generous tip, instructing him to take him to a relatively decent apartment hotel in Star City. He is certainly not foolish. While he enjoys residing in hostels, it is contingent upon a location. In Star City, even if hostels exist, they are unlikely to be clean. one might as well opt for a more comfortable stay in an apartment hotel. With ample funds at his disposal, the driver had no inclination to engage in any mischief, and he transported Ke Wen to the finest apartment hotel under the Quinn Enterprises banner. Upon glancing at the hotel's sign, Ke Wen couldn't help but smirk, remarking to himself, "Indeed, the wealthy individuals in DC are quite formidable. They effortlessly monopolize." After this brief musing, he proceeded to check in. However, given that Star City is not the most peaceful of places, Ke Wen refrained from using the card provided by his parents and opted to pay in cash instead. The cash he had managed to extract from those unsavory characters in Naxino City came in handy at this moment. Once he settled the accommodation fees, he followed the attendant to his room, which bore a distinctly European style. Opening the window revealed towering skyscrapers. The hotel was situated in a decent location, with security measures in place, as it was nestled within the CBD area. Having surveyed the hotel and the surrounding buildings, Ke Wen gained a general understanding of the layout, discerning which routes would be more convenient for exiting and more discreet for returning. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize some of the small gadgets he had stored away. He then addressed the system. "Could you please release a few of the canned robots I previously stored in your space?" No sooner had he spoken than 6 each of the eagle, locust, and octopus types emerged, bouncing on the bed and frolicking before Ke Wen. He couldn't help but admire the advanced technology of the 3-egg world. These little creatures, devoid of their cold exteriors, behaved much like ordinary pets. After playfully nudging one of the eagles, Ke Wen commanded, "All right, as before, locate those individuals who pose a significant threat and return with information. Do not follow too closely." The little creatures, upon receiving his orders, promptly flew out of the window in search of their targets. Meanwhile, Wally, who had been picked up by Roy and Sia, found himself at the junction of the eastern and western districts of Star City, at a bar named Greenwich. Disembarking from the taxi, Wally looked at Roy and Sia, somewhat puzzled by their choice of destination. "Aren't you curious about what the so-called superhero base looks like?" "Follow me," Sia said with a hint of pride. Leading the way inside, Roy patted Wally on the shoulder, adding, "Don't be too surprised, mate. She's always like this." With that, Roy guided Wally to the back alley of the bar, where he began to feel around a brick near the back door. With a gentle twist, the brick revealed an electronic tablet and the core of a password. After a 3-tiered unlocking process involving voice recognition, fingerprint, and password, the wall opened, allowing Roy and Sia to lead the astonished Wally into their secret base, the arrow pouch. "It's pretty awesome." Wally gazed at the shimmering metallic arrows illuminated by the surrounding lights, each adorned with various specialized tips, feeling utterly awestruck. This was a stark contrast to the Star Labs his uncle frequented, where technology predominated, and merely honing one's speed and simulating combat with opponents sufficed for all their needs. Here, however, Wally was exposed to another facet of superheroes. They were mere mortals who required extensive training and an array of equipment to combat crime effectively. "Welcome to the Quiver," Sia remarked, turning to inform Wally of the base's name. As they descended the stairs, Wally was greeted by a cacophony of fighting sounds. This subterranean facility, known as the Quiver, was expansive, towering at least 3 stories above ground, and he estimated that the first floor alone spanned approximately 500 to 600 square meters. It was evident that Oliver Queen, a renowned billionaire of Star City, had made a significant investment. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Wally encountered the source of the commotion, a central area designated for various training equipment. There, a muscular man with a bare torso was sparring with a burly African-American opponent, wielding a short staff. The man's torso bore an array of scars, wounds from blades, bullets, and arrows, alongside several tattoos, including one that read "Never Miss" in Chinese and a family emblem associated with the Mafia, some of which Wally could not decipher. Adjacent to their sparring, 3 striking women were engaged in similar training. One donned a white tactical suit, another a black one, while the third, wearing glasses, appeared more of a techie than a warrior. Just as Sia led Wally down, the bespectacled woman became distracted and, in a moment of unawareness, received a light jab to the nose. "Ow. Sarah, could you be a tad gentler?" "Apologies, Felicity, but your opening was too blatant." "Laurel, we have a little guest." Sarah, clad in white, responded with a hint of regret, directing her words toward her sister Laurel, who wore black. These two were Star City's other guardians, White Canary and Black Canary, while Felicity served as their team's tech support, renowned for her hacking prowess. ranking among the top 10 globally and often referred to as Oracle. Hearing Sarah's call, Oliver, engaged in sparring, effortlessly took down his training partner, Diggle, with a swift jujitsu maneuver. "You're too slow, Diggle," Oliver remarked, extending a hand to help his partner up. "Well, I haven't trained for 5 years like you have." "Look, this little one is utterly astonished," Diggle jested, pointing at Wally, who was not oblivious to the superhero news circulating in Star City. He was well aware of the city's celebrated heroes, and now, standing before him were none other than those illustrious figures. "Oh, I must be dreaming," Wally murmured. "Hey kid, this is no dream. Cool me. Let me have a good look at this little one who possesses speed akin to Barry's and see what sets him apart," Oliver exclaimed. Felicity, completely indifferent to the pain in her nose, approached with a beaming smile, gripping Wally's hands as she examined them from every angle. Wally, who had never even held hands before, felt his cheeks flush under the mature aura that Felicity exuded, and it took him a while to compose himself. After a lengthy and lively discussion, Wally finally grasped the age distribution among the members of the Quiver. Only Roy shared his age, while Sia was a year younger. And Sarah was already 21, nearing her college graduation. The remaining 4 were on the brink of maturity. "Before you arrived, Barry called me and instructed me to train you well. I just hope you were ready," Oliver remarked, taking the towel from Laurel to wipe the sweat from his brow. "I'm the Flash. A Flash never needs to prepare," Wally boasted, perhaps influenced by the many beautiful young ladies around him. "Very well, Roy," Oliver replied without further comment, addressing his apprentice and assistant. Suddenly, Roy, standing nearby, flicked his wrist, sending a small arrow soaring towards Wally's face. As Speed Force activated, the flying arrow slowed in midair, allowing Wally to easily dodge it, even having time to glance at the relatively motionless Roy. In a moment of reckless bravado, he attempted to catch the arrow that had just passed him. Crack! The instant Wally's fingers made contact with the arrow, a surge of electricity coursed through it, leaving him stunned on the ground, his tongue flailing out. "Well, you are even more foolish than when I first trained Barry. Rule number 1. When an enemy fires something you don't understand, never attempt to catch it, for you cannot know if it will kill you," Oliver admonished. "All right, Roy, take him for some exercise. Tonight, you, Sia, and Sarah will work with him." Having been schooled by Oliver in such a straightforward manner, Wally, still in a dazed state, could only mumble a vague acknowledgement as Roy dragged him away. Sia, crossing her arms, couldn't help but chuckle at Wally's electrified state. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Sia laugh at his misfortune made Wally feel that enduring another shock wouldn't be such a burden after all. Chapter 45. The waters of this city run deep as night fell and the city lights illuminated the skyline. Star City, known for its already high crime rate, saw only a few affluent neighborhoods remain brightly lit with bustling streets. In contrast, most other districts were shuttered tight, where residents prefer to stay indoors watching television rather than venturing outside. For those who roamed the streets at this hour were rarely of good character. Within an apartment hotel in the city center, a sharp, high-pitched call echoed through the steel forest of lights. A small figure streaked across the night sky, appearing at a window on the 6th floor of the elegantly designed Queen Hotel. A person seated on a sofa, engrossed in a movie, reached out to receive it. The petite figure tapped its owner's finger, projecting an image onto the wall. "I find myself at a substantial drug production site, and I cannot help but wonder how these young ones have summoned the audacity to accompany me to such a place. Remarkable. Nevertheless, it stands to reason that a criminal organization of this magnitude would not operate without oversight. Yet, I shall dismiss such thoughts. Our mission is merely to seize the spotlight, irrespective of the circumstances." With a gentle tap on the head of my companion, I swiftly gathered my belongings and donned my attire before descending to the street below. As for why I did not leap from the window, it is simply nonsensical. We are on the 6th floor, and the commotion from such a jump would be considerable. The art of stealth demands discretion. Under the eager gaze of the reception attendant, I exited the hotel and, after traversing a short distance, turned into an alleyway where I donned my camouflage mask. Utilizing the wall for support, I leaped onto the rooftop and, guided by my companion, I dashed toward the drug factory. In Star City, within the secret base of the Arrow's nest at the Greenwich Bar, Felicity, employing her exceptional hacking skills, infiltrated the traffic monitoring system and detected anomalies. "Guys, we have a situation." Her exclamation drew the attention of the others who were still warming up. They soon beheld a fleeting image on Felicity's screen. A red mechanical bird darted past the camera, accompanied by a mechanical octopus beneath. Though the sight was brief, the craftsmanship left no doubt regarding their capabilities. Two rather impressive mechanical contraptions, but what do they signify? Roy questioned, puzzled by the significance of these devices. My oversight. Let me show you what I intercepted from military radar. Felicity continued, presenting another screen where, at the same distance, the radar revealed no trace of any mechanical signals. Only biological ones. Do you see? Biological camouflage signals, undetectable by radar. If these little gadgets were to be utilized as bombs for a terror attack, we would be utterly defenseless. Had Ke Wen been present, he would undoubtedly admire Felicity's innovative thinking. The concept of using canned robots as bomb carriers had never crossed his mind. Yet Felicity had anticipated this possibility. Can we track their movements within Star City? Oliver, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that without knowledge of the purpose of these highly intelligent machines, they must be regarded as a dire threat. Let me investigate, Felicity replied. Palm District. This is a composite of traffic surveillance from various areas in Star City. Based on the analysis, they are headed to Palm District. After a moment of silence, Oliver issued his command. Sarah, take Roy, Sia, and Wally with you. All right, you're in charge. Let us go, Kid Flash, Sarah quipped, observing Wally's persistent attempts to get closer to Sia. A seasoned romantic, Sarah could easily tell that Wally was hopelessly smitten, ensnared by Sia. The four of them prepared for their journey. Wally's uniform had been revamped by Cisco, now metallic like berries, enhancing his appearance to a more striking effect. Just this enhancement earned Wally an appreciative glance from Sia, leaving him elated. Oliver, do you think it might be a tad reckless to let Sarah accompany Roy and the others? As Oliver's legitimate girlfriend, Laurel, who is also Sarah's older sister, harbors some concerns. While she does not doubt Sarah's personal capabilities, the inclusion of several young individuals who have yet to officially debut alters the dynamics. Although Sarah is not significantly older than them, the disparity in experience is substantial. I have been observing the Palm District for quite some time. Those individuals are primarily engaged in tasks for others. Thus, the level of danger is relatively low. However, I am quite curious about the individuals behind them. Those who have orchestrated such a multitude of arrangements yet have left no trace of their identity. Their modus operandi feels eerily familiar to me. Are you contemplating using Sarah and the others as bait? Not only Sarah. This enigmatic mechanical entity would suffice as well. While it is uncertain whether Sarah can effectively lure it out, the unknown entity possesses a far greater likelihood of doing so. Oliver, without any reservations, divulged his plan, which incited considerable anger in his legitimate girlfriend, Laurel. Yet, with the situation unfolding, she could only implore Felicity to be extra vigilant. The Palm District, an industrial area in Star City, houses the factories of nearly all enterprises within the city. Once this locale was the epitome of prosperity, with the establishment of factories generating a plethora of job opportunities. However, as the industrial focus shifted and the tertiary sector ascended, the area no longer basked in its former glory. A significant number of workers faced unemployment, rendering the vicinity desolate, with shuttered factories becoming breeding grounds for vice. At that moment, two suspicious figures loitering on the street were vigorously sniffing, their bodies occasionally trembling, as they approached a burly man leaning against a car, smoking. Any new goods? One of the duo inquired. Indeed, new goods. Take a look, the man replied, clearly seasoned in this trade, as he retrieved a packet of white powder from his pocket and waved it before them. Hey, don't rush to pull out your cash. This substance comes with instructions. Not immediately accepting their money, he first cautioned them. This was his business principle. After all, each life lost among his clientele represented a loss of wealth. He had to safeguard his earnings. This stuff has instructions? The duo asked, growing impatient. Of course. This new product is called Mirakuru. It packs a stronger punch than previous offerings and can enhance human abilities. However, one must not consume too much at once. This packet before me is intended for a week's use. Rushing it could lead to complications, understand? Got it. Just give it to us already, they urged, nodding fervently, their insatiable cravings overshadowing their comprehension of the warnings, as they yearned to quickly indulge and alleviate their physical tension. Observing their eagerness, the man felt he had said enough. What more could he say? He could hardly refuse them. After all, if he were to show compassion, what purpose would his involvement in this line of work serve? A simple exchange of cash for goods ensued, and upon witnessing their impatience, he prepared to drive away. wishing to avoid any potential trouble should they succumb to their vices right there. As he was about to start his car, a sudden, forceful impact struck the hood, leaving him disoriented and bleeding before he could ascertain what had collided with him. Enhancing human capabilities? Are drug dealers now venturing into cross-marketing? A mocking voice emerged from the front of the vehicle, wiping the blood from his forehead. The burly man finally noticed a figure standing before his car, an individual clad in a peculiar mask and dressed entirely in black, wielding a wooden sword, effortlessly halting his vehicle with a single hand. Beside him, a duo preparing to indulge in a moment of euphoria was startled by this unforeseen intrusion, and as they clutched their belongings, they prepared to flee. With a flick of his wrist, Ke Wen dispatched one with a wooden sword, while the other darted into an alley. Ke Wen, however, paid little mind to the fleeing figure. The individual before him was his primary concern. He had been lurking around the drug manufacturing facility, refraining from immediate confrontation in such a crowded area, as he lacked the capacity to apprehend them all. It was wiser to first ascertain the situation. Approaching the car door, he effortlessly yanked it open, pulling the burly man out. He rummaged through the man's belongings, discovering several packets of substance referred to as miracle, which he discarded onto the ground. My friend, would you kindly enlighten me about what this substance truly is? If it possesses the prowess you claim, should it not be monopolized by the military? I don't know. I'm merely responsible for selling it. Those people told me that for every unit sold, I would receive triple the commission, but beyond that, I am utterly clueless. Triple commission? Such an exorbitant rate? How profitable is this substance? Roughly 5 tons are produced daily, and it supplies not only Star City, but has channels worldwide. Very well, thank you. Good night. Good night. The burly man, perplexed by Ke Wen's words, suddenly found his head pressed against the car, resulting in an intimate encounter that rendered him unconscious. Best not to tamper with this substance. I shall assist you in alleviating the situation momentarily. Ke Wen swiftly kicked away a junkie attempting to snatch the Mirakuru while he was interrogating its seller, delivering a firm blow to prevent any irrational actions. The nefarious white powder was subsequently discarded into the sewer. After completing these tasks, Ke Wen stood upright, casting his gaze toward the nearby factory still in operation, and meandered toward it. Destroying such a malevolent establishment would indeed be a commendable endeavor. As for the trouble it might cause, once he donned his gear, who would know it was he? Just as he was about to depart, Ke Wen sensed a sharp object hurtling towards him from within his vicinity. He sidestepped just in time, only to be confronted by a flash of yellow before 3 figures descended from above, surrounding him. Damn it, what are the odds? Ke Wen lamented upon seeing the yellow figure before him, resigned to his unfortunate fate. Chapter 46. Mirakuru on the streets of the Palm District in Star City. Ke Wen observed Wally's extravagant attire alongside several guardians of Star City, feeling inexplicably at a loss for words. Whenever I venture into other cities, these superheroes invariably appear before me at lightning speed, even swifter than the most persistent paparazzi. Greetings, I am Kid Flash. Alongside me are Red Arrow, Speedy, and Black Canary. We need to converse. Wally, feeling entirely at ease, promptly revealed his identity to Connor. You've come here to stir trouble. Haven to you, Wally? Connor remarked with a hint of resignation, calling out Wally's name. If Wally were absent, Connor wouldn't be concerned about the Green Arrow team. They tended to prioritize confidentiality among themselves. However, with Wally present, any pretense would be swiftly dismantled, making it more prudent to be forthright. What else with your attire, Connor? Wally inquired, noticing the peculiar device at Connor's waist, realizing that this outfit had been crafted by Connor himself. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Connor would rely on a transformation device to conceal his identity while also donning such a costume. I prefer to keep a low profile. Any objections? Connor replied. Greetings. I'd rather stick with this name for practicality. Removing his mask to reveal his true visage, Connor's keen perception pierced through Roy and Sia's disguises, leading him to choose transformation. After all, his transformation was far more convincing. The dazzling metamorphosis instantly made Roy and others recognize him as the renowned Kamen Rider, who had recently been seen with Wally in Central City. As a young man, Roy couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Connor's impressive transformation, eliciting an admiring exclamation. See, I told you we would cross paths again tonight. Didn't I? Wally said with a hint of pride as he glanced at Sia. Well, that's a striking transformation. Yours pales in comparison, Sia quipped. momentarily dampening Wally's spirits. Observing that they were all familiar faces, Sarah, in charge of this mission, set aside her previous hostility and curiously inquired, "So, Kamen Rider, what brings you here?" My little companion noticed a drug manufacturing facility while patrolling the city, feeling rather bored at this late hour. "I thought I'd pay them a visit," Connor explained, as falcons circled above him. And Wally and the others realized that the unknown mechanical creation they had seen on their surveillance was indeed Connor's handiwork. "Didn't you claim to be a liberal arts student? How on earth did you create this?" Wally asked, slightly irked, realizing that the technology embodied in this construct could easily outclass many scholars. "I am indeed a liberal arts student. This armor isn't my creation, but rather an inherent feature," Connor clarified. "However, I must ask, you all aren't here just to gather information, are you?" He surveyed the group of superheroes, completely bewildered by their intentions. "Of course not. You are merely one aspect of our interest. Additionally, our objective aligns with yours. Care to join us?" Sarah extended an invitation to Connor, displaying no ulterior motives. "Certainly, I have no objections. However, each time I arrive in a city, it seems you appear as if summoned, akin to a dockside gathering." Ke Wen remains indifferent. Whether this group is present or not, he accomplishes his tasks with equal resolve. Yet, he cannot help but express mild dissatisfaction regarding his treatment. "Dockside gathering?" Valley was somewhat perplexed by Ke Wen's cryptic jargon. "It simply refers to encountering the guardian of this city." With a nonchalant reply, Ke Wen leaped toward the toxic factory indicated by the flying eagle can, his remarkable jump of 100 meters allowing him to effortlessly disregard various terrain obstacles. This time, Valley proactively lifted Shia, allowing her to experience a burst of super speed, while only Sarah and Roy awkwardly relied on tools to progress. Before long, the group concealed themselves in front of the factory, which operated throughout the night. Observing the armed personnel at the entrance, Sarah furrowed her brow, noting the strength of the guards. Indeed, it is said that they are dealing with a new type of drug called Mirakuru, rumored to enhance human capabilities. If a confrontation arises, it could present considerable challenges. Ke Wen shared the information he had recently acquired. "Watch me. I will disarm these fellows." Valley, eager to showcase his skills as a speedster, was ready to act. "Hold on. Let us remain calm. This is their territory. Have you noticed that Sarah has yet to speak?" Ke Wen, recognizing the situation, ceded the floor to Sarah, who smiled brightly in response to his gesture. "Nonetheless, before we proceed, Red Arrow, Swift Arrow, you two should lie in ambush at their exit to prevent any escape. Now, Lightning Kid, you may unleash your speed." With her dual batons drawn, Sarah issued her command. In an instant, unable to contain his excitement, Valley transformed into a streak of light, plunging the entire factory into chaos. With a takeoff speed of 2 Mach, Valley effortlessly overwhelmed the guards, who were merely armed with firearms. Their weaponry was ineffective against a speedster. They could scarcely track his movements, their aim faltering in the face of such swiftness. After hearing the commotion within, Ke Wen and Sarah leisurely entered, only to find that Valley had incapacitated the guards, leaving Roy and Shia to bind them securely. Indeed, the presence of a speedster disrupts the gaming experience, Ke Wen thought to himself as he observed Valley striking poses. The elaborate plans devised by the group paled in comparison to Vala's rapid resolution of the situation. Disregarding Vala's antics, Ke Wen approached a platform where several blocks of the new drug, Mirakuru, were displayed. Curiosity piqued, he picked up one of the samples. This substance feels strikingly similar to the white powder mentioned on television. Ke Wen, lacking expertise, cannot discern the difference. Never mind, could someone lend a hand and set it ablaze? Does this armor lack a fire-starting feature? Wally found it hard to believe that such an impressive suit of armor offered only enhancements to physical capabilities and the ability to conjure webs out of thin air. For now, Ke Wen shrugged. The knight's form itself was not particularly versatile, primarily focusing on singular aspects, and true versatility would only be attainable upon unlocking its final form. At that moment, Roy retrieved an explosive arrow from his quiver and aimed it directly at the pile of Mirakuru. A fierce blaze erupted instantly, while Ke Wen, quick on his feet, tossed a piece to Sarah, knowing full well the importance of taking a sample for testing. "Hey folks, something seems off with this guy," Wally suddenly exclaimed, pointing to one of the bound individuals. The group turned their attention to him, observing a fierce-looking man trembling violently, his eyes rolling back, froth escaping his mouth and the ropes binding him beginning to snap under his convulsive movements. With a sudden burst of strength, the rope shattered, and he lunged at Wally, the nearest target. With a strange cry, Wally evaded the attack, but the machinery behind him was reduced to scrap. What is happening? Ke Wen was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the man's sudden display of strength. A single punch had turned a machine into a pile of metal. "Let me handle this," Ke Wen shouted, charging toward the berserk individual. Upon their initial collision, Ke Wen sensed something was profoundly amiss. His observation Haki indicated that this man was merely an ordinary person. Yet he exhibited the characteristics of someone under the influence of a substance that unleashed latent potential, a potential that would lead to his demise once the effects wore off. Mirakuru? Ke Wen recalled the words of the previous drug dealer, unconsciously voicing the thought. Nevertheless, his actions did not falter. This individual possessed considerable strength. And while Ke Wen's spider form granted him notable punching and kicking power, it was not insignificant enough to dismiss the impact of the man's blows, which left his limbs tingling. After exchanging several blows and gauging the man's enhanced strength, Ke Wen ceased the engagement, conjuring a web capable of withstanding a tensile force of 50 tons to ensnare the man. A mere user of Mirakuru would not be able to break free from such a binding. As they witnessed the man thrashing on the ground, the group converged. "It seems we underestimated the potency of this new drug," Sarah remarked grimly. "If this new substance were to spread through Star City, it would be impossible for just a few of them to contain it. A substance abuser can unexpectedly transform into a formidable maniac, rendering the police ineffectual." "Look, he appears to be acting strangely," exclaimed Wally, his keen eyes alert. Within the collective gaze of the onlookers, the powerful struggles of the individual gradually diminished, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing, until silence fell. What could this signify? Side effects, perhaps. This might be the cost of significantly enhancing human capabilities. It seems that Star City is in for quite a predicament. Kevin, usually lighthearted, found himself momentarily serious. Such a high-reward mission was too enticing to abandon. It appeared to remain within his capacity to handle. Perhaps he could unlock 2 memories here. What should we do now? He pondered. We must retrieve the arrow bag. This person must be taken as well. Shall we bring along the masked rider? Sarah proposed to Kevin. Casual, in the spirit of sincerity, "I'll carry this fellow," Kevin replied, gesturing dismissively as he hoisted the unfortunate soul onto his back. Seeing there were no loose ends, Sarah called out, and the group departed from a sinister drug manufacturing facility. Chapter 47. Mayoral candidate slayed in the subterranean aero base of Greenwich Bar in Star City. Sarah escorted the newly initiated Kevin, still bearing the unfortunate victim who had succumbed to a substantial dose of Mirakuru, directly throwing the now unrecognizable body onto the table. Feeling a twinge of misfortune, Kevin brushed off the non-existent dirt from his armor and reverted to his normal state. "Wow, how cool. I should get ready to study this," remarked Felicity, half of the technical support team, her astonishment evident at Kevin's display. Kevin shrugged nonchalantly, placing the lost driver on the table, while he retrieved a cocktail from the nearby fridge and settled down to drink, listening as Sarah relayed the night's events to Oliver. "Are you certain this new drug is called Mirakuru? And did this individual truly consume a significant amount of Mirakuru powder to end up like this?" Oliver inquired, still skeptical after hearing Sarah's account. "The name sounds correct, but whether he ingested a large quantity of Mirakuru powder, I cannot say for certain. I only heard that from the dealer. I believe you can ascertain the truth through an autopsy or some professional means. This is not my area of expertise," he candidly confessed. Faced with Oliver's probing questions, he laid bare all he knew, allowing Oliver to draw his own conclusions. After absorbing Kevin's account, Oliver furrowed his brow, silently scrutinizing the lifeless body that had lost its structural integrity. Suddenly, he seized an arrowhead from the side and plunged it into the corpse. Contrary to expectations, the sharp arrowhead did not penetrate fully. Only the tip embedded itself into the flesh, leaving the rest exposed. Observing that his full strength had only managed to drive in the tip, Oliver sighed in resignation. Even in death, those who have consumed Mirakuru retain a remarkable resilience. Their bodies surpass ordinary limits. It seems you were indeed correct. The crowd remained oblivious to the reason behind Oliver's remarkable familiarity with the attributes of Mirakuru, as if he had encountered such matters before, with the exception of Kelvin. Upon hearing Oliver's words, Kelvin's heart sank, realizing he had once again stumbled upon a formidable adversary. Given that this DC universe leans towards the realm of animated films, he had not pondered too deeply. However, observing Oliver's demeanor, he swiftly deduced the identity of the supervillain Green Arrow was about to confront. Deathstroke, a notorious figure known for having faced the Justice League. With enhanced physical capabilities, mastery of various tactical assassination techniques, and strategic planning, it seemed evident that Green Arrow had likely crossed paths with Deathstroke previously. Oliver, do you possess some knowledge we are unaware of? Laurel inquired, noticing the pained expression on her beloved's face. Indeed, when you were tackling the drug manufacturing facility, I instructed Felicity to investigate the mastermind behind it. A certain Wade Wilson. Initially, I did not connect the dots, but given the current circumstances, his full name should be Slade Wilson. More importantly, we uncovered some explosive news, Felicity. At Oliver's prompting, Felicity swiftly operated the computer, revealing a photograph of a well-dressed man with slightly graying hair, a robust physique, and an undeniable charm, waving from atop a car. The caption read, Star City's most enigmatic mayoral candidate, Slade Wilson. Kelvin felt an unsettling sense of dissonance upon viewing the image. What? He exclaimed, bewildered alongside the others who had just returned. The fact that Oliver suggested the mastermind behind the drug factory was now a rising star among Star City's mayoral candidates was perplexing. Was this the greatest scandal in history? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. This Slade Wilson has a history with you and is a villain, yet he is now a candidate for mayor of Star City? Are the intelligence agencies blind? Wally was taken aback. Such revelations were unimaginable in Central City, and his visit to Star City had opened his eyes, leaving him somewhat disoriented. First and foremost, the mastermind behind this drug factory is named Wade Wilson, and no one has ever seen his true face. So the notion that Slade is this mastermind is unfounded, except for us. Secondly, Slade's public persona in Star City is that of a capitalist who has made significant contributions to the city, which effectively silences many critics. Oliver's clarification rendered Wally speechless. In this nation, immense capital could enable one to achieve anything, even running for president. The others fell into silence, while Oliver continued examining the body. Among those present, he alone possessed a thorough understanding of Mirakuru, allowing him to comprehend the effects of this new drug. He proceeded to recount to Kelvin and the others how he had come to know Slade. I was missing for a period, as you're all aware, on an island in the Pacific known as Purgatory. In that place, I became acquainted with Slade. Initially, we were friends, and he imparted numerous skills to me. However, due to an unforeseen turn of events, Slade ingested a super soldier serum, Mirakuru, developed during World War II. This substance is more astounding than anything you have encountered thus far. It has the capacity to fully unlock and enhance the human potential. Yet, it also drives individuals into paranoia. Consequently, during the confrontation, we had a falling out, and he was swept into the sea, his fate unknown. Now, he seeks vengeance against me. As Oliver rummaged through the corpse, he recounted the past to Colton and the others. Upon prying open the unfortunate fellow's mouth for a glance, he slightly furrowed his brow. It was peculiar. While I was unsurprised that Slade had extracted Mirakuru from his own blood, the fact that this individual had absorbed an excessive amount of Mirakuru powder in one go was alarming. How did you handle the drugs that were contaminated with Mirakuru back then? I instructed Roy to incinerate them. Colton meekly replied, only to receive a gaze from Oliver that conveyed a mix of concern and incredulity. That Colton. The optimal method for disposing of drugs is to either discard them or destroy them using a soluble solution to prevent any further extraction. Burning them is the most rudimentary approach, as it causes these substances to vaporize into the air. At that moment, Wally chimed in, highlighting just how foolish Colton's actions had been. Is that so? Why didn't you mention it then? And besides, everyone else seemed fine. Colton retorted, in truth, we each had specialized air purification masks to protect against potential gas attacks, so your suggestion to burn them was of no concern to us. As for Wally, the speedster can accelerate his metabolism at will. Thus he had no reason to worry. Sarah then added her own commentary. And Colton finally grasped the significance of the collective hesitation before they decided to burn those substances. I apologize for my lack of knowledge. I feel embarrassed. Could we please change the subject and focus on how to deal with this adversary targeting your Green Arrow team? Under the scrutiny of everyone's gazes, Colton conceded, urging them to bypass the topic of his ignorance. I will collaborate with Laurel to research an antidote capable of neutralizing this new drug containing Mirakuru. However, this will only address the Mirakuru itself, and we cannot eliminate the addictive nature of the drug. As for the rest of you, please take some time to rest. By the way, Kamen Rider, welcome to Star City. I will ensure that your hotel expenses are waived. Oh, thank you very much. Colton expressed his gratitude for Oliver's kindness before rising to depart. Wally followed closely behind him, as the others also retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Hey Colton, do you intend to involve yourself in this matter? Wally inquired, intrigued. Whatever, I am here for a half-month stay. If Slade makes a move during this time, I will lend a hand. If not, I shall withdraw and leave it to them to resolve. Colton replied languidly. Are you truly so irresponsible? Wally expressed his displeasure. I can't just linger here while you refrain from causing any trouble, can I? By the way, is it that you've taken a liking to Green Arrow's sister? Which is why you were so eager for me to stay and assist. Absolutely not. Wally retorted, his cheeks flushed. With a cold smirk directed at Wally, Kevin leisurely departed. As he walked halfway, a sudden realization struck him. Something had felt amiss. The Slade Wilson he had encountered had unblemished eyes, while his memory of the character known as Deathstroke indicated that one of his eyes was missing. Goodness, it can't be as cliché as a revenge tale akin to a television drama, can it? Kevin muttered under his breath, slightly irritated as he returned to his hotel. Chapter 48. I apologize, I am a slacker in Star City's Palm District. The drug factory that Kevin and his companions had dismantled still emitted smoke, the flames having scorched the new type of narcotics, transforming the establishment into a toxic chamber. A stretched Rolls-Royce halted before the factory, its doors swung open, revealing Slade Wilson, who had just been mentioned by Oliver, alongside a striking woman. Unfazed by the noxious fumes permeating the factory, the two entered without any protective measures, surveying the chaotic scene. Shortly thereafter, several subordinates donned in gas masks arrived, dousing the flames. Slade paid no heed to their actions, instead ascending the staircase to the monitoring room. After entering a password, the footage of Kevin and his companions dismantling the drug factory appeared on the screen. It seems you're faring quite well in Star City, Oliver. Look, Nissa, your beloved Black Canary is here as well, Slade remarked to the woman beside him. I do not care how you deal with Green Arrow's associates, but if you dare lay a hand on Black Canary or her family, our deal will be nullified, and you shall face the wrath of the League of Assassins. Nissa threatened, her icy visage betraying a flicker of menace upon hearing Slade mention Sarah's nickname. Calm down. It was merely a jest. I have no intentions of inviting such a formidable enemy as the League of Assassins upon myself. However, let me make this clear. If you fail to keep Black Canary out of the conflict between Oliver and me, I cannot guarantee what might ensue. You understand, don't you? I am well aware, no need for your concern. Yet, I fail to comprehend why you don't simply employ our resources to eliminate Green Arrow. Nissa replied with a huff, indicating she had absorbed Slade's words. Why the haste? Just as Oliver destroyed everything I held dear, I shall now dismantle all that he cherishes. He loves this city, and I shall turn it into a hell. He treasures his friends and family, and one by one, I shall eliminate them before his eyes. After I have relished his despair, I shall grant him the gift of death. That is the true meaning of the tolling of the bell. An excellent speech. What is the next step? Nissa inquired. The next step? The next step is to meet my old friend. After all, we have weathered many storms together. It seems rather inappropriate for him to arrive without even a greeting. While he spoke polite words, Slade's hand pressed down on the screen with tremendous force, reducing the device before him to a mere heap of scrap metal, with only flickering lights above his head as a reminder of its former function. The following day, Kevin yawned as he sat at the bar in Greenwich, dozing off. As someone who relished the luxury of waking up naturally, he found it exceedingly unpleasant to be dragged from his warm cocoon so early in the morning. However, the one who pulled him out was none other than a speedster, leaving Kevin with no room to resist. From the moment his blankets were lifted to the instant, he opened his eyes at the Greenwich bar. Wally had even taken the liberty of brushing his teeth and washing his face, leaving little else for him to do but to be assisted to the restroom. Casting a resentful glance at Wally, who was chatting with CIA, Kevin continued to rest his head on the bar. He had returned to the hotel at 3 in the morning, and although his robust physique no longer required such extensive sleep, the psychological trickery of his mind made him feel as though he had not slept enough. As the bartender, Roy observed Kevin's plight with sympathy. pouring him a glass of soda water and sliding it across the bar. Add some ice and drink up, Roy encouraged. Lifting his gaze to Roy, Kevin gulped it down in one go before lamenting, "Is there truly nothing else to do this early in the morning? Must you drag me here without allowing me a moment's rest? Buddy, that's not how it works. We are superheroes, after all. Protecting people is our duty. So we must ensure we are always in peak condition." Wally West, in the throes of his late-stage teenage angst, approached Kevin with his fervent philosophy, eager to indoctrinate him. Having fought alongside Kevin against the Gorilla Grodd in Central City, Wally had deemed him a worthy friend, always insisting on having Kevin by his side during escapades. Yet, who in their right mind would embark on a robbery at 7 in the morning? "Could you please graduate already? Every time you present that innocent face to me, doesn't to your conscience ache?" Kevin retorted. "And by the way, don't you have summer homework?" Kevin could not fathom how Wally maintained such boundless energy daily. Could it be that love truly transformed a speedster into a wild husky? Summer homework? What is that? I've already received my early admission letter from Central City University. There is no homework for me. Wally paused, responding with an odd tone that revealed a harsh reality to Kevin. At that moment, Kevin felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that what Wally was about to say would be a significant blow. And then there's CIA. She has already completed her university courses ahead of schedule, and she'll likely just stroll through the university before announcing her early graduation. Don't even get me started on Roy. He aced his mechanical engineering degree. Sister Sarah is pursuing her doctorate, and let us not forget Green Arrow. He holds 3 doctoral degrees, while Laurel is already an attorney. Wally's barrage of statements finally illuminated for Kevin a stark reality. The reason these youthful superheroes meander about, as if unoccupied, is that they have long since mastered their lessons and are left with nothing to do, while he, on the other hand, is undeniably a lackluster student. What's wrong, Kevin? You look a bit off. By the way, how did you come to consider using fire as a solution? Have you never dealt with such matters before? Wally, seemingly intrigued by Kevin's foolish decision from the previous night, pressed on. "I have dealt with it. Just flush it down the toilet," Kevin replied blankly. "Then why did you resort to fire last night?" "Because there was no toilet nearby." This rationale was so flawless that it left Wally momentarily speechless, prompting him to close his mouth and obediently seek out Sia for a more amiable interaction. After retorting Wally's inquiry, Kevin settled back down, preparing to catch some sleep. Just as he was about to lay down, his heightened instincts, honed into an automatic alertness, jolted him as he cast a quick glance at the door behind him. In a flurry, Kevin rose and hurried towards the restroom. As Kevin stepped into the restroom, the bar's entrance swung open, unleashing a palpable tension that caused everyone preoccupied with their tasks to halt and turn towards the newcomer. Slade Wilson, the shadowy figure spoken of by Oliver the night prior, boldly presented himself before the crowd. His mere presence felt as though a blade was poised at their throats. "Slade." The back door swung open, and Oliver, having spotted the intruder via surveillance, rushed up from the underground base, his demeanor taut with vigilance as he scrutinized Slade. "Oh, Oliver, it has been 5 years, yet you have not changed a bit. Look at me, however. I have seen better days," Slade remarked, gazing at Oliver after their long separation, his fingers brushing against the gray streaks in his hair. He then audaciously took a seat at the bar, addressing Roy, who was polishing a glass. "Young man, a martini." "Please." Roy remained silent, his glass slowly spinning in his hand, poised to transform into a lethal weapon at any moment. Completely disregarding Roy's actions, Slade turned his attention back to Oliver. "Is this your assistant? He seems rather impatient." "In contrast, these 2 young ones beside you appear rather commendable," Slade noted, gesturing towards Wally and Sia. Oliver furrowed his brow, moving to the bar to retrieve Roy's glass. He prepared a drink for Slade using gin and vermouth. Presenting it to him, Slade, unperturbed by any potential deceit from Oliver, downed the drink in one gulp. "Ah, your skills remain unchanged. Of course, I have not forgotten what you taught me. Then you should remember how you caused Shadow's death." Slade suddenly bellowed. "You had a choice between 2. I had none. Yet you allowed Wintergreen to perish. But I saved you, Slade. You are my savior, my dearest friend. Without you, I would not have survived on the Inu. But Wintergreen loved you. You let a girl who loved you die." The 2 adversaries, who should have clashed upon their first encounter, now resembled 2 wounded lions, bared their scars and roared in anguish. The turmoil between them was palpable, even to the bystanders, who could feel the sorrow that surged forth. "Well, it seems neither of us has forgotten." You saved my life. I remember that. You caused Shadow's death. I remember that too. Given this, I shall first repay the debt of your life, and then I will settle the score with Wintergreen. Let your mother and sister leave. I assure you, I will not harm them. However, the others, none shall escape. The choice is yours, Slade declared, placing a banknote upon the table. Flipping his glass upside down before turning to depart, he harbored no concerns about being ambushed from behind. He understood that Oliver was not that kind of man. As Oliver had stated, they were close friends who understood each other, which was why Slade dared to come alone. Once the bar's door closed, Oliver retrieved the banknote that Slade had left behind and sighed in resignation, contemplating his sister and his beloved who emerged shortly after, a resolution forming within him. Chapter 49. A shift in mindset. No, Oliver, do not even think about it, Sia and Laurel interjected, perceiving the glance that Oliver's lover, her brother, had cast his way. After spending so much time together, they had learned to interpret the unspoken meanings behind Oliver's every action, fully aware that Slade's words had begun to sway him. I haven't said anything yet, Oliver replied, feeling a touch awkward, yet he recognized that his intentions had been laid bare before them, rendering any further attempts at concealment futile. At that moment, Kevin emerged from the restroom, and upon sensing the tense atmosphere, he quietly exhaled, inadvertently shattering the seriousness that had enveloped the group. Mate, your timing in the restroom was impeccable, Wally remarked, somewhat exasperated, having missed the significant moment that had just transpired. I had to avoid drawing attention to myself. With Slade's arrival, he likely pieced together our situation quite well. Leaving a few unknowns for him might be the best way to handle it, Kevin explained. You knew Slade was coming from the start? Oliver suddenly inquired. Not from the very beginning. I sensed his presence only when he reached the doorstep. I certainly didn't want him to recognize me as the masked hero. Being isolated is perilous, Kevin replied, shrugging. While he admitted to being academically challenged, he possessed a certain talent for evasion. Once he sensed Slade's arrival, Kevin understood that their prior night's actions had been exposed. It was improbable that they had just disturbed his territory only for him to coincidentally show up afterward. Something had gone awry, and for safety's sake, hiding in the restroom seemed prudent. However, noticing the disdainful glances directed at him, Kevin summoned his small flying companion. Would you like me to assist in monitoring? This little fellow should be quite helpful. Where on earth did you pull that from? Wally sarcastically questioned Kevin's seemingly spontaneous conjuration. Do you care or not? Ke Wen asked helplessly. I'm sorry to trouble you, Ke Wen. Oliver understood the utility of Ke Wen's little gadget. Since his beloved and sister had no intention of leaving, he had no choice but to engage his dear friend in battle. Knowing oneself and one's adversary was imperative. So he directly entrusted the task to Ke Wen. Ke Wen said little, merely waving his hand, causing the eagle drone to shoot out of the window like an arrow. He then produced a locust robot, placing it on the table to simultaneously transmit the visuals captured by the eagle drone. Wally, appearing frantic, flashed behind Ke Wen, curious about how he managed to conjure such a device. This was utterly against the laws of science. Swatting Wally's claw away, Ke Wen redirected his attention to the video projection of the locust robot. The footage showed the eagle drone soaring above, tailing Slade's vehicle as it traversed the streets of Star City. Just as Slade's car turned into an alley, the camera jolted, the image flipping, and when it regained clarity, it presented a sideways view. The sound of footsteps approached, and a pair of polished shoes entered the frame. The camera adjusted, revealing Slade's face. Take it slow, he instructed before drawing a gun. A shot rang out, plunging the screen into darkness. Ke Wen was taken aback that his usually foolproof eagle drone had been detected by Slade at such altitude and shot down. Damn, he hit from that high up. Ke Wen felt little remorse over the loss. His system held many more. Yet, the precision of Slade's marksmanship was enough to warrant concern. Slade's words transmitted through the footage weighed heavily on everyone, particularly the Green Arrow team. This time, they faced a true adversary requiring careful strategy. A moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Well, at least we have not returned empty-handed. I will have Felicity analyze the footage provided by Ke Wen. Wally, Ke Wen, follow me. The rest of you, tend to your own matters. Noticing the somber mood of the group, Oliver recognized that now was not the time to strategize against Slade. He called for everyone to rest, leading Ke Wen and Wally away. Listen, Wally, I must be honest with you. I have no confidence regarding Slade's declaration of war. Don't bring up your uncle. Having one more person only adds to the danger. The Slade transformed by Mirakuru is not someone who can be dealt with by a speedster alone. So this matter does not concern you. If you truly wish to assist me, take Thea and Laurel to safety when necessary. As for the rest, I ask nothing more of you. Ke Wen, I'm glad you're visiting Star City, but clearly, your timing is unfortunate. You are both young and should not involve yourselves in this. So heed my words, leave Star City. Slade has not yet stooped to the level of threatening two inexperienced individuals like yourselves. As Wally was about to offer a defense, he was abruptly interrupted by Oliver, who insisted, "Don't compel me to summon Barry. He will only comprehend my actions." Wally, deprived of the opportunity to argue by Oliver's interjection, watched as Oliver departed, leaving behind a nonchalant Kevin and a visibly anxious Wally. "Well, the host has spoken. I shall take my leave," Kevin remarked, patting Wally on the shoulder before preparing to exit. "Where are you going?" Wally inquired. "Packing my belongings for the next city." That evening, as Kevin busied himself in his room, he felt little inclination to engage with the matter at hand. From Slade's tone, it was clear he intended to turn the entire Star City upside down, a situation Kevin felt ill-equipped to navigate. While he was aware that upon completion, the system would likely reward him with points, he was unwilling to gamble. His life was singular, and the system offered no safety net. It would be wiser to leave this perilous locale before Slade instigated chaos. Just as Kevin finished packing and prepared to check out, a sudden gust of wind burst through the open window. With a sigh, he turned to face the source of the interruption. "If you're here to persuade me to confront that so-called Slade, I advise against it. His strength is such that even the Flash might falter. I'm speaking of the current Flash." Indeed, it was Wally, clad in his uniform, who stood behind Kevin. Despite having anticipated Wally's impetuous nature, Kevin was taken aback that he had ventured to his hotel at such an hour. "I haven't tea," informed Uncle Barry, "and even Oliver would only see my signal on the train to Central City. Thus, the only person aware of my intent to confront Slade is you. If anything were to befall me, you would be the sole witness. Are you attempting to place the blame on me? No, why would I go to such lengths? Before donning this uniform, you were merely a student, just like me. And you're no different. You too have come to my city to rescue others. I have my reasons, all right? So do I. Farewell." It was the first time Kevin observed Wally so resolute, devoid of excessive chatter or meaningless dialogue. He merely relayed his message before vanishing like a flash of lightning from Kevin's room, prompting Kevin to resume packing his belongings. In truth, Kevin's luggage was minimal, just a few changes of clothes and a camera. Yet, he painstakingly emptied and repacked these items repeatedly, each attempt becoming slower and more tedious. Finally, in frustration, he tossed his clothes onto the bed, the drive to transform materializing at his waist. "Damn it, I'm such a fool. Do you know where Slade is? You bastard." He cursed himself and the now vanished Wally before leaping from the window. As he soared through the air, he completed his transformation, conjuring webs to propel himself between buildings, summoning his trusty hawk to scour the city for Wally's whereabouts. Chapter 50. Overwhelming Power. Star City, Palm District. It was still the same drug manufacturing facility, and after a night of thorough cleaning, the interior, once riddled with the remnants of charred structures, now appeared revitalized. Dozens of armed personnel patrolled the premises. Even Oliver could not have anticipated that Slade would continue to take refuge in this factory, which they had previously laid waste to. Even a man of a strategic acumen could not escape the shadows lurking beneath the light. At that moment, Slade was not clad in the formal attire he had worn in the morning, but was instead dressed in a tactical uniform of yellow and black, adorned with an array of weapons and two long blades strapped to his back. He sat in the office designated for management, before him a canvas, and with hands that had taken countless lives, he delicately wielded a paintbrush, painstakingly rendering the portrait of a girl. Beside him, on another chair, lay a mask, half black and half yellow. Slade's painting was gentle, as if he were afraid that too much pressure would inflict pain upon the girl captured on the canvas. "Shout at dawn. Soon enough, I shall send Oliver down to apologize to you." At this moment, Slade bore little resemblance to a ruthless supervillain. His gaze was gentle enough to ensnare an innocent girl. The effects of Mirakuru were not confined merely to physical enhancements. They also extended to cognitive development. It was through the augmentation provided by Mirakuru that Slade endeavored to capture every smile and frown of the girl he cherished upon the paper. Just then, a swift flash of light penetrated the factory. The well-trained mercenaries barely had time to comprehend the source of the brilliance before they were lifted into the air, only to crash back down, rendered incapable of combat. Hearing the commotion from below, Slade calmly set down his sketching pencil, donned the mask resting on the chair, and the Tender Man vanished, replaced by the Harbinger of Dread. I was wondering who would lose their composure and come seeking trouble tonight. It turns out to be a child. If I recall correctly, you were known as Kid Flash, right? And the other one, the fellow who gained notoriety in Central City alongside you. As the clock tower descended the stairs, dual Desert Eagles in hand, he remarked to Wally, who had already dispatched his subordinates. He won TB coming. However, I believe I can handle you on my own. Wally crackled with electricity, poised to enter his super speed state. Though impulsive, he was not foolish enough to approach an opponent that even Green Arrow found formidable without maintaining his readiness. Oh, is that so? You have chosen the wrong answer, child. With that, the clock tower swiftly raised his hand, the fearsome recoil of the dual Desert Eagles dissipating in his grip. With a magazine capacity of 9 rounds, he unleashed a barrage of 18 bullets in a single, resonating volley toward Wally below. In the instant the clock tower raised his hand, Wally activated his super speed, deftly evading the bullets that shot towards him like lightning. The specially modified bullets struck the ground where Wally had been, creating a cratered landscape. While the clock tower simultaneously repositioned himself, a flash of light trailing behind as Wally's grasp fell short. You missed, child. In midair, the Reaper completed reloading and, without touching down, resumed firing at his original position. Wally, who had just missed his target, was still unsteady when he had to face the Reaper's second wave of assault. He hastily dodged again, while the Reaper, having secured a vantage point, fired with the prescience of a sage, aiming within mere inches of Wally. Forced to veer off course once more, Wally found himself pushed back 10 meters. Truth be told, the Reaper was a seasoned mercenary with years of military experience. A Desert Eagle, while formidable, was not the optimal choice for a mercenary. Its significant recoil and low margin for error made it ill-suited for complex combat environments. However, that was before he underwent the Milikiru injection. Now, he favored such high-impact handguns, as the recoil had become negligible for him. The weapon's devastating power could reduce a target to mere pulp with a single shot, and with an initial bullet velocity reaching 400 meters per second. It was perfectly suited for dealing with a fledgling speedster like Wally. Even now, despite Wally's swiftness, he could not inch closer to the Reaper. The latter, with his enhanced cognitive abilities and years of combat experience, could accurately predict Wally's trajectory, consistently landing shots on vital points, forcing him to change direction and gradually lead him into the traps he had meticulously set. Child, you are far too young, so naive that I can discern your attack vector solely based on experience. This is a factory, my domain. You should not engage me here. The Reaper taunted, standing atop his elevated position, dual guns crossed as he relentlessly compelled Wally to alter his path within the factory. Observing the diminishing range of Wally's yellow flash, he struck a button beside him with the butt of his weapon. Cornered by the Reaper's continuous blockade, Wally unwittingly walked into the trap laid for him. A tremendous wave of sound erupted from all around him. Ah! Wally cried out, abruptly exiting his high-speed state. Clutching his ears in agony, the Reaper advanced slowly, akin to a hunter watching his prey stumble into a snare. His mask had been specially treated, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly in such a high-frequency environment. From the moment I began monitoring you, I set traps for each of you. If you had left Star City, they would have been of no use. But alas, child, you made a grievous error, and now you must pay the price. With that, the Reaper raised his weapon toward Wally, who was now bleeding from his orifices and incapacitated by the sonic assault. Even a speedster with rapid recovery would perish if shot in the head. Bang! To Wally, the bullet emerging from the Reaper's gun seemed to travel at a leisurely pace. Yet he had lost the opportunity to evade it, helplessly watching as the seemingly sluggish projectile approached his forehead, inch by agonizing inch. At a moment of peril, a dozen Azure Octopus robots materialized before Wally, transforming into a net that intercepted the deadly strike, accompanied by a series of abrupt cries. Subsequently, a web appeared from thin air, extricating Wally from the clutches of high-frequency sound waves and hoisting him onto a raised platform. Phew, that was close. Hey, Lightning Kid, are you all right? The timely rescue was executed by Ke Wen, who, guided by the Falcon Can, traced Wally's whereabouts. Before he could approach, he spotted the grim Reaper aiming his gun at Wally. In a desperate bid, Ke Wen summoned the canned robots stored in his system, forming a wall before Wally to deflect the lethal blow. Ha! Another child making the wrong choice. The Grim Reaper, upon seeing Kevin's arrival, appeared unfazed. Having granted them a chance, he held no remorse for their failure to seize it. I'm afraid I don't have time for a duel with you. I'm merely here to rescue my friend. So farewell. Kevin had no intention of engaging with the Grim Reaper. After saving Wally, he planned to depart. However, it was too late. The Grim Reaper activated the microcomputer strapped to his arm. A surge of electricity coursed through the factory, causing the octopus robots, which were poised to release smoke to obscure visibility, to instantaneously lose power, collapsing into heaps of scrap metal. The EMP shockwave was a trap set by the Grim Reaper, who believed that since Kevin was clad in armor, the EMP would be most effective against such an opponent. Yet, he seemed unaware of the peculiarities of Kevin's night system. The EMP, while effective against the canned robots, bore no effect on Kevin himself, plunging the entire factory into darkness. The sudden onset of darkness momentarily stunned Kevin, but as a glimmer of cold light flickered in the shadows, a sense of alarm surged within him. Swiftly, he enveloped his arm in armed color and thrust it forward, pushing Wally aside. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated as Kevin felt a jolt of pain in his armored arm from the Grim Reaper's strike. Nonetheless, he used this moment to distance himself from the figure lurking in the dark. You're better than Lightning Kid, the Grim Reaper mused, surprised that his EMP attack failed to affect Kevin's armor, and that Kevin remained composed in the face of the sudden darkness, responding with remarkable precision. However, this was inconsequential. He was the Grim Reaper, and Kevin's reaction fell within his expectations. As Kevin created distance, the Grim Reaper lunged at him with his blade. Damn! With the aid of his observation haki, Kevin sensed the Grim Reaper's incoming assault and, after a brief expletive, charged forward to meet it. Engaging in combat, he utilized the martial arts expertise instilled by the system, clashing with the Grim Reaper, sparks flying as their blades met, illuminating their surroundings. Kid, it seems you've never taken a life. Your techniques lack any semblance of danger. This is a fight to the death. Ultimately, Kevin could not compare to the Grim Reaper, who possessed over a decade of combat experience. Despite being endowed with martial prowess through the system and having battled against the super soldiers in the mental training chamber. However, his practical experience was woefully inadequate. Confronted by the incessant lethal strikes of the Requiem, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, the Requiem, enhanced by Mirakuru, matched the physical prowess of the arachnid form of Ke Wen. Had it not been for the formidable resilience of his armor, he would have been slain by the Requiem's blows. Even so, Ke Wen's situation was perilous. From the onset, he had been on the receiving end of the assault, failing to land a single hit on the Requiem. With a lapse in his defense, the Requiem seized the opportunity and delivered a crushing blow to Ke Wen's chest. Despite the protection of his haki defense and armor, Ke Wen felt as though he had been struck by a blade, sent sprawling as he heard the ominous sound of cracking bones emanating from his chest. Before he could rise, the Requiem charged at him, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. The thunderous impact reverberated throughout the factory, sending Ke Wen flying into a metal frame, where he was pinned beneath fallen steel beams. Intriguingly, although it was armor, the sensation of the kick felt remarkably akin to striking flesh. This peculiar feeling piqued the Requiem's interest in Ke Wen. The armor resembled skin more than protective gear. After enduring 2 successive heavy blows from the Requiem, Ke Wen felt dizzy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. As he heard the Requiem's footsteps advancing toward him, he steadfastly endured the discomfort and inserted his memory card into the reader, striking it forcefully. The familiar sound of a special move charging momentarily startled the Requiem, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Ke Wen unleashed his Night Fist, crashing down onto the ground. The immense force stirred up a cloud of dust that enveloped the dim factory. When the Requiem dispersed the dust with a swipe of its sword, only the shattered entrance and the vanished Ke Wen remained. Ah, what a clever little rascal. Observing the already escaped Ke Wen and Wooly, the Requiem performed a flourish with his blade before retracting it. Restoring his energy, he returned to his control room to continue his unfinished artwork. Chapter 51. The day of destruction for Star City on the streets of Star City. A yellow flash zipped past, directly entering the 6th floor of the Quinn Hotel without alarming any of the attendants. Once the flash came to a halt, 2 figures lay unceremoniously on the floor, gasping for breath. Haha, you nearly got us both killed. Ke Wen gasped, suppressing the pain as he dispelled his transformation. He glanced at the crimson scar marring his chest, grimacing before resuming his position on the ground, waiting for his body to initiate its self-repair. I apologize. I didn't anticipate that Slade would be so formidable. Wooly, endowed with superhuman recovery speed, had already regained his composure. The high-frequency sound waves had merely stunned him, causing no significant internal bleeding, unlike Ke Wen, who had been thoroughly battered by Slade, nearly forced to revert from his transformation. You ought to call him the Requiem. This fellow is not something we young ones can contend with. Ke Wen corrected weakly, lying there, drained of strength. Although he was aware of the significant disparity between himself and this formidable supervillain, the extent of the gap was beyond his expectations. Merely through a single surveillance operation, a strategy was devised for each of them. Wally's high-frequency sound waves were to counter his own EMP. Had it not been for the Night System's immunity to EMP, he would have already met his demise from that earlier attack. Fortunately, I sold the G3 early, Kevin thought to himself before closing his eyes. His only solace was that he had disposed of the G3 ahead of time. Otherwise, given the notorious shortcomings of such artificial night armor, that EMP would have left him incapacitated. As for the canned robots that had been disabled by the EMP unleashed by the Grim Reaper, Kevin had ensured their retrieval through the system long before, confirming that nothing of his remained at that drug manufacturing facility. Only then did he succumb to a deep slumber, for the damage inflicted by the Grim Reaper rendered him unable to maintain a conversation with Wally. Within the drug factory, Slade continued his work on an unfinished painting, while those subordinates taken down by Wally had already recovered and resumed their guard duties. However, this time they had learned their lesson. Understanding the need to set up a minefield in the vicinity of the factory, they were no longer as passive as before, having been caught off guard with no chance to react during the attacks. At this moment, Nyssa, clad in tactical combat attire, arrived, observing Slade engrossed in his artwork. Slightly displeased, she remarked, "I heard you were confronted by two superheroes?" "They are merely children, far from deserving the title of superheroes," Slade replied without turning. "But they nearly turned this place into chaos." That's a question for your subordinates, a group of assassins trained by the world's foremost assassin league, who couldn't even handle a fledgling speedster. I had to intervene personally. Are you truly part of the Assassins League? Slade did not conceal his derision for Nyssa's underlings, a cadre of seasoned killers who were outmaneuvered by a mere child. Were it not for the fact that this child posed no real threat, Slade would have been the only one left standing. Rendered speechless by Slade's mockery, Nyssa recognized her own embarrassment and chose not to pursue the topic further, leading to an awkward silence between them. "Have you arranged the mixture of a new drug infused with Milikuru?" After a lengthy pause, Slade broke the silence with his inquiry. "I have dispatched 10 tons of the new drug to the four corners of Star City. Once it fully evaporates, I believe it will suffice to sow chaos throughout the city," Nyssa responded. "Are you certain? I recall that 3 years ago, you executed a similar plan in Gotham, personally overseen by the Master Ninja, only to be thwarted by that Dark Knight. Batman is undoubtedly the most exceptional among the Assassins League. Even I fall short before him. His defeat of us is hardly a point of contention. My father still clings to the hope of having him succeed as the Master Ninja, but you, Slade, are different. Strictly speaking, you can no longer be considered human. You are an enhanced being. Even so, I do not believe you can triumph over Batman. Fortunately, your opponent is not Batman." At this moment, Nyssa retorted sharply, having witnessed Batman's training with the League of Assassins. The formidable strength of his willpower was the most resilient she had ever encountered in her life, far beyond what one would expect from a mere human. The adversaries he faced were predominantly a cadre of metahumans. Yet, each challenge culminated in Batman's triumph, which starkly contrasted with Slade's shortcomings. Thus, when Slade attempted to draw comparisons from their shared dark past, Nyssa found herself quite irked. With a swift motion, a sketching pencil grazed Nyssa's cheek, leaving a crimson mark and severing a few strands of her long hair. "Mind your own affairs, Demonis. Otherwise, should you fail this time, I will personally hold you accountable. As for the Dark Knight revered by your league, I shall pay him a visit, provided I survive this encounter. You had better pray for your demise this time, for otherwise, you will face the most profound defeat of your existence." Wiping the blood from her face, Nyssa coldly retorted before departing with her entourage, while Slade withdrew another sketching pencil from his pouch and resumed his drawing. Meanwhile, Kevin was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of voices. Having sustained a grievous injury from Slade's blade and a subsequent heavy blow, he had resorted to sleep for recovery. However, he soon realized that he was not in the familiar confines of a hotel room, but rather on a cold metallic bed. Return to Central City. Is there any word here you fail to comprehend? Wally exclaimed. If you genuinely wish for me to summon Barry, congratulations, you have succeeded. What is the matter? I simply want to help. Thank you for your assistance. You nearly cost your friend his life. Well, on that note, I believe I'm still alive. Upon awakening, Kevin overheard Wally and Oliver engaged in a heated argument, while the others remained indifferent. With a sense of urgency, to prevent the situation from escalating, Kevin interjected. Wow, buddy, you're awake. How are you feeling? Wally, upon noticing Kevin's awakening, prudently silenced himself and inquired with genuine concern, especially since Kevin had sustained such severe injuries to save him. I can still breathe. How long have I been asleep? After expressing gratitude for Wally's kindness, Kevin finally rose from his bed. The pain inflicted by Slade had subsided, but Kevin felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach that was somewhat disconcerting. A full 24 hours. Oh, that explains my hunger. Roy, could you fetch me something to eat? Roy nodded and exited to procure food for Kevin, who then turned his attention to the quarreling duo, particularly Oliver. While it may sound somewhat improper, Mr. Oliver, this is not Wally's fault. We made our own choices. Furthermore, I doubt you can reach the Flash. If you've been following the news, you would know that the Justice League is currently overseeing the Watchtower project. Unless you possess a direct communication channel with the League, the Flash, stationed far in space, will likely be unable to arrive. Oliver fell silent, as Kevin's words effectively thwarted his plan to summon Barry. Thus, since you are unable to summon the Flash, I, along with Wally, have decided not to depart just yet. At the very least, we must first thwart Slade's nefarious scheme. After all, more hands make lighter work, my friend. When did you become so audacious? Wally gazed at Kevin with a look of disbelief. How could Kevin, who usually shied away from challenges, suddenly muster the courage to confront Slade once more? For heaven's sake, he dealt me a wound, and not retaliating would be a disservice to myself. However, as I say this, I still believe we need to devise a strategy. That villain has meticulously planned against each of us. Facing him individually would be futile, as Wally and I can attest. As Kevin recounted his and Wally's unfortunate encounter with Slade, including the incident at the drug manufacturing facility, it became evident that Slade was utterly unafraid of our attempts to confront him. He remained in plain sight, yet had threatened to destroy everything you hold dear, including the city. Thus, the pressing question arises, how does he intend to execute his plan? Who are his allies? I believe I have discerned his method. Look at the news. At that moment, Felicity rushed in, hastily swiping her tablet, revealing an urgent headline on the large screen. Mysterious mayoral candidate Slade Wilson secures significant funding to acquire large-scale fog dispersal devices for Star City, aiming to alter the city's unchanging sky through technological means. Fearful that the audience might not grasp the implications of this device, Felicity pulled up the production specifications and explained, "This is a civilian technology developed by Wayne Enterprises, capable of covering an entire city with its dispersal range, enabling drug spraying, artificial rainfall, and various functionalities. If he disseminates those new narcotics throughout Star City, it will transform into a haven for addicts. Mirakuru will drive the populace into madness, wreaking havoc upon the city, ultimately rendering it a ghost town." Oliver picked up where Felicity left off, and the room fell silent as his words sank in. Slade had made it abundantly clear how he intended to annihilate your city, daring anyone to thwart him. Chapter 52. The Million Point Task. Side Quest activated. Day of Star City's destruction. Quest objective. Dismantle the Bell's evil plan to obliterate Star City. Quest reward. 1,000,000 points. Quest requirements. None. Just as everyone comprehended Slade's intentions, the previously dormant system abruptly issued a task within Kevin's mind. The magnitude of the reward left Kevin astounded. A quest offering 1,000,000 points was something he had never encountered before. Although devoid of additional incentives, this was more than sufficient for Kevin, propelling him to confront Slade with renewed fervor. Felicity, did the news specify when Slade plans to activate this device? Perhaps spurred by the system's generous reward, Kevin's mind raced, prompting him to pose a crucial question. I checked. Indeed, 3 days from now, in the heart of Star City. He mentioned he would extend invitations to the prominent figures of Star City to witness this momentous spectacle. Thus, We have 3 days left, which is not exceedingly tight, remarked Ke Wen, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. At that moment, Oliver also recognized that this matter had transcended his personal vendetta with Slade. Since Slade intended to annihilate his city, he could not simply stand by and allow him to fulfill his nefarious ambitions. All right, everyone, I will collaborate with Diggle to continue our research on the cure for Mirakuru. The rest of you, during these 3 days, I need you to scout every corner of Star City. I firmly believe Slade possesses more than just this single device. This could merely be a decoy. Ke Wen, do you still have those robots? How many do you need? Ke Wen, with the flair of a magician, conjured 50 flying hawk, locust, and octopus canister robots. With his 500,000 points, he was unperturbed by any demands Oliver might have, leaving Wally, who was watching, nearly exasperated by Ke Wen's display. That will suffice. The others, feel free to team up. Let us commence our mission now. The group acknowledged and proceeded to prepare their uniforms and equipment, each choosing a locust robot before selecting the district to scout. Ke Wen, too, had awakened revitalized after a nap, promptly transforming and setting off toward the somewhat remote area, only to be surprised by Wally's decision to follow. Well, I thought you would be trailing after Sia, Ke Wen teased, observing Wally's presence. Joking at this moment seems futile. Sia has collaborated with Roy for an extended period, making her scouting more efficient. I am more familiar with you, so why would I not pair with you? Although Wally harbored an interest in Sia, he understood that this was not the time for romance and naturally chose the most suitable partner. All right, Ke Wen remarked, somewhat taken aback by Wally's newfound insight, shrugging his shoulders as they leaped across the rooftops. After all, he possessed a burst speed of 5 seconds for 100 meters. As Wally slightly slowed down, he still kept pace. Moreover, scouting the city required meticulous attention to detail, not merely speed. Meanwhile, in the base, Oliver observed the glowing dots on the screen representing each individual dispersing across Star City, allowing himself a sigh of relief as he resumed his research on the Mirakuru cure alongside Diggle. Why pursue this course, Oliver, when there are superior alternatives? Diggle queried suddenly during their research. What? I recall that Batman from Gotham extended an invitation for you to join the Justice League. You could readily seek his assistance. Diggle was perplexed. As the first member to join Oliver's team, he was privy to some of Oliver's secrets. Star City is my city, Diggle. Just as Batman would not permit other superheroes to meddle in Gotham, neither will I allow interference in mine. That is my unwavering principle. Upon witnessing Oliver's steadfastness, Diggle discerned that further discourse was unnecessary. He resumed his arduous task of concocting the antidote, and thus, the first day elapsed. The Green Arrow teams dispersed throughout various districts, along with Kevin and others, had not managed to thoroughly survey their designated areas. However, given the uncertainty surrounding the number of hidden threats Slade might possess, they had no choice but to employ the most rudimentary methods for screening. Well done, everyone. At the very least, we have confirmed that half the city is devoid of issues. The antidote for Mirakuru is nearing its final stages. The night has deepened. Those who require rest should do so promptly. Kevin, can your robots operate around the clock? Indeed, that is not a problem. I will instruct these little fellows to exert themselves. For now, let's part ways until tomorrow. After bidding Oliver farewell, Kevin departed, with Wally following closely behind. Kevin bore no objection to Wally's presence, having grown accustomed to his incessant chatter. The departure of Kevin and Wally induced a palpable weariness among the others. Having engaged in relentless activity throughout Star City without respite, they were merely a group of ordinary individuals endowed with unique skills, thus necessitating rest. I shall stay here with you, Oliver. Sarah, are you heading back, or would you prefer to rest in your room? Sarah? Laurel inquired, leaning on Oliver's shoulder in a playful manner. Yet Sarah appeared lost in thought, only responding after several calls from Laurel. Oh, I think I will return home tonight, or else Father may become troubled by our absence. With a smile directed at her sister, Sarah hastily departed. Upstairs, as Kevin, reluctant to part from Shia, prepared to leave, he noticed Sarah exiting the bar in a hurried manner. Familiar with certain aspects of the unfolding narrative, he sensed something amiss. Ignoring Wally's protests, he seized Wally and exited the bar, retrieving a hawk drone from his pocket. Go on, little one, follow after Sarah. The hawk nodded at Kevin before soaring away, leaving Wally in a state of perplexity. Where on earth did you procure that? And why are we tailing Sarah? Do not inquire. I have no desire to explain. If you're interested, then follow. Kevin did not provide an answer, Instead, transforming swiftly and guided by the feedback from the locust robot, he advanced down another path, compelling Wally to don his uniform and trail behind. Sarah, upon leaving the bar, did not return home. Her residence lay in the eastern part of Star City. Yet she headed towards the Western District, notorious for its high crime rates, home to the homeless and impoverished. It was hardly a suitable route for a girl to traverse alone at night. Sarah moved swiftly, her vigilance enabling her to evade all street surveillance, opting instead for the narrow alleys. Meanwhile, Kevin and Wally, trailing behind her, were obliged to follow the locust robot as it guided them along its peculiar routes. Swiftly, Sarah arrived at an underpass in the western district of the city, where the roar of passing cars echoed above her, while below lay a desolate area often frequented by the homeless. This night, however, the place was deserted, save for Sarah and a few smoldering metal barrels, suggesting that the denizens who usually sought refuge here had been spirited away by some unseen force before her arrival. "Now, you may reveal yourselves," Sarah proclaimed, standing beside the barrels. The flickering flames illuminated the shadows, and from the dark emerged figures, led by Nissa, flanked by a cadre of masked assassins armed with an array of weapons. "It is time to return home, Sarah," Nissa said, unveiling her face. "Call me the White Canary." "Nissa, so it is you who stand behind Slade, is it not? The destruction of Star City was not merely Slade's idea, but yours, the Ninja Masters, correct?" "Indeed. Slade's motives were solely revenge against Green Arrow, a convenient alignment of interests," Nissa admitted. "Come with me, Sarah. I can ensure your family leaves Star City with you. It is beyond redemption. Much like Gotham, it must be eradicated. You propose to obliterate my hometown and allow my family to escape, leaving us to become a band of homeless souls, and you call this mercy? Why not choose a different path?" Sarah laughed, mocking the folly of Nissa's words. Nissa understood that Sarah would not acquiesce. Her plea was a final attempt. Despite the anticipated response, Nissa felt a pang of sorrow, drawing the long blade from her back. She gripped it tightly as the other assassins prepared for battle. Then, Sarah Lance, in the name of the daughter of the demon, I command you to return to the League. Do not make me repeat myself. Since my departure from the League, I have no intention of returning. I am here to put an end to this. You seek the destruction of my city. Be cautious not to repeat the fate of Gotham." Sarah, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, unsheathed her dual staffs, ready to confront her former allies. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded as a massive spiderweb, 10 meters wide, descended upon several assassins, ensnaring them and hoisting them upside down. On the other side, a flash of yellow light swept by, binding others like dumplings in their own garments. Two figures appeared beside Sarah, Colin and Wally, who had followed her closely. The unexpected turn of events prompted the well-trained assassins to regroup around Nissa, deftly avoiding Colin and Wally's ambush. "You people are disturbingly predictable, always resorting to city destruction. Can't you devise something more original?" Colin jested as he landed. "Sarah, don't blame me for this. It was Colin who brought me here," Wally explained to Sarah. Nissa was taken aback to discover that her clandestine meeting with Sarah had been uncovered, and by two newly minted adults at that. Her beautiful visage contorted in disbelief. "Who on earth are you, Kamen Rider? Did you not already know? Merely a passing Kamen Rider. Oh, and Flash Boy as well. Having introduced ourselves, let us now enumerate your transgressions." Chapter 53. The virus-assisted memory device, how absurd. How long do you intend to dangle up there? Nissa could not comprehend why Kevin insisted on uttering such peculiar words. Under normal circumstances, it is preferable to act rather than engage in idle chatter. However, thanks to Kevin's inane monologue, the assassins previously ensnared by him and Wally seized the opportunity to free themselves, drawing forth their crossbows to aim at the three below. To Kevin's astonishment, his web, boasting a tensile strength of 50 tons, was effortlessly severed by a group wielding mere knives. He swatted away the incoming crossbow bolts and, shaking his hand, launched himself at the several assailants advancing toward him. Wally, relying on his extraordinary speed, encircled the remaining attackers, and the two worked in perfect harmony to eliminate the threats surrounding Sarah and Nissa, thereby granting them space to engage in battle. Confronted by 6 fully armed assassins, Kevin was undeterred, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat without hesitation. While he found himself at a disadvantage against the formidable Bell, he felt confident in his ability to dispatch these mere mortals. Encased in armor that required no additional armoring, he braced himself against the oncoming blades, delivering powerful punches in return. Though these assassins were of ordinary caliber, being selected by Nisa for the annihilation of Star City rendered them elites within the Assassin's Guild. Realizing their weaponry was ineffective, they swiftly resorted to evasion, employing their extensive experience in assassination to trade blows with Ke Wen. "Are you grasshoppers, leaping about like that?" Frustration welled within Ke Wen as he faced such nimble opponents. While he could not best the likes of Bell, it was somewhat humiliating to struggle against opponents of such lesser skill. Once more, he activated the capabilities of the spider memory, conjuring several strands of web to ensnare the leaping assassins. Yet this time, the webs failed to perform as hoped. Two assassins brandished their crossbows, targeting the connection points of the web, and with a powerful shot, the webs ricocheted back towards Ke Wen. Taken by surprise, he found himself ensnared in his own web. While the other four assassins seized the moment, producing fragmentation grenades and holding them in their palms for 3 seconds before hurling them at him. The grenades detonated near Ke Wen, showering him with shrapnel that struck his armor, igniting sparks and sending him careening towards a nearby bridge pillar. Fortunately, the web enveloping him provided a measure of cushioning, leaving him with only minor singe marks. Having shed the web that ensnared him, Ke Wen finally dismissed his initial contempt and regarded the 6 assassins encircling him. What a perilous world this is. Even the assassins possess such cunning. It appears I must hasten my pace. As Ke Wen surveyed the encroaching assassins, he realized that dispatching them would not pose a significant challenge. A singular extraordinary move would suffice. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that relying on such tactics against a mere cadre of ordinary foes could prove detrimental in the long run, as his spider memory was struggling to keep pace with him. While Ke Wen pondered how to counter the assassin strategy against his web, the 6 assassins sprang into action. Aware that heavy firepower could still inflict damage upon Ke Wen, they eschewed close-quarters combat and, pairing up, unleashed their automatic rifles upon him. With reflexes surpassing the ordinary, Ke Wen leaped into the embrace of the bridge's supports, while the assassins formed a perimeter to thwart any attacks from blind spots. "Curse system, I demand to exchange for memory." Understood. Deducting from the previously exchanged canned robots, the host currently retains 450,000 points. The following memory types are available for exchange. These possess inferior foundational data compared to the spider memory, hence will not enhance the host's capabilities. That depends on how I utilize them. Exchange for the virus memory. Confirmed. Virus memory. Cost 300,000 points. Attributes. Augments toxin damage. Efficacy varies based on the target. A prudent choice. In an unusual display of praise, the system commended Ke Wen, and soon after, a purple memory materialized in his hands. Inserting it into the reader, Ke Wen reemerged from his concealment, descending directly toward the 6 assassins. Upon witnessing Ke Wen's appearance, the assassins showcased their combat prowess. 4 rifles trained on him, while the remaining 2 resumed their previous strategy, deploying fragmentation grenades. Yet this time, the outcome was markedly different. The web, now infused with viral toxins, shimmered with a phosphorescent glow, exuding a layer of green gas. The fragmentation grenades, upon contact with this gas, were corroded before they could detonate, much to the horror of the assassins, including the bullets they had fired. Undeterred by any shock waves, Ke Wen landed effortlessly, the toxic web cascading over the assassins. Only 2 managed to evade its grasp, while the remaining 4 succumbed to the effects of the toxin-laden web, gradually losing consciousness and collapsing. With a satisfied clap, Ke Wen charged towards the 2 surviving assassins. Bereft of their companion's support, these ordinary-level assassins, regardless of their combat training, stood no chance against Ke Wen, each falling with a single blow. Observing Wooly, who was still engaged in a circular dance with several other assassins, Ke Wen felt exasperated. Wooly, who he had thought would swiftly conclude the battle, was still toying around. "Wooly, have you had enough fun yet?" In an instant, Wooly responded, accelerating his pace and delivering a punch to each assassin in quick succession, thus swiftly bringing the skirmish to an end. Ke Wen skillfully utilized the web, binding the 2 assassins they had subdued together, before turning his gaze towards the scene where Sarah and Nissa were engaged in combat. Unlike Ke Wen and Wally, these 2 sisters were not employing a simple, brute force approach. Each strike aimed at lethal points. Although both could be considered beauties, such a style of fighting meant that whoever emerged victorious would undoubtedly pay a price. What do you think about lending a hand to Sister Sarah? Wally suggested, his concern evident. If you wish to avoid being targeted by Sarah in the near future, you might consider it, Ke Wen replied. What do you mean? This is their duel. Rushing in to help Sarah will not earn your gratitude. We can't just stand idly by while they risk their lives. I have no confidence in intervening in such close combat, Wally admitted, feeling a chill as he observed the brutal contest unfolding before him. In the brief exchange between them, both combatants had already sustained injuries. Patience, my friend. I merely stated that we cannot charge in to assist directly. I did not imply that we cannot employ other means. But using the web would yield no difference. Who said I intended to use the web? Then what do you plan to do? Just watch. Without revealing his method, Ke Wen, harnessing the power of the virus, released an unseen gas that slowly drifted towards the two combatants. Nissa, caught in the heat of battle, suddenly felt a heaviness in her mind, her weapon losing its accuracy. Seizing the opportunity, Sarah struck, disarming Nissa with a swift blow and delivering a fierce kick. At this moment, Ke Wen and Wally were ready to act. A strand of web shot forth from Ke Wen's hand, and Wally swiftly employed it to bind the incapacitated Nissa in a comprehensive manner, ensuring every part of her body was secured, save for her head. Meanwhile, Sarah cast a skeptical glance at Ke Wen and Wally. It seemed improbable that such a sudden loss of composure could occur without reason. Yet without evidence, she refrained from voicing her suspicions. Let us take her back and compel her to reveal the locations where Slade has concealed his devices. This matter will be resolved, Wally exclaimed, his enthusiasm rising as he gazed at the bound Nissa. Useless. Each assassin in the League has undergone rigorous interrogation training. This method will yield no results. Are you suggesting we resort to torture? Sarah firmly rejected Wally's proposal, while Nissa, under the influence of Ke Wen's virus, remained silent, her mind clouded. So, we're to accomplish nothing? Wally questioned, perplexed. After finally capturing an enemy leader, it seemed Sarah intended to release her, leaving Wally to wonder what the purpose of their struggle had been. Wally, listen to Sarah. She is in command, Ke Wen interjected, halting Wally's inquiries as he crouched in front of Nissa. You are fortunate to have encountered us, a few good souls. Return and inform Slade that I will repay the blow he dealt me. Having spoken, he patted Nissa's shoulder, unfastened her restraints, and allowed her to depart. Feeling the heaviness upon her brow, Nissa let out a cold huff and staggered away. She was acutely aware that her subordinates, particularly Ke Wen, would not allow her enemies to escape. They were not foolish enough to bolster the enemy's forces. Is she really just allowed to leave? Wally expressed his reluctance. Rest assured, I guarantee it will be worth your while. However, before that, we have tasks to attend to. With an air of intrigue, Ke Wen approached the group of bound assassins, feeling somewhat perplexed about how to proceed. I'll call my father. He is a detective at the Star City Police Department. He can handle this. Seeing Ke Wen scratching his head, Sarah quickly chimed in. That would be splendid. Hurry, Wally. You're not seriously considering having the lady assist in this rough work, are you? You talk too much. Grumbling, Wally reluctantly joined Ke Wen in lifting the restrained assassins. The enhancement of speed not only manifested in velocity, but also conferred certain benefits to the physique of the speedster, albeit less pronounced. Thus, he had no trouble carrying a few adults. Chapter 54. Found at the Star City Police Department. Detective Quentin rushed out upon receiving a call from his daughter. As a diligent investigator, Quentin's family often became the envy of his colleagues. He had two striking daughters. His eldest was romantically involved with the most affluent young man in Star City, suggesting a forthcoming entry into high society. His younger daughter was equally impressive, studying law at Metropolis University, and at the tender age of 20, she was already pursuing a doctoral degree. It was said that a throng of eligible bachelors queued for the chance to date her. With such remarkable daughters, Quentin could almost consider retirement. Yet in his 40s, Quentin remained on the front lines, utilizing his seasoned expertise to bring criminals to justice. Rumors circulated within the department that, should this momentum persist, Quentin could ascend to the position of chief of police before turning 50. Despite a failed marriage, his two remarkable daughters, coupled with his relentless efforts, marked him as a victor in life. However, Quentin bore a hidden sorrow. Both of his daughters had become masked heroes in Star City, combating crime each night. Every evening, Quentin awaited the safety messages sent by his daughters before he could find rest. He feared that one day, the absence of a message might herald an unbearable tragedy. Fortunately, each night, he received reassuring texts from both of his daughters. "Oh, what is happening? Sweetheart, are you all right?" Upon receiving a call from his younger daughter, Quentin climbed the clock tower, only to discover a group of masked individuals bound nearby, alongside Sarah, who was adorned with colors. Concerned for his daughter's injuries, he hurriedly approached her, disregarding Ke Wen and Wally standing nearby. "I'm fine, Dad. It's just a minor injury. However, these individuals require your assistance in dealing with them." "Indeed, this is Kid Flash, Kamen Rider, my two companions who have aided me." After embracing her father, Sarah introduced the two dubious characters, Ke Wen and Wally, standing nearby. Exchanging polite greetings, Quentin returned his focus to his daughter, observing the scars on her tactical suit, and felt his heart shatter. "My dear, I do not oppose your line of work, but you must learn to protect yourself," he sighed. At that moment, Quentin bore no semblance of the astute detective, but rather appeared as a concerned father. "Dad, can we discuss this when we get home? By the way, my sister must have informed you to ensure adequate police presence in the coming days." Quentin nodded. "I have instructed my team to be prepared, but honestly, sweetheart, are you truly intending to confront that individual named Slade? Although I am unaware of his past deeds. The current opinions of the prominent figures in Star City suggest that without concrete evidence, your actions may lead to disgrace. The issue is that we have no choice, Dad." She replied, "I promise, unless we possess absolute certainty, we will refrain from actions that would cause you distress." Noticing her father's intent to persuade her further, Sarah quickly interrupted, assuring him. Observing their heartfelt exchange, Ke Wen felt a sense of discomfort and suggested, "We shall not linger here with you. Kid Flash, we will take our leave." With that, he leaped off the building without regard for Wally, who shrugged and followed suit, vanishing in a flash of lightning. "Buddy, can you explain why you let that Nissa go? You seem like a different person ever since Slade cut you," Wally inquired, puzzled, as they returned to the hotel and he spotted Ke Wen nestled in bed. "I haven't become someone else. I simply felt irritated for being wounded and retreating in shame. As for why I released Nissa, the answer should emerge tomorrow. Now sleep," Ke Wen replied, switching off the light. Seeing Ke Wen's abruptness, Wally decided against further questioning, tidied up, and prepared to climb into bed, only to be kicked off by Ke Wen. Sofa. The following day, well rested, Ke Wen and Wally arrived at the Arrow Cave, where everyone had gathered. Oliver was ready to resume the unfinished task from the previous night. As for the antidote for Mirakuru, Oliver had already concocted it. They merely needed to uncover Slade's remaining plans in Star City. "Everyone, regarding the mission to locate Slade's contingency. There is no need to rush. I have obtained some leads," Ke Wen suddenly announced, drawing the group's attention as he had been meditating in silence. "What do you mean?" Wally asked, perplexed. Since the previous night, Ke Wen had been cryptic, and it was time to unveil the mystery. "Last night, while I was sending Nissa off, I discreetly placed a small device on her, and now it has relayed her route from last night to the present," Ke Wen remarked mysteriously. As a locust-like robot leaped onto his shoulder, its ocular display projecting a red line onto the wall, illustrating the path on the Star City map. "What did you do that?" Wally and Sarah, who were present last night, looked at Ke Wen in bewilderment. They had been there the entire time and had not noticed any of Ke Wen's actions. Even the canister robot was not seen being deployed by him. Moreover, Sarah believed that Nissa's skills would prevent her from being unaware of someone trailing her. "A mere trick," Ke Wen replied. "I knew it would be difficult to track her mechanically, so when I patted her shoulder, I deployed a sub-body virus. It is harmless, merely maintaining a connection with my main body. Through the feedback from the sub-body virus, I have been able to monitor Nissa's movements since last night." "A sub-body virus? Your memory unit has such capabilities?" "ISNT it primarily for transformation." Wally, who had accompanied Ke Wen from Central City, understood that Ke Wen's transformation was intricately linked to the device known as the memory unit. However, he had not considered that these memory units could possess other functionalities. Who says memory units are solely for transformation? Some serve purposes far superior to mere metamorphosis. Shaking the purple virus memory unit in his hand, Ke Wen elaborated on its utility. The virus memory unit, or virus, can utilize various biological and computer viruses, with effects varying by individual. The more intriguing aspect is its ability to reproduce and split. "So, do you plan to set off immediately or linger a while longer?" Ke Wen showcased his virus memory unit, which, in his view, was more of an auxiliary tool than a means of transformation. According to the system, the hardcore data of the virus memory unit was inferior to that of Spider. Yet its capacity for rapid viral contagion could potentially devastate a city, assuming the virus remained uncracked. To him, it seemed more practical to employ it as an auxiliary memory unit, enhancing his attacks with toxic damage. Had it not been for Nisa's predicament last night, Kevin would not have conceived the idea of utilizing the virus memory unit in such a manner. Oliver, witnessing the most troublesome issue being resolved by Kevin with a mere memory unit, felt a wave of unexpected joy. However, since the most pressing problem had been addressed, the subsequent tasks appeared manageable. Exchanging glances with Diggle, the two retrieved 10 vials of blue potion from the laboratory. This is the Mirakuru antidote that Diggle and I hastily concocted overnight. Only 10 vials. Its function is straightforward. It must be injected into the device introduced by Slade and released into the atmosphere. This will react with the clouds, dispersing a mist over Star City, thereby implanting antibodies against Mirakuru in its populace and neutralizing the effects it brings. Thus, we must amend our mission. Our primary objective is to seize Slade's device. One is sufficient. The remainder of our task will be to destroy the other devices. Is it really that simple? Are we setting off now? Asked Ke Wen. Yes, we depart at once. You will search the designated areas according to the route I have provided. While I go to meet Slade, Oliver replied, donning his classic Robin Hood attire. Oliver, have you lost your mind? You intend to confront Slade alone, Laurel exclaimed, attempting to intervene upon witnessing her lover's actions. Laurel, please listen. The task of saving Star City falls to you, while dealing with Slade is my responsibility. Now, be a dear and accompany Sarah to handle the others. Everyone, prepare in 10 minutes. We must save this city. Determined to face Slade alone. Oliver was not one to be easily swayed, not even by Laurel. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Laurel could only offer him a tender kiss before preparing her own gear. Meanwhile, Ke Wen had transformed ahead of time, ready for departure. Last night's mishap was your doing, wasn't it? Sarah suddenly remarked, appearing beside Ke Wen during his idle moments. Yes. Why do you ask? Ke Wen replied. Watching girls fight is a pleasure, but witnessing them slaughter one another is torment. I know your opponent is a killer with countless lives on her hands, but honestly, I cannot remain indifferent while two people are engaged in such a brutal clash. Even if one of them must die, it should not be by your hand. You are a superhero, not an assassin of the League. Or perhaps you view it as meddling. Let us go. Without further discussion with Sarah, Ke Wen called to the already dressed Wally, and together they departed the Arrow Cave, making their way to a hideout in the Western District where Nissa had first stopped. As for Sarah, she remained momentarily taken aback by Ke Wen's words. Watching him fade into the building, she recognized that she was no longer the cold-hearted assassin of the League. She was the White Canary, the superhero of Star City. Chapter 55, Chaos in Star City. With Ke Wen's assistance, the Green Arrow team swiftly located the secret hideouts scattered throughout the city, based on the feedback from the subviral tracking device left on Nissa. These unremarkable factories were strategically situated in densely populated areas, and once Slade activated his devices, they would instantly transform into a chaotic hell. The League of Assassins has truly done their homework. Their choice of locations is impeccable. Watching the surveillance footage returned by the Hawk Ke Wen had released, he could clearly see the number of personnel stationed in these small factories. Are we really going to stand here and exchange banter? Shouldn't we charge in and confront them directly? Wally, leaning against the railing, expressed his boredom. They had identified the location, but without Oliver issuing orders, he was hesitant to rush in recklessly. Since being schooled by Clock King last time, Wally had shelved his invincible mindset, knowing full well that the small factory could harbor unforeseen traps. Charging in without caution could very well lead to his downfall. Why the haste? Why not to afford others some preparatory time? We must resolve our skirmish swiftly. Listening to Wally's grievances, Kevin remained remarkably unperturbed. While engaging with the virus memory, the confrontation was futile. However, dealing with this band of ordinary assassins posed no significant challenge. As Kevin and Wally conversed atop the building, the Locust robot responsible for communications emitted a series of electrical sounds. Area A is in position. Area B is in position. The designated teams, including Slade's covert operatives Laurel and Roy, have reached their respective locations. Alongside Kevin's team, Nessa has successfully arranged personnel at the 3 sites she visited. Now awaiting the command from the lead, Oliver. All right, our team in Area C is also prepared. We await Green Arrow's signal. Is anyone able to establish contact with him? At this moment, Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, had infiltrated the factory in Palm District, where Slade's men maintained a 24-hour patrol. Yet, they appeared somewhat inadequate before Oliver. Standing a kilometer from the factory, Oliver drew his bowstring taut, the specially crafted bowstring enabling him to launch his arrows farther. As he released the arrow, he did not even glance to ascertain its trajectory, instead beginning to move. The arrow sped through the air, defying belief as it traveled the distance typically reserved for a sniper's mark. Under the influence of gravity, the arrow traced a perfect parabolic arc, landing amidst the patrolling security perimeter. Before they could comprehend how an arrow had arrived in their midst, it struck the ground, and the arrowhead unexpectedly split, sending 6 arrowheads scattering toward the nearest foes, catching the security personnel off guard and leaving them in disarray. Before they could utter the words enemy attack, one unfortunate soul was pierced in the shoulder, electric currents radiating from him, incapacitating several nearby operatives. Only then did Oliver emerge from the shadows, dispatching the perimeter guards with 2 specialized arrows, infiltrating the factory with an ease akin to that of entering an unguarded realm. Just before entering, he loosed an arrow towards the factory's power equipment, then vaulted twice to ascend to the 2nd floor. Beep! Remotely controlling the launched specialized arrow. Darkness enveloped the brightly lit factory once more. The patrolling personnel, taken aback by this sudden obscurity, fumbled in confusion, not having the time to don their night vision goggles before Oliver took action. As an archer, discerning sound and positioning is fundamental to his craft. In a shrouded environment, Oliver thrived. Each arrow he loosed resulted in a foe collapsing. Initially, the darkness was punctuated by the fiery flashes of gunfire, yet shortly thereafter, an eerie silence enveloped the factory. Crack! Power was restored, leaving only Oliver standing on the platform, gazing intently at Slade, now fully armed atop the high platform. I have taught you for 5 years, and all you have learned is to wield a bow as your weapon? Observing Oliver, who had once been both mentor and friend, Slade jested. The bow and arrow are the finest tools. In my view, they allow me to avoid becoming drenched in blood. Is that so? In your first year back in Star City, the blood on your hands was no less than mine. Thus, I have never claimed to be a superhero. I am merely a masked vigilante. How they perceive me is of little consequence. I have come here, as you suggested, to bring closure. Very well, then. Let's proceed. Slade bellowed, unleashing a torrent of gunfire with his Desert Eagles towards Oliver. Anticipating the assault, Oliver deftly dodged to the side, knocking an arrow and retaliating. The swift arrowhead soared towards Slade, yet he effortlessly deflected it with his blade, causing it to detonate in midair. The familiar split arrows launched again, but as a fortified individual, Slade was impervious to their effects. Having parried several incoming arrows, Slade maneuvered into a blind spot. Split arrows, you have quite the arsenal. But you seem to forget that I am not the same as I was 5 years ago. With his back against the wall, Slade delivered a powerful kick to the iron frame before him, toppling it like a line of dominoes toward Oliver's direction. Perceiving the commotion behind him, Oliver rolled forward, narrowly evading disaster. Seizing the opportunity, Slade charged at him. With no time to retrieve an arrow, Oliver resorted to his tactical bow, engaging Slade in close-quarters combat. However, as a man limited to the pinnacle of human capability, Oliver found himself at a disadvantage against Slade's enhanced physique and superior combat skills. After only a few exchanges, Oliver began to falter. With a pair of crushing blows, Slade shattered Oliver's tactical bow, striking him and sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Feeling the pain radiating from his injuries, Oliver realized that the last punch had likely broken at least 2 of his ribs. You truly are impulsive to come here alone. Oliver. Observing the struggling Oliver, Slade refrained from delivering a fatal blow. As promised, he intended to methodically dismantle everything Oliver held dear before permitting him to meet his demise. A hidden dart was launched from Oliver's arm, but Slade effortlessly evaded it. What is this? Can you no longer endure the pain? Have you lost your marksmanship? With ease, Slade sidestepped Oliver's sudden attack, stepping closer. Grasping Oliver by the collar, he derisively taunted, "I have never missed, Slade." A mysterious smile appeared on Oliver's face, even as Slade gripped his collar. Suddenly, Slade turned sharply, realizing that the previously dodged arrow now embedded itself in a barrel of oil, glowing ominously red. Boom! The explosive charge attached to the arrow detonated, igniting the oil drum and sending a violent shockwave throughout the factory, scattering shards of metal. In that moment, Slade, who still held Oliver, became an unwitting shield, absorbing the brunt of the blast and the flying debris. The explosion hurled two individuals through the wall, tumbling onto the sandy outskirts of the factory. Oliver, struggling to rise from the ground, gazed at the severely injured Slade. In mere moments, the roles of victor and vanquished had been inverted. You were never this arrogant before, Slade. Mirakuru has dulled your vigilance. Now, I emerge victorious, having bested you. We have already resolved your hidden operatives on our side. It is all over, Slade. At this moment, Slade appeared somewhat disheveled, having endured a shockwave and several pieces of metal against his back. Were it not for Mirakuru's enhancements, he would have perished by now. Yet, he found himself temporarily incapacitated. Removing his mask, he observed Oliver, who approached while clutching his abdomen. Slade's expression bore no trace of anger. Instead, a smile graced his lips. You truly astonish me, Oliver. It seems your years in Star City have not been in vain. But do you genuinely believe you have triumphed? Give it up, Slade. My friends should have already dismantled your operatives in Star City. Your plans have unraveled. Listening to Slade's words, a sense of foreboding surged within Oliver. Ah, I see. But on what basis do you assume that the devices I placed in other regions of Star City are my operatives? Who has deluded you? Furthermore, do you not find it peculiar that you have not received any communication from your allies since earlier? Upon hearing Slade's remarks, Oliver's unease intensified dramatically. Meanwhile, in the western district of Star City, Ke Wen and Wally were present. Without any directive from Oliver, Ke Wen, observing the encroaching dusk, conferred directly with Sarah and Roy, arranging a time to launch their assault. Thanks to the assistance of the viral memory core, Ke Wen and Wally managed to incapacitate the assassins hidden in the small factory without resorting to violence, smoothly securing Mirakuru's antidote within the launching apparatus. We VE handled our end. What about the others? Is anyone able to speak? Ke Wen inquired through the locust drone, only to be met with the sounds of anguished cries and the dull thuds of blows upon flesh. Well, it seems they are rather occupied. Wally, why haven't you launched this device yet? Ke Wen asked, shrugging at Wally, who was still fiddling with the apparatus. I'm trying, but it seems this device is unresponsive to my commands. Huh, let me take a look. Ke Wen approached and noticed that the control panel continued to display a countdown for launch, showing no signs of alteration. On the contrary, Wally's manipulations had turned the panel's display to red. I can't decipher this, but I believe we must hasten our departure with these individuals. Why? Have you ever seen a control panel flashing ominously red? This is unequivocally a ticking bomb. Everyone, vacate your positions. It's a trap. Ke Wen shouted at Wally, generating webs to ensnare the fallen assassins, swiftly carrying them toward the exit while not forgetting to alert Sarah and Roy, who were still engaged in their breakthrough. Via the locust drone, barely 10 meters away from the factory, flames engulfed the small structure, a colossal explosion erupting into the sky, sending shockwaves that hurled Kevin and Wally through the air. Before they could regain their footing, two more blinding bursts of fire illuminated the horizon. In the Palm District, Oliver stood in an open area, transfixed by the three fiery eruptions rising in the distance. I never claimed those things were my secret weapons. My trump card has always been in plain sight, situated in the city hall. However, now Nessa had commenced her mission. As Slade lay on the ground, his words barely spoken, a stream of green luminescence ascended from the city hall of Star City, soaring upward into the clouds. The explosion illuminated the sky, and the emerald glow shimmered within the cloud cover as crystalline green objects began to descend upon the city, blanketing it entirely. Meanwhile, Slade, who had been gravely injured moments ago, seized the opportunity to rise. The enhancement from Mirakuru had restored his basic combat capabilities. I warned you, Oliver. This will obliterate everything you hold dear, and this is merely the beginning. Regaining his composure, Slade donned his mask once again, harboring no intention of continuing the battle with Oliver. He tossed a smoke grenade to the ground and departed, leaving Oliver alone, bewildered by the Mirakuru crystals that began to scatter throughout Star City. Chapter 56. Night of Destruction. Damn it. I've been outmaneuvered. Hey, is everyone all right? Someone respond. Recovering from the impact of the explosion, Kevin and Wally surveyed the factory, now transformed into a blazing inferno, as they attempted to confirm the situation with Sarah and Roy, who were scattered across other districts via locust drones. However, all they received was a crackling, static noise. How could this be? Were we not supposed to thwart Slade's plan? Wally stared in disbelief at the fiery scene before him, grappling with a harsh reality. If it weren't for Kevin's quick warning, he couldn't assure himself he would have emerged unscathed. It was easy to imagine how ordinary human Sia would fare against such an unexpected explosion. Hey, stay calm, Wally. The situation isn't as dire as it seems. You must have faith in Sia and the others. Kevin, battling dizziness from the explosion, shouted to Wally, unwilling to witness his comrades succumb to panic. Right? You're right. Sia will be fine. What should we do now? Wally, still at a loss for a plan, was just a young man who had recently acquired super speed. Faced with this crisis, he was utterly bewildered. Yet, Kevin himself was not much older than Wally, and having lived 2 lifetimes, this was his first encounter with such chaos, leaving him equally stumped by Wally's inquiries. Fortunately, just then, the communication channel that had seemingly faltered re-established itself with Sia and the others through the Locust drones. We're fine, Wally. Are you all right? Thank heavens, Sia. I'm so relieved you're unharmed. Wally cradled the Locust robot as if it were his own life, leaving Kevin somewhat bewildered by Wally's demeanor. After all, they had been in Star City for barely 10 days, and the relationship between Wally and Sia seemed to be advancing at an astonishing pace. Hey, is anyone in the channel? Just as Wally intended to converse further with Sia, the long-absent Oliver rejoined the channel. Everyone's here, Green Arrow. What's happening? Kevin seized the Locust robot and communicated with Oliver. Slade has played us. These are all mere smokescreens. Only the device at City Hall is genuine, and it has already been launched. What should we do? Kevin inquired. I will head to City Hall to confront Slade. The rest of you, hurry over. Although only one has been launched, it has still contaminated Star City. Given the trajectory, City Hall will be the most severely affected area, with diminishing effects radiating outward. Each of you should have an antidote. Take it immediately and gather at City Hall. Before Kevin could ask further, Oliver abruptly disconnected. The others, having heard Oliver's words, quickly retrieved and consumed their antidotes, except for Kevin. The Knight armor effectively shielded Kevin from inhaling the toxic gas. This is your responsibility now. I'm off to find Sia, Wally instructed Kevin before transforming into a flash of light and darting toward his location, leaving Kevin alone with a group of fallen assassins. Damn it, being single really is a violation of human rights. With a silent curse directed at Wally for his disregard for singlehood, Kevin had no choice but to rely on his own 2 legs, leaping across the buildings toward City Hall. At Arrow Cave, Felicity, who was responsible for providing technical support throughout, felt a surge of panic. Ever since Oliver confronted Slade, she had lost contact with all the field agents, feeling as if she were the only person left in the world. Guys, can anyone answer me? What on earth is happening? My system indicates that the device Slade placed at City Hall has been activated. Can someone tell me what is going on outside? Receiving no response. Felicity utilized the street surveillance system and saw chaos erupting in the 1st, 3rd, and 5th districts near City Hall. The streets were teeming with rampaging individuals wreaking havoc, attacking pedestrians and destroying all visible infrastructure, sending shivers down Felicity's spine. Felicity, are you there? Just as she was overwhelmed with fear for Star City, Oliver's voice crackled through the microphone. Yes, I'm here. What is happening, Oliver? How did it come to this? Slade activated the device ahead of time. I'm currently en route to City Hall. Can you remotely control that jet device? I can't, Oliver. That device has been equipped with a biometric lock. It cannot be remotely operated without the owner's retinal scan. Understood. I'm headed to City Hall now. I still have a Mirakuru antidote on me, and I believe Slade is still waiting for me there. What is the situation now, Felicity? The situation has deteriorated beyond comprehension. Felicity could scarcely articulate the chaos unfolding before her, offering only a vague response. It must be dire. I believe I understand. Remain at the base, Felicity, and await my orders. Very well. Good luck, Oliver. As he terminated the communication, Oliver, having reached the vicinity of the City Hall, was confronted with an unimaginable scene. Shops along the street were ablaze. Innocent bystanders were screaming, and the frenzied individuals around him were attacking everything within sight. Though not as formidable as Slade, they had become increasingly troublesome. Slade, you bastard! With a furious shout, Oliver darted towards the City Hall, drawing his bow and eliminating any foes that obstructed his path while guiding the public to safety. Quickly, head to the subway station. Damn it! Where are the rest of you? The quiver at his side held a limited supply of arrows, and despite his specialized tips, Oliver found it impossible to fend off the relentless waves of assailants, especially when they were primarily innocent citizens. Moreover, he himself was still nursing injuries inflicted by Slade, enduring the pain as he battled these individuals. Exhausted, Oliver could only hope that his team would arrive promptly, enabling him to confront Slade. A flash of yellow streaked past Oliver, ensnaring several citizens who charged at him and binding them to a nearby lamppost. 2 arrows soared overhead, releasing a potent anesthetic spray that incapacitated another group of citizens. The first to arrive was Wally, cradling Zia in his arms, and together they cleared the area around Oliver of panicked civilians. Shortly thereafter, Ke Wen arrived, conjuring a web of spider silk that enveloped the rampaging citizens. This web, capable of withstanding a pull of 50 tons, was perfect for subduing those who had lost their senses, as they lacked the strength to escape its grasp. "You're a bit slow, my friend," Wally jested. "Come on, not everyone possesses your speed enhancement." As Ke Wen and Wally exchanged banter, Sarah and the others arrived, albeit somewhat disheveled after encountering Slade. "So what is the next step?" Ke Wen inquired first. "Ahead lies the city hall, where Slade undoubtedly has a sufficient force awaiting our approach. To make matters worse, the device is secured with Slade's iris lock. We must defeat Slade to halt this catastrophe, but currently, we're faced with a throng of deranged citizens." Oliver gestured toward the city hall, still illuminated in the distance, while simultaneously loosing an arrow to dispatch a mad citizen charging at them. "Well, that's manageable. You all handle Slade and his minions. I'll take care of this mess," Ke Wen declared, willingly accepting the most challenging task. Noting the gazes directed at him, Ke Wen felt somewhat exasperated. "Don't look at me like that. It appears I'm the only one capable of controlling these citizens without causing them harm, while Wally can swiftly transport you to the city hall." As he spoke, Ke Wen conjured several large webs out of thin air, covering the ground ahead to thwart the rampaging citizens. "Therefore, if you wish for me to ease my burden, I implore you to hurry over. It seems the number of frenzied citizens around me is increasing. The influence of Mirakuru is expanding. I understand. I entrust this to you." Wally, observing Ke Wen effortlessly manage the surrounding populace, Oliver recognized that this was not the time for hesitation, and he beseeched Wally beside him. Wally, decisive as ever, transformed into a streak of light, transporting Oliver and the others towards City Hall. "Buddy, this is the first time I truly feel like a superhero." As he held the last of them, "See ya," Wally said to Ke Wen before vanishing in a flash, leaving Ke Wen alone on the street. "Of course, if you all remain here, how can I complete this task with peace of mind?" Ke Wen retorted to the already vanished Wally, then turned to face the citizens of Star City. Now entirely under the sway of Mirakuru, with a slight spread of his palms, he commenced his mission. Chapter 57. The Healing Fist on the Streets of Star City Government. As the area closest to where Slade released the Mirakuru gas, the only citizens remaining were those previously evacuated to the subway station by Oliver and his companions. Now, the streets were teeming with individuals affected by Mirakuru, who had lost their rationality and exhibited extreme aggression. Aside from Ke Wen, who steadfastly remained, there were virtually no others left. Is this the doomsday of Star City? It's akin to a biological crisis. Observing the densely packed crowd, Ke Wen could not help but voice his frustration. Aside from their inability to bite, these individuals bore striking resemblance to zombies, attacking anyone in sight and smashing anything they encountered, devoid of any semblance of normalcy. Even with Ke Wen utilizing his webs, the previous effectiveness had waned. A web capable of withstanding a pull of 50 tons could not endure the combined force of several hundred people wreaking havoc. Just as he cast the web, it was swiftly torn apart by the overwhelming mob, achieving merely a few seconds of interception. These crazed citizens seemed to have zeroed in on Ke Wen as their target, charging at him en masse. Faced with such a multitude, Ke Wen was not foolish enough to engage them on the ground. With a light leap, he ascended to a higher vantage point. Observing the citizens below, now aimlessly destroying their surroundings due to their lost focus, Ke Wen could only resolve the situation in batches. Yet, his strength was ultimately limited, and the influence of Mirakuru began to spread to other districts. Damn it, this cannot continue. System, can the viral memory core undergo pharmaceutical analysis? As Ke Wen busied himself extinguishing the various fires, he glanced at the dispersing crowd, his heart racing with urgency. He could only place his hope in the newly acquired viral memory core. To him, since the viral memory core could create a virus, it should, conversely, have the capacity to unravel it as well. The Mirakuru gas, which was driving people into madness, undoubtedly belonged to the category of viruses or neuropharmaceuticals. In theory, the viral memory can analyze and replicate all toxic substances it encounters. However, how to utilize it requires the host to explore independently. Presented with a rather ambiguous answer, Ke Wen couldn't help but feel a headache. Yet, gazing at the crowd below that was on the verge of becoming a horde of zombies, he chose to proceed, having never attempted to unleash the full potential of the viral memory before. He placed the summoned viral memory into the card slot and exclaimed, "Virus Maximum Drive." The familiar sound of the ability's activation echoed in the air, drawing the frenzied crowd's attention back to Ke Wen. Through the viral memory, Ke Wen felt an immense stream of data surging through his mind, capturing unknown virus, analyzing. Analysis complete. An electronic voice resonated in Ke Wen's consciousness, confirming that the viral memory indeed possessed the effects promised by the system, capable of analyzing all viruses. A purplish light coalesced upon Ke Wen's fist. Observing the throng of individuals rushing towards him, he let out a powerful roar, leaping from the platform and swinging his fist. The concentrated purplish energy expanded visibly as it struck the center of the crowd, not generating a shockwave. Rather, it transformed into a mist that enveloped them. As Ke Wen descended, within the mist's grasp, the entire crowd collapsed into unconsciousness. After neutralizing the Mirakuru toxin within them, his depleted stamina was restored, and their bodily mechanisms forcibly induced a state of unconsciousness. A few who remained conscious lay moaning on the ground. To his astonishment, Ke Wen realized the viral memory's utility was immense. It was a miraculous healing force. Observing the multitude that had fallen, he marveled at the remarkable application of the viral memory. Unlike several main Rider series memories that boasted robust data and attributes, this one exhibited extraordinary effects. For instance, relying solely on the spider memory would have been futile, potentially leading to casualties as time wore on. Yet, it appeared that the viral memory's efficacy surpassed even that of the antidote hastily produced by Oliver and his team. In the distance, the crowd that had been wandering noticed the vast empty space and shrieked as they charged toward Ke Wen. Once more, he employed his previous tactic, delivering a lethal kick of salvation to the approaching throng. The dense energy mist enveloped these individuals, rendering them akin to those who had already fainted nearby. After executing two powerful abilities, the street where Ke Wen stood had been cleared. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly heard gunfire in the distance. Without hesitation, he moved toward the source of the sound. Detective Quentin was fortunate, as his daughter's warning had kept him vigilant regarding the mysterious mayoral candidate, Slade, and his subordinates were fully prepared for any eventuality. After Slade released the Mirakuru toxin, Quentin, well prepared, donned a gas mask to immediately shield himself from contact with the toxin. However, he was unprepared for the terrifying potency of the Mirakuru toxin, which could transform individuals into mindless lunatics. A third of his colleagues in the precinct had succumbed to its effects. Fully armed, Quentin felt a sense of helplessness. He had assumed the Mirakuru was akin to a nerve gas, but its true effect was to strip away reason, driving people to attack others recklessly. More alarmingly, those assaulting the precinct were once his friends and familiar citizens, making it impossible for him to direct his weapon at them. With live ammunition loaded, Quentin and his team were forced to resort to the limited supply of tranquilizer guns, relying on advantageous terrain for defense as they retreated step by step. "Avon, how long until the National Guard arrives?" Quentin inquired, firing a shot at an old colleague while reloading his weapon. "I don't know. Our communications are failing. Contact with the outside world is intermittent, and the National Guard commander informed me that they are experiencing similar issues." Avon, the officer addressed, strained to respond as they braced against the door, preventing an overwhelming rush of people from breaching the precinct and causing further chaos. "Damn it, what is going on with Green Arrow and the others? Why is there still no word?" Quentin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to await reinforcements. The timing of their arrival, however, was uncertain. At that moment, Avon, struggling against the door, noticed that the commotion outside had subsided, as if the crowd had vanished. A rhythmic knocking followed, accompanied by a voice. "Hello, is anyone in there? Open the door for some warmth." "And what on earth is open the door for some warmth?" Avon was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected phrase, but soon regained his wits. Regardless of its meaning, it indicated that the outside posed no immediate danger. Otherwise, no one would be knocking and speaking. Having witnessed firsthand the madness of his toxin-infected colleagues, he felt a sense of relief and opened the door. Before him lay his former colleagues, and civilians sprawled across the ground, while in front stood a peculiar figure clad in black and gold armor. Startled, Avon quickly raised his weapon to aim. "Hey there, buddy, take it easy. I'm here to help you. Your colleagues are fine. They merely fainted from exhaustion. Who is your commanding officer?" Noticing Avon's tense demeanor, the armored figure raised both hands to signify no ill intent. "It's me, Quentin Ross. Are you Kamen Rider?" Quentin stepped through the crowd, recognizing the familiar attire of the figure before him. "I'm pleased to see you remember my name, Detective Quentin. These individuals outside are unharmed, but I need your assistance in regrouping them." Bending down to sense the breath of his colleague, Quentin nodded at the other officers, prompting the surviving police to begin gathering the unconscious citizens. Seizing this opportunity, Quentin inquired about the situation from Ke Wen. "Is my daughter safe?" "I cannot say for certain. They should be engaged in a fierce battle at the city hall, but for now, they should be safe, presumably," Ke Wen replied with uncertainty. "I must go find them." Hearing Ke Wen's vague response, Quentin attempted to rush out, only to be stopped by Ke Wen. "Calm down, Detective Quentin. You cannot assist them. I must go. However, before I do, you need to tell me where the tallest building in Star City is." "Why do you ask?" Quentin questioned, perplexed. "There are still many people outside affected by Mirakuru. Do you intend to ignore them? If we do not resolve this, we cannot reach the city hall. 2 blocks away, the Star City television tower, the tallest building. Whatever you plan to do, you must act quickly. I do not wish for my daughters to suffer any harm. Your words suffice. Watch for my signal, then lead the trapped citizens to safety." Before Quentin could comprehend the meaning behind Ke Wen's words, Ke Wen had already left the police station, heading towards the Star City television tower 2 blocks away. In just a minute, Ke Wen spotted the tower. They say the viral memory has the power to destroy a city. Conversely, it must possess the ability to save one as well. I shall see if that is true. As he ran, Ke Wen mocked himself and activated the viral memory inserted in the card slot to full power. A larger purple orb gathered in his fist than ever before. Utilizing the enhancements provided by the spider memory, Ke Wen leapt, reaching 2/3 the height of the tower. Using the iron framework for a secondary jump, he soared past the tower's height and ascended even higher. With a swift punch, the purple orb transformed into a massive sphere, soaring into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the orb exploded, and purple mist began to spread throughout the city, centered around the tower, while Ke Wen started to descend as his strength waned. Side quest: Star City Doomsday completed. 1 million points reward acquired. Evaluation: B. Hearing the delightful system notification in his mind, Ke Wen launched a web towards the nearby iron framework. Halting his fall, leaning against the structure, he gazed at the city hall in the distance and murmured, "Now, it is my turn to seek you out, Death Knell." Chapter 58. Trigger form atop the television tower. Ke Wen observed the spreading purple mist enveloping the city and the rewards in his system space. Not hastily rushing towards the city hall, he knew his own capabilities. Engaging in close combat would result in being overwhelmed by Death Knell. It would be wiser to first consider using the surplus points he had accumulated to exchange for a memory that could effectively confront Death Knell. As I delved into the depths of my consciousness, meticulously scouring for memories that could turn the tide, I realized that the system had once again failed to provide any rewards. Lacking the fortune to draw something advantageous from a system, I found myself unable to acquire any of the night belts capable of countering the Grim Reaper, especially with my current 1,000,000 points insufficient for such purchases. Thus, I turned my attention to the W-Series belts for a potential breakthrough. Ignoring the other hardcore data, I found my current spider form memory to be more promising. I was somewhat vexed. Although the single lost driver could accommodate other memories for synergistic use, it could not wield the dual capabilities of a double driver, rendering it inadequate against the Grim Reaper. I had little faith in my virus memory's efficacy against such an adversary. The enhancement from Mirakuru allowed the Grim Reaper to disregard all lethal viruses on Earth. Even though I had deciphered the antidote for the Mirakuru toxin that drove its victims to madness, I was uncertain if it would affect the provider, the Grim Reaper, and thus dismissed this option entirely. After eliminating close combat as a viable strategy, I was left to choose between ability-based memories or those with ranged attack capabilities. After considerable contemplation, I made my decision. System: exchange for trigger memory and shoot memory. Acknowledged. Trigger memory: one of the W-Main Rider series memories. Single form data: punch power 8 tons, kick power 10 tons, neural response 300 meters per second, jump power 30 meters, 100 meter speed in 6 seconds. Trait, Flaw Strike, 10 hits, ignore defense. Required points, 600, 000. Shoot Memory, trait, auto-targeting, precise shooting, required points, 300, 000. Total, 900, 000. Commencing exchange. Indeed, upon hearing the system report the statistics of these two memories, I knew I had made the right choice. If close combat was futile, then I would employ a strategy of evasion. What good is your mastery of firearms if I wield auto-targeting and infinite ammunition, combined with a 10 chance of true damage? Should you manage to leap before me, I would call you father. The blue and gray memories manifested in my hands, and I placed them in the left compartment of my belt for future use before leaping towards the municipal government building. Inside the police station, Quentin gazed at the spreading purple mist in the sky, finally grasping the meaning behind my message about waiting for a signal. Despite his concerns about confronting Slade's daughter at the municipal government, his duties compelled him to ensure the safety of the citizens. All right, team, let's move. Evacuate the civilians to safety. The officers responded to Quentin's command and began to mobilize, stepping out of the police station and witnessing the fallen individuals in the streets. Growing fond of the masked rider who had come to their rescue. In the municipal government hall, upon my arrival, I stood at the entrance, observing the dimly lit corridor within, and began to stroll forward leisurely. Logically speaking, if Oliver and his companions had indeed arrived here, it would be implausibly quiet. There are not even traces of battle, as if no one had ever set foot in this place. Nevertheless, Ke Wen remained vigilant, for within the bounds of his observation Haki and spider form perception, he discerned that a row of marble columns lining the corridor concealed assassins from the Assassin's Guild. Oblivious to the fact that their self-proclaimed skills of cloaking in darkness were utterly futile against his heightened senses. Suddenly, as Ke Wen feigned ignorance and advanced forward, an explosion erupted from the top floor of the municipal building. Ke Wen deduced that Oliver and the others must be engaged in a fierce battle with the Grim Reaper up there. This explosion served as a signal for the lurking assassins, who unleashed a barrage of bullets from the shadows toward Ke Wen. Forewarned of the attack's direction, Ke Wen, with his remarkable reflexes, evaded the first wave of ambush. The assassins, realizing their initial assault had failed, swiftly relocated and hurled smoke grenades into the hall, enveloping it in a thick shroud of darkness. They intended to eliminate Ke Wen in this familiar terrain. However, they overlooked the fact that nighttime combat was also Ke Wen's forte in the dark. He was as adept as he was in daylight. Very well, it is an opportune moment to test my new form. Merging the Lost Driver, he removed his spider memory and, pressing the newly acquired trigger memory, inserted it into the slot. Trigger. The belt's announcement inadvertently revealed Ke Wen's position. In that instant, the assassins, lying in wait in the darkness, lunged toward him. Yet, before they could reach him, dozens of blue energy projectiles surged forth from the obscuring mist, striking the assassins with pinpoint accuracy. The blue projectiles, imbued with immense kinetic energy, sent the assailants sprawling. Ke Wen, capable of modulating the energy output with his will, refrained from delivering fatal blows. The impact merely inflicted internal injuries upon them before vanishing. The skirmish concluded swiftly. From Ke Wen's transformation to the assassins collapsing, merely 3 seconds elapsed. His neural reaction time of 300 milliseconds was no jest, enabling him to achieve a remarkable rate of fire. Before Ke Wen, the assassins were utterly exposed. He did not even require the shoot memory to dispatch them, as his system-enhanced marksmanship allowed him to eliminate them with unerring precision. The black smoke dissipated under the onslaught of Ke Wen's energy projectiles, revealing his new trigger form. Clad in a celestial blue hue, he wielded a pair of sleek, blue mechanical guns, radiating a striking aura of advanced technology. Indeed, this new form proved formidable. With an elegant display of skill, he dispatched the assailants, leaving them sprawled on the ground, devoid of consciousness. Only then did he proceed towards the floor where commotion emanated from the rooftop. For safety's sake, Ke Wen firmly inserted the shooting memory card into the reader. Time rewound to when Ke Wen ascended the Star City television tower using the viral memory. On the rooftop of the city hall, Oliver and his companions, having arrived early, were engaged in a fierce battle with Slade, Deathstroke, who awaited them. Having fully recovered, Deathstroke paid no heed to the numerical advantage of Oliver and his allies. He single-handedly overwhelmed Oliver, Wally, and Laurel. Meanwhile, Roy and Thea collaborated to confront the elite assassins from the League of Assassins, while Sarah continued her uneven skirmish with Nissa. Oliver, take a look around you. The city you cherish is engulfed in flames. Its citizens are turning against one another, and yet you have yet to defeat me. You have lost, Oliver. I shall make you witness your city reduced to ruins, and then I will personally deliver you to your demise. Relying on the physical superiority granted by Mirakuru, Deathstroke relentlessly dominated Oliver and Laurel. Were it not for Wally's interference, Oliver and Laurel would have been severely injured by now. Nonetheless, they were reduced to merely defending themselves. Deathstroke engaged them in close combat, rendering Oliver unable to capitalize on his archery skills to confront the frenzied assaults alongside Laurel. However, Deathstroke, empowered by Mirakuru, remained indifferent to the damage inflicted by Oliver and Laurel, opting for a life-for-a-life approach against Oliver. The ordinary humans, Oliver and Laurel, could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Left silent in the face of Deathstroke's mocking taunts, Oliver, already wounded, found his injuries exacerbated under Deathstroke's relentless aggression, the agony of broken ribs gnawing at his nerves. You slow down, Oliver. Spotting the opening created by Oliver's worsening condition, Deathstroke advanced, disregarding Laurel and Wally's attempts to thwart him. With a vicious kick to Oliver's left arm, the sound of shattering bone was music to Deathstroke's ears, and in that moment, Wally seized the opportunity to tackle Deathstroke, sending him crashing several meters away, where he broke a column in his path. Yet, Deathstroke rose as if unscathed, brushing off the dirt from his clothes and gazing at Laurel and Wally, who stood protectively beside Oliver. You can't even hold your bow anymore, and you dare challenge me? Stay there and accept the mercy I grant you, Oliver. At that moment, Deathstroke witnessed a purple orb ascend into the sky, exploding and releasing a cloud of purple mist that began to disperse over Star City, neutralizing the crystalline toxins of Mirakuru in the air. Just as he prepared to revel in Oliver's suffering, Deathstroke found himself momentarily stunned, staring at the unfolding scene. Damn it! How could this happen? Why is this occurring? The clockwork, in a state of utter disarray, bellowed loudly, devoid of the previous elegance with which he toyed with Oliver. It seems, Slade, that your plan is not as flawless as you believed. Did Mirakuru's enhanced intellect not account for this? Feeling the effects of the purple mist on Mirakuru's toxins, Oliver, having just regained his breath, mocked clockwork from the ground. Huh, I knew the Kamen Rider would find a way. Now it's your turn, you psychopathic fiend. As he observed the purple mist, Wally instinctively attributed it to the handiwork of Ke Wen, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he watched the ungainly clockwork shout inelegantly. With sparks of electricity flickering around him, Wally dashed toward him. However, although caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Clockwork did not lose his composure. Seeing Wally charging at him, he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he simply extended his arm horizontally, having accurately predicted Wally's trajectory, and made intimate contact with Wally's forehead as he ran. Caught unprepared, Wally was abruptly halted by Clockwork's strike, rolling several times on the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Clockwork surged forward and, before Wally could rise, viciously stomped down on his right foot. The impact shattered Wally's right foot, eliciting a cry of agony, while Laurel, rushing to assist, was forcefully repelled by Clockwork's sudden blow. Their fellow teammates, embroiled in battle, were momentarily distracted by Wally's anguished scream, allowing the Assassin's Guild and Nissa to seize the opportunity to suppress them. Gazing at Wally, immobilized under his foot, Clockwork coldly drew out a Desert Eagle, aiming at Wally's kneecap. Child, you should not provoke me at this moment. I am quite curious. If you speedsters were to break a leg, would it grow back? With that, he pulled the trigger, the bullet soaring towards Wally's knee. Yet a light bullet propelled at high speed collided with the bullet aimed at Wally's kneecap, deflecting it away. Before Clockwork could comprehend the unfolding situation, a warning bell rang in his mind as several more light bullets hurtled toward him. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes, Clockwork swung his sword to block, yet the force of the bullets still sent him flying, away from Wally. Remove your filthy foot from my friend, you deranged fiend. Ke Wen arrived just in time, using his light bullets to save Wally from a grim fate at the hands of Clockwork. Is it you? A new armor? Was that purple orb you're doing? Clockwork, having deflected the light bullets, turned toward the direction of the shooter, spotting Ke Wen in his transformed state, wielding a blue firearm aimed directly at him, feeling the weight of being targeted. Indeed, it was all my doing. Surprising, isn't it? Quite surprising. I never imagined my Mirakuru could be undone by a mere child. The mournful bell gripped his long sword tightly, guarding his chest. 4 years of battle experience had taught him that the newly transformed Ke Wen was a formidable threat. There are many unforeseen events yet to unfold. But the time has come for me to enumerate your transgressions, mournful bell. Oomph. At this point, can you even recall them all? After retorting to Ke Wen, the mournful bell charged forward, sword in hand. Chapter 59. Mutual harm on a rooftop. Ke Wen unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the approaching mournful bell. Enhanced by the memory chip, Ke Wen remained utterly composed as the mournful bell charged recklessly. Each shot found its mark, effectively interrupting the mournful bell's momentum. The mournful bell had not anticipated that Ke Wen's new form would prove so challenging. He was confident that if he could close the distance to within 2 meters, he would obliterate Ke Wen. Yet, therein lay the frustration. He could not reach Ke Wen at all. The enhancement from Mirakuru did not grant him the advantage he sought. Each of Ke Wen's shots was unerringly accurate, predicting his every move, even the leg he intended to advance. The mournful bell's formidable reflexes were rendered ineffective against Ke Wen in his trigger form, as the shooting memory chip provided automatic targeting assistance. And the trigger form granted him near-sonic reflexes, allowing Ke Wen to align his shots perfectly with the mournful bell's pace, even surpassing it. Coupled with the destructive power of the light bullets from the trigger form, the mournful bell found himself retreating to cover before he could advance even 3 meters. Too wary to expose himself. Meanwhile, Laurel seized the opportunity to pull the injured Wooly closer. Observing Wooly's fractured bone, Laurel urged him to endure. With a swift motion, he repositioned the broken bone, tore open his tactical suit, and fashioned 2 steel rods to secure in place. There was no alternative. The speedster's healing abilities were astonishingly rapid. Within mere minutes, Laurel noticed the flesh around the fracture beginning to mend. If this continued, Wooly's right foot would become deformed upon healing. It would be better to forcibly rectify it now, while it had not yet fully restored. Fortunately, the pain had rendered Wooly somewhat numb, and he managed to stifle a grunt, enduring the brutal procedure. Meanwhile, the mournful bell, suppressed by Ke Wen's relentless firepower and auto-targeting, watched as his nemesis, Oliver, slowly rose with Laurel's assistance. His ally, Nisa, was still engaged in a deadly game with Sarah, while other assassins from the Alliance found themselves overwhelmed by Roy and Xia. Even Ke Wen, amidst the heavy fire, had the leisure to assist Xia and her team with a few well-placed shots, eliminating several unfortunate souls. What is happening, Deathstroke? Did you not just claim that I am unable to enumerate your transgressions? Then step forth, and I shall demonstrate my ability to count. Ke Wen maintained a safe distance of 20 meters from the concealed Deathstroke, hesitant to advance further. Who could fathom the intentions of this cunning adversary hidden behind a barricade? To rush in recklessly would only lead to his own downfall. It was far wiser to utilize his long-range advantage to suppress Deathstroke, while simultaneously aiding Xia and the others in clearing the area. Once the chaos settled on Sarah and Nissa's front, Ke Wen was confident that, bolstered by numerical superiority, he would be able to dispatch Deathstroke. Deathstroke, acutely aware of his precarious predicament, recognized that his advantageous position had been disrupted by this unexpected challenger. The toxins from Mirakuru had been neutralized, stripping him of one of his key advantages, and he found himself confined to his cover, wary of exposing himself, while Ke Wen faced no issues regarding ammunition replenishment. Were it not for the concern that Ke Wen might possess some hidden contingency, Deathstroke was certain that Ke Wen could obliterate the very cover upon which he relied. Observing Oliver being assisted away from the battlefield by Laurel, Slade seethed with anger. Though he was being suppressed by Ke Wen, it did not imply he was powerless against the wounded. With this thought, Deathstroke drew his Desert Eagle, aiming directly at the retreating Oliver, determined to exact a price, even if he could not deliver a fatal blow. Bang! The bullet was deflected by Ke Wen, who watched Oliver retreat and scathe, igniting a furious blaze in Deathstroke's eyes. Let us remain in our respective positions. Deathstroke, do not entertain the thought that your assassins will ascend from below. I have dispatched them thoroughly to reach this point. Simply witness your so-called evil plans unravel, Ke Wen declared, maintaining a vantage point advantageous to him. Deathstroke's ire flared in response to Ke Wen's taunting words. He resolved that even if he could not eliminate Oliver, he would ensure Ke Wen, who had thwarted his entire scheme, would pay dearly, even if he was currently being suppressed. Kid, You're as good as dead, Deathstroke bellowed, retrieving a bundle of plastic explosive from his tactical suit and hurling it toward Ke Wen's position. Having listened intently to the gunfire, he had discerned Ke Wen's location. Before Ke Wen could comprehend the sudden trajectory of the unidentified object, his reflexes kicked in and he raised his weapon. The high-powered flash round struck the rapidly approaching explosive, and with a thunderous blast, the sky erupted in a tempest of shock waves and flames. The force unleashed by the plastic explosive far surpassed that of conventional grenades, sending all combatants, including Ke Wen, hurtling through the air. Though the trigger form endowed Ke Wen with formidable firing speed and suppressive firepower, the hardcore data had been diminished. Realizing he had fallen into Deathstroke's trap, Ke Wen managed only to insert the trigger memory into his firearm before being swept away by the force of the explosion. Seizing the cover of the blazing inferno, Deathstroke surged from his hiding place, abandoning Oliver, with his hands gripping the long sword, charging toward the beleaguered Ke Wen, undeterred by the searing flames. He understood that as long as he eliminated Kevin, everything here would reverse. Oliver would still perish, and Star City would likewise face destruction. With a furious roar, the Bell of Death ignited in flames, resembling a vengeful spirit as it surged toward Kevin with tremendous momentum. Kevin, caught off guard by the shockwave that had sent him flying, barely managed to regain his footing before witnessing the Bell of Death charging within 2 meters of him. Raising his left hand to aim, he prepared to fire. However, the hastily launched light bullet failed to repel the Bell of Death, instead allowing its long sword to thrust directly into the left side of his chest. Armored color. Realizing that evasion was futile, Kevin hastily enveloped his chest in a layer of black armored color, yet the long sword was already perilously close to his body. Clang! The tip of the sword met the armor adorned with armored color, producing a crisp sound without piercing through. Nonetheless, Kevin, lacking the strength of the Bell of Death, was propelled upward by the force of the sword. The Bell of Death roared, using the long sword to thrust Kevin forward. Thud! Ack! With no means of defense, Kevin was brutally slammed against the wall, and propelled by that momentum, the longsword finally breached his defenses, impaling him against the wall. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Kevin, his head lolling as he lost consciousness. You have lost, kid. The Bell of Death, having successfully pierced Kevin's defenses, felt a surge of pride as he observed Kevin's anguished cries. Yet, contrary to expectations of Kevin succumbing to this fatal blow, he suddenly raised his hand, grasping the Bell of Death's sword-wielding hand with his left, while his right hand, already gripping the firearm, aimed directly at the Bell of Death, who stood mere inches away. You have also lost, Bell of Death. Trigger. Maximum drive. The familiar incantation of his ultimate move echoed in the ears of the Bell of Death, akin to a haunting melody from the depths of hell. A searing light bullet coalesced from the elongated barrel, roaring towards the Bell of Death, who was now less than half a meter away. A tremendous explosion erupted from the center of Kevin's weapon, engulfing both combatants. Before the onlookers could recover from the prior blast of explosive plastic, they were struck by yet another shockwave. However, this time, the impact was not as severe. Apart from the gust of wind that swept towards them, there was no overwhelming inferno, and the explosion's reach was confined to the vicinity of Kevin and the Bell of Death. Smoke enveloped their location, prompting the combatants who had been engaged in battle to cease their actions, all eyes fixed on the epicenter of the explosion. They were eager to discover who among the two, fighting with their lives on the line, would emerge alive or fall. Chapter 60. The Blinded Eyes on the Rooftop. Everyone turned their gaze toward the smoke-shrouded center of the explosion, awaiting an answer. A gust of night wind swept through, dispersing the haze that enveloped the rooftop and revealing the two figures at the heart of the explosion. The long sword remained embedded in Kevin's chest, crimson blood trickling down the blade, while the hilt that the Bell of Death once grasped had vanished, evidently destroyed in the earlier explosion. Gazing at the still-slumped Kevin and the Bell of Death standing before him, back turned to the onlookers, the collective thought emerged. Did Kevin lose? As Oliver and his companions beheld the scene, an unsettling thought crossed their minds. Meanwhile, the Assassin Alliance, led by Nisa, erupted in cheers. For the bell ringer represented a pivotal advantage in their favor, and now, that advantage had tilted towards them. Tick-tock. Just as the assassins prepared to strike again, the sound of dripping blood resonated ominously across the rooftop, not from Ke Wen, whose blood flowed from a shattered sword, but from the bell ring, who stood with his back turned to them. At that moment, the bell ringer trembled, and a desperate scream escaped his lips. Ah, my eyes! The acute pain caused him to stagger and retreat hastily. Unaware of his surroundings, he stumbled and fell, exposing his front to the onlookers. Fragments of the broken sword lodged themselves into his body, embedding in his face and upper torso, with a particularly large shard piercing his right eye. Blood gushed forth. The depth of the wound indicated to all that his right eye was irrevocably lost. Just as everyone anticipated a grim conclusion of one dead and one wounded, Ke Wen, impaled against the wall by the broken sword, sprang into action. His right hand still grasped the trigger gun, unleashing a barrage of luminous bullets that felled several unsuspecting assassins from the Alliance, who had yet to react. Even in his injured state, he easily dispatched these ordinary foes. Caught off guard, Nisa's forces suffered significant losses, and Oliver and his companions seized the opportunity to counterattack. Within mere minutes, they subdued the assassins, with Oliver, despite his temporarily incapacitated left arm, managing to take down several adversaries through sheer skill, dramatically reversing the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Ke Wen, still pinned to the wall, watched the bell ringer, who lay on the ground, clutching his eyes and wailing in agony, enduring the pain of the sword embedded in his chest. Ke Wen shakily inserted the spider memory unit into the reader slot of his trigger gun, and the sound of the ultimate ability, charging, filled the air. Seizing the moment while the bell ringer was still reeling from his injuries, he fired a white projectile, laden with the spider memory, towards him. A thick white web enveloped the bell ringer like a cocoon, leaving only his head exposed while the strands extended and anchored themselves to the rooftop. Even if the bell ringer managed to recover from his wounds, ensnared by such strong webs with a tensile strength of 50 tons, he would find it impossible to escape. On the other side, due to the sudden casualties caused by Ke Wen's attack, the Assassin Alliance ultimately succumbed. Even Nisa found herself disarmed by Sarah, who pressed a staff against her throat. "You have won. Proceed," Nisa conceded. Faced with the cold metal rod pressed against her throat, Nisa relinquished all resistance, allowing Sarah to take action. With a swift movement, Sarah disarmed Nisa and retracted her weapon. "Depart from Star City, Nisa. You should consider yourself fortunate that this upheaval did not result in fatalities. Otherwise, you would find yourself imprisoned in a federal penitentiary. As a former ally, I permit your escape. However, your subordinates remain here, awaiting judgment. Is this your way of bestowing mercy upon me, Sarah?" Nisa retorted. "No, I am merely fulfilling the duties of a superhero. Moreover, I harbor doubts about your lack of contingency plans." Sarah understood Nisa, or rather, the Assassin Alliance. They could not possibly be without a backup strategy. "You truly know me well, Sarah." "Indeed, they should be arriving shortly." A hint of a smile graced Nisa's lips as she listened to Sarah's words. Suddenly, a helicopter pierced the night sky, hovering above the rooftop of the city hall, its mounted machine guns aimed at Oliver and the others below. Before the pilot could issue a command through the loudspeaker, a flashbang soared past the glass. "Release the rope ladder and take your princess away. If you dare press that button, I will shoot you down," called Ke Wen, still pinned against the wall, aiming his weapon at the hovering helicopter. Despite his disheveled state, none dared underestimate this young superhero. He had proven his worth, evidenced by the incapacitated bell tolling on the ground. "Lower the rope ladder. This operation has failed. I will return to explain everything to the Ninja Master." Nisa instructed the pilot aboard the helicopter. Upon hearing her command, the helicopter positioned itself to lower the rope ladder. Casting a glance at Sarah, Nisa felt no lingering attachment. She stepped onto the ladder and gestured to the pilot. The helicopter began to turn, departing from Star City. "Kid, I'll remember you. You've managed to get the better of me twice. I will settle the score later," Nisa remarked as she passed Ke Wen, leaving him with a wry smile. With Nisa's departure, the remaining assassins on the rooftop surrendered, raising their hands in defeat. "Hey, are you all right?" Wally, who had been subjected to Laurel's vigorous realignment, approached Ke Wen, limping but recovering. "I nearly had a dagger in my heart. Can someone help me pull this out?" "I lack the strength," he replied. Seeing Wally approach, Ke Wen lowered his weapon, relinquishing his facade of strength, and began to attempt the removal of the broken sword lodged in his body. Sarah stepped forward, feeling the depth of the blade embedded in Kevin's chest, and instructed Wally and Oliver, "You two support him. Brace yourselves." No sooner had she finished speaking than Sarah pulled forcefully, extracting the blade that had pierced Ke Wen and anchored him to the wall. The motion was seamless. Ke Wen barely had time to vocalize his pain before it was over. Leaning against the wall, Ke Wen felt the biological skin on his chest begin to heal, the flow of blood ceasing. Exhausted, he gazed at Oliver. So, has it all come to an end? Yes, it is indeed all over, Oliver confirmed. Oliver clutched his left arm, gazing into the distance where the lights of police cars shimmered along the roads of Star City. As the chaos began to subside, the vibrant life of Star City re-emerged. The thick clouds parted to reveal a twinkling expanse of stars. In this moment, Star City lived up to its name, embodying a breathtaking beauty. Chapter 61. I Want to Be the Mayor. A group of individuals stood atop the municipal building's rooftop, watching as the Star City police mobilized in substantial force, collectively exhaling in relief. Had it not been for Ke Wen's swift intervention in addressing the citizens affected by Mirakuru, this conflict might have persisted longer. The toll of the battle nearly obliterated their entire Green Arrow team, with even Wally on the brink of incapacitation. Fortunately, the influence of Mirakuru remained confined to a few blocks surrounding the city hall, quashed before it could permeate the entire city. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, even if Ke Wen had neutralized the effects of the Mirakuru toxin, the citizens of Star City might not have ceased their frenzied actions. Once individuals succumb to madness, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rein them in. Under the command of Sarah and Detective Quentin, Laurel's father, all police officers of Star City had mobilized, effectively regaining control of the situation. Many citizens, only slightly distanced from the chaos, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. What should we do with these guys? Ke Wen inquired, glancing at the subdued assassins from the League. Although the modifications to his physique had not elevated him to superhero status, they provided him with a notable advantage in recovering from injuries. Unlike Wally, who, despite having his leg broken and undergoing a violent realignment by Laurel, could now bounce around with astounding vigor, Ke Wen felt the strain of his own wounds. Buddy, before anything else, I think we should get you to a hospital. Your wound seems to be bleeding profusely. Wally expressed admiration for Ke Wen, impressed by his ability to engage in conversation despite such injuries. His vitality was remarkable. Hospitals? Your words remind me. I actually have a life-saving device I can utilize. Ke Wen, prompted by Wally's remark, recalled a crucial tool he had nearly forgotten. Merging his devices and reverting to his normal state, he summoned an item he had left in a forgotten corner of the system's space. A white rapid response vehicle materialized beside Ke Wen, emitting honks as if voicing its displeasure, questioning why it had been confined to the system for so long. My apologies, little one. It's not easy to locate you when I'm uninjured or unwell. But look, I need you now. Hurry, I'm running on half a life here. Ke Wen reassured the irritable rapid response vehicle, each possessing its own intelligence and an array of extraordinary capabilities, almost to the point of being overpowered. Upon hearing Ke Wen's comforting words, the ambulance ceased its obstinacy, encircling him momentarily before initiating its medical functions. It projected surgical instruments and syringes from its body, unbuttoned Ke Wen's shirt, and proceeded to administer treatment directly to his wound. Ouch! Are you serious? No anesthetic? This is quite the brutal restoration. Ke Wen, who was already teetering on the brink of consciousness, couldn't suppress his cry, feeling the sting of the ambulance that had nearly caused his brother-in-law unbearable pain in the past. Oliver and the others, who had intended to intervene, were taken aback as they witnessed Ke Wen's chest wound healing at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately leaving only a scar. After completing its task, the ambulance emitted a couple of displeased beeps and settled on Ke Wen's shoulder. How do you possess such incredible things? Wally marveled, his eyes nearly green with envy as he observed Ke Wen summoned this ambulance with its healing capabilities seemingly from thin air. Initially, Wally had prided himself on his super speed, relishing in its cool factor. However, after teaming up with Ke Wen in Star City, he realized that aside from using his speed to rescue others and disrupt enemies, he had not played a significantly pivotal role, and on several occasions, he had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, Ke Wen had transformed into an even more impressive form and acquired new tools, leaving Wally feeling as if his powers were somewhat diminished. Of course, he kept these sentiments to himself. Should Ke Wen hear them, he would undoubtedly be met with scorn. Wally's grievances stemmed from his own lack of understanding of how to effectively utilize his abilities. High-frequency molecular vibrations, supersonic punches, lightning throws, infinite clones, and even the capacity to fly were all capabilities that could address a variety of situations. Yet here he was, ungratefully bemoaning his powers while failing to master his abilities before stepping out with Ke Wen. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I not entitled to these things? Ke Wen shot Wally a disdainful glance before donning his shirt. He then gestured towards the bell ringer. Ensnared by the ultimate move he had unleashed through his spider memory, and inquired, "How do we deal with this guy?" Diggle had already notified his wife, Laura, and soon the personnel from the Eye in the Sky would arrive to take him away to the appropriate location, a matter that did not require their concern. However, there were still tasks to be accomplished. "Ke Wen, could you assist me in utilizing this little gadget's abilities?" Oliver requested, outlining the fate that awaited the bell ringer. "Certainly. In that case, let us all undergo treatment," Ke Wen replied. "Go ahead, little one. It's your time to shine." The ambulance, upon hearing this, moved to stand in front of Oliver and the others, projecting syringes and other medical tools to administer treatment. However, to Ke Wen's chagrin, the others seemed to be receiving a much less painful experience than his own. They merely accepted the ambulance's care without any accompanying agony, their injuries healing without discomfort. Oliver and his companions, sensing their lack of pain, exchanged odd glances at Ke Wen, realizing that he had indeed neglected their needs earlier. The earlier pain must have been an act of retribution on their part. "Ahem, what shall we do next?" Ke Wen coughed awkwardly, eager to shift the conversation away from the discomfort he had experienced. Oliver pointed to the police car speeding below, instructing the team to deal with the troublemakers who sought to exploit the opportunity. "Well, in that case, I shall refrain from joining you. I need to return for a brief respite," Kevin declared upon hearing that further tasks awaited. His intention to leave was met with confusion from Wally, who questioned why Kevin would forego such a splendid chance for recognition after saving Star City. "There is no need for unnecessary attention. The knowledge of my deeds is sufficient. I am but a passing knight, and I shall not usurp your glory. Enjoy your evening, Wally," Kevin replied, turning away to wave farewell to Oliver and the others. He transformed back into his spider form and leaped off the building, vanishing into the night. As the group prepared to depart, Sarah interjected, "You all go ahead. I shall assist Dad and the others." And without waiting for responses, she swiftly departed with her weapon drawn. Despite the absence of the two, Oliver remained unfazed, confident that they had sufficient manpower to handle the unruly individuals. Only Diggle remained on the rooftop, awaiting the arrival of the team from the Eye in the Sky to take away the Clock King, while the rest of the group left the rooftop. After a night of diligent efforts, the unrest in Star City had subsided. Aside from the significant damage to infrastructure surrounding the city government, other areas remained largely unaffected. With Oliver and his allies providing assistance, no major incidents had transpired. Meanwhile, Kevin, having returned to the hotel early to rest, finally experienced a blissful slumber, waking naturally to a leisurely morning. Stretching, he surveyed the surroundings and felt a twinge of discomfort. Last night truly felt like a dream. It's time to depart. Star City is too perilous. I must seek a safer city with a more favorable environment, he murmured softly to himself before rising to wash up. After enjoying the breakfast delivered to his room, he began to pack his belongings, completed the checkout process, and prepared to bid farewell to Oliver and the others. At the Arrow Cave, Wally was still engaged in flirtatious banter with Thea. Following the previous night's battle, their relationship had intensified, particularly after Wally instinctively called out Thea's name when the Clock King posed a threat. Thea, who had maintained communication, appreciated Wally's earnestness and integrity, leading to a natural evolution of their feelings. "Ah, it appears you two are quite engrossed in conversation," Kevin remarked as he entered and observed the lively exchange between Wally and Thea, teasing them playfully. "Of course, my friend. Are you preparing to leave?" Wally inquired, noticing Kevin's packed belongings, his voice rising with curiosity. "Indeed, I am merely passing through, having explored 2 cities thus far, and now it's time to venture to the next," Kevin replied. "But do not follow me. It would be unfortunate if Thea sought to trouble me later." He preemptively halted Wally, determined to avoid another near-fatal escapade and opting for a solitary journey instead. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of others, who listened to Kevin and Wally's dialogue. However, they did not interject. After all, Kevin was not a native of Star City, and his assistance was already commendable. They had no authority to persuade him to stay. "I hope you won't encounter any unforeseen troubles in the next city. Here, take this. It's a newly crafted cocktail," Roy jested, handing Kevin a freshly concocted drink. Next time you visit Star City, we'll take you sea fishing, promised the affluent Oliver. That sounds delightful. By the way, I brought my camera. Let us take a group photo. Wally, could you help me out? Kevin, the speedster, adjusted the settings on his DSLR, positioning the camera before entrusting the shutter button to Wally, for only a speedster could capture themselves in the photograph. Wally, with a resigned expression, held the camera and, once everyone had taken their places, called out, "Ready? 1, 2, 3. As he pressed the shutter, he darted to his position just in time, the flash illuminating the snapshot. What should we do next, Oliver? Laurel inquired, glancing at Kevin, who was walking away with his backpack. We shall continue our work, safeguarding the peace of Star City. However, I wish to enact some changes. What kind of changes? I am preparing to run for mayor. Chapter 62. Sunshine, beaches, and bikinis 3 days later, in Maine, USA. One of the 6 states of New England, adjacent to Quebec, known for its bountiful resources and picturesque landscapes, is also one of the nation's primary lobster suppliers. As a region replete with water bodies, it naturally embraces the topic of sun-soaked beaches, particularly during July, the peak of vacation season. Tourists flock from all corners to enjoy the sea fishing and bask in the sun. Countless visitors revel in the ocean's embrace, a perfect venue to unleash their youthful exuberance. Our protagonist, Kevin, is currently savoring this rare holiday in the small town of Costini, Maine. This place is indeed wonderful. No major incidents, no supervillains, nor any superheroes. Just beach beauties flaunting their curves, clad in sunglasses, lounging on a deck chair, and wearing beach shorts with his upper body bare. Kevin leisurely observed the young women in swimsuits passing by, a long island iced tea in hand, occasionally exchanging flirtatious glances with those who caught his eye, an embodiment of carefree leisure. Determined to avoid the chaotic incidents typical of Star City and Central City, where disagreements could lead to an abrupt change of scenario, Kevin had made a resolute decision to retreat to a small town, convinced that such a quaint locale could not harbor any troublesome adversaries. Indeed, after 3 days here, apart from the sight of bikini-clad women on the beach, he had encountered no distressing matters. Each day was a feast of seafood delicacies, evenings spent sipping drinks at the local bar while watching sports, cheering alongside a group of jovial men. In the tranquil hours of the night, I found myself immersed in the system's mental training chamber, engaging in a tumultuous dance of love and enmity with the formidable Shuka super soldiers. With a single punch, I sent one of these warriors flying as they charged towards me. Despite enduring more defeats than victories following the cataclysmic events in Central City and Star City, I have gleaned valuable lessons from my setbacks. I no longer require the assistance of armed hockey combined with a wooden sword to vanquish 15 Shuka super soldiers. I can now confront them with the raw prowess reminiscent of a 7th-rate brawler from the Showa era, albeit as a mere combatant. Unarmed combat training, defeating elite fighters. 15. Time taken, 1 minute. Congratulations, host, your fighting capabilities have finally transcended the baseline. Shall I proceed to reselect adversaries for you? No. Let me relish this rare period of respite. Allow me a few more days of relaxation. Until we meet again, my obstinate system. Upon hearing the system's suggestion for additional training, I hastily exited the virtual realm. Having finally secured a few days of freedom, I had no desire to seek out trouble just yet. Such is the nature of humanity. One tends to indulge in laziness more often than diligence. While many successful individuals relentlessly spur themselves onwards, I am not of that ilk. I am a wanderer, navigating through each day with a carefree attitude. Even during my explosive moment of triumph in Star City, where I decisively struck down the harbinger of doom, it was merely an ephemeral surge of fervor. To encapsulate my existence, I am a portrait of intermittent ambition coupled with a sustained approach to mere survival. It is evident that I have transcended the phase of sporadic aspiration and entered a prolonged period of languid existence. Once I emerged from the system's confines, I readied myself for an evening excursion in search of sustenance. This quaint town is renowned for its seafood. At any hour, one can find a dish of their liking in the local taverns. Perhaps it is the proximity to the ocean that fosters the straightforward and generous nature of its inhabitants. As a town that specializes in the export of marine delicacies, it is rare to encounter poverty here, and frugality seldom occupies the minds of its residents. The seafood here is abundant and delectable, deserving of 5-star praise. As I stepped out of the small tavern, I strolled leisurely down the deserted streets, humming a gentle tune. The town's awkwardness lies in its vastness coupled with its sparse population. Despite the bustling crowds during the day, few reside here permanently. Most visitors are commuters from nearby cities, just a short 40-minute drive away. Consequently, by 11 in the evening, the town succumbs to slumber, with only a handful of all-night bars remaining awake. Sated, I gazed towards the direction of the ocean breeze, contemplating my next move. I decided to wander towards the seaside. After all, the distance from my lodging to the tavern was merely a few hundred meters. With the night air beckoning, I thought it best to enjoy the coastal breeze and aid digestion. As I walked along the beach, leaving footprints in the sand, I found a flat stone to recline upon, gazing up at the twinkling stars above. Ah, life is indeed quite pleasant, provided one is unbothered by the incessant antics of antagonists. Strolling leisurely without a care is such a comfort. Yet what does that sound? As Ke Wen, who was pondering the joys of life, heard an unusual noise carried by the sea breeze, reminiscent of an engine's roar. Doubting his senses, Ke Wen quickly sat up and listened intently, confirming the sound of an engine. However, he saw no object related to it atop the cliff where he was situated. Ke Wen occupied a spot that during the day teemed with visitors, offering a panoramic view of the entire sea and harbor, including the renowned Kiri Lighthouse. It was difficult for those below to notice Ke Wen, as his position was somewhat of a blind spot, seldom visited by others. Only someone of Ke Wen's exceptional physical abilities would venture here, just as Ke Wen contemplated whether he was merely imagining the engine noise. Two beams of light pierced the tranquil sea surface, akin to a colossal beast awakening from its slumber beneath the waves, struggling towards the shore. The water erupted as a massive steel vessel breached the surface, and Ke Wen's perspective revealed the true nature of this gargantuan entity, a submarine. Ah, submarine! What sort of military antics are underway? I had not heard of any naval base in this vicinity. Observing the emergence of the submarine, Ke Wen uttered a mild exclamation. Losing interest as he surmised, it was merely another clandestine military exercise, a mere coincidence that he happened to witness. Disinterested, Ke Wen reclined on the rock to gaze at the stars. However, before he could fully savor the rare tranquility, the submarine began to navigate towards the cliff where he rested. It halted near the cliff face and flashed its lights several times, unveiling a remarkable sight. A section of the sheer cliff began to rise, revealing an inner steel structure. No one would have anticipated that a dock lay hidden beneath the cliff, and even Ke Wen was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Yet, the intrigue did not end there. The submarine did not enter the dock. Instead, a vessel the size of a yacht emerged, cloaked entirely in black, coming to a halt before the submarine. The hatch above the submarine opened, and individuals clad in black armor, impervious to the elements, emerged, each wielding a futuristic firearm. At the forefront stood a figure adorned with a flat helmet, their oversized goggles resembling luminous bulbs. Each of their subordinates carried a child, both boys and girls, all around the age of 10. Good heavens! Is that not Black Manta? What's he doing here? Ke Wen, with an omniscient perspective, murmured to himself upon recognizing the iconic helmet. Black Manta, whose true name is David Hyde, one of Aquaman's formidable foes and an internationally renowned pirate. Though merely immortal, is skilled in cunning and equipped with advanced tri-environmental armor, having humiliated Aquaman on several occasions. Whenever this individual appears, misfortune inevitably follows. Kevin felt utterly cursed. Even seeking solace in the ocean breeze led him to encounter a formidable villain. The randomness of such encounters was absurd. Rather than revealing himself immediately, Kevin deployed his octopus robot to discreetly observe the machinations of the manta ray below. At the cliff's base, the manta ray surveyed the individuals approaching from the yacht and gestured to his subordinates. They began to transport the young boys and girls they carried onto the vessel. After a brief count, the individual responsible for the handover addressed the manta ray, stating, "Mr. David, it seems we are short one. Did you overlook someone? I am well aware of that. However, you did not inform me that this individual was of royal descent from Atlantis before disclosing the target. We have suffered considerable losses in our efforts to capture her, so the price cannot remain as previously agreed. My subordinates have families to support as well. That cannot be the case. We had agreed upon a price, and to renege on that would be detrimental to your reputation upon the seas. My reputation is built upon bloodshed, not negotiation. If you fail to provide complete intelligence, it is only natural that I raise my price. Or shall I kill you and allow your master to send someone else to negotiate with me?" David Hyde, the manta ray, replied ominously, his helmet beginning to emanate a crimson glow. Should his counterpart utter a single misstep, he would not hesitate to obliterate the ship along with the children aboard. "Wait a moment, Mr. David. Allow me to consult with my employer. 1 minute, and I shall provide you with a response." The individual overseeing the handover, a corpulent man, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the red light from the manta ray's helmet. He quickly added, listening to this fat man's words. The red glow from David's helmet subsided, allowing him to take out his satellite phone and confer with his associates. In less than a minute, the individual on the other end of the call readily acquiesced to David's demands. The relieved fat man then produced a checkbook from his pocket and instructed his crew to retrieve 2 boxes of gold coins from the captain's quarters. "Here is a Swiss bank draft. I trust the amount will meet your satisfaction. Additionally, this is the agreed compensation presented together. I hope it pleases you." David nodded in approval at the check handed to him by the fat man and instructed several of his subordinates to carry the gold coins back to his submarine. Only then did he permit the most crucial cargo, as described by the fat man, to be brought forth, a girl distinguished by her violet hair, clad in attire rich with marine motifs, unlike the other youths. "This is the person you sought. She is now yours. Inform your master that while I am amenable to future dealings, it is imperative that all circumstances are disclosed clearly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Certainly. We will be more vigilant next time." He commanded his men to transfer the girl onto the vessel, ensuring that all transactions were settled. The manta ray, having concluded its business, promptly issued orders to its crew, "Set the submarine to autopilot mode. We shall remain here for a few days," allowing the Atlanteans to roam above the surface a while longer. After issuing these commands, he lowered the lifeboat, and once everyone had boarded, the submarine began its descent. Moving in a different direction, the manta ray and his followers trailed behind the yacht, entering the dock as the cliffs closed together once more. Apart from Ke Wen, none were aware of the sordid dealings that had transpired here. Having observed everything through the octopus robot, Ke Wen only stood up from the rocks after the cliffs merged, letting out a resigned sigh. Life truly offered no peace these days. "System, please change my outfit," he requested. Having witnessed the events unfold, Ke Wen could not remain indifferent. Though he was often lazy, he possessed a sense of justice. Human trafficking was something he could not condone, even if he faced the manta ray, one of Aquaman's adversaries. Ke Wen felt no fear. After all, there was a distinction between saving lives and causing trouble. This time, the system refrained from its usual sarcastic remarks and cooperatively provided him with a new outfit, the D-Class Deathlord armor. Observing the ensemble, Ke Wen felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed of little use to him now. Aside from the mask, which concealed his identity, the armor's bulletproof capabilities felt somewhat superfluous, as he no longer required such heavy protection. The individual misdirection device would keep him in transformed state as long as he was not subjected to insurmountable attacks. Moreover, if he faced an assault that could penetrate even a knight's armor, the Deathlord armor would offer little solace. "Can you provide me with a more practical suit? This one feels rather inadequate," he inquired. "For an additional 5,000 points, I can exchange it for something more effective." "Let us do it," Ke Wen replied, not overly concerned with the expenditure, given he still had a substantial balance of points. In an instant, the black Deathlord armor vanished, replaced by a sleek black tactical uniform. Stealth suit, original system design, equipped with camouflage functionality, spider-silencing gloves, and spider-silencing boots, enabling the wearer to remain utterly silent while infiltrating target structures. It also includes an underwater breathing apparatus, capable of withstanding the pressure of 100 meters underwater. "Ah, splendid. This would do nicely," Ke Wen remarked, appreciating the suit's lightness and how well it complemented his mask, perfectly suited for the task ahead. With a playful quip, Ke Wen leaped from the rocks, utilizing the suit's inherent capabilities to blend seamlessly with the mountainside as he stealthily approached the dock. Chapter 63. The Zen of Stealth, leveraging the advantages of his stealth suit. Ke Wen climbed along the mountainside towards the dock. However, an awkward predicament soon arose. The cleverly disguised mountainside presented no mechanisms for entry. It was entirely activated from within, devoid of any password or secret door. What on earth was he to do? Ke Wen hung precariously on the mountainside, gazing at the camouflaged rock face, feeling quite vexed. He could not comprehend how such an elaborate dock base was merely engaged in the sordid trade of human trafficking. It seemed rather beneath the grandeur of the establishment. Pondering this was one matter, yet finding himself awkwardly suspended against the mountainside, feeling the sea breeze, was quite another. Merging with the mountain's hue, he was untroubled by the fear of detection, for his stealth suit could even mask his body temperature, evading infrared surveillance. However, the challenge lay not with the suit provided by the system, but rather with his own limitations. With his stealth proficiency of 0, he was utterly incapable of locating any mechanisms outside the dock, and thus had to rely on his obstinate system for assistance. "Is there any way for me to gracefully slip inside without being noticed?" he inquired. "Indeed, for 5,000 points, I can provide you with an item. Couldn't you offer a trial version for me to experience?" Once again left speechless by the system's insufferable demeanor, Ke Wen was prepared to exchange his points when, unexpectedly, the previously sealed mountainside opened, revealing a speedboat emerging from within. Seizing this opportunity, he slipped inside, and after the personnel stationed beside the dock had departed, he landed silently on the ground. His sound-absorbing boots absorbed the impact of his descent, allowing him to glide like a specter through the dock. What extraordinary fortune! Someone had opened the door for me. He mused quietly, marveling at his incredible luck. Just as he was contemplating the prospect of losing some points to the system, fortune smiled upon him yet again. Upon entering the dock, he finally grasped the layout within. He found himself positioned near the exit and docking area, where several technologically advanced speedboats were moored, yet devoid of any crew. In the distance lay the monitoring room, responsible for overseeing the exit, oblivious to the presence of this nonchalant superhero who had fortuitously slipped inside through their own open door. Casting a glance at the vigilant guards on duty, Ke Wen chose to disregard them and selected a passage to venture forth. His mission was to rescue the trapped individuals, making it paramount to locate their positions first, which would facilitate his plans for disruption later on. As Ke Wen meandered about, the previously redirected submarine, set on a course away from Sign Harbor, was suddenly met with the wrath of Atlantis. The tranquil sea surface erupted into tumultuous waves as the submarine, which had been navigating beneath the water, was thrust upwards by a colossal pillar of water. Concurrently, a gaping hole inexplicably opened in the placid sea, revealing dozens of figures wielding spears. Poised atop the ascending water columns, encircling the submarine, 2 figures leaped over the crowd. One raised a hand, and a towering column of water transformed into a sharp blade, slicing through the submarine's outer layer. The duo deftly entered through the breach, and, shortly thereafter, emerged once more. Illuminated by the moonlight, they appeared to be 2 youthful individuals, a boy and a girl. The girl sported a pragmatic short haircut and donned a sea blue combat uniform, while the boy bore a resemblance to an indigenous person with a crew cut, his back adorned with 2 sheathed blades. His red battle attire was intricately entwined with several blue patterns, and his neck bore markings reminiscent of gills. "This submarine is empty. The princess is not aboard. The manta ray has deceived us. It is my fault, Calder. Had I not been negligent, this situation would not have arisen. The king and queen are not in Atlantis." The girl lamented. "It is not your fault, Tula. The manta ray's ambush surely had someone leaking information. He could not possibly know the princess's frequent haunts," Calder reassured her, slightly taken aback by Tula's self-reproach. "This is not the time for such discussions. I have checked the submarine's fuel consumption. It is not excessive, suggesting that it must have refueled nearby. We should disperse and search for any human settlements or ports in the vicinity. It is highly probable that the princess has been taken ashore," Calder commanded, his voice ringing out to his subordinates. The surrounding Atlantean soldiers responded in unison, retracting the columns of water and swiftly darting through the ocean like arrows. The submarine, having lost the support of the water column, sank back down, floating atop the waves. Calder and Tula exchanged glances before plunging into the water to swim toward the submarine's rear. Utilizing their enhanced aquatic abilities, they pushed the vessel toward the nearest coastline. At this delicate juncture in relations between Atlantis and the mainland nations, Calder and Tula, as royal guards and members of the royal family, understood the potential ramifications of leaving an unidentified submarine in their waters. It was far wiser to maneuver it to the shore where humans could take charge. Meanwhile, the manta ray, who had just destroyed the submarine and was enjoying a brief respite in the dock, received news of the situation. As he celebrated with his subordinates, The manta ray noticed a red dot vanish from the screen of his wrist computer. All right, lads, the Atlanteans have discovered our submarine. It is time to depart and enjoy our spoils, he declared with a smirk. His subordinates, exhibiting complete trust in the manta ray, promptly set aside their revelries, organizing their gear with military precision, ready to leave at a moment's notice. The manta ray nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the scientists next door who were still examining the biometric data of the young captives. Let's be quick. This place will soon be submerged by the ocean, he urged, without a hint of hesitation. Without a word of warning, the manta ray led his subordinates directly out of another exit of the dock, which opened towards the land. It appeared that the manta ray had no intention of venturing out to sea, fearing an encounter with the patrolling Atlanteans. After all, the ocean was the domain of the Atlanteans, and he had to acknowledge this fact. Seated in the prepared transport vehicle, the manta ray bid farewell to the hidden dock nestled within the mountains and departed. The supervisor, upon hearing that the manta ray and his crew had left, paid little heed to the news while directing the examination and subsequent confinement of the young boys and girls. Good riddance, he scoffed. Having such restless individuals in the base makes me uneasy. Hurry up and confine them to the cultivation area. And this one, she is a member of the Atlantean royal family and our only living specimen. Ensure she is closely monitored and have ample stabilizers ready. We cannot afford any mishaps. Yes, I will be careful. Bring a few people to assist in placing her into the cultivation chamber, responded one of his subordinates promptly. They quickly summoned several others to place the purple-haired Atlantean girl into the water-filled cultivation chamber, inserting 2 specialized syringes into her arms, as ordinary syringes were ineffective on Atlanteans. They meticulously monitored the girl's vital signs through the data displayed by the chamber, ready to administer injections at the slightest sign of the drug's potency waning. Once all was completed, they transported the girl to the aforementioned cultivation area, an event that was fortuitously observed by Ke Wen, who had been wandering about the dock base. As a novice unfamiliar with stealth, Ke Wen adopted a laid-back approach to exploration, turning at every fork in the path, confident that he remained unseen and unheard. With his observation Haki fully activated, he felt no fear of encountering any dangerous traps. His journey was akin to a leisurely stroll, allowing him to witness the scene of the Atlantean girl being transported to the cultivation chamber. Calmly trailing behind the group, Ke Wen discerned what the cultivation chamber was, a series of isolated, pristine white cells where the transferred boys and girls were imprisoned. After memorizing the password they used to enter, Ke Wen swiftly slipped into the chamber, housing the girl, biding his time for their departure. All right, everyone stay alert. In 2 days, these individuals will be transported away, and we will have a respite, one of them remarked. After confirming that all was in order, they left, leaving only Ke Wen and the girl confined within the chamber. Not deactivating the protective camouflage of his stealth suit, Ke Wen waited until the coast was clear before approaching the cultivation chamber. Peering through the glass at the sleeping girl, he spoke slowly. Well, my dear, it's just you and me now. When you awaken, consider this all a mere nightmare. With a teasing remark, Ke Wen entered the password he had observed earlier, cutting off the supply of stabilizers and unlocking the cultivation chamber. Chapter 64. The siren, what is happening? Why has the stabilizer in Unit 001 diminished? Quickly, adjust the surveillance. The personnel responsible for monitoring the cultivation area detected a drop in the stabilizer within the cultivation pod and hastily activated the surveillance while sounding the alarm. At this moment, Ke Wen had already deactivated the camouflage function, revealing himself directly to the cameras. There was no way around it. Once he made a move, they would certainly be aware. As the cultivation pod opened, Ke Wen extracted the syringe from the girl's body, gazing at the now merged doors and the flashing red lights in the corridor. He sighed. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to take action. Hey, how come you're awake? In the room, the girl, who he thought would remain asleep, opened her sea-blue eyes and looked at him. Her confusion quickly morphed into hostility, and the water swirling around her began to move rapidly. Villain, the girl exclaimed, fixing her gaze on Ke Wen. What? Ke Wen was taken aback, not comprehending how he had suddenly transformed into the antagonist in this scenario. The girl, lying in the cultivation pod, demonstrated the true essence of ninjutsu. In an instant, the water within the pod morphed into a powerful jet, colliding with him and sending him crashing through the doorway, leaving an imprint of his form in the wall. The water swirled around the girl, dismantling the pod that had confined her. With her delicate feet touching the cold floor, She stepped out through the hole created by Ke Wen's impact. As she observed him coughing on the ground, the water encircling her transformed into razor-sharp blades, poised to strike again. "Wait, heroine, spare me. I'm on your side," Ke Wen shouted desperately, not wishing to be slain in the attempt to rescue someone. Such a demise would be profoundly humiliating. "The one who captured me said the same," the girl retorted, ignoring Ke Wen's pleas as the water blade shot towards him. Damn it, Ke Wen, facing the imminent threat of the lethal water blades, resolutely chose to transform into his spider form. The web that enveloped him intercepted the girl as water blades, simultaneously propelling him into another room where other children were detained. Unfazed by her initial failure, the girl launched another barrage of water blades towards the now transformed Ke Wen. Noticing a boy trembling in the corner due to the chaos of their skirmish, Ke Wen positioned himself in front of him, conjuring a triple layer of spider silk in an effort to obstruct the incoming water blades aimed at him and the boy behind him. The water blades, forged from the flowing liquid, sliced through Ke Wen's biological webbing as effortlessly as a knife through fabric, and he suffered another heavy blow. Once again, he was sent flying. However, this time, having anticipated the attack, he managed to withstand the impact without being overwhelmed, although the kinetic force of the water blades was still too much for him to bear. Damn it, how can you be this formidable, yet still be captured? Am I destined to endure this humiliation endlessly? Ke Wen lamented, realizing that the girl's exceptional water manipulation skills were compelling him to question his role in this chaotic scenario. Awakening to find himself being used as a punching bag, he pondered whether he had come to rescue someone or merely to offer himself as a sacrifice. As he observed the girl preparing to launch another attack, Ke Wen retrieved the trigger memory device. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. Instead, the water blade transformed into streams of water that entwined around the girl. Akin to a docile child, "Are you attempting to kill me in a different manner?" Ke Wen inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone as he beheld the suddenly transformed water. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. I now believe you have come to rescue me." The girl suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle in apology. "Wait a moment. Just a moment ago, you were intent on ending my life, and now your demeanor has shifted so drastically." Ke Wen was utterly bewildered. The abrupt change from hostility to sincerity left him at a loss for words. "You could have evaded my previous attack, but you stood in front of that boy. The one who sought to harm me harbored no such compassion. Moreover, as my attacker, you are rather weak." Ke Wen found himself at a loss, as it appeared that she had dominated him in their earlier exchange. However, as a young man, admitting such a thing was out of the question. "Weak? I am merely a gentleman. Do you understand? By the way, with your formidable abilities, how on earth did someone manage to capture you? Aren't the Atlanteans masters of the ocean?" This query bewildered Ke Wen. Given the girl's prowess, she should have been able to frolic freely in the water without concern. How had she been ensnared? What kind of formidable foe was the manta ray? "I was afflicted by a neurotoxin. Let us set that aside for now. My name is Siren, Princess of the Seven Seas, Kingdom of Zebel, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you." Siren performed a royal gesture, signifying her contrition. Ke Wen, however, was taken aback. He recalled that the only princess of Zebel was Queen Mira, and now there was this unexpected Siren. "Who is Queen Mira to you?" "She's my sister." Ke Wen realized he had inadvertently rescued the sister of the Sea King, although he had suspected Siren's noble lineage. He had not anticipated it to be to such an extent, and he had no recollection of Mira having a sister. Yet, this was a tangible world, and one could never predict what might unfold. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. There are pressing issues to address. Choosing not to continue that line of discussion, Ke Wen stood, his palms slightly open, and countless strands of webbing emerged from his hand, soaring toward the rooms where the children were confined. With a powerful tug, the doors crumbled, and the bewildered children peered out, glancing around in confusion. "All right, children, I'm here to rescue you. Come over here and stand behind me. You will not wish to witness what is about to unfold." Ke Wen's voice rang out clearly, and though the children were uncertain of his identity, they understood he had come to save them. Responding to Ke Wen's words, they began to emerge, bare feet pattering as they gathered behind him. 40 individuals approached, presumably armed with advanced weaponry. At that moment, Siren, standing behind Ke Wen, stepped forward and asked, "How did you know?" "We Atlanteans possess an innate affinity for water, with 70% of the human bloodstream composed of it." Alas! The uninformed Ke Wen found himself once again beset by the weight of knowledge he lacked. Before he could utter a word, Siren wielded the currents of water around her, transforming them into blades poised to strike at the door that lay ahead, ready to burst open at any moment. "What are you doing?" Ke Wen questioned, a chill running down his spine at the prospect of being skewered. "Killing enemies," Siren replied with an air of nonchalance, as if it were a mundane task. "There are children here. Could you be a tad mindful of the impact?" Ke Wen pleaded. "Oh, shall I let them perish from dehydration? My control extends 50 meters, and I assure you, the children shall not witness it." Ke Wen sighed. "I see now. To you, lives are mere units of measurement. Please, step back. I shall handle this." Without waiting for Siren's consent, he advanced a step, inserting the trigger memory into the drive, swiftly switching to trigger form. He then combined it with the spider memory in his trigger gun, channeling energy towards the door. Spider. Maximum drive. The sound of the ultimate move reverberated as a white energy projectile coalesced within his trigger gun. As the door swung open, Ke Wen fired without a glance, the white projectile enveloping the security personnel waiting outside. A shockwave surged forth, stirring a cloud of smoke. When the haze cleared, a broad white pathway lay before them. The guards wielding powerful tranquilizers ensnared in a web of white threads, rendered immobile. "See, there's a way to resolve problems. Now, children, follow me," Ke Wen remarked, casting a sideways glance at the pouting Siren. He beckoned the children to trail behind him, having discovered an alternate exit during their earlier aimless wandering. Otherwise, he would have had to lead each child to the cliff's edge, a task that would surely exhaust him. Utilizing the heightened neural reflexes bestowed by the trigger form, along with the perception of Busoshoku, Ke Wen dispatched a web shot to each adversary before they even appeared before him, binding them in advance. He dared not let the formidable Siren take action, given her propensity for 100 ways to eliminate foes. Although he understood this was a habit formed by her high status, Ke Wen, being a law-abiding citizen, found it intolerable. With minimal peril, Ke Wen escorted the children away from the dock base before dialing the authorities. 2 hours would suffice for the police to arrive. An hour later, upon seeing a police car halt before him, Ke Wen addressed the officer, gun drawn. "Officer, the weapon you point should be aimed at those inside. These children were trafficked by them. Congratulations, you're due for promotion." "Who exactly are you?" the officer inquired. "Just call me Kamen Rider, a passing superhero." Having spoken, without waiting for the police to inquire, he leapt into the precipice, standing high above as he observed the officers below commencing to escort the children away, while others gradually entered the dock base to retrieve those individuals. Ke Wen was preparing to depart, but upon noticing the Siren behind him, he felt a pang of exasperation. "I said, you're unharmed now. Those fellows have been apprehended. I believe your next course of action should be to leap down and return to your realm." "I am well aware of that. Yet before I do so, I wish to indulge on land for a couple of days, to play with my own tresses," the Siren replied to Ke Wen. "Then go entertain yourself. What are you lingering here for?" "The issue is I am devoid of funds." "Why should that concern me?" Ke Wen retorted. "I am also without money." Upon hearing the Siren's words, Ke Wen sensed a troubling turn of events and quickly raised his voice. At this, the Siren arched an eyebrow, and a stream of water rose from the depths of the ocean, swirling around Ke Wen. "Money, money, dear heroine," remain calm. As he felt the water enveloping him in various forms, Ke Wen conceded defeat. There was no contesting with her in this aquatic domain. "Very well, let us proceed. Take me to your abode." Upon hearing such an agreeable response from Ke Wen, the Siren retracted her powers, placing her small hands behind her back, and began to prance forward on dainty steps. Watching her retreating figure, Ke Wen suddenly slapped himself, exclaiming, "What a fool I am. Why did I come to this beach to gaze at the stars?" Reflecting on it, he concluded that had he not ventured out to seek sustenance in the first place, he would not have encountered this troublesome affair. Now, having made a name for himself, he had unwittingly drawn trouble upon his own head. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and lead the way." The Siren suddenly turned her head. "Ah, coming," Ke Wen hastily replied, trotting to catch up. "Quickly, release your transformation. I have yet to see your face." "Yes, my queen." "Why do you call me my queen?" "I am Siren." "Yes, my queen." Thus, the beleaguered knight, Ke Wen once again found himself ensnared in a predicament. Chapter 65. The Butterfly Effect. Last night, in the small town of Cheon Harbor, Maine, the police dismantled a large-scale, transnational human trafficking operation. According to reports, this crime was thwarted by a superhero known as the Masked Rider. Intriguingly, This superhero first emerged in the city of Naxino, and subsequently appeared during the guerrillas' prison break in Central City and the Great Unrest in Star City. His form has continually evolved, and to this day, we remain unaware of which city he truly protects. In a modest inn in Shion Harbor, Ke Wen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, watched the news report about himself on television, his expression one of utter despondency. Setting aside the proprietor's meaningful gaze when he had brought the siren into the inn, the fact that this woman had mercilessly compelled him to regale her with stories throughout the night added to his dismay. I did not bring you to this inn for an all-night discourse. Under the oppressive pressure of the sirens, Ke Wen exerted every effort to narrate enchanting tales from the East to the young lady who had just set foot on the continent. After what felt like an eternity, she finally succumbed to slumber by 6 o'clock in the morning, allowing Ke Wen to lie on the floor and feign death. Yet, scarcely 3 hours had passed before she switched on the television, rousing him from his restless repose. Ah, the irony of life. Wow. It appears that you land dwellers greatly exalt your heroes, the siren remarked, observing the extensive coverage of Ke Wen's heroic exploits on the screen, complete with high-definition photographs captured from unknown angles. What do you mean by our land dwellers? Were you not once inhabitants of the ocean yourself? Moreover, your brother-in-law, who is none other than your king of Atlantis, has joined the Justice League. Why do you feign ignorance about us? Ke Wen poured himself a cup of coffee and replied, listlessly, "Let me correct you. My brother-in-law, whom you refer to as Aquaman, has joined the Justice League solely in a personal capacity, not representing Atlantis as a whole. Furthermore, Atlantis acknowledges the Justice League only because they rescued our realm. We have little regard for those so-called nations of yours." The siren shrugged, candidly expressing Atlantis's current perspective on the surface dwellers. Essentially, the sentiments of the Atlanteans toward the nations of the continent mirrored those of the siren. They recognized that land-dwelling humans belonged to the same species, yet held few favorable impressions otherwise. "Ah, you truly hold yourselves in high esteem," Ke Wen retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "It's not about nobility. I want to deny that we Atlanteans share similar flaws in our mutual conflicts. However, at the very least, we cherish our environment and do not face issues of species extinction. But let us not even discuss warfare. We have never witnessed a race so recklessly destroying their own homeland. Had it not been for Atlantis's continuous efforts to preserve species, countless would have perished at the hands of you surface dwellers." As the siren articulated these words, her disdain for humanity's transgressions was unmistakable. It was no wonder that upon awakening Ke Wen, she immediately launched an attack on him. In her upbringing, she had been taught that the majority of land dwellers were nefarious, and encountering a benevolent one was a rare occurrence. Had Ke Wen not later acted to protect a child, he might have already faced a dire fate at the hands of the siren, given her formidable water manipulation abilities. While Ke Wen engaged in a discourse with the siren regarding the perceptions held by each world towards the other, the endeavors he undertook during his holiday began to elicit a series of reactions, akin to a butterfly igniting a tempest that should never have existed. In America, within the obscure 52nd District, Commander Amanda Waller of the Eye in the Sky was scrutinizing a series of candid photographs alongside Steve Trevor. "What is your assessment, Steve?" Amanda Waller, an astute African-American woman who had dedicated her service to the military, founded the Eye in the Sky in response to the invasion by Darkseid, aimed at addressing the ever-increasing occurrences of superhuman events, while also providing logistical support to the only officially recognized superhero organization, the Justice League, albeit with limited efficacy. His entire existence hinges upon the armor he wears, which is of paramount importance. However, I do not believe such technology could be conceived on Earth. Steve Trevor is responsible for liaising with the Justice League, frequently traversing between Metropolis and Coast City, the two locales where extraterrestrial beings are most commonly encountered. He possesses the most authority regarding alien technology and is well aware of his colleagues' thoughts. In her mind, her duty to the nation supersedes all else. For this cause, she can issue orders for the annihilation of a town without a flicker of emotion, as long as it poses a threat to national security. Thus, he must caution Amanda that while the technology is impressive, if it cannot be replicated, it serves no purpose to acquire it. Furthermore, the limitations of this alien technology remain unclear. Should their efforts fail and they attract unwanted attention, the consequences would be solely detrimental to themselves. "Relax, Steve. I do not intend to take action against him just yet," he remarked, By the way, our capture of the Clock King is largely due to his efforts. I am merely curious about how many fortunate individuals like him exist. Amanda understood the underlying warning in Steve's words and elucidated. Fortunate? I sense confusion in your tone. Indeed, observe the footage from New Gotham, Central City, and Star City, and you will discern that he lacks extraordinary tactical insight or strategic acumen, indicating that prior to acquiring his abilities, he was an utterly ordinary individual. Yet, this very ordinary person has attained extraordinary powers, which piques my curiosity. Could there be alien technologies on our planet that we are entirely unaware of? Amanda's analysis was astute. Steve grasped her intention. She sought to conduct a thorough investigation into the mysterious forces or events presently on Earth, in hopes of uncovering some fresh reinforcements. We lack sufficient personnel, Steve replied. I do not intend to deploy our team. Let the professionals handle specialized matters. What do you propose? These individuals. With a wave of her hand, Amanda summoned images of criminals clad in prison garb, scattered across major cities, including the One-Eyed Clock King. Utilize them? Can we rely on such individuals? It merely requires a few subtle manipulations. Will you lead, or shall I? Noting Steve's furrowed brow, Amanda recognized the plan was set in motion. The establishment of 2 commanding officers for the Eye in the Sky was intended to prevent unilateral decision-making. As Steve did not voice any objections, Amanda need not report the matter up the chain, thereby circumventing the time wasted on lengthy approvals. You may lead. In matters of this nature, my methods are not as adept as yours. I shall focus on managing the affairs of the Justice League, for they, as Earth's protective force, must be formidable. Very well, it is settled then. By the way, once you gather these individuals, what will you call them? Steve, preparing to depart, inquired with newfound curiosity. Suicide Squad. Suicide? That certainly aligns with your perspective. After contemplating the name of the team uttered by Amanda, Steve decided it was time to depart. Since he had entrusted Amanda with the responsibility, he would refrain from lingering, lest he inadvertently interfere and cause discomfort among them. Metropolis. The city famously dubbed the City of Tomorrow, served as the residence of Superman, the mightiest of the Justice League. His formidable charisma had a profound influence on the city, and even while he was constructing a watchtower in the vastness of space, few dared to disrupt the peace. Any petty crimes were swiftly handled by the police. In a solitary villa on 6th Street in the Eastern District of Metropolis, the renowned journalist Lois Lane cohabited with Clark Kent, though at that moment, she was the villa's sole occupant. The door creaked open quietly as a disheveled Kara stealthily entered, preparing to ascend the stairs. Lois, busy in the kitchen, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness as she called out, "Kara, come here." Caught in the act, Kara stuck out her tongue and approached Lois, unsure whether to address her as sister-in-law or sister. By lineage, she was Superman's cousin and ought to refer to Lois as sister-in-law. However, due to an unforeseen cosmic incident, she did not arrive on Earth simultaneously with Superman. The nature of their familial ties was known only to their respective adoptive parents, and evidently, Lois remained oblivious to this connection. I've told you before, even though Clark has been dispatched, he'll be back in just a few days. Why do you insist on returning home in such a disheveled state every day? You don't appear to be bullied. Yet I don't want Clark to think I haven't been taking care of his sister, Lois remarked, exasperation evident as she observed Kara. Each time Kara returned home, she looked like she had been through a whirlwind, and her enthusiastic demeanor did not suggest any wrongdoing or victimization. After all, reading between the lines was a journalist's essential skill. Lois was confident in her abilities, since Kara was neither up to mischief nor a victim. She found it puzzling that this seemingly well-behaved girl was out and about every day. Don't worry, Lois. I assure you, Clark won't breathe a word of this, Kara confidently declared, patting her chest. So, what exactly have you been doing? Lois inquired. I was just learning how superheroes fight crime, Kara responded mysteriously, her gaze drifting toward the television in the living room, where footage of a masked rider defeating a horde of rampaging guerrillas in Star City was playing. Meanwhile, back in the quaint town of CN Harbor, Kevin was utterly oblivious to the fact that his activities during the holiday in several cities were precipitating events that should not have occurred at this time, while certain non-existent scenarios were unfolding before him, such as the unexpected appearance of Calder and Tula. Chapter 66. Can I decline this mission? Kevin found himself in a state of bewilderment as these 2 figures leaped through the window in broad daylight, landing directly in front of him without uttering a word. The imposing figure before him, a man of color, unsheathed a knife, exuding an alarming aura that suggested he was ready to plunge it into Ke Wen at any moment's notice. As the siren, who had been discussing the differences between the Atlanteans and the land dwellers, observed the arrival of the two individuals, she did not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, a hint of youthful irritation graced her demeanor. "Calder, Tula, what brings you both here?" The siren had not anticipated the swift arrival of the Atlanteans. Within a mere night, they had located her, and it was two peers of her own generation at that. "The Siren Princess, King Nereus, is awaiting your return at Zebura," Tula said, bowing slightly to the siren. "I refuse. After finally escaping Atlantis, I deserve at least a couple of days of freedom. Besides, you Haven T explained how you found me." The siren retorted, turning her head defiantly. "Your bracelet has a locator embedded in it. It was previously disabled, but once the signal was restored last night, Tula and I came to find you," Calder explained, gesturing towards the bracelet adorning the siren's left wrist. "Fine. I knew you wouldn't have given me a gift without a motive," the siren replied, glancing at the bracelet with a mix of exasperation and understanding. She chose not to discard it, recognizing Calder's actions were intended to ensure her safety. Before we proceed, could you kindly remove that knife from my line of sight?" "I am not a villain," Ke Wen interjected, gently pushing aside the blade that Calder had aimed at him, hastily attempting to ease the tension. Calder turned his gaze towards the siren, inquiring about Ke Wen's presence. They had been apprehensive upon witnessing the siren with a land dweller and had rushed in, but now it appeared the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. "Calder, it's all right. He saved me last night. Though he may not appear formidable, he is genuinely a good person, and you might not even prevail against him on land," the siren reassured. "My apologies, friend. I am Calder Ram, captain of the Royal Guard of Atlantis. This is Tula, the captain responsible for the safety of the Siren Princess," Calder introduced, with Tula also offering a respectful bow to Ke Wen. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance to the Siren Princess, and Atlantis shall duly reward you." "There's no need for that. Just take her away." Ke Wen hastily waved his hands in dismissal, but before he could finish, he caught the siren's fierce gaze and quickly amended, "Ah, guests are guests. This stalemate is unproductive. Kulme, allow me to treat you to a lavish meal. We can discuss matters over a feast." The tense atmosphere lightened as Ke Wen's playful banter worked its charm. He then assumed the role of host, guiding the siren and her companions to the most renowned restaurant at Sien Harbor, which overlooked the sea. Daily excursions for deep-sea fishing were organized, ensuring all seafood was fresh, caught the very same day. In Ke Wen's astonished gaze, the siren ordered an extravagant seafood feast, and the three of them began to devour their dishes, each with a large lobster, leaving Ke Wen feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Are you not eating?" "Here," the siren offered, somewhat puzzled by Ke Wen's expression as she extended a claw toward him. Thank you," he replied, accepting the gesture. Upon receiving the shrimp claw handed to him by the siren, Ke Wen hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "I have heard that the royal family of Atlantis can communicate with marine creatures. Given your penchant for seafood, does your conscience not trouble you? Your entire family is the one that converses with marine life." The siren's expression darkened at Ke Wen's inquiry, a question that piqued the curiosity of many around the globe. This was one of the reasons she harbored disdain for land dwellers, who decreed that those inhabiting the ocean must possess the ability to converse with fish. Should not the land dwellers similarly be able to communicate with terrestrial creatures? Ke Wen, realizing he had inadvertently touched a nerve, chose to remain silent, quietly gnawing on his shrimp claw. This query had lingered in his mind ever since he watched the edited version of the Justice League. Now that he had traversed into the DC universe and acquainted himself with the royal family of Atlantis, it was only natural to satisfy his curiosity. "I shall clarify," Calder interjected. "Even in Atlantis, the ability to command marine creatures is exclusive to our king. Previous monarchs required the trident to achieve such a feat moreover. Most marine fish possess limited intelligence, and we have little need to communicate with them, save for whales and dolphins, which are the mammals of the sea." Calder's explanation was delivered in a cordial tone, while Ke Wen merely nodded, choosing silence over further conversation to avoid further missteps. Once the four of them had nearly devoured the seafood feast before them, Calder glanced around, noting the absence of onlookers. After all, not everyone ventured out for a lavish seafood meal so early in the morning. The atmosphere became notably serious. "Siren, you truly should not linger here. You must return. Return? I believe it is far safer to remain here. Can you assure me that we will not face any attacks upon our return? The siren idly toyed with the remnants of her lobster shell as she spoke. Tula would never resort to such actions. Calder raised his voice slightly. I am well aware of that. Tula is undoubtedly safe, and she has also faced an attack. But can you guarantee the safety of others? What are you doing? Return. Sit down. The siren's voice rose sharply as she saw Ke Wen preparing to change tables. Caught in the act, Ke Wen had no choice but to obediently remain seated, a forlorn expression on his face. Is it too much to ask that you refrain from discussing such matters in my presence? Let us finish our meal, and, upon our return, I shall arrange a private room for you to converse at your leisure. Oh, you're not as foolish as you seem, the siren remarked, surprised that Ke Wen could glean so much from her and Calder's brief exchanges. He was not as dim-witted as he had been in the dock base. Foolishness is relative. I may lack intellect in matters of combat, but I am quite astute when it comes to subterfuge, which is precisely why I wish to avoid this conversation. Ke Wen replied with a wry smile. Do share. Consider it a reference for us, the siren teased. Please, spare me. Playing the fool is no easy task. Once I clarify things, I shall inevitably wade into these murky waters. Setting down the plate, Ke Wen prepared to make a swift exit, intending to clear the space for the sirens. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, he turned his gaze toward the adjacent sea, offering a wry smile. Well, it seems that avoiding trouble is no longer an option. Get out of the way. Before the sirens could fully comprehend his words, Ke Wen forcefully slammed the table toward the window, sending a figure that had just leapt from the water plummeting back into the depths. Yet, that was merely the beginning. A barrage of light beams pierced through the water, heading straight for Ke Wen and his companions. Thanks to Ke Wen's warning, the sirens were not caught off guard, promptly raising their shields to deflect the attacks that might endanger others. This was the ocean, and for the Atlanteans, it was their natural domain. The surprise assault proved ineffective. As a dozen soldiers clad in advanced red armor emerged from a sea, the design of their armor resembled fish, facilitating their swift movement underwater, and their high-tech weaponry was laden with an abundance of seawater. The beams they unleashed were formidable. Although no casualties occurred, the restaurant was left in shambles. Damn it! I knew this would go awry, Ke Wen cursed, reaching for his belt to transform, only to forget that he was facing elite soldiers from Atlantis. Standing boldly before them to change forms would undoubtedly present them with a target for their fire. Ke Wen. A beam struck him just as he was about to insert the memory chip, the immense force sending him crashing into the rear counter, prompting a shout from sirens. Nevertheless, amidst the debris, Ke Wen completed his transformation, activating the trigger form equipped with shooting memory, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that intercepted the light beams midair. I'm fine. Quickly. Lead them away to a more open area. There are too many innocent people here. In his trigger form, enhanced by the shooting memory S auto-targeting, Ke Wen became a mobile artillery platform, suppressing the fire from the dozen soldiers. Yet, he could not engage them in battle here, with so many innocents surrounding him. Tula. Ke Wen called out as he stood unharmed, just as the sirens were raising their shields. Tula, his close friend, swiftly controlled the water, enveloping the soldiers, and, with a decisive motion, sent the massive water sphere crashing through the ceiling, lifting the soldiers into the sky. Let me handle this. Merge the shooting memory with the trigger gun. The sound of the ultimate ability being activated echoed, as Ke Wen raised both guns, locking onto the unbalanced soldiers high above. Bang! Bang bang! A volley of light projectiles erupted, each shot striking true, transforming what should have been a fall into a rain of bullets for the soldiers suspended in midair. The firearms they relied upon were utterly destroyed, and each individual endured an average of 5 or 6 rounds of energy bullets before collapsing to the ground. Although the physical constitution of the Atlanteans would not lead to fatalities. The barrage of energy projectiles, combined with the kinetic energy from their fall, was sufficient to render them unconscious. Take a look and see if you recognize anyone. I shall refrain from interfering and will keep watch, said Ke Wen, kicking one of the unconscious Atlantean soldiers with a hint of irritation before striding away. The commotion was too significant to go unnoticed, and he could already see the silhouette of a police car approaching. Meanwhile, Siren and Calder approached the incapacitated Atlantean soldiers with grave expressions, hoping to find a familiar face among them. Goodness, doing good deeds is such a hassle. Ke Wen muttered under his breath as he observed the throngs of people gathered outside, preparing to make his way through the crowd. At that moment, a jarring notification from the system struck him in his mind, triggering side quest. The throne struggle of Atlantis. 1. Protect the safety of Princess Siren of the Kingdom of Zeeble. Reward: 1,000,000 points. 2 lottery chances can be declined. Note: a rare and lucrative reward quest. Host: you must consider this carefully. Damn it. The voice of the system resonated in Ke Wen's mind, prompting an expletive. Having just heard the conversation between Siren and Calder, he was acutely aware that there was more to Siren's capture than met the eye. A being endowed with formidable hydrokinesis, rivaling that of Queen Mara. The princess of the Kingdom of Zeeble and the sister-in-law of Aquaman had been subdued in her own backyard. It was not that he underestimated the manta ray. If Aquaman's intellect were on par with the manta ray, countless manta rays would have perished. The underwater superhumans were no jest. Withstanding the immense pressure of deep waters required exceptional physical prowess, though their strength would diminish upon surfacing. However, Aquaman still wielded the trident, a divine artifact capable of summoning tsunamis in a world where over 70% of the planet is covered in water. This indicated that the manta ray had not only penetrated the layers of Atlantean advanced technology, but had also managed to abscond with Aquaman's sister-in-law. Ke Wen found it hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. Thus, he resolved to retreat. Throughout history, anything related to power has essentially been a war fought in the shadows, and once the smoke of conflict becomes visible, it foretells great loss of life. Yet, Ke Wen's escape was slightly delayed, as adversaries had already dispatched individuals to confront him, and he had just endured an explosion. "Good morning, Kamen Rider, we meet again," interrupted a voice as Ke Wen's thoughts meandered, contemplating whether to accept this high-risk yet potentially rewarding task. "Do we know each other?" he inquired, eyeing the young police officer before him. "We met last night at the nearby dockyard base," the officer replied. "Ah, an old acquaintance. Thanks for the reminder. Now I recall your face. How are those children faring?" "Well, the abducted children were from several nearby states, and parents have already come forward to claim them. What is the situation here? Are they Atlanteans?" The officer pointed towards the sirens who were identifying the soldiers not far behind Ke Wen. "Do you recognize them?" Ke Wen was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with a police officer who so readily unveiled the identity of the sirens. "I do not know them, but this is Mercy Harbor, the town of Poseidon. He frequents this place annually for libations, and we are certainly aware of Atlantis' existence. However, what exactly is happening?" The officer remarked that this was trivial. He had even taken a photo with Poseidon. "Do not inquire further. It is best for you to stay out of this matter and for the townsfolk to leave." Ke Wen chose not to elaborate. The intricacies of the situation were beyond the purview of a small-town officer. "Understood. I will instruct my associates to disperse the crowd immediately. But regarding the losses of that restaurant, fear not, they will manage it." After receiving Ke Wen's definitive response, the officer refrained from further questioning and began to communicate with his colleagues via radio to help disperse the onlookers. Once the crowd had sufficiently thinned, Ke Wen turned back to find the sirens with furrowed brows, while the faces of the soldiers he had incapacitated beneath their masks were ashen. A mere flicker of perception revealed their lifelessness. "What is going on? I merely turned my back, and you've already killed them all?" Ke Wen was utterly bewildered. These individuals were remarkably lethal. They are death warriors. Upon being incapacitated, they bit down on the poison within their mouths and committed suicide, Calder explained. Ke Wen's dismay deepened. The task appeared to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. Initiating a suicide squad assassination right off the bat suggested that this troublemaker was no ordinary adversary. Should he even continue with this mission? "Never mind, Calder. There is no need to investigate each one. Anyone bold enough to orchestrate my assassination must have considered the possibility of failure. These individuals bear no identities you would recognize, nor do they exist within Atlantis. Let us return them." At this moment, the sirens exhibited the composure befitting royalty, directly instructing Calder to halt the investigation, for she understood that nothing substantial could be gleaned from such inquiries. Calder, comprehending the siren's intent, nodded and instructed Tula to employ her water magic, enveloping the death warriors in seawater before submerging them into the depths. Regardless of their actions, since they are dead, there is no need to pursue the matter further, and their weaponry should not be exposed here. How convenient, this ability. However, I believe it is time for us to depart. The commotion is escalating. and the restaurant will incur losses that must be compensated. Pointing towards the gathering crowd outside, Ke Wen recognized that their presence would prevent the onlookers from dispersing. The siren glanced at the distant crowd and nodded, while Calder retrieved a gem from his pocket and handed it to the shaken restaurant owner. "We are unfamiliar with the land here, Rider of the Mask. Is there anywhere we can go? If we cannot remain in the town, we shall head to the city. But first, we must gather our belongings. Let us proceed." After a brief greeting, Ke Wen led Siren and the others away from the scene, returning to his modest inn. After completing the checkout procedures, Ke Wen promptly rented a vehicle by the roadside, setting off towards the nearest city, Amidst Bay. The car cruised along the highway. Since Ke Wen lacked a driver's license, a driver accompanied him, while Ke Wen occupied the front passenger seat, directing the way. Siren, Calder, and Tula sat silently in the back, weighed down by the pressure of the recent attack. The assault aimed at Siren spoke volumes about her identity. She was the second princess of the kingdom of Zebul, one of Atlantis' 7 seas. Though the 7 seas had unified, her status remained unchanged. Furthermore, she was the sister of Queen Mira, the sister-in-law of the Ocean King, embodying a lineage of great nobility. The fact that someone sought to bring her to ruin hinted at the turbulent undercurrents within Atlantis, especially with the Ocean King temporarily absent. The likelihood of further attacks akin to today's was considerable. Should Siren perish beyond the bounds of Atlantis, chaos would inevitably ensue. Calder had been fiddling with the communicator on his wrist, yet regardless of his attempts, the device meant to contact the royal guard remained obstinately silent, as if his comrades had vanished entirely. Tula, noticing the growing tension, prepared to speak but was swiftly silenced by Calder, who glanced at Ke Wen, who was absorbed in the view outside the window, and shook his head slightly. The sudden assault compelled Calder to remain vigilant. Even Ke Wen, who had aided them, was not exempt from suspicion. However, Ke Wen was acutely aware of Calder's unease. The benefits of his observation abilities allowed him to anticipate and assess threats, the scope of which depended on his own capabilities, and the vehicle was well within his perceptual range. Disregarding Calder's subtle movements in the back seat, Ke Wen pondered whether to accept the system's side quest. This was the first time the system had granted him autonomy in decision-making, indicating its awareness of the mission's high stakes. A conflict involving the royal family that could impact the advanced civilization of the DC universe. Who knew what other complications might arise? Ke Wen recalled that prior to his transmigration, the DC solo hero film Aquaman had already been released, and he had watched it before embarking on his overseas trip to CB the One. He remembered the general plot of the Aquaman film, even having praised it on social media, yet this world did not tightly intertwine with the cinematic universe, as Aquaman was not among the original members of the Justice League, but had joined later. The media had not reported on the animated film's depiction of Atlantis' assault on land, leaving Ke Wen uncertain as to whether the Aquaman narrative leaned more towards film or animation. This mission is truly perplexing. With this thought, Ke Wen felt his already limited mental faculties fraying, leading to a headache. Lacking prophetic insight, he treaded cautiously through this blank expanse of the DC universe, fearing that a misstep might entangle him in monumental events. It seemed clear that he was already embroiled in such affairs. Now it was a matter of how he would choose to proceed. As Kevin was still grappling with his thoughts, the small vehicle had already entered the coastal city of Great Amnesty Bay. He instructed the driver to halt in front of a stellar hotel. After settling the fare, Kevin booked an expansive room, allowing Siren and the others to settle in first. Upon entering the room, the weight of their concerns briefly lifted from the troubled group. Could be King ORM. I have a nagging suspicion he is the prime suspect. Tula suddenly inquired, feeling at ease with only the 4 of them present, unperturbed by eavesdroppers. It cannot possibly be him. He recently instigated the war of the 7 seas. If anything were to happen to me, he would be the first to be scrutinized. Regardless of his involvement, he would face judgment. ORM would not act so recklessly. Siren firmly countered. If it's convenient, might you enlighten me about your king, ORM? No misunderstandings intended. Even if attacked, I ought to grasp the general situation, Kevin explained, wishing to compare his knowledge of animated films to discern the role of the Aquaman within this context. Exchanging glances, Calder, with Siren's tacit approval, recounted the recent conflict over the 7 seas of Atlantis. In brief, it involved the former queen's youngest son, King ORM, seeking to conquer the 7 kingdoms and declare war on the mainland. The initial events mirrored those of the animated film, with ORM sending others to provoke Aquaman Arthur, prompting the Justice League's intervention. The Seven Titans accompanied Aquaman to Atlantis to quell the impending conflict. Noteworthy was the alteration in certain plot points. For instance, the former queen, Atlanta, who was supposed to perish in the animated film, had survived, while ORM, having committed no egregious offense, was merely imprisoned, leading to Aquaman's ascension and the unification of Atlantis. It indeed leans towards the animated narrative, Kevin mused after Calder's recounting. Realizing that the storyline of Aquaman still aligned closely with the animated film, albeit with a few characters' fates adjusted. Gaining a clearer understanding, Kevin stood and moved toward the door. "Where are you going?" Tula asked, her tone laced with caution. "I'm merely stepping out for a stroll. This matter should not involve me, so there's no need for such wariness. I'm right here and won't wander off. If you're concerned, feel free to inspect this room for surveillance devices or the like." Kevin directly addressed Tula's apprehensions, feeling no anger towards her. After all, she was the victim, and he was merely collateral damage in this unfolding scenario. Yet, Kevin needed to contemplate his predicament. He had indeed been cornered by the system, and his choices moving forward would ultimately depend on him. Chapter 68. In this world, some individuals must tread against the current. Stepping outside the hotel, Kevin exhaled softly. The task assigned by the system had left him somewhat vexed. Accepting it was merely the first segment of a side quest, and the royal disputes of Atlantis had yet to genuinely commence. The assassination attempt on Siren was merely a prologue. Given Kevin's understanding of Atlantis, he was aware that formidable figures lurked within its depths, including the original seven kings of Atlantis who could rise from the dead. Thus, regarding the assassination of Siren, Kevin found himself unable to offer any substantial assistance. "Bartender, a bottle of lemon tea, please, and a pack of cigarettes," he ordered. "What's the matter?" the bartender inquired. "I'm 18 now, I'm of age." Unsure of where to go, Kevin sought refuge in a convenience store. Noticing the proprietor's puzzled gaze, he produced his passport and recited his social security number, indicating his eligibility to purchase the items. With a bottle of lemon tea and a pack of cigarettes in hand, Kevin retreated to a designated smoking area, squatting there as he lit one cigarette after another. He was acutely aware of the detrimental effects of smoking. Counting his previous life, the number of times he had indulged was scant. However, this time, he felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Previously, he had been able to meander through tasks without concern, as long as he ultimately completed them. Yet, this time was different. The system had presented him with a choice. Completing this side quest could potentially unlock a complete master belt. But the promise of such a high reward was coupled with significant risk. Atlantis, a pinnacle of civilization within the DC universe, boasted an astonishing average combat prowess. Home to both mages and warriors, the depths of the challenges he faced there were unfathomable to him. Just dealing with a partially formed bell ringer had already been a matter of life and death. How would he contend with Atlantis? In his frustration, Kevin continued to smoke, soon finishing off half a pack. At that moment, several fire trucks raced past him, their sirens wailing. Intrigued, Kevin followed their path, catching a glimpse of smoke rising in the distance. "Damn it, an incident in broad daylight. Please keep this safe for me. I'll collect it later." He placed his cigarette down in the convenience store and swiftly darted into an alley, leveraging his strength to scale the wall. Donning his belt, he transformed into his spider form. Not far from there, on 7th Avenue, Tom Teal, the second-in-command of the city's fire brigade, arrived promptly after receiving a fire alarm call. Witnessing the towering inferno engulfing the old residential building, he, as an experienced firefighter, recognized the dire situation. The structure was constructed of highly flammable materials, and the flames were proving exceedingly difficult to extinguish. If they could not gain control, the fire would inevitably consume the load-bearing columns, leading to a collapse. Moreover, they were unable to employ high-pressure hoses due to the building's inability to withstand such force. "Get a few of you in here with me," Tom decisively ordered, preparing to lead several colleagues inside to rescue trapped residents. "Captain, the fire is too intense. It's unsafe to go in like this," a young team member cautioned as he donned his heat-resistant gear. "But there are people waiting for us inside. We at least have protective gear. They are left to perish," Tom retorted. "Then let us go. Your child was just born today. You must stay here," the young team member insisted. "Enough. You stay here. You're the youngest, so wait for backup from other teams. Horton, you and the others come with me." After issuing his orders, Tom, along with several colleagues, braced themselves to enter the inferno, fully aware that this was a perilous rescue mission. Yet as firefighters, it was their duty. If they did not undertake such risks, no one else would. Taking measures to safeguard every inch of their skin and wielding their fire axes, they prepared to confront the blaze. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before them. How many people are trapped inside? How much longer can this building withstand? The newcomer was Ke Wen, who had taken some time to arrive from the adjacent block. Yet he had overheard the conversation between Tom and his subordinates. "Who are you?" "Kamen Rider," Tom exclaimed, somewhat astonished that a superhero, currently in the limelight, would appear before him. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Please step aside. We must enter to rescue the people." "What are you talking about? With the flames raging like this, are you just going to walk into your own demise?" Ke Wen interjected. "Precisely because of this, we must go in. You may be a superhero, but when it comes to saving lives, you lack our experience. Besides, you have no idea how many residents are still trapped inside. Your entry will only exacerbate the chaos. Do you have any idea that you could die?" Ke Wen felt a headache coming on. He respected individuals like Tom, who steadfastly upheld their principles and responsibilities. Yet he could not comprehend such a willingness to sacrifice one's life for others, or the notion of proceeding into certain death. Tom paused momentarily, then gestured toward the crowd behind him, standing outside the police cordon. Some were attempting to breach the officers' blockade, as their family and friends were inside the residential building. "They are waiting for us to rescue them. We may not be able to quell the turmoil of a city like you, but we are firefighters. Our duty is to navigate against the tide of danger as people flee to bring those in peril to safety. This is the commitment we embraced when we chose to become firefighters. Now please step aside, Kamen Rider." "Damn it, I can't argue with you. Take this." Before Tom could respond, Ke Wen thrust an object into his arms, pushing him back outside the cordon, while Ke Wen charged into the inferno, taking over Tom's duties. "What the hell?" Tom stumbled slightly from the force of Ke Wen's push, regaining his balance just in time to see what Ke Wen had placed in his hands, a green canister. Before he could process it, the canister transformed before his eyes into a locust-like robot, and Ke Wen's voice echoed from within. "I've entered the building. My sensors indicate there are 3 people trapped on the 5th floor and 2 on the 3rd. Tell me what to do." Tom was taken aback. He had yet to comprehend the situation when Ke Wen's voice came through again. "Hey, are you listening? The temperature here is extremely high. I'm afraid those people won't last much longer. Kamen Rider, can this thing transmit visuals? I need visuals to assess the situation." Recovering from his astonishment, Tom realized Ke Wen was assisting them. He would control the operation remotely, while Ke Wen would handle the rescue, minimizing the risks involved. The locust robot pivoted in Tom's hands, its eyes directed towards the fire truck, projecting imagery and conducting a 360-degree reconnaissance from Ke Wen's perspective. Tom quickly reached a conclusion. "Kamen Rider, the materials of this building are fragile. Do not use your extraordinary powers recklessly inside. Do you see that load-bearing column to your left? Reinforce it. It will buy you some time. Start by rescuing those on the 5th floor. We will lay out crash mats outside." "Understood." Inside the inferno, Ke Wen identified the load-bearing column that Tom had mentioned. With the biological silk in his hand, he launched it with abandon, wrapping the column securely. With a nimble leap, he ascended to the 5th floor, utilizing his observation haki to locate the 3 residents trapped inside. The thick smoke had rendered them unconscious. Wasting no time, Ke Wen smashed open a window, and, using the biological silk, he flung the 3 individuals out, ensuring they landed safely on the cushioning mats laid out below. Having rescued the most endangered 3, Ke Wen returned to the 3rd floor to assist the remaining 2 residents, hoisting one over each shoulder. With the biological silk still capable of supporting them for a brief interval, he dashed out of the flaming building. Just as they emerged, the structure behind them collapsed under the relentless blaze. Fortunately, all those trapped had been saved by Ke Wen's swift actions. Upon delivering the 2 rescued individuals to the ambulance, the crowd erupted into applause, including Tom, leaving Ke Wen momentarily bewildered. This was his first experience standing before an audience to receive their accolades. In his previous escapades in Naxenor City, Central City, and Star City, he had always exited swiftly after completing his tasks. Yet today, he found himself overwhelmed by a surge of fervor. Listening to the cheers, Ke Wen realized for the first time how enchanting the term hero could be. "Thank you. You saved me in them," Tom said, extending his hand to Ke Wen. "I was just caught up in the moment," Ke Wen replied, "but with their homes gone, what goals do they have left?" He looked towards the ruins, now being subdued by high-pressure hoses. uncertain, but living is more vital than anything else. I must say, you're also a person who defies the odds. No, a hero. Is that so? Perhaps. I must take my leave now. The rest is in your hands. After a pat on Tom's shoulder, Kevin slipped away from the scene. Tom watched Kevin's retreating figure, then began directing others to extinguish the flames. A young team member approached him. Captain, he's gone. Were you still watching? Observing the birth of a hero. Is he really a hero? He seems younger than I am. Isn't he? Chapter 69. I accept this task. Goodness, I must have been swept up in the moment again. Back in the narrow alley where he belonged, Kevin, having reverted from his transformation, stepped out, preparing to return to the convenience store to retrieve the cigarettes he had stashed there, which had cost him $8. Certainly not something to be discarded. Despite receiving the crowd's applause, Kevin remained uncertain about what to do next. Rescuing people from peril and involving oneself in a power struggle were not comparable. The latter was far more perilous. After purchasing another bottle of beer, Kevin squatted in the alley, feeling bored and utterly clueless about his next move. Kid, you did quite well just now. A voice, aged yet robust, resonated behind Kevin. Nothing much, he replied without turning his head. Only then did he realize, turning around to see an elderly gentleman leaning against the wall, waving at him. A sprightly old man, indeed. Were you speaking to me just now? Ke Wen, aware that he had inadvertently revealed his surprise, quickly feigned ignorance. The old man, unfazed by Ke Wen's antics, approached him and squatted down beside him. He took the cigarette but from Ke Wen's hand and extinguished it, remarking that smoking is detrimental to one's health. Ke Wen reluctantly withdrew his hand, which was poised to relight the cigarette, gazing at the enigmatic old man who sat beside him, uncertain of the purpose behind this peculiar interaction. Child, you seem quite unhappy. Is there anything wrong with helping others? The old man inquired. There is nothing wrong with helping others, provided that I am not in danger myself. If you knew it would lead to your demise, would you still assist others? Ke Wen retorted. The old man fell silent for a moment before responding. Do you know? Child, I am a screenwriter, specializing in tales of superheroes. When these masked heroes truly manifest in our world, I find them magnificent, akin to deities. Such perfection renders them seemingly unattainable. The superheroes I envision are not like that. You have inspired me, revealing another facet of these champions. When they shed their uniforms, they, too, experience confusion, sorrow, and fear just like us. Therefore, if you're struggling to comprehend your desire to be a superhero, perhaps you should ponder why you admire them in the first place. The old man, quite loquacious, patted Ke Wen on the shoulder before standing up and wandering into the alleyway. Ke Wen reflected on the old man's words, recalling why he had once adored the Kamen Riders of Tokusatsu. The first reason was their striking appearance, and the second was the immense charm of the Kamen Riders. Each rider in the Heisei series possessed a distinct personality, which captivated Ke Wen so much that even as he matured, he continued to follow every Tokusatsu installment. He had once fantasized about becoming a Kamen Rider himself, an absurd dream. But when that dream materialized before him, he found himself dulled by the harshness of reality. At the tender age of 20, brimming with youthful vigor, he had learned to be pragmatic and worldly, while his occasional fervor had become mere folly in the eyes of others. The boy who once foolishly struck transformation poses under the sun had long vanished. Yet the old man's words rekindled memories of his former naivete. Hey, sir, you mentioned you're a comic book writer. Could you share what kind of superhero you intend to create inspired by me? Ke Wen called out without turning around. Spider-Man. Spider what? Ke Wen exclaimed, suddenly startled. He turned to look, only to find the alleyway empty, the old man having vanished as if he had never existed. What the hell? Ke Wen was left astonished by the bizarre occurrence, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yet he dismissed it, pondering that perhaps it was merely a projection from a parallel universe sharing the same name. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he tossed the half-finished cigarette pack into the trash bin and immersed himself in the system space. System, I accept this mission. Received. Side quest initiated. The battle for the throne of Atlantis. 1. Ensure the safety of Princess Siren of Zebel. Mission details. Safeguard Siren's return to Atlantis. Good luck, host. As he absorbed the system's explanation, Ke Wen returned to the hotel, where Siren and Calder remained furrowed in thought, still unable to devise a foolproof plan. Have you all not figured out what to do yet? I've spent an hour outside, Ke Wen inquired nonchalantly, masking any visible distress. It's not that we haven't thought it through. We simply don't know how to choose, Calder replied, glancing at Ke Wen. Oh, pray tell, I can help you weigh your options. For the observer sees clearly. Ke Wen poured glasses of water for the three and took a seat on the bed, awaiting Calder's elaboration. There are two options. First, we wait for the return of the king of the cosmos. Although he is constructing a watchtower, it should only take about 10 to 15 days. Second, we return to Atlantis immediately. Regardless of who wishes to assassinate Siren, they desire her demise on land. For only then would Atlantis be compelled to engage in war with the terrestrial nations, a situation even the Sea King cannot control. After listening, Ke Wen drained his glass and stated resolutely, "No need to deliberate further. Option 2 it is." "Why?" Calder asked. "Option 1 is the safer choice. Yet the Justice League is far away. What assurance do you have that you can protect Siren in the interim? Here, we are strangers to one another, myself included. Conversely, the second option, as you mentioned, is predicated on the fact that the adversary wishes for Siren to perish on land. If she can safely return to Atlantis, whoever that villain may be will have to conceal their malevolent intentions, perhaps even going to great lengths to hide themselves. Perhaps due to a newfound clarity, Ke Wen's mind became remarkably agile, articulating his thoughts coherently, a stark contrast to his previous state of confusion. But you only have 3 individuals, right? There is no guarantee of a smooth return to Atlantis. Thus, you require a decoy, something to obfuscate their vision. The bracelet you gave to Siren should be tracking her life signature. Otherwise, those individuals could not possibly pinpoint her location so swiftly," Ke Wen indicated, pointing at the bracelet on Siren's left wrist. Calder nodded. "Indeed, this bracelet is not an extraordinary artifact. Nearly every royal and noble possesses one. This is precisely why I insisted Siren keep it on. With it, we at least have a lead. Without it, we would be left in the dark, even in death. Regarding who is responsible." With that, Ke Wen rose, approached Siren, and removed the bracelet from her left wrist, donning it himself. "Now, you possess both a decoy and a lead." Ke Wen's actions left Siren perplexed. This was not a matter that concerned him. Yet, the cherished bracelet, which she never removed even while bathing, was now adorning his wrist. Do not misunderstand. If you remain on land, those lurking in the shadows will continually trouble us. We may evade them temporarily, but ordinary people cannot. The technology of Atlantis is overwhelming to us on land. Furthermore, it was only with great difficulty that Poseidon allowed Atlantis to momentarily sheath its weapons against the surface. Surely, you do not intend to provoke them again? Observing the astonished gazes of Calder and the others, Ke Wen hastily clarified. Though he was caught up in fervor, he truly wished to avoid entanglements with these royal figures. In a broader sense, this was about ensuring peace between land and sea. In a narrower sense, it could be seen as a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. However, should they become too familiar, they would inevitably seek his aid in the future, and he would find himself in a bind if he chose not to assist. "My apologies. We should not have involved you," Tulis said, also expressing regret towards Ke Wen. Regardless of any prior suspicions, Ke Wen's decisive choice now left Tula feeling ashamed. "Do not speak of it so. After all, I am a superhero. It would be rather disgraceful to hold the title of a masked knight and not engage in knightly deeds. Additionally, if you are ready, it is best to prepare for departure today. The sooner you reach Atlantis, the sooner I shall be liberated. But from where shall we depart?" Siren, realizing it was not the time for petulance, inquired of Ke Wen. Unbeknownst to them, they had unconsciously centered their plans around him. "This is quite simple. Do you recall the dock base from which I rescued you?" "I do." "You shall leave from there. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety," Ke Wen replied with a smile. "When we set off. Now, take this. When it transforms, that will be your cue to depart. Time is of the essence. So prepare yourselves. I must step out for a moment." "And where are you going?" "To purchase a motorcycle. As a knight, I ought to possess the appearance of one." With a casual wave to the 3 behind him, Ke Wen departed, ready to acquire his very first motorcycle. Chapter 70. Speed and Passion. "What on earth is this?" Siren exclaimed, observing Ke Wen's newly acquired motorcycle adorned with an inflatable doll, her bracelet draped over it. In that instant, her previously favorable impression of Ke Wen shattered. She could hardly fathom how she once deemed him stylish. What a dreadful misjudgment. It's a disguise. I cannot be the only one racing down the highway on a motorcycle. Even a fool would recognize the trap, Ke Wen replied, somewhat baffled by Siren's ire. Was it not customary to enact the entire performance? What had he done wrong? Siren. Seeing Ke Wen's lack of understanding, could only snort in frustration before climbing into the lavishly rented vehicle he had secured. Tula cast a slightly apologetic glance at Ke Wen before joining him, while Calder hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to speak earnestly to Ke Wen. "My friend, it's high time you indulged in some television series." Ke Wen responded with a perplexed meow meow meow. Once Calder had settled into the vehicle, Ke Wen finally revved the engine before them. This time, Ke Wen had invested a considerable amount of money, lacking a driver's license. He was well aware that Calder wouldn't possess one either. However, Calder was the captain of the Royal Guard of Atlantis, and even if he had never driven a car, he had certainly operated far more sophisticated machinery. Thus, there was no need for concern on that front. Whereas Ke Wen felt quite awkward, as his experience with motorcycles was limited to riding electric scooters. "I shall reiterate. Your mission is to enter the ocean only upon receiving my signal. Until then, remain at the base," Ke Wen reiterated, donning his helmet. "Are you certain they will come for you?" Calder inquired. "They should," Ke Wen replied confidently. Dasha Bay is a coastal city with a coastal highway. As long as they are not foolish, they will undoubtedly follow the signal. For now, let us wish each other good fortune. As long as you arrive safely in Atlantis, I shall be secure. But we want to reach Atlantis for at least 30 minutes, and that without any interruptions. How can you be so sure we'll arrive? That is not a concern for you," Ke Wen stated. Pulling down his windscreen goggles, he twisted the throttle and sped ahead towards the coastal road, with Calder following suit in his vehicle, heading towards CN Harbor. Both parties were racing against time, as it was peak tourist season, and the coastal road was bustling with traffic. Ke Wen did not dare to accelerate, instead maintaining a leisurely pace reminiscent of his previous experience riding a small electric scooter while enjoying the view of the sea. The inflatable doll tethered behind him flapped in the sea breeze, drawing astonished glances from passing drivers at this peculiar sight. However, the weather in June is notoriously fickle. The radiant sun that had shone moments ago was soon obscured by a thick blanket of ominous clouds, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. At that moment, the grasshopper canister tucked in Ke Wen's jacket suddenly leapt to the dashboard, Calder's voice emanating from within. "Ke Wen, we have arrived at the dock base. What is your status? Already? I haven't seen any activity here, but it looks like it's about to rain," Ke Wen replied leisurely. "Zan?" Calder's voice faltered momentarily. "Be cautious, Ke Wen. I suspect that rain would provide them with the perfect opportunity to strike. Heavy downpours would facilitate their movements. Remember, the weapons of Atlantis derive their power from water. Is that so? How cliché. Must they really choose a rainy day to act?" Ke Wen lamented, incredulous. At that moment, he was the sole rider on the highway, and to learn that an impending rainstorm was part of their adversary's strategy was utterly absurd. Disregarding Calder's communication, Ke Wen focused intently on the road. Suddenly, a warning from his observation sense prompted him to slam the brakes. A ferocious roar echoed as a dark figure zipped past Ke Wen's motorcycle, colliding violently with the mountainside. Through the lightning that momentarily illuminated the night sky, Ke Wen caught a glimpse of the shadowy figure's form. Before him stood a humanoid fish creature, its pronounced fangs dominating 2/3 of its visage. The glistening bone spines protruding from its fins, scattered across its body, unmistakably illustrated that this was a harbinger of death. With a ferocious roar, having failed its initial strike, it lunged once more towards Ke Wen. Startled by this monstrosity, Ke Wen twisted the throttle of his expensive motorcycle to the maximum. The vehicle, a worthy investment, evaded the impending doom in a split second, racing down the coastal highway. The denizens of the trench, these were once the inhabitants of Atlantis, now devolved into savage beasts during their time beneath the waves. Ke Wen was astonished that they had resorted to such creatures to hunt sirens. The emergence of this trench dweller was akin to a signal. Within Ke Wen's perception, he sensed multiple trench dwellers surging from beneath the road, charging towards him. Above, the heavens opened, releasing a deluge of rain that drenched the coastal route. Calder, they are here, all of them. Ke Wen could feel the relentless pursuit of the trench dwellers, numbering in the hundreds. Ke Wen, who are they? The voice of the siren pierced through. A horde of humanoid fish monsters. One could only wonder if Atlantis was still abundant in such marine products. At this moment, Ke Wen couldn't afford the luxury of deceit. Revealing his knowledge of Atlantis's racial distribution was not an option. The trench dwellers? Damn be it. They could indeed command the trench dwellers. Ke Wen run. The trench dwellers are only under the control of the Sea King's trident. If someone can manipulate them, Then the forces behind this must be entwined with the most ancient history of Atlantis. Hurry, Ke Wen. The siren's concern resonated through the locust drone. Yet, Ke Wen had no time to heed it, as the trench dwellers were closing in on his motorcycle. The rain augmented their speed, rendering them formidable as if they were battling in their natural aquatic realm. Luckily, the coastal road was relatively devoid of traffic. Otherwise, the trench dwellers would have torn through it like paper. You must plunge into the water at once. Return to Atlantis. The deployment of such creatures signifies that you truly believe you are here. If you do not seize this opportunity to return, it is I who will be in peril. Hurry, I am signing off. With a final roar, Ke Wen furiously shut down the locust drone, activating the lost driver at his waist, with the trigger memory already in place. Transformation. With a deft motion of his belt, he assumed the trigger form. Observing the approaching trench dwellers, Ke Wen inserted the shooting memory into the reader. Aiming at the horde behind him, Come fort, monsters! He unleashed a barrage of light projectiles, and in a relentless volley, 10 luminous rounds obliterated 10 trench dwellers into mere fragments. This was a stark departure from his previous encounters. In the past, he had faced humans, and the moral indoctrination he had received rendered him incapable of taking lives with indifference. In Star City, such was his experience. He had witnessed the toll of mortality firsthand, where even a foe like the Bell of Doom, impaled through the chest and pinned to a wall, merely lost an eye and the will to fight. However, the trench dwellers are different. Strictly speaking, they have transcended humanity and become beasts. When dealing with beasts, one is liberated from numerous concerns. The power of the trigger gun can be adjusted according to Kevin's intent, and this time he set it to maximum potency, disregarding the consequences of the luminous projectile striking them, for they are not human. Why should he care? The full force of the light projectile obliterated the trench dwellers upon impact, reducing them to mere dust, while the accompanying shockwave toppled others in the vicinity. In just 10 shots, the pursuing trench dwellers were momentarily slowed in their advance. Ignoring the relentless pursuit, Kevin pressed the accelerator to the floor and surged ahead. At that moment, a beam shot forth from the surging seawater beneath the roadway, striking the front wheel of his bike, which had skidded due to the rain, preventing timely braking. In an instant, the bike exploded and Kevin was thrown off, rolling across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. When Kevin regained his footing after the collision, he found himself surrounded by over 30 mysterious individuals clad in Atlantean battle armor, encircling him tightly. The trench dwellers soon caught up, forming an outer ring that entrapped Kevin. Ah, the big fish has finally appeared. But look, the siren you seek to hunt is not here with me, Kevin proclaimed, unabashedly displaying the siren's bracelet on his left hand. The pursuers, realizing they had been outmaneuvered, remained silent, abandoning any thoughts of confronting Kevin and prepared to leap into the sea. Yet, an electronic voice accompanied by a massive white net materialized before them. Spider, maximum drive. The trigger gun, equipped with the Spider memory card, unleashed a colossal net that ensnared both Kevin and the encircling Atlantean pursuers along with the trench dwellers. Don't even think about contacting your comrades. This barrier has been reinforced to withstand 50 tons of impact and block electrical currents, Kevin declared, halting their intent to shoot through the net as he wielded another trigger gun in his grip. Now, you have two options. Either I single-handedly take on your entire group, or I can unleash a collective assault on all of you. Choose wisely. Chapter 71, The Battle Hymn. In CN Harbor at the dock base, 3 silhouettes glided silently through the rain-soaked night towards the horizon. Their speed surpassed that of swordfish, leaving only ripples on the surface before vanishing into the depths of the ocean. Beneath the surface were 3 figures, Siren, Calder, and Tula. As Atlanteans who had thrived underwater for thousands of years, they had witnessed the near collapse of Atlantis due to the cataclysmic events that befell the land. However, nature is equitable. What one loses, one gains in return. The millennia spent in underwater existence endowed the Atlanteans with new abilities: underwater respiration, water manipulation magic, and bodies adapted to high-pressure environments, alongside a remarkable technological civilization harnessing water as an energy source. It can be said that the prolonged evolution granted the Atlanteans physical attributes superior to those of land-dwelling humans. Yet, this also confines them. Once accustomed to the marine environment, ordinary Atlanteans find themselves unable to set foot on land, as their organs cannot withstand direct exposure to the air and sunlight. Apart from the royal members of Atlantis and Zebur, who possess the ability for amphibious respiration, common Atlanteans require equipment to reach the shore. This explains why several kingdoms have consistently remained under royal control. Their exceptional physical attributes elevate them above ordinary Atlanteans, compounded by a stagnant population. Thus, despite Atlantis boasting a highly advanced civilization, it continues to uphold a royal culture. The unfortunate tradition of royal rivalry has endured through the ages, exemplified by the current Siren, who, despite being in her homeland, must tread carefully, fearing that a single misstep could lead to her demise in a foreign land. Siren, why have you halted? The Siren, who had been gliding swiftly through the ocean, suddenly came to a stop, glancing back at the glimmering surface of the sea. The underwater light penetrates up to a depth of 100 meters. Beyond that lies the deep sea, where darkness reigns and the unknown lurks, embodying fear. Do you think Ke Wen can withstand it? The Siren expressed her concern. Ever since Ke Wen had abruptly severed their communication, the Locust robot reverted to its canister form, remaining inactive. Faced with a lack of information, the trio reluctantly chose to plunge into the water. Nevertheless, the Siren took care to envelop the Locust canister in water magic, wishing to preserve it as a memento, akin to Ke Wen taking her bracelet. Yet, the Siren understood Ke Wen's predicament well. The Trench Dwellers, considered a taboo race in Atlantis, were once among its royal families. In ancient times, when Atlantis sank, they descended into the depths of the ocean, shrouded in complete darkness. To survive, they were forced to regress, losing their eyesight and becoming beast-like, forfeiting their wisdom, but gaining amphibious capabilities akin to royal members. This transformation into beasts rendered them even more perilous. She harbored grave doubts about Ke Wen confronting these Trench Dwellers, for they were entwined with a force linked to Atlantis's ancient history. Thus, we must return. We have been fortunate to face no obstructions thus far. However, the journey ahead leads into the deep sea, where venturing without any equipment poses significant danger. If you truly worry for him, we should hasten our departure and reach Atlantis as swiftly as possible, urged Calder. His insistence was not born of callousness, but rather the harsh realities that compelled him to act. Even though Atlanteans can navigate the ocean with ease, this is the deep sea, the cradle of Earth's primordial life. Who knows what extraordinary creatures lie hidden within? With just the three of them, traversing without a fleet is inherently challenging, no less daunting than Ke Wen's encounter with the Trench Dwellers. Prompted by Calder's reminder, the Siren recognized that this was no time for sentimentality. Only by returning to Atlantis could she provide assistance to Ke Wen. If Ke Wen perishes, regardless of who you are, I shall ensure you meet your end beneath the trident. With such thoughts in mind, Siren broke the sound barrier in the water, swiftly making her way back to her homeland, closely followed by Calder and Tula. On land, along the coastal highway of Great Amnesty Bay, a vast, bowl-shaped white net was inverted over the road, tightly sealed. Rain poured down, dripping through, while the sounds of explosions and monstrous clashes echoed from within. As Coven uttered bold threats, he found himself paying the price for his words. While it was easy to boast, transforming those threats into reality proved to be a challenge. His combat-ready memory units were limited to two, Spider and Trigger. However, the Spider memory had been utilized to enhance the attributes of his trigger gun, while the other trigger gun was equipped with a shooting memory, leveraging both auto-targeting and movement restriction to navigate through a horde of Trench Dwellers and elite Atlantean warriors. Damn, this is truly excessive. It would be much more pleasant to simply sit together, sipping tea and chatting. Dodging a beam of light, he raised his weapon and fired, sprinting towards the slope without even glancing back. Coven's web wall had a considerable range, with a radius of 50 meters, allowing for a 100-meter displacement. Yet, entrapping his foes, he inadvertently ensnared himself, contending with over 100 Trench Dwellers and more than 30 elite warriors. Relying solely on his long-range trigger form against such overwhelming numbers was far from advantageous. Roaring, 3 Trench Dwellers plunged down from Coven's blind spot. Just as he prepared to evade, he was caught off guard, ensnared by the Trench Dwellers, seizing the opportunity to entangle his feet. Though stripped of their intellect, the Trench Dweller's instinct for slaughter far surpassed Coven's novice skills. With his mobility compromised, he lost the precious moment to evade, and the sharp claws and fangs of the 3 Trench Dwellers sank into his biological skin. A piercing pain surged through him before he could eradicate them, and the long, quiet Atlantean elite warriors finally sprang into action. 10 long guns aimed at Ke Wen, their stocks powered by rapidly depleting water orbs, unleashing 10 beams as thick as fists that engulfed both the trench dwellers and Ke Wen within their deadly embrace. Explosions ravaged the confined space, with powerful shockwaves toppling the trench dwellers that had aimed to dismember Ke Wen. In the aftermath of the blast, a deep crater, 3 meters deep and 5 meters wide, was left behind, scattered with remnants of limbs. Yet the elite warriors of Atlantis did not relent. The colossal net that had ensnared them remained intact, and Ke Wen was still alive. Coughing, he emitted a painful groan from amidst the dust and debris, his disheveled figure emerging before them. Blood poured from his shoulder armor, and several charred marks marred his chest. The transformation of memory units did not merely envelop the user in armor. It was akin to a layer of biological skin, possessing different characteristics. However, when this biological skin sustained injuries, it bled just like the user's own flesh. Had it not been for the critical moment when Ke Wen fortified his vital areas with armed color, it remained uncertain whether he could still stand. Even so, Ke Wen felt as if something had shattered within the vicinity of his shoulder blade and chest. He stubbornly refrained from reverting to his original form. Doing so now would be tantamount to awaiting his demise. You're a warrior. Break these shackles. We have no reason to continue this fight. Observing Ke Wen standing tall despite his bleeding physique, still brandishing 2 guns aimed at them, he projected the presence of an entire army, even with just a pair of firearms. This was untenable. Should he free himself from these restraints, they would have the opportunity to signal for help. Shaking his head, Ke Wen fired, obliterating a member of the Deep Sea clan that had attempted to ambush him from behind. There is no reason for us to be at each other's throats. The leading elite warrior continued. Being a hero is not an easy path. I did not understand this before, but now I wish to experience the feeling of being a hero. Then, let us grant you a heroic death. He refrained from allowing the Deep Sea clan to attack, as even he recognized that Ke Wen was barely clinging to life. Surviving 10 full power beam blasts was a feat only accomplished by royal members. Ke Wen's combat prowess was merely slightly superior to those of his peers, and his survival thus far had been sheer luck. Congratulations, host. The first phase of the side quest is complete. Princess Zeeble Siren has successfully returned to Atlantis. Rewards are now being distributed. 1 million points and 2 lottery draws. Would you like to use them now? Just as Ke Wen prepared to engage them with his trigger gun, the system's voice echoed in his mind, nearly sapping his strength. His perseverance had borne fruit. With this thought, Ke Wen aimed his twin guns at the ground, unleashing a rapid barrage of 20 shots that erupted in a cloud of dust. He then employed the trigger gun equipped with spider memory to fire webs into the dust. Even if he could not ensnare them, he needed to buy himself a minute, just 1 minute. System lottery. Ke Wen disregarded the assault surrounding him and shouted skyward. The Vegas roulette in his mind began to spin, and he could only hope that his invincible luck would manifest at this moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kamen Rider Iron Soldier card set and the Rider Belt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kamen Rider W Double Driver. Due to the host's unique characteristics, this system's double driver has been adjusted. The double transformation driver can operate in both single and double modes. In single mode, it integrates dual memory data for enhanced abilities. In double mode, it can forcibly bind another individual as a transformation partner, effectively doubling the memory data's power. Note, the combat power of both parties must not differ excessively. Otherwise, the effect will be halved. Functionality. Due to the peculiarities of the current world, the Earth Library feature is temporarily unavailable. However, the host can possess the ability of land memory, with a coverage area of 1,200 square kilometers and binding skills. At this moment, as the system announced his rewards, Ke Wen was utterly astonished. His fortune was about to turn. System. Bind the double driver for me in exchange for the Gale Ace memory. Chapter 72. No one can defeat me in my BGM within the web space. Ke Wen was preparing to have the system equip him with a dual driver when he was momentarily bewildered by the system's announcement to play BGM. Does it truly possess a built-in sound function? Has combat reached such a sophisticated level? Despite his confusion, the familiar tune of a nightclub anthem began to resonate within the space, inexplicably stirring a sense of excitement within him. You are pushing away your chance to survive. Stranger warrior, The Atlantis warrior, covered in dust and dirt from Ke Wen's webbing, exclaimed in exasperation. They were resolute in their master's command to let the siren perish on land. Yet now, isolated by Ke Wen's reinforced web walls, they were cut off from communication, unable even to send a warning, let alone pursue their target. The siren was nearing Atlantis, and should he return, their mission would be deemed a failure. If the siren began to investigate the assassination attempt, their fate would be sealed, despite being assassins who wishes for death. Yet Ke Wen had barred their last escape route. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices, mustn't they? You chose to kill, I chose to save. Naturally, my objective has been achieved. As for yours, I doubt you will find hope in this lifetime. Ke Wen understood that their mission had failed, as he had received an alert that the siren was already back in Atlantis, rendering these warriors useless. Then, we need not respect the dignity of warriors any longer. Since you wish to be a hero, you shall pay the price of a hero. With that, he gestured, and the long-restrained bloodlust of the trenched dwellers surged forth. Intent on tearing Ke Wen apart, murdering to silence. Why speak so formally? Ambulance, lend a hand. With a light call from Ke Wen, a white-speed vehicle stored in his system's space surged forth, circling him while extending a high-speed runway for protection. Simultaneously, the manifested energy scalpel struck at the attacking trenched dwellers, sending them flying, while also tending to Ke Wen's injuries. At his waist, Ke Wen merged his single misleading driver, a radiant glow enveloping him as another driver extended. With both hands pressing against the Cyclone and Joker memory cards, two electronic voices echoed in the space. Seeing the imminent threat, the Atlantis warrior raised his gun and opened fire directly at Ke Wen. As he inserted the two memory cards into the dual driver, a green whirlwind accompanied by black electric sparks swirled around him, deflecting all incoming beams and redirecting them towards the trenched dwellers nearby. The verdant updraft surged skyward, tearing apart the web of intricate connections above, and without the support of the arachnid memory core, the web that had enveloped both parties dissipated. The hurricane bewildered their senses, and when the tempest subsided, a creature of duality, half green and half black, emerged before them. Who are you? Ke Wen inquired, adjusting the adornment atop his head and pointing at them. I am Kamen Rider Evolto. Now, let us enumerate your transgressions. For the first time, he uttered this iconic line with complete conviction, as the accompanying instrumental music reached its crescendo. Utter nonsense, roared the Atlantis elite captain pointedly at Ke Wen. With a wave of his hand, the aggrieved trenched dwellers, having endured two previous defeats, charged furiously at him. As the trenched dwellers advanced, Ke Wen activated his bound land memory function, and in that fleeting moment, all information within a 1,200 square kilometer radius centered around him surged through his mind. The overwhelming data flow momentarily clouded his vision, causing him to falter, and he was soon engulfed by the oncoming trenched dwellers. Their sharp fangs and claws ravaged his biological skin, yet they could not breach his defenses. The dual data memory forms of W had significantly enhanced his resilience. Data corresponding to his current form materialized in his mind. Swift Wind, Ace Form, Dual Form Combination, Punching Power, 15 tons, Kicking Power, 25 tons, 100 meter speed, 3 seconds. Abilities, Control of Hurricanes, with adept users able to manipulate winds for short-distance flight. The maximum potential can generate an EF4 level tornado. Muscle Enhancement, Neural Reinforcement, Impact Resistance, withstands 100 tons of explosive force. The astonishing data from the dual memory cores coursed through him, and Ke Wen felt the strength surging through every sinew of his body. Gradually, he focused his mind, filtering through the chaotic information until only the trenched dwellers remained. With a powerful sweep of his arm, he hurled the trenched dwellers that had pinned him down into the air. A furious gale swirled around him, casting the assailants aside. The Atlantis warriors, who had anticipated Ke Wen's demise beneath the trenched dwellers' onslaught, gazed in astonishment at the tempest he had conjured and the disoriented trenched dwellers being swept away. The masked faces of these warriors were filled with disbelief. This peculiar armored figure continued to surprise them time and again. However, surprise did not diminish their vigilance. They raised their weapons and opened fire on Ke Wen. A barrage of light beams surged toward him, but with a swift motion, Ke Wen summoned a gust that deflected the incoming blasts. Patience, one at a time, he declared, removing the Swift Wind memory core and inserting it into the card slot. The green whirlwind encircled Ke Wen's right foot as he crouched, observing the trench dwellers charging at him. With a graceful spinning kick, he unleashed a powerful attack, the tempest sweeping through the trench dwellers and launching them into the sky. The rapidly rotating wind blades shredded the airborne trench dwellers into fragments, which rained down. Now it is your turn. Having completed all of this, Ke Wen finally turned around to face the bewildered Atlantis warriors, who were left helpless after his devastating blow to the Abyssal tribe. The severed limbs and shattered remains of the Abyssal warriors lay scattered before Ke Wen and the elite fighters of Atlantis, the chilling fragments striking against their armor, making them acutely aware of Ke Wen's palpable intent to kill. At that moment, they abandoned their assault and, taking advantage of the lifted web of constraints, they leapt directly into the tumultuous sea. Ke Wen, however, did not pursue them. He simply stood at the railing, observing the Atlantis warriors plunging into the ocean's depths. With his left hand, he merged the dual memory units, replacing the Ace memory unit with the trigger memory unit, switching to the Gale trigger form. Inserting the Gale memory unit into the trigger gun, he raised it, aiming at the dozen or so waterlines swiftly traversing beneath the surface of the sea. Cyclone trigger maximum drive. The activation sound resonated as the trigger gun, centered on him, began to voraciously absorb the surrounding air currents. "May fortune favor you," he uttered softly, squeezing the trigger. The green hurricane projectile shot forth like a sharpened arrow, hurtling towards the Atlantis soldiers. The violent air currents coalescing on the surface of the sea into a water vortex that extended down to the ocean's depths, ensnaring those Atlantis soldiers who were preparing to dive into the abyss. The ferocious water vortex wreaked havoc on the surface for 5 long minutes, and those Atlantis warriors who had previously struggled within it had long since vanished without a trace, even though they possessed bodies impervious to the crushing depths of the ocean. It did not mean they could withstand the force of a natural disaster, such as this vortex. This was the power of nature, something beyond human resistance. Ke Wen felt no psychological burden in vanquishing the Abyssal tribe, yet taking lives still weighed heavily on him. This one hurricane projectile would suffice to ensure that these fellows would drift in the ocean for a while longer. Having resolved the situation, Ke Wen gazed at the thoroughly wrecked road, torn apart by the chaos of the battle he had waged alongside the relentless pursuit of Atlantis. The surface was pockmarked and rendered impassable, and Ke Wen felt a twinge of embarrassment, noticing the absence of any approaching vehicles. He pondered for a moment before drawing his trigger gun and shooting a message into a large rock that lay on the roadway. "Landslide ahead, vehicles halt." After completing this task, Ke Wen prepared to depart, but instinctively stepped aside, only to realize he had stepped into empty space, recalling that his motorcycle had been destroyed in the earlier chaos. "Damn it, I need to get my bike replaced soon. This is rather embarrassing." Cursing under his breath, Ke Wen then lightly leaped into the air, utilizing the short-range gliding capability of the Gale memory unit to depart from the coastal highway. Chapter 73. The return Ke Wen had left. And along the coastal highway of the great Amnesty Bay City, besides the pockmarked remnants of the battle and the scattered severed limbs, nothing remained. Even after Ke Wen had unleashed a vortex upon the sea, the waters now lay tranquil. The ocean, with its boundless capacity for acceptance, rendered everything before it insignificant. Suddenly, the calm surface of the sea parted, and a squad emerged from the depths, led by Calder and Tula. Upon arriving at the site where Ke Wen had recently engaged in combat with the trench dwellers and their pursuers, he meticulously surveyed the area before turning to Tula and stating, "It appears he may be more formidable than we anticipated. At the very least, these trench dwellers met their demise at his hands." "Indeed, it seems we have a compelling account to relay to Siren upon our return," Tula replied, but just as she was about to elaborate, Calder silenced her with a shake of his head, gesturing to the surrounding soldiers. Understanding the need for discretion in such a crowded space, Tula promptly fell silent. "Let's clear away these remnants and make our departure," Calder commanded. Upon hearing his orders, the Atlantean soldiers skillfully gathered the remains of the trench dwellers, incinerating them on site in an effort to fabricate the illusion of a landslide, for certain matters were best left unreported, especially during this delicate period between ocean and land. Once this task was completed, Calder led his team back to the depths of the sea, boarding their Atlantean warship and returning to their rightful realm. As the vessel glided through the underwater expanse, Calder remained pensive. Their journey back had been relatively uneventful, leaving him to ponder how Ke Wen had managed to thwart the very individuals who had been intent on hunting them. After deftly evading a few large predators in the deep sea, they had safely reached Atlantis, as Siren's identity was well known throughout the kingdom, and no one dared to act in plain sight. In the absence of King Aquaman, Queen Mera promptly arrived to escort Siren, while Calder, accompanied by the royal guard, proceeded to assist Ke Wen. However, it seemed that Ke Wen no longer required his concern. Deep within the Pacific Ocean lies a civilization, one that has emerged from the annals of mythology, Atlantis. Beneath a colossal, transparent dome, a realm born from humanity's aspiration for the future materializes, reminiscent of the crystalline palaces described in fables. Here, one can witness vessels gliding through the water, exquisite architecture, and Atlanteans moving with the grace of fish. In the tallest edifice, the returning Calder and Tula reach the palace that symbolizes sovereignty. Inside, a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing red hair, clad in a delicate green scale outfit that accentuated her curves, was engaged in conversation with Siren. This renowned female hero of the DC universe, Queen Mera, possesses formidable hydromancy abilities and is equally adept in physical prowess and combat, rivaling her husband, Aquaman. Although Mera had not yet formally wed Aquaman, the people of Atlantis had already accepted her as the future queen. Calder, Tula, what news? Siren inquired eagerly as she swam over upon Calder's return. I believe Ke Wen is unharmed. When I arrived, I only encountered the bodies of the trench dwellers. There was nothing else, and no traces of blood other than that of the trench dwellers. This at least confirms that they posed no threat to Ke Wen. Calder deduced, based on his observations at the scene, offering the most realistic inference. And what are those individuals? Have you uncovered any trace of them? The Siren, overwhelmed by her concerns, momentarily forgot that they were within the palace, a place bustling with onlookers. Siren, compose yourself. Mera, having noticed the Siren's indiscretion, swiftly interjected, signaling the surrounding guards and attendants to withdraw before continuing. You seem excessively preoccupied with this stranger who has aided you. If what you assert is true, the entanglements surrounding the Abyssal clan are far too complex. Have you forgotten where we are? But he saved me at our most perilous moment. This matter is entirely unrelated to him, yet our ability to reunite with you is solely due to his intervention. Is it wrong for me to care? Enough. If he can contend with the Abyssal clan, then we need not fret excessively over his safety. A person capable of vanquishing numerous members of the Abyssal clan is unlikely to meet a swift demise. Reassured by Myra's comforting words, the Siren felt a sense of relief. Yet as she prepared to express her desire to return to the mainland, Mera preemptively silenced her. Do not entertain thoughts of returning to the mainland. Have you not learned your lesson? Remain here in the palace. With that reprimand, the Siren found herself rendered speechless, compelled to stomp her feet in frustration as Mera had her escorted back to her quarters. Meanwhile, on the mainland, in the coastal city of Dash Bay, a summer thunderstorm had raged for several hours. Following the dark clouds, the sun's rays illuminated the city, infusing it with vitality. At the Federal Express office in Dash Bay, a young customer entered. Hello, do you offer shipping services here? Ke Wen, somewhat disheveled after a fierce battle, approached the counter and inquired. Yes, how may we assist you? A courteous young man responded as he approached. I need to send a package. How long will it take, and what will it cost? What are you sending? Please fill out this form. The young man produced a familiar shipping label for Ke Wen to complete. After filling in the destination city and the recipient's details, Ke Wen handed the form back to the young man. Gotham? Wayne Manor? Alfred Pennyworth? What are you sending? The young man asked, raising an eyebrow at the address. Just take a look outside. You'll see, Ke Wen replied, gesturing towards the door. Wow, you're sending canned goods to Wayne Manor? Why do you care? Can you process this order or not? Of course, but it will require an additional $500. As you know, that's Gotham. It's a risk premium. All right, I'll take care of it. Ke Wen retrieved a stack of bills from his wallet and added the extra fee. Watching as the young man packed the canned robots, Ke Wen left the office and hailed a taxi to the airport, purchasing a ticket back to Naxinyo City. After securing his ticket, Ke Wen proceeded through security. Good day, sir. Will you be checking this item? Asked the security officer, holding the bracelet Ke Wen had received from Siren. This? Yes, please handle it for me. Thank you. Originally intending to discard the thoughts of his past, Kevin found himself reminiscing about the days spent with Siren, which led him to reconsider. Having made his decision, he proceeded through security and awaited his boarding call, listening as the announcements echoed through the terminal. With his luggage in hand, he boarded the aircraft. As the plane ascended, Kevin gazed through the window at the diminishing city below, reflecting on the experiences of the past 6 weeks. Including his time in Xi'an Harbor, he had traversed 4 cities. Yet he felt no desire to continue. Regardless of the system's demands, he resolved not to waste any more time. It was time to return home in this world and rest. Until we meet again, future superheroes. He murmured to the window before donning an eye mask and drifting into slumber. 3 days later, in Gotham at Wayne Manor, Alfred Pennyworth, the esteemed butler, found himself puzzled by a substantial package he had just signed for. After instructing the servants to bring it inside, he finally glimpsed its contents, along with a postcard that read, "To our little troublemaker Damien, please take him out for a stroll from a friend who knows him well." A smile crept on Alfred's face as he ascended the stairs and knocked gently on Damien's bedroom door. "Master Damien, there's a gift from your friend." "What did you say?" Damien inquired excitedly as he opened the door. "I believe you should come down and see for yourself." Before Alfred could finish his sentence, Damien showcased his exceptional agility by leaping down from the 2nd floor. Upon seeing the box filled with robotic hands, a grin spread across his face. "It seems he truly is your friend, Master Damien." "Not bad, though his composure is somewhat lacking. I've witnessed him falter before," Damien remarked, transforming one of the cans into a flying hawk that soared gracefully above his hand. "I suppose I should write to this friend and let him see how Master Damien fumbles." "Alfred, when did you capture that?" "Oh, Master Damien, I have raised young masters Bruce and Dick. Do not underestimate my skills." At that moment, Alfred resembled a delighted elder witnessing his previously reclusive grandson finally find companionship. Grinning like a cunning old fox, while Damien displayed his playful, mischievous demeanor. Chapter 74. Being God is no easy task in Naxino City. Sunlight streamed into Kevin's room. Feeling the warmth of the morning, he stretched lazily before rising to wash up. Dressed in athletic shoes, he stepped outside for a morning jog. It was now the 3rd day since his return from Amnesty Bay, and with the holiday still ongoing and the system yet to tally his tasks, Kevin found himself at a loss for how to pass the time. However, inspired by an elderly gentleman at Great Amnesty Bay, Ke Wen no longer exhibited his previous lethargy. At least for these past 3 days since returning home, he has diligently risen early, engaged in morning jogs, and enjoyed breakfast. Although running serves little purpose for someone of his physique, the mere act of getting up signifies a departure from his former habit of sleeping in until he naturally awoke, successfully transforming into an early riser, albeit still a languid one. As Ke Wen jogged along the streets, his enhanced physical condition rendered such aerobic exercise somewhat beneath him. What was the point of running 7 or 8 kilometers without even breaking a sweat? Taking advantage of the morning's sparse foot traffic, he made his way to a junkyard, eager to assess his current physical prowess. After all, having traversed 4 cities, including Xi'an Port, and having faced several extraordinary battles, one particularly brutal encounter left him with a scar on his chest from a sword thrust, he ought to have a grasp of his own limits. Easily vaulting into the parking lot, which was still devoid of the working crowd, Ke Wen approached a scrap car. Squatting beside the vehicle, he gripped the hood with both hands, pressing down with his fingers until the metal began to yield. With a forceful lift, he sent the small car soaring into the sky, where it reached a height of several meters before plummeting back to earth. Ke Wen, cloaked in black armor, chose not to evade the descending vehicle, bracing himself without any protective gestures. Upon impact, the car crumpled against his head, its rusted frame disintegrating into scattered fragments, while he stood unscathed and resolute. Feeling as though he had exerted little effort, he moved on to the next vehicle, still grappling with the sensation of launching the previous car. Ke Wen found it challenging to gauge his strength, as the junkyard's vehicles have been stripped of usable parts, making it difficult to compare their weight to that of a regular car. He pressed on, directing his might toward a slightly larger truck. The same maneuver ensued, and the small truck was similarly propelled into the air, albeit not quite as high as its predecessor. After tossing several progressively larger vehicles, Ke Wen finally sensed the limits of his strength with a larger truck. He estimated his explosive power to be around 9 to 10 tons, and with the armor, it seemed to provide a resistance against impacts of up to 20 tons. However, he was uncertain about how his transformed data would be calculated. Is the system present? He suddenly pondered, recalling its existence. Yes, host. You need not worry that the data following your transformation will be overridden. The data during transformation merely enhances your physical attributes. The strength of the Heisei series knights lies in their developable abilities rather than hard data. Naturally, if you can achieve a mindset of idealism, you can also elevate your hard data. Oh, so you're saying that my strength and kicking power in the Gale Ace form need to be augmented by 10 tons beyond the original data. Is that correct? Indeed. Understood. By the way, is it possible to settle the task early? I have already returned. It has not yet been 3 months. This system does not process settlements. You aren't trying to be lazy, are you? Waiting until the 3-month mark to settle with me? Ke Wen suddenly had an ominous suspicion and hurriedly inquired. The system fell silent, leaving Ke Wen to ponder. Had he truly become so lethargic that he had even assimilated his system into a state of idleness? Among the multitude of transmigrators, he was quite notorious. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Ke Wen resumed exploring the benefits he had acquired during this period. The Iron Soldier card set was certainly noteworthy. It was pure luck, embodying the spirit of a true champion. The 13 knights within the Dragon Rider all utilized the same belt, differing only in their card sets. Therefore, Ke Wen did not dwell on this for long. After all, he now possessed the main rider belt, so why bother with a secondary rider? Secondary riders were merely meant to endure hardships. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement as he unlocked the W Double Driver belt. The ability to bind land memories thrilled him. As an old fan of tokusatsu, he had some knowledge of W, the groundbreaking work of the Heisei era. The dual-entity Kamen Rider possessed the memories of the entire Earth. However, this was the DC universe, which differed significantly from the Earth of Kamen Rider. No matter how chaotic the Kamen Rider universe was, its history remained fundamentally the same, aside from the addition of riders and monsters. Yet, the Earth of DC, oh dear, boasted a history of 6 billion years, evolving into a plethora of bizarre creatures and even housing ancient gods of peculiar nature. If he were to access the Earth Library, he would likely find himself overwhelmed, as he was not like Soda. Their body was data-structured, allowing them to absorb the vast memories of the Earth. His own brain was flesh, and should he ever attempt to access the Earth Library, his meager mind would probably burst under the immense strain without any need for external interference. Even so, when he activated the land memory for 200 square kilometers, he nearly fainted. The overwhelming data flow was beyond his current capacity to endure. Sitting atop a car, Ke Wen activated the land memory ability once more. In an instant, all the data memories of the city of Naxino surged into his mind, an overwhelming cacophony of voices, machinery, and car horns inundating his senses. Unable to endure for even 3 seconds, he hastily shut down the ability, collapsing onto the car in a cold sweat. Damn! Just activating the land memory of a single city was so unbearable. How did Superman manage to overcome this? Ke Wen spoke with a hint of fatigue, noting that Superman's hearing far exceeded his own, capable of perceiving sounds from all corners of the globe, including infrasound and ultrasound, auditory frequencies beyond human perception. He marveled at how Superman had managed to overcome such challenges without guidance. It seemed that being a deity among mortals was no easy feat. He couldn't help but lament that humanity appeared to be a collective of lunatics, boasting of an omniscient and omnipotent God, while he himself had barely managed to navigate a mere trial version, nearly losing his mind in the process. To put succinctly, it felt akin to entering a group chat inundated with incessant notifications, a relentless barrage of messages that one could not mute, an experience that was both frustrating and oddly exhilarating. In a moment of inspiration, Ke Wen pondered whether he could utilize his observation haki to filter through the overwhelming influx of information. The essence of this ability lay in anticipation, reconnaissance, and, at a deeper level, the perception of danger. By integrating it with his memory of the land, he speculated that he might achieve remarkable results. With determination, he embarked on this risky endeavor. For is not the essence of humanity to embrace peril? Without risk, how could one truly ascertain the vitality of existence? An immense stream of information surged into Ke Wen's mind, and he bore the pain of impending mental overload as he activated his observation haki. This activation effectively filtered out a portion of the information, offering him a respite. With his mind somewhat alleviated, Ke Wen began to focus, stratifying and filtering the incoming data until only information pertinent to criminal activity remained. Reports of a carjacking on First Street, a theft occurring on 3rd Street, and a traffic accident at the intersection of 7th and 8th Streets filled his thoughts. Reciting the information in his mind, Ke Wen rose, his dual drives appearing at his waist as he transformed into his Gale Ace form. He preferred to conserve his Iron Soldier cards, as having an extra card up one sleeve provided a measure of security. Moreover, this form was more than sufficient to deal with petty thieves. Next, it was time to tally the misdeeds of others. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Ke Wen leaped into action, activating his Gale abilities, gliding through the city on the winds that swirled around him. Chapter 75. The inaugural Justice League meeting in the Eastern District of Nishino City on 7th Avenue resided Claire, a stunning detective from the city's police force. As a girl endowed with both talent and beauty, Claire hailed from a family background that was considered elite in Nishino City. Otherwise, as a frontline detective, she would have long been subjected to retaliation. The vengeance of the underworld was far more terrifying than one could imagine. Claire had purchased a top-floor apartment on 7th Avenue, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with ample natural light. However, her bedroom curtains were drawn tightly, blocking the sunlight streaming in. Scattered across the floor were women's lingerie and a few articles of men's clothing, while the enchanting Claire, who captivated both the police department and the upper echelons of society, lay peacefully asleep in the embrace of the renowned detective Dick Grayson. Should the personnel within the precinct become aware of the fact that Dick has taken Claire under his wing, one could surmise that merely through glances, Dick would have faced countless condemnations. This truth was soon unveiled, as the landline in Claire's bedroom began to emit a series of urgent rings. Deep in slumber, Claire remained oblivious, while Dick, upon the first ring, promptly answered the call. "It's me, Dick Grayson," he said, his tone laced with remnants of sleep and a hint of impatience. "Dick, how is it that you find yourself at Claire's residence?" Came a voice from the other end, familiar yet tinged with disbelief. "Captain Kevin?" "Indeed, I am at Claire's," Dick readily acknowledged, recognizing his superior's voice. "You all? Never mind, come over. We have an urgent meeting to convene. It seems our city's hero has returned and requires examination." "City hero? Are you referring to the Masked Rider?" "Was there to investigate." Dick quickly grasped the situation, puzzled by the captain's insistence on convening regarding Kevin. "Because he has undergone some changes. While we know he possesses good intentions, until we have complete confirmation, we need a contingency plan." "Understood. However, I shall proceed alone. Claire is still asleep, and I do not wish to disturb her." Casting a glance at Claire, who was using his left arm as a pillow, Dick lowered his voice. "Very well done. After the meeting, we shall have a thorough discussion." "Why?" A sense of unease washed over Dick. His sixth sense alerted him to a hint of danger in the captain's forthcoming words. "Because Claire is my daughter." "Surprise, isn't it?" "All right, Captain, I comprehend." With a heavy heart, Dick ended the call, gazing at the beauty beside him. He felt a pang of anxiety. He had unwittingly become entwined with his superior's cherished jewel. If things went awry, he would find himself in a precarious position. Though troubled by such thoughts, he remained gentle towards the girl, carefully extricating his arm from her embrace and tucking her in, before he proceeded to gather his clothes to dress. "Did my father call you?" Just as he was about to stealthily exit the bedroom, Claire's voice reached him from behind, causing him to halt in his tracks. "Ah, you overheard? I'm a police officer, you know." The drowsy Claire concealed her figure with the duvet, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Nothing of consequence, merely a meeting. You should rest well. I kept you up all night. I shall prepare breakfast and then come over." Dick took his time, donning his attire, then approached Claire to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead before softly closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Claire, gazing at the scattered garments, was reminded of the night's wild escapades, prompting her to pull the duvet over herself, feeling a tinge of shyness as she drifted back to sleep. Beyond the Earth's atmosphere, approximately 100,000 kilometers from the planet, a castle fashioned from a meteorite stood resiliently in orbit. Upon this meteorite, one can behold a garden, a castle, and even a starport. More astonishingly, this fortress, crafted from the very meteorite itself, conceals its power source, remaining steadfast at a distance of 100,000 kilometers in Earth's near orbit, vigilantly watching over our planet and serving as its primary line of defense. The Watchtower, a magnificent assembly of the 8 titans of the Justice League, amalgamates the advanced technologies of Earth's stellar laboratories, Wayne Enterprises, Atlantis, and Apocalypse, along with the extraordinary capabilities of Superman, Wonder Woman, Shazam, Green Lantern, and Aquaman, who facilitated its construction. Batman, the Flash, and Cyborg were responsible for the structural adjustments. And within a mere month and a half, this architectural marvel, a contemporary wonder of the world, emerged in the cosmos. In the Watchtower's assembly chamber, the 8 founding members of the Justice League convene for their inaugural meeting. Over the past 2 years, although they have frequently addressed global issues, the Earth-based Justice League Hall served more as a symbolic venue, lacking the necessary discretion, thus giving rise to the creation of the Watchtower. Within the chamber, the 8 leaders sat around a circular table, with the half-human, half-machine Cyborg acting as the presiding officer for this historic assembly. Casting a glance at his formidable colleagues, the seemingly youngest among them, Cyborg, felt a wave of anxiety. Despite his mechanical form replacing his flesh and blood, his emotions remained inherently human. Especially after catching a glimpse of Shazam, who was offering him encouragement, Cyborg's tension heightened. Indeed, he appeared the youngest due to his mere 20 years of age. Yet his companion, Shazam, was even younger, a mere 13 years old. This 13-year-old child could transform into a striking figure rivaling Superman, captivating countless fans around the globe. It seemed profoundly unjust, a mature appearance paired with a youthful disposition, often leading to complications in their interactions. He often quipped that Shazam's so-called wisdom, attributed to Solomon, must have been locked away. Taking a deep breath, Cyborg commenced his role as the moderator of this momentous meeting. Well, since everyone has arrived, let us begin. The first agenda item. The United Nations has allocated a budget of $10 billion for this year, barely sufficient for equipment maintenance. Wayne Enterprises will provide fiscal support, so we shall bypass this topic. The Dark Knight, exuding authority in his dark attire, took charge of this year's financial expenditures for the Watchtower. I can contribute as well. Wonder Woman's merchandise has seen excellent sales this year, interjected Diana, seated to the left of Batman. Just then, Aquaman, Arthur Curry, poised to speak, felt Batman's imposing presence seemingly grow larger and more distant, as if it were about to overshadow him. He opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. Arthur, do you have anything to add? Steelbone noticed Arthur's peculiar demeanor and curiously inquired. No. Let's move on to the next topic. Arthur quickly redirected the conversation, silently lamenting, why am I the only one being intimidated when even Diana has spoken? Casting a skeptical glance at the old master, Steelbone finally turned to the next page. The second agenda item pertained to the list of potential new members. Green Arrow from Star City, the Martian hunter Ronin, once lurking in the city of New Nova, and Hawkgirl and Hawkman from Midway City. On the screen appeared an image of Oliver Queen donned in his Robin Hood attire. In a verdant forest, a tall figure with emerald green skin and clad in a black-green robe flickered in and out of view, his eyes glowing red. Another image displayed a pair of individuals with metallic wings and hawk masks confronting a long-haired man brandishing twin daggers high above the city. I'll take the Green Arrow. The old master claimed the task first. I will handle the Martian hunter. As fellow extraterrestrial beings, I believe we might connect better, Superman in his blue uniform added. Then I shall take Hawkgirl and Hawkman. Midway City is quite close to Central City. The Flash stepped forward as no one else volunteered for the third task. With the second agenda concluded, Steelbone continued to the third page, where the main event awaited. The third topic focused on the emergence of superhumans in various cities. Over the past 2 years, following the establishment of the Justice League and Darkseid's invasion, the number of superhumans on Earth has noticeably increased. For instance, there is a being known as Kamen Rider in New Nova, while Central City has recently witnessed the activities of a figure named Kid Flash. And Metropolis has been abuzz with tales of a girl impervious to blades and bullets, albeit with a tendency to send criminals to the hospital with a single blow. At this point, Steelbone instinctively glanced at Superman, who was whistling and gazing at the ceiling. It was evident that this girl must be connected to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be employing such a transparent ruse. The other members also turned their attention to Superman, and under the scrutiny of the 7 prominent figures, especially the Old Master, even Superman could not withstand the pressure. The Kryptonian steel physique seemed to lack the resilience against embarrassment. All right, I will speak to her, Superman promptly assured them. Regarding this matter, I propose we adopt a watchful stance. We cannot decide whether they are fit to become superheroes. The best course of action is to guide them. Thus, the agenda was turned. Whenever the Justice League members found themselves uncertain, The old master always provided a decisive resolution, a lesson learned over the past 2 years. History has shown that any collective endeavor that disregards the old master's counsel tends to encounter setbacks, a sentiment often echoed by Green Lantern Hal, who, at this moment, was preoccupied with his own imaginative exploits involving his power ring. Thus, today's agenda concludes here, esteemed colleagues. We shall convene for our monthly report in this venue henceforth. So I urge everyone to remember the schedule. Regarding the sound channel, I have duly marked each of you, and I will remain at the watchtower to oversee daily operations. Once Steele confirmed that there were no oversights, he declared the meeting adjourned. Several prominent figures prepared to return to their respective domains after a month and a half away from home, each feeling a sense of longing. Clark, upon your return, organize your thoughts. I wish to know the origins of that Kryptonian girl. As Superman was about to step into the sound channel, he heard the low, gravelly voice of the elder behind him, instinctively straightening his posture as the elder entered the channel. Superman smacked his forehead, realizing that he had another busy evening ahead of him. Most members of the Justice League had departed, leaving only Steele, who was still working at the computer, and Shazam, the tall child in a bright red costume adorned with a glowing lightning emblem and a white hooded cape, standing beside him, leaning against Steele's chair. He said with a hint of boredom, "Come on, Victor, do you really have to lock yourself in here?" "Thanks, Billy. But my mind is currently operating like a quantum computer, needing no rest whatsoever." Steele, or Victor, sighed, aware of Billy's good intentions. "Don't worry about it. I possess the wisdom of Solomon, and I will certainly find a way to let you rest. Indeed, if that wisdom isn't locked away." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Steele quickly silenced himself, recognizing that Billy was about to enter his chatterbox mode after 2 years of familiarity. He raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I got it. Let's go have some fun." Even as a quantum computer, he found himself helpless against Billy's incessant talk. Perhaps this was why he still retained such a human side. "Exactly, Victor." Yes, I understand." Pushing Shazam's shoulder, Victor hurriedly stepped into the sound channel with him, seeking a moment of peace. Chapter 76. Ultimately, the debut that night, atop the Wayne Enterprises branch in Nova City, Kevin stood against the night breeze, his scarf billowing behind him. Gazing down at the flowing traffic below, the functions of his land memory, combined with his observation haki, allowed him to begin filtering the information flooding in from all directions. After several days of employing these powers, he was gradually becoming accustomed to this newfound ability. In simple terms, observation haki acted like a net, assisting Kevin in discerning the incoming information, akin to a sixth sense that enabled him to filter out the most advantageous details, allowing him to receive them in advance. "It seems you have grown considerably during this time." A voice drifted from behind Kevin as Dick, clad in his Nightwing uniform, quietly approached. "It's not like I had a choice. Visiting a few cities inevitably leads to encountering some unfortunate events." Ke Wen turned his head, and the mass portion of his attire shattered into fragments, revealing his face. This technique was one he had first observed during the crossover film featuring Dickie and W, where the character Narumi Soji employed a partial transformation. He never anticipated that he too would wield such a move. "Your new form appears rather impressive," Dick remarked, gazing at Ke Wen's half-green, half-black dual-toned appearance. Although it felt somewhat incongruous, it undeniably exuded a certain charm. "Thank you. Shall we take a couple of laps together?" "Kiskiviko ven invited." "Sure, but first, you need to keep up," the rookie teased him, and Dick leaped down the stairs, his underarms revealing 2 membrane-like gliding suits, taking advantage of the terrain and the night breeze to soar into the sky. "I can do that too." With a flick of his wrist, Ke Wen activated the wind memory, effortlessly matching Dick's pace. The two patrolled the brightly lit city, utilizing Ke Wen's land memory ability, which significantly enhanced their efficiency in combating crime, more than doubling their previous effectiveness. In just one night, they dismantled 2 drug trafficking rings and a theft syndicate. Meanwhile, at the DEO headquarters on the outskirts of National City, Kara's sister, Emile, was on duty. As someone who secretly joined a special operations division to protect her sister, Emile was acutely aware of Kara's potential and what Kryptonians could achieve on Earth. The figure in Metropolis had already made that clear to the world. Emile hoped her sister would never have to walk the path adorned by that crimson cape. The world did not require an abundance of Kryptonians, and Kara should simply lead a normal life as a girl. At that moment, Emil was monitoring Ke Wen and Nightwing's crime-fighting activities through the DEO's satellite system. Beside her stood a tall, composed African-American man, exuding an air of stability and strength that instilled a sense of security merely by his presence. Director, what is your opinion on the masked rider appearing in National City? Should we make contact with him? Emil inquired. Not just yet, the director replied. While his form is changing, his abilities remain within our control. You are well aware of what resides within the Phantom Prison. At present, he does not possess the qualifications to contend with those entities. Let us continue to observe. Hank patted Emil on the shoulder before turning to leave. Just as he was about to head to his office, he paused abruptly, having heard a voice whispering in his ear. Rons, come forth and meet me. I am Superman, and I know you can hear me. Emil, continue your surveillance. I must step out for a moment. An urgent military meeting has been summoned. He explained before departing the DEO. With a somewhat hurried stride, he glanced around outside the headquarters, ensuring there were no signs of surveillance. And then his form began to shift. His shirt transformed into a deep blue robe with black accents. His tall stature straightened once more, his skin turned green, and his eyes glowed with a fierce red light. Mars Hunter, a remarkable extraterrestrial visitor following in the footsteps of Superman, presents an unexpected twist. The leader of a department dedicated to superhumans is, in fact, an alien, transforming into his true form. Ron assumed a transparent guise and ascended silently into the heavens, for there awaited a solitary figure, cloaked in a red cape and adorned in a striking blue uniform. The deep crimsons emblazoned upon his chest unmistakably revealed his identity. Superman. Greetings, Superman. Hello, Ron. How did you come to know my name? We have friends who discovered footage of your initial arrival on Earth, during which you mentioned this name. I am here to extend an invitation, hoping you will join our Justice League in safeguarding this beautiful yet fragile planet, our second homeland. Superman reached out his hand in invitation to Ron. However, Ron paused in silence, gently shaking his head. I apologize, but I'm not interested at this time. Why not? Human beings are remarkably complex creatures. This has been my singular observation throughout my years on Earth. They may accept your existence due to your identical appearance, yet I differ. The moment I utilize my abilities, my true form is revealed. Although I may take on human shape, they will not embrace one who does not resemble them. Try to trust humanity, Ron. When I first realized my own uniqueness, I felt as you do now. However, if you strive to excel, there will be those who acknowledge you. Superman, sharing a bond as a fellow extraterrestrial, comprehended Ron's apprehensions and continued to encourage him. Not at this moment, Superman. They are not prepared to accept my presence. When they are ready, I will join. However, your visit to discuss this is not the primary reason, is it? You're concerned about your cousin in National City? Carrot Danvers is indeed your sister? Ron, possessing telepathic abilities, swiftly gleaned the information he sought from Superman's mind, astonishment washing over him. How did you? I have the ability to read minds. Very well. I merely wish to convey that Kara is a kind-hearted girl. If unnecessary, please do not involve her in any events. She is my sister. I understand. Thank you. After conversing with Ron and acknowledging his current stance, Superman refrained from prolonging the discussion and transformed into a blue streak, soaring towards his metropolis. In the meantime, Metropolis, having experienced a rise in crime due to Superman's absence, witnessed a suspicious individual prowling the streets in search of a target. Soon enough, he fixated on a hurriedly walking woman clutching her bag tightly. Sensing that she was a woman in distress, likely in need of urgent assistance, convinced that her handbag contained a substantial sum of cash, he tightened his grip on his firearm and charged toward her, leveraging his physical advantage to forcefully shove her into an alleyway. Good evening, madam. It appears today is my fortunate day. Might you relinquish that item to me? The menacing tone, accompanied by the gun aimed at the terrified woman before him, elicited a sinister smile. I implore you, this is my child's medical expenses. He requires this money. That is of no concern to me, unless you wish to experience this. With the firearm trained on her, the safety disengaged. It was poised to fire at any moment. Faced with such a lethal weapon, she surrendered her resistance. I believe it would be prudent for you to return that item to the lady, sir. A youthful voice resonated from behind. The armed robber turned to confront an oddly dressed individual, perhaps a girl. In the summer night, a figure clad in a short skirt could only be a woman or a peculiar anomaly. Yet the long legs suggested otherwise. The black stockings obscuring her face left him perplexed, but that was of little consequence. Tonight appeared to hold potential benefits for him. I think you've chosen the wrong time to venture out, young lady. Remain still. He aimed his gun at the girl, entirely oblivious to whom he had encountered. That will not suffice. Unperturbed by the robber's demands, the girl boldly approached him. As he noticed his words being disregarded, he grew frustrated and swung the guns but towards her head, intending to incapacitate her before pursuing his nefarious intentions. However, the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. The guns but struck her forehead, producing a reverberating sound. He felt it tingling in his arm, while the girl merely tilted her head, regarding him with a mocking expression. Damn it! This sudden turn of events unsettled him. In his moment of panic, the gun discharged, sending sparks flying against her forehead. Aside from perforating her stockings, nothing else occurred. Taken aback by the robber's reckless action, the girl seized the firearm from his grip, compressing it into a solid mass, and effortlessly lifted him, hurling him into the air with a piercing scream echoing through the night. I believe this belongs to you, madam. The girl returned the stolen bag to its rightful owner. Thank you, but will that person be all right? The woman, still shaken, recalled the living man who had just become a fleeting star in the night sky. You need not worry. Superman has already rescued him, madam. It is time for you to attend to your matters. Oh, right, thank you. Remembering her pressing obligations, she hurried away. Shortly thereafter, Superman descended, carrying the individual who had experienced a brief flight. Observing the now unmasked girl, he felt a twinge of exasperation. Although, in terms of lineage, she was his elder sister, he now found himself in the role of the protective brother, with her as the younger sibling. Nonchalantly discarding the individual, he gestured for her to follow. Then, Superman ascended into the sky, with the girl trailing behind him, landing on the rooftop of the planet Daily. It has barely been 2 months since I departed, and you have already stirred up such chaos, Kara. Are you truly here to assist me? Superman sighed wryly. Kutta, I am indeed helping you combat crime in Metropolis. Kara retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yes, but if you didn't send every criminal to the hospital each time, it would be more effective. I simply believe their actions are beyond reproach. That may be, but we are not judges. We have no authority to pass judgment on criminals. Our duty is to restrain these nefarious individuals and deliver them to the courts for adjudication, rather than resorting to our own methods. If you continue down this path, I will have Professor Jeremiah send you back. Superman's intimidation proved effective, as the mention of being sent back caused Kara to falter momentarily. However, after a brief contemplation, she replied, Why is it that you can do things I cannot? Why shouldn't I accompany you in saving the world? If your notion of saving the world involves passing judgment on criminals according to your own moral compass, I cannot allow that. Superman shook his head. Then you can oversee my actions. Are you certain? If you cannot adhere to my stipulations, you shall have to live as an ordinary girl from now on. Absolutely certain. Very well, follow me. Where to? If you wish to become a superhero, you must don the attire befitting one. Kara glanced down at her own outfit, quickly understanding Superman's statement. She made a face at him before trailing behind as they soared towards the North Pole. Chapter 77. What is inevitable must come to pass in Naxino City. At the Wayne Enterprises warehouse, Dick was engaged in combat training with Corvin, wielding a short staff. As Kara had yet to officially emerge as Supergirl in Naxino City, the crime rate remained relatively stable. The most severe incident occurred 2 days prior, when Corvin and Dick dealt with a bank robbery, which had yet to escalate to the level of superpowered crime. Thus, after each outing where Corvin and Dick thwarted several criminal activities, Naxino City enjoyed a brief period of tranquility, during which Corvin would seek refuge at Dick's base for training. After all, he had no base of his own and was unsure where to procure one. Unlike Dick, who had the luxury of resources and freedom from parental oversight, Corvin was still under the watchful eyes of his parents. Staying out late would undoubtedly lead to complications. Therefore, every time he ventured outside, Corvin instinctively gravitated towards Dick's place, requesting training. Although he could train through the system's mental training space, he was still hesitant to employ other peculiar individuals. Moreover, since his return from Amnesty Bay, he felt that the skill level of the Shuka super soldiers had diminished. Their physical data might appear impressive, but they lacked intelligence. Previously, Corvin had relied on numerical superiority to challenge them. But now, having discerned their tactics, he could easily defeat the super soldiers without sustaining injuries, thereby rendering the training meaningless. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to seek counsel from Dick. After all, He is the first Robin trained by Batman, embodying the closest resemblance to the Dark Knight in every aspect. His combat skills far surpass those of Ke Wen, who relies solely on the system's bestowal of knowledge. In the training arena, Dick wielded two short sticks with remarkable agility, leaving Ke Wen defenseless, forced to withstand the blows with his sturdy physique and attempt to retaliate. Although the system's enhancement of his martial prowess was commendable, Ke Wen's glaring deficiency in practical experience became evident. Each time Dick launched an attack, Ke Wen's reactions lagged behind, illuminating the severity of his shortcomings. It was no wonder that the master never underestimated Superman. Equipped appropriately, he could indeed best the Man of Steel. Under similar circumstances, Superman was no match for him. Presently, Ke Wen found himself in a comparable predicament, without transformation, devoid of the three-colored Haki, relying solely on his current physical attributes. Utterly dominated by Dick, the relentless onslaught continued, culminating in yet another knockdown, with Ke Wen once again sprawled on the ground. "All right, let's conclude today's training here," Dick said, panting, as he sheathed his short sticks and extended a hand to help Ke Wen up. "Finish this early?" Ke Wen dusted off the dirt from his clothes. "You've made significant progress. At least when facing opponents of lower caliber, your armor, coupled with your other abilities and combat skills, should allow you to handle them with ease." Dick found himself at a loss for words. As an ordinary man pushed to his limits, how could he compare to Ke Wen, who had surpassed the realm of normalcy? After each training session, he was left utterly exhausted, while Ke Wen emerged with little more than a few bruises. "The issue is, I hardly ever encounter opponents of lesser skill than mine." Internally, Ke Wen was reluctant to comment on Dick's assessment. Given his luck, any encounter with a challenging event usually left him at a disadvantage, with no opportunity to dominate his adversaries. "Enough, the time is drawing near. You should attend to your patrol duties," Dick urged, glancing at the wall clock. "Aren't you going?" "Not recently. I've been entangled with my superior's daughter, and he is currently assigning me tasks." Dick chuckled ruefully, realizing that as a police captain, he was rather petty. Despite projecting an air of professionalism, he always ended up bearing the brunt of the workload when it came to assignments. "You don't seem particularly surprised," Dick noted, sensing an inexplicable feeling of defeat as he observed Ke Wen's composed demeanor. "What's there to be surprised about? You're handsome, fit, and have a well-defined physique. It's only natural that you would attract interest," Ke Wen mused inwardly, finding no astonishment in Dick's remarks. A humanoid artillery piece should hardly concern himself with matters of romance. Whenever he desired, he could effortlessly shower Ke Wen with tales of his conquests. After complimenting Dick, Ke Wen departed from his stronghold, stepping into a secluded corner before transforming and commencing his nocturnal escapades. Riding the currents of air, Ke Wen effortlessly leaped through the city, landing directly in a narrow alleyway in the northern district, where a group of individuals stood facing one another. His sudden arrival disrupted their tense standoff. "What are you all discussing? Mind if I interject?" he quipped, only to be met with a shout of its Kamen Rider. "Open fire." Having already made a name for himself in Naxino City, Ke Wen's swift, wind-blown form had begun to etch itself into the memories of the onlookers. Upon his appearance, the gang members, seemingly engaged in some illicit exchange, hastily brandished their firearms and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards him. The projectiles struck Ke Wen's bioskin, producing mere sparks without causing any harm. Their kinetic energy became a mere jest in the face of his formidable physique. Undeterred, the criminals continued to fire until their magazines were empty. "Seriously, guys? I've been roaming Naxino City for ages, and you still don't realize that bullets are ineffective against me?" Ke Wen remarked, bemused, as he observed the gangsters, who showed no inclination to flee, instead intent on eliminating him. He mused to himself about when he might command the same respect as Superman, where his mere presence would compel adversaries to surrender and await the arrival of the police. As the last bullet was spent, rather than succumbing to fear, the gang members seized nearby weapons and charged at Ke Wen. "Hey, that's a bit excessive," he retorted, waving his hand lightly. A powerful gust of wind swept through the alley, forcing the assailants to shield their eyes and struggle to maintain their footing. As Ke Wen intensified the wind's strength, it violently scattered the gangsters in all directions. Some collided with walls, while others crashed into parked vehicles, becoming ensnared in shattered glass. "Why compel me to resort to force?" Ke Wen sighed, observing the disarray of bodies strewn about. With a rare moment of theatrics, he picked up one of the fallen gangsters' phones and made a call before departing. He resumed his aimless patrol atop the buildings. despite possessing the ability to access criminal activity in Naxino City through his land memory. However, Ke Wen knew he could not address every incident. Doing so would diminish the police's motivation. More importantly, as long as Carla had not made her debut, crime in Naxino City remained astonishingly low, unlike the chaos of their neighboring city, where explosions were a daily occurrence, and one felt less than respectable without having demolished at least one building in their criminal exploits. Huh, what is happening? Just as Ke Wen glided leisurely between the skyscrapers, his land memory alerted him to an incoming threat. An unidentified flying object was hurtling towards him at 3 times the speed of sound. He landed atop a building, gazing at the approaching object. Whatever it was, its rapid approach meant he would soon discern its nature. Straining his eyes against the night sky, he spotted a small dot growing larger with alarming speed. What on earth? A plane? A bird? Goodness! Ke Wen exclaimed, only to quickly recognize the identity of the incoming entity, prompting an exclamation of surprise. The dark figure halted before Ke Wen. The tumultuous winds generated by the abrupt transition from extreme motion to profound stillness, wreaking havoc upon the rooftop. Even Ke Wen had to shield himself from the ferocious gusts, and the identity of a small figure was now known to him. Clad in a vibrant red cloak and a blue battle suit emblazoned with the S emblem. She wore a short skirt resembling scales and striking red knee-high boots, complemented by cascading golden hair and a sweet, radiant smile. Ke Wen felt a wave of despair wash over him. The very scenario he most dreaded had come to fruition. His classmate, Ke Wen, had finally emerged as the guardian hero of Naxino City, and she stood right before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ke Wen was suddenly reminded of the opening line from the television series The Flash. My name is Ke Wen, a hapless traveler burdened with a night system that delights in my misfortune. The moment my classmate Ke Wen, donned in her superhero attire, soared before me, I knew I was in deep trouble. Chapter 78. I shall vanquish you with my tiny fists. On the rooftop, Ke Wen gazed at Ke Wen, who hovered in the air, knowing full well that beneath her visor lay a visage that was undoubtedly unattractive. Moreover, his heart raced at an alarming rate of no less than 180 beats per minute, purely from fright. He had considered the possibility that his butterfly-like actions in Naxino City might have precipitated Ke Wen's early transformation into Supergirl. Yet he never fathomed it would happen so swiftly. It had only been 3 months, and he had yet to indulge in his own escapades when Ke Wen had already ascended to her heroic status. This meant that Naxino City would soon escalate from a standard difficulty to a more formidable challenge, akin to a hellish level of trials. Meanwhile, he had merely unlocked a primary rider belt and had not yet completed all its forms. Life was becoming increasingly untenable. Hello, Kamen Rider. I am your admirer. While Ke Wen was still contemplating how to engage with Ke Wen, she spoke up, her sweet smile tinged with nervousness as she uttered words that left him utterly astonished. The serendipitous encounter between the airborne Ke Wen and Ke Wen was entirely unforeseen. During her time in Metropolis, her cousin, Superman, had brought her to the solitary fortress nestled in the Arctic, a stronghold infused with the entirety of Kryptonian technology. Impervious to detection by Earth's governments and accessible only to members of the same family, Superman and Ke Wen. In that sanctuary, Superman had crafted a battle suit for Ke Wen, tailored to her color scheme. The dearth of combat uniforms suitable for Kryptonians on Earth was a pressing concern. Even the friction between high speeds and air rendered many earthly suits inadequate. The optimal materials were those Kryptonian elements that had descended alongside Superman to Earth, also influenced by the yellow sun. Naturally, Ke Wen was elated to don her new battle attire, which allowed her to soar through the skies, embodying the essence of a true superhero. In her exuberance, she inadvertently returned to her city, colliding with Ke Wen, who was aimlessly wandering atop a building. Strangely, Ke Wen felt an inexplicable affinity for the Kamen Rider that Ke Wen portrayed. Unlike the Nightwing currently present in the city, Nightwing does not belong to Naxino. He is a protege of Batman, a fact Superman had previously shared with her. Thus, Kara is indifferent to Nightwing's actions in Naxino. However, she possesses a strong intuition regarding the masked rider represented by Ke Wen. She suspects that this masked rider is someone she knows, who is also aware that her X-ray vision cannot penetrate lead. Otherwise, he would not have coated his armor with a layer of lead. Kara is no longer the same Kara who entered the workforce. At 18, she is in the throes of youthful exuberance, sharing the dreams of every girl, idolizing others while also being admired in return. At this moment, she regards the masked rider, represented by Ke Wen, as an object of her admiration, akin to how a girl might feel nervous upon encountering her idol, completely forgetting that she is the powerful Supergirl. Pardon? What did you just say? Ke Wen, overwhelmed by his own nerves, finds himself bewildered when Kara stutters that she is a fan of the masked rider. It feels akin to a seasoned veteran approaching a novice in a starter village, claiming to be his subordinate. Doubting his own hearing, he yearns to hear Kara repeat herself. I am your fan. I witnessed your efforts against crime in Axanor a long time ago, and I have been following your actions in other cities as well. It's truly remarkable. As she continues, Kara suddenly stumbles over her words, unsure whether to reveal her name or her Kryptonian identity. Supergirl, you are Supergirl. As Kara grapples with her thoughts, a composed Ke Wen directly addresses her by her alias. Supergirl, are you referring to me? Kud asks, momentarily taken aback as she points to herself. Yes, this on your chest is proof of your identity as Supergirl. Ke Wen gestures toward the emblem on Kara's chest. After glancing down, she beams a sweet smile at Ke Wen, realizing that her idol recognizes her true essence. Ke Wen exhales, acknowledging that while Kara is still a novice, her abilities fully developed, she lacks experience in combating crime. His own experience is only marginally greater. He has merely been active for an additional 3 months. Nonetheless, being regarded as an idol by Kara fills him with excitement, especially considering she is Supergirl, a formidable figure in the DC universe. He muses that if he were to live a full life, this moment would be a story worth recounting for eternity. However, Ke Wen is more curious about how Kara came to be here, as he has not observed any superhuman criminal activities in the vicinity, nor has his land memory function issued any alerts. What brings you here, Supergirl? Seizing the opportunity while Kara remains his fan, Ke Wen inquires. I changed into my new battle suit, and, feeling a bit too excited, accidentally flew over, Kara admits, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. This compelling rationale rendered Ke Wen utterly speechless. He pondered whether his recent misfortune stemmed from having squandered his luck on 2 extravagant belts. Such improbable occurrences left him at a loss for words. By the way, do you find my battle attire appealing? Kara inquired, executing several aerial somersaults in an attempt to garner the opinion of her idol, Kamen Rider. As she twirled through the sky, the crimson skirt that graced her knees fluttered gracefully, and from Ke Wen's vantage point below, a different vista unfolded before him. He couldn't help but exclaim that safety shorts must be one of the most inhumane inventions. After all, even in the DC universe, where the laws of physics often bend, anti-gravity skirts remained a mere fantasy. Just as Ke Wen anticipated witnessing a historic moment, he was met with the revelation that beneath the red skirt lay safety shorts. Although he dared not activate his observation haki, he found the subtle glimpses more enchanting than the traditional gentlemanly perspective, momentarily entranced. Wishing for Kara to perform a few more spins in the air. Hey, does my battle attire look good? She asked. It looks absolutely stunning. The perspective is perfect, he replied, somewhat dazed, momentarily forgetting the identity of the person before him. Realizing that his gaze was inappropriate, Kara quickly descended, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks. Observing her flustered demeanor, Ke Wen recognized that he had perhaps crossed a line of decorum. He cleared his throat awkwardly and muttered an apology. It's just a matter of perspective. Kara, unable to contain her irritation at Ke Wen's lack of sensitivity, playfully shoved him away. In an instant, he soared through the air, propelled by the force of the shove, vanishing from her sight and hurtling towards the opposite building, where he left a human-shaped imprint upon collision. Staring blankly at the silhouette of Ke Wen embedded in the wall, Kara took a moment to process the scene before hastily flying over. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional, she called out, but hesitated to approach him, fearing she might inadvertently launch him again with her strength. The formidable superheroine resembled a contrite little girl, suspended in the air, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Ke Wen, still imprinted on the wall, began to stir. After a fit of violent coughing, he extricated himself from the wall with great difficulty and landed on the ground. He gestured to Kara, who was approaching to assist him, signaling that he could stand on his own. He had no desire to endure another impact like that. However, when Kara gently nudged him, he found himself propelled once more, crashing against the wall with a force that nearly knocked the breath from him. I believe before you fully embrace your role as a superhero, you must learn to control your strength, and not let your emotions dictate your actions. Otherwise, rather than combating crime, you may as well be committing murder. Ke Wen coughed. I apologize, but I truly struggle with controlling my power. I manage well under normal circumstances, yet once my emotions surge, I become prone to mistakes. Kara was acutely aware of her recent actions, nearly striking her idol with such force that it could have been fatal. Had that occurred, her journey as a superhero would have been prematurely extinguished, and she would have forgotten the fact that Kevin had been observing her moments before. Regarding this, I could impart some wisdom when time permits, but for now, I must take my leave. With a wave, Kevin contemplated whether he should continue his stay in the city of Naxenor. Kara, having nearly lost her balance from her own impulsive action, remained perplexed as to how she had been thrust against the wall. Why? Karapon did it. Had curiosity pijuit. Because your friend has arrived. Look, it's Superman, Kevin exclaimed, pointing behind her. Upon hearing the name, Kara instinctively turned, only to be greeted by an expanse of starlit sky devoid of any figure. When she turned back, she found Kevin had vanished without a trace, leaving only the flickering LED display on the rooftop. Witnessing this, Kara couldn't help but smile. It seemed her idol was not as fragile as she appeared, managing to disappear in an instant before her eyes. Perhaps that earlier encounter was merely a test of her capabilities. With this realization, Kara felt reassured in her admiration, especially since her idol had promised to teach her how to harness her powers. Filled with the satisfaction of meeting her icon, she soared into the sky, heading towards the Fortress of Solitude, harboring a sense of anticipation that her future as a superhero would be nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 79. Training the Supergirl in the Eastern District of Naxenor City. At 56 Central Street Avenue stands the residence of the affluent Chinese-American Jonathan Ke, which also serves as Kevin's home in this world. Within the confines of his bedroom on the second floor, the surface of a dressing mirror rippled, and a slightly bulky figure clad in silver and green emerged, collapsing onto the bed. Damn, I never expected my first use of the Iron Knight would be for a hasty retreat, Kevin muttered to himself as he lay on the bed. Removing the Iron Knight card set from his belt and reverting to his original form, he touched his still painful chest, letting out a bitter chuckle. He had effectively unlocked a primary rider belt and, according to his physical data, was classified as a superhuman. Yet, in a moment of embarrassment, Kara had pushed him so unexpectedly that he had no chance to react before being flung against the wall. Had he not possessed the Iron Knight card set, allowing him to escape through the mirror, he would have found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. The Dragon Knight series belt from the system bore little resemblance to its original counterpart. In fact, the transformation relied not on the belt itself, but rather on the card set, which determined the form one would take. Unlike the original narrative, Kevin's card set did not necessitate a mirror transformation, a feature that indeed made it considerably more convenient. Rubbing his still, tender chest, Kevin carelessly tossed the Iron Knight card set aside, turned on the air conditioning, wrapped himself in his comforter, and promptly drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, after waking naturally, Kevin greeted his parents downstairs and settled into a leisurely day at home. He must carefully contemplate the path that lies ahead. For whether he desires it or not, Kara has already commenced her journey as a superheroine, and Naxenor City is poised to become exceedingly perilous. If he continues at his current level, he may not survive until the impending crisis, falling victim in a series of confrontations. The cosmic villains will not restrain their powers as Kara does, and at present, he lacks the requisite abilities to ensure his own survival. With eyes closed, he submerged his consciousness into the system's space, meticulously tallying the equipment at his disposal. 6 memory units: Gale, Ace, Virus, Spider, Shooting, and Trigger, alongside an Iron Soldier card set equipped with survival cards, several canned robots, an ambulance, and a total of 150,000 points. Alas, he had initially intended to amass more points, but it now appears he must undertake missions. System, while settling tasks, is one thing. Could you first provide me a list of items I can currently purchase? In response, a series of images materialized before him, showcasing the equipment and memory units available for purchase with his points. Excluding the exorbitantly priced Eternal Memory Unit belonging to E and the unavailable Sublimated Ultimate Memory Unit, all other memory units from A to Z that appeared in the original narrative were present. Yet, he found himself uncertain about which to select. Given his points, he could afford the base transformation forms from the original series: Moon God, Fiery, Steel, But for him at this juncture, those memory units offered little assistance. In the increasingly challenging environment of Naxxon City, these three would be less advantageous than acquiring a Fang transformation. After much deliberation, he hesitated to expend his limited 150,000 points, reasoning that accumulating more points through missions would be a more prudent approach. System, do you have any tasks for me? I can hardly get by. Growth task, heroic legend. Since the host has resolved to become a true Masked Rider, preparations must be made. This world coexists with deities, demons, extraterrestrials, and superhumans, where Masked Riders stand as warriors safeguarding human freedom. In the initial phase, defeat 10 supervillains within 1 year. Points will be awarded based on the supervillains defeated by the host. Side task, Hero Mentor. Teach Kara Zor-El to become a superhero within 2 months. Reward, 2,000,000 points. The system responded robustly, presenting such a formidable challenge upon his first proactive request for missions. A wry smile crept upon his lips as he regarded the task requirements on the panel. Defeating 10 supervillains? Thus far, he had only managed to confront one, Clockman, and that was not even in his complete form. Whether he could handle any of the more prominent villains with his current state was debatable, yet the system expected him to vanquish 10. It was a considerable expectation. The second task was even more daunting, as it required him to act as a mentor to Kara. He feared he might be met with a swift rebuke from her. With a resigned sigh, he realized he had no choice but to accept. Nevertheless, a year remains, ample time for his growth. After all, Kara's debut as a Supergirl would render Naxxon City perilous. Yet, equally, it would be effortless to ride her coattails and claim a few victories, provided Kara can proficiently harness her powers. Previously, I had been overly presumptuous, believing that after residing on Earth for so long, Kara would have mastered control over her abilities. I overlooked the fact that her life had been sheltered under the auspices of the formidable Superman, allowing her to glide through the years without significant application of her extraordinary gifts. It is akin to casting a proficient swimmer into a desert city for a decade or so. Apart from bathing, they would hardly encounter water a meter deep, and upon returning, they might find themselves unacquainted with the art of swimming. Such is Kara's predicament, spurred by the provocations of Ke Wen. She has embarked on the path to becoming a Supergirl. However, her prolonged existence on Earth has induced a degree of assimilation, and when her emotions become unstable, she struggles to control her immense strength, leading to potential calamities, which is why Superman has taken her under his wing for training. On another note, I wonder if she will venture back to Naxxon City tonight? ISNT Superman, keeping an eye on her? Ke Wen pondered aloud in his room. Still haunted by the slap Kara had delivered the previous night, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet remaining cooped up at home was not a viable option. After waiting until dinner concluded, Ke Wen resolved to step outside and uncover the truth. Seating himself casually at the entrance of a convenience store, Ke Wen activated his land memory ability, and the entirety of Naxxon City's data flooded into his mind. Indeed, at that very moment, Kara stood at the spot where they had encountered one another the previous night, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The feedback revealed no one else was present, not even the towering figure clad in a red cape. Through the information relayed to him, Ke Wen sensed the anxiety etched on Kara's face, as if she feared the loss of hope. He found himself in a quandary. Truth be told, he preferred to maintain a distance from Kara, to follow in her wake and claim victories while remaining strangers, merely acknowledging each other's existence. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would become her idol, the catalyst for her journey into the realm of superheroes? Now, however, he faced the prospect of disappointing a young girl, a notion that troubled him. Ruffling his hair, Ke Wen grasped a bottle of water and ventured into the alley. He twisted off the cap and poured the water onto the ground, transitioning into the Iron Brigade card set. He stepped onto the surface of the water and found himself enveloped by it. On the rooftop, Kara anxiously awaited. With her superhuman hearing, she could discern the cacophony of the city, lively streets bustling with voices, alongside nefarious individuals engaged in their wicked deeds, but she still could not hear the most crucial sound. This was her first day out as a superhero, a day orchestrated by her brother, Superman, and she yearned to accomplish something rather than return empty-handed. Yet, she feared the possibility of ruining everything. Thus, she needed assistance, the guidance of an idol she deeply admired. As time wore on, her disappointment deepened. Was it all merely a figment of her imagination? Kara had never felt so despondent as she did now. Despite possessing a body of steel at her core, she remained that Kryptonian girl, one who, at the tender age of 12, witnessed her home planet reduced to ashes. Her formidable exterior did not equate to a resilient heart. Rather, her overwhelming strength had rendered her heart somewhat fragile and sensitive. "Apologies for my tardiness," she murmured, just as doubt began to creep into her thoughts regarding her idol and herself. From behind her, a deep voice resonated. As her heart lifted once more, Kara turned to see Ke Wen appearing before her, clad in a new suit of armor. "Is that a Kamen Rider? What do you have there?" Karakuishinit unjertain. As her X-ray vision could not penetrate the armor to reveal his visage. "Oh, this is my new armor." But that's not the crux of the matter. The real question is, are you ready to embark on your journey as a superhero? "Yes, I am prepared," Kara replied, feeling a sudden sense of calm in Kevin's presence, even going so far as to salute him with mock formality. "Excellent. Right now, in the western district of the city, a gang is engaged in a drug transaction. Let us see who reaches there first. Remember, do not let them notice you." "Are you certain?" Kara asked, incredulous that such a simple task was assigned by her idol. After all, her flying speed was several times the speed of sound. However, Kevin merely tilted his body and, in a moment that left Kara astonished, melded into a nearby reflective surface, vanishing from her sight. "The race has begun," he declared, his voice echoing as he entered the mirror world. Watching Kevin's astonishing maneuver, a smile crept across Kara's face. This was the idol she admired, forever possessing abilities beyond her imagination. "Cool," she whispered, and in an instant, she took to the skies, heading toward the district he had mentioned. In the western district, the glass of the buildings shimmered, and Kevin's figure emerged from within. Having arrived at the scene even before Kara, thanks to the convenience of traversing the mirror world. It is worth noting that within the realm of Kamen Rider, the mirror world is, in essence, a projection that stands in stark contrast to reality. In this realm, aside from the riders and their contract beasts, no other life can endure. Kevin's rider card set had also received enhancements within this world. He could transform without needing a mirror, and when utilizing the mirror world for displacement, he did not have to navigate through it. He could traverse to any corner of the real world through reflective surfaces, provided he was aware of the location, akin to teleportation. Thus, within the confines of the land memory accessible to Kevin, he could reach the scene in mere seconds, as long as there was a reflective surface nearby. No sooner had Kevin emerged than Kara arrived as well, landing beside him, her sonic boom echoing in the air, creating a thunderous roar. With just this move, Ke Wen shook his head in resignation. "What's wrong?" Kara asked, a hint of unease in her voice. "It's nothing, just feel your noise is a bit excessive." Ke Wen replied, tilting his chin towards the gang member conducting a transaction across two buildings. Through the feedback from the land's memory, he sensed that the gang was becoming increasingly anxious, eager to conclude their dealings. The emergence of the Justice League has left an indelible impression on the world, particularly the entrance of its esteemed members, which has become etched in the minds of all. When the surroundings darken and the atmosphere grows oppressive, it signifies the presence of Batman. Conversely, when the sky reverberates with thunderous sounds, it indicates that Superman, often revered as a god on Earth, has taken notice. For only a being of his formidable stature could defy the resistance of air and create a conical shockwave amidst flight. Thus, when miscreants hear the unexpected rumbling in the sky, regardless of their nefarious intentions, it is prudent to retreat. Kara, heeding Ke Wen's warning, utilized her supervision to behold the gang preparing to withdraw, her heart racing as she glanced at the composed Ke Wen. "Stay calm. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions, especially when you possess the means to resolve these issues effortlessly." With an unruffled gesture, Ke Wen drew a card from his deck and inserted it into the summoning gun strapped to his thigh. A low electronic voice intoned, "Shoot, Vit." An oversized silver-green sniper rifle descended from the heavens, and Ke Wen effortlessly caught it, requiring no scope as the enhancements of the weapon allowed him to lock onto the nearby gang. With a pull of the trigger, a white energy round soared forth, striking their vehicle and instantly reducing it to a heap of scrap metal, while the ensuing shockwave sent the criminals sprawling. "Now, it's your moment to shine. Simply bundle these miscreants and deliver them to the police station." Ke Wen casually discarded the massive launcher, which disintegrated into particles before Kara's astonished gaze. and gestured for her to proceed. Is it really that simple? Kara questioned, bewildered. I thought we were going to engage in a more elaborate confrontation. It is indeed that simple. When dealing with criminals whose guilt is undeniable, remember this. If you can act, refrain from unnecessary noise. Utilize the most straightforward means to incapacitate them, then allow the police to take over. Kara nodded vigorously, then flew before the moaning miscreants, swiftly stuffing them into the wrecked vehicle before hoisting the overloaded car and soaring towards the nearest police station. Meanwhile, Ke Wen arrived ahead at the precinct in the Western District, gazing incredulously at the scene. The police officers on duty were startled as they witnessed Kara descending from the sky, hoisting an overloaded, abandoned car. Their instinct urged them to draw their firearms, but as the light illuminated her figure, revealing the striking red zim blazoned on her costume reminiscent of Superman, they hesitated. An older officer stepped forward, noticeably less alarmed than his colleague, and in a measured tone inquired, "Excuse me, what is the situation here?" "They're a group of drug dealers. I dealt with them while they were in the midst of a transaction. They are now in your hands, officer," Kara replied sweetly while standing at the entrance. The older officer, however, was not swayed by her account. He approached the vehicle, scrutinizing the faces of the criminals within. Recognizing several as fugitives on the police department's wanted list, along with a substantial amount of illicit substances, evidence that could not be dismissed. Nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to Kara and said, "Thank you for your assistance. You bear a striking resemblance to Superman." "Indeed, I hail from the same world as he does," Kara admitted, aware that her color scheme inevitably invoked thoughts of her cousin. She had no intention of concealing this information. "What shall I call you?" "Supergirl will suffice. I shall be the second guardian hero of Naxanor City," Kara declared confidently before departing the police station. She glanced down towards a building where Kevin awaited her and soared in his direction. "How did I do?" Kara inquired, eager for praise as she stood before Kevin. "Quite confidently, far more impressive than I. Let us conclude for today. Just remember, when dealing with criminal organizations such as these, speak only after the conflict is resolved." Kevin replied, not waiting for Kara to respond as he vanished into the mirror world, leaving her alone. His abrupt departure left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, she considered herself a promising newcomer. With a slight frown, she kicked the glass wall in frustration, shattering it. Realizing the commotion she might cause, she hastily took flight, not wishing to attract complaints from the citizens so early in her career. Meanwhile, after Kara's departure from Naxanor City, Superman stood in Earth's low orbit with his arms crossed, utilizing his supervision and hearing to observe everything that had transpired between Kevin and Kara. Although he intended for her to gain experience independently, as her only family, he could not simply allow her to navigate this on her own. Every action she took after leaving the Fortress of Solitude had not escaped his notice. While her reckless interaction with the newcomer dubbed Kamen Rider frustrated him, overall, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Not bad at all. Now, this city is in your capable hands, Kara," he murmured to himself in the vastness of space before breaking through the atmosphere, returning to his sweet abode in Metropolis where his girlfriend awaited. Chapter 8. An unexpected visitor in the outskirts of Naxanor City. The Super Investigation Department continued its round-the-clock operations. As a clandestine department overseen by the United States, their mission revolves around addressing all matters associated with superhuman phenomena, though much of the time is spent idly. Yet, all are acutely aware that their focus is not on the superhumans inhabiting Earth, but rather on the impending dangers that have yet to descend upon it. This evening, Emile is on duty. Initially, she joined the Super Investigation Department to safeguard her younger sister, Kara, but her motivations extend beyond mere protection. She is determined not to fall behind her sister. She does not wish to find herself in a position where she must rely on Kara for her own safety. Instead, she aspires to be the one who shields her sister from harm. It is this very resolve that has propelled her to the upper echelons of the department in such a brief span of years. Even with her father, Jeremiah's influence, the Super Investigation Department does not overlook their scrutiny. Years of diligent effort have endowed her with abilities rivaling those of typical superhumans, and her graceful physique and striking beauty have made her a captivating presence at school. However, her gaze remains solely fixed on her sister, Kara. On this night, Emile is still seated before the computer stationed in the city of Naxino, sifting through an array of information. This task is rather mundane, but for Emile, who is on the night shift, it serves as a fitting way to pass the time as one never knows when a scandal involving officials might emerge through surveillance. However, tonight, boredom gives way to fury as she witnesses her sister, Kara, donning a uniform reminiscent of Superman, effortlessly lifting a small car and landing at the police station. Emil can only watch in disbelief as Kara, with a foolish expression, engages in conversation with a masked rider. A surge of unexplainable rage ignites within her. "Damn that masked rider," she curses, slamming her fist onto the table with such force that a cup tumbles to the floor. The colleague on duty beside her gazes at Emil with a mix of fear and confusion, entirely unaware of the cause of their commander's ire. Indeed, it is well known throughout the Super Investigation Department that Emil has a penchant for her sister. After all, she is the only one who routinely monitors her sibling's activities. "You, remain here on duty. I'm stepping out for a moment. Don't inform the director," she commands, pointing at a fellow agent who is working alongside her. With that, Emil strides out the door, retrieves a canister of spray emblazoned with a letter from the equipment room, and hops onto a Super Investigation motorcycle, speeding away to confront her sister. "Commander, if the vehicle breaks down, it's no problem, but do refrain from misusing that equipment. It's worth millions." The unfortunate agent, left behind at Emil's behest, watches as she disappears from sight, contemplating his dismal fate. In the absence of the director, Emil holds dominion over the Super Investigation Department, wielding power without the need for authorization. Aside from shouldering the blame, there seems little else he can do, especially after witnessing Emil abscond with the department's most expensive equipment. He has already begun formulating plans to remain and work off his debts long-term. Dr. Jeremiah Danvers, a scientist dedicated to serving the government, is among the select few privy to the true identity of Superman and is also the adoptive father of Kara. Recently, Jeremiah and his wife have embarked on their honeymoon, leaving their eldest daughter, Emil, in charge at the Supergirl headquarters while Kara visits Metropolis. In truth, the house stands empty. Kara, believing she is alone, resolves to return home for a well-deserved respite after a crime-fighting escapade that went remarkably smoothly. Sneaking in through her bedroom window, she begins to shed her uniform, grumbling as she does so. "Damn it, this suit is so tight. I can't fathom how Cal manages to wear it every day without discomfort." As a young woman, Kara is certainly more conscious of her appearance compared to Superman and finds the snugness of the uniform somewhat bothersome. Suddenly, the sound of a switch being flipped shatters the tranquility of the night. The abrupt illumination catches Kara off guard, prompting her to halt her disrobing and turn around to find her sister, Emil, gazing at her with an icy demeanor. "Emil, what are you doing here?" "Karaikaims." A hint of trepidation creeping into her voice. Despite her formidable strength, she feels a sense of reverence towards her ordinary sister. Kara, lulled into a false sense of security by her return home, fails to activate her super hearing or X-ray vision, leaving her blissfully unaware of Emil's stealthy presence. "Why shouldn't I be here? I don't recall mentioning that I was off on a honeymoon with Mom and Dad. By the way, our future city's guardian. Supergirl, aren't you going to say a few words about your recent heroic deeds?" Emil retorts, her tone laced with sarcasm. "How did you know?" "Kara inwiris, Vejil did it." "Take a guess," Emil challenges. "I'm not guessing. I'm off to take a shower. I'm exhausted." Kara concocts a feeble excuse, attempting to slip away. However, under Emil's nearly lethal gaze, she finds herself retreating to her bed, adopting a facade of innocence. Ever since childhood, whenever she has erred, this expression has been her go-to, and Emil has invariably succumbed to its charm. True to form, upon seeing Kara's innocent demeanor, Emil exhales a resigned sigh, shedding her earlier sternness as she moves closer to her sister. "Do you understand what it signifies to don that red cape? You must embody all that Superman represents. If you cannot maintain a balance between your identities as Supergirl and Kara Danvers, trust me, being a superhero will become nothing short of a torment for you." "But why does Kamen Rider seem to manage it with such ease?" Kara retorts, a hint of defiance in her voice. "Kamen Rider? Are you well acquainted with him?" Emil inquires, a sense of unease creeping into her heart at the mention of the character. "Not really." Kara shakes her head. "Then on what basis do you assume he has teammates' sacrifices?" Emil presses. "Enough. Let us cease this discussion. If you wish to become a superhero, you may, but you must present a compelling reason to persuade me. Do not speak of Superman, for I am not acquainted with him. You are my family, my sister. Absent a sufficiently convincing rationale, I assure you that our father and mother would never consent to your becoming a superhero. For the next few days, it would be prudent for you to remain at home and refrain from any heroic endeavors. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Emil preemptively cut off Kara's attempt to mention Superman, issuing her a resolute command. Kara understood that once her sister had made up her mind about something, it was nearly impossible to alter her perspective without substantial justification. This signified that she would be confined at home for the time being. With a resigned acknowledgement, Kara proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After she left the room, Emil's demeanor turned icy. Kamen Rider, we have yet to seek you out, and yet you come to us. Very well, let me see what measure of strength you possess to threaten my sister. She muttered to herself as she returned to her bedroom to gather her bedding and sheets, unwilling to risk Kara making a hasty escape upon her departure. Although she knew Kara would not dare to run away, Emil could not afford to take that chance. In the ensuing days, Kevin was taken aback to discover that Kara had not made an appearance in National City. The city seemed to revert to its previous state, where, apart from a few incidents of vandalism and theft, there was a striking absence of superhuman crime. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Kevin. After all, the city with Supergirl was wholly different from one without her. It was preferable for her to delay her return. That evening, Kevin continued his routine of patrolling for crime. With the aid of the land memory, an abbreviated version of a terrestrial library, his efficiency in combating crime had increased exponentially. By filtering and analyzing information, he could swiftly identify where wrongdoing was occurring in the city, allowing him to employ the Iron Soldier to address threats promptly. His reputation in National City grew alongside his frequent interventions. As for Dick, the Nightwing, ever since he had crossed the line with his partner's daughter, this unfortunate soul found himself perpetually buried in paperwork. Each time Kevin visited Dick's secret lair, he sensed that his friend had been utterly drained, devoid of any enthusiasm for their crime-fighting escapades. Wandering aimlessly in the skies was rather dull. He longed for some excitement. Kevin felt a certain audacity, having acquired the primary rider belt, while Kara seemed to have once again succumbed to fleeting enthusiasm. After all, confronting a gang of gun-toting criminals driven by faith each day was hardly stimulating. He yearned for encounters with formidable adversaries, or at least cases involving superhuman crime, to engage his abilities. He was eager to test the might of the Iron Soldier brand. Just as he lamented the monotony of his daily existence, a piercing whistling sound erupted from above. Looking up, he beheld a missile hurtling towards him. Before Ke Wen could implement any emergency measures, the missile detonated merely 10 meters above him, producing no flames or shrapnel, but instead unleashing a powerful shockwave and blinding light that instantaneously enveloped him. Cursing under his breath, he was struck directly in the face by a missile designed specifically as a stun weapon. Despite his biological skin protection, the pain in his eyes and ears was excruciating, causing him to lose balance and plummet toward the ground. After crashing into several fire escape staircases, he finally made contact with the earth. The biological skin mitigated much of the pain, yet the after-effects of the blinding light and deafening sound lingered. As he stood up, somewhat dazed, he realized he was surrounded by a group of fully armed special operations personnel, with Emil standing before him in exoskeleton armor, a green longsword slung across his back. Greetings, Kamen Rider. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Emil Danvers from the Super Investigation Department. Chapter 82. Do you really think I am without temper? In the desolate streets, under the cloak of night, Ke Wen found himself alone, facing a circle of armed agents and the frost-faced Emil. He instinctively raised his hands. It was not out of fear. Rather, he preferred to avoid conflict until he grasped the situation. After all, one must have a reason to fight, especially when facing Emil, the sister of Supergirl. May I inquire how a man who spends his days dealing with the underworld finds himself entangled with your Super Investigation Department? The effects of the stun grenade had dissipated, and despite being marked with laser dots, Ke Wen remained undaunted. Indeed, our department oversees supernatural occurrences within the city, and you fall within our jurisdiction. So you resort to using stun grenades on me? It certainly appears you harbor intentions of causing harm. Ke Wen's tone was sharp. Who dedicated his days to maintaining societal stability, was met with missiles to the face. Ah, but here lies the question. Did that stun grenade inflict any harm upon you? Kamen Rider, do not feign excuses. If we lacked sufficient intelligence on you, do you think we would dare deploy missiles? Emil scoffed, her irritation palpable towards this individual who dared to vie for her sister's affection. I have perceived your intentions. Yet I wish to know the purpose behind your inquiry. Is it to jeopardize public safety or to destroy public property? Or perhaps for some clandestine objective? You wish for me to work for you, whether on the ground or in the sky. Judging by your expression, it seems to be the latter. With Emil's blatant rudeness, Ke Wen was unwilling to walk into a trap. Being cautious was one thing, being bullied was another, particularly now that he understood the true nature of the Super Investigation Department. Isn't it merely an organization that has emerged specifically to target Carla? Aside from the bewildered uncle, the rest are nothing but novices. Were it not for Carla's presence, this Super Investigation Unit would have met its demise long ago when facing the cosmic villains. What do you know? Indeed, Emil's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Ke Wen mention the department's imminent confrontation. Initially, she intended to intimidate Ke Wen, but now she yearned to capture him, eager to unveil the true visage concealed beneath his mask. You may speculate, but first, you must apprehend me. Make your move. Upon hearing Ke Wen's words, Emil issued a direct command. The agents surrounding Ke Wen unleashed a torrent of fire from their specialized firearms, while a multitude of electrified nets descended upon him. With a swift gust, a whirlwind erupted from Ke Wen, propelling the nets skyward. In a flash, he prepared to flee. However, as he leaped to the rooftop, a figure followed closely, Emil. Her exoskeletal armor granted her ample leaping ability, allowing her to land atop Ke Wen, wielding a long blade poised to strike. Faced with the formidable weapon, Ke Wen did not engage directly. Instead, the swirling winds deflected the blow, but this action caused him to lose his upward momentum. Suddenly, a powerful force of attraction yanked him back to the ground. As he stabilized his landing in midair, he discerned the source, a tractor beam. Undoubtedly another piece of the Super Investigation Unit's advanced technology. The immense pull hindered Ke Wen's movements, while the remaining agents prepared to deploy additional tractor beams from various angles, effectively pinning him in place. Hey, fellas, this is truly excessive. Observing the agent's frantic efforts, Ke Wen's frustration surged. He had initially intended to escape, but now he was ignited with determination. Merging his drivers, he retrieved the spider memory from the left side of his belt and inserted it. His form transformed into a striking black-gold hue, and with outstretched fingers, a web materialized above the heads of several agents, poised to launch their tractor beams from his right. The formidable adhesive ensnared them, causing their devices to misfire and strike their comrades instead. Next, Ke Wen aimed his biological webbing at the tractor beam that was actively pulling him, utilizing his strength to swing it aside, knocking down additional agents. With more than a dozen agents incapacitated, the Super Investigation Unit found themselves in disarray, and the force of attraction on Ke Wen dissipated. Yet, this was not the end, for Emil was charging at him with her long blade. Very well. I shall use you to test my new form. Confronted by these relentless adversaries, Ke Wen mused to himself as he produced a purple memory, the virus memory, and inserted it in his right driver. Purple smoke and webs materialized from nowhere, swirling around him and once again toppling several agents who attempted to rise. The virus spider form. Theoretically, every memory can transform. However, some transformations offer little benefit, functioning better as auxiliary memories that enhance capabilities. For instance, in the W movie I watched, when he utilized the Fong Ace, he employed the unicorn memory to amplify his punch power and deliver penetrating damage. Yet, ever since Ke Wen activated the spider memory alone and subsequently integrated the virus memory as an auxiliary, he realized that these two memories complement each other remarkably well. The spider's data, while not particularly weak, combined with the virus memory's data, ultimately bestowed upon Ke Wen a new form, the virus spider form. A data template for this form emerged in his mind. Congratulations, host, on developing a new transformation. You are rewarded with 500,000 points. Virus spider form. Punch power, 15 tons. Kick power, 25 tons. Additional effects. Corrosion, virus analysis, toxic damage, double-edged sword. Feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through him, Ke Wen waved his hand and effortlessly intercepted Emil's long sword, which was aimed at him. With a touch imbued with the virus's corrosive effect, he disintegrated Emil's weapon into two segments. A swift motion sent Emil crashing against the wall, where Ke Wen's biological silk ensnared him firmly. This form was indeed impressive. Reminiscent of a sorcerer, with a single strike, he had corroded Emil's long sword. Ke Wen understood that this form was more suited for controlling the battlefield rather than engaging in close combat. Observing the surrounding agents from the Super Investigation Department, Ke Wen sped no hosetashchen. Countless strands of silk erupted from him, targeting the standing agents. The virus-laden threads entwined around them, swiftly robbing them of their ability to resist, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Ke Wen then approached Emil, who was trapped against the wall. The web capable of withstanding 50 tons of force was not something Emil could escape from, especially with his subordinates already subdued by Ke Wen. Placing his right hand over Emil's mouth, Ke Wen leaned closer. I have no desire to interact with your kind, and likewise, do not provoke me. You have given me a taste of your power, and I have reciprocated. Should there be a next time, your agents shall not continue their missions. I possess the capability to keep them bettered in for life. Do you understand? With those words, he vanished into the building, disregarding whether Emil absorbed the message. As for the agents he had incapacitated with the virus, like his web, they would lose effect in 2 hours, though they would endure considerable discomfort until then. Emil remained pinned to the wall, serving as a mere ornament for 2 hours. Chapter 83. Zoom Memory within the Super Investigation Department. A group of agents lamented their fate while nearby medical personnel conducted thorough examinations of their conditions, furrowing their brows. The virus afflicting their colleagues was exceedingly potent, rendering previous antidotes ineffective. Fortunately, this virus posed no fatal threat. It merely sapped their strength, leaving them unable to perform their duties. In the director's office, Hank Henshaw, having just returned from a meeting in the capital, glared at Emil, who was bowing his head before him. It had not been long since he had left. Yet Emil had managed to embroil himself in such a significant predicament. The unauthorized use of synthetic kryptonite spray and leading a group to assault a superhero. Do you truly regard me so lightly, Emil? Hank's tone was remarkably calm, a calmness that instilled a sense of dread in Emil, having created such a monumental mess. The absence of anger from his superior suggested that he intended to deal with her severely. Indeed, Emil now recognized the sheer folly of her previous actions. Yet when it came to her sister, Kara, her intelligence seemed to evaporate, leaving her feeling quite helpless. However, Director, I did not actually deploy the synthetic kryptonite spray. And while I did lead the charge, it appears that our team was the one that suffered injuries. Emil timidly asserted, positioning herself as a victim in the situation. Yes, after you employed dangerous military-grade weaponry, the other party merely retaliated. According to American law, had they killed you, we would have had no recourse for grievance. Hank continued, his demeanor unhurried, leaving Emil at a loss for words as she awaited her superior's judgment. Fortunately, you did not utilize the synthetic kryptonite spray, and we have incurred no casualties. The opposing party seems disinclined to associate with us, yet the unwarranted use of military weaponry within the city cannot be overlooked. Thus, I am suspending you for 4 months, providing you ample opportunity to converse with your sister and prepare for the SAT exam. Although your position has already been earmarked, there must be a formal explanation. Off you go. He made the decision without allowing Emil any chance for rebuttal. Aware of her guilt, she could only acquiesce. At that moment, the medical personnel responsible for treating the agents entered, glanced at Emil, and reported to Hank. Sir, our agents are all well. Oh, the effects of the antidote manifested so swiftly? No, the antidote did not prove effective. They simply recovered on their own, without any signs. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Once the two had exited, Hank sealed the office, activating the drone footage of the confrontation between Kevin and Emil, especially during Kevin's transformation. Hank's expression grew serious, his fingers interlaced upon the desk. Such extraordinary technology. None of the known stellar civilizations seemed to possess the ability to summon such armor. So, where did you acquire it? Fortunate one. Kevin himself remained unaware that all his activities in New Gotham were being closely observed by those with ulterior motives. In this era, where satellites populate the skies, little remains undiscovered. However, Kevin had managed to maintain his secret identity quite effectively, as Hank and his team had yet to uncover that he was, in fact, the Masked Rider. Hank also began to contemplate the proposal Superman had previously mentioned. The notion of joining the Justice League might indeed be a commendable option. This matter shall be set aside for now. After teaching Emil a lesson, Ke Wen did not continue his crime-fighting activities. Instead, he slipped back to his room through the mirror world, feeling not the anger from the earlier encounter with Emil, but rather a sense of exhilaration. He had unexpectedly discovered a rapid method for acquiring points. Twice now, whenever he developed a new state based on his original form, the system rewarded him with a considerable number of points. However, Ke Wen remained uncertain about the foundation upon which this development was based, though he was not overly concerned, for he had the system to rely on. Is it true that the system rewards points for developing new forms? He inquired. Indeed, but with a prerequisite. It must be a form that does not exist in the original work and cannot be a subform, came the response from the system. A subform? Ke Wen pondered. In simple terms, the host just utilized a dual form of virus and spider as a foundation. The subforms derived from this dual form, such as the spider trigger or virus trigger, can only be used by the host and cannot be recorded for data or point rewards. Ke Wen found himself stymied by the system's explanation. He had been contemplating the possibility of combining the Moon God, Metal, and Blazing memory units with the two existing ones to create 6 subforms and reap some rewards. It now appeared that he would need to focus on developing new memory units instead. With a sigh, he glanced again at the unresolved memory units. Feeling they were few in number, only 48. This left him somewhat puzzled. System, if I recall correctly, the memory units are produced based on those recorded in the Earth library, right? This seems a bit scarce. Theoretically, all memories present in the Earth library can be produced. But this system only includes memory units that appeared in the original work and those that were abandoned. If the host wishes to develop new memory units, they will need to exchange points. Really? Can I develop Superman memory units? Ke Wen boldly inquired. Such a function is not currently supported, the system replied. Ke Wen was at a loss for words. The system had painted an elaborate picture that was ultimately unattainable. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he shifted his focus back to the existing memory units. He decided to temporarily set aside those that were essential for the original forms. In recent days, even the Super Investigation Department had come to converse with him. Ke Wen sensed that the city of Nox Sinner should begin its gradual upgrade, with villains that were supposed to appear years later now making their entrance. He needed to strengthen his own abilities as much as possible. As he surveyed the available memory units, Ke Wen began to contemplate how to develop new forms. The 3 forms from the original work could only serve as embellishments. He sought something that would provide substantial aid. This one seems somewhat reminiscent of Fangs, he thought, gazing at a brown, canine memory unit on the panel that differed from the others, feeling a spark of curiosity. As a seasoned tokusatsu enthusiast, Ke Wen knew that any memory unit with a unique appearance in the W series typically possessed significantly enhanced abilities, despite the suspicion that it was merely a ploy by Company B to sell toys. As he contemplated this, Ke Wen could hardly contain his restless thoughts and exclaimed, System, please exchange this for me. Received, Zoom memory unit, 1. 2 million points deducted. Remaining points, 950,000. We hope the host will continue to strive. Ignoring the last remark, Ke Wen exited the system space. With a mere thought, the Zoom memory unit he had expensively exchanged appeared before him. A brown, canine-shaped memory unit nestled in its abdominal region. This memory unit, akin to the fangs depicted in the original work, possessed considerable intelligence. It approached Ke Wen, playfully nuzzling him and emitting a series of electronically altered barks. Shaolin, what's happening up there? Why does it sound like a dog? The volume of the zoo unit had awakened his already slumbering parents. Nothing much. I'm just watching a movie. Get to bed early. There's only half a month until school starts, so you should adjust your biological clock. Understood. With a soft sigh, Ke Wen finally released his hand to reveal the Zoom memory unit. From now on, I'll be relying on you, little one. The Zoom memory unit, exhibiting a surprising sense of awareness, affectionately rubbed against Ke Wen's fingertips before promptly leaping onto the headboard and entering a state of dormancy. Ke Wen found himself both amused and bewildered, having never before witnessed a memory unit sleeping. Chapter 84. Prelude to the New Semester Metropolis. A city lauded by people worldwide as the city of sunshine and tomorrow, carried on with its ordinary day. It earned the title of Sunshine due to the presence of a globally renowned superhero, Superman, and was dubbed the City of Tomorrow because of the esteemed LexCorp, a technology company celebrated across the globe. In the LexCorp president's office, Lex Luthor, the genius inventor heralded for his brilliance, basked in the sunlight. As a prodigy endowed with exceptional talents in both commerce and science, Lex Luthor, at the age of 36, had accomplished feats that many would deem unattainable in a lifetime. Inheriting his family's business, he expanded his father's enterprise globally, establishing countless subsidiaries and branches. As a genius inventor, he remained a favored figure in military circles, consistently delivering an array of military weaponry that secured him contracts worth hundreds of billions annually. Coupled with his monopolistic advancements in energy technology, his international standing surpassed even that of certain national leaders. After all, offending a national leader might lead to their downfall, but crossing Lex Luthor could render one nearly powerless on Earth. With a perfect mind, an expansive commercial empire, and a meticulously crafted persona, Luthor embodied every ideal descriptor, save for his conspicuously shining bald head. Indeed, Luthor possesses the remarkable ability to create groundbreaking inventions that elude even the most brilliant scientists. Yet he remains powerless against his own baldness. No matter the type of hair growth solution he employs or the numerous potent formulas he develops, they all prove futile against his bald head, which appears to act as a black hole, rendering all efforts ineffective. Despite earning 3 doctoral degrees in biological genetics, his plight remains unchanged. Perhaps this is the price of his genius. However, after enduring baldness for so long, Luthor has grown accustomed to the refreshing sensation atop his head and no longer dwells on his condition. Yet, he still grapples with an unresolved inner turmoil, symbolized by the figure of Superman. This extraterrestrial being, who presents an image of perfection to the world, embodies all human ideals of excellence, integrity, kindness, strength, and gentleness, achieved through his extraordinary abilities. Yet, in Luthor's eyes, this is insignificant. After all, in a certain sense, he too is a superhuman. The crux of Luthor's discontent lies in the one thing Superman possesses that he does not: hair. Why should Superman traverse the heavens and earth, impervious to harm, without incurring any cost, while Luthor, who has merely grown more intelligent, must bear the burden of baldness? The moment he noticed that Superman, adorned with the same halo of glory, possessed that singular advantage, jealousy transformed Luthor's demeanor. Thus, he frequently ridicules Superman in public, contending that the latter stifles humanity's progress. Luthor would never confess that his disfigurement stems from envy over Superman's hair. Rather, he articulates, from a scholarly perspective, the existential threat posed by Superman's existence to humanity. When an individual wields the power to annihilate all mankind, regardless of whether their intentions are benevolent or malevolent, we must prepare for confrontation. When Luthor vocalizes such sentiments in public, he nearly faces the wrath of Superman's legion of admirers across Metropolis and the globe, inciting a frenzied jealousy within him. He is astounded to realize how deeply ingrained Superman's image is in the collective consciousness. Such a figure, once he chooses to act, will undoubtedly elicit a multitude of responses. With this somewhat pessimistic contemplation, Luthor re-evaluates this alien visitor and discerns a new paradigm emerging in his city under Superman's influence. Indeed, Superman's presence has driven the crime rate in Metropolis to unprecedented lows. However, the omnipresence and omnipotence of Superman have simultaneously stifled the police's motivation to maintain societal order. From grand superhuman crimes to petty misdemeanors, Superman invariably arrives at the scene with his unmatched speed, relegating the police to mere cleanup crews. Undoubtedly, Superman combats crime. Yet he has also plunged Metropolis into a chasm of dependency. As reliance on Superman grows, the question looms: what will become of the city in his absence? Such a scenario is unfathomable to anyone. With these thoughts in mind, Luthor embarks on a study of Superman, hoping that when the anticipated crisis arises, or when he encounters an adversary beyond even Superman's capacity to defeat, he might be able to turn the tides and reclaim his standing in the hearts of the people. Until now, all his research has become mere decoration in the face of Superman's unreasonable defenses and strength. Consequently, every time military representatives witness Luthor's product demonstrations, they invariably ask, "Can this combat Superman?" Luthor finds himself at a loss for words. That damned Superman is gradually usurping his standing in the world. Contemplating these vexations, a grimace began to twist Luthor's handsome visage. After sipping a glass of wine to soothe his spirit, he pressed the call button beside him, and an elegant Asian professional entered the room. "Boss, did you call for me?" she inquired. "Truth, has Lena departed?" "She has. The charter departed at 9 this morning." and Zero has already been delivered to the Cadmore branch in Nazener. Ensure she keeps a close watch on Zero. The social integration experiment is of paramount importance. I do not wish to create a weapon that merely obeys orders. By the way, is there any new intelligence from Nazener? Yes, here are the latest photographs. Please take a look. Truth handed over several images, one depicting Kara lifting a car from the sky, and another capturing Ke Wen transforming into Iron Soldier as he penetrated the mirror world. Upon seeing Ke Wen's transition, Luther's eyes sparkled with interest. Truth. Cancel all my meetings and engagements for this quarter. Also, inform Lena to seek an opportunity to connect with this individual known as Kamen Rider. I believe I have discovered a means to restrain that extraterrestrial visitor. Truth appeared puzzled. She understood her boss's complex feelings toward the red-caped figure in Metropolis. Yet, what led him to believe that this newcomer, who only dealt with a gang of criminals in Nazener, could possess the ability to counter Superman? Ha ha ha, Truth, you don't comprehend. Prepare the vehicle. I'm heading to my laboratory. Luther chuckled maniacally, abandoning his sunbathing to don his attire and prepare for departure. Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements. Truth recognized that it was not her place to inquire further. After acknowledging his request, she exited the room. At Metropolis Airport, a private jet emblazoned with a LexCorp insignia was poised for takeoff. A striking woman, donning an eye mask, rested with her eyes closed. After receiving a phone call, the secretary approached her discreetly, bending down to whisper a few words in her ear. The woman, roused from her reverie, frowned and turned away in displeasure. Very well. Tell that bald fellow I will reach out to him. As for Zero, arrange for him to attend New City High School. The first step in social integration hinges on whether he can conceal his identity from that Kryptonian girl. If there are no further matters, do not disturb me. The secretary left with a hint of disappointment, setting about her tasks as the LexCorp jet ascended into the sky, bound for Nazener. In the city of Naxino, Ke Wen has been lurking at Nightwing's hideout lately. Dick, who previously felt utterly drained, now exhibits a much improved spirit. He no longer appears as fatigued as Ke Wen once observed. It seems he has managed to resolve matters with his superiors, as evidenced by his recent promotion from detective to inspector. Clearly, having distanced himself from Bruce, Dick is gradually acclimating to his new life. Could you refrain from coming over so frequently? You must understand that I have a girlfriend, and your visits could easily lead to misunderstandings on her part, Dick remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he watched Ke Wen mercilessly attack a punching bag. Ever since they became more acquainted, Ke Wen has taken to running over to him the moment he steps outside, leaving Dick to entertain him. Who knows if there might be an incident that requires his assistance? The problem is, I have nowhere else to go. In this entire city, you are the only one I am familiar with. Damien is in Gotham, and I cannot simply run over there to chat with him. Besides, there haven't been any significant criminal activities lately, and I certainly do not wish to encroach upon your duties as a police officer. By the way, the tea is finished. Could you pour me another cup? Dick instinctively filled Ke Wen's cup before realizing that, as a senior, he shouldn't be pouring tea for a newcomer. However, before he could voice this thought, his body had already completed the task. Irritated, he took a sip and then said, I recall you had a rookie named Supergirl with you recently. Why aren't you bringing her along anymore? She doesn't venture out much, and I can't very well go knocking on her door, Ke Wen responded. It was evident to Dick that Ke Wen knew who she was. Are all of you from the Bat family peculiar? You managed to deduce so much from a mere statement. Yes, I know who she is, but it's best not to ask. That is a secret, Ke Wen candidly admitted, realizing that his poor lying skills were futile in Dick's presence. I understand, but I must advise you of something. What is it? Although I'm unaware of the source of your strength, it would be wise to train more. I have a premonition that Naxino will not remain peaceful for long. I comprehend that. Do you think I come here out of boredom every day? Dick replied. However, I must remind you that you are part of this city as well. As my senior, the first Robin, and now Nightwing, it is your duty to protect it. I am aware of this. Your reminder is unnecessary. Once I complete the handover of my duties, the Nightwing that strikes fear into the hearts of criminals will continue to roam the night. That would be most excellent. I shall not intrude upon your romantic endeavors any longer. With school starting in a few days, I must prepare. Until we meet again. Until then. Chapter 85. Surprises abound. Earning millions daily. The 3-month deadline has passed. The Task Knight's path. Urban Legends has been completed. Beginning settlement. On the inaugural day of the new academic term, as Ke Wen succumbed to slumber with his head resting on the desk, the long-awaited summer vacation system finally activated. Upon its initiation, it commenced the reckoning of the tasks he had undertaken across several cities. The series of events had caused him to forget this particular matter, while the system in his mind began to tally the points accumulated from his endeavors. Defeating the gorilla in Central City earned him 1,000,000 points. Vanquishing the Grim Reaper in Star City and thwarting the Assassin Alliance's plans garnered him 2,000,000 points. Overcoming the Atlantean warrior in Cian Harbor awarded him 500,000 points, and slaying 150 members of the Abyssal clan in Amnesty Bay, while dismantling the assassination plot, bestowed upon him 3,000,000 points. His evaluation was rated A, and he received 3 Knight training cards. These cards allowed for the random summoning of a Heisei Knight for training, valid for a period of 72 hours. Ke Wen had never found the system's voice to be so melodious. It was the first time he had amassed such a significant number of points. His excitement caused him to tremble slightly in his seat, to the extent that he failed to notice that Carla and Emil had already taken their places to his right, casting him strange looks as they observed his self-indulgent expression. With the new semester underway, the lengthy 3-month break had enabled many to secure their paths forward, save for a certain lethargic individual. Those with poor grades had either found early employment or were preparing to pay for admission to private universities. In contrast, high achievers had already received letters of recommendation or chosen their target institutions. Carla and Emil were no exceptions. Despite Emil having formally taken on the role of deputy in the Super Investigation Department, she was not pleased to see only high school graduate inscribed on her record, as it could hinder her future promotions. As for Carla, although she often appeared silly and sweet, her academic performance consistently ranked among the best, given that Kryptonians on Earth possessed an undeniable edge. Yet, due to Emil's house arrest, Carla felt her final year of high school was rather dull. She had only interacted with her idol on 2 occasions, after which her aspirations of becoming a superhero were abruptly dashed, particularly after her sister disclosed her intentions to their adoptive parents, sealing her fate. On the first day of school, Mrs. Brenna, the teacher, entered the classroom accompanied by a new student. "Everyone, it is a pleasure to see you all again. It seems you all have thrived during the break. This is our new classmate. Let him introduce himself. It's your turn, Connor." The boy named Connor proceeded to write his name, Connor Kent, on the blackboard before turning to face the class. With his sun-kissed, handsome visage, he introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Connor Kent, and I hail from the state of Kansas. I look forward to your support during this final semester." The quintessential features of a standard Western visage, complemented by a statuesque physique and a gentle demeanor, incited hushed whispers among the adolescent girls in the audience. Even Ke Wen, who was of the same gender, could not help but remark on the striking appearance of the newcomer, Connor. However, this was of little concern to him. The other boys, on the other hand, felt a twinge of irritation at Connor's arrival, as the emergence of a rival in their midst foreshadowed a potential lack of partners come prom night. Meanwhile, Kara, who had been sulking due to a spat with her sister, was taken aback upon seeing Connor. His features bore a striking resemblance to her cousin Carl. Had she not known that her cousin was unmarried and currently in a passionate romance with Louise, she might have mistaken Connor for Carl's offspring. "What is wrong, Kara?" Emil, her brother, noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. "Nothing, just thought he looked a bit like my cousin, she replied. "Are you being overly sensitive?" "Perhaps, but it really does seem like it." Kara recognized that her suspicions might be unfounded. After introducing himself, Connor took a seat to Ke Wen's left, directly across from Kara, with Ke Wen sandwiched between them. An inexplicable tension hung in the air, causing Ke Wen to feel a sense of foreboding, as if misfortune were imminent. "Hello." Connor greeted Ke Wen with a familiar ease. "Hello," Ke Wen responded politely before returning to his slumber. Following this brief exchange, Mrs. Brenna commenced her lesson, while Ke Wen, embodying the essence of a sloth, maintained his position in a state of repose. Kara, however, remained keenly observant of the new student. Despite her mind asserting that Connor could not possibly be her cousin's child, an inexplicable familiarity lingered in her thoughts. The morning class soon concluded, and Ke Wen, who preferred solitude during lunch, found himself unable to dine alone this time, as Connor seated himself across from him. "Apologies, mate, but it seems the others aren't particularly welcoming. Do you know why?" Connor gestured towards the glum-faced boys at the adjacent table. Ke Wen understood their sentiments. After all, Connor had stolen their thunder upon his arrival, which explained their collective disdain towards him. "Well, I don't quite grasp their mindset, Ke Wen shrugged, expressing a modicum of sympathy for Connor's plight as he continued his battle with the pork knuckle on his plate. Why don't you eat with them? You don't strike me as the reclusive type, Connor inquired with genuine curiosity, considering that he and Ke Wen seemed to be the only ones who preferred solitary meals. I simply dislike the dull conversations about which girl is attractive and which is not, Ke Wen replied with a dismissive grimace. As he caught sight of two approaching figures, he jested, "It appears you may not be favored among your male peers, but your appeal to the opposite sex seems quite robust. Look, here come two stunning beauties." As the conversation unfolded, Kara and Emil approached with their trays. Upon seeing Emil, who had previously confronted him just days ago, Ke Wen's expression soured, despite his usual calm demeanor. He instinctively chose to sit beside Connor, leaving Emil puzzled. She believed she had not clashed with Ke Wen, yet an air of estrangement lingered. "May we sit here?" Kara invited, oblivious to Ke Wen's discomfort towards Emil. "Of course, I don't own the cafeteria," Ke Wen replied nonchalantly, then focused on his meal. Kara, eager to engage with a new transfer student, settled down with her sister and began discussing their interests with Connor, while Ke Wen remained absorbed in his food, indifferent to the unfolding conversation. Emil, confused by Ke Wen's deliberate aloofness, pondered what might have caused the rift with someone she usually got along with. "Goodbye, Connor. See you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Kara. It was a pleasure meeting you." After school, a sleek BMW awaited at the gate. Following his farewell to Kara, Connor slipped into the vehicle. The car weaved through the city, circumventing two main roads and evading surveillance, before turning into a narrow alley and coming to a halt. The floor, which should have been a dead end, suddenly collapsed, forming a downward slope that the car entered. Ceiling shut behind it. Inside the underground space, it was brilliantly illuminated, almost as bright as day. The air was tinged with the scent of disinfectant, while Connor sat vacantly, oblivious to his surroundings. The vehicle drove into a spacious laboratory, sparsely equipped save for massive incubation pods housing grotesque creatures. The car halted before a blonde girl who appeared to be of similar age to Connor, yet exuded an aura of authority. Lena Luthor, the second member of the Luthor family, sister to Lex Luthor, stood before him. As the door opened, the driver guided the dazed Connor to her. "Zero, report," she commanded. "Yes," Connor replied numbly as a metallic cap connected to circuitry descended upon his head, projecting images of his day at New City High, including his interactions with Kara and Ke Wen. Upon witnessing the moment when Kara laughed at Connor's antics, a faint smile graced Lena's lips. It seemed the Kryptonian girl had not detected Zero's anomalies. "Proceed with the archival. Dr. Joss, ensure Zero's implanted controller functions flawlessly," Lena instructed an elderly professor beside her. "Yes, Miss Lena." The elderly gentleman, named Joss, acknowledged with a nod and instructed someone to take Connor away. After verifying that there were no issues with the brain's controller, Connor was placed into the cultivation pod, forcibly entering a state of slumber as the green nutrient solution enveloped him. Observing Connor asleep within the pod, Lena finally made her departure, issuing a directive to her secretary beside her. "Inform my bald acquaintance that everything is proceeding smoothly with Subject Zero on his first day of societal integration. Additionally, notify that individual that preparations for Project 2 may commence and assist me in organizing the press conference scheduled for next week." The secretary's countenance revealed unease as he stepped forward to inquire, "Miss Lena, should we reconsider Project 2? After all, the individual accepting the employment task is unaware of your identity. If any complications arise during the press conference next week, it is you who will be in jeopardy. Execute the task as instructed without further ado. My bald acquaintance, though somewhat mentally unstable, possesses superior intellect and insight compared to myself. Given the emphasis placed on this masked rider, it is evident that he harbors the capability to confront that individual. Enough talk. Proceed with the execution." "Understood. I shall report immediately." Knowing there was no room for dissent, the secretary departed to prepare for the upcoming events, while Lena gazed at the projection of Ke Wen transforming into the masked rider with a sense of curiosity. "Now, it is your turn, masked rider." Chapter 86. Assassination. Connor had been attending New City High for a week. Initially, he was not well received by the male students, save for Ke Wen. However, in just a week's time, Connor had completely altered their perceptions. When they witnessed Connor, with his not particularly robust physique, forcefully break through 3 opponents to score during a rugby match, all the boys understood that he possessed remarkable physical prowess. The animosity among the boys dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen, and soon enough, Connor became one of them. Nevertheless, as the first to accept Connor, he still cherished the moments spent dining with Ke Wen, relishing the tranquility of those brief interludes. Kara also joined them, bringing along her sister Emil, and unbeknownst to Ke Wen, a small group had formed around him. Though it was not his original intention, the feeling was quite pleasant. As the day's intermission concluded, Ke Wen and Connor leaned against the railing, enjoying the breeze. To be candid, while Connor epitomized the typical Western appearance, his hair, like Ke Wen's, was black, resembling a bit like Keanu Reeves. Ke Wen, too, was not lacking in charm, and as the two engaged in conversation, they provided a source of enjoyment for the nearby girls. Hey, Ke Wen, I've heard tales of two superheroes in Naxino City, one named Nightwing and the other the Masked Rider. Have you seen them? Connor suddenly inquired while relishing the cool autumn breeze. Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? Ke Wen responded, You see, I hail from Kansas, where we also have a superhero. Thus, I am intrigued by the superheroes emerging in every city. There exist two extraordinary superheroes, though I do not pay them much mind and cannot describe what Nightwing and Kamen Rider look like. Cole then was surprised to find that his reputation had spread so far, reaching even Kansas. While he felt a sense of satisfaction within, he maintained an outward appearance of disinterest, not wishing to draw attention to himself. Are you discussing Kamen Rider? May I join in? Just as Cole then was about to conclude the conversation, Kara, possessing extraordinary hearing, interjected with evident excitement, as if the discussion were about her. Do you know Kamen Rider, Kara? Of course. Look, these are my drawings. Kara produced several sketches from her backpack, depicting everything from Calvin's initial G3 form to the individual spider form in Central City, and even the Gale Ace and Iron Soldier upon returning to New Metropolis. Nearly every form was captured, save for those not covered by the news. Cole then regarded Kara's artistic creations with a peculiar expression. While he was aware of her admiration for him, he was curious about how her talent for drawing had been ignited. Emil, who had approached, was face-palming, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his sister's antics. Wow, these are truly remarkable. Did you see all of these, Kara? Connor chimed in, praising her work with a smile. Absolutely. He's my idol. I'm curious. How did he become your idol? Cole then still could not grasp it, particularly since Kara could easily defeat him with a single punch. Even without him, she would have become a superhero. It seemed unnecessary to idolize the Kamen Rider he portrayed. You don't understand. Have you ever considered that Kamen Rider relies on that very armor? Without it, he is just an ordinary person. Yet even so, he would still fight for justice. Such a person, no, such a hero, why wouldn't one admire him? Kara's earnestness left Cole then momentarily speechless, especially when she spoke those last words, causing him to reconsider his own convictions. If only his resolve were as strong, he wouldn't have wavered so often and behaved timidly. But observing Kara's defiant demeanor, he relinquished that thought. Here she was, already capable of everything, yet still idolizing him. With a hint of boredom, Cole then turned away and muttered softly, How pointless. What did you say? And nothing. Cole then remembered that this girl possessed super hearing, and if she wished to, she could easily catch his quiet words. He quickly tried to clarify, but just as Kara was about to press further, the television in the classroom began broadcasting the morning news. Today, our city welcomes an outstanding entrepreneur and scientist from LexCorp, Lena Luthor. This brilliant young woman, long hidden behind the scenes by the world-renowned scientist Lex Luthor, has finally revealed herself. She will be here to inaugurate the new municipal building. Joy, what is the matter? In a live broadcast, a distant black dot appeared on the screen, rapidly magnifying before the lens. It was a missile. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the missile soared closer, ultimately detonating upon the newly constructed municipal building. Chunks of debris rained down amid the anguished screams of the populace, and the footage devolved into static. The scene switched back to the Naxinor City television station, where the morning show host maintained an air of composure. Our connection with the correspondent on-site was abruptly severed due to the incident, but we shall reconnect shortly. Thank you for your viewership. Within the campus, students watching the news began to murmur amongst themselves, disoriented by the sudden calamity, including Ke Wen, who was lingering in the hallway. I'm just going to the restroom, he hastily remarked before departing. I need to go too, Emil chimed in, following suit. Kara, belatedly grasping the situation, exclaimed and pulled Emil away, leaving Connor behind to mutter to himself. The restroom, ISNT that way, my friend. At the Naxanor city government building, the attendees began to rise from the rubble. The newly erected structure had proven remarkably resilient. The missile had inflicted limited damage, and due to prior warnings, most managed to dodge the larger debris. A few unfortunate souls, however, were not so lucky, suffering injuries. The scene was chaotic. Lena dusted herself off and assisted a nearby secretary and several government officials to their feet. Just as security personnel were about to restore order and guide everyone away from the scene, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A towering figure descended from above, the sound of metal colliding with the ground echoing ominously. A metallic being, clad in a skeletal frame with only half a visage of flesh, materialized before the crowd. Lena Luthor, your time has come. The somber, electronic voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind, instilling fear in everyone present. The metallic figure advanced toward Lena at the center of the gathering. The police, now reacting, drew their firearms and opened fire on the metallic entity. Bullets ricocheted off its metallic frame, producing sparks but failing to breach its defenses. The metallic being, seemingly irritated by the disturbance, raised its arm, revealing a row of gun barrels that unleashed a barrage upon the officers. Realizing the imminent danger, the police swiftly ushered Lena and numerous officials into the safety of the building, while the squad cars and podium outside fell victim to the metallic being's relentless onslaught. Reduced to mere scrap metal, as bullets struck the police vehicles and earth, dirt and sparks erupted before the municipal building, the panicked crowd scattered in all directions. It was at this moment they recognized the impotence of law enforcement against such malevolent superhumans, yearning for a hero to emerge and rescue them. Yet, the metallic figure paid no heed to the fleeing masses, its singular focus set on Lena Luthor. Calm down, Lena admonished the secretary who attempted to pull her away. She was eager to witness whether the masked knight, favored by her bald-headed brother, would make an appearance. The once serene government street, now ravaged by gunfire, lay in utter disarray, besieged by scattered police vehicles and debris that obstructed the flow of traffic. Amidst this chaos, the unmistakable roar of a motorcycle echoed through the impassable thoroughfare. The metallic figure paused, scanning the surroundings with his electronic eye, noting that the nearest police car would require a good 10 minutes to arrive, with no others in sight. The origin of the motorcycle's sound remained a mystery, until the glass facade of the government building directly across from him revealed a fully encased motorcycle hurtling towards him. Confronted with this bizarre scene, the metallic figure instinctively raised his weapon, shattering the barrier of glass before him. Yet the motorcycle's roar did not cease. In a swift blur, the motorcycle surged forth, crashing through the police car's windshield on the right side of the metallic figure, sending him sprawling into a nearby wrecked police vehicle. The immense force propelled him, causing the car to roll several times along the pavement. Coincidentally, the interrupted live broadcast resumed, allowing the citizens of New Knox City, who were closely monitoring the unfolding events, to witness the motorcycle emerging from the reflection. The vehicle came to a halt before the government building, and its armored rider dismounted from the open canopy, clad in silver armor, with a green physique and a visage reminiscent of a European knight. He bore a strangely designed firearm at his right leg. As this armored knight stepped forth, he aimed his weapon at the metallic figure, who was now rising from the wreckage of the police car. "What are you planning to do in my city?" he inquired, marking the true debut of the masked rider before the eyes of the crowd. Chapter 87. Confrontation before the government building. Ke Wen, in his Iron Soldier form, faced off against the metallic figure, with Lena observing the spectacle with keen interest. From the moment Ke Wen emerged through the windshield, her intrigue was piqued. To her knowledge, the ability to traverse the mirror realm was a rarity, seemingly possessed only by the Mirror Master of Central City. However, while his powers were unreplicable, the figure before her demonstrated that such abilities could indeed be replicated through technology. "Hurry, prepare the data recording," Lena instructed in a hushed tone, prompting her assistant to retrieve a tablet and input the necessary passwords. Utilizing satellites launched into space by Lex Enterprises, they commenced comprehensive documentation of the encounter between Ke Wen and the metallic figure. The metallic figure's electronic eye scanned the armored oddity before him, but the feedback returned indicated only unknown data, which unsettled him. It suggested that the opponent's technological prowess was on par with his own. His mission was to assassinate Lena Luthor, with no directive to engage with others. Otherwise, the initial bullet storm would have surely left the streets awash in blood. "Step aside," You are not my target, he declared, but your interference is unwelcome. You can either leave or be defeated by me. Choose one. Ke Wen responded, his handheld gun calibrated precisely with the aid of the mask's targeting system. The skills granted by the system for his marksmanship specialization proved invaluable. Earlier, the shooting memory's built-in auto-targeting rendered Ke Wen's marksmanship specialization somewhat redundant. However, this time he was utilizing an Iron Soldier, which required only assisted aiming, thus allowing his previously unused specialization to shine. Very well, he decided to adopt the simplest method. The metallic being, aware of the failed negotiations, refrained from further dialogue. Its chest opened, revealing a cannon that aimed directly at Ke Wen, firing instantly. A colossal silver shield descended with an electronic hum, positioning itself directly before Ke Wen. The massive laser beam struck the shield, heating it to a fiery red, yet remained unbroken. Seizing the moment while the Iron Soldier was momentarily immobile, Ke Wen fired upon it. The specialized bullets struck the metallic foe, forcing it to retreat, and the chest-mounted laser cannon ceased its function. With a successful hit, Ke Wen did not pause, continuing to draw cards from his deck. A massive launcher descended, and Ke Wen unleashed a barrage towards the Iron Soldier still within his targeting range. The colossal energy projectile struck, sending plumes of dust into the air, and the combination of skills evoked a sense of awe among the onlookers. This city's superhero employed rather extravagant methods against his adversaries, yet the spectacle was undeniably thrilling. In the municipal building, Lena observed Ke Wen with growing intrigue as he utilized card reading to acquire weapons. As a scientist, she was fascinated by how he accomplished this feat and the origins of these summoned weapons. Understanding this could undoubtedly propel human civilization into a new era. Amidst the dust, Ke Wen remained vigilant, continuing to read cards. The enormous cannon adorned his shoulder as he advanced toward the Iron Soldier, which remained still in his observation. Although his advanced perception could discern an enemy's life force, it could not determine if the foe had lost its combat capability or was merely feigning incapacitation. This verification was something Ke Wen would have to undertake himself. As he approached, a laser flashed from the location previously bombarded by the enormous launcher. Clearly, the warning from his advanced perception could not match the speed of the laser, and Ke Wen was caught off guard, stumbling as the massive cannon on his shoulder veered off target, missing the Iron Soldier entirely. In the fiery aftermath of the explosion, the pitch-black Iron Soldier, struck by Ke Wen's previous attack, was propelled into the air, its crimson glowing eyes fixated on the rising Ke Wen. I have analyzed your combat mode, Kamen Rider, it declared. You say it is so. The colossal cannon on his shoulder fired once more, but this time, the Iron Soldier raised its left hand to summon a force field shield. The two energy projectiles ricocheted off the shield and soared into the sky, exploding high above. A gust of wind swept across the ground, dispersing the smoke that lingered, while the metallic figure traced an arc through the air, hurtling towards Ke Wen. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Ke Wen prepared to draw another card. Just as he inserted the card into the summoning gun, the metal being collided directly with him, propelling Ke Wen towards the towering edifice above, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. A mechanical voice echoed in the metallic being's ear, and it was then that it noticed Ke Wen's right hand, once gripping a firearm, had transformed into a massive bullhorn, now aimed squarely at its abdomen. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted between them, and the metallic figure felt a force greater than before slam into it, sending it flying back out in the manner it had entered. Onlookers witnessed the metallic figure, accompanied by a masked rider, burst into the municipal building, only to see it emerge once again, battered and bruised, following the electronic announcement. Ke Wen staggered from the gap created by the collision. Landing on the ground, the colossal bullhorn vanished, reverting back to the summoning gun. In his hand was the final card, the ultimate strike, as he observed how the damaged metallic figure would respond next. Debris fell, allowing Ke Wen to behold the metallic being's dire state. One eye missing, its left arm shattered, and a gaping wound in its abdomen sparking with electrical discharges. Such injuries would spell doom for a human, yet the metallic figure retained only its memories and emotions, devoid of flesh and blood, rendering the wounds a mere hindrance to its functionality. Damn, your resilience is remarkable. Ke Wen regarded the metallic being, seemingly undeterred, and felt an inexplicable headache. The force of a massive strike was no trifling matter. It possessed two functions. one delivering a staggering 450 tons of explosive force. Effective both at a distance and up close, specifically designed to counter melee opponents. The other could absorb up to 3 times the impact of an attack and retaliate with that power. The metallic being had absorbed the full brunt of Ke Wen's strike, only to sustain a mere hole, leaving Ke Wen at a loss for words. With its remaining eye fixed on Ke Wen, the metallic figure pondered how such a simple bullhorn could unleash such devastating power, leaving it in such a wretched condition. The last time it faced a formidable opponent was against the red-caped figure in the metropolis. Had it not equipped a kryptonite, it would likely have been annihilated. Yet, against this adversary, kryptonite would prove futile. With this thought, the metallic figure's gaze hardened, its internal power source activated, and numerous cannon ports emerged across its body. Final vent. A towering 5-meter steel, bull-headed robot materialized before the crowd, the summoning gun inserted and unlocked. An array of missiles was unveiled, and none could doubt the destruction it was capable of wreaking. The individuals within the municipal building were momentarily bewildered upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, they were engaged in a turn-based exchange, yet suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of fierce armament confrontation. Hey, are you here to rescue us? What on earth are those missiles? Their minds were in turmoil, roaring internally while externally maintaining a facade of composure, observing the two figures outside preparing for a clash. The metallic being was equally astonished to discover that Ke Wen possessed a comparable technique. Gazing at the formidable weaponry array above, it was evident that leveling the vicinity of the city hall was well within reach, including the risk of his own demise. Go on if you dare, pull the trigger. I assure you, everyone here will be unharmed before the explosion, except for you. You must remember how I drove straight into you, instinctively unleashing a powerful move. Ke Wen was acutely aware that he could not afford to unleash it, yet he could not falter. Otherwise, he would become the target of the metallic being's onslaught. The metallic entity had never encountered such an audacious approach from a superhero. Typically, one would either withstand the explosion or strive to save others. Ke Wen, however, opted for mutual destruction. The dilemma was that he too could not yield. How could he continue to navigate the world of supervillains if he allowed a newcomer to intimidate him? For a moment, both adversaries found themselves in an awkward standoff, poised to unleash their ultimate abilities. The others present were paralyzed by the tension, afraid that even a single breath might trigger an overzealous response. Perhaps you should withdraw. Your mission is unachievable, and remaining here serves little purpose. I must admit, maintaining this stance is rather exhausting, Ke Wen remarked, feeling the strain of remaining stationary while the metallic being stood resolutely. The metallic being replied, "You are correct. My mission is indeed unattainable. However, do you truly believe this is where it concludes? So, you intend to inflict harm upon one another? Bring it on," Ke Wen retorted nonchalantly, confident in his ability to counter any attack, merely awaiting the metallic entity's willingness to fire. Noticing Ke Wen's demeanor, the metallic being hesitated. Just as it prepared to deliver a menacing declaration and retreat, an aircraft flew overhead, and a nefarious scheme materialized in its mind. All right, you win, Masked Rider. But can you withstand this maneuver? With that, the cannon atop its frame aimed skyward, unleashing a barrage of concentrated beams that ravaged the surrounding buildings, sending chunks of debris plummeting perilously close to the nearby residents. Seizing the moment, the metallic being made its escape, having expended a significant amount of energy on the previous attack, wary of whether Ke Wen was similarly drained. Damn it, dual driver, Ke Wen muttered under his breath, promptly deactivating his transformation and seamlessly switching to the dual driver. In his hand appeared the trigger and moon memory devices. After amassing a staggering 7 million points, Ke Wen extravagantly exchanged all remaining W memories for future contingencies, finding them to be of immediate utility. Inserting the moon goddess memory into the trigger gun, he aimed at the falling debris above him, locking onto every target within his sight. Luna Maximum Drive. The incantation of his ultimate move resonated, and the gun's muzzle unleashed beams of light equivalent to the descending rubble, obliterating all the falling debris. Beneath the cloud of dust, Ke Wen's solitary figure appeared insignificantly small. Chapter 88. Supergirl. Amidst the swirling dust, the onlookers gazed at the half-golden, half-blue figure of the Masked Rider. The dust fell like colored snow, observing the somewhat ravaged streets. The survivors finally emerged from the municipal building, having narrowly escaped the chaos that had escalated to the brink of mutual destruction. The metallic man had deployed a smoke bomb and vanished, while this so-called masked rider, a superhero, had employed a series of dazzling maneuvers to resolve the crisis. Well done, masked rider. You are the hero of our city, Naxinor. The crowd began to cheer for Ke Wen, moving forward to request photographs with him. Faced with the approaching throng, Ke Wen felt somewhat uneasy. Truth be told, none of the events unfolding around him bore any relevance to his existence. The metallic man would not harm anyone else after accomplishing his assassination. Yet who could guarantee that? Even though Ke Wen was aware that Lena Luthor was Lex Luthor's sister, he understood that Lex Luthor and Superman were arch-rivals, locked in a love-hate relationship. Yet Ke Wen found himself inclined to agree with one of Lex's perspectives. Superman stifled humanity's advancement. When a race places all its hopes in a being or civilization far superior to itself, the only path that awaits it is one of annihilation. A race devoid of self-reliance has no future, as history has attested. He believed that Superman had also come to this realization. Hence, news coverage of him had significantly diminished, as he endeavored to confine his influence to Metropolis, allowing humanity a chance to reclaim its agency. However, this did not imply that Ke Wen could stand idly by while tragedy unfolded before him. He lived in this city, and every individual harbored their own life story. There was no justification for them to bear the consequences of the destruction wrought by the metallic man. He may be a passive individual, averse to conflict, but that did not imply he had lost his conscience or the fervor within his heart. As the old adage goes, with great power comes great responsibility. At times, one cannot simply choose to disregard matters, especially when one possesses the ability to avert tragedy. Perhaps while one deliberates the pros and cons of action, their body has already made a decision. Lena observed the gathering crowd and turned to her secretary. Has the data been recorded? How did he manage the transformation between the two armors and forms? All recorded, but some aspects remain inexplicable, particularly the abrupt appearance of that belt during the transformation. We cannot yet decipher how he executed the belt switch. Then let us save the data for now. There is ample time ahead. For the moment, let us proceed to welcome our hero. Having spoken, Lena's face lit up with a smile as her bodyguard cleared a path through the crowd for her. Greetings, Kamen Rider. I am immensely grateful for your timely arrival. I can scarcely imagine the calamities that might have ensued otherwise. Let us dispense with pleasantries. But I trust your esteemed corporation will take responsibility for the havoc wrought by this metallic creature. Observing Lena's mature and composed demeanor, Ke Wen found it challenging to regard her as a peer and, sidestepping the customary exchanges, posed his inquiry directly. Rest assured, the disaster response team at LexCorp will initiate reconstruction forthwith. Everything here will be restored to its former state within a week, Lena replied. Very well. I believe I must take my leave. Ke Wen had no intention of continuing the conversation with Lena and prepared to transition into his Iron Soldier form to depart the mirror world. At that moment, a keen-eyed bystander suddenly spotted the aircraft that had just flown over the municipal building. Its tail wing was emitting smoke as it began to plummet from the sky. Without an emergency landing, a tragic catastrophe awaited those aboard. Damn it, Ke Wen muttered as he gazed at the stricken aircraft above, hastily moving towards the rider shooter. Just as he was about to mount it, it dawned on him that the motorcycle was incapable of flight. System, inform me how many points are required to exchange for the W's Triform vehicle. Without hesitation, Ke Wen queried his system mentally. Triform vehicle complete exchange, for 5 million points. Not advised for exchange. The host may opt for only one form. Enough. Exchange for the aerial combat form. Ke Wen, not wishing to haggle with the system, instructed it to deduct from his current points. Lives were at stake. Understood. Current points held by the host. 4, 65 million. W flying vehicle. 1, 5 million. Includes basic motorcycle form. Given the host's current circumstances, it is recommended to spend 500,000 points to modify the rider shooter, granting it the ability to traverse the mirror world and achieve flight. You decide, came the curt response. Ke Wen then observed as the full coverage motorcycle before him began to transform. As his hand made contact with the bike, a crimson tail wing extended from its undercarriage, while the motorcycle's cover retracted. Morphing within mere seconds into the flying vehicle he recalled from W. However, unlike the original, this transformed flying vehicle bore no wheels, resembling more a true aircraft. Lena, witnessing the entire process, was astonished. Even the technology inherent in the motorcycle eluded her understanding, and she could hardly comprehend how it accomplished the transition between two forms. New model motorcycle, W Shooter, top speed 1,800 km/h. The host may use this motorcycle as a basis for future functional upgrades. Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired a personalized motorcycle. A Kamen Rider without a motorcycle is not a complete Kamen Rider. As a reward, you have been granted 1 million points. Ignoring the comfort of the points system at that moment, Ke Wen mounted the W Shooter and seamlessly transitioned into the Gale Metal mode. In this form, his resilience against impact was significantly enhanced, along with an augmentation of his own strength. Undeterred by the astonished gazes of those around him, he piloted the W Shooter towards the plummeting passenger plane, struggling to maintain its balance in the sky. With formidable maneuverability, Ke Wen reached the aircraft in less than a minute. Extending the long pole behind him, he accelerated toward the nose of the plane, directly positioning the pole against it, unleashing full power in an attempt to mitigate the aircraft's descent. However, Ke Wen was ultimately just one man. Despite his enhanced physique and the benefits of his knightly form, he found himself powerless against the impending disaster of the falling plane. Yet, he was aware that there was someone who could make a difference. "Damn it, you're forcing my hand," he muttered in frustration, turning back and diving to the ground, rushing straight towards the reporter still holding her camera. "Is this live?" he inquired. The female journalist, somewhat dazed, nodded in response. Seizing the camera, Ke Wen aimed it at himself, preparing to speak. Meanwhile, in the girls' restroom at New City High School, Kara, under the pretense of needing to use the facilities, pleaded with her sister Emile. "Please, Emile, I need to go. Someone needs my help." "Not a chance, Kara. Those matters should be handled by that masked knight. Didn't he claim to be the superhero of this city? Let him show what being a hero is all about." "You cannot," Emile retorted firmly. "You must understand that there is already one Kryptonian on this planet. Can you guarantee that those in power would accept another Superman's existence? Don't put me in a difficult position. I don't want you to get hurt, and neither do Mom and Dad." Emile fully understood her sister. Yet, as the elder sibling, she felt compelled to protect Kara rather than let her take on such risks. But Kara wished to argue further. But upon witnessing Emile's resolute expression, she realized that her words would be in vain. Her spirits plummeted, and at that moment, the campus intercom crackled to life, connecting with the morning news broadcast. "Supergirl, are you listening? I am the Masked Knight. I don't know what has transpired during your absence from your superhero duties, but right now, I need your assistance. A passenger plane is in free fall, and I do not possess the strength to avert this disaster, but you do. Therefore, I implore you to step forward. If you fear that your powers may endanger others, I will assist you. But right now, I need you, and this city needs Supergirl." The intercom's voice resonated loudly, clear enough for Kara to hear even without her super hearing. For Kara, who was at her lowest, Ke Wen's voice was like a shot of adrenaline, revitalizing her spirit. Regaining her composure, she fixed her gaze on Emile and said resolutely, "I must go. Someone needs me. My hero needs me." "Not a chance, Kara. I don't care what that masked knight has said. This is not your responsibility, and if something goes wrong, it is not your fault. You will not leave while I am here." As Emile gazed at Kara's suddenly transformed expression, he shouted in anger, "I've always listened to you, Emile, but this time I cannot. I love you, Emile." Embracing her brother tightly, Kara, for the first time, harnessed her Kryptonian advantage on Earth. With super speed, she changed her attire and, unseen by anyone, departed from the campus, soaring towards the ill-fated passenger plane in the sky. Emile found himself utterly unable to intercept Kara due to her speed. By the time he regained his senses, she had vanished. "Kutta, damn Masked Rider!" Watching his sister disappear, Emile, in his fury, flung the pot at Ke Wen and, with no other outlet for his rage, pounded the wall, oblivious to the blood flowing from his knuckles. On the municipal street, after addressing the city through a live broadcast, Ke Wen released the camera and soared once more towards the aircraft. The day's female reporter finally dared to inquire, "Masked Rider, who is Supergirl?" "A true hero, behold," she approaches. On the plummeting passenger plane, a dark figure emerged. A sight Ke Wen could discern was Kara, striving to halt the descent of the aircraft. Without continuing to respond to the reporter's question, W Shooter took Ke Wen soaring back to the plane. Spotting Ke Wen's arrival, Kara, who was desperately attempting to halt the plane's fall, cried out for assistance. "Masked Rider, the plane's momentum is too great. I cannot redirect its course." Kara had never truly unleashed her superpowers. Attempting to stop a crashing aircraft was an overwhelming challenge for her. Fear not. I will adjust its trajectory. Do you see the sea beyond the city? We merely need to guide it to make an emergency landing on the water. Now, you stabilize the fuselage, and I will assist you. After comforting Kara, Kevin swiftly flew to the front of the plane, inserting the Cyclone memory into his staff. Cyclone Maximum Drive. With the staff, empowered by the Cyclone memory, aimed at the plane's nose, Kevin began to wield it, conjuring a powerful green whirlwind that enveloped the aircraft. The strong updraft began to lift the nose of the descending plane, and with the aid of this airflow, Kara also guided the plane towards the ocean beyond the city. In the sky, a green whirlwind pulled the aircraft upwards, while a girl in a red cloak supported it, creating a scene reminiscent of mythology. The reporters on the ground, keenly watching, did not miss this spectacular moment and swiftly retrieved their high-powered lenses to capture the event. With the combined efforts of Kevin and Kara, the descending aircraft regained its balance, and the captain, tightly gripping the control yoke, successfully executed an emergency landing on the water. Cheers erupted from citizens watching on television as a tragedy that seemed unavoidable was averted by their heroes. Breathing heavily, Ke Wen gripped the staff as he stood on the flying battle vehicle, having unleashed 2 powerful attacks in succession. Coupled with his earlier confrontation with the metallic foe, his body had reached its limits. After all, he remained within the confines of humanity, unable to recover stamina as swiftly as Kara, who drew strength from the sun. Moreover, transforming through memory and card sets was inherently a taxing endeavor. Thank you, Kamen Rider. Kara landed beside Ke Wen, expressing her gratitude. No need to thank me. You accomplished all of this, not I. But you did inspire me. Is that so? Yet, are you not a bit disappointed? I am not as formidable as you envisioned. Regardless, you remain my idol. Thank you. Look, they are cheering for you. Go accept their adulation. Ke Wen pointed to the passengers disembarking from the aircraft. Those who had narrowly escaped death, now expressing their gratitude for Kara's assistance. Kara turned to these individuals, her enhanced hearing allowing her to perceive each heartfelt thank you. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. I believe you should join me in accepting their cheers. Just as she prepared to turn and beckon Ke Wen to descend with her, she found that he had vanished. Gazing at the rolling waves of the sea, Kara chuckled. Who said you were not as powerful as I imagined? This is precisely it. Chapter 89. Clouds of suspicion at Xinxing High School. The day's academic activities were disrupted by this morning's unexpected incident. Students buzzed with excitement, recounting the recent spectacle of 2 superheroes rescuing the passenger plane, while the dazzling battle at the municipal building left them exhilarated. It was said that mechas represented a boy's romance, regardless of the identity concealed beneath the mask of Kamen Rider. When he appeared clad in armor on the screen, every heart raced with adrenaline, his form, his moves, utterly spectacular. Meanwhile, Connor, who had been left waiting by Ke Wen and Kara, observed Ke Wen jogging towards him with a teasing expression. Mate, you lingered in the restroom for quite a while. Apologies, my stomach was uneasy, and I was catching up on the news in other classrooms. Ke Wen recognized that his excuse was somewhat flimsy. Who spent an hour in the restroom and less plagued by constipation? By the way, where's Kara? Has she not returned? How would I know? Shouldn't you be the one to answer that? Connor's retort left Ke Wen momentarily speechless, prompting an awkward yet polite smile as he playfully slung his arm around Connor's shoulder and entered the classroom. Barely seated, Kara and Emil rushed in, the former brimming with excitement while the latter wore a scowl. It was evident that Kara's impulsive departure had irked Emil, who was further frustrated by her inability to intervene. Watching Kara repeatedly apologize to her sister, Ke Wen found it amusing. This silly girl, now a superhero, remained at a loss when it came to her sister. Unbeknownst to him, his perception of Kara had softened, no longer marked by the same aversion he once felt. Of paramount importance is the fact that his own iron soldiers, despite not being activated, managed to drive away the metallic beings. In light of the system's daunting task of defeating 10 supervillains within a year, Ke Wen felt little trepidation, for he had finally secured a victory without enduring any setbacks. Although his hard data still paled in comparison to Kara's formidable punches, it was nonetheless efficient. Kara, come with me. I suspect your parents wish to have a serious discussion with you, he stated. Ladies, we shall take our leave. As school concluded, Emil, with a sullen expression, tugged at Kara, bidding farewell to Ke Wen and Connor while disregarding Kara's pleading gaze for assistance. Ke Wen and Connor waved their goodbyes in return. After parting ways with Connor, Ke Wen did not head directly home. Instead, he boarded a bus bound for Dick's clandestine hideout. Although he was aware that the Luthor family's integrity was questionable, the metallic beings had only been driven off, not defeated. It was highly plausible they would continue their assassination mission against Lena Luthor. For both personal and public reasons, he felt compelled to consult Dick, who, as a superhero, was undoubtedly more qualified than he. Upon arriving at the secret base, Ke Wen beheld Dick training vigorously, his bare torso glistening with effort. The pole in Dick's hands was manipulated with an array of intricate maneuvers, and, astonishingly, his feet were encumbered with sandbags. Yet he moved with the grace of a feather between the poles. Observing Dick's seamless execution left Ke Wen questioning the very nature of humanity. For even gymnasts from his former world would not dare to perform such feats. Noticing Ke Wen's entrance, Dick executed a series of aerial flips, landing flawlessly to conclude his training. He then seized a can of beverage and tossed it toward Ke Wen. Catching it, he discovered it contained his favorite, Vita lemon tea. Pulling the tab, Ke Wen settled on the ground, taking a swig. After such a thrilling morning, he indeed required refreshment to invigorate him. "Your speech this morning was quite impressive," remarked Dick, commending Ke Wen's citywide broadcast. "Thank you. I was left with little choice. The aircraft was beyond my capacity to manage," Ke Wen replied with a wry smile, before taking another sip and inquiring, "Could you assist me with a favor? Speak. I need you to investigate the identity of the metallic beings and uncover any friction they may have with LexCorp." Ke Wen articulated the purpose of his visit. Although he possessed a truncated version of an Earth library, capable of retrieving memories from a 1,200 square kilometer vicinity, it was limited to the city of Naxino, and, as the metallic beings had only just arrived, the land memory failed to provide comprehensive details. Even when searching for LexCorp within the confines of that range, he only received innocuous information, devoid of critical keywords that would aid his inquiry. However, Dick was different. He had trained under DC's most formidable detective, the mortal Batman. Ke Wen did not hesitate to praise Batman's intellect. Truly extraordinary. Thus, as the one most akin to Batman, Ke Wen sought to rely on Dick's capabilities. "Oh, do elaborate on your reasoning." As Dick heard Kevin's request to investigate the Metallo and LexCorp, his interest was piqued, and he curiously inquired, "I find this attack far too coincidental. Lena Luthor has been in New Knox City for a week. Surely Metallo had ample opportunity to strike before now. I cannot believe it. But thinking is not exactly my forte," he shrugged, self-deprecatingly. "If that's the case, why bother intervening to save anyone?" Kevin countered. "After all, there's no evidence to suggest that Lena Luthor has committed any wrongdoing. It's not always prudent to rescue someone without just cause." "Congratulations, you've taken another step toward becoming a mature superhero," Dick quipped, raising his glass towards Kevin, who reciprocated the gesture. Unquestionably, Dick had acquiesced. While he felt powerless against Metallo, delving into the relationship between Metallo and LexCorp was certainly within his expertise. Meanwhile, Kara, forcibly brought home by Emil, glanced at her adoptive parents, Jeremiah and Eliza Danvers, seated on the couch, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Indeed, she had indulged in the thrill of being a superhero that morning, yet she was acutely aware that without her parents' support, her heroic aspirations would be in jeopardy, a troubling prospect. Jeremiah and Eliza exchanged glances, observing Kara's evident unease, and Jeremiah sighed. He never anticipated that after years of dedication, Kara would mirror the Superman he knew, ultimately donning the red cape to fulfill her responsibilities in this world. Yet, Jeremiah wished fervently that this day could be postponed. "Kara, have you truly made up your mind to become a superhero?" Seeing his wife remain silent, Jeremiah had no choice but to inquire once more of his beloved daughter. "Yes, and I accomplished it today. Even if I'm not fully equipped, I'll have guidance." "Kara nodded vigorously." "You mean that masked rider from this morning's citywide broadcast? Are you certain he can teach you?" Jeremiah questioned skeptically. It was not that he dismissed the masked rider. He was simply acutely aware of his daughter's capabilities. While basic crime fighting might be manageable, should Kara find herself engaging in combat training with that masked rider, he would be left to ponder whether to call the police or an ambulance. "Please, Dad, that masked rider is incredibly strong. He is my idol." Kara protested, her mood dampening at her father's doubt. However, Jeremiah felt more disheartened as Kara's demeanor left him with an unsettling sense of something being taken from him. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, he exhaled a resigned sigh. All right, Eliza and I do not wish to dwell on this. But you need to have a serious conversation with Emile. She cares for you more than anyone else. Do not let her down. Additionally, there are matters that Emile needs to share with you. Huh? Kara pondered her father's cryptic words, feeling a touch perplexed. Nevertheless, her parents' support was invaluable to her. And as for Emile, she knew exactly what steps to take. With a joyful exclamation, Kara ascended the stairs to confide in her sister. Chapter 90. The young heroes, the fame of Ke Wen and Kara, who had heroically guided a plane to safety in Naxino City, had not yet faded. The following day, the city's daily newspaper prominently featured a photograph of their daring feat on the front page. The sales of this edition soared, particularly as readers recognized Kara's familiar red cloak. They harbored no thoughts of calamity. Their only sentiment was pride in having their very own superheroes. In the Central City Star laboratory, Wally, who had previously caused a ruckus with Ke Wen in Star City, was now focused intently on a wooden plank. His right hand trembled rapidly, almost blurring into a phantom, before he thrust it toward the plank. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed clearly in the otherwise tranquil laboratory. Wally howled in pain, clutching his right hand and darting about in distress. Barry, the Flash, who was supervising the training, could only shake his head in exasperation. You've been training for nearly a month now, and you still can't even manage the most basic molecular vibration to pass through the plank. Being a speedster is not merely about running fast, Wally. Come on, this is wood. You told me to vibrate at high speed. But you didn't explain how to find the resonant frequency, Wally retorted defiantly. Finding the frequency is something you must discover for yourself. When you face a real situation, time will not afford you the luxury to search for the right frequency. With that, Barry handed Wally a newspaper featuring Ke Wen and Kara on the front page. Look at this. Your friend has become a bona fide superhero in his own city. Gazing at the newspaper, Wally found himself at a loss for words. It had barely been 2 months since he last saw Ke Wen, and yet he had risen to fame so quickly while Wally was still struggling with wooden planks in the Star Laboratory. Child, if you truly wish to surpass me and become the fastest person in the world, you must rise and continue your training. Even as a speedster, effort is indispensable. Look at Ke Wen. He has worked diligently and mastered the art of inspiration, Barry admonished, patting Wally on the shoulder. In his words, Ke Wen had become the exceptional child, receiving accolades that seemed boundless. Youth is often characterized by impetuousness. Hearing his admired uncle extol Ke Wen's virtues ignited a fire within Wally. With a rapidly vibrating hand, the speed force accelerated his recovery, and within a minute, his hand returned to its original state. He stood up and resumed his training in molecular vibration, repeating the process of fracturing his hand and then using the speed force to recover. Observing Wally's anguished yet determined attempts to touch the plank, Barry nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, young people require a spark of motivation. It was evident that Barry had discovered the key to stimulating Wally's resolve. With a smirk, he continued to guide Wally on how to effectively harness molecular vibration. In the depths of the ocean lies the fabled city of Atlantis, where the siren, upon her return to the royal palace, found herself confined by her sister, Mira. Meanwhile, Arthur, back in the underwater realm, began to heed the counsel of his mentor, Vico, as well as his mother, and initiated a redistribution of power within Atlantis. Having previously been preoccupied with the affairs of the Watchtower, Arthur now recognized the immense significance of his throne. In the hands of nefarious individuals, it could plunge the world into chaos, especially when Mira alluded to the profound history entwined with Atlantis. Mira, do you suggest that the attack on the Siren was orchestrated by our own people? Arthur, not being a legitimate member of the Atlantean royal family, was somewhat naive regarding the secrets of the royal lineage. Is the only plausible explanation, Mira affirmed, continuing. Atlantis has never functioned as a singular entity. It was originally comprised of 7 nations that sank beneath the waves. Although 3 of those nations have vanished, we cannot assume their royal bloodlines have completely perished. Compared to you, the newly crowned king wielding the trident, they yearn for the glory of the primordial sea kings who once dominated the world. Wait, did you not claim that the first sea king was deceased? Arthur inquired, puzzled. I merely suggested he chose self-exile. In an era teeming with heroes and deities, even the sight of a corpse cannot affirm one's demise. Mira shrugged. Arthur fell silent, realizing that returning to the sea was indeed the wiser choice. Since his arrival in Atlantis, his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. They presented him with irrefutable evidence that deities existed. Not only that, but they had even established diplomatic relations with Atlantis. In the 30 years preceding, he had believed that decapitation led to death and that aging brought mortality. Now, however, the possibility that the first Sea King might still be alive left him unfazed. With a subdued acknowledgement, he began to ponder, Vico, can these individuals be located? Not those vanished nations, but the 4 that remain. Your Majesty, it presents a challenge. Besides the current royal lineage, the branches and distant relatives of each nation's royal family are exceedingly convoluted. Even within the same line of succession, there exist numerous offshoots. Vico replied, standing alongside Arthur. So, it is feasible to track them down? Arthur pressed. Indeed, Vico confirmed. Then you shall take charge. If they seek the throne, I can bestow it upon them. But should they desire to incite war, they must brace themselves for the wrath of the ocean. With that declaration, Arthur struck the ground with his trident, unleashing an invisible wave that radiated outward from him, causing the sea creatures patrolling the royal city to emit a silent roar. Mira gazed at her partner, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Although she remained uninterested in the throne, her nonchalance only deepened the resonance between Arthur and the trident he wielded. The more he acted in this manner, the greater the sense of legitimacy he garnered from the populace. For Arthur never regarded himself as a king. His sole desire was to aid the people of Atlantis. Why? Is there something on my face? Arthur, perplexed by Mira's gaze, replied curtly, it's nothing. A hint of irritation laced his voice as he mentally categorized Arthur as somewhat simple-minded. Observing the subtle tension between his disciple and Mira, Vico, ever perceptive, discreetly led the guards away. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his mentor's gesture of creating a private moment for him, Arthur realized that if he remained oblivious at this point, he would truly be a fool. By the way, how is the siren? Is she still troubled by her emotions on land? Arthur inquired, embracing his beloved from behind. Not recently. She just ventured on a land once. Who knows what that masked hero did? Mira responded. Upon hearing Arthur's concern for her, Mira cast him a knowing glance. She felt a tinge of frustration regarding her sister's issues. While Arthur's influence had softened her views on land dwellers compared to most Atlanteans, she still harbored reservations. Is that so? Would you like me to send Call to check on that little one? We discussed this in our meeting. Yes. I also heard you were too intimidated to speak with Batman. Who told you that? Diana. Arthur fell silent. Meanwhile, in the palace where the siren resided, the girl, desperate to return to Atlantis, lay on her bed, staring blankly at a green canister on her nightstand. Lost in thought, her close friend and comrade, Tula, entered the room. Amused by the siren's distracted demeanor, Tula placed a newspaper before her. I brought this from CN Harbor. Look, it has something you'll find intriguing. The siren glanced at the front page and was captivated by a photograph of Ke Wen, caught in the act of summoning a hurricane to lift an aircraft. She sat upright suddenly, exclaiming, Ke Wen? Who is this Supergirl? Her attention sharply focused, the siren noticed Kara on the plane, her instincts as a woman igniting a sense of caution. She is a superhero similar to Superman. You need not worry about her posing any danger, Tula reassured her. No, I have a feeling this city will become even more perilous. Tula, could you do me a favor? The siren turned to Tula, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Not a chance. I absolutely refuse to take you out of Atlantis, Tula replied decisively. I never intended for you to take me out. I should be the one escorting my royal guard out of Atlantis instead. That way, you need not worry about anything. With a mere shift of words, the siren's sudden change of subject left Tula momentarily speechless. She hadn't anticipated such a clever maneuver from her friend. Seizing the opportunity, the siren grasped Tula's hand, took the locust canister from her nightstand, and departed her palace. The royal guard followed suit, and thus, a small party left the royal city of Atlantis. As Ke Wen makes his grand entrance as the first superhero in this DC universe, a new chapter in the history of superheroes unfolds. Chapter 91, The Crisis of the Future. In the outskirts of Naxanor City, Kara trails behind her sister Emile, bewildered by her sister's vehement opposition to her aspirations of becoming a superhero. Not only does Emile insist on dressing her in uniform for a journey to this desolate location, devoid of anything noteworthy save for a military base. But she herself does not seem to be affiliated with the base in any capacity. Confounded by Emil's intentions, Kara resigns herself to the back seat, allowing her sister to drive. Is this long drive simply to show me a rock face? Kara questions, staring at the imposing wall before her, perplexed by her sister's motives. Utilize your abilities and take another look, Emil cryptically responds, saying nothing further. Casting a dubious glance at her sister, Kara activates her X-ray vision, only to discover that she cannot penetrate the rock face. All that meets her gaze is a thick layer of lead paint covering steel plating. In an instant, she comprehends that this wall harbors a secret, one that is intrinsically linked to her, for it is common knowledge that Kryptonian X-ray vision cannot pierce through steel. This is why I brought you here. You will understand my reluctance to allow you to become a superhero, Emil states, pressing several times on a stone, which reveals a towering door before Kara, leading to a bright corridor. Follow me, Emil instructs, stepping through the entrance with Kara following closely behind. The corridor is not lengthy. After a mere 100 meters, they arrive at a vast hall bustling with personnel clad in black uniforms attending to various matters. Dominating the space is an enormous screen segmented into 36 squares, monitoring every corner of Naxenor City. With her keen eyesight, Kara notes that several of these squares display scenes from right in front of her own home. As the agents of the Super Investigative Department notice Kara, they instinctively pause their tasks. The influence of Superman in this world is profound. His red cape and dark blue attire, along with his omnipotent presence, have become symbols of a modern deity. Naturally, when they see Kara donned in a uniform resembling Superman's, they cannot help but take notice, especially having witnessed her feat of lifting an airplane. Welcome to the Super Investigative Department, Supergirl. I am Emil Danvers, the second in command of the department. Emil introduces herself in a markedly formal tone, having shifted her demeanor. At this moment, only the director of the department is aware of Kara's identity as Emil's sister, and Emil is keen to keep their relationship concealed in front of so many others. Kara was taken aback by Emil's tone. She was no fool. The moment Emil introduced these matters so formally, she understood why he had brought her here. A significant part of the super department was established for her benefit, yet she could not fathom when her sister had become involved. What is going on? Kara forcibly suppressed her impulse to question Emil about the background and directly exclaimed, "Allow me to elucidate this for you, Supergirl," a deep voice interjected. Hank Henshaw, the director of the super department, approached with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Hank, Kara felt an inexplicable sense of discord, though she could not pinpoint its origin. "Pleasure to meet you, Supergirl. I am Hank Henshaw. If you do not mind, I would be glad to explain everything to you." "Of course, Emil may join us," he continued. Kara glanced at her sister, who signaled her to follow. Uncertain of the situation, she nodded. Hank said little more, simply instructing them to follow him as he entered his office. Emil and Kara exchanged glances and followed suit, while the other agents returned to their posts, resuming their duties. As soon as they entered the director's office, Hank pressed a red button on his desk. Iron doors descended, sealing the office in an impenetrable manner. Kara was startled by this sudden turn of events, yet she remained composed. After all, she was Supergirl, residing on a planet bathed in yellow sunlight, where few things could harm her. "I apologize. I must ensure that our discussion remains confidential," Hank said apologetically. "I understand. Now, Director Henshaw, please reveal the origins of this matter," Kara replied, nodding as she got straight to the point. "Certainly, but before that, you need to watch a brief video." With that, Hank pressed a key on the keyboard, and an image materialized on the desk. In the vastness of space, a wormhole appeared, and a spaceship emerged, hurtling towards Earth below. Within the wormhole, a colossal space fortress flashed by before the black hole closed, restoring tranquility to the cosmos. Kara was awestruck by the scene, rendered speechless for a moment. "This footage is from 12 years ago. Does it ring any bells?" Hank inquired. "Is this when I arrived on Earth?" "Indeed, 12 years ago. You may have thought you traversed vast cosmic distances to reach Earth. In reality, it was merely a 10-minute journey from your emergence in space to landing on Earth. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The significant point is the space fortress that appeared within the wormhole. Do you recall it?" "Phantom Prison," Kara articulated slowly. Hank nodded. "Superman has also accessed relevant information from his database, and it aligns with what you have indicated. The present dilemma lies in the fact that Although the means by which you escaped the Phantom Zone and arrived on Earth remained shrouded in mystery, the moment your spacecraft opened a wormhole, it inadvertently provided a coordinate for the Phantom Prison. Consequently, both Superman and I have entertained the most pessimistic of scenarios. If your vessel managed to escape the Phantom Zone, specifically designed to confine criminals from your homeworld of Krypton, might it not also be feasible for the Phantom Prison, originally intended for the incarceration of offenders, to breach the confines of the Phantom Zone? Do you believe such a situation could arise? Understanding the gravity of Hank's words, Kara retorted, "It is not a matter of possibility. It has already occurred. Behold this. These are the cosmic feedback wavelengths transmitted by NASA over the past 2 years." Hank switched the display on his computer, projecting numerous images, all sharing a singular element, a continuously shifting red line. Kara grasped that this represented the situation Hank had alluded to. The Phantom Prison had indeed begun its journey toward Earth, following the coordinates established when it first arrived from distant Krypton. How much time remains? Cara invitit solemne. The shortest span is 2 years, and the longest could extend to 5. We had previously conferred with Superman and had no intention of involving you in this matter. Thus, Jeremiah's decision to enlist Emil in the Super Research Division was aimed at shielding you from disturbances akin to supernatural events. Yet, it seems fate has dictated otherwise. You have donned the cape after all. Hank reflected on the irony of the situation, having assured Superman that Kara would remain uninvolved, only to find reality contradicting his words. Kara turned her gaze toward Emil, finally comprehending why her sister had always refrained from allowing her to don the cape. It signified a burden, a responsibility to confront the impending crises that might emerge on Earth. Sorry, Emil. I always believed you merely sought to control me, Kara admitted, realizing her misunderstanding of her sister's intentions. It's of no consequence, Kara, Emil replied, caressing her sister's face. She recognized that the die had been cast. There was no turning back from Kara becoming Supergirl. However, the one who had led her sister down this path, the masked knight, would not be spared her wrath. The sister shared a heartfelt moment, leaving Hank feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to clear his throat to redirect the conversation. Regarding the imminent threat of the Phantom Prison, we find ourselves without a means to thwart it. Our best course of action is to unite all available forces in preparation for defense. Fortunately, we now possess the Justice League, and with you having embraced the cape, we must remain vigilant. Although the Phantom Prison is still en route, we have detected the separation of 15 pods, likely dispatched as vanguards to assess conditions on Earth. I will handle it. Cara assertit resolutely. I believe in your abilities. Yet for now, you require further training. No worries. We still have the Masked Knight, and he will assist me. Kara's declaration momentarily stunned Hank and Emil, particularly Hank, who glanced at Emil, unsure of how to respond. Kara also sensed the peculiar atmosphere, glancing suspiciously at Hank, for he was the one in charge, making it most convenient to address any issues with him. Well, your sister, upon learning of your contact with the Kamen Rider, took it upon herself to engage with him without my consent. The process was somewhat convoluted, and the outcome was far from satisfactory. Hank endeavored to provide an official explanation for Emil's earlier irrational behavior, yet Kara grasped the underlying implications. Turning her gaze toward her sister, she launched into a series of reprimands. Emil, how could you do this? He is my idol, you know. You have truly disappointed me. As Kara's barrage of accusations rang out, Emil struggled to suppress her anger, her mind consumed by a singular thought, that detestable Kamen Rider. Chapter 92. Hiring an assassin in the LexCorp branch of Naxanor, Lena, having survived an assassination attempt, chose not to retreat into seclusion. On the contrary, she promptly fulfilled her promise to Kevin, as the LexCorp Disaster Recovery Department swiftly restored the damaged municipal building. With the aid of advanced technology, they managed to return the building to its original state in merely a week. Moreover, it appeared even more robust. Anyone with common sense in Naxanor would recognize that, despite sustaining a missile strike from the Metal Man, only a single hole had been created, resulting in minimal casualties. The government officials of Naxanor were quite pleased, and with a flourish of their pens, they awarded LexCorp a 5-year infrastructure contract for the Eastern District, thus securing another source of income for the company. However, Lena did not indulge in the joy of securing profits for her enterprise. To her, money was merely a series of numbers. Even if she started from scratch, she could acquire the wealth she desired. What captivated her attention now was the data from Kevin's battle against the Metal Man a week prior. In the Cadmore laboratory, Lena sat before her computer, furiously typing away. Data models formed and collapsed in a relentless cycle, her eyes bloodshot and her face haggard, lacking the vibrancy she once possessed, having gone 48 hours without rest. This is impossible. I still cannot decipher how he achieved that. It defies all logic. Lena slumped over the keyboard. The prolonged lack of sleep proving to be a significant blow to her as a brilliant young mind. The data panel displayed models indicating Kevin's transformation into the Iron Soldier and his W form, as well as his newly synthesized motorcycle, the W Shooter. Yet, as soon as the models formed, they crumbled, leading her to question her very existence. Dr. Joss, responsible for the social integration experiment, approached, draping a blanket over her shoulders and placing a cup of hot tea beside her, gazing at the young woman with a hint of concern. He has been a part of the Lex Corporation since the era of Ms. Lena's ancestors. Regardless of the opinions held by outsiders regarding the current head of Lex, he harbors no ill feelings towards the two children he has watched grow up. On the contrary, he regards them as his own grandchildren. He has never sensed any malice from them, but rather has been met with their respect. Otherwise, he would not be entrusted with the responsibility of the Cadmore project, a task not given to just anyone. Miss Lena, you have not rested for 48 hours. What you need to do now is set aside your work and take a proper rest. Allow me to handle the matters ahead, spoke the elderly doctor softly, as if afraid to disturb Lena. Dr. Joss, am I truly useless? Lena lifted her head to gaze at the elder, her expression filled with despair. In that moment, she appeared more like an 18-year-old girl rather than the strong, formidable woman the world perceived her to be. No, you simply have yet to discover the key point. Perhaps when you awaken, you will understand how to analyze the transformation principle of this masked knight. Joss gently reassured the young girl, gesturing for his secretary to escort her to rest before he began to take over Lena's work. To have been appointed the head of the Cadmore project, Joss certainly possessed his own capabilities. Although he lacked the youthful potential of Lena and Lex, his wealth of experience compensated for this shortcoming. He shut down the modeling that Lena had created and continued to watch the previous battle footage between Ke Wen and the metallic being, his seasoned gaze scrutinizing each frame with precision. We require more combat data, Joshua. After a moment of contemplation, Joss called out to his assistant. Yes, Dr. Joss. The metallic being is still awaiting our response, is it not? Indeed, it wishes to know if we can provide a new location following the failure of this assassination mission. Change the target to Supergirl and ensure that the newly developed nanobiotic body is taken along. Do not forget that item, Joss decisively stated, in Lena's absence. He held the authority to make any decisions. That item? Are you certain? Even we have limited stock, and using it would diminish our supplies. But we can manufacture more. Can we not? I will handle the explanation to Lena myself. You need only proceed with your tasks. If that is the case, very well. I shall contact the metallic being now. Understanding Joss's position, the assistant did not hesitate upon confirming that someone was in charge. He simply acknowledged and departed with his team. In Tennessee, USA, the metallic being, now rendered incapacitated by Ke Wen, was nestled within a cave, using its remaining right hand to repair the damage sustained. Flickering flames illuminated the scene as it reattached its severed left arm and mended the gaping wound in its abdomen, replacing its lost left eye with an electronic one. Just as it was preparing to rise and activate its bodily functions, it paused as a line of text appeared in its electronic eye, a message from its mysterious employer. Mission target changed. Defeat or capture Supergirl. The metallic being felt a twinge of confusion regarding the casual demeanor of his employer. Nevertheless, as a hired hand, his only obligation was to fulfill his duties in exchange for remuneration, particularly when his employer wielded such formidable influence. I require a new body. We shall resolve that. Appeared on the electronic display. Shortly thereafter, a piercing sound resonated through the air as a silver metallic box, towering to the height of a man, descended before the metallic being's cavern. Now, input your voice, your original voice. After a brief silence, the metallic being spoke again. I am the metallic being. This time, his voice was not the electronically synthesized tone of before. Rather, it emanated as a deep, resonant baritone. Upon receiving the metallic being's vocal fingerprint, the silver box transformed into a liquid form, surging toward him and enveloping him instantaneously. Once encased, the liquid began to shift and solidify. Within moments, The metallic skeleton of the being vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man clad in a shirt, exuding a menacing gaze. The metallic being surveyed his new form, which bore an uncanny resemblance to genuine leather. A sense of trepidation washed over him as he contemplated the capabilities of this enigmatic employer. Such advanced technology was not commonplace. Nanobiotechnology enables you to blend seamlessly into the crowd and adapt your appearance at will. I trust you will find this body to your satisfaction. Oh, and there's a small gift for you, located where the box was. Proceed and open it. Examining the flashing subtitles on the screen, the metallic being felt compelled to comply. The power of this employer was too daunting to disregard, and he feared the repercussions of refusal. He cautiously approached, discovering a small box in the place of the silver metallic container. Upon lifting the lid, a luminous green mineral gleamed within. Kryptonite. How could they possess such a thing? This was no terrestrial artifact. The metallic being struggled to articulate his astonishment. During his past confrontations with Superman, had it not been for kryptonite, he would not have achieved the desired effects. However, his body had failed to keep pace. Even with the kryptonite's weakening influence, he had barely escaped being dismantled by Superman, ultimately losing that precious shard. To his surprise, in another city, he had acquired another piece. Perhaps fate intended for him to become an arch-nemesis of the Superman lineage. The original kryptonite has long since been depleted. This is synthetic. While it requires a significant investment of time and resources, fortuitously, I possess both. Now, proceed to complete your mission. With the final words of the subtitles, the metallic being received no further information, yet that was sufficient. He had exchanged his form for one more potent and capable of disguise, now armed with kryptonite to confront Supergirl. Even if the masked rider intervened, he felt little apprehension. The liquid at his chest writhed, enveloping the kryptonite in his grasp. Activating the thrusters beneath his feet, he calibrated his trajectory towards the nearest city and set forth once more. This time, he intends to present himself in a different guise in the city of Naxenor, aiming to deliver a resounding blow to the superheroes residing there. Chapter 93. We Are Not Gods. In Dick's clandestine hideout, Ke Wen hurried over upon receiving a call from Dick. The matter he had previously entrusted to Dick for investigation had begun to take shape, and Ke Wen was eager to clarify the situation. Upon arrival, he was met with a thick folder slapped across his face, and Dick slumped into a chair, utterly drained, with a countenance reflecting the futility of existence. Have you been drained by your girlfriend? Ke Wen remarked incredulously, unable to believe that the formidable figure of the DC universe had fallen victim to an obscure policewoman. If he could return, he would undoubtedly capture this moment in photographs and send them to the DC editorial office. What a delightful vindication it would be. At the same time, Ke Wen felt a profound respect for the policewoman capable of depleting Dick. The mere act of exhausting such a titan was enough to earn Ke Wen's admiration. Curse it! I expended considerable effort to procure relevant documents from Metropolis, and now I'm stuck working overtime to organize everything for you. For heaven's sake, I am a working man. 2 sleepless days of toil could very well lead to my demise. Dick hurled a water bottle at Ke Wen, lamenting his plight. Damn it. I find myself yearning for life in Gotham. Curse Batman. Far away in Gotham, the venerable Bruce Wayne was once again unfairly shouldering blame. Ke Wen wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, offering a dry chuckle without comment as he quietly perused the documents in hand. There was little he could do. Who knew if Bruce had planted any listening devices on Dick? Given the comics, animations, and animated films he had consumed, such a possibility was certainly not far-fetched. Dick assured him that everything was fine. The world knew Dick was Bruce's favored one. If he were to agree, he might very well find himself bound and subjected to play in Bruce's Batcave by nightfall. Ignoring Dick's grievances, Ke Wen continued to sift through the gathered information, his furrowed brow deepening with every revelation. Once he finished and closed the file, he massaged his temples to ease the shock to his mind. Thus, it seemed highly plausible that the Metal Man was orchestrated by LexCorp itself. Had the farcical events at the City Hall been a production penned by Lena Luthor? Ke Wen, astonished by his conclusion, spoke with disbelief. After all, arranging for an assassin to target oneself was a perilous gamble. A single miscalculation could lead to real tragedy. Indeed, I cannot ascertain the true identity of the Metal Man, Dick concurred, having regained his composure. However, since his initial appearance in Metropolis during his confrontation with Superman, LexCorp's shadow has loomed over him, and this instance is no exception. So what is the purpose this time? To draw someone out? Who? Supergirl? Ke Wen pondered the tumultuous relationship between Luthor and Superman, concluding that this was the only logical possibility. After all, it was unreasonable for the Metal Man to traverse such a distance merely for a fleeting encounter. It is highly probable, however, the specifics remain to be investigated. In the coming days, I shall leverage the authority of the police station to inquire into Lena Luthor's intentions in Naxino City. I should be able to uncover something significant. Kevin was poised to converse further with Dick when the doorbell rang. Upon checking the surveillance footage and seeing Claire, he couldn't help but smirk. All right, I won't intrude upon your romantic interlude. I shall take my leave. With a flourish of the Iron Soldier badge in his hand, Kevin transformed in mere seconds, stepping through the adjacent mirror and vanishing from Dick's hideout. In response to Kevin's remarkable disappearing act, Dick, an ordinary man, could only marvel at the display before finally opening the door to admit his girlfriend. From atop the LED framework of the commercial building, a figure emerged from the iron panel. Kevin, mounted on the W shooter, retained the form of the Iron Soldier. This was necessary, for it was only by utilizing the Dragon Knight series belt that he could endure in the mirror world for an extended duration. Although the system had fused the Dragon Knight series motorcycle with W's motorcycle to create a new exclusive vehicle, only the W shooter possessed the ability to traverse the mirror world. The dual driver did not share this capability. He still needed to switch between the two belts. But with the system's assistance in seamless costume changes, the transitions were expedient. Upon reconfiguring to the Gale Ace form, Kevin navigated the skies aboard the W shooter. As Kara ascended to her role as Supergirl, the atmosphere of Naxino City appeared to grow lively. According to the information relayed by the land memory's capabilities, several incidents were unfolding tonight. Kevin had his work cut out for him. 3 home invasions, 2 police chases, and a clandestine transaction were all in progress. Speaking of which, where was Supergirl? While attuning to the current happenings in the city, Kevin was also curious about Kara's whereabouts. No sooner had he voiced this thought than the land memory provided an image of a flying figure. Kevin chuckled and piloted the W shooter towards Kara's location. With a flight speed reaching 1,800 kilometers h, he swiftly arrived at her side, just as she was preparing to intervene dramatically against the 2 would-be thieves below. His sudden appearance caused her to momentarily pause in her actions. Masked Rider? What brings you here? Kara exclaimed, surprised to see Kevin before her. The events of late had been overwhelming. First, her emergence as a superhero, then providing coordinates for Kryptonian criminals previously confined in the Phantom Zone, and finally, her sister had orchestrated a confrontation with her idol unbeknownst to her, leaving Kara at a loss for words on how to engage with her hero. This appears to be my city as well. But putting that aside, what do you intend to do now? Kevin retorted. As you can see, these 2 are intent on stealing something. I must turn them over to the police, Kara responded, preparing to swoop down and teach the unfortunate thief a lesson. However, Ke Wen abruptly halted the vehicle in front of Kara, leaving her somewhat perplexed as to why her idol would take such an action. Relax, Supergirl. There's no need for us to intervene, Ke Wen reassured her. Trusting in her idol, Kara refrained from making any further moves. In a manner akin to magic, Ke Wen produced his phone and dialed the emergency number. Hello, officer, this is 76 Navier Street. 2 individuals are attempting to break and enter. Could you please dispatch someone promptly? Thank you. Kara's eyes widened. She was taken aback by Ke Wen's approach. Was this truly how her idol handled such situations? More intriguingly, where had he retrieved his phone from? What's wrong? Ke Wen asked, noticing Kara's astonished expression after casually returning his phone to the system space. Aren't we going down to apprehend them? Kara inwaited, puzzled by Ke Wen's strategy. Pointing towards the adjacent rooftop, Ke Wen gestured for Kara to follow him. They sat at the edge of the rooftop, where Ke Wen again retrieved a can of Vita lemon tea from the system space and handed it to her. Oh, thank you. Although Kara was bewildered by Ke Wen's seemingly magical abilities, the fact that her idol was offering her a drink filled her with excitement. Supergirl, do you know how many incidents are currently unfolding in Naxino City? Kara was momentarily confounded by Ke Wen's sudden question. Relying on her super hearing and extraordinary vision, she could perceive all the happenings in Naxino City, yet she had never considered counting them. Let me enlighten you, including the current incident. There are a total of 47 ongoing cases, of which only 2 are serious offenses. The remainder can be managed by the police themselves, much like the situation we are facing now. These two individuals are merely thieves, and besides, there's no one in the house. So you need not worry about any casualties. So, Kara questioned, still baffled. I understand you possess super hearing and can listen to the sounds of the entire city, even the world, but we are not God's Supergirl. If you choose to be a superhero who answers every call, you will find yourself perpetually overwhelmed. Crimes occur every minute around the globe. Can you truly manage it all? Furthermore, if you take charge of every petty theft, what becomes of the police in Naxino City? Is there even room left for them in this city? Kara had never contemplated such complexities. Each of Ke Wen's words struck her like a revelation. She had never realized that being a superhero entailed so many intricacies to grasp. Then what is the purpose of my being a superhero? She asked, a hint of despondency in her voice. Of course, there is a purpose. In situations like this, the best course of action is to leave it to the police. Our role is simply to ensure they do not escape, just as I am doing now. With that, Ke Wen activated his spider memory, transforming into his swift spider form, and conjured webs that sealed off all possible escape routes for the two unfortunate thieves, leaving them to await the arrival of the police. As a superhero, our purpose transcends mere crime fighting. It lies in inspiring others and assuring them that justice exists in this world. Incidentally, such reflections help me unwind, as I am not particularly fond of daily excursions into the fray of crime fighting. Some matters are far better left to the police. This, I believe, encapsulates your true sentiments. Does it not? Upon hearing the last remark from Ke Wen, Kara could not resist a silent retort. Nevertheless, she inquired, how should I proceed? How can I strike a balance between being ever responsive and inspiring? It is entirely up to you to discern that balance. Such nuances cannot be imparted by me, as I'm still navigating this path myself. For me, once firearms become involved, particularly in matters of drugs, arms, or human trafficking, I step in. As for homicides, my role is limited to assisting the police in apprehending the culprits. Ke Wen shrugged nonchalantly. Are there things you do not know? Could I claim it? As if she had stumbled upon a new world. Indeed, there are many. Look, the police have arrived. Just as they were conversing, the officers whom Ke Wen had earlier summoned surrounded the house in their patrol car. The unfortunate souls trapped inside realized there was no escape this time and surrendered by raising their hands at the window. High above, Ke Wen retracted his webbing, prompting the two individuals to exit voluntarily, only to be handcuffed by the police and ushered into their vehicle. After this was accomplished, Ke Wen approached Kara, inviting her to join him on the W shooter. There's a mafia transaction taking place on 6th Street in the West District. Care to join? Absolutely. Let us see who arrives first. Kara beamed with enthusiasm, launching herself into the air. Ke Wen shook his head, following closely behind her. Chapter 94. The crisis facing Supergirl at the LexCorp branch. Dick was presenting a search warrant to Ms. Lena, accompanied by several police officers and his partner, Claire. Ms. Lena, I am Dick Grayson, NCPD, Inspector. Here is the search warrant. We require your cooperation regarding matters concerning the Metallo. Thank you. Following a discussion with Ke Wen the previous night, Dick had leveraged his position within the police department to secure a search warrant from his future father-in-law for an inspection of Lena's enterprise. Of course, Inspector Grayson. Would you like assistance in gathering personnel? Lena responded with poise, leading Dick and his team to the archives, allowing them to seek relevant documents independently. Glancing at her watch, Lena added, if you don't mind, Inspector Grayson, I have another engagement to attend. I will have Vina, my secretary, assist you in my absence. Does that work for you? Of course, Ms. Lena. Dick understood that being granted access to LexCorp was already a significant favor from Lena, and he had no intention of overstepping by asking her to remain for the investigation, knowing he lacked that authority. Without further ado, Lena offered a polite smile and departed the company, followed closely by Dr. Joss, who had been waiting outside. As the two individuals settled into the back seat of the private car, Dr. Joss produced a tablet from his pocket, representing Connor. The screen displayed various behaviors exhibited by Connor at school, alongside his recent social interactions. It appeared that our Subject Zero was adapting quite well to his new environment. Completely unaware that a kindred spirit, sharing the same genetic makeup, was in close proximity. Shall we proceed with the plan as intended? Joss inquired. He was aware of Lena's insights regarding his previous decisions, yet given the current momentum, he wished to ascertain whether she intended to temporarily halt their course of action. No, we shall continue as planned. We require further combat data concerning the Masked Rider, in regarding this rider's true identity. I seem to have gleaned some intriguing insights about this city, Lena replied, her fingers gliding over the tablet, which displayed the profiles of Ke Wen, and Emil. She emphasized Ke Wen and Emil's images by encircling them. Meanwhile, in the school, Ke Wen, engaged in conversation with Connor, was abruptly alerted by a commotion at the school gate, where a throng of boys and girls had congregated. Peering through the crowd, Ke Wen discerned Lena, surrounded by several school officials, causing him to furrow his brow. After all, the presence of a Luther at the school could hardly be construed as a positive development. What brings Lena Luther here? Has she ever attended this school? Ke Wen thought. His instinctively cautious demeanor ignited. Just the night before, he had discussed the connection between the metal beings and LexCorp with Dick, and now Lena's arrival only heightened his suspicions. As Ke Wen and Connor prepared to make their exit, Lena, observing their movements, discreetly pressed a button concealed in her sleeve. Connor, who was about to follow Ke Wen, paused and placed a hand on Ke Wen's shoulder. Hey, don't be in such a rush to leave. Wouldn't you like to see what this brilliant young lady is up to? Ke Wen, taken aback by Connor's unexpected grip, attempted to shake off the hold, only to find it as unyielding as a vice. This surprised him. He had recently undergone a transformation that enhanced his physical capabilities, unlocking his genetic potential, yet he found himself unable to break free from Connor's grasp. Hey, Connor, Ke Wen, what are you two up to? At that moment, Ke approached with her sister. The grip that had held Ke Wen in place now slackened, leaving Connor with a bewildered expression, oblivious to his previous actions. Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing the purpose of this prodigious young lady's visit to our school, Ke Wen explained, suppressing his inner confusion, while Connor absent-mindedly rubbed the back of his head, seemingly unaware that their conversation had been about this very topic. She had spent some time in Nishino City previously, attending school there before skipping a grade and ultimately discontinuing her education. It now seems she has returned to her alma mater to visit her teachers. As the deputy head of the Super Investigation Department, Emil naturally possesses more knowledge than Kevin and his companions, and he casually mentioned his lack of enthusiasm regarding the matter. Ke, too, furrowed her brow as she observed Lena greeting others from a distance. As the sister of a superhero, she had heard numerous disparaging remarks about LexCorp from her brother, compounded by the unfavorable public sentiment surrounding the company, leading her to harbor a certain disdain for Lena. However, given that she and Lena had not yet clashed, she refrained from uttering any disparaging comments, demonstrating some semblance of decorum. Yet, due to Connor's delay, Ke and Emil lingered, standing together while watching Lena, both parties aware of each other as presents, but exchanging no greetings. Once Lena confirmed that the individuals she sought were within her line of sight, she took out her phone and sent a message to Dr. Joss, who had not entered the campus with her. Upon receiving Lena's text, Dr. Joss, seated in his vehicle, typed a brief response on his tablet. Now, you may proceed. At the Ke International Media Building in Nishino City, a middle-aged man stood atop the rooftop, a metallic being endowed with a new body and kryptonite. Possessing a nanobiotechnology body with camouflage capabilities, the metallic man approached discreetly, blending into Nishino City with ease and selecting an optimal location for his performance. Observing the subtitles transmitted by his electronic eye, the metallic man adjusted his facial expression to project the image of a middle-aged failure, contemplating the end of his life. Utilizing a reflective surface formed by his arm, he assessed his disguised appearance and nodded in approval before commencing his act, the first step being to attract attention. He broke off a chunk of stone and, after aiming carefully, threw it downwards. The falling debris did not strike any pedestrians, but successfully diverted their attention. What is happening? Look, there is someone on the rooftop. What is he doing? Oh my God. He is going to jump. Call the police. The stone effectively drew the attention of passersby, and many well-meaning individuals began dialing emergency services upon noticing the metallic figure on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Ke International Media, responsible for Nishino City, sprang into action at the very moment the incident unfolded, dispatching personnel to the upper floors in an attempt to dissuade the individual from taking his life. Leaving aside other considerations, should such an incident occur, it would severely impact their stock prices and business expansion. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that the company was responsible for the man's plight. Being in the industry themselves, they understood the formidable power of online public opinion, and rival media enterprises, eager to amplify the drama, began arriving to report first-hand accounts. At the fire escape of Ke International Media, The security personnel are fervently attempting to open the heavy iron door, but their efforts prove futile. The gate has been welded shut by a metal worker. He must ensure that no one interferes with the situation today. Damn it. How could you allow that guy onto the rooftop? Those without identification are supposed to be registered. The security director scolded his subordinates, acutely aware that if anything went awry, his position would be jeopardized, and he could face legal repercussions as well. However, the troubling reality is that they had never seen the individual before, and they were clueless as to how he managed to ascend. The security staff were equally despondent, grappling with the uncertainty of the situation. At that moment, Kara's extraordinary hearing proved invaluable, and Kevin swiftly received information through the feedback from the ground. Casting a glance at Kara, he noticed her whispering something into her sister Emil's ear before hastily addressing Kevin and Connor. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll take my leave. With that, Kara promptly departed. Kevin merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate. To him, it was merely a matter of dealing with an individual contemplating self-harm, nothing of great consequence. Conversely, Lena, observing Kara's hasty exit, allowed a slight smile to curve her lips. The trap had been set, and now it was time for the metal worker's performance. Chapter 95. Crisis at the Kate International Media Building. Onlookers had gathered in such numbers that the area was nearly impassable. The fire brigade could only gain entry by having police vehicles clear the way. Assessing the height of the building, they decisively laid out crash mats below. While the risk of fatality from falling onto the mats was significant, it was still preferable to a direct descent to the ground, offering at least a semblance of safety. Meanwhile, others armed with fire axes and chainsaws rushed into Kate International Media, accompanied by negotiation experts, hoping to coax the individual down safely. From the security personnel, they learned that the rooftop door had been welded shut, rendering it impossible to force it open without a chainsaw. Below, the crowd of curious spectators continued to swell, and journalists from other media companies began setting up their cameras, eager to report on the scandal involving the leading enterprise of Naxenor City. The live broadcast allowed those at the school, including Kevin and others, to witness the unfolding news. Leaning against the railing, Kevin felt a headache brewing as he watched the coverage. This was clearly beyond his ability to manage. As he lacked the eloquence to navigate such a situation, his most feasible action would be to catch the individual should they leap. However, with Kara already en route, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene. As for Lena, the gravity of this incident had slightly dampened the enthusiasm of the school administrators. She discreetly extricated herself from the throng of portly educators and positioned herself at a location not too distant from Kevin and the others. Sitting on a bench designated for student rest, she raised her water bottle in a gesture of acknowledgement towards Kevin, who, for his part, chose to ignore her. His attention had merely been momentarily diverted by her action, but he soon turned back to the live footage captured by the helicopter overhead. On the rooftop, the metallic figure felt an inexplicable irritation at the sound of a chainsaw echoing behind him. The presence of these individuals would adversely affect his upcoming plans. However, as they had already arrived, the performance must be executed flawlessly. He could not allow anyone to perceive him as a superhuman. Contemplating this, he pretended to reach into his breast pocket with his left hand, where flowing nanobots coalesced into a handgun aimed directly at the source of the noise. The chainsaw sliced through the welded iron door, and as the firefighters and security personnel from the Kaida building prepared to advance, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the adjacent wall, and their training instinctively compelled them to drop to the ground, peering towards the direction of a shot. Stay back. I just want to die. None of you come any closer. The metallic figure understood well how to embody a middle-aged failure. His face contorting into a mask of feigned indignation, his body poised as if to step forward, causing the firefighters, who intended to subdue him, to hastily retreat. Sir, please remain calm. There is nothing that cannot be negotiated. My name is Charlie, a negotiation specialist, and I believe I can assist you. Please share your difficulties. Negotiation expert Charlie earnestly endeavored to persuade the distressed stranger, as it was his duty, yet he found himself in a perplexing predicament. Typically, negotiation specialists prepare comprehensive profiles of their subjects, yet this individual was an enigma, a ghost without any traceable identity. Such individuals exist across America, yet they seldom resort to such desperate measures. To contemplate ending one's life atop a prominent corporate building seemed paradoxical. Gaining access to such an establishment implied a commendable occupation. making it improbable for one to be a mere drifter. This thought left him somewhat dissatisfied with the security personnel. How could they fail to recognize such an unfamiliar figure? They were, indeed, creating unnecessary complications for him. Get lost. All of you just leave. You are nothing but a bunch of pretenders. Terrified of losing your jobs because of my leap, I have nothing left to lose. There is nothing more to discuss. Today I shall jump. The metallic figure roared with unrestrained fury, the emergence of the firearm escalating the tension to its zenith. Those who initially intended to intervene retreated to the fire escape, fearful that a single provocation might result in gunfire. He had nothing left, while they still had ample time ahead of them. The gunshot drew the attention of onlookers below, and a hovering helicopter zoomed in to capture the fraught scene. At that moment, Ke, clad in her uniform, made her entrance. The vivid red cloak, combined with her striking beauty, seemed to breathe life into the tense atmosphere. Sensing the wind behind him, the metallic figure realized his bait had taken the hook. He turned, feigning panic, and fired a shot. The bullet ricocheted off Ke's form, sparks flying as the kinetic projectile was rendered harmless against her steel physique, falling lifelessly to the ground. Assessing the impact zone, Ke felt a twinge of annoyance. Had it been anyone else in her place, they would have already succumbed. Despite this, she maintained a calm demeanor as she advised, "Sir, I believe you should compose yourself. Your emotions could easily inflict harm upon others." At that moment, the metallic figure shed its earlier panic, revealing a sinister grin. "No, Supergirl, no one will be harmed but you." Confused by the drastic shift in his demeanor, Ke barely had time to comprehend the situation before the metallic being fired its weapon. The kryptonite-infused projectile did not behave as the previous bullet had. It pierced through Ke's uniform with alarming ease, rendering her once-iron physique as fragile as paper. The projectile embedded itself firmly in her body. The long-forgotten sensation of pain surged into her consciousness. Looking down, she saw the wound blooming on her chest, crimson blood seeping from the injury. Raising her gaze to meet the twisted visage of the metallic figure, she beheld a face marred by life's failures, which contorted into a fearsome visage adorned with glowing red eyes, the last image to haunt her before unconsciousness claimed her. The effects of the kryptonite bullet were becoming evident. She had lost her ability to soar through the skies of Earth and began to plummet downward. The unexpected turn of events elicited gasps of horror from the pedestrians below, who witnessed their superhero being ambushed. The metallic figure, indifferent to the thoughts of the onlookers, reveled in the success of its scheme, shedding its disguise to reveal its terrifying skeletal form. With the activation of its thrusters, it ascended towards the descending Ke. Meanwhile, the police officers below quickly recognized this so-called suicidal assailant as the metallic being responsible for the earlier assassination attempt at the city hall. Fueled by a sense of justice and duty, they drew their firearms, aiming at the villain poised to strike the falling Ke. Simultaneously, firefighters hastily unfurled safety mats to catch her descent. Bullets ricocheted off the metallic figure, which remained undaunted, swiftly catching Ke as she fell. The heat generated by the thrusters rendered the officers unable to maintain their aim, and after securing Ke, the metallic entity traced an elegant arc before soaring away, the flickering flames of the thrusters mocking the police below. Chapter 96. Escalation of events from the moment Ke was struck by the kryptonite bullet to her abduction. No more than a minute had elapsed, leaving even Kevin momentarily stunned. Stripped of his belt, he was merely a relatively powerful superhuman, lacking the flashy abilities to respond swiftly. More pressing was the fact that Lena and the oddly behaving Connor were observing him, preventing any rash actions. Emil witnessed his sister's fall, yet years of training as an operative allowed him to suppress his emotions. Glancing at Kevin and Connor, he feigned checking his watch and remarked, "Ke has been in the restroom for quite a while. I should check on her. We could talk later." With that, he hurried away, though his direction was far from the restroom, and at that moment, no one seemed to care. Seated not far away, Lena observed Emil hastily depart, her eyes narrowing as she took out her phone to send a message. In a swift motion, a drone ascended from a nearby location, closely trailing Emil. The screen on her phone displayed footage of Emil's departure. After leaving the school, he entered a jeep and sped towards the outskirts of the city. The surveillance footage temporarily alleviated Lena's suspicions regarding Emil. Casting her gaze towards Ke Wen, who was leaning against the railing, Lena sauntered over leisurely. "Oh, what a pity," she remarked, finding a spot beside him. "I never imagined our superhero would fall for such a trap. Do you think that Masked Rider will show up? Who knows? Perhaps he has already taken action," Ke Wen replied, having discerned that Lena was indeed approaching him. The only thing that could captivate the attention of this genius girl from the Luther family was undoubtedly his remarkable technological marvel of a rider belt. He engaged in a silent riddle with her. Since she had not explicitly revealed her intentions, it was evident she lacked the evidence to confirm his identity. As long as that remained uncertain, all was well. "Oh, is that so? It seems I know very little about the guardian hero of Naxenor City," Lena teased. "Of course, with a Masked Rider, you can never anticipate what he might do beneath the mask. My apologies, I must excuse myself. Class is about to begin, genius girl." Glancing at the clock, Ke Wen chose not to prolong their conversation and swiftly entered the classroom. Following closely behind was Connor, who had been acting strangely. Taking a seat beside him, his gaze occasionally fixed upon Ke Wen. This peculiar scene further convinced Ke Wen that Connor was under some form of control. Despite having consumed a plethora of comic books, he could not recall the name of a superhero associated with Connor, especially now that Kara had been captured, leaving him little mental bandwidth to contemplate Connor's concealed identity. Activating the memory capabilities of a land, this truncated version of an Earth library, or rather, a city library, began to inundate Ke Wen with information about the very city beneath his feet. Countless streams of data surged into his brain, rendering Ke Wen's already strained constitution somewhat vulnerable under the relentless onslaught. His mind was not yet capable of functioning as a computer, able to withstand such a colossal flow of information without becoming overwhelmed, aided only by his keen observation skills. Meanwhile, Lena, having departed, was privy to Ke Wen's unusual demeanor through Connor's perspective. Intrigued by Ke Wen's extraordinary behavior, Lena's curiosity deepened. Even if he were not the Masked Rider, she was eager to uncover the truth. "You can never know what he will do beneath the mask. I, for one, am keen to see what you are capable of," she mused, seated before her computer, observing the furrowed brow of Ke Wen on the screen. The day's classes swiftly came to a close, yet no one was at ease. For their city's superhero had fallen into the clutches of the Metal Man, his fate shrouded in uncertainty. Another superhero had likewise failed to appear, leading to disquieting speculation about their possible demise at the hands of the same foe. Consequently, the city of Naxenor found itself devoid of any deterrent force against criminality, save for the occasional emergence of Nightwing, which left the populace in a state of trepidation. However, the ramifications of this incident extended beyond Naxenor. Several other cities became unwittingly entwined in its fallout. That night, at the headquarters of LexCorp in Metropolis, the renowned entrepreneur Lex Luthor stood in a martial arts GI, eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by an array of iron dummies. As he attuned his breathing, his entire being began to move. With each punch, he toppled the dummies before him, demonstrating combat prowess that rivaled that of elite soldiers. When Lex finally ceased his movements, he stood alone amidst the fallen dummies sprawled across the floor. After taking a moment to catch his breath, beads of sweat trickled down his smooth scalp. Wiping his brow, he heard a gust of wind and smirked. "What a rare visitor. What brings you here?" Turning to face Superman, who hovered before him. The contrast between Lex's mocking demeanor and Superman's furious expression was stark. "Where's she, Lex?" Superman demanded. "Why should I be implicated in the disappearance of your kin?" Lex retorted. "You know Kara?" Superman instinctively asked, only to realize his slip and quickly fell silent. "I have studied you for a decade, Superman. If I were ignorant of such a connection, how could I possibly stand as your rival?" Lex's taunting words provoked Superman's ire, prompting him to move closer. Lex, however, raised his hands and stepped back, gesturing towards the nearby cameras and the tracking device on his ankle. "Relax, big guy. I'm not engaging in any illicit activities at the moment. You could sue me for this," Lex quipped, his bravado inciting Superman's frustration. Bound by his identity, Superman felt constrained. Had this been Batman, the matter would have likely been resolved by now. Yet, he preferred not to involve Batman, as Gotham's troubles far outweighed his own. Casting a glance at Lex, he endeavored to quell his anger. "I sincerely hope you speak the truth, Lex. She is my only family." With that resolute declaration, Superman chose not to linger in confrontation, his form transforming into a swift arrow as he soared towards the Naxenor Department of Supervision. He sought Hank Henshaw, another extraterrestrial, to ascertain the reasons behind his sister's abduction. Meanwhile, within the department, Emil was fervently arguing his case in Hank's office. Why not send someone to investigate Lex Enterprises? I am convinced this matter is undoubtedly related to Lena Luthor. You are aware of the family's reputation. Hank, feeling a slight headache, gazed at Emil, knowing that whenever the subject of Kara arose, Emil could never remain composed, regardless of how reasonable her arguments were. Yes, you're correct, Emil. But do you possess any evidence? Emil fell silent. Hank could discern from Emil's expression that he was indeed correct, and continued, We are all aware of the procedures, Emil. We both understand the situation at Lex Enterprises, yet you cannot deny its standing on the international stage. Without evidence to approach Lex Enterprises, how do you suppose the council will respond to us? Are we to remain idle? Not necessarily. This city is home to more than one superhero, and that individual in Metropolis should also be on his way. Are you referring to Kamen Rider and Superman? I am certain Superman will intervene. But why should we trust Kamen Rider? Emil harbored no fondness for the Kamen Rider who had involved his sister in peril, but she had not lost her composure to the extent of venting her frustration on others. However, in comparison to the Superman she had encountered, she did not believe either Ke Wen or Kamen Rider could offer any assistance. Do not be so dismissive, Emil. We have been monitoring Kamen Rider closely, with each appearance. His prowess, or rather, his armor, provides us with new data. Moreover, he seems to have a good relationship with your sister. I even suspect that this time, they may be targeting Kamen Rider. Emil, intrigued by this revelation, was about to inquire further when the assistant responsible for external affairs entered. Chief, Superman is waiting for us outside. The assistant appeared anxious, for the presence of such a formidable figure at their doorstep weighed heavily on the minds of these ordinary individuals. Understood, I shall meet him. You all can attend to your respective duties. Emil, if you wish to locate Supergirl swiftly, reach out to Kamen Rider. I believe he will provide you with the answers you seek. With that, Hank departed to meet the visibly irate Superman at the entrance of the Super Investigation Department. Emil and the others could only observe through the surveillance, witnessing their chief negotiating with Superman in silence, the images devoid of sound. After a tense exchange, Superman's furious demeanor softened, and after a moment of silence, he departed. No one knew what Hank had discussed with Superman, yet all, including Emil, held deep admiration for their chief. Upon entering, Hank noticed Emil and the others gazing at him, feeling slightly discomfited, and jestingly remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, our work is not yet complete. Emil, contact Kamen Rider and put your mind to work. Yes, Chief. Upon receiving the command, Emil did not hesitate. For when it came to her sister's safety, she was willing to disregard everything else. Within the Wayne Enterprises division, situated in Dick's clandestine stronghold, he commenced his infiltration of the LexCorp network using the advanced technology he had salvaged from the Batcave. The fruitless search earlier that morning, coupled with Kara's capture, hinted at something extraordinary. Realizing that conventional channels were yielding no results, he resolved to procure information through his own means. Dick possessed unwavering confidence in his hacking prowess, a skill set so formidable it had even confounded Batman. Overcoming the LexCorp network would be a mere trifle, albeit it would require a modicum of time. As the dressing mirror shimmered, Connor, transformed into his armored form, stepped forth, reverting to his original state. This incident is directed at you, Dick stated, not bothering to turn around to identify the newcomer. I am aware. Thus, I require your assistance. He continued, I am breaching the LexCorp network. Success. With a keystroke, the LexCorp insignia materialized on Dick's computer screen, signifying that he now had unrestricted access to scour the network for the information he sought. Before we proceed, I need a favor, he said. Connor seated himself on a nearby chair, closed his eyes, and entered the city library, a repository of all memories tethered to the land of New Norrin. What do you need me to do? Dick inquired. Locate an individual named Connor Kent. See if you can find any relevant references within their network. Understood. As Dick manipulated the interface, the LexCorp network's display began to morph, eventually revealing classified information pertaining to Connor. However, access was restricted, requiring a voice print unlock. I found it, but I cannot gain entry. What are you doing? Dick queried, noticing Connor with closed eyes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You'll understand once you touch my shoulder, Connor replied cryptically. Without further ado, Dick placed his hand upon Connor's shoulder. Instantly, a torrent of data surged into his consciousness, inducing a splitting headache. Once he regained his composure, He found himself in an ethereal expanse, surrounded by floating bookshelves while Connor stood nearby, surveying the rapid passage of volumes before him. Perplexed by his surroundings, Dick realized that the bookshelves encircling him contained information that flashed through his mind, including details about his superior and his current girlfriend, Claire. This bewildering phenomenon had manifested the moment he touched Connor's shoulder, heightening his vigilance towards the latter. I apologize. The influx of data is overwhelming for me alone, and I inadvertently drew you in without your consent, Connor expressed, turning to Dick with an apologetic demeanor. What is this place? Dick asked. This is the city library, a capability I have named. Its purpose encompasses a vast expanse of 12 million square kilometers, chronicling every fragment of information that has ever existed within it, spanning both past and present. Ke Wen pointed to the flying bookshelf above, casually retrieving a book from its depths and handing it to Dick. This tome contained every piece of information regarding Dick's arrival in the city of Naxenor. Upon receiving the book and opening it, Dick, while sharing consciousness with Ke Wen, instantly absorbed the pertinent details, some of which he had not even noticed before. Mate, your trick surpasses my computer skills by leaps and bounds. He chuckled wryly as he closed the book, which then returned to the shelf, resuming its aerial dance. There are limitations to my abilities. With the sheer volume of data, it's challenging to pinpoint clues without keywords. However, with your assistance, I believe I can succeed. Is that why you had me investigate the connection between Connor Kent and LexCorp? Indeed. Relay everything you discovered on the computer within the confines of the city's library. It will assist in automatic retrieval. Intriguing. Dick smiled as he observed the bookshelves fluttering overhead and began reciting the information he had uncovered while infiltrating LexCorp's network. Word for word, Connor Kent, LexCorp, Dr. Joss, Lena Luthor, O and Zero, the social integration experiment, the Metal Man Kamen Rider. With each word Dick uttered, the flying shells began to halt and separate, and by the time he finished his final word, the shelves were emptied, leaving only one book hovering before him and Ke Wen. Together, they opened the book, which contained all the details of Lena and Dr. Joss' orchestrations regarding the Metal Man, including Connor's true identity. Gently closing the book, Ke Wen and Dick exited the city library together. With his eyes now open, Ke Wen smiled. Now it's my turn to take action, genius girl. Chapter 97. Friends. As Dick inputted the keywords, Ke Wen unraveled the entirety of the situation. Connor Kent was, astonishingly, Superboy, a revelation he never anticipated. Having consumed an abundance of American comics, he realized he was no genius, unable to recall every character he had encountered, especially considering that the alias of Superboy had been adopted by several generations. It seems your transformation technology has piqued Lex's envy. Thanks to his shared experience in the city library with Ke Wen, Dick gleaned the information, prompting him to jest. If he is envious, he should be direct about it. I truly don't understand why she orchestrated such an elaborate scene, staging an assassination attempt and now abducting Supergirl, all to force me into a confrontation with the Metal Man for the sake of gathering combat data. It's utterly ridiculous. Ke Wen shrugged, aware that due to the regional library's limitations, he had discerned that Lena was the mastermind behind these machinations, intent on studying his transformation technology. However, since it was merely a regional library, it could not connect to the entirety of the Earth like Soda could, leaving many records fragmented. For instance, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lex Luthor was the one pulling the strings, aiming to analyze his transformation technology to ultimately challenge Superman. Certainly, if Kevin were to learn of this, he would merely chuckle. Confronting Superman head-on, even clad in kryptonite armor, might not guarantee success. The vicinity of a yellow sun is essentially synonymous with invincibility for the Man of Steel. What does kryptonite armor matter? I can strike from 800 miles away with my heat vision. Your kryptonite armor is rendered inconsequential. Given your substantial green stature, I would be foolish to engage in close combat unless my vision were impaired or my wits utterly scrambled. Moreover, even if Lex were to unravel the principles of his Dragon Knight belt in the mirror world, unless he could saturate that realm with kryptonite, it would merely serve to temporarily ensnare Superman, and there exists the possibility of him being overwhelmed, for the mirror world too reflects sunlight. Setting that aside, upon confirming that Lena's target was indeed himself, Kevin found himself less concerned for Kara's safety. Her every action seemed aimed at orchestrating a confrontation with the Metal Man to gather ample data. However, he was not Kara. The effects of kryptonite on him were akin to that of a bullet. To contend with him, one must rely on brute force. Lena likely comprehended this as well. Perhaps even at this moment, she was upgrading the Metal Man-esque physique. "What's your plan now?" Dick inquired, having donned his uniform and gazing at Kevin. As friends, he was prepared to assist without hesitation, awaiting Kevin's response. "Let us not rush. According to the recent intel from the area library, many unsavory characters are stirring. Do they truly believe that without Supergirl, this city will be left unchecked?" Kevin activated his dual drivers, transforming into his ace wind form. He had no desire to witness the city's petty criminals wreaking havoc. Observing the W shooter emerge from the dressing mirror, Dick smirked. A wise decision. At least he was not blinded by rage. He pressed a button on his desk, revealing a hidden passageway where a motorcycle emblazoned with the Nightwing emblem awaited. "Of course, let us first deal with those bothersome nuisances," Kevin stated, mounting his motorcycle. "Please lead the way, given your remarkable ability as a living map," Dick replied, eager not to squander this opportunity, far more effective than his own surveillance methods for tracking down criminals. Kevin obliged, twisting the throttle. The W shooter surged ahead through the passage, with Dick closely following behind. In Gotham, at Wayne Manor, Alfred, the butler, carried a late-night snack down from the Batcave. Tonight, his master, Bruce Wayne, was patrolling Gotham City alone, while Damian remained in the Batcave, engaged in training. Inputting the code, he descended the stairs quietly, carrying a lobster. Alfred approached the training area, speaking slowly. "Master Damian, I believe it is time for your break. Here is your late-night meal." Aside from the sound of heavy breathing, Alfred heard no other noise. Pondering briefly, he opened the door to the training room. Inside, apart from mechanical figure executing programmed blade movements, only a tape recorder repeated its recording. A small note accompanied the scene. "Alfred, I've gone to Naxino City to assist a friend with a minor task. I've taken a Batmobile for now." Upon reading the note, Alfred instinctively glanced towards the runway, only to find the Batmobile conspicuously absent, prompting him to rub his forehead in exasperation. At that moment, the voice of his master, Batman, resonated through the channel. "Alfred, why does my display indicate that the Batmobile is en route to Naxino City? What has Damian done this time?" "Well, Master Bruce, it seems that young Master Damian has gone to help a friend," Alfred responded awkwardly. "A friend? He never mentioned anything to me." Batman's voice quivered with surprise, clearly taken aback by the notion of his troublesome son having friends. "You never inquired about it, Master Bruce," Alfred teased lightly, leading to a brief silence on the other end. Alfred continued, "You truly ought to learn how to engage in heartfelt conversations with your child, Master Bruce. Moreover, I shall call Dick. He will ensure that young Master Damian is well looked after. You can focus on your duties as the Dark Knight." With that, Alfred unilaterally terminated the communication, sparing Batman further convoluted thoughts. The old butler settled into a more comfortable position in his chair, brewing himself a cup of red tea to savor. At the harbor of Naxino City, an unregistered illegal vessel lay docked, with containers being hoisted aboard. Occasionally, a jolt would emanate from within, accompanied by muffled cries. A few unsavory characters were marking off the containers in their ledger. One of them remarked, "Excellent. This shipment is substantial." "Huh. Initially, I thought that with a masked rider and a Supergirl, our days would be numbered. Yet, just days later, Supergirl was apprehended, and the masked rider is nowhere to be seen. It appears Naxino City remains our territory." "Indeed, boss. Once this job is done, I plan to take a month off to vacation in Fiji." "Go ahead, the funds are ample, but finish the task first." "Yes, boss." As these individuals discussed their nefarious dealings, the water beside the dock began to churn, drawing their attention to the splashing waves. Suddenly, the sea parted, revealing two women and a man emerging from the depths, none other than Siren, Tula, and Calder, who had recently escaped from Atlantis. As the flashlight beams illuminated their figures, Siren furrowed her brow at the sight of the surrounding individuals with their glowing green eyes. "This is the city we've arrived in? It doesn't seem promising," Siren remarked. "Looks like we've chosen the wrong landing spot," Calder observed, his concern for his girlfriend evident as he scanned the area. "It appears they are engaged in some clandestine dealings." With his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, he prepared himself for a potential confrontation. The sudden appearance of the Sirens and their companions caught the traders off guard. The leaders, who had been discussing their leisurely pursuits, now found themselves entranced by the sight of the Sirens and Tula in their midst. "Boss, These three seem to be Atlanteans. And those two young ladies possess rather appealing figures, one of them remarked. Indeed, I did not expect such fine specimens to arrive at her doorstep. Do not move. I want these individuals alive. The leader commanded his subordinates, and in an instant, he transformed before their very eyes. His human facade vanished, replaced by a form cloaked in dark muscles, with a crimson glow emanating from within, while traces of his human features remained visible. With a single leap, he traversed a distance of several meters, landing directly before the vigilant sirens. A viscous red substance dripped from his large, ebony hands, evaporating into steam upon contact with the seawater. The sirens, recognizing the substance, felt a chill. The being before them was a powerful psychic. You have chosen the wrong moment to come ashore, my lovely mermaids. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akira, known to many as the Scorcher. Water coalesced into spheres in the hands of the sirens, while Calder unsheathed the twin blades strapped to his back, signaling an imminent clash. Just then, the roar of motorcycles echoed from afar, two bright headlights illuminating the scene as the riders approached, swerving to confront the gathering crowd. One was clad in a half-black, half-green suit, while the other donned a blue-black combat outfit. Their unexpected arrival startled everyone present, but this was not the end. A thunderous sound erupted from the sky as a figure somersaulted downward, dispatching several would-be escapees with thrown darts, landing atop a container. It was Robin. Upon seeing that unmistakable emblem, some began to flee, for Robin's presence signaled the imminent arrival of Batman, a figure whose intimidation surpassed even that of Superman. However, the feared Dark Knight did not appear. Instead, a flash of yellow lightning streaked past, toppling the unfortunate sentinels on the periphery. The Flash, adorned in a red and yellow metallic uniform, made a dazzling entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I'm not late. Akira was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend this sudden twist. How had a throng of superheroes appeared out of nowhere? Hadn't they all vanished? As the familiar figure emerged on the shore, the siren smiled, letting the water spheres dissipate. She knew that as long as Kevin was present, she would remain unharmed. With a playful glance at Akira, who had been so boastful moments before, she teased, "What did you say earlier? Would you kindly repeat that?" Akira, visibly shaken, responded, "Spare me, Queen." Chapter 98. My sins are counted. It is your turn. At the port of Naxanor City, Akira beheld the unexpected gathering of superheroes. His emotions a tangled web of confusion and intrigue. The situation seemed absurd. After all, why should he be granted such lavish treatment when he merely put on a show? With three Atlanteans, a Robin, a Nightwing, and a renowned Kamen Rider alongside a character strikingly reminiscent of the Flash, this formidable ensemble could easily confront extraterrestrial beings. Yet, inexplicably, the spotlight had turned to him. He felt utterly overwhelmed, and Ke Wen shared a similar sentiment, given that all present were individuals he recognized, particularly the one clad in a red and yellow uniform, whose mere presence induced a headache. The individual's verbal prowess far surpassed their physical abilities. With a twinge of sympathy, he glanced at Achilla, who remained in a state of bewilderment below. "You truly have the worst luck," he remarked. "Everyone, let us address the matter at hand." The encircled Wally, Damien, and the sirens, who were confronting Achilla, remained silent. Although they were strangers to one another, they were well aware of their adversaries. A water sphere erupted in his hand, transforming into a towering column of water that propelled Achilla onto the shore. Meanwhile, Calder, adept in close combat, along with Dick and Damien, was efficiently dispatching the ordinary foes before them. Each strike was accompanied by the wails of unfortunate souls, while Ke Wen and Wally conjured a whirlwind with their bare hands, scattering the containers that were about to be loaded onto the ship and neatly arranging them aside. As for Achilla, who had been swept ashore by the water columns unleashed by the sirens and Tula, he finally regained his senses amidst the torrent, only to find himself utterly alone, his subordinates fallen around him. Surveying the assembly of superheroes surrounding him, Achilla raised his hand decisively, transforming back into his original form. "I surrender. Please, no face slapping," he exclaimed, covering his face with his hands. "All right, as you wish," Wally quipped, swiftly appearing before Achilla and imprinting dozens of punch marks upon his robust frame. A flurry of blows sent Achilla spinning in place until he succumbed to unconsciousness, thus concluding the evening's farce. Once the aftermath was dealt with, Dick approached, exchanging nods with Calder. Long time no see, Calder, Tula. Likewise, Dick. Wait, do you two know each other? Ke Wen inquired, puzzled by the familiarity between Dick and Calder. When I was still Robin, I had dealings with Atlantis. At that time, Calder was merely a vigilante wandering Gotham, yet to step into Atlantis. Indeed, I remember the first time we met when I sent you flying, Calder jested. Oh, I can't help but feel a tinge of jealousy, Ke Wen remarked, observing Dick and Calder embrace as if they were long-lost friends. At that moment, the siren leaped in front of Ke Wen, drawing closer. Startled, he leaned back, and upon regaining composure, he removed his helmet, revealing a face marked by a wry smile. Though it may seem a foolish question, what brings you here? Are you not welcoming us? The siren retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. No, it's merely an inconvenient time. I have matters to attend to. I can assist. The siren disregarded the subtle cues from Tula and boldly volunteered. Since you feel this way, assist me in dealing with the troublemakers causing a commotion tonight. My apologies, Lightning Kid and Robin. You have arrived at an inopportune moment. After offering a brief apology to Wally and Damien, whom he had yet to greet, Kelvin turned the vehicle around and set off toward the western district of the city. The regional library had remained open since earlier, and the information regarding the Metal Man and Kara was promptly received by Kelvin. Perhaps Lena behind the scenes had no intention of concealing the whereabouts of the Metal Man, for her ultimate goal was to gather combat data and analyze its principles. Without conflict, where would the data originate? Hey, what's the deal? I came all this way to assist you, and you don't even utter a word? Wally exclaimed, puzzled as he watched Dick speed away. He felt out of place, knowing no one here. Yet Kelvin seemed familiar with everyone. What baffled him further was that Kelvin appeared to know not just one, but two Robins affiliated with Batman. Was this truly the Kelvin he recognized? Observing the glances directed at him, Wally remained unfazed, confidently introducing himself. I am Wally West, the Lightning Kid of Central City. No one acknowledged him. Damien turned directly to Dick, asking, I heard that your Supergirl has been captured. Is he going to rescue her? Yes, but I'm quite surprised you could come. Did Batman say nothing? Dick replied, he does not know. Meanwhile, the siren, listening to Dick and Damien's casual conversation, interjected with a displeased expression. Could you clarify? Who was he going to save? Seeing the siren's demeanor, Dick raised an eyebrow, glancing at Calder behind him. Calder shrugged helplessly, resigned to his royal companion's attitude. Dick couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed his friend was not lacking in charm when it came to attracting the attention of women. With a light laugh, Dick recounted the day's events to the siren. On the other hand, Kelvin, who had not exchanged pleasantries with Wally and the others, sped through the streets of New Norrington. The location of the Metal Man had not changed. It remained stationary, as if awaiting Kelvin's arrival. In the underground laboratory of LexCorp's branch, Lena sat observing her surroundings through the Metal Man's perspective. The Metal Man's body was a creation of LexCorp, and from the moment he acquired this form, his fate was entwined with that of LexCorp. At that moment, the Metal Man's electronic eyes scanned the buildings around him, resembling an emotionless machine, while Kara, having been struck by a kryptonite bullet that morning, lay unconscious, her face still etched with pain. Although kryptonite could weaken Kryptonians, Kara remained on Earth, where the kryptonite continued to restore her strength, while sunlight perpetually mended her body, resulting in a state of equilibrium that inflicted torment upon her, even in her comatose condition. As Lena, the mastermind behind the metallic warriors, observed the red, representing Ke Wen on the city map drawing ever nearer, she typed commands into her computer. Utilize all your strength to eliminate the Kamen Rider. In Lena's perspective, if Ke Wen could not even overcome the metallic warriors, then the data collected from these battles would be rendered useless. How could one expect to confront superhuman entities like Superman with such inadequacy? Upon receiving the directive, the metallic warrior gazed into the distance, its metallic arm liquefying and reshaping into a six-barreled grenade launcher, aimed squarely at the swiftly advancing Ke Wen. 6 grenades, glimmering with fiery brilliance, were launched, igniting a series of explosions upon the pavement ahead. Flames engulfed the abandoned construction site, and the grenades, enhanced with additional potency, could obliterate a tank with ease. Yet, even facing an adversary who had previously bested him, the metallic warrior could not guarantee the efficacy of these 6 projectiles. As the electronic eye activated its infrared scanning mode, a silhouette emerged amidst the raging inferno, brandishing a USB-like device that he inserted into his belt. Heat Joker. With the utterance of this electronic command, Ke Wen transformed into the Heat Ace form, his mind flooded with its data. Heat Ace form. Punch strength 20 tons. Kick strength 30 tons. Capable of releasing 6,000-degree flames and absorbing up to 6,000 degrees of heat for personal use. The surrounding flames, visibly devoured by Ke Wen's Heat Ace form, fueled his advance towards the metallic warrior. He murmured, failing to thwart your schemes in time, resulting in the injury of the Supergirl, is my first sin. My delayed arrival caused chaos in many parts of the city, and this is my second sin. These are the transgressions I confess today. Muttering incomprehensible phrases to the metallic warrior, he pointed his flame-absorbing right hand at it, simultaneously directing his aim at Lena, who orchestrated from behind. I have recounted my sins. Now it is time to enumerate yours. With a flourish of his right hand, Ke Wen unleashed the flames he had absorbed, sending a fiery serpent toward the metallic warrior. The metallic arm liquefied into a shield, absorbing the brunt of Ke Wen's assault. Seizing this opportunity while the flames were released, Ke Wen surged forward, concentrating the intense fire upon his right fist, which he launched with ferocity against the metallic warrior's iron visage. The searing punch struck the metallic warrior's face, igniting and penetrating its components. However, despite the impact, the metallic warrior did not collapse. It merely took a step back, its damaged form visibly regenerating before Ke Wen's eyes. With a chilling smile, it taunted, "I guess your punch isn't hard enough." And then, its right arm swelled disproportionately, preparing to retaliate with a fierce blow. The formidable force of the punch propelled Ke Wen through several floors before he finally descended. The Metal Man followed suit, observing Ke Wen's struggle to rise from the ground with a sense of delight. Although his physical form had perished, he had not relinquished his human emotions. Rather, knowing that an operator controlled his body did not diminish his satisfaction in witnessing Ke Wen, who had once humiliated him, now being struck down by his own fist. What happened to your arrogance, Kamen Rider? Weren't you keen to enumerate my transgressions? Well, here I stand. The Metal Man boasted, standing defiantly as Ke Wen regained his footing, exuding an unspoken provocation. In the city of Naxanor, two superheroes faced off. One lay incapacitated by a kryptonite bullet he had been tricked into, while the other stood before the Metal Man, utterly outmatched by his newly acquired form. Ke Wen brushed off the dirt from his attire and suddenly proclaimed, "The distance is sufficient." What do you mean by the distance is sufficient? The Metal Man pondered, still trying to comprehend Ke Wen's words. At that moment, a white robotic Tyrannosaurus appeared at the location where Carla was situated, unleashing an unexpected power from its compact frame as it snatched Carla's cloak and leapt away from the scene. What? The sudden turn of events left the Metal Man momentarily stunned. The dinosaur robot's appearance had been entirely unanticipated, whisking away his protective charm, Carla. "Hey, come receive another punch," Ke Wen declared, unleashing a searing blow that struck the Metal Man. The heat contained within the punch surged into the Metal Man's body, triggering a series of explosions. Amidst the flames, the Metal Man appeared somewhat disheveled. Although nanobiotechnology allowed for self-repair, there were limits. If the nanobots themselves were destroyed, automatic restoration was rendered impossible. Ke Wen's recent strike had obliterated 5 of the Metal Man's nanobots, slightly diminishing his recovery speed. Indeed, there is some finesse to this. Observing the Metal Man begin to mend his form, Ke Wen merged his drivers, reverting to his original state, revealing himself clad in the stealth suit, with a set of Iron Soldier cards materializing in his hand. Aware that Lena, operating from behind the scenes, was monitoring him and seeking his battle data, Ke Wen understood she would not allow the Metal Man to interrupt his transformation. Addressing the Metal Man, Ke Wen stated, "Did you not desire my combat data? Very well then. Let your body serve as the recording device." Transform. A belt materialized from the ethereal realm, fastening around Ke Wen's waist as he inserted the cards, invoking the Iron Soldier form. But that was not the end. He drew forth the winged survival card from the deck, and in that instant, the firearm in his right hand morphed as well, transitioning from a pistol to a dual-gripped machine gun. The weapon not only bore a lethal blade at its muzzle, but also indicated that the survival Iron Soldier had enhanced its close-quarters combat capabilities. The silver chest plate upon his torso lay shattered, replaced by a formidable bull's head, with 2 golden horns sprouting from his shoulders. The armor on his arms and legs had also thickened, transforming him into an Iron Warrior, a survival form. Observing this metamorphosis from the perspective of the Metal Man, Lena was filled with exhilaration. This was precisely what she desired, an automatically upgrading armor, equipped with various functional cards. She believed that once she deciphered the underlying principles, the annals of human history would be rewritten. Enthralled, she issued a mandatory command: engage in combat. Fight with all your might and defeat the Masked Rider. The Metal Man's electronic eyes flashed red, unable to resist, as he raised his arms and transformed. Lasers erupted like a torrential rainfall directed at Ke Wen. A massive chest plate descended, its protruding side shielding him from the barrage of lasers, while the concave side deftly reflected the lasers back at the Metal Man. In a moment of disarray, the Metal Man evaded Ke Wen's peculiar counterattack, preparing to retaliate when he heard Ke Wen's electronic voice announce, "Trick Vent." What was once singular now split into two, then multiplied into four, encircling the Metal Man. Without a moment's hesitation, Ke Wen unleashed a relentless barrage upon him. The specially enhanced bullets struck the Metal Man with tremendous force, sending him reeling. For a full 10 minutes, the effects of the enemy card persisted, until at last, the Metal Man lay prostrate before Ke Wen, who now stood as a singular form. The red glow in the Metal Man's eyes intensified as he roared in fury, transforming his arms into blades and charging toward Ke Wen. However, forewarned, Ke Wen intercepted the dual blades with his arm and shoulder armor, while simultaneously inserting a card into his summon gun. Shootval, a concentrated orb of light coalesced at the barrel of Ke Wen's weapon, aimed directly at the Metal Man's chest. The ensuing explosion engulfed both combatants, a tempestuous wind rustling the surrounding trees. In the eye of the storm, Ke Wen's survival Iron Warrior form emerged unscathed, while the Metal Man lay in ruins, his body ravaged, with 60 of his nanobots destroyed. He had lost the ability to repair and reshape himself, rendered incapable of even the most basic movements. Pointing his lance at the Metal Man's head, Ke Wen leisurely remarked, "So, have you recorded the data?" Through the electronic eye, Lena, listening to Ke Wen's audacious tone, felt an unsettling chill. It was the first time someone had mocked her so brazenly. After a moment's reflection, a smile crept across her lips. Through the microphone on her desk, she transmitted to Ke Wen, "You're still lacking a bit, Masked Rider. I wonder if you can handle this move," initiating Doomsday Mode. Lena's voice resonated through the Metal Man's speaker, and upon hearing her mention of the mode, both Ke Wen and the Metal Man sensed impending doom. Beep, beep, beep. As expected, the sound of a ticking countdown echoed from the Metal Man's chest, his nuclear reactor, which served as his energy source, transforming into a countdown to detonation. "Now, what shall you do?" The mocking voice of Kamen Rider, Lena, emanated from the metallic figure. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether Ke Wen's armor possessed the capability to neutralize a nuclear bomb. Of course, even if Ke Wen were incapable, Lena had no intention of detonating it. She was not so deranged as to sacrifice millions of lives to validate her hypothesis. After all, it was her creation, and she certainly had a means to deactivate it. How convenient, Ke Wen mused as he holstered his weapon, dragging the incapacitated metallic entity toward the shard of glass that lay beside the derelict building. "Damn it, Kamen Rider, let me go. I beg you, I do not wish to die." The metallic being seemed to sense its impending fate, pleading desperately with Ke Wen. "The issue is that I am not killing you. I am merely allowing your fireworks to bloom elsewhere," Ke Wen replied with indifference, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. After all, it was challenging for him to perceive a being composed entirely of metal as a human. "Good night," he uttered, the metallic figure receiving its final farewell. With a swift motion, Ke Wen seized the creature by its throat and hurled it towards the glass. In a silent scream, the metallic being was thrust into the mirrored realm, where an explosion erupted soundlessly, causing the surrounding glass to shatter in an instant. "Now it is time to find you, genius girl," Ke Wen remarked, surveying the absence of any reflective surfaces before mounting his motorcycle and departing the battlefield. In the mirrored world, the metallic being was obliterated by the self-detonation mechanism set by Lena. Although it retained its consciousness, the rest of its form was merely a mechanical construct that could be revived through backups. Yet, given the current circumstances, acquiring a new body was a concern for the future. The immediate priority was to extract the kryptonite bullet from Kara's body. Maintaining this precarious balance was detrimental to her well-being. The motorcycle came to a halt in an open area as Ke Wen had instructed the Fong memory unit to take Kara as far away as possible. After all, facing a metallic being with a new body, Ke Wen could not guarantee that a confrontation would not endanger her. especially since Ke was currently weakened by the effects of kryptonite. Another reason for his caution was the considerable commotion he had caused in the Western District, as long as those few individuals remained in the city assisting him. Ke's safety would be better assured. As expected, when Ke Wen approached the location indicated by his memory unit, he found Dick and his companions already present, along with a contingent from the Super Investigation Department led by Emil. Since receiving Hank's directive, Emil had been meticulously monitoring criminal activities throughout New City, aware that as long as Kamen Rider remained in the city, inaction was not an option. It turned out her intuition was correct, and fate had aligned favorably. Upon learning from Emil about the activities of Ke Wen and Dick in the city harbor, and before reaching his destination, surveillance footage captured a fleeting image of the Fong memory unit with Ke. Concerned for his sister's safety, Emil promptly turned back, following the Fong memory unit to this location. Simultaneously, after dealing with the raucous troublemakers in Naxino City, Dick's group received Ke, brought by the Fong memory unit. The two factions collided, resulting in a tense standoff. Hey, can someone explain what's going on here? Ke Wen, observing the standoff between Dick's group and Emil's, felt somewhat bewildered. Despite the earlier pretense of unfamiliarity, both Dick and he shared varying degrees of acquaintance with each individual present. As a highly regarded protege of Batman, Dick understood the nuances of interpersonal relations in these circumstances. Within a single night, everyone here had essentially rallied around Dick, and facing the aggressive Emil, they were undeterred. Did they truly believe their capabilities were a jest? Seeing his sister lying there in agony, Emil's heart ached. He had never witnessed Ke in such distress, which caused him to lose his composure. With his gun aimed at Dick's forehead, he was on the verge of pulling the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just then, Ke Wen's timely interjection helped ease the tension. Notably, Wally, upon seeing Ke Wen, cleverly remarked, "Hey, they're trying to take your girlfriend, Kamen Rider." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wally sensed two lethal intentions directed at him, the sources of which remained unclear, prompting an instinctive defensive reaction. Ke Wen, accustomed to Wally's thoughtless banter, calmly responded, "Just a friend." "Be careful with your words, Kid Flash. Can you enlighten us on the current situation? As you can see, we want to save her, and they want to take her. Hence the standoff," Wally replied, gesturing. "You all." Ke Wen found it utterly perplexing that this group could not communicate effectively. With a swift motion of his right hand, the rescue speedster emerged from the system space, circling Ke Wen affectionately before halting in front of him, awaiting his command. "All right, enough of the antics. Let's get to work," Ke Wen said with a smile, prompting the ambulance to activate its abilities and rush to the unconscious Ke's side. Energy constructs resembling tweezers and scissors began to materialize around them. Observing the ambulance's actions, Emil restrained his impulses, allowing Ke Wen to proceed. Ke's condition was particularly precarious. The effects of the kryptonite were gradually diminishing her physical form, reverting her to human standards. Yet, being on Earth simultaneously prompted Ke to enhance her physique, which was why the kryptonite bullet remained lodged within her, rendering the situation intractable. Although Ke's exterior still exhibited her invulnerable steel form, the kryptonite-inflicted area continued to weaken her. This bizarre equilibrium meant that what should have been a routine bullet extraction surgery could not succeed without specialized equipment or kryptonite assistance. Ke Wen may lack kryptonite, yet he possesses an ambulance, the true marvel of which lies in the fact that all instruments utilized are quantifiable and capable of being reshaped at will. In this moment, as the energy-manifested scissors and tweezers failed to lift, the ambulance extended two ethereal energy ribbons that penetrated Ke's wound. Within a mere 2 minutes, a bullet radiating a vibrant green hue was extracted from her body. As the projectile gradually distanced itself, Ke's countenance began to relax, her previous agony dissipating. At that instant, the system within his mind issued a sudden prompt: "Acquired rare artifact from the DC universe. Would you like to exchange?" This unexpected notification left Ke Wen momentarily bewildered. His system had been rather passive, only reaching out when necessary. The sudden alert regarding the diminutive kryptonite bullet in his grasp hinted at its potential significance for the future. "No, I shall place it in the system space," he mused internally, crushing the kryptonite bullet in his hand, appearing to outsiders as though he had obliterated it entirely. As the kryptonite entered the system space, Ke, now free from its influence, was on the verge of awakening. Ke Wen gazed at his friends, who had traveled great distances to assist him, feeling a surge of gratitude. Even he was astonished by such treatment. After all, Damien, that audacious figure, dared to commandeer Bruce as aircraft to come to his aid. It would be remiss to continue treating them with indifference. I'm planning to crash a genius girl-esque party. Anyone interested? Ke Wen extended the invitation. Oh, so that's the purpose of my coming here. Count me in, replied Wally, raising his hand enthusiastically, adding cheekily, by the way, Kamen Rider, why is it that all your adversaries seem to be female? Who knows? What about you all? Ignoring Wally's final quip, Ke Wen turned to the others. Dick shrugged nonchalantly, while Calder glanced at Siren, recognizing her fiery gaze indicated his participation was inevitable. Damien, more direct, hopped on a Dick's motorcycle, inquiring, where to? Observing Damien's pragmatic approach, Ke Wen couldn't help but admire his style. He then turned to Emil, who was cradling Kara, and asked, will the super department intervene in this matter? It was essential to ascertain their stance, as they represented the face of the government. Our mission tonight is to rescue Supergirl. Everything else is of no concern to us. And thank you, Emil replied in an official manner, also expressing gratitude to the Kamen Rider, acknowledging that he had indeed saved Kara. Hey, you're not such a bad person after all. Ke Wen teased Emil before mounting the motorcycle and steering it towards the direction between the eastern and western districts of the city. When the regional library was first established, he had a thorough understanding of the ranking of the Lex Corporation's branch in Naxenor City. However, he could not ascertain the activities within, for the memory of the land is not omnipotent. It was akin to the time when the metallic being disguised itself to infiltrate the city, unnoticed, as he remained oblivious to the objects soaring above. Ultimately, he was merely a truncated version, incapable of matching Philip, who, it must be noted, also required keywords to uncover the information he sought. The motorbikes roared through the streets, while the sirens had their own means of travel, manipulating the currents of water to propel themselves forward. As for Wally, there was no cause for concern. The speedster needed no steed. The motorcycle came to a halt before a dead end, leaving the following group puzzled as to why Kevin had stopped. However, Kevin swiftly provided them with an answer. Shoot, Vent, he commanded, and the gun materialized, a colossal launcher appearing in his grasp. A glimmering projectile was discharged, creating a profound, shadowy breach in the wall before him. Discarding the massive launcher casually, Kevin surged ahead into the hidden laboratory concealed within the city, with Dick and the others hot on his heels. As the lights flickered to life, the underground laboratory, once shrouded in darkness, illuminated brilliantly. Simultaneously, the door blasted open by Kevin sealed shut with a gate, enclosing them within the well-lit underground space. Within, sealed incubation pods housed a collection of grotesque monsters, their sinister visages visible through the glass, and Kevin could sense their continued vitality. So, this is the second round, is it? I presume you're no longer in Naxenor City, Kevin declared, surveying the environment meticulously prepared for him. Yes, indeed. After all, your battle with the metallic being concluded rather swiftly. I had anticipated that final resort to prove somewhat effective against you, yet you dismantled it with such ease. Lena's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Thus, to compensate for the data loss from my combat analysis, consider these creatures as your restitution. Defeat them, or I cannot guarantee the consequences should they escape. Lena's teasing tone resonated throughout the chamber. Kevin surveyed the monstrous entities encased within the incubation pods. And if his deductions were accurate, these were likely the genetic failures produced by Lex during the creation of Connor, lacking the strengths of Kryptonians and the rationality of humans. Nevertheless, he deemed the situation manageable. With this thought, Kevin mentally recited the dual driver, as the Iron Soldier belt was supplanted by it, and the sentient Fong manifested in his hand. Although the system had set all memory units to T2, Fong and Zio retained the T1 design while maintaining the T2 configuration, which was to Kevin's liking. Gripping Fong, he inserted the Ace memory unit into one side and addressed Lena, who was monitoring the scene from another location. I hope you do not lament the loss of these creatures, for I have brought along a plethora of friends. Transform. Fong Joker. The electronic sound reverberated as an inexplicable gust of wind swept through the chamber, awakening the genetically engineered beings submerged in the dormant liquid as Ke Wen transformed. With a sharp crack, the glass of the incubation pod shattered, revealing an array of uniquely shaped monstrosities alongside the minimalist black and white fanged ace. Dick and his companions braced themselves for battle, pressed the tail of the Fong echoed two electronic voices. As Ke Wen's arms and shoulders manifested a pair of blades, one black and one white, he instinctively uttered, "Come forth, let us enumerate your sins." In the underground laboratory of the Lex Division, the gleaming black and white arm blades extending from Ke Wen's sides signified their formidable power. The dual drive belt, a product of the system, offered the advantage of transforming in solo mode, effectively merging the data of two memory units, allowing the user to harness each other's abilities. In dual mode, the data doubles, yet introduces another consciousness, akin to the original narrative, where one is responsible for the release of a specific memory unit's powers. However, Ke Wen had yet to encounter a situation necessitating dual mode, even in the face of the genetically engineered beings emerging from the cloning experiments of Kryptonians. "Nightwing, I entrust the command to you," he called over his shoulder before plunging into the throng of monsters, twirling as the blades unleashed their astonishing cutting power. Fong Joker form. Punching power 30 tons. Kicking power 40 tons. Running speed 100 ms. Jumping height 200 meters. Fong blades can slice through 200 millimeters aircraft carrier steel plates, withstand impact force of 200 tons. The barrage of data from the system instilled Ke Wen with immense confidence. At present, Fong Ace boasted the highest statistics among all the night forms he had unlocked, surpassing even the Iron Soldier, which relied on mass rather than sheer force. "Don't assign me tasks arbitrarily." As Ke Wen charged into the horde of monsters, the battle commenced. As a mere human, Nightwing swiftly collaborated with Damien, hurling smoke grenades into the oncoming throng, the explosion obscuring the creature's vision. Utilizing grappling hooks, they elevated themselves to a vantage point, strategizing against the chaotic mass below. Though irritated by Ke Wen's offloading of responsibility, Nightwing embraced the necessity of action. Observing the tumultuous battlefield, he began delegating roles. "Calder, you and the Kamen Rider handle the creatures at the forefront. Strive to suppress them. Siren, Tula, employ your abilities to restrain their movements as much as possible. Kid Flash, use your speed to harass them." Indeed, Nightwing has proven himself to be a remarkable apprentice of Batman. Within mere moments, he discerned the unique roles that each member of his team could play. Under Nightwing's guidance, the fierce battle against the monstrous horde drew the attention of most creatures toward him and Calder as they advanced together. Meanwhile, Siren and Tula seized the opportunity to manipulate the blood within these abominations, utilizing the inherent affinity of Atlanteans with water molecules. Although they could not force the blood to burst forth, they at least restricted the creature's movements. Wally, responsible for maneuvering around, employed his unique speedster perspective to collide with the monsters that Calder and Corvin had overlooked. Observing from the vantage point above, Nightwing and Damien felt the lightest burden. They understood that they could not compare to the prowess displayed below. Even if they could contend with these foes, they would find it no easier than the others. Conversely, Nightwing and Damien preferred to strike from their high ground, seizing the opportunity to launch explosive batarangs whenever they noticed the monsters focusing their attention on a teammate, redirecting the aggression back toward Calder and Corvin. "You truly are reckless," Calder remarked, leaning against Corvin, who wielded twin blades and was now slightly breathless. Who could fathom the sheer number of monsters contained within this chamber? Even Calder's Atlantean physique was beginning to falter. After all, this was no ocean, and he lacked the advantage of home ground. "What can I say? I rely more on action than thought. Especially when dealing with these creatures, there's little room for strategy." Corvin jested. "Indeed, but there are just too many. Do you have any clever ideas?" Calder, acknowledging Corvin's truth, couldn't help but smile wryly. "Certainly, we simply eliminate them all. They are merely monsters, and I bear no psychological burden," Corvin declared, gripping his blades firmly before hurling them into the advancing horde. With the capability to slice through aircraft carrier steel, the blades effortlessly cleaved several creatures in half. Corvin then withdrew his ace memory unit and inserted it into the metallic core. Fong Metal, a towering silver scythe, materialized behind him. With a fearsome weapon in hand, Corvin plunged back into the fray, brimming with energy. It was the first time he could so freely shift forms, and he was determined to experience every subform available. In contrast, Calder was taken aback by Corvin's ferocity. This was a stark departure from the Corvin he had known at Amnesty Bay. The transformation was indeed profound, yet he resolved not to be outdone. With a chuckle, Calder transformed his twin blades into two hefty maces and brought them crashing down upon the heads of the monsters before him. As the battle unfolded in the hidden chamber, Lena watched intently, particularly captivated when Ke Wen transitioned into the Fong Joker and Fong Metal forms. She was bewildered. The tricks possessed by this masked rider exceeded her imagination. To this day, she could not fathom the origin of Ke Wen's memory devices. The technology connecting to alternate dimensions had the capability to materialize certain abilities, proving that these failed products were utterly useless. Observing the scenes of Ke Wen wreaking havoc on the screen while glancing at Connor, who stood beside her, maintaining his guard but with vacant eyes, she reached a resolution. In the underground battlefield, exhilarated Ke Wen, having annihilated the monstrous adversaries using Fong Metal, gazed at the gene monsters continuously emerging from the incubation pods. Without hesitation, he switched to the memory device, Fong Trigger. The Fong Trigger form materialized, with long gun barrels extending from either side of his back. He pointed forward, elevating the lowered barrels to a line parallel with his arms. Two concentrated energy orbs surged forth, the powerful recoil forcing Ke Wen to take a half step back, showcasing the might of his assault. At the center of the explosion, only severed limbs remained. No whole corpse was in sight. The mass demise of their companions instilled fear within the instinct-driven gene monsters, realizing that this two-toned figure before them wielded far more brutal techniques and violent combat strategies. Called and the others were also taken aback by Ke Wen's display of power. After all, not everyone could accept the sight of a barrage reducing abnormal entities to mere pulp. Even Ke Wen was momentarily stunned by the potency of the Fong Trigger, left in a state of uncertainty about his next move. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Super Investigation Department in the suburbs, the unconscious Kara gradually regained consciousness. Emil? Where am I? I remember being shot. Yes, with a kryptonite bullet. She glanced at her sister sitting beside her, a look of concern etched on her face, leaving Kara somewhat perplexed. After being struck by the kryptonite bullet, her previously extraordinary abilities had nearly all faltered, rendering her like an ordinary person, completely unaware of her surroundings during her unconscious state. This was particularly evident when she noticed the bullet wound on her uniform at her chest. It's all right now. The metal man should be dead, and the kryptonite bullet inside you has been removed and destroyed, Emil reassured her, gently stroking her hair. The metal man is dead? Who did it? How was my kryptonite bullet extracted? Kara inquired, tenderly touching where she had been shot. With the kryptonite suppression lifted, her wound had healed completely, leaving no scar, though her uniform would need her brother's assistance to mend the hole it bore. It was the masked rider who saved you and assisted in removing the kryptonite bullet. Otherwise, we would have had to call Superman for help. Though somewhat displeased with the masked rider, Emil could still discern right from wrong, his words tinged with irritation yet earnest. What? Where's he now? Kara asked. He spoke of smashing the lair of Lena Luthor, but who could possibly know where she was? Where are you going, Kara? Emil inquired, as he noticed Kara directly getting out of bed, preparing to leave after a few complaints. To lend a hand to my hero, she replied, turning back to flash a radiant smile at her brother before taking off at supersonic speed. The resulting shockwave tousled Emil's hair, and watching his sister vanish in an instant. A dark cloud loomed over Emil's expression. All gratitude he had felt towards the masked rider evaporated, coalescing into a single exclamation. Cursed masked rider. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory where Lena was located, her furrowed brow reflected her discontent as she observed through the surveillance monitors how Ke Wen's tactics had instilled fear in the genetic monstrosities. Failures are failures. I must intervene personally, she muttered, inputting a command into the computer. The once timid genetic creatures began to tremble after Lena's directive, their already towering forms swelling further, grotesque bone spurs sprouting from their bodies. Am I the only one who finds these creatures unsettling? Wally, usually unflappable, remarked half-jokingly, shaken by the sight of the genetic aberrations. Of course not. Our eyes are perfectly functional, Ke Wen retorted, grasping the spider memory device in hand. She was determined to ascertain the capabilities of these failed genetic products. If she couldn't handle them in her own fierce form, she would stand no chance against the controlled Connor. Just as Ke Wen and the others remained on high alert, a sudden roar echoed from above. Realizing the disturbance, Ke Wen sighed, "Great, the boss is here." Indeed, a gaping hole appeared in the sealed ceiling, and Kara descended like a divine warrior before them, her presence invigorating the now chaotic genetic creatures. They roared in defiance at Ke, their primal instincts urging them to consume this formidable foe to gain strength. However, Ke merely furrowed her brow, inhaling deeply before unleashing her freezing breath upon the approaching monstrosities. This extraordinary ability of Kryptonians allowed them to plunge an entire city into a frozen realm in an instant. The genetic creatures, birthed from failed cloning experiments, were swiftly transformed into ice sculptures, losing their mobility mid-air and crashing down in shattered fragments. Observing Ke swiftly vanquish the formidable foes she had just encountered, everyone, including Ke Wen, was enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Only Ke, unaffected, floated with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Everyone, I hope I haven't arrived too late." Chapter 102. The end is also the beginning. As all eyes fell upon Ke's sunlit smile, no one felt the slightest joy, especially Nightwing. His meticulously devised strategies had been undermined. His teammates had failed to adequately support him during the fierce battle. To his dismay, Ke arrived, effortlessly concluding the conflict in less than a minute, leaving him in a state of discontent. Although the outcome aligned with his desires, the swiftness of the proceedings rendered it devoid of any sense of fulfillment. What is wrong? Have I erred in some way? Could I inweed it? Noticing the subtle shifts in the expressions of her companions, the group fell silent. It would be absurd to voice, "Great One. You cleared the area too swiftly for our liking. We are struggling to adjust," a sentiment that would only reveal madness. Instead, Ke Wen cleared his throat and approached her, asking, "Supergirl, how do you feel now?" "Absolutely splendid. I once considered experiencing illness just to know how it feels, but now I realize that maintaining a healthy body is of utmost importance." "And thank you, Kamen Rider," Ke replied, flexing her bicep in gratitude. "Not all. However, since you have assisted us in resolving these matters, we should take our leave now. The authorities can handle the aftermath here," Ke Wen remarked, glancing at the scattered shards of ice. He believed Ke's freezing breath was a bit excessive. The annihilation of foes and obliteration of evidence in one fell swoop left no room for the police to reconstruct the scene, though it would certainly mitigate public panic. "Huh?" Ke responded with confusion. "Why must we depart? Shouldn't we bring Lena Luthor to justice?" Ke harbored no favorable sentiments towards Lena, who had caused her considerable strife through the employment of the Metal Man. "Regarding that, Supergirl, I believe you have overlooked a crucial detail. The Metal Man is deceased. While it remains uncertain whether his demise is genuine or feigned, we possess no evidence to substantiate his employment by Lena Luthor. Furthermore, even if we were to dismantle this underground laboratory, do you have proof that it was established by LexCorp? There are no logos or indications present. Without sufficient evidence, even as superheroes, we cannot arbitrarily apprehend individuals. Let us consider this a lesson learned. One should not presume invincibility simply because of a formidable physique." Gently tousling Ke's hair, Ke Wen then proceeded towards Calder. Wally was manageable, as he had merely come to assist, and given Wally's speed, it would take him only about 10 minutes to return from New Gotham to Central City. However, the Sirens posed a more significant concern for Ke Wen, as the power they represented was far from trivial. Being the Princess of Atlantis, should any misfortune befall her under his watch, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament. Moreover, the tasks he currently undertakes are already numerous, and he has no desire to embark on another side quest related to Atlantis. Observing the Siren's gaze directed at him, Ke Wen felt a twinge of annoyance. Scratching his head, he mustered the courage to say, "I am quite certain you have sneaked out again. Haven't you? Transform back and speak with me." The Siren resumed her regal demeanor, responding with an air of authority. Ke Wen glanced at Ke, who was still scratching her head, and after some contemplation, decided to let it go. With her knightly armor enveloping her, Ke would struggle to recognize him. Once the transformation was lifted, she would don a stealth suit. Even if the facial area was reinforced with lead, Ke could still deduce his identity based on his form and attire. After all, the stealth suit lacked the comprehensive lead coverage of his knightly armor, which obscured his true self from Ke's perception. It seemed the system had considered the presence of Kryptonians in the DC universe during its design. "I sincerely apologize, but I must maintain my secret identity. I still have my parents," Ke Wen explained, which eased the Siren's agitation. "You should not have come here, Siren. Are you not aware of the identity you represent? If anything were to happen, it could potentially ignite a war between our two worlds. While there is still time, you must return to Atlantis." But you have both yourself and that invincible Supergirl here, don't you? What are you afraid of? Siren shot a displeased glance at Kara, who was chatting with Wally. Yet she had to concede that Kara's abilities were beyond her capacity to contend with. It was indeed true that Kara could ascend to the skies and traverse the earth, but with the right approach, she could be managed. I cannot guarantee what methods your hidden factions in Atlantis might employ. Last time at Amnesty Bay, I nearly lost my life. Recalling his previous reckless encounter at Amnesty Bay, Ke Wen felt a shiver of fear. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Siren and her companions, his mission would have ended in failure, with the trench-dwelling folk paired with Atlantis' elite warriors leaving him with no escape. Upon hearing Ke Wen mention the last incident, Siren recognized that her impulsiveness had nearly led to his peril, which dampened her mood considerably. Ke Wen found himself at a loss for words. Girls could indeed be rather difficult to please. Clearing his throat, he offered some comfort. Let us return. I promise that after this semester concludes, I will come to see you, he added inwardly, provided he unlocks the underwater combat knight form. With that thought, he gently urged the Siren, who proved to be far more troublesome than Kara. Do you promise? The Siren inquired. Yes, I assure you, he reaffirmed, with a nod. The Siren reluctantly departed under the escort of Calder and Tula, glancing back at Ke Wen from time to time. Once they had leaped into the port not far away, Ke Wen exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to approach Wally, who, as a notorious chatterbox, fully embodied that description. His words flowed like a blooming flower, provoking hearty laughter from Kara, while Dick chimed in occasionally to enhance the atmosphere. In contrast, Damien crossed his arms, wearing an expression of displeasure, struggling to comprehend how a group of individuals older than himself could exhibit such juvenile behavior. As they noticed Ke Wen approaching, their conversation came to a halt. Wally waved at him. Hey, buddy, all sorted? Indeed, I finally managed to send them on their way. What about you, Lightning Kid? Are you expecting me to buy you a drink? Not necessary. Next time I require your assistance, you can treat me in Central City, he replied. For now, I must take my leave. It was a pleasure to meet you all. With that, Wally transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from sight. Remaining behind, Dick gave Ke Wen a thumbs up before he twisted Damien away. Come on, kid. I need to discuss your performance tonight with Batman. Reluctantly, Damien allowed Dick to lead him onto the Batplane, which took off towards Gotham City. Soon, only Kara and Ke Wen were left, the police yet to arrive, leaving the street eerily empty. So, are you heading home now? Kara asked, her small hands clasped nervously behind her back. Yes, today has felt exceedingly long. I need a rest, Ke Wen replied. Will you be around tomorrow? I'll be in this city for the long haul. Besides, your journey as a superhero has just begun, and I must keep an eye on you. Until we meet again. Mounting his motorcycle, Ke Wen sped away, just before colliding with a glass storefront. He shifted into his Iron Soldier form and vanished through the mirror. Kara waved goodbye in his direction before taking to the skies, circling a few times before heading home, where her parents awaited news of her. At home, the dressing mirror shimmered as Ke Wen emerged from it in his Iron Soldier form, reverting back to his original guise. He entered the bathroom with a change of clothes, attempting to be quiet, yet was overheard by the already slumbering Chio Yun. Son, what are you up to? Nothing much. Just taking a shower. All right, get to bed early. You too, Mom. Meanwhile, the anxious Jeremy couple heard the doorbell and hurried to answer it, finding their two daughters waiting at the entrance. Oh, my sweethearts, they exclaimed, unable to conceal their emotions, embracing both daughters tightly. Kara and Emily reciprocated the embrace, gently patting their parents' backs to comfort them. It's all right. Everything's over now. But has everything truly passed? Clearly not. For this string of events was merely the inception of Kara's journey as Supergirl. The unfolding occurrences would steer the world towards an entirely new trajectory. The death of a Metalloid was unknown to all, yet when the next day dawned and people awoke with trepidation, witnessing the red cloak weaving through the city's skyscrapers in the morning sunlight, excitement surged through them, for their hero, Supergirl, had returned to their sight once more. Another hero, Kamen Rider, did not disappoint them either. Some individuals did hear the commotion that occurred last night at the abandoned construction site. After all, the thunderous roar of motorcycles echoing through the streets was certainly no mere illusion. Good morning, Ke Wen. Good morning, Connor. Ke Wen, who was admiring the view from the classroom, turned around upon hearing a greeting, only to be surprised that it was Connor, whom he had presumed would not show up. This made Ke Wen wonder if Lena still lacked the certainty to confirm his identity as Kamen Rider, or if she was merely testing him. Observing Connor's arrival, Ke Wen couldn't help but ponder Lena's intentions with the utmost suspicion. After all, this brilliant girl hailed from the Luther family, and she had stuffed a nuclear bomb into the energy core of the metalloid last night. Had it not been for Ke Wen's unique ability to cast it into the mirror world, he could scarcely imagine how dire the situation might have been. Meanwhile, Connor remained blissfully unaware, as his memories were frozen at the moment he last parted ways with Ke Wen. And the subsequent events during which Lena manipulated him were filled with implanted false memories. "Is there something on my face?" asked Connor, oblivious to Ke Wen's contemplation. "Nothing. Just pondering other matters," Ke Wen replied. The two engaged in a casual exchange, while Kara, who had been patrolling the skies with her sister, entered and took a seat beside Ke Wen. This naive girl still had no clue about the extraordinary abilities possessed by her two classmates, as she continued discussing girl-related topics with Emil. Occasionally, Connor would glance over at Ke Wen, but what Ke Wen did not realize was that those fleeting gazes from Connor were tinged with a hint of vacancy. At LexCorp, Lena observed Ke Wen's every move through Connor's perspective, while images of Ke Wen battling the metalloid and confronting genetic monsters in the underground chamber played on a nearby screen in a continuous loop. Another computer began to reconstruct models based on the collected data. Unlike before, where the modeling collapsed almost immediately, this time, although it was fated to fail, it lasted a bit longer, sustaining itself for at least 3 minutes. Indeed, yet another failure, Lena mused. The summoning of armor is manageable, yet the abilities tied to your two forms are utterly irresistible. Alas, I still lack concrete evidence of your identity as Kamen Rider, which is quite vexing. Lena had essentially concluded that Ke Wen was Kamen Rider, yet she possessed no proof. The tactic of vanishing into the mirror world was infuriatingly clever, even for Lena to decipher. As for Ke Wen's family background in Nox Center City, she had already conducted thorough investigations, which only added to her frustration. Individuals of her stature adhered to certain protocols. Deviating from these rules would leave her vulnerable, even as Lex's sister. Just as Lex was aware of Superman's true identity and knew where his adoptive parents resided. Had he never contemplated leveraging this knowledge to manipulate Superman? He contemplated and took action, yet ultimately, what he received was merely a tracking device akin to those fitted on criminals by the police, ensuring he remained perpetually under surveillance. Similarly, Lena could exploit LexCorp to undermine the business interests of Kevin's father. However, such maneuvers would likely provoke a united retaliation from other entrepreneurs in New Sinnoh City. Furthermore, the Chinese community in America wields significant influence, and her actions would only serve to jeopardize LexCorp's interests, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. In a world where superheroes exist, it appears that aside from those mortal heroes who fear their true identities might endanger their loved ones, most supervillains and superheroes adhere to a fundamental principle: harm shall not befall family. Therefore, the most prudent course for Lena would be to utilize Connor to closely monitor Kevin, confident that he would not disclose Connor's identity to Kara. Of course, even if he did, it would prove futile, only exacerbating the situation. Meanwhile, at the New Sinnoh City Police Department, Dick, having returned Damien to Gotham City in the Batwing with a disgruntled expression, was now yawning as he sifted through last night's criminal records. After an entire night grappling with criminals and genetic monstrosities, and then escorting a troublesome child back, he found himself seated in silence on the flight back to New Sinnoh City with his adoptive father, a torturous sequence for someone like Dick, an ordinary individual at his peak. To compound matters, his superior had burdened him with a myriad of tasks, and with a girlfriend to care for, Dick felt overwhelmed to the point of despair. "Dick, did you work late last night?" "I don't recall Dad assigning you too much," inquired Claire, his current girlfriend, noticing the panda-like dark circles under his eyes. Her concern evident. "It's not about Captain Gordon. I requested it myself. This is the record of the human trafficking case that those superheroes cracked at the city port last night. Take a look and see if you notice anything amiss." After this brief explanation, Dick handed the criminal record to Claire. As a detective, Claire was far from a mere decorative presence. While perusing the testimonies meticulously documented by her colleagues, she too discerned inconsistencies. A portion of the abducted children belonged to the orphanage in New Sinnoh City. However, there had been no reports of missing persons from the institution. "Do you see it?" Noticing the furrow in Claire's brow, Dick understood that she had caught onto the clues. Did those colleagues not contact the orphanage regarding the children? Claire returned the record, while posing her question. They did. But they only received a reply stating someone would come to collect them soon, and that was the end of it. This piques my curiosity, Dick replied, setting the record aside. Although fatigue weighed heavily on him, his mind began to churn. The human trafficking operation appeared more complex than it initially seemed. You would not doubt that this orphanage is orchestrated by unseen forces, with the intention of engaging in human trafficking. However, St. John's Orphanage is indeed established with government funding. If you harbor such suspicions, then you must also question the municipal government, and even the mayor himself. Observing Dick's contemplative expression, Claire understood his thoughts and felt compelled to remind him that it is prudent to refrain from baseless conjectures in the absence of evidence, for it could lead to significant troubles. The individuals involved are high-ranking officials. Even with Claire's father being a police chief, he would hardly be of consequence in their presence. Should any mistakes occur, neither Dick nor anyone else could evade the repercussions. Who knows? Regardless, we must visit St. John's Orphanage. Only then can we uncover the truth behind these matters. With that, Dick swiftly donned his jacket, holstered his firearm, and grabbed his car keys, ready to embark on this investigation. I will accompany you, Claire declared, hastily arming herself and following suit. Are you certain? I cannot guarantee that we won't encounter any peril. Dick expressed his concerns, observing the resolute expression on his girlfriend's face. Absolutely certain. You haven't slept all night. I think it would be best if I drove while you rest, Claire confidently asserted, brandishing her car keys. Additionally, we are in New Gotham, where both Supergirl and Kamen Rider are present. I do not believe we will face any danger. Dick jested. It seems you forgot to mention Nightwing as well. I am aware, but hasn't he always been by my side protecting me? Claire replied with a mysterious smile over her shoulder. Dick felt a wave of unease wash over him from Claire's words. He could not discern whether she was teasing him or if she genuinely possessed some knowledge. Sitting in the passenger seat, he had initially intended to rest during this interval. But now sleep eluded him, his mind preoccupied with Claire's earlier remarks. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I sense you are unable to find rest, Claire remarked, her attention fixed on the road ahead, her tone laced with a hint of pride. So, you are privy to everything? Dick queried, a hint of exasperation in his voice. That depends on what you mean, Claire replied. What do you mean? If you are referring to a certain renowned detective dating Barbara Gordon, the daughter of Gotham's police chief, and another well-known detective transforming into a masked hero in New Gotham, then yes, I am aware. However, I am not privy to the relationships he shares with other superheroes. Dick was taken aback by Claire's revelations, unable to shake off the notion that he had underestimated his detective girlfriend's capabilities, who had managed to uncover such intricate details about him. Claire relished the gaze that Dick cast upon her, as they halted before a red light. She turned her head to meet his eyes. How did you manage to uncover these details so thoroughly? She inquired. Firstly, I am part of the police system. If I wish to delve into my partner and boyfriend's past work experiences, I trust the Gotham Police Department would not refuse my request. Secondly, are you not aware that girls often exhibit one of two behaviors in love? One is a decline in cognitive ability, while the other is a remarkable enhancement of it. Fortunately, I belong to the latter category. Gently caressing Dick's cheek, Claire's lovely visage took on an unsettling aspect in his eyes, and he suddenly felt as though he might never again lead a carefree life. All right, I've said what needed to be said. I believe you should get some proper rest now. Given the current traffic, it will take us another 40 minutes to reach St. John's Orphanage, which should be ample time for you to catch some sleep. With that, she disregarded any protest from Dick, swiftly placing a blindfold over his eyes and reclining his seat for his comfort. Faced with his girlfriend's domineering approach, Dick was at a loss for words, as fatigue had overwhelmed him to the point of near cessation of thought. The blindfold swiftly ushered him into slumber, while Claire continued to steer the car toward St. John's Orphanage. St. John's Orphanage lies at the intersection of the West and East districts of Naxino City, established through the funding of a mayoral candidate a decade ago. This initiative undoubtedly contributed to his election as mayor, and during his tenure, the orphanage enjoyed substantial financial backing, allowing it to accommodate a significant number of homeless children without the worry of financial constraints. Even with changes in the mayoral office, the orphanage continued to receive support. After all, the act of purchasing prestige through monetary means is something any astute mayoral candidate would embrace. Thus, St. John's Orphanage thrived in this delicate political climate, with no one inclined to stir trouble for an institution of such nature. A Mercedes pulled up at the entrance of the orphanage, and, after enduring the peak traffic, Dick and Claire finally arrived at the gates of this institution, renowned for its storied past. Rolling down the car window, both emerged from their brief slumber to scrutinize the orphanage before them. It appears quite commendable, Dick mused. Despite his skepticism towards the orphanage, he could not deny that the past mayors of Naxino City had shown considerable diligence in this regard. The warm-toned walls, ample outdoor facilities, and the charming three-story building suggested that the children's rooms were indeed of a high standard. It could be said that even the orphanages funded by Wayne Enterprises in Gotham did not present such a pleasant atmosphere, as the oppressive ambience of Gotham lingered heavily. What struck Dick as peculiar was that this orphanage, radiating with sunlight and color, presently exuded an eerie stillness, as if no life existed within its walls. It appears we have arrived at the right place. Come, Claire, let us investigate the situation. Confirming his suspicions were not unfounded, Dick called to his girlfriend, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to exit the vehicle to explore the orphanage. At that moment, an invisible wave enveloped both Dick and Claire, instilling a profound drowsiness in their minds. Before they could even open the car door, they succumbed to a deep slumber within the vehicle. Meanwhile, in the director's office on the third floor of the orphanage, two enigmatic figures peered through the window at the slumbering couple inside the car, slowly drawing the curtains. Those fools are utterly incompetent. They cannot manage even the simplest tasks. And now they've attracted the attention of the police, one figure remarked, cloaked in a shroud that obscured his features, save for a pale chin visible beneath the hood. Dr. Jones, this is our oversight. We did not anticipate that the transaction, which should have gone without a hitch, would be disrupted by so many superheroes. However, is this truly wise? Those two officers hold significant positions within the precinct. We must tread carefully. The other figure, a portly middle-aged man with a prominent mustache and small, shifty eyes, inquired deferentially of the man known as Dr. Jones. After all, taking action against the police is fraught with peril, especially in a city patrolled by two superheroes. Rest assured, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. I have merely arranged a dream for them, allowing them to believe they have visited this orphanage and met you. The director, Dr. Jones, replied. Now, have those captured individuals assisted in their escape and transformed into soldiers for sale. I must also make a visit to the police station to retrieve our goods. Transform them into soldiers? Dr. Jones, is that not rather ruthless? The middle-aged man, now identified as Laurie, seemed taken aback by the implication of Dr. Jones's words, realizing that the term soldiers carried a weight far beyond its literal meaning. Laurie, remember this, it is the rule. We are paid to execute tasks, and failure incurs consequences. Their mistakes could very well expose our plan. Do not forget, the heavens above are patrolled by deities, Dr. Jones warned, gripping Laurie's greasy hair and pulling him closer, speaking slowly and deliberately as he scrutinized the face hidden beneath the hood. Laurie nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Satisfied with Laurie's understanding, Dr. Jones released him and stood up to leave the office. Oh, and ensure the surrounding surveillance is impeccably clean. We must not raise suspicion with these two officers. This dream lasts only 1 hour. With this final directive, Dr. Jones departed the orphanage, setting off towards the police station to collect the children who had been taken in. As for Dick and Claire, the two fell asleep in the car, oblivious to the fact that Jones had driven away and then returned. An hour slipped by, marked only by the car's clock, before they awoke from their slumber, sharing a dazed glance. They turned their eyes to the orphanage outside, where children engaged in outdoor activities, and suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them. I told you, this orphanage cannot possibly be involved in any of this. Director Laurie has been preoccupied with matters concerning the eligible children, which is why no one was sent to fetch them. You are overthinking this, Claire remarked, her voice devoid of any memory of her previous stupor, as if she had already familiarized herself with the situation at the orphanage. Perhaps I was overly suspicious. Well, with that problem resolved, let us return. I truly need to catch up on my sleep, Dick replied, dismissing any lingering concerns. Listening to his girlfriend, he remained unaware of the previous peculiarity. He chuckled softly at the children playing outside before driving away. Upon their return to the police station, both acted as though they had not been unconscious for an hour, even Dick, the esteemed protege of Batman. In the precinct of New Gotham City, oblivious to the fact that they had idled for an hour at St. John's orphanage, Dick and Claire prepared to archive a criminal record. Without any suspicion of the earlier incident, They dismissed any doubts about the orphanage. While Dick was busy filing the report on the computer, a fellow officer approached him with a document requiring his signature. "Hey, Dick, sign this reimbursement form." "Sure," Dick replied, taking the form. As he prepared to sign, he glanced at the figures and raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Old George, we only drove for an hour. Why is the fuel expense so high?" "Who knows? It's not my job to check the vehicle," came the indifferent response from his colleague. A strange unease settled over Dick as he absorbed his partner's words. After years of learning from Batman, he had developed a deep respect for his mentor's intuition, despite his reservations about some of Batman's methods. "Trust your instincts when they send you a warning," was the mantra Batman had often imparted to him during his time as Robin, a wisdom he held close to his heart. Having signed the reimbursement form, Dick began to sense a growing anxiety within himself. After a brief tidy-up, he decided to leave work early, recognizing his need for rest to soothe his frayed nerves. In the quiet of the night, Claire, adorned in a silk nightgown, prepared coffee while Dick, bare-chested, diligently researched the St. John orphanage on his computer. Official data indicated that the orphanage faced no issues, accepted orphans and homeless children, facilitated adoptions by compassionate members of society, and conducted periodic home visits. Those children not adopted would be provided with employment upon reaching 18, ensuring they acquired skills for a sustainable livelihood. Overall, Dick could uncover no troubling information regarding the orphanage, and he began to wonder if his earlier anxiety had been a mere figment of his imagination. Puzzled, he paused on a page displaying photographs of the orphanage over the years, reclining in his chair to rest. Meanwhile, Claire, having brewed the coffee, approached and handed a cup to Dick. "Since you returned at noon, you have been obsessively searching for information about this orphanage. We visited today. Why are you still uneasy?" Claire questioned, perplexed by her boyfriend's sudden fixation on the institution they had already visited. "Did we truly enter?" Dick reiterated, the strange sensation lingering in his mind. "Huh," Claire replied, pointing to the scrolling page on the computer. "Look, that child is the one who opened the door for us this morning. Don't you remember?" As Dick gazed at the photograph on the screen, realization dawned upon him. His instincts had been right. "I love you, Claire. You are a genius," he exclaimed, abruptly standing and kissing her fervently. He printed the image Claire had indicated, donned his jacket, and headed for the door. "It's already midnight. Where are you going?" Claire called out, slightly dazed from Dick's kiss. "To find someone who can unravel the mystery," he replied, closing the door behind him. At 56 Central Avenue, the residence of Calvin, he relished a rare moment of sleep, unburdened by the need for nightly patrols, thanks to Kara, the diligent Kryptonian. With Iron Man, the versatile hero, combating crime, Calvin found his duties rather effortless. Suddenly, his phone vibrated next to the pillow, rousing him from slumber. Irritated, he answered without fully opening his eyes, failing to notice the caller ID. "Hello, Calvin. I need you to come over." Dick's voice came through the line. "Now? At 2 in the morning?" "Yes. I require your assistance." "In what regard?" "I suspect I have been implanted with a false memory, and I need you to verify it. Give me 3 minutes." After hanging up, Dick sat at the table with the printed photograph, staring into the mirror before him, counting the seconds in anticipation. In the fleeting span of 3 minutes, the Iron Soldier form of Ke Wen emerged from the dressing mirror, reverting to his original state. Observing Dick's solemn demeanor, Ke Wen felt a twinge of apprehension. What could have transpired? Without uttering a word, Dick handed over a photograph he held. As Ke Wen received the image, he scrutinized the group photo, puzzled, as he could discern no apparent discrepancies. After examining it thoroughly, he turned to Dick, seeking clarification. "Is it possible for your regional library to connect with others' consciousness and share memories?" Dick inquired abruptly. "Well, that shouldn't pose any issues. What are you planning?" Ke Wen replied cautiously. "Nothing significant. I merely wish to show you something," Dick responded, placing his hand on Ke Wen's shoulder. Instinctively, Ke Wen activated the regional library. A flicker of pain crossed both their faces as they entered the ethereal white space of consciousness once more. The floating bookshelves began to fade, gradually transforming into a scene of daylight where Dick and Claire were driving towards St. John's orphanage. What was happening? Ke Wen and Dick, now mere spectators, observed the unfolding tableau from a third-person perspective. "This is my memory from today. Do not inquire further. Just watch closely. Focus on the photograph I provided, and you will grasp the essence of my message," Dick indicated, signaling Ke Wen to remain silent. Within the scene, time rewound to when Dick and Claire arrived at St. John's orphanage. They exited their vehicle and rang the doorbell. A brief chime resonating before a deep male voice emanated from the intercom. "Who are you?" "We are from Anaxino City Police Department. I am Dick Grayson, and this is my partner, Claire Gaughan. We need to consult about a few matters." "Very well. Please hold for a moment while I have the children open the door." Shortly thereafter, a boy of approximately 15 emerged from the grounds to grant entry to Dick and Claire. "Stop." At that moment, from their third-party perspective, Dick called out, prompting Ke Wen to instinctively freeze the scene before him and glance at Dick. "Examine the photograph in your hand for similarities and differences," Dick urged. As Ke Wen compared the image before him with the photograph, realization dawned upon him. The photograph was taken 5 years prior, and the boy who opened the door for Dick and Claire was also present in it. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that while the photograph was dated 5 years ago, the boy before them remained unchanged despite the passage of time. "Do you comprehend now? Someone has tampered with my mind, and that individual resides within this orphanage," Dick asserted, gesturing toward his own head before indicating the orphanage in the scene, the implication unmistakable. At this moment, Ke Wen grasped the gravity of the situation. The ability to alter another's memories signified the prowess of a mentalist. However, it was rather awkward that, due to the overwhelming cinematic developments from the neighboring household over the years, Ke Wen's understanding of psychics was largely shaped by the narratives surrounding a certain tenacious individual devoted to a tumultuous friendship, or that of a queen adorned with diamonds. His knowledge of the DC universe was limited to the Martian Manhunter and his niece, and he was truly unfamiliar with any psychic villains within that realm. Yet, the fact that he had been misled for such an extended period, even confusing Dick, who had trained under Batman, suggested that this unnamed antagonist was not lacking in mental prowess. With that thought, a headache began to form for Ke Wen. Ever since Kara's debut, the challenges within the city of Naxinor had escalated significantly. "All right, I now comprehend the seriousness of this matter. What would you have me do?" Ke Wen raised his hands, realizing he could not evade this predicament and had no choice but to acquiesce. "Please assist me in uncovering the true circumstances surrounding this orphanage." "Now." "Indeed. Very well." As the scene began to dissolve, the space transformed into a blank canvas once more, with countless bookshelves traversing the void. Ke Wen gestured toward Dick with a smile now. "Please articulate your keywords." "1 second. Remember to love. Mobile reading site," he muttered as the 4th chapter unfolded with yet another lead, observing the bookshelves soaring through the space. Even though this was Dick's second encounter, he couldn't help but express his admiration. While the initial exposure had been overwhelming, with a cacophony of data nearly causing him a splitting headache, adapting to it provided an unforgettable sensation of wielding control over the city's every move. "Every time I witness your ability, it brings me a uniquely exhilarating experience. Enough with the musings. Hasten to utilize your intellect and state the keywords." "Maintaining this state is a considerable burden for both of us," Ke Wen retorted, aware that his mind was not a quantum computer. Even with Dick sharing some of the cognitive load, the limitations of 2 ordinary minds were apparent. Ke Wen estimated they could sustain this for no more than 20 minutes, while Dick continued to ponder irrelevant matters. Okay, I'm ready to speak. You need to hurry and search. First, the St. John Orphanage, followed by human trafficking, and lastly, the orphans who have already departed." As Dick inputted the keywords, the shelves of the regional library began to dwindle, yet the keywords remained insufficient. Dozens of books still hovered in the air, awaiting selection by Ke Wen and Dick, and their time within the library was rapidly approaching its limit. "Buddy, if you have no additional keywords, I believe we should exit this regional library. The cognitive strain is becoming too much for us," Ke Wen lamented, enduring the pressure. Dick, aware of his own predicament, valiantly resisted the throbbing sensation of data overwhelming his mind, meticulously recalling every detail of the case and the criminal records. Finally, he remembered the last keyword. Ke Wen input one more term, hospital. As the final keyword was entered, the books on the shelf dwindled to a single tome. Grasping it in hand, they opened it, and the information contained therein surged into the minds of Kevin and Dick. Subsequently, both were compelled to exit the regional library. Breathless, they collapsed onto the floor, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The intense strain of accessing the library nearly drove their minds to the brink of collapse. However, fortuitously, they had acquired the information they sought. Exchanging a glance that conveyed a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster, Kevin rose to his feet. Seizing a marker from the table, and began inscribing the final pieces of information gleaned from the library upon the whiteboard. Names of individuals, along with St. John S. Orphanage and a private hospital, coalesced into a web of connections. As Kevin wrote, Dick gradually unraveled the relationships among these clues. Donald Ivan, Tina, Eddie, and Howell Block were names associated with the child trafficking case they had resolved 2 days prior, all originating from St. John S. Orphanage, and all adopted by benevolent individuals a year ago. Kevin drew arrows linking these names to the orphanage, then remarked, "Interestingly, these adopted children had all succumbed to various ailments within the year, and upon being admitted to Jones Hospital, they were declared dead, signifying a societal erasure. This led them back to the previously resolved case of child trafficking." "What are your thoughts, Detective?" Hearing Kevin refer to him as such, Dick chuckled, though he felt little inclination to jest, for the entire affair reeked of the extraordinary. Firstly, there existed a particular collusion between St. John S. Orphanage and Jones Hospital. They transferred the children to Jones Hospital for treatment, only to declare them deceased, thus removing them from the public eye while simultaneously facilitating their transport as commodities for trafficking. Kevin drew direct lines between the children and the hospital, inscribing pertinent keywords, urging Dick to continue. The pressing question now lay in how they selected these children. Each year, St. John S. Orphanage released numerous children. It was implausible for every child to be treated as mere merchandise. Furthermore, with so many children involved, there would inevitably be some connections among them. It was inconceivable that numerous deaths could transpire without anyone noticing. Clearly, there were elements of this case that eluded their understanding. Kevin marked the line between the two entities with a question mark, indicating the enigma that lay therein. Setting the marker aside, he observed Dick, whose brow was furrowed in concentration, and tentatively suggested, "Should I visit Jones Hospital now? You know, I can traverse the mirror world. If any danger arises, I can make a swift escape." Kevin remarked nonchalantly, for indeed, his ability to navigate through mirrors was quite enigmatic, and thus far, he had encountered few adversaries capable of countering his unique skill. "I do not concur with your actions. You have witnessed my memories. There exists an individual within St. John's Orphanage who possesses the ability to manipulate our minds. We cannot ascertain his level of danger. What if he discovers you at Jones Hospital? Can you guarantee that your armor can withstand such mental control? What do you propose we do? The children have already been taken. Returning now would only alert them. Yet, to stand idly by and watch them strike again is unacceptable. Once more, we would be forced to kick the balloon back into the night, summoning ourselves into this pit. Although I have grown accustomed to this, and Kevin is aware that he cannot remain indifferent to such matters, inaction is equally untenable. Dick made a valid point. He cannot assure that his knightly armor will be immune to the opponent's mental control, and he is unwilling to gamble on such uncertain odds. Dick is also cognizant of the complexity of the situation and has been contemplating solutions, but after much reflection, he realizes there is only one course of action, one that he finds most repugnant. With a bitter smile, he acknowledges that no matter his efforts, he cannot escape the shadow that looms within him. For now, let us not concern ourselves with this matter. Until we ascertain the opponent's true cards, it is prudent to refrain from impulsive actions. I shall visit Gotham in the morning. If anyone in this world can unravel this mystery, it would be him. Without a doubt, Kevin understands that Dick refers to none other than Batman, the true son of the DC multiverse. Despite having acquired formidable knightly armor, Kevin dares not wander aimlessly through Gotham, for who knows how many talents are concealed within its depths. Thus, when Dick suggests bringing Batman in to resolve this predicament, Kevin feels a sense of relief and nods in agreement with Dick's proposal. Take care of yourself, while I have complete faith in Batman. If there are any further underhanded maneuvers from them, I shall intervene at once. There is no room for negotiation. I am aware, you too must exercise caution. The mentalist possesses formidable power. To be honest, I never considered that my memories could be tampered with had I not noticed the anomaly in the photograph. Understood. I shall take my leave. Responding to Dick, Kevin once again transforms into his armored form and departs through the dressing mirror. Meanwhile, Dick sits there, sighing. Am I truly unable to escape you, Batman? In Naxino City, 2 streets away from St. John's Orphanage, a figure emerges from the glass atop a building. None other than Kevin, who had previously exited through the dressing mirror. He does not return home immediately. Instead, he hastens to the vicinity of the troubled St. John's Orphanage. The thought of such a sordid transaction hidden beneath this orphanage causes him to tremble with indignation. Yet, he also comprehends Dick's concerns. Without the assurance of immunity to mental control, to act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. However, to neglect the situation is not in his nature. After some contemplation, Kevin resolves to utilize the abilities of the system. The system. Have the canned robots I redeemed previously been dispatched? Yes, host. During your time at Amnesty Bay, you sent a total of 60 flying eagles, locusts, and squids, including yourself, to Wayne Manor in Gotham. Very well. Please redeem another 60 canned robots for me. Understood, host. You currently possess 650,000 points. 18,000 points will be deducted for the exchange. As the system's electronic voice resonated, a total of 180 canned robots materialized from the system space, encircling Ke Wen and clamoring. Ke Wen merely patted a few of the little creatures, and then commanded, "You are to monitor this area and Jones Hospital around the clock. Contact me immediately should any issues arise." The little ones nodded in unison, then scattered and vanished into the building. Given that the human mind cannot guarantee immunity from control, Ke Wen opted to deploy artificial intelligence. If the adversary possessed the capability to compromise the AI, he would concede defeat. I hope you refrain from excessive actions lately. Do not compel me to overturn the table. Casting a stern remark towards the distant St. John's orphanage, Ke Wen finally departed through the glass. If the St. John's orphanage intended to pursue such transactions recently, Ke Wen would not advise a visit to the Super Inquiry Department. After all, concerning mental manipulation, the Super Inquiry Department harbored an extraordinary entity, and although revealing such an identity would be awkward, Ke Wen would hardly contemplate such matters at that time. Chapter 5. Gotham. The most renowned city in America boasts the highest crime rate in the nation, teeming with an array of criminals. From its judicial system to its political framework, the stench of corruption permeates every corner, yet it remains vibrant on the map due to its unique geographical conditions. Ironically, the celebrated metropolis, known as the City of Tomorrow, lies merely a bay away from Gotham, with the City of Light and the City of Darkness gazing at each other across the waters. Nightfall envelopes Gotham as it remains as tranquil as ever. In this oppressive city, shrouded from sunlight, one might say every citizen is a potential criminal, merely needing an incentive to descend into depravity. The Dark Knight, Batman, serves as the final bulwark against their descent into crime. As long as he exists in Gotham, there remains a glimmer of hope. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted at the street corner, flames scattering shards of glass across the roadway. Fortunately, at this hour in Gotham, aside from the ne'er-do-wells, the remaining populace had long retreated into their homes, doors and windows secured, indifferent to the outside world. On the street, a black sedan sped along, the vacant thoroughfare offering the driver the perfect track, free from the concerns of traffic lights and suddenly appearing vehicles. Above the buildings, a black bat-shaped aircraft trailed leisurely behind the sedan, hovering in such a manner that the driver could glimpse it in the rearview mirror, yet despite his attempts to accelerate, he could not shake it off. Occasionally, a small explosive will be launched from above, detonating beside the car as a reminder for the driver to change lanes. This cat-and-mouse atmosphere enveloped the driver, continually exerting psychological pressure on him. Soon, in a state of heightened tension, the driver made an error. As he turned into Gotham's infamous crime alley, his tire punctured on a nail that had appeared on the road. The speeding vehicle lost its balance, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Black smoke billowed from the overturned car, mingled with a few muffled cries for help. The Batwing hovered above, and two figures leapt down, landing gracefully after a controlled descent. Batman and Robin, the guardians of Gotham. As Batman approached the car, mere meters away, his heavy footsteps resonated like thunder in the hearts of the criminals, incessantly jarring their nerves. Driven by a desperate will to survive, they scrambled out of the vehicle, only to find Batman standing before them. One individual, realizing escape was futile, recklessly drew a handgun and fired at Batman from close range. Within a meter's distance, he executed 6 shots in 3 seconds, showcasing the pinnacle of his lifetime marksmanship. However, Batman, as if foreseeing the attack, subtly shifted his body and evaded all the bullets. Grasping the assailant's right hand with his left, he twisted forcefully, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the quiet alley. The shattered bone pierced through flesh, and before the man could utter a cry, Batman slammed his forehead against the nearby vehicle, expertly incapacitating him with a single move. His knowledge of human anatomy serving him well. Witnessing the fate of their companion, the others were filled with dread. The Dark Knight of Gotham lived up to his reputation. His brutal methods left those who crossed him praying for the police to arrive sooner. Horrified by their comrade's fate, these criminals wished for extra legs to flee more swiftly, sprinting desperately towards the alley's corner. Yet, Batman did not rush to pursue, for assistance had already arrived. A series of agonizing screams and the sound of fists striking flesh followed, as those who thought they had escaped were met with a sudden onslaught, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Emerging from a corner was Dick, clad in his dark blue Nightwing uniform. "Hello, Bruce, Damian." He greeted his mentor and the often-encountered Damian. "Good evening, Dick. What brings you here? I require your assistance." Meanwhile, in the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor on the outskirts, the elderly butler Alfred was preparing a feast to bring down to the Batcave: Boston lobster, freshly baked apple pie, and several carefully paired beverages. Clearly, Alfred's spirits were high this evening, as Dick had returned after a long absence, joined by his master. "Master Dick, it is a pleasure to see you back." "Come." "Oh, thank you very much, Alfred." As Dick received the delectable dish handed to him by the old steward, he graciously offered a portion to Damian beside him before making his way to Bruce, who was engrossed in his work at the Bat computer. He placed another serving on Bruce's desk. "Even if you intend to assist me, you ought to consume something first," he remarked, nudging a steaming slice of apple pie toward Bruce's lips. After a considerable delay, Bruce accepted the pie, continuing to eat while remaining steadfastly focused on his tasks. Dick had already informed Bruce of everything he encountered in Novak City via the Batjet, while Bruce diligently cross-referenced the information gleaned from his computer. Noticing Bruce's hands momentarily leave the keyboard, Dick sensed that his request was gaining traction and directly inquired, "It appears you have made some progress, have you not? The private hospital you mentioned is operated by a doctor named Simon Jones, an internationally renowned psychiatrist with an impressive track record of healing countless patients afflicted with mental disorders. His reputation is well established, as he frequently organizes his medical team to provide humanitarian treatment in regions beset by poverty and conflict." "I am aware of that. Could you divulge something I do not know?" Dick replied, raising his hands in a gesture of curiosity. Casting a sidelong glance at Dick, Bruce continued, "However, according to some unverified information I have uncovered, this Dr. Jones appears to possess a fascination with the occult. He often conducts enigmatic medical experiments under the guise of psychiatric treatment in impoverished and war-torn areas of Africa and South America. So, if your information is accurate, then these children who were secretly declared deceased by him become sacrifices for some ritual. And he is not merely obsessed with mysticism, but has genuinely established contact with an entity not of this earth." Dick recognized that he had made the right choice in seeking Bruce's expertise. His mentor's prowess and intelligence gathering surpassed that of both himself and Tim combined. Through the fragmentary information he provided, Bruce had filled in the remaining pieces of the puzzle. Yet, observing Bruce's furrowed brow, Dick understood that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. "Is there something you have yet to disclose?" Bruce remained silent, instead switching to a comprehensive map of the United States on the computer, where cities were marked with numerical data. Not only Novak City, but also Metropolis, Coast City, the Capital District, Central City, Detroit, where Tim resided, and other densely populated cities across the globe had reported cases of human trafficking, with abducted children aged between 6 and 15. "You cannot be suggesting that all of this is interconnected?" Dick expressed skepticism regarding Bruce's conjecture. However, upon witnessing his mentor's taciturn demeanor, he realized he had hit the mark. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "I almost forgot. You are Batman, and you never err. However, what is the purpose behind trafficking these children worldwide? Even for organ trade, such numbers seem excessive. Are they being turned into child soldiers? Who would want them in such a short time frame? I do not know, but I will uncover the truth." "And how will you investigate?" As the scene shifts, a pale face of a middle-aged man with a nose as sharp as a bird's beak appears. Upon recognizing this familiar visage, Dick cannot help but furrow his brow. "Cobblepot, you are well aware of his dealings in Gotham. He runs casinos, launders money, and engages in narcotics. Yet, he has never ventured into drugs or human trafficking. Those are not his domains. However, for the past 3 months, Damian and I have dismantled 3 operations linked to human trafficking orchestrated by him. albeit the methods employed in those operations were peculiarly conspicuous, as if deliberately exposed. What does that imply? Dick retorted. It indicates his aversion to these transactions. Yet the forces behind them are formidable enough to compel even Cobblepot to acquiesce. So, what's our next step? I took a half-month leave to be here. Dick jested while twirling his dual batons. We shall confront him for clarity, but before that, what of your city? Oh, my city is under the watchful eyes of two superheroes, fret not. However, do we not have an excess of personnel here? Damien is still young. Dick motioned towards Damien, who was retreating to his room to sleep. Although he too had been brought into the fold by Bruce at a tender age, he possessed a foundational understanding at that time. Yet Damien's upbringing was starkly different. Raised within a league of assassins, he endured training under a cadre of lunatics, and now in Gotham, he is under the tutelage of an even more eccentric father. Given such an environment, it is a miracle that Damien has not veered off course. Bruce comprehended Dick's implication. However, as a newly minted father, he was at a loss for how to communicate with his son. After a thoughtful pause, he turned to Dick, aware that Dick must have a brilliant idea. Perhaps I could send him to my city, where there is someone he gets along with quite well. And you intend for him to stay with your girlfriend, the one who thoroughly investigated your background? You are aware of that? Because I am Batman. Chapter 6. Claire's discovery at the airport in Naxinor City. Kevin looked on in exasperation at the sight of Damien, burdened with an array of bags, exuding an air of coolness that attracted the attention of numerous young girls nearby. Yet, Kevin felt little inclination toward this. He sensed an undeniable discord with Dick. Why was it that every time he was in the midst of a restful slumber, Dick could always seize the opportune moment to deliver a jarring call? Just the night before, a phone call had informed him of a supervillain poised to wreak havoc in Naxinor City, and now, he found himself dutifully racing to the airport to collect this mischievous child. Heaven knows, had he not come, Damien might have stormed into his home uninvited. Given the boy's temperament, it was entirely plausible. Here, take this. Gazing at the perplexed expression on Ke Wen's face, Damien felt a surge of frustration. Why should he leave the comfort of his father's home simply because Dick had summoned him to Nishino City? The pretense of wanting to provide a more comfortable environment was utterly unconvincing. He regarded the old man as quite cunning. Nonetheless, under Batman's watchful eye, Damien begrudgingly boarded Wayne Enterprise's private jet, which transported him to Nishino City. Upon arriving, he tossed his bag at Ke Wen and stepped out of the airport. Spotting a yellow taxi parked by the roadside, he turned to Ke Wen, who was emerging with his backpack, his expression tinged with displeasure. What's the matter? I don't have a driver's license, and I certainly can't have my parents come pick you up. That would be a disaster. After a brief explanation, he shoved Damien's luggage into the taxi's trunk and settled him beside him, instructing the driver, "Please take us to 54 Golden Palm Avenue. Thank you." The yellow cab set off, navigating through the morning rush hour, finally reaching Claire's residence by 10 o'clock. Following the information Dick had sent to his phone, Ke Wen found the correct door number. In truth, Claire had been anticipating their arrival, having opened the door well in advance, knowing full well that Dick would send Damien over. "Hey, little one, long time no see." Upon seeing Damien, Claire transformed from the efficient police officer into the epitome of a nurturing mother, enveloping him in an embrace that offered an indescribable comfort. Ke Wen, watching from side, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Internally, he mused, Damien isn't particularly handsome, so why does he always receive such affectionate treatment? However, Damien was not accustomed to such an enthusiastic welcome. After considerable effort, he finally wriggled free from Claire's embrace, his face flushed. Claire, delighted by his bashful demeanor, eagerly took his hand and led him inside, while Ke Wen merely placed the luggage at the door and then departed, fearing that lingering any longer would compel him to unleash his jealousy upon Damien. Though it was not Damien's intention, his current treatment resembled that of Yamato, a character drawn by Oda-sensei. The phrase Yamato must die had circulated in the pirate community until Ke Wen's arrival. After bidding farewell to Damien, Ke Wen, having taken a day off, chose not to return to school, but instead wandered aimlessly around the city, even visiting St. John's Orphanage and Jones Hospital. Perhaps due to the earlier confrontations with Ke Wen and the subsequent visit from Dick and Claire, both locations had remained unusually peaceful, offering no opportunities for Ke Wen to gather any incriminating evidence against them. Additionally, he was wary of that psychic villain. Who could say what level of monster he was? Reflecting on this, he remembered his own dormant system and quickly inquired, "System, can the Night series prevent mental control techniques?" Yes, but given the current points of the host, the night belt of that series cannot be unlocked at this time. The system rarely responded. Then am I to meet my end? Fear not, host. As long as I am here, you shall not falter. Why the sudden surge of enthusiasm? Ke Wen retorted, typically, you relish in my demise. However, if I were to eliminate you, I would need to find another, which is quite the hassle. Ke Wen found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struck by the system's blunt honesty. While he was aware that the system had improved considerably since he had embraced a more laid-back approach, this unexpected revelation left him unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, reassured by the presence of the system as a safety net, Ke Wen felt a temporary sense of relief, at least not having to worry about any predicaments during Dick's absence. After confirming there were no issues, Ke Wen departed, unaware that Lena, who had been studying him intently, was observing his movements. As a fervent genius determined to decode Ke Wen's mysterious belt, Lena took note of his absence from school and utilized the extensive road surveillance to track his whereabouts. Upon observing Ke Wen linger at 2 locations for an extended period, her curiosity was piqued. Inputting a few keywords casually, Lena managed to uncover information about these 2 places within the Lex Enterprises database. To her surprise, she discovered a plethora of hidden dealings beneath the city, prompting her to ponder whether it was time to take action. Should I also let Zero make an appearance? She mused, contemplating her next move while gazing at the screen depicting Ke Wen and the 2 locations. Meanwhile, Claire, having welcomed Damien into her home, adeptly embraced the role of a devoted sister. She first took him shopping, selecting clothing suitable for him. Undoubtedly, as a scion of the illustrious lineage, Damien was a perfect model. No matter how Claire coordinated his outfits, they always turned out impeccably, particularly with Damien's slightly aloof visage. Even the sales assistant offered him a discount, allowing Damien to embark on a remarkable journey of self-discovery, propelled by his striking looks. For 3 consecutive days, Claire accompanied Damien as they leisurely explored New Nuwa City, her enthusiasm endearing him to her. Unlike his father, who perpetually wore a cold expression, Damien found warmth in this sister, who had taken care of him for half a month. Moreover, in a sense, Claire belonged to the Bat family as well. Reflecting on Dick's earlier suggestion, Damien shared stories he had heard from the old butler Alfred about Dick's past, aiding Claire in understanding her boyfriend better. This insightful gesture delighted Claire, confirming that her investment was indeed worthwhile. However, the 3-day respite soon came to an end. Despite her reluctance, Claire had to leave Damien at home as she returned to her duties at the police station. Damien, I prepared breakfast and left it on the table. Remember to eat. Love, Claire. Claire hurriedly left after reminding Damien, as she had to attend to the affairs left by her boyfriend, Dick. Upon arriving at the police station, she greeted her colleagues and promptly took a seat at Dick's desk to finalize the tasks he had left behind. While organizing the documents, a photograph slipped out from the files. Curious, Claire picked it up, recognizing it as the picture Dick had printed from his computer before departing from Naxeno City. Initially indifferent, she intended to return the photograph to the file, but her hand froze as she suddenly pulled it out again. She swiftly opened her computer, logged in, and searched for St. John's Orphanage. Before long, Claire discovered the reason behind Dick's recent anxiety, just as he had. The boy in her memory resembled the one captured in the photograph from 5 years ago. If her memory wasn't flawed, it meant that someone had tampered with it from the very beginning, and that individual was connected to St. John's Orphanage. Is this why you returned to Gotham, Dick? Surely, you must have uncovered something significant. However, here I am, as a police officer, knowing that the best way to uncover the truth is to confront it directly. Claire whispered to herself, aware of Dick's temporary departure and its purpose. Yet, as a renowned detective in Naxeno City, she found it contrary to her nature to remain passive, especially knowing the orphanage harbored such clandestine secrets. The injustice towards those children, who were in the prime of their youth, stirred her resolve. With determination, Claire took the photograph to the police chief's office. She intended to see if that person who had meddled with her memories would dare to manipulate the entire police force of Naxeno City. She was determined to seek justice for those children in her own way. Chapter 7. The Mobilization of the Police. Why? I applied for a search warrant through the proper channels. On what grounds can you deny it? Claire exclaimed, perplexed, as she looked at her father and superior, Chief Gavin. She had not foolishly accused St. John's Orphanage of being involved in human trafficking, knowing her suspicions would not persuade him. Thus, she had resorted to other justifications, yet still found herself rejected. Chief Gavin, a middle-aged man in his 50s, had spent years on the front lines and did not possess the corpulence typical of other high-ranking officials. However, his relentless dedication had led to personal sacrifices. His wife had perished in a staged accident, leaving only Claire by his side. Due to his wife's fate, Gavin was particularly protective of his daughter, imparting various investigative skills and training her, determined to prevent her from suffering a similar tragedy. Fortuitously, he succeeded. His daughter became renowned at the precinct, both for her exceptional abilities and striking appearance. Alas, she was swept away by that insufferable Dick Grayson. Upon learning that Claire had been intimate with Dick, Gavin nearly stormed over to Dick's residence, seething with rage. Suppressing his fury, Gavin began to extend various forms of professional courtesy towards Dick. Yet he could not help but acknowledge, even as a seasoned officer with nearly 2 decades of experience, Dick's remarkable capabilities. With his good looks, formidable skills, high combat prowess, and strong sense of justice, he was undeniably impressive, albeit with a hint of something discordant amidst those attributes. Nevertheless, Gavin refrained from opposing his daughter's choice. Thus, he was willing to leverage his political connections to pave the way for Dick, although he was unprepared for the considerable trouble Claire would soon bring upon him. As he pressed down on Claire's application for a search warrant, Gavin gazed at his daughter, who was visibly agitated, and let out a deep sigh. In some respects, he had raised her well, but the once impassioned Gavin found himself reluctant to witness Claire in such a state. With a heavy heart, he explained, "Claire, do you know who is behind St. John's orphanage? It has been a place where every mayor has sought prestige, with several ascending to greater heights through it. Do you think they would allow any issues to arise here? Even if there were, it is not our place to intervene. This matter ends here." "But, Dad, this is the precinct, and I am your superior." Gavin corrected her, "Yes, Commander." Claire replied helplessly before exiting. Watching her retreating figure, Gavin sighed, drew the curtains, and dialed the city government's number from his desk phone. "Mayor's office? This is Officer Gavin of the Naxanor Police Department. I have some matters to report." A call from the precinct reached the mayor's office concerning the St. John's orphanage, which had ties to previous mayors. Even the current mayor regarded it with gravity, though the outcome of the report remained uncertain. Returning to her desk, Claire, unsupported by her father and superior, realized that without a search warrant, she could not conduct a standard investigation of St. John's orphanage. It dawned on her just how formidable this seemingly inconspicuous institution in Naxanor was. Yet, Claire was not one to acquiesce easily. That was not her style. If a search warrant was unattainable, she would resort to routine inquiries. She was determined to see if her tenacity could influence the machinery of the precinct. As she observed the incessantly scrolling pages on her computer, an idea began to form. That night, Damien, who was idly playing video games at Claire's home, received a call from the precinct. It was Claire. "I sincerely apologize, Damien. Today, Sister Claire is unable to return to prepare a meal for you. The money is placed beneath the drawer in the room. You should go buy something to eat for yourself. Sister Claire will return in the evening to cook something delightful for you. Mua." Damien felt somewhat unaccustomed to Claire's kiss blown through the phone. He ended the call, retrieved some spare change from the drawer, and prepared to step out to procure his dinner for the night. After his meal, Damien began to meander through the city. Although he had left Gotham, his need for physical activity remained unchanged. Meanwhile, as the clock struck quitting time, Claire did not return home. Instead, she drove with several officers back to St. John's orphanage. Parking the vehicle a street away from the orphanage, Claire disembarked with the officers, each carrying a camera. As they approached within 100 meters of the orphanage, Claire addressed the officers behind her. "Gentlemen, tonight is merely a small test. You are only required to record from the designated spots. There is no need to enter. Should any issues arise, I will handle them." Her words alleviated the officers' concerns, as St. John's orphanage represented the dignity of past mayors, and they, as junior officers, would hardly dare to intrude. However, as per Claire's instructions, simply recording was within their capabilities, a task they often performed. Nodding in agreement, they signified their readiness, prompting Claire to take a deep breath to ease her anxious heart as she approached the orphanage. Unbeknownst to Claire, everything she was doing was being observed by Principal Lowry and the elusive Dr. Jones from the orphanage's office. "What should we do, Dr. Jones?" "It seems this detective has become aware of the illusion you crafted for them," Lowry expressed with concern. After all, there had been no prior issues, and now a detective had visited them twice, equipped with specialized equipment, causing him trepidation. Worry not. They are merely ordinary individuals. Though she possesses a keen intuition, she remains just an ordinary person. However, her ability to discern from my illusion indicates that she has the potential to become a formidable soldier. In that case, let us arrange a fitting place for her. Are you certain? She is the daughter of a police chief. Do you intend to draw the police's attention to our affairs? Lowry, timid and apprehensive, voiced his fears regarding Dr. Jones's audacity. Merely missing, and do we have evidence to suggest we are responsible? Dr. Jones replied with a smirk. Dear Lowry, your understanding of superpower crimes is still quite limited. He patted the corpulent principal's face, leaning closer to the window, from where he could observe Claire approaching. Without uttering further words, an invisible mental force emanated from him, enveloping both the recording officers and Claire entirely. As Jones advanced, the police officer responsible for recording suddenly halted, his gaze becoming vacant. He ceased his actions and turned back to his vehicle, which then roared to life, leading several police cars towards the outskirts of the city. I'll step out for a moment. Keep an eye on the house, Jones remarked as he observed the departing police cars before leaving the office. A black sedan trailed behind, following the already departing Claire towards the suburban area. Chapter 8. The first confrontation. As Jones drove in pursuit of Claire, who was under his control, the surroundings of St. John's Orphanage seemed to revert to their usual tranquility, with no one taking note of the police cars that had previously lingered there. At the same time, Hank Henshaw, stationed far away in the Super Research Department, furrowed his brow and gazed towards the direction of Naxenor City. As a disguised extraterrestrial, Hank's true identity was vastly more powerful than the one he presently assumed. With extraordinary abilities akin to those of a superhero, such as thermal vision, shape-shifting, and molecular manipulation, he possessed an additional power that surpassed even that of superheroes: telepathy. Just moments ago, he had sensed a mental disturbance arise within the urban confines of Naxenor City, which piqued his curiosity. After all, it was quite difficult for a mentalist to discern another's abilities without them being activated, especially in a city as enigmatic as Naxenor. Who could it be? He murmured, before returning to the documents at hand. Meanwhile, having completed his basic training, Damien returned to Claire's residence, pouring himself a glass of milk. Glancing at the clock on the wall, a frown crossed his face. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and Claire had not called since her last phone call at 7. Even amidst a night of overtime, Damien, having spent the past few days with Claire, knew she would typically make a call. It was improbable that she would be so engrossed in work as to neglect reaching out entirely. Something must be amiss, he muttered. Striding into the bedroom, from his backpack, he retrieved a tracking device and activated it. A red dot marked with Claire's name was moving across the display, heading towards the suburbs. There was no reason for Claire to venture into the desolate outskirts at this hour, unless she was unable to control her thoughts. Remembering Dick's warnings from before his departure, Damien quickly deduced that Claire was in trouble. Without further contemplation, he opened his sealed suitcase and retrieved his Robin costume. He then dialed Kevin's number. It's me. Come to the rooftop. Something has happened. Seriously? Could you not pick a better time? I was just about to take off my pants. Kevin's exasperated voice came through the line. He had been preparing for bed when Damien's call shattered his plans. Despite his complaints, Kevin understood the gravity of the situation. He never expected that even with the numerous reconnaissance robots he had dispatched, the villain at St. John's Orphanage would still find an opportunity to cause trouble. The situation truly seemed insurmountable. In a swift motion, the sleek black stealth suit enveloped Ke Wen, gripping his iron badge set, transformed before the dressing mirror. He stepped toward the mirror, and within a heartbeat, Ke Wen piloted the shooter, appearing before the uniformly clad Damien. What is happening? Ke Wen pondered aloud. It seems Claire has likely uncovered something today and confronted that orphanage. She may now be under mental control, Damien succinctly summarized. Do you know her whereabouts? Ke Wen inquired. Suburban area, Damien replied, glancing at the locator device in his hand. Ke Wen rubbed his temples. I forgot that you Batfolk enjoy planting trackers during initial meetings. Hurry, we must act swiftly. Damien swiftly mounted his motorcycle, while Ke Wen revved the throttle and the shooter ascended, carrying them toward the outskirts. In a small grove outside the suburbs, Jones, his entire face concealed beneath a hood, observed Claire and several police officers standing in a row before him, their minds temporarily subdued by mental control, rendered helpless as he alone dictated the course of events. After a brief assessment, Jones stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though a bit aged for direct soldier enhancement, you'll do just fine for now. Come forth, my little dears. The location was shrouded by low shrubs, the moon casting elongated shadows, and within those shadows, a series of gleaming red eyes flickered to life. As Jones's voice echoed, the shadows elongated, reaching toward the nearby officers clad in uniforms. The officers, ensnared by the creeping shadows, trembled momentarily before falling silent. Their skin reddened visibly. Their human features warped into grotesque visages, and crimson eyes emerged above their brows, transforming them into demonic entities under the mysterious shadows. Now come with me, my dear, Jones said, eyeing Claire, the only one not ensnared. He prepared to lead her to his vehicle. Just as Jones reached to grasp Claire, he abruptly withdrew his arm, tumbling awkwardly across the ground as sparks erupted where he had stood, dirt flying in all directions. Claire, freed from the mental grip, collapsed, but a petite figure descended, catching her to prevent her from hitting the ground. Mate, that was rather rude, Ke Wen remarked, hovering in the air on his flying motorcycle. Damien gently placed the unconscious Claire onto the back seat, ready for Ke Wen to whisk them away. Kamen Rider, it seems we'll have to face off after all. Veiled by his hood, Jones did not reveal his true identity despite his recent disheveled state. Upon seeing Kevin's arrival, he commanded the few police officers who had succumbed to demonic transformation while simultaneously preparing to unleash his psychic powers. Observing Jones's demeanor, Kevin acted without hesitation, drawing his firearm and directing fire towards Jones's position. Robbie, take my bike and head out, he shouted towards Damien. Without delay, Kevin dismounted from his flying motorcycle, continuing to fire at Jones. The rapid gunfire disrupted Jones's mental control, forcing the transformed officers to lunge towards Kevin. The formidable onslaught caused the iron soldiers to stagger slightly. Yet in this moment of distraction, Damien swiftly piloted Kevin's motorcycle away from the outskirts of the city. Although leaving Kevin behind was not ideal, Damien trusted in Kevin's abilities. Anyone bold enough to stay behind must possess their own strategies. It's not wise to point weapons at you officers. Let us engage in hand-to-hand combat instead, he thought, as the iron card set at his waist vanished, transforming into a dual drive, incorporating the virus and spider memory unit. With a gentle twist, Kevin's unique virus spider form materialized before the crowd. Effortlessly, he intercepted an incoming punch, conjuring webs that, with immense force, hurled one of the officers against a nearby tree, binding him securely. The virus attached to the web relentlessly drained the stamina of the demonically altered officer, while Kevin continued to confront the remaining adversaries. Though the reasons behind the officers' transformations remained unclear, Kevin could not help but acknowledge the formidable strength they possessed. Their striking power was easily around 10 tons, despite their grotesque appearances. Meanwhile, the recovering Jones observed Kevin engaged in combat with the officers, and his mental influence began to extend toward Kevin. As Kevin battled the demonized officers, he sensed a sudden heaviness in his head. However, before this sensation could linger for a second, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Mental assault detected. Given the host's current resistance capability, a deduction of 500,000 points will be made to exchange for the Bugster Data Body Experience version for 15 minutes, granting immunity to all forms of mental pollution and attacks. With the deduction of points, the oppressive feeling vanished instantly, and Kevin merely paused for a moment before retaliating. Jones, taken aback by the failure of his usually infallible mental control, decided against lingering any longer. He hastily climbed into his vehicle, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. Jones knew all too well where his advantages lay. Without his mental control, any approaching officer could easily incapacitate him. Thus, he fled, disregarding the demonized officers in his wake. Just as Ke Wen found himself entangled with the demonized police officers, he began to adapt to their aggressive tactics. Despite their transformation, their combat experience was formidable, exhibiting great strength and speed, yet lacking any additional capabilities. However, Ke Wen hesitated to strike decisively, uncertain whether these officers were merely under the influence of the virus or something else entirely. With no experience in such matters, he could only prolong the encounter. At that moment, the first officer whom Ke Wen had ensnared with his web and thrown against a tree began to lose stamina due to the virus's effects. With a painful howl, a shadow escaped from his mouth, and he returned to his normal state. Realizing this, Ke Wen addressed the officers. Though I am unsure if you can hear me, I must apologize. Casually binding the incoming strikes with his web, he flicked them aside. With his limbs freed, Ke Wen swiftly inserted the virus memory core into the card slot. Virus maximum drive, echoed a digital voice, and the concentrated virus within his fist surged forth, striking at the demonized officers. A dense mist enveloped the scene, followed by several anguished cries, and when the haze cleared, a few officers lay unconscious on the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of the now restored officers, Ke Wen mused, "This scene seems familiar." Observing the fallen figures and those slumped against trees, he felt a twinge of concern. While he did not wish to dwell on how these individuals had been transformed into demons, he faced the pressing issue of how to transport the unconscious officers back. Fortunately, this dilemma was soon resolved, as the city was under the watchful protection of a superhero. "Hey, Kamen Rider." The sound of rushing wind heralded Kara's arrival above Ke Wen. Thanks to their earlier conversation, she did not respond to every call like Superman might have. She primarily dealt with occasional violent crimes or patrolled during the day to deter miscreants in Noxon City. Her adherence to Ke Wen's guidance allowed him some leisure, permitting him to indulge in slothful habits, such as sleeping in, especially after a late-night call from Damien. Had it not been for that call, he would still be nestled in bed. Nevertheless, the commotion from his battle with the demonized officers had not escaped Kara's keen hearing. And upon learning of Ke Wen's presence in the outskirts, she rushed to his side, witnessing the unfolding scene. "Oh, Supergirl, you arrived just in time. Could you do me a favor? Please take these officers to the hospital." "Indeed, and there are matters we need to discuss. Follow me." In response, Ke Wen shifted into his Gale Ace form, effortlessly lifting one officer, and taking advantage of Gale's ability to glide short distances in the air, he set off. Kara mirrored his actions, each bearing an officer as they departed together. At the city hospital, Damien, having borrowed Ke Wen's flying motorcycle in advance, directly escorted Claire into the hospital. After the doctor arrived to take her to the ward, he awaited Ke Wen on the rooftop. Ke Wen did not disappoint. Within 10 minutes, he and Kara appeared on the rooftop. "Robin, what brings you to Nashiner City?" Kara inquired, her confusion evident despite their prior acquaintance. "This is not the crux of the matter, Supergirl. The pressing issue is the adversary we now face." Kara turned her gaze towards Ke Wen, anticipating further details. "We suspect that a syndicate involved in child trafficking utilizing superpowers currently operates within Nashiner City, with the St. John Orphanage and Jones Hospital being the focal points of our investigation. The police you observed earlier fell victim while probing the orphanage." Kara stared at Ke Wen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the dark undercurrents lurking within her own city. However, Damien discerned Kara's skepticism and retrieved the previous tracking device from his pocket, showcasing footage of how Dr. Jones had demonized several police officers during Claire's encounter in the suburbs. Ke Wen gave Damien a thumbs up, impressed by the Bat family's ingenuity. Even a tracker came equipped with a filming function, proving invaluable at critical moments. Yet, Kara was no longer the naive individual she once was. After viewing the video Damien provided, she returned it with a furrowed brow, her expressive eyes reflecting her concerns. However, this does not necessarily indicate that this individual emerged from the St. John Orphanage. It merely attests to the presence of a superpowered criminal in Nashiner City. It does not substantiate your claims. "Wow, you've changed, Supergirl," Ke Wen remarked, commending her newfound astuteness. She had finally begun to employ her enhanced intellect, surpassing her brother from Metropolis, who often relied solely on physical reasoning. "We have indeed considered that aspect, but to be candid, our identities impose limitations. We cannot simply storm the orphanage and the hospital to gather information. However, you possess the means to do so, Supergirl." "Me? Karakuishinit, perpliet." "Indeed, the Super Investigation Department has a good rapport with you. If you were to appeal to them, the special agents would likely be more effective than the police. Why not solicit their assistance? I believe the personnel at the Super Investigation Department will be quite amenable." "True, but your sister is less than accommodating. She treats me like a nemesis each time we meet." Ke Wen couldn't help but express his frustrations. Since the last encounter, when Emil had shocked him with a stun grenade, Ke Wen had developed an aversion to government agencies, reluctant to engage with such entities. Kara realized she might have misspoken. Her sister had once confronted her idol, and it was entirely reasonable for Ke Wen to harbor reservations regarding the Super Investigation Department. "All right, I understand. I shall head to the Super Investigation Department now." Nodding slightly, Kara departed from the rooftop, while Coven and Damien remained, engaged in a leisurely conversation. "By the way, May I inquire if you have also implanted a tracking device on me? No, Ke Wen sighed in relief. Only for Damien to follow up with a jab. I have installed a round-the-clock surveillance camera at your doorstep. As Ke Wen and Damien exchanged banter in Gotham, Dick and his mentor, Batman, commenced their own operations. In Gotham Harbor, a grand cruise ship lay anchored, a vessel belonging to the renowned entrepreneur Oswald Cobblepot. Known as the Iceberg Casino, a globally famous gambling ship that annually yielded millions in revenue for Cobblepot. However, on this particular night, the Iceberg Casino was not in operation. Cobblepot sat at a table, gloomily puffing on a cigar, surrounded by a cadre of intimidating bodyguards equipped with ample firepower. Yet, this did little to assuage his sense of security, for seated across from him was a monstrous figure that inspired no comfort. A black hood obscured his features, rendering his visage unrecognizable, and his frail physique seemed as if it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Yet, this very individual had stormed into Cobblepot's Long Island villa 3 months prior, dragging him from his bathtub and compelling him to partake in the very abhorrent trade of human trafficking that he abhorred. He had no choice but to comply. Despite all his defensive measures, having someone shadow him around the clock, even during his baths, this figure could still appear before him, dispatching his guards and forcing him to inscribe his name on a piece of parchment made of sheepskin. Though he profited handsomely each month, Cobblepot detested this coercive transaction. He was indeed a villain, fond of wealth, and possessed a heart of darkness, yet he had not sunk so low as to engage in the trafficking of children. As a father himself, he understood the anguish of losing a child all too well. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. That sinister parchment seemed to torment his very soul, inflicting pain whenever he entertained thoughts of resistance. Cobblepot was no fool. The signs indicated he had encountered something beyond scientific explanation. However, he found himself powerless. He could outwit the nocturnal disruptor known as Batman with his influence. But he could not confront an inexplicable monster. They did not adhere to the code of humanity. The law of the jungle prevailed. Observing the creature before him feasting on raw flesh, Cobblepot's expression darkened. This was the most distressing meal he had ever endured. Yet he had no recourse. All he desired to know was when this transaction would finally conclude. Before him, the man indulged in raw delicacies while the skylight of the Iceberg Casino shattered, sending shards of glass plummeting like lethal blades. Cobblepot, displaying remarkable wit, unfurled his specially crafted umbrella, its unique fabric shielding him from the deadly shards. The surrounding bodyguards quickly sought refuge, yet the enigmatic figure before him remained frozen, staring up at the descending glass with an unsettling calm. 2 silhouettes descended from the broken skylight, Gotham's Batman and Nightwing. They hurled a smoke bomb, emitting an unusual odor towards the creature below and Batman's deep, resonant voice broke through the chaos, addressing the now somewhat elated Cobblepot. Oswald Cobblepot, we need to talk. In that moment, Cobblepot swore he had never found his old nemesis's voice so alluring, so captivating. The oppressive parchment of circumstance sealed his lips, preventing him from disclosing any information regarding his coercion. Yet, the instinct for survival is a potent force, even under duress. Cobblepot managed to capture Batman's attention through a series of deliberate missteps, hoping that only Batman would comprehend the significance of his blunders. Batman, I knew you would come, Cobblepot exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the dark night before him. Yes, I have arrived. Now, tell me everything you know, Batman replied, his magnetic voice laced with urgency. Although he remained unaware of the specifics surrounding Cobblepot, obtaining the desired information was sufficient. I can't. At least not now. That thing behind you has bound me to a certain pact. Otherwise, I would have summoned you for help long ago. Cobblepot maneuvered his corpulent form backward, shielded by his guards. At that moment, Nightwing, vigilant as ever, warned Batman, your tranquilizer smoke bomb seems to have lost its effectiveness. Turning his gaze, Batman observed as the frail figure cloaked in shadow began to swell in size, the covering of the cape losing its efficacy. Scales adorned its crimson skin. A reptilian tail sprouted forth, and a monstrous visage, replete with primal features, emerged from the smoke, letting out a feral howl directed at Batman. Roar! The red monstrosity raged within the Iceberg Casino, its furious roars scattering the surrounding smoke, seizing a nearby gambling table and hurling it towards Batman with reckless abandon. The massive table, akin to a small mountain, whistled through the air as it raced toward Batman. Both Nightwing and Batman deftly sidestepped the impending attack. In the aftermath, the table shattered upon impact, scattering chips and cards that symbolized wealth across the floor. Nightwing, take Cobblepot and leave this place. I will handle it. With a focused gaze, Batman issued a direct command to Nightwing, his fists colliding as the metallic gauntlets enveloping his hands crackled with electricity, propelling him toward the monstrous foe. How do you intend to handle this? Nightwing was both amused and incensed by Batman's arrogant tone. Before he could draw his weapon to assist, he witnessed Batman deftly evade the creature's assault, his iron gauntlet landing squarely against the monster's midsection. The powerful surge of electricity, fueled by Batman's utility belt, elicited a pained howl from the beast as it was hurled backward. After executing this maneuver, Batman turned to Nightwing, the implication of his glance unmistakable. Well, your utility belt truly accommodates everything. Nightwing shrugged, performing an agile somersault that allowed him to swiftly intercept the fleeing Cobblepot. With arms crossed, he struck the wall with his batons, momentarily stunning Cobblepot, who promptly surrendered. As a seasoned figure in Gotham's underbelly, Cobblepot had crossed paths with Nightwing before. He knew well that the latter's skills were on par with Batman's, and he had no desire to endure physical torment. Meanwhile, within the gambling vessel, the battle between Batman and the creature raged on. Though the electric jolt delivered by Batman caused the monster pain, it was far from fatal. Shaking off its dazed state, the creature charged at Batman, its bulk moving with the relentless force of a bulldozer, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Yet, this was precisely the type of opponent Batman relished. Mindless, driven solely by primal instincts, making it akin to a colossal punching bag, regardless of its humanity. Batman launched 2 bat-shaped projectiles equipped with fuses toward the ceiling, securing them in place before rolling to evade the creature's incoming blow. The tremendous force of the monster's strike shattered the ground beneath him. Before the creature could redirect its attention to Batman, the bat projectiles detonated, obliterating the overhead beam and sending tons of debris crashing down upon the creature, the thunderous noise echoing like a storm within the gambling hall, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. However, Batman had no intention of rushing in. He understood that such a heavy blow would not be lethal to the creature. Instead, he retrieved 2 more explosive bat projectiles from his utility belt and hurled them into the dust-laden area. The ensuing explosions, accompanied by a roar, confirmed to Batman that the creature still lived. Yet, the cacophony suggested that the series of powerful strikes had not been in vain. Indeed, every creature could be subdued by sufficient force. As the dust began to settle, revealing the battered creature, Batman reaffirmed his strategy and approached the beast slowly, his left hand gripping a grenade filled with liquid. As Batman approached, the monstrous creature, battered by heavy objects and explosions, weakly cast a glance in his direction, emitting a garbled roar that seemed to carry a threat. Yet within its eyes flickered a semblance of humanity, as if it awaited Batman to step into its range of attack. However, Batman halted at a rather awkward distance of 2 meters, realizing that the creature's reach was insufficient to grasp him. Before it could reposition itself, the sound of a grenade pin falling echoed through the stillness of the gambling ship, and a grenade filled with a translucent liquid arced through the air, landing before the beast. Boom! The explosion enveloped the creature in a mist. While Batman shielded himself with his cape, the mist clung to the monster's exterior, inflicting a far more excruciating pain than before. Though merely harmless vapor, it caused its scales to begin shedding, and even its flesh to corrode. In stark contrast, Batman remained unscathed. Holy water! How could you possibly know the effects it has on us? The creature exclaimed in terror, attempting to swat away the sacred liquid clinging to its form. Yet, hindered by its size and the weight pressing down upon it, it found itself immobile, helplessly watching its own flesh disintegrate. Did you truly believe I would come unprepared? Batman retorted. How's this holy water grenade taste? I acquired it for a hefty sum from a rogue detective in Los Angeles. I possess 10 more just like it. Now, tell me, who is behind you? Why have you taken these children? What is your purpose? Batman deployed his grappling hook, ensnaring the creature, while the current from his utility belt surged through it, offering no respite as he interrogated it. The potent electricity made the holy water even more reactive, beginning to erode its marrow. Despite the agony, the creature did not yield. After a few pained screams, it began to laugh maniacally. You surprise me, human. But soon, Darkness will descend once more. This planet will ultimately belong to us. With that, the creature uttered a final, mournful wail. A feeble shadow escaping its mouth and vanishing into the night. Before Batman's eyes, the beast began to visibly shrink, gradually transforming into a gaunt man. Observing this transformation, Batman's expression turned grave as he retracted his grappling hook and strode toward the exit. On the deck, Coppert felt a sudden lightness, as if the bindings that had restrained him had vanished. At that moment, Batman emerged from the gambling hall, and Coppert knew he was free. "Well done, Batman. I knew you could do it," Coppert exclaimed, his face alight with joy, momentarily forgetting their adversarial relationship, and moved to give him a high five. However, Batman merely employed his grappling gun, ensnaring Cobblepot's foot, and with a powerful flick of his arm, hurled him overboard, leaving him suspended by the ship's edge. Nearby, a bodyguard was preparing to strike, but Nightwing, ever ready, swung his broken staff, incapacitating him with precision. "Damn you, Batman. What madness has taken hold of you? We're supposed to be a team." Cobblepot, hanging upside down and staring into the depths of the ocean, felt the rush of blood to his head, cursing the very hero who had just saved him. "Tell me everything, Cobblepot. Who is it? How does it operate in abducting those children? What criteria do they use to select their targets?" "I don't know. Damn it. I've been under its control for 3 months, following orders. Every month, I receive a list, and I must capture the individuals depicted there. How the hell should I know how they're chosen?" Cobblepot exclaimed in frustration. "Where are those lists?" "In that damn safe in my office. For heaven's sake, I've told you all I know. Just pull me up." Cobblepot pleaded desperately. Yet, Batman had already departed, accompanied by Nightwing, who retrieved the list from the safe before leaving the Iceberg Casino, leaving Cobblepot to dangle and savor the sea breeze. "Damn you, Batman, heartless bastard. F you." As he watched the Batplane soar overhead, the beleaguered entrepreneur extended his most heartfelt greetings to Gotham's Dark Knight. Chapter 11. Restlessness this night was destined to be long. After obtaining the list from Cobblepot, Batman and Nightwing returned to the Batcave, for a multitude of tasks awaited them. The first order of business was to meticulously scrutinize the list acquired from Cobblepot. The Batcomputer processed the names and images at lightning speed, examining the social connections of each individual, while Batman and Nightwing sought to grasp the broader context. There appeared to be little correlation. The children bore scant, overlapping social ties, with only a few being members of the same family. What motivated this? What commonalities existed among these children? Dick's inquiries went unanswered by Bruce, who sat before the computer in deep contemplation, determined to unearth clues from the multitude of names using his well-honed intellect and instincts. Soon enough, he discovered a lead. His fingers danced across the keyboard, isolating several children's photographs on the screen. What distinguishes them? Dick inquired with curiosity. Though these children belonged to the same family, they resided in different neighborhoods. If we can find the common thread among these children, perhaps we can uncover some valuable clues. "Dick, it's your turn," Bruce declared, stepping away from the computer and transferring control to Dick. "Me? You're entrusting this to me? This is a first," Dick responded in astonishment. Dick found it hard to believe it had been so long since Bruce had last asked her to operate the computer. The memory was nearly forgotten. "Your computer skills surpass mine," she acknowledged. "Moreover, I have a board meeting tomorrow, so I must ensure I get sufficient rest." After changing out of his cape and battle attire, Bruce prepared to ascend the stairs. Dick couldn't help but smile at Bruce's somewhat pretentious excuse. Reminiscent of stubborn child. Sitting at the computer desk, she felt as though she had returned to the days when she stealthily used Bruce's equipment in the Batcave. Meanwhile, as Bruce ascended, he bore a subtle smile that went unnoticed, silently welcoming back his son. In Naxino City, Kevin did not return directly. Instead, he and Damian remained on the rooftop, standing guard. Who knows if those shadowy figures capable of turning humans into demons would make another appearance. Better to remain cautious. However, Jones, who had fled earlier, was not so fortunate. Realizing his expertise in mental manipulation had lost its efficacy, he was now in a state of panic. He understood the consequences of his actions. If captured, he would spend the rest of his life in a dark prison. His only option was to seek assistance from a master who existed nowhere in this dimension. The bridge vehicle made a sharp turn into St. John's Orphanage. The timid and anxious Laurie rushed to greet Jones upon seeing him return alone, eager to learn the outcome. "What happened, Dr. Jones?" he inquired. The Kamen Rider intervened. Jones replied. Hearing this, Laurie's face drained of color, as if he were facing imminent doom. Jones regarded this cowardly, profit-driven individual with disdain, casting a scornful glance before continuing. Do not fret. Even if they know of the issues here, without evidence, we still have time. The key lies with you. Time? Me? Laurie asked, bewildered. Before he could process the situation, Jones's hand suddenly pressed against his face. Unable to react in time, Laurie succumbed to unconsciousness beneath Jones's overpowering grip. After executing this act, Jones glanced down at Laurie, who lay unconscious on the grass, wiped his greasy right hand, and murmured, I apologize. As long as you, the informed party, remain unaware, no number of police will be able to touch us. With that, Jones entered the orphanage's office, retrieving a sculpture from his briefcase, a crimson demon statue. He cradled it as if it were his most treasured possession, directing it forward. A black portal opened in the void, enveloping him, and the next moment, he found himself in his private hospital office. Shedding his disguise, he revealed a pallid visage with thinning hair to match. After glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Jones opened his cabinet, retrieving a series of foundation products to mask his ghastly complexion and tidying his hairstyle. Once he deemed his appearance acceptable, he donned a doctor's white coat and exited his office. Dr. Jones, have you rested well? As the passing nurse observed Jones emerging from his office, she inquired with genuine concern. Jupiter, thank you for your service. Please lead me to see those children. With a warm smile, Jones reciprocated her kindness and allowed her to escort him to the pediatric ward. Through the glass of the door, he gazed at the slumbering children in their beds, a cryptic smile crossing his face. Who would suspect that this seemingly amiable and renowned doctor harbored a sinister nature, if no one were to expose him? As the lengthy night wore on, Ke Wen, who had kept vigil with Damien on the rooftop, stifled a yawn. Observing that Damien showed no signs of fatigue, Ke Wen felt a twinge of annoyance. I truly admire your ability to endure sleepless nights, but I cannot hold on any longer. I must attend class. You should also change your clothes. I believe Claire would prefer to see a familiar face upon awakening. With that, he transformed into his armored form and departed the rooftop. Understanding Ke Wen's words, Damien pondered for a moment before vacating his position. In the city hospital's pediatric ward, Claire awoke from a night of slumber to find Damien resting beside her. All discomfort vanished upon seeing his peaceful face. You have truly endured much, little one, Claire murmured, gently stroking Damien's hair. While she could not recall every detail of the previous night, fragments lingered in her mind. Indeed, the orphanage concealed some unsavory dealings, for she would not have experienced such lapses otherwise. Even the colleagues who accompanied her were unaccounted for. Rising quietly, Claire dressed and made her way outside. As she closed the door, Damien, who had feigned sleep, stirred. Reflecting on the sensation of her touch in his hair, he felt a mix of resignation and urgency. Having just rescued her, he was already poised to call for action. Dick, what sort of girls are you bringing into this? He grumbled, addressing Dick, who was far away in Gotham, before stealthily following Claire, ready to contact Ke Wen should a significant event unfold. At the Nike Sinnoh City Police Department, Claire exited the taxi and marched straight to the commissioner's office, her presence causing her colleagues to discreetly retreat. With a forceful push, she swung the office door open. Commissioner Gavin, who had been restless within, was taken aback upon Claire's return after a night of disappearance. Before he could speak, Claire approached him, slapping her hand on the desk, and declared, I need a search warrant. Now, immediately. All right, I will sign it for you right away, Commissioner Gavin responded decisively. This reply left Claire momentarily speechless. She wondered why her father was suddenly so agreeable. The frustration she had cultivated during the taxi ride now felt trapped within her. Why? I previously restrained you from proceeding because they have the city government backing them. Acting recklessly without conclusive evidence would only further complicate matters. But now the situation is different. They have targeted my daughter, my only daughter. Am I to simply let this go? As he spoke, Inspector Gao resembled an enraged lion, his mane bristling. The trials of time had merely concealed his claws as he sought to protect his only daughter, who had been harmed. Naturally, this seasoned officer would not remain passive as before. In the course of his words, Gao finalized and printed the search warrant, presenting it directly before Claire. The colleagues who had accompanied her were also at the hospital. Last night, the Supergirl and the Masked Rider had transported them there and informed us via phone. Today, you should notify the SWAT team and bring them along. Although we are uncertain of what secrets the orphanage harbors, it is prudent to be thoroughly prepared. Still somewhat dazed by the search warrant in her hands, Claire found it difficult to process. After confirming the warrant was indeed correct, she saluted and declared loudly, "I assure you I will accomplish the mission, sir." "Go ahead," Ke Wen replied with a smile. Upon receiving the command, Claire set out to summon the personnel. While Ke Wen remained seated, gazing at the photograph on the desk, one that captured him with a young Claire and his wife, his eyes reflecting a profound sentiment. Chapter 12. The hunters are mobilized. St. John's Orphanage continued its operations as usual. Laurie, whose memories had been forcibly erased by Jones, was still asleep in the office, while the caretakers and other children carried on with their daily routines. Meanwhile, dozens of police cars blared their sirens as they sped down the street, halting in front of St. John's Orphanage. Passers-by paused, intrigued by the large police presence, including the SWAT team. With the search warrant in hand, Claire did not experience the peculiar sensation felt during previous encounters. Upon disembarking, she stood at the entrance and rang the doorbell. A puzzled caretaker approached to open the door, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Claire. "I am Claire Ke Wen, affiliated with the Naxino City Police Department. We suspect that St. John's Orphanage is involved in human trafficking. Here is the search warrant. Please cooperate with our investigation." "What? Human trafficking? You must be mistaken. Wait, hold on. The children are still here?" The bewildered caretaker could do little to halt the influx of police officers who surged past her. However, the exchange between Claire and the caretaker was loud enough for many passers-by to overhear, and while they were skeptical of Claire's claims, the overwhelming police presence suggested that there was substance to the situation. Many began to record the events on their phones, preparing for a live broadcast. Under Claire's command, the officers commenced a thorough search of St. John's Orphanage, simultaneously apprehending the timid and money-driven Laurie, who, even as handcuffs were fastened around his wrists, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Jones had long since deemed him a scapegoat. "Sir, you should come and see this." As Claire was meticulously searching for any overlooked clues, a special agent approached and quietly reported, his expression betraying the sight of something distressing. "What is the matter?" Claire inquired, only to promptly gesture for him to lead the way. The agent remained silent, walking ahead, and Claire quickly traversed the lounge. Arriving at the cafeteria responsible for the children's meals, they proceeded to the kitchen, where the agent halted before an open refrigerator. This was a refrigerator concealing a hidden door. Upon opening the freezer compartment, a staircase leading underground became visible, emanating a peculiar odor. Casting a glance at the guiding agent, Claire was eager to uncover what lay beneath. "Have you had lunch today, sir?" the agent unexpectedly asked, leaving Claire perplexed. "No, why?" she replied. "Just checking in." He chuckled before descending, with Claire following closely behind. Despite her instincts as a police officer warning her that the scene below might be of a graphic nature, she found herself intrigued, as this was her first encounter with such a shocking tableau. The underground chamber was frigid, its bleak hues evoking the sensation of entering a morgue. Various skins of differing tones hung from the walls, while blood on the floor formed intricate magical symbols, alongside heaps of ash-like substances emitting a putrid stench. Though Claire could not ascertain the identity of these foul-smelling remnants, the context of her surroundings allowed for grim speculation. A wave of intense nausea surged from her stomach, and she found herself retching uncontrollably, oblivious to her appearance, while the surrounding agents offered no mockery, having encountered a similar reaction upon their entrance. "We have verified that all the fingerprints belong to Laurie Lawrence. He must be responsible for these deeds," a forensic expert whispered to Claire. "It's not that simple. Bring him back for thorough interrogation and ensure the scene is secured. We must keep this from the children," Claire ordered softly after wiping her mouth. The agents understood the potential impact of exposing this grim reality to the children and nodded in agreement. The underground chamber was swiftly sealed off, while Laurie, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, was ushered into a police vehicle. The children were escorted by caregivers into a separate room, shielded from the horrifying scene. At Simon Jones' private hospital, the imposing figures of Ke Wen and Damien stood across in another building, observing images transmitted from Falcon Can. A seemingly affable Dr. Simon Jones was there, taking a patient's temperature. With such chaos unfolding outside, "This fellow is remarkably composed," Ke Wen remarked. "There is no evidence linking him to the St. John's Orphanage case. What reason does he have to be fearful?" But how does he choose his victims? This piques my curiosity. Batman and Nightwing are already in pursuit of clues. I trust they will soon uncover the truth. This situation is quite troublesome, as our identities seem to constrain us. By the way, I am heading out to buy some lemon tea. Would you care for a bottle? Thank you. As Kara was closely monitoring Jones's movements from the rooftop alongside Kevin and Damian, Emil and Hank in the Super Investigation Department were also scrutinizing the scandal that erupted this morning from St. John's Orphanage. Although the Super Investigation Department is centered around Kara, it has not neglected the intelligence aspect of its operations. While keeping an eye on the news, the intelligence unit has successfully disentangled the connections between St. John's Orphanage and Jones Hospital. You have always suspected that something was amiss with St. John's Orphanage, yet you have taken no action? Are you not a government agency? Kara exclaimed, infuriated by the report displayed on the screen. The Super Investigation Department could have clarified the intricate relationship between St. John's Orphanage and Jones Hospital in advance and informed the police, yet they failed to do so, which left her bewildered. There are many complexities that cannot be easily explained. The background surrounding this orphanage is intricate and not something we can simply address with a few words. Without a catalyst, we cannot act, Hank replied. What is so difficult to comprehend? In any country, human trafficking is a grave sin. Kara was beginning to question the integrity of the agency her sister served. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, this orphanage is entangled with past mayors and has received funding from LexCorp. What do you think we should do? Hank's response left Kara at a loss for words. It sounded reasonable, yet was profoundly unpalatable. She could not fathom the state of the world. While it cannot be expected to be entirely black and white, anyone with a modicum of conscience would know to report and combat such wrongdoing. Who would have imagined that the Super Investigation Department would choose to turn a blind eye? Had it not been for today's incident, they could have remained in the dark for much longer. You have deeply disappointed me. It seems the words of the Kamen Rider ring true. Government agencies cannot be trusted. Kara stepped back, struggling to accept such an explanation. To sit idly by and watch a den of criminals harm every child within is something she simply cannot tolerate. Where are you going, Supergirl? Emil inquired with concern. I do not know, but I am certain that remaining here will only make me uncomfortable. With that, she disregarded Emil's pleas and departed from the Super Investigation Department, vanishing from the screen with a sudden explosion. Hank stopped Emil, who was preparing to pursue her, and shook his head, indicating she should let her go. This matter is fundamentally our fault. Additionally, you will be on duty tonight. Huh? And what about you? I shall venture into the city to hunt. There's a rabbit that has escaped my grasp. Chapter 13. Eyes in the Darkness. The scandal surrounding St. John's Orphanage continues to dominate the airwaves of every television station in Naxino City, marking it as one of the most sensational news stories in recent times. It is astonishing that an orphanage, once utilized by successive mayors to bolster their reputations, has become a hub for human trafficking. In the Lex Enterprises division, the prodigious young Lena strides purposefully toward Dr. Joss, who is engrossed in data simulation analysis at his computer. She forcefully places a transaction list before him. Tell me, what is the nature of these funds transferred to St. John's Orphanage? Do not attempt to pass them off as charitable contributions. I have never seen several transactions exceeding 10 million directed to an orphanage. Dr. Joss, adjusting his glasses, gazes at the list she has presented with a weary sigh. Few are aware of this matter, but he happens to be one of them. Miss Lena, how did you come across this information? By chance. I have been monitoring the individual suspected of being a masked rider and have been conducting investigations into the buildings he frequents. I simply did not expect our Lex Enterprises to be implicated in such a vile transaction. When did we stoop to engage in such disgraceful dealings? Lena is incensed. The revelation that her family business is entangled in such repugnant affairs is an affront to her dignity. I understand your anger, Miss Lena. I assure you, while I am aware of the situation, I have never been involved. What difference does that make? Knowing and remaining silent is no different from complicity. Is your reluctance to disclose the truth because this matter originates from my bald-headed brother's orders? No, Master Lex would never stoop to such actions. Even if he harbors resentment towards superheroes, he operates within the bounds of legality. He would never violate his moral principles. Dr. Joss's voice rises sharply. His indignation at Lena's suspicion of her brother surpassing even his concern for himself. Fortunately, at that moment, the laboratory is occupied solely by Lena and Dr. Joss. Otherwise, The sudden escalation in volume could have broadcast the shocking content beyond their confines. I believe you, Dr. Joss. I also feel that my bald-headed brother would not engage in such disgraceful acts. There are countless death row inmates who could be utilized for human experimentation. So if it is not my brother, tell me, who in Lex Enterprises could circumvent us both to conduct such clandestine transactions? As she speaks, Lena suddenly recalls someone who ought not to have crossed her mind. If anyone could maneuver around her and her brother to manipulate the flow of the company's funds, it would be her. Miss Lena, please refrain from further inquiries. The answer lies within your own heart, Dr. Joss replies bitterly. How could it be her? Does my brother know? Master Lex is aware to some degree, but he has always assumed she was involved only in a minor capacity and has not pursued the matter further. A minor capacity? How can you regard the lives of so many children as merely a fraction? My bald brother is utterly reckless. I must take action. With that, Lena promptly seated herself at the computer desk, fingers flying over the keyboard, rousing Connor from his slumber in the cultivation chamber under her command. A black tactical outfit emblazoned with a crimson's materialized before him. Clad in the battle gear Lena had prepared, Connor ascended through the skylight she had opened. Meanwhile, Joss was left bewildered by Lena's swift maneuvers. He could not comprehend her motivations. Wasn't the true culprit already apprehended? Did she intend to eliminate witnesses? This matter is far from resolved. I have scrutinized the records of St. John's Orphanage. Most of the funds merely circulated there, subsequently funneled through 15 overseas accounts, anonymously deposited into Simon Jones Hospital. Unless we eradicate this beneficiary, exposure is inevitable. Furthermore, I must inform my bald brother to mitigate losses as much as possible. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Joss grasped the gravity of Lena's words and, without further contemplation, prepared to depart. At that moment, Lena called out from her position at the computer, Dr. Joss, there must not be a next time. I understand, Miss Lena. Lena had not anticipated that releasing Connor would be her final encounter with him. Meanwhile, atop a building near Jones' private hospital, two figures emerged, Ke Wen and Damien, clad in stealth suits. Following the day's turmoil, both felt a lingering discontent. Although the St. John Orphanage scandal had surfaced, the root of the malevolence remained unresolved. This private hospital was the epicenter of the human trafficking operations, and without addressing it, the truth would remain elusive. Dr. Jones is remarkably unconcerned, still playing the role of the benevolent savior. With enhanced vision, Ke Wen could easily discern Jones's duplicitous demeanor and could not help but scoff. Why should he worry when he cannot be traced? Damien, lacking Ke Wen's keen sight, relied on binoculars for observation. After witnessing Jones conclude his diagnosis of the last patient, he retreated to his office, drawing the curtains and rendering external information inaccessible. Upon seeing such a barricaded setting, Damien prepared to advance, but was halted by Ke Wen. Wait, it seems someone shares our objective. Let's allow them to proceed first and scout the situation. Perhaps we won't even need to intervene. Ke Wen's tone was peculiar. For just moments ago, the regional library had inexplicably alerted him to a formidable individual also intending to infiltrate the hospital. The memory of the land had directly relayed the appearance of this figure, a black man, though this was merely a guise. In reality, it was the notorious Uncle Jeong, who had long been concealed within the super check department, a being whose combat prowess rivaled that of Superman. However, due to his appearance and popularity, he had retreated to the shadows. How did this heavyweight get involved? Is there still a chance for us? Ke Wen muttered under his breath, disregarding Damien's glance, and seated himself directly on the ground. Hank Henshaw, disguised as a Martian hunter, cast a fleeting glance at the entrance of Jones Hospital, his body writhing as he transformed into Jones's likeness upon stepping through the hospital's doors. The nurse at the front desk, perplexed by the sight of Dr. Jones, who was supposed to be resting upstairs, approached him with curiosity. Dr. Jones, weren't you supposed to be resting? Oh, I felt a bit peckish and sneaked out for a late-night snack. Please don't tell anyone. Hank, masquerading as Jones, fabricated a casual excuse to pass unnoticed, subsequently employing his assumed identity to search each floor of the hospital. Although the super investigation department had been turning a blind eye to the transactions between St. John's Orphanage and Jones Hospital, the activities between these two establishments had intensified over the past 2 years. Hank could no longer afford to remain oblivious, especially since he harbored a nagging suspicion that the hospital's dealings extended beyond mere human trafficking, hinting at a more significant underlying scheme. Meanwhile, Dr. Jones, sequestered in his office, engaged in his own prayers. He pressed a button beneath his desk, causing a bookshelf to part and reveal a secret chamber. Within it stood a demonic statue, ominously positioned within a blood-drawn hexagram, its grotesque visage looming. The mere presence of this sculpture cast an icy pall over the office. Yet, Jones appeared undeterred by the chill, kneeling reverently before the statue as he commenced his supplication. Master Trigon, the ruler from another dimension, great demon lord of the Triad, your servant Simon Jones offers you a prayer of loyalty, hoping for your response. With those words, Jones prostrated himself in silence. Moments later, the 6 eyes etched into the statue gleamed with an eerie light, and a deep, malevolent voice emerged from its mouth. Indeed, my servant, how fares the task I entrusted to you? In the secret chamber, the entity revered by Jones, known as the Triad, communicated through the statue, its 6 sinister eyes scanning Jones as if attempting to discern all his secrets. Meanwhile, Hank, utilizing Jones's visage, scoured the hospital wards but found no anomalies, which only solidified his conviction that the institution harbored secrets. Tell me, my servant, how have you fared with the task I assigned? The voice of the Triad echoed from the statue. I have encountered obstacles, my master. Several superheroes in this city have already taken notice of me. The mental control you bestowed upon me proves ineffective against them, and the shadowy projections cannot possess such formidable beings, Jones replied with unwavering composure, fully aware of the capricious nature of the demon he served. Is it the Justice League you mentioned earlier? No, but the difference is negligible. The third palace, located in another realm, fell silent upon hearing this. The sculpture it leaned upon continued to shimmer, remaining mute, while Jones remained prostrate, awaiting the third palace's response. Soon, at the sculpture's location, the air split open, a dark fissure emerging, from which a tendril of black smoke gradually wafted out, dividing into 2 strands, one drifting towards the sculpture, and the other entering Jones's mind. As he lay there, Jones felt his brain quiver uncontrollably upon the arrival of the black smoke. It was exhilarating, as if his mind were functioning with newfound swiftness. I trust your words, Jones. This power that has separated from my body can greatly enhance your mental faculties. The force within the sculpture also belongs to me. This damned universe remains too resilient. My corporeal form cannot penetrate it. You must exert yourself, Jones. Indeed, I shall expedite my search for the princess. The testing agents you entrusted to me have been produced in large quantities and are being distributed globally. I believe that with the princess's exceptional talent, she will soon be discovered. Excellent, but before that, I must first deal with a rat. A rat? Jones was momentarily perplexed by the third palace's words when suddenly the sculpture, infused with the palace's consciousness, radiated with brilliance and vanished along with Jones from the secret chamber. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the hospital, Hank, disguised as Jones, had reached the pediatric department. With his fabricated visage, he encountered minimal resistance, as the entire hospital belonged to this individual. Who would dare request identification from their superior? Dr. Jones, you've arrived. Here is the latest list of children vaccinated with the new vaccine in Naxenor City. Please take a look. Upon seeing Hank's guys, the director, who was inputting the list on a computer, turned the screen towards him for his review. Drawing upon his years of experience in the super investigation department, Hank immediately sensed that this list and the vaccine mentioned could serve as a crucial breakthrough. Activating his telepathic abilities, he quickly gleaned the director's essential information. After feigning contemplation for a moment, Hank spoke. Dr. Doug, could you please fetch a vial of the vaccine and some clinical reports for me? I need to review them once more. Of course. The physician named Doug printed several reports from the computer and handed them to Hank before turning to leave. After 5 minutes, he returned with a vial of bright green injection. As soon as Doug exited, Hank's body shifted, directly absorbing the reports into himself. Holding the so-called new vaccine seed in his hands, he scrutinized it when suddenly, a grave instinct surged within him. Without a moment's thought, he collided with Dr. Doug, bursting through the door just as a violent explosion erupted from his office. The flames and smoke triggered the alarm bells of the building, as the fire suppression system activated in response to the overwhelming haze. The dense smoke captured the attention of spectators Kevin and Damien outside. Something has happened. Let's go take a look. Upon witnessing the explosion at the hospital, Damien instinctively prepared to charge forward, but Kevin restrained him. Don't go over there. It's futile. Kevin continued to utter perplexing words to Damien, fervently operating his regional library in an attempt to comprehend the unfolding events within the hospital. However, the typically reliable regional library failed to provide Kevin with the desired information this time. He sensed a shroud of darkness enveloping the hospital, leaving him oblivious to the chaos occurring inside. Inside the hospital, the explosion plunged everyone into disarray as nurses and security personnel rushed towards the 6th floor. Yet, as if time had been frozen, all movement ceased and their gazes became vacant. Hank dispersed the surrounding smoke, and a mocking voice echoed from the office that had been blasted. "Look, a green mouse." Amidst the haze, the true form of Jones emerged, clutching a demonic sculpture. While Hank realized his disguise had been lifted, revealing his original Martian appearance. Simon Jones. It was surprising that such a well-dressed doctor turned out to be a devotee of darkness. Though his disguise had been unveiled, Hank believed he would not be defeated. Rather, reverting to his true form represented his peak strength. He doubted he could be overpowered by a human wielding a demonic sculpture. Oh, it's hard to take your words seriously, coming from someone who doesn't even resemble a human. As he spoke, the spiritual energy bestowed upon him by the sculpture surged forth, enveloping the Martian hunter, Ron. Yet, Jones soon found his once invincible psychic power rendered ineffective once more. The Martian hunter's greatest asset was his mental prowess, capable of deceiving even the most formidable minds. Even with the sculpture's enhancement, Jones was but a fragile grasshopper before Ron. Jones's psychic force inflicted no harm upon Ron, who resolved to punish this unscrupulous doctor who trafficked children. A powerful mental shock erupted from Ron's mind, causing the once triumphant Jones to emit a piercing scream under the weight of Ron's planetary-like psychic impact. Clutching his head, Jones writhed on the ground, his enhanced brain feeling as if it were being pierced by thousands of needles, engulfed in perpetual agony. "It hurts, doesn't it? This is merely one of the punishments you shall endure." Restoring his green Martian visage, Ron approached Jones, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. An intangible psychic force radiated from his mind, incessantly tormenting Jones, yet he overlooked the fact that the demonic sculpture clutched in Jones's hand was far from mere decoration. Useless. A cold snort emanated from the sculpture of the 3rd palace, and it was then that Ron realized the statue in Jones's hand was not merely a decorative item. The sculpture of the 3rd palace began to levitate, its 3 pairs of luminous eyes fixated on Ron, who was on high alert. A mocking voice once again resonated from the sculpture. "How intriguing. The civilizations of this universe are indeed diverse. Your mental prowess rivals that of certain demonic overlords. Although it is merely consciousness that has descended, let us test your mettle." As the eyes of the sculpture radiated with brilliance, Ron felt a surge of mental energy comparable to his own rushing towards him, compelling him to hastily activate his mental defenses. Yet in a fleeting moment, the anticipated clash of minds did not occur. Instead, Ron found himself no longer in the hospital. He was surrounded by a crimson landscape, encircled by humanoid beings with green skin. Muffs. Upon seeing these familiar visages, Ron comprehended that he had fallen victim to the illusions of the 3rd palace. A fascinating civilization. Is this your most vulnerable point? Let me witness the source of your anguish. The voice of the 3rd palace echoed in the air, while Ron's eyes widened in terror, for he knew that the scene he dreaded most was about to unfold once again. "No, please no," Ron roared, his mental energy erupting as he attempted to escape the phantasmal nightmare conjured by the 3rd palace. But it was too late. Fire. It's so hot. The environment shifted. The kin who had once mirrored Ron's form were now engulfed in flames, transformed into human torches, wailing in agony. Though the Martians possessed formidable physiques, they were inherently terrified of fire, a fear so profound that it could deceive their senses, causing spontaneous combustion. Human torches ran before Ron, and he could only watch helplessly. "Ron, father, it's so hot." The scene shifted once more, and 2 figures Ron could never forget materialized before him. His late wife, Myria, and daughter, Ke, who had perished in the cataclysmic plague that had ravaged Mars. No, despite knowing it was an illusion, as he beheld these familiar figures dissolve into ashes before his eyes, Ron felt his body beginning to crumble, sensing flames igniting within him. In the external world, time stood still as Ron desperately spread his arms to maintain his mental defense. The sculpture of the 3rd palace, having unleashed a mental shock, fell to the ground. Jones, recovering from Ron's psychic onslaught, managed to rise unsteadily, his face pale and his thinning hair nearly all but lost in the frenzy. Meanwhile, Ron, still maintaining his defensive posture, found flames beginning to emerge from his muscular form, gradually enveloping him. "What are you waiting for? Move," commanded the sculpture of the third palace, though its voice was somewhat fragmented. "Master, what is happening?" Jones exclaimed, alarmed. The third palace was his trump card, and this situation filled him with dread. After all, such a massive explosion would surely warrant alarm. The wretched spirit of that man is no trifling matter. I exerted every ounce of strength in this possession to draw him into the realm of mental illusions. Yet now, I find myself unable to maintain contact. It is imperative that when you next reach out to me, it bears good tidings. Otherwise, Simon Jones, you shall come to comprehend the eternal agony of a soul aflame. Listening to the ominous words of Sangong, Jones recognized that this was not the moment for idle chatter. Hastily, he tucked away the statue of Sangong and, with unsteady steps, made his way to his office. After a brief flurry of organization, he quickly departed in his vehicle. Meanwhile, the other hospital staff, previously immobilized by his mental prowess, began to regain their senses, only to witness a green humanoid figure engulfed in flames, emitting mournful howls. "No, they're all gone. Miria came Merfak, you accursed harbinger of annihilation." With these incoherent cries, Ron clutched his head and dashed down the corridor, crashing through walls, losing his balance and plummeting to the ground. At that moment, Kevin and Damien finally grasped the chaos unfolding within the hospital. Exchanging glances, they rushed towards the direction of Ron's descent. Chapter 15. New memories due to being ensnared in the mental illusion conjured by Sangong. Ron transformed into a human torch as he fell from the hospital, landing directly in the artificial pool below. Regrettably, the water of the pool could not extinguish the flames consuming Ron. They were of his own making, a manifestation of his psychic abilities potent enough to distort reality. Unless Ron's bodily functions ceased entirely, absent the aid of another psychic, he would continue to burn until his corporeal form was obliterated. Bystanders attempted to assist the burning Ron, wielding fire extinguishers and water, while a few robust individuals prepared to wrap him in their garments in a bid to quell the inferno. However, for Ron, teetering on the brink of madness and lucidity, their well-meaning actions proved futile. With a casual sweep of his hand, he sent the would-be helpers stumbling aside, and in his last moments of clarity, he staggered towards the port on the outskirts of the city. The psychological shadows encircling him had even robbed him of his ability to fly. He could only proceed on foot. A cacophony of police sirens blared as a squad car halted before him. Nervous officers emerged, weapons drawn, directing their guns at the approaching figure of Ron. "Halt! Otherwise, we will open fire." The lead officer was visibly tense, for the earlier incident at the orphanage had thrown the entire precinct into disarray, with every officer preoccupied with their own responsibilities. The human trafficking case at hand was extensive, drawing inquiries even from the city government, marking it as the largest case uncovered in Naxanor City in recent years. Each officer endeavored to manage their tasks diligently, including this pressing matter. Damn it! The lead officer, seeing Ron continue his advance, discharged a warning shot towards the ground. Yet, Ron remained unperturbed, continuing his relentless approach. The warning proved futile. As the safety of the gun in their hands was disengaged, they were prepared to resort to their final measure. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept overhead, and the moon god in its metallic form appeared before them, carrying Damien. "Kamen Rider, Robin, thank heavens you have arrived. It is indeed a relief." The sight of their city's superhero instilled a sense of relief in the officers, for facing beings clearly beyond the ordinary was daunting for mere mortals like themselves, rendering their firearms nearly impotent. "Thank you for your hard work, officers. The delay in extinguishing the fire has cost us some time. We shall take over from here while you head to the hospital to see if assistance is needed." "Very well, we appreciate your help." The officer expressed gratitude to Kevin and his companions before beckoning his colleagues back to the vehicle, setting course for the hospital ahead. Kevin brandished the moon god metal staff from his back, with the aid of the moon god's memory. The steel possessed the ability to alter its length and hardness at will. He transformed the staff into a long whip, ensnaring Ron, who was engulfed in spontaneous combustion. Lacking self-awareness, Ron offered no resistance as Ke Wen activated Shooter, propelling him towards the port outside the city. The elongated moon god staff plunged Ron into the sea, which immediately began to churn. However, both Ke Wen and Damien discerned that the ocean's embrace offered no remedy for Ron's fiery state. The flames continued to wreak havoc upon him. Why does he continue to burn? Do you know something? Damien inquired of Ke Wen, who had been obstructing his entry into Joan's hospital since earlier and hastily brought him here. He was no fool. He recognized the underlying intricacies. I was initially aware, but now I find myself equally bewildered, Ke Wen admitted, his confusion evident. He had presumed that the situation at Joan's hospital would capture Uncle John's attention and thus resolve the matter. Yet, since Uncle John entered the hospital, the area's library had proven utterly useless, and they could not glean any information about the events occurring within during the confrontation between Ron and Sangong. During this interval, Ke Wen had effectively been blind, which was why he had prevented Damien from entering. Faced with an adversary that even Uncle John could not subdue, it seemed that their involvement would yield nothing but futility. Nonetheless, the fact that the enemy had ignited Uncle John in such a brief span filled Ke Wen with trepidation. Yet, this was not the time for fear. Despite Uncle John being set ablaze, the adversary appeared to have vanished. Their priority must be to extinguish the ignition effect plaguing Uncle John. Otherwise, if they failed to eliminate the threat, Uncle John was destined for demise. Seeing that the seawater had no effect on Uncle John, Ke Wen flung him to the shore. At that moment, Uncle John, under the relentless torment of the flames, had diminished his struggles significantly. If this continued, they would indeed be compelled to take drastic measures against the adversary. In his hand emerged a blazing memory core, prompting Ke Wen to switch directly to the scorching metal mode. This mode possesses the remarkable ability to unleash flames of a staggering 6,000 degrees while simultaneously absorbing an equivalent intensity of heat, although the upper limit of absorption remains uncertain. This data regarding Ke Wen's scorching metal state was the optimal solution he could devise against the currently ignited Uncle Jiyoung. His silver-red form radiated a crimson glow as he extended his fingers toward Uncle Jiyoung, who was engulfed in flames. As the fire from Uncle Jiyoung began to surge toward Ke Wen, it became evident that no matter how diligently Ke Wen absorbed it, the flames on Uncle Jiyoung showed no sign of diminishing. Yet, due to Ke Wen's efforts, Uncle Jiyoung began to regain a semblance of awareness. Masked Rider, futile endeavor. These flames emanate from the depths of my mental prowess. As long as I remain ensnared within this psychic realm, they shall never dissipate. A heavy voice reverberated in Ke Wen's mind, belonging to the temporarily revived Ron, who, in his self-ignited state, was unable to articulate words. Then why can't you free yourself? You are aware that this is an illusion, Ke Wen shouted at Ron, while Damien, nearby, gazed at Ke Wen in confusion. Useless. I've become deeply entrenched in this state. Unless you can directly halt my bodily functions, the flames will continue to burn until my demise. Ron's bitter words triggered a silent curse from Ke Wen. Although it was their first encounter, witnessing this formidable figure face certain death was not in his nature. Moreover, Ron had proposed a potential solution. Stopping his bodily functions was out of the question, but alternative methods existed, such as applying low temperatures. System, do you possess low-temperature memory cores? Ke Wen sought assistance from the system within his mind. Yes, Ice Memory Core, with abilities contrary to Scorching Memory Core, can release temperatures nearing absolute zero, but it also inflicts harm on the user. Cost, 600,000 points. Please use with caution. Seemingly redundant, Ke Wen commanded, exchange it directly. Understood. The Ice Memory Core requires 600,000 points. The host currently possesses 130,000 points. Deducting, the remaining balance is 530,000 points. As the system's electronic voice echoed, a white memory core materialized in Ke Wen's hand. Without hesitation, he removed the scorching core and transitioned to the frost metal form. In contrast to the scorching form, the frost memory core bore no significant difference in appearance, save for its transition to a silvery white hue, appearing nearly identical to the metallic form on the left. Frost metal form, punch power 20 tons, kick power 25 tons, additional effect, frost strike, capable of inflicting slowing and freezing damage on enemies, effectively diminishing their reaction and defensive capabilities. As he sensed the data resonating within his mind, Ke Wen immediately harnessed the powers of the frost memory. A cascade of white mist emanated from his palms, rapidly enveloping Ron. The icy frost began to spread from Ron's body, reducing the temperature around Ke Wen to the point where a thin layer of ice formed on the surface of the sea. Unable to withstand the frigid temperatures any longer, Damien ascended in the shooter, distancing himself from the area. As Ke Wen intensified the chill, the flames adorning Ron's form began to extinguish, and, as Ron had remarked, the low temperatures caused his bodily functions to cease. The illusions of mental deception could no longer affect him. When Ke Wen, utterly fatigued, fell to his knees, a realm of frost had emerged within a 50-meter radius around him. The ice formed on the sea was thick enough to support vehicles, while the surrounding flora had suffered immensely, becoming mere ice pillars. Before Ke Wen, Ron was now curled up, encased in a massive block of ice, his flames extinguished and succumbing to the slumber induced by Ke Wen's chilling environment. "Is it over?" Damien inquired, observing Ke Wen's cessation of movement as he descended on his bike. "Almost, but I must say it's exceedingly cold," Ke Wen remarked, glancing at the frigid surroundings he had conjured. Although he, as the creator, was not affected, being a southerner made him acutely aware of the chill. With this thought, a shiver ran through him, and even through his mask, Damien could hear the chattering of his teeth. "Hey, it seems like you cast that spell yourself," Damien teased, taken aback by Ke Wen's sudden shift in demeanor, which had previously been composed. "Indeed, it was me, but who says one cannot feel fear while using a skill?" Ke Wen retorted. Damien was at a loss for words regarding Ke Wen's eccentricity. However, thanks to Ke Wen's transformation into the frost memory, Ron did not perish amidst the relentless torment of his mind. The low temperature had immobilized his bodily functions, encasing him in ice, yet had effectively halted his self-ignition. Ke Wen believed that as long as they sidestepped this issue, managing the low temperature would be a trivial matter. "So, how do we deal with this fellow? You know him, right?" Damien asked, having inferred from Ke Wen's previous actions that he was well acquainted with Ron's existence and identity. "Yes, I do know him, but at present, I cannot take him away. I need to find someone. By the way, where has Supergirl gone?" Ke Wen mused, fully aware that his uncle had disguised himself as a superior figure in the super investigation department. Yet, he could not simply transport a block of ice to their doorstep and announce, "Hey, I've frozen your leader into a popsicle. Could someone come to collect him?" As he contemplated the scene, Ke Wen felt a disheartening realization. He might not be greeted by the grand opening of the super department's doors, but rather pursued by a barrage of advanced weaponry. Yet, a pressing concern arose. Where could he possibly conceal such a colossal contraption? It was at that moment he recalled the gravity of the situation. Kara had not yet appeared, leaving Ke Wen perplexed. "Why do you care about the Supergirl? If you can manage to hide this thing properly, I shall not concern myself," he retorted, standing before the imposing mass of frost, troubled beyond measure. At that very moment, when Ke Wen needed Kara the most, she wandered alone within the desolate fortress of the Arctic, unable to fathom the power struggles inherent in the super department. She was acutely aware of what ought to be communicated to Ke Wen. Hence, she soared directly to the fortress, a stronghold accessible solely to Kryptonians, aptly named Loneliness, reflecting the stark reality that the surviving Kryptonians in the universe were nearly non-existent. Presently, Kara was aware of only herself, Superman, and a few of her kin imprisoned in the Phantom Zone. The rest had vanished entirely. Strolling through the crystalline palace of the fortress, each shard of crystal bore witness to Krypton's former splendor. The cities of Kara's childhood came to life in the crystalline reflections, including her own city, Kandor. Now, she could only reminisce about her homeland through these images, for returning was no longer an option. As a superhero, it is hardly commendable to abandon your city, Superman quipped as he descended, playfully addressing Kara from behind. "I know, Cal. I simply find myself perplexed," Kara replied, her fingers tracing the projected images of Kryptonian cities with nostalgia. "What troubles you?" Superman inquired. "Do you believe justice can yield to compromise? If so, what then is the purpose of our existence as superheroes? Why do you ask such a question? In the face of wrongdoing and malevolence, justice has never compromised. For compromise exists only in the realm of zero and infinity." Superman, unable to comprehend Kara's sudden descent into pessimism, felt an obligation as her family to guide her. Hovering behind her, he yearned to discern what transpired in National City. "What has happened, Kara? Are you confounded by something?" "Yes, Cal. A grave case of human trafficking has emerged in our city. Kara proceeded to divulge everything she had learned about St. John's Orphanage through the super department. Truthfully, apart from Superman, she felt there was no other confidant, not daring to approach her adoptive parents for fear of receiving a response akin to that from a super department. However, upon finishing her account, Superman furrowed his brow, realizing that, apart from the masterminds, the case Kara described bore striking similarities to the human trafficking case he had dealt with in Metropolis. Both involved children aged 10 to 15. Both had undergone a harrowing process akin to death, and even his typically unreflective mind sensed the peculiarity of the matter. He was increasingly certain that these peculiarities had not escaped Batman's notice. Perhaps he was already in the midst of uncovering clues. With this thought, Superman realized that Kara should not remain in the Fortress of Solitude at this moment, as there were numerous tasks awaiting her attention. "What is it, Kara? You seem to possess some insight," he inquired, observing the curious expression on her face. "No, but I suspect someone has taken note of your unusual behavior. I must take my leave, Kara, and you should return to your city. Regarding your disagreement with the actions of Supergirl, I shall refrain from comment. I merely wish to convey that if you aspire to be a superhero, such dilemmas will perpetually manifest in your life. What you must do is remain steadfast in your initial convictions. Now it's time for you to protect your city, Supergirl." Without elaborating further with Kara, Superman departed the Fortress of Solitude, soaring directly towards the watchtower, as there were certain matters he felt compelled to verify. Kara watched his retreating figure for a moment before murmuring, "Well, who can blame you for being older than I am?" With a wry remark, she exited the fortress, ready to return to her own city. In Naxanor City, as Connor and Damian deliberated over how to deal with Ron, who was encased in ice, Jones, having hastily fled from the hospital, drove back to his home, preparing for departure. An explosion at the hospital would inevitably attract police attention, and they would soon uncover the connection between the hospital and St. John's Orphanage. This would lead to a myriad of complications that would be far from easy to resolve. Jones had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Since the exposure of St. John's Orphanage, he had thought he could extricate himself from the situation. Yet he continuously found himself engulfed in a series of distressing occurrences that he struggled to accept. Damn it, how could this happen? Upon reaching home, Jones hastily packed a variety of passports, some spare currency from multiple countries, and a sum of hard cash into his briefcase, preparing for his escape. Though a dull ache lingered in his head. "Get down, Jones!" The three-dimensional sculpture he had been clutching suddenly issued a warning. Without a moment's hesitation, Jones rolled aside, as two red beams penetrated the ceiling, striking the spot where he had just been. The intense heat reduced his expensive desk to a pile of ashes, while a figure descended through the gaping hole in the ceiling. "Superman? No, who are you?" Evading the lethal strike, Jones gazed at the emblem emblazoned on the figure's chest, instinctively calling out, but then realizing something was amiss. The figure wore no cape and donned a black short-sleeved shirt. Yet there was a resemblance to the Superman from the newspapers, prompting him to ask, "Who are you?" "A person who wishes for your eternal disappearance." The cold words escaped from Connor, now under Lena's control, as he displayed no emotion. He unleashed his heat vision directly at Jones, who, once again, rolled to evade the scorching beam, which effortlessly sliced through the wall behind him like butter. "Damn it, why does everyone seem to be targeting me?" With a furious exclamation, Jones unleashed his mental power, refusing to believe he could suffer defeat again. Yet, the harsh reality was that he faltered once more. The immense mental force brushed against Connor, merely akin to a gentle breeze. Connor glanced at Jones, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, and Jones felt a familiar, excruciating headache, reminiscent of his encounters with Ron in the hospital. Within the laboratory, Lena, observing everything through Connor's perspective, couldn't help but smirk. "Considering Subject Zero to be a superhero is your gravest error, Jones." With a mocking remark, Lena issued a termination command to Connor. As Jones writhed on the ground, Connor's eyes emitted a fierce red glow once more, and his thermal gaze was unleashed again. This time, barring any unforeseen events, Jones was doomed. However, an unexpected development occurred. The sculpture of the three palaces, hidden in Jones's cloak, soared into the air, shielding him. A beam of energy, rivaling Connor's thermal gaze, erupted from the sculpture, clashing with Connor's fiery sight. A standoff formed in the air, the thermal gaze and the beam competing for supremacy. Even Lena was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Jones had such a trump card. Nonetheless, Jones had to perish, and Lena commanded Connor to execute a lethal order via the computer. The red thermal gaze thickened, its scorching heat igniting nearby fragments of paper and wood, while the Three Palaces sculpture refused to yield, still burdened with tasks for Jones to complete. Simultaneously, it cursed Jones internally, lamenting, "You asked me to find you a daughter, yet you've attracted so many enemies. If only I could cross dimensions, I would smite this unfortunate child with a single blow." The maximum output of the thermal gaze and the beam from the sculpture escalated to their limits, and with their energy colliding, a surge of red energy erupted between them. The immense force obliterated Jones's mansion entirely, wreaking havoc on the surrounding land and lawn. Fortunately, the area where Jones resided was affluent and sparsely populated, resulting in no casualties, merely a scene of devastation. Warning: the subject is under attack from an unidentified energy source. The main program is no longer operational. At the moment of the explosion between Connor and the Three Palaces, Lena, observing through Connor's perspective, received no information. The screen turned to static. Damn it, what is happening? Upon seeing the alert on the screen, Lena cursed under her breath and began manipulating the computer to access street surveillance. However, the energy shock had thoroughly destroyed the pavement where Connor stood, including the surveillance cameras, leaving Lena completely ignorant of the events unfolding. At the epicenter of the explosion, a fragmented sculpture of the Three Palaces floated in midair, encasing the unconscious Jones within a yellow sphere of light. Glancing at the unconscious Connor nearby, the Three Palaces cursed under its breath before departing with Jones. Where am I? Who am I? Who is Ke Wen? Who is the Masked Rider? What about Supergirl and Kara? Upon awakening from his stupor, Connor no longer bore the expression of utter lifelessness that had previously enveloped him. As he gently massaged his throbbing head, the clarity of consciousness washed over him for the first time. Engaged in a dialogue with himself, he pondered the names that surfaced in his mind. With a hesitant effort, he stood up and gazed in the mirror, staring at his own reflection, momentarily perplexed before he finally articulated, "I am Connor Kent? But who are my parents? Damn it, why can't I remember anything?" Cursing under the weight of his fractured memory, Connor glanced at the approaching police cars in the distance and instinctively felt that he ought to distance himself from these entanglements. With that thought, his body involuntarily began to lift, departing from the desolate ruins surrounding him. In the subterranean laboratory of LexCorp, Lena interfaced directly with her company's satellite, swiftly pinpointing the coordinates of Nashimento City. However, by that time, Connor had already vacated the area. Lena could only observe the scorched earth, finding nothing else. And the unforeseen turn of events left her somewhat disoriented. What on earth transpired? How could Subject Zero have gone awry? Frustrated, she pounded the keyboard twice to calm her tumultuous emotions before extracting her phone to dial a number. "Hello, it's sleep time, my dear sister," came Lex's languorous voice from the other end, inciting a simmering irritation in Lena. "While you're enjoying your slumber, I'm here cleaning up your mess. What's the deal? Stop sleeping. Subject Zero is malfunctioning. We've lost control over him." Oh, his unflappable tone piqued Lena's suspicion. Subject Zero was the culmination of her brother's efforts, and his lack of reaction to the crisis raised doubts about his attitude. "It seems you've deployed Subject Zero to deal with that clown named Jones. Haven to you?" Lex stated, revealing Lena's actions with ease. "You know, of course. Subject Zero is my creation. I must be the first to know if something happens to him, am I not? So you are aware of everything concerning Jones, including her role in this?" On the other end, Lex fell into an unusual silence, as if the mention of that individual struck a sensitive chord. After a considerable pause, Lex's voice finally broke through. "Yes, I am aware and I know what she has done, but you need not worry. I can assure you that I have not interfered with any matters concerning her." "Oh, how dutiful you are, my brother," Lena retorted with sarcasm. "Call what you will. As for Subject Zero, you needn't fret. He is proceeding along the path I have set for him. Did you install some sort of safeguard in his brain?" Lena, suddenly grasping Lex's implications, inquired tentatively. Disregarding the insurance mechanism, several subconscious influences are at play. The initial phase of the social integration experiment proved remarkably successful. Although the timing may seem coincidental, it perfectly facilitates these subconscious effects, encouraging him to explore new experiences. Certain outcomes only become apparent in retrospect. You are plotting something, are you not? However, that is no concern of yours, my sister. Do not involve yourself in the matter of human trafficking. It encompasses far too many complexities. Simply focus on managing your company diligently. Having said this, Lex terminated the call, thousands of miles away in Metropolis. Awakened by Lena's phone call, Lex found sleep elusive. Pouring himself a glass of red wine, he gazed out at the nightscape. On one computer screen, a red dot signifying Connor Kent moved within a defined range, while another computer displayed a beacon, incessantly blinking with the solitary inscription, "The Light." Underneath the bridge in Naxino City, Kevin and Damien continued to drag the frozen Ron forward. Lacking a superheroine and a private sanctuary, they were utterly at a loss as to how to handle the predicament with the bewildered uncle. They could only maneuver him into the nearby thicket, hoping that the recovering Ron would provide them with some guidance. "What exactly do you know, Kevin?" Observing Kevin's earnest efforts to assist Ron, Damien felt puzzled, as he had never witnessed such dedication from him before. "I can only tell you that the figure encased in ice is a hero from another world, a powerful and benevolent elder." "Powerful?" Damien cast a glance at Ron, still frozen in the ice, and retorted, There was a minor mishap. Just wait. The superheroine is on her way." Just as Kevin was about to continue dragging Ron forward, the regional library notified him that Kara had appeared in the sky nearby. With her speed, she soon materialized above them, greeting the two. "Good evening, Kamen Rider, Robin." Who is this?" Upon seeing Ron encased in ice, Kara instinctively regarded him as an intruder. With her experience, she could easily ascertain that Ron did not belong to Earth. Coupled with the information she had previously gathered from the Super Search Department, she immediately assumed he was a vanguard of the Phantom Prison, her eyes glowing red and poised to unleash her heat vision. "Hey, take it easy, superheroine. This is a long story. Please listen calmly." Kevin quickly positioned himself in front of Kara, not wanting the bewildered uncle to be mistakenly assaulted by her. Given the current state of Ron, a single blast of heat vision could spell disaster for him. Once he calmed the tense Kara, Kevin recounted the events of the evening, combining this with his super hearing, which had allowed him to gather information in Naxino City. Kara eventually came to trust Kevin's words. "So, he is in a dormant state and cannot be awakened?" "More or less. As I cannot guarantee that he will not remain in a state of self-combustion once freed from the ice," Kevin shrugged in response. "Perhaps I can offer my assistance as well. You know, I possess heat vision and freezing breath," Kara remarked with a hint of eagerness. "Well, that sounds like a splendid idea. Let us give it a try," Kevin acknowledged, realizing that remaining idle was not a viable option. He decided to trust Kara this time, especially considering that her freezing breath was no trivial matter. Kevin found it hard to believe that two freezing abilities could coexist, yet allow Ron to be reduced to ashes. Once resolved, Kara's eyes glowed red as she aimed directly at the ice encasing Ron. The extreme heat began to melt the outer layer of ice immediately. But even Kara was cautious not to raise the temperature too drastically, as she had yet to master the technique of heat vision. After approximately 15 minutes, she finally managed to thaw Ron, who had transformed into a frozen dumpling. The melting ice flooded the surrounding grass, and Ron lay unconscious on the ground. "All right. It seems he is all right now." Kevin sighed with relief upon noticing that Ron showed no signs of spontaneous combustion. At the very least, the esteemed individual was still alive, albeit temporarily incapacitated. Before Kevin could discuss arrangements with Kara, Ron began to undergo a transformation on the grass, his muscles twitching until he reverted to the likeness of Hank Henshaw before Kara's eyes. Having spent time in the Super Bureau, Kara's eyes widened in realization. How could she not understand the truth that Ron was indeed Hank Henshaw at this juncture? "Oh dear, this has become rather complicated," Kevin awkwardly stated. In Gotham City, Dick, clad in casual attire, emerged from a residence and spotted a sedan parked at the roadside, promptly climbing inside. Disguised as a gray-haired old man, Bruce sat in the passenger seat, resembling a father waiting for his son. "What's the situation?" the disguised Bruce inquired as Dick entered the vehicle. "You guessed correctly. Although the children on this list belong to the same family, they reside in different districts and seldom interact. Interestingly, they all received a new vaccine on the same day and exhibited stress symptoms within 48 hours, leading them to be diagnosed at Savage Hospital," Dick reported, waving the gathered information in front of Bruce while asking, "So, shall we proceed to the hospital?" "Yes, you shall drive," Bruce replied. "Why?" Dick questioned. "Because at this moment, I am your father," Bruce stated. With an impeccable reason, Dick could only close his mouth and press the accelerator towards Savage Hospital. The sedan halted at a corner not far from the hospital. Shedding their disguises, they donned uniforms and traversed the building, gliding to the hospital rooftop. Their mission was straightforward: acquire the vaccine and depart without anyone knowing they had been there. The infiltration was remarkably successful. As the two world-class stealth masters moved through the hospital as if it were uninhabited, successfully evading patrolling security and nurses, ultimately retrieving the vaccine from the pharmacy. With utmost caution, Bruce carefully tucked the object into his belt before signaling Dick to prepare for their departure. The ease with which he had acquired what he sought made Bruce, who was usually quite suspicious, feel a sense of unease. Swiftly returning to the location where his car was concealed, he pressed a button on his belt, transforming the ordinary black sedan into the Batmobile. Causing Dick to furrow his brow. Was it truly necessary to be so tense over merely obtaining what they desired? There was no time for explanations. They needed to get in the car. Bruce said little, issuing a command to Dick. Understanding his mentor's temperament, Dick refrained from further discussion, leaping into the vehicle. With a press of the accelerator, the Batmobile roared to life, speeding towards the Batcave on the outskirts of the city. On the streets of Gotham, the citizens paid no heed to the Batmobile's unimpeded passage. It had become a fixture of their daily lives. If there ever came a day when they did not witness the Batmobile or hear its thunderous growl, that would be the true cause for concern. Seriously? They had merely succeeded once, so why the anxiety? Wait, this doesn't seem to be the route to the Batcave. Dick suddenly realized it was precisely because it had gone too smoothly. If the vaccine was indeed pivotal, it could not have been so easily obtained, unless its significance was not as substantial as they had presumed. Bruce responded with calm assurance. Are you suggesting we were mistaken? The moment those words escaped Dick's lips, he felt rather foolish. If they had erred, Bruce would not have exhibited such tension. Yet, Dick remained perplexed as to why Bruce was meandering about the outskirts in the Batmobile. I sincerely hope we are wrong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the current circumstances. After a brief silence, Bruce stated plainly, why? It is quite simple. Sonar radar indicates that we have visitors above us. Upon hearing Bruce's declaration, Dick promptly switched the radar in the Batmobile to visual mode. High above them, a flock of bats trailed closely behind. However, when he magnified the image, he discovered that these were creatures with human bodies, bat-like features, and wings. Fuck, they're man-bats. In the night sky over Gotham, a swarm of humanoid bats obscured the heavens. Due to their altitude, no one could discern their true appearance, but Dick, utilizing the high-definition cameras within the Batmobile, was able to clearly identify these monstrous beings. The man-bats were the genetic creations of Gotham's renowned zoologist, Kurt Langstrom. This scientist, afflicted by congenital hearing impairment, sought to cure himself through experimentation with bats known for their extraordinary hearing. Evidently, he succeeded in curing his ailment, but transformed himself into a half-human, half-bat creature in the process. Back when Dick was Robin, he and Bruce had endured considerable hardship at the hands of this individual. However, now the skies were not just occupied by a single man-bat. Witnessing these grotesque monsters captured on a high-definition camera, Dick couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This scenario was far beyond his plans. Damn it, I recall that Langston had seemingly destroyed the formula for the man-bat. How could there still be so many of them? Dick lamented. Yet he still lives. As long as he draws breath, the creation of man-bats can be mass-produced. Clearly, our adversaries have anticipated that someone would tamper with the vaccine. Hence they orchestrated this rather unconventional welcome party for us, Bruce stated, not bothering to look back. You're always right. So, what is our next course of action? Find a quiet spot and send them fleeing? Dick inquired. I am uncertain, replied Bruce. Huh? At Bruce's utterance, Dick momentarily questioned whether his hearing had failed him. The astute Bruce Wayne, the Batman, was at a loss. First, this Batmobile is merely a facade. Aside from its collision resistance and agility, it is devoid of weaponry. Secondly, deploying the Batplane would only draw undue attention from our foes. If they become alert, uncovering the truth behind this affair will be far more challenging. You truly have chosen an excellent target for them, Dick remarked, exasperated by Bruce's explanation. Meanwhile, the man-bats soaring above had locked onto their target and, with a screech, dove towards the speeding Batmobile. Brace yourself, Bruce cautioned as he glimpsed the charging man-bats in the rearview mirror. He executed a sharp turn, veering into the dense forest, where the thick branches provided optimal cover, sparing them from the initial onslaught of the man-bats. However, this was not the most prudent solution, for the forest would eventually yield an exit, and the Man-Bats could accurately locate Bruce's Batmobile through their echolocation. Some of them had even flown ahead to ambush them at the forest's exit. Okay, do we have any grappling hooks? A grappling hook would suffice, Dick mused, glancing at the Man-Bats circling overhead while searching the vehicle's computer. Yet, as Bruce had indicated, the Batmobile was merely a vehicle designed for camouflage and impact resistance, lacking any weaponry. We do not require such implements, Bruce stated, lowering the window. With his left hand, he hurled 3 batarangs into the air. The batarangs arced gracefully, embedding themselves into the cliffside above, while Bruce maneuvered the Batmobile to a halt near the forest's exit. The Man-Bats, observing their quarry come to a stop, screeched in unison and charged towards the Batmobile. Bang! 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 The enhanced bodies of the Man-Bats collided with the Batmobile. Yet, as Bruce had asserted, it was remarkably resilient. Despite the onslaught, not a single window was shattered. Please tell me you have a plan, Dick urged, gripping the steering wheel as he regarded Bruce's poised foot, ready to accelerate. Of course I do. We simply must wait, Bruce replied. Bruce uttered a word and then silently awaited as the Batmobile swayed under the onslaught of the humanoid bats. He remained steadfast in his composure until the 3 bat-shaped projectiles embedded in the mountainside detonated with explosive force. The projectiles, laden with high-grade explosives, carved a gaping hole in the rock face, sending debris cascading downwards towards the Batmobile below. The falling rubble enveloped the Batmobile just perfectly, and due to the proximity, the stones plummeted with alarming speed. The humanoid bats had no time to evade, thus were all struck by the descending rocks, including those beneath the Batmobile. As the stones crashed down, they stirred a cloud of dust above the dense foliage, and the humanoid bats, previously huddled together atop the Batmobile, were all taken down by the falling debris. However, the Batmobile, shielded by the sturdy humanoids, suffered minimal damage. The roar of the engine reverberated amidst the chaos as the Batmobile's powerful motor propelled it through the heavy boulders, emerging unscathed from a precarious predicament, thanks to Bruce's ingenuity. As the Batmobile burst forth from a thicket and onto the mountain path, the remaining humanoid bats spotted their target once more and charged forward. Despite Bruce's previous efforts to incapacitate half of them with the falling rocks, the sheer number of humanoid bats was still formidable enough to threaten the vehicle's stability. Bang! A nearby humanoid bat collided forcefully with the Batmobile, attempting to leverage its bulk to overturn the metallic beast, while Bruce fought to maintain control and stabilize the vehicle. However, the situation grew increasingly dire, and at that moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air. A nearby humanoid bat let out a piercing cry as a gaping wound was torn into its wing, causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground, inadvertently tripping 2 of its companions. Do we have friends arriving? Dick pointed to the right. On the slope, a rugged motorcycle glided effortlessly over the terrain, its rider gripping a modified sniper rifle. With each shot fired, another humanoid bat fell lifelessly to the earth. Following Dick's gesture, Bruce squinted into the moonlight, discerning the motorcycle rider executing various stunts on the slope. The figure was somewhat robust, clad in a black jacket and tactical gear, adorned with an array of firearms, truly a mobile armory. A red hood concealed the rider's face completely, rendering their identity a mystery. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Bruce felt an unsettling sense of familiarity about this silhouette. It feels oddly familiar, Dick remarked, deepening Bruce's intrigue. His circle of acquaintances was limited, and each was distinctly recognizable to him. However, this individual was certainly not among those he knew. Clang! Just as the 2 pondered the identity of their unexpected ally, a bullet ricocheted off the Batmobile's hood, knocking down an unfortunate humanoid bat. Is he attacking us? No, he is guiding us. Indeed, apart from the first shot striking the Batmobile, the subsequent rounds were aimed at the front of the vehicle. Judging by the accuracy of the earlier shots, Bruce was confident that if the assailant truly intended to target him, a single shot would suffice to puncture their tires. Without a shadow of doubt, Bruce trusted his instincts. He deftly turned the steering wheel and drove towards the direction indicated by the mysterious figure. Following the gunfire's trajectory, the Batmobile arrived at the edge of a precipice. We have no path left. No, the way forward lies just ahead. With a firm press on the accelerator, the exhaust flames erupted from the Batmobile's rear, propelling it over the chasm. Simultaneously, Bruce engaged the autopilot and called out to Dick, "Jump!" Without hesitation, The two took advantage of the Batmobile's imposing size to shield themselves from the view of their pursuer and leapt downwards. The Batmobile soared across the gorge, landing on the opposite side, continuing its forward momentum, while the less astute assailant pursued them relentlessly. With a splash, both Bruce and Dick plunged into the water, resurfacing several seconds later. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted above them. Evidently, the Batmobile's autopilot had not delayed their pursuer for long before it was dismantled. However, the explosion also inflicted harm upon their foe, as Bruce and Dick noticed no sign of the assailants circling above. Glancing upwards, the motorcyclist who had aided them, the Red Hood, was peering down from the cliff, exclaiming something aloud. A second explosion from the Batmobile drowned out his words, leaving Dick unaware of any anomaly, while Bruce sensed that the Red Hood had uttered something of significance. After a fleeting glance at Bruce and Dick, the Red Hood turned his bike around and departed the cliff, prompting Bruce and Dick to swim towards the shore. It was a long night. As they lay on the bank, Dick took a moment to catch his breath. Returning to Gotham is always an exhilarating experience, he mused. After a brief reflection, he urged, "We have much to accomplish." Without looking back, Bruce made his way towards the Batcave. Dick cast a resigned glance at his adoptive father before following suit. "I wonder how things fared for you all in Naxenor City." Coven, Damian, Claire, he pondered silently, finally catching up to Bruce as they walked side by side. The night was destined to be prolonged. Meanwhile, Dick had just escaped the clutches of the assailant in Gotham, securing the vaccine in the process. On the other side, Coven stood awkwardly with Kara, who had witnessed Ron transform into Hank. Turning to Coven, she sought an explanation. "Well, I do have a rough idea about this, but it's quite challenging to articulate," Coven admitted, sensing the intensity of Kara's glare. He promptly surrendered, yet it proved futile, as Kara tapped her foot impatiently, joined by Damian, who aligned himself with her in scrutinizing Coven. Okay, I concede. I confess. The individual in question is named Ron Rons, a resident of Mars, possessing abilities quite akin to those of you Kryptonians. As for the reasons behind his ascension to the position of head of the Super Investigation Department and his unexpected presence in the hospital, I must admit, I am rather perplexed," Ke Wen remarked, half in jest. At that moment, Ron, lying motionless on the ground, emitted a faint groan, drawing the attention of the three. He felt an overwhelming discomfort throughout his body, although Ke Wen had used low temperatures to immobilize his bodily functions, forcibly extracting him from a mental illusion crafted by the three palaces. The previous experience of being engulfed in flames, followed by the destructive chill, was no trivial matter. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to disguising himself in human form. In his Martian state, he would unconsciously wield his psychic abilities, a prospect that now felt akin to torture. "Kara, what brings you here?" Ron inquired, still disoriented from his awakening. Upon seeing Kara, he instinctively called her name, which further confirmed her suspicion that the head of the Super Investigation Department, Hank Henshaw, was indeed the Martian before her. "Should I address you as Ron Rons or Minister Henshaw? Your disguise is quite convincing. Pray tell, why have you been lurking on Earth, and what is your true purpose?" With a wry smile, Ron glanced at Kara and then at Ke Wen and Damian. He realized that no explanation would suffice. His misfortune had led him to impulsively enter the hospital with the intention of confronting Simon Jones, only to find himself in dire straits. Had it not been for Ke Wen's intervention, he might have been reduced to ashes, forever guarding the shore. "I am but a refugee, much like you, Supergirl. My initial intent was merely to resolve matters with Simon Jones, yet fate dealt me a cruel hand. Excuse me for interrupting, Minister Henshaw. I am curious about what transpired in the hospital. With your abilities, you should not have encountered any formidable opponents on Earth, should you?" Ke Wen interjected, intrigued by the individual who had managed to overpower Uncle Jor-El. After all, Kara had only recently begun her journey, and the difficulty of the Naxenor City mission should not have escalated so rapidly. If someone could subdue Uncle Jor-El, it implied they could easily overpower Kara as well. If one possessed such prowess, why engage in covert schemes when they could confront directly? Glancing at Ke Wen, Ron felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the young hero who had saved his life. Although he was uncertain how Ke Wen had unveiled his identity, Ron's moral code prevented him from prying into Ke Wen's thoughts without cause. Furthermore, he was currently unable to probe, as the psychic illusion from the three palaces profoundly affected his mental faculties. One who serves a demon, Simon Jones is a minion of such a being. However, I remain unaware of the name of the demon he serves, as he has never disclosed it to me. Pardon? Can you sketch a likeness? And what was your purpose for entering? Ke Wen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this matter would entangle the realm of the mysterious. In any universe, the domain of the arcane is an enigmatic system of power. For instance, the formidable figure next door, who has dominated the multiverse for nearly a millennium, instilled such fear that no malevolent demon dared to provoke him during his lifetime. Not even the head of the Cosmic Family Planning Committee would dare approach him. The same holds true in the DC universe. More critically, it appeared that there were no prominent figures on his side, adept at confronting the arcane. Kara was out of the question, and he himself seemed equally ill-equipped, an unsettling sense of doom creeping over him. The only three great beings Ke Wen could think of to combat the mysterious side were Shazkin, who was a pass, and Dr. Fate. However, this world leaned towards the New 52, and Ke Wen had no knowledge of where this illustrious figure might be hiding. The last one was Zatanna, but the reason was the same as with the previous individuals. Ke Wen was utterly oblivious to her whereabouts. Creating the sculpture posed no difficulty. He possessed that much capability. As for the motive, it was merely to gather intelligence, utilizing several items he had extricated from the hospital, which he suspected were related to the ongoing human trafficking case. As he spoke, Ron extracted the concealed vaccine and a few reports from within his body. It appeared that the prior self-ignition had not affected the evidence hidden within him. After handing the items to Ke Wen, Ron casually picked up a small piece of wood nearby, transforming his fingers into claws, and sculpted the three palaces based on his recollections. Upon completion, Ke Wen beheld the sculpture, and his mind resonated with a thunderous shock, leaving him utterly speechless. DC indeed had a devilish patriarch. A villain at the pinnacle of power, Ke Wen could scarcely fathom that this affair would be linked to such a fiend, one capable of single-handedly toppling the Justice League without the support of Batman. The mere thought sent Ke Wen's heart racing uncontrollably. For this was an opponent he could not hope to challenge. A mere slap from this entity would spell his doom. Do you know him? Ke Wen's erratic heartbeat caught the attention of Ron and Kara, both possessing super hearing. Their shared glance led them to conclude that Ke Wen seemed privy to some deeper secrets. It truly is a burden to team up with individuals so endowed with acute senses, Ke Wen replied. Yes, I know him. I possess an auxiliary ability that allows me to comprehend all past and present information within a radius of 200 square kilometers, which includes certain descriptions of this demon. His name is San Gong, a great demon from another plane. Is that so? Ron inquired skeptically. Or else, do you suppose I have some personal vendetta against this demon? Ke Wen retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Although he was aware that his deception would not elude Ron, there were matters he simply could not disclose. No, you've misunderstood. I was merely curious, Ron clarified, redirecting his focus back to the vaccine he had presented. This was indeed the crux of his perilous endeavor. The information I gathered within the confines of the hospital reveals that the children who have been sold underwent injections of this novel vaccine. It is evident that this vaccine is assisting Simon Jones in selecting his targets, although we have yet to ascertain its true purpose. One thing is certain. This is undoubtedly not the design of that demon. Wait a moment, I find myself perplexed. You previously stated that Simon Jones worked for San Gong. Yet now you imply that San Gong is not the mastermind behind this affair? Kevin, realizing the contradiction, posed the question directly, utterly baffled. The reasoning is quite straightforward. If this truly were the demon's design, I would have had no chance of survival. You have not faced him directly, so you cannot comprehend his terror. Well, therein lies the dilemma. I am not a pharmacological genius. How long will it take to analyze the results of this vaccine? During that interval, we cannot predict what Simon Jones intends to do. I can return to the super investigative department, where there is sufficient equipment to yield results by tonight. If you have faith in my capabilities. Struggling to rise, Ron turned to Kevin and Kara, deliberately ignoring Damien. I have no objections to you. I trust you. But what about you, Supergirl? Kevin shrugged, passing the ball to Kara. Due to previous events, Kara's impression of the super investigative department had plummeted to an all-time low, and now the revelation that Hank is an alien made her opinion all the more significant. Casting a glance at Kevin and then at Ron, Kara remained silent for a moment before stating, I hold a skeptical attitude towards you for now, Ron, but I trust Kamen Rider. If he believes in you, that is enough for me. Thank you. I am now prepared to return to the super investigative department. Will you accompany me? Kamen Rider, do not worry about Emil. I am here. She will not act rashly, provided you do not reveal my identity. That would be splendid. Come aboard. It appears that merely flying will exhaust you. Climbing onto Shooter, Kevin extended an invitation to Ron. Without hesitation, Ron mounted the vehicle, adjusting the direction towards the super investigative department. Kevin couldn't help but remark, "This night has indeed felt exceedingly long. Let's be on our way." With that, he twisted the throttle and soared towards the super investigative department, with Kara trailing behind. Meanwhile, Simon Jones, having endured 2 assaults, now lay in an alley, his condition resembling that of a beggar. In just one day, he had transformed from a highly esteemed healer into a notorious figure. One cannot help but marvel at the peculiarities of fate. Meanwhile, the sculpture imbued with Sangong's consciousness beckoned to him. "Simon Jones, awaken, you worthless wretch. Arise." Sangong's frantic voice echoed through the alley. Since Jones summoned him, nothing had gone smoothly. He had merely assisted Jones twice, and his ability to project onto Earth had dwindled to one final opportunity. Sangong was genuinely curious about how many enemies Jones had provoked, as it seemed that each one was intent on targeting him alone. A cry of terror jolted Jones from his unconscious state. Upon seeing the 3 palace sculptures hovering before him, he quickly knelt down, filled with trepidation, and uttered, "Thank you for your assistance, my master." "Enough with the trivialities," the voice replied. "I can candidly inform you that the power at my disposal is limited to a single use. Should you fail to accomplish the task I have bestowed upon you, I shall not hesitate to expend my remaining strength upon you." "I understand, my master. I did not anticipate that matters would escalate to such dire straits. Please allow me to pledge my loyalty to you once more. I assure you, this shall be the final occasion." "Oh, how do you intend to guarantee that? You are rapidly becoming a pariah. What makes you believe you can fulfill my command?" "Because chaos will soon reign in this city. Since they are unwilling to grant me a chance for survival, I see no reason to adhere to their rules. I shall complete your task by the simplest means necessary." At this juncture, Jones reflected on the events of the day, recognizing that it all began with Claire's search warrant. Had it not been for that warrant, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. If vengeance were to be exacted, it would start with Claire, that infuriatingly righteous policewoman. Intriguing indeed. "I eagerly await your approach, hoping you can discover the value of your existence," the voice mused. "Yes, my master." Jones lowered his gaze, concealing the frenzied madness that filled his eyes from the 3 palace sculptures. Chapter 20. Yet another powerful figure forced offline in the super investigation department. Emile observed the newcomer, Kevin, with trepidation as he wandered through her department. Unaware of his true identity, she could only watch as her sister, Kara, acted as a tour guide, introducing Kevin to the various facilities. What irked her further was that this masked rider feigned understanding, nodding along in a manner that unmistakably revealed his lack of knowledge. How could such an individual be deemed a superhero? Emile found herself increasingly disillusioned with the current state of the superhero community. To make matters worse, her director remained silent, instructing her to extend proper hospitality to their guests, which made Emile feel that her restraint was a testament to her composure. Why should I, as second in command, be reduced to the role of a servant? Cursing under her breath, Emile maintained a smile as she approached Kevin to provide an explanation. After all, she represented not only her sister Kara, but also her position as the second in command of the Super Investigation Department. Following an incident where she had previously confronted Kevin without permission and had been soundly defeated, she sensed that everyone else felt a certain inexplicable guilt regarding Kevin, leaving Emile wary of provoking collective ire. "I believe the masked rider could offer insights on our equipment, considering your combat prowess lies entirely within that armor," Emile remarked, her smile veiling her disdain as she sought to put Kevin in an awkward position. However, Kevin's response was straightforward. He simply smiled at Emile and said, "I'm afraid I cannot." The blunt honesty left Emile at a loss for words. If she were to mock him now, it would reflect poorly on her character, especially with Kara observing her closely. "No worries, you are merely being modest." Emile forced a smile, complimenting Kevin, a gesture that left Kevin feeling elated. In the Super Investigation Department's medical area, Hank, disguised as Ron, observed his subordinates as they analyzed the vaccine obtained at the cost of lives. He sought to understand the criteria Jones employed for human trafficking in the city of Naxino. Soon, the advanced technology of the Super Investigation Department unveiled the components of a vaccine, and the agent responsible for the analysis approached Hank with a somewhat grim expression. "Director, this matter is somewhat troublesome." Please elaborate," Hank inquired. Simultaneously, Batman and Dick were analyzing the vaccine's composition and effects on their end. They scrutinized the data report displayed on the computer screen and discerned the vaccine's purpose. The vaccine posed no danger to ordinary individuals. Indeed, it provided a certain enhancement to the immune system, as described. However, for those who were not ordinary, particularly for those with superpowers, it was decidedly less benevolent. Was it not? Hank, attuned to the unspoken implications, directly asked. The agent nodded, but then shook his head, leaving Hank somewhat perplexed. He gestured for the agent to pause, then contacted Emil, who was stationed outside to receive guests. Emil instructed Kara and the masked rider to enter, as they needed to hear this information. Very well, Emil responded, casting a mildly displeased glance at Kevin before calling out, Supergirl, please bring your friends in. The vaccine analysis results are in. Kevin and Damian exchanged glances before following Kara in tandem with Emil towards the medical area of the Super Investigation Department. Once everyone had assembled, Hank signaled for the analyzing agent to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, the vaccine before you is the only one Director Hank retrieved from Jones Hospital. Simon Jones is astute. His vaccines are primarily administered in secrecy, and there is virtually no information available on the market regarding this. Without Director Hank, we would remain oblivious to his methods. The agent clearly understood the art of flattery. Even though Hank's true identity was that of the Martian Ron, he appreciated the praise from his subordinates. After a brief cough, he gestured for the agent to proceed. This vaccine serves a singular purpose. It can convert the latent genes associated with superpowers within humans from recessive to dominant. More importantly, unlike typical dominant genes that would immediately manifest superpowers in the recipient, it induces certain pathological reactions, such as cold or fever. Through the reputation of Jones Hospital in Naxino, Simon Jones can swiftly ascertain how many recipients possess superpower genes. Subsequently, using previously recorded information, he can methodically arrange for these individuals to succumb to seemingly severe illnesses, facilitated by their parents' admission to the hospital, ultimately declaring them deceased and expelling them from Naxino. Correct? Kevin interjected. The agent nodded, continuing to elaborate that the more terrifying aspect of this vaccine lies in its complete manipulability, possessing an extensive incubation period that can be activated after a fortnight, 3 months, or even a year. This explains why Simon Jones has concealed it so effectively. No one would attribute a child's death to a vaccination administered 3 months prior. Such sinister tactics left Kevin in a state of shock regarding the DC world he inhabited. The ability to control superpower-detecting vaccines. Could this truly be a feat of contemporary human science? With such capabilities at their disposal, why engage in petty conflicts? They should be striving for harmonious development and reaching for the stars. Kevin found it utterly incomprehensible why Simon Jones would engage in such self-destructive endeavors. Meanwhile, in Gotham's Batcave, Bruce and Dick were deliberating the same issue. As you previously mentioned, there's been a significant rise in human trafficking cases globally. Could this also correlate with the vaccine? Dick speculated. It is a possibility that cannot be dismissed. If so, it would explain why the majority of trafficking victims are children. Once they are identified as carriers of the superpower gene, with a few manipulations, it could be stimulated and subsequently brainwashed and modified to become exceptional biological weapons. One must admit, the individual who invented this vaccine possesses grand ambitions. Yet, even if it were to be utilized as a biological weapon, where would they distribute such a commodity? A multitude of child soldiers would inevitably draw attention. I'm uncertain, but we will uncover the truth. Regardless of the intentions of the person orchestrating this, it must be revealed. Otherwise, if no one appreciates his efforts, hasn't he labored in vain? Bruce clearly identified himself with the mastermind behind these machinations, fully aware of his next course of action. Observing Bruce's unsettling immersion into this role, Dick felt a chill. At times, he could hardly distinguish whether his mentor was the criminal or if those he pursued were the real offenders. He promptly placed a hand on Bruce's shoulder, trying to pull him from such dark thoughts. Hey, don't overthink it, all right? The situation will soon clarify itself. There's no need to dwell so intensely. I understand, and I believe the others in the League should also be sensing something amiss. Noticing Dick's concerned gaze, Bruce realized he had once again worried his son and quickly offered reassurance. As the two engaged in conversation, the computer screen flickered and Cyborg's image appeared. Batman, please come to the Watchtower tomorrow. There is an urgent meeting requiring your presence. Have you uncovered anything, Victor? Indeed, regardless of who that individual is, he is playing a grand game. Cyborg's expression was equally grave, indicating that Batman was not the only one aware of the unfolding events. Please inform the others, especially Hal and Barry. Those two are always tardy. I will. With that, Cyborg disconnected. After a long day of investigation, Bruce finally showed signs of fatigue. He glanced at Dick and rose to leave. I think it's time for you to return to Naxino City. If I'm not mistaken, things are rather dire on your end as well. You must go back to take command. You can borrow the Batplane. And remember to take care of Damien. Strictly speaking, he is your brother. Understood, you old man. You're quite bothersome. If you care about him, just tell him directly instead of relaying it through me, Dick replied, reclining in his chair with a hint of exasperation. You know I'm not good at raising kids. Bruce managed a wry smile before heading upstairs. While Dick observed Bruce's tall figure, still upright, yet appearing somewhat weary in his eyes. Once Bruce departed from the Batcave, Dick muttered to himself, "But you taught me well, Father." Meanwhile, at the Naxino City Police Department, in the aftermath of the St. John's Orphanage incident earlier that morning, the entire department was working tirelessly to gather evidence. It must be said, a well-functioning police department exhibits remarkable execution. Based on the adoption records from St. John's Orphanage over the years, the Naxino City Police were scouring the streets and gathering substantial evidence, simultaneously directing their focus towards the recently troubled Simon Jones Hospital. Claire, the lead investigator, was taken aback by how her commotion had unveiled such a multitude of sordid dealings. Despite having worked through the night, she remained invigorated as she convened with her colleagues. I propose we issue a nationwide wanted notice for Simon Jones immediately, restrict his passport to prevent him from leaving the country, and conduct a citywide search. His home may be destroyed, but I believe he is still in Naxino City, Claire declared assertively, slamming her hand on the table. Outside the police department, a disheveled Simon Jones clutched a cracked three-palace sculpture and cast a sinister gaze at the Naxino City Police Department. "There's no need to rush, detective. I've come to find you myself," he proclaimed, adjusting his appearance and striding towards the police station like a gentleman. At the entrance of the Naxino City Police Department, an officer on duty inadvertently spotted Jones approaching with a light gait. Alert, the officers tightened their grip on their holstered weapons. "Captain, you need to come out and see. Simon Jones is right across from us," one officer called to the commander, still in a meeting. The two officers drew their guns and advanced towards Jones. "Hey, Simon Jones. Hands on your head, get down." The officers maintained a careful distance, their weapons ready. Should Jones make any threatening movements, they would not hesitate to fire. After all, their lives took precedence over apprehending a wanted criminal. "Relax, children, you wouldn't want to harm me," Jones said, unfazed with his hands raised. With a gentle snap of his fingers, an invisible force swept through the air, rendering the two officers who had shouted at him into a state of stupor. Their weapons lowered, they silently approached Jones, assuming the role of his guardians. "Good boys," he quipped, before striding into the precinct. The unseen mental force began to radiate throughout the police station, ensnaring every officer on duty that night. One by one, they fell under Jones's sway, all except Claire. "So, what troubles you all? Why the silence?" Claire, who was preparing a plan to apprehend Jones, noticed her colleagues' vacant stares and their sudden silence, immediately sensing that something was amiss. More alarmingly, the precinct had fallen eerily quiet. On what should have been a bustling night, Claire heard not a whisper. Instinctively reaching for her weapon, she discovered, to her dismay, that her hand would not obey her commands. "Oh, darling, this simply won't do," a mocking voice echoed from behind her. It was then that Claire realized her body was turning against her will, and she found herself face to face with Jones, who wore a sly grin. Meanwhile, in the Special Investigations Unit, Kevin and Carlo were pondering how to deal with Jones when a frantic agent rushed in. "Sir, the city surveillance team has reported that Simon Jones entered the police station 10 minutes ago." The revelation sent Kevin and his colleagues exchanging alarmed glances as they followed the agent to the unit's main hall. As the agents closely monitored the situation on screen, they instinctively pulled up the footage from 10 minutes prior, showing Jones swaggering into the precinct, followed by the sight of him emerging with a struggling female officer, Claire, before he drove off in a police car. The clarity of the surveillance footage left no doubt. It was Claire he had taken. Damn it, Damien, who had spent time with Claire, cursed under his breath, ready to spring into action to rescue her. However, Kevin obstructed his path. "Calm down, Robin. The situation is more complicated than we anticipated. But he took Claire, Damien exclaimed. We will resolve this issue, Kevin replied in a low voice. Turning to the agent responsible for the surveillance. Can you track his movements? The agent nodded, and the screen shifted to a three-dimensional map of New Nova City, where a red that was currently moving before finally stopping at Jones's hospital. Switching back to the street surveillance, they observed Jones exiting the vehicle with the controlled Claire, brazenly walking into the hospital. Just before entering, he glanced defiantly at the street cameras, fully aware of the surveillance. Witnessing such audacity, Kevin felt the weight of Jones's arrogance. You truly are insufferably brazen, you scoundrel. Jones' audacious actions provoked Kevin. But before he could prepare to investigate the scheme Jones had devised within the hospital through the regional library, Kara had already set off. I will deal with Jones, Kamen Rider. You check the situation at the police station. Kara moved with remarkable speed, and before Kevin could react, she had departed from the super investigation department, soaring towards Jones' hospital. Damn it, you have no magic resistance. What are you doing going there? Observing Kara's retreating figure, Kevin felt a throbbing headache. The disparity in strength between him and Kara rendered him unable to intercept her actions in time. He believed he should have taken the initiative to rescue Claire instead, as he at least had some preparation. What are you muttering about? Damien, somewhat perplexed by Kevin's earlier words, concluded that since Kara had intervened, Claire's safety was assured. After all, Damien did not believe Jones could contend with such a formidable hero as Kara. Robin, come with me. We need to address the situation at the police station. I refuse to believe that guy waltzed into the precinct merely to take Claire. Despite feeling somewhat disgruntled, Damien recognized the urgency of the matter. With a flick of his cloak, he followed Kevin out of the super investigation department. With a wave towards a nearby camera, Shooter emerged from the mirror world, and both ascended, heading towards the city of Nishino. Hank observed the screen showing Kevin and Kara departing in opposite directions and cleared his throat. All right, team. Contact the National Guard and prepare for intervention. I trust you don't want your city to descend into chaos. As Hank mobilized, the super investigation department began to spring into action. He then called out to Emil. Emil, lead the strike team. Ensure everyone is equipped with protective armor. Yes, Chief. Shall we assist Kamen Rider? Emil inquired. No, c'est superhero. Huh? Emil was utterly baffled as to why he was not directed to aid the seemingly weaker side. Given Kara's robust physique, Emil found it hard to believe that Jones could inflict harm upon her. In fact, he feared that if Kara lost control, she might inadvertently kill Jones. Nevertheless, Hank insisted on sending him to support Kara, and though Emil did not fully comprehend Hank's reasoning, he complied with the order. Meanwhile, on the first basement level of Jones' hospital, Claire awoke from Jones' mental control to discover her limbs bound and herself confined within a glass incubation chamber. Beneath her feet was a port for the delivery of some unknown substance, and whatever it was, Claire was certain it was nothing beneficial. As she glanced around, she noticed 4 other incubation chambers similar to hers, each filled with a dark substance. Gazing at these identical chambers, Claire was bewildered by their purpose until a child's face emerged from the murky material. What the hell is this? Jones, you bastard, come out. The children within the cultivation chambers provoked Claire, despite her restrained limbs, shouted vehemently, straining to break free, disregarding the blood now trickling from her wrists. Ah, you're awake. My beautiful woman, Jones quipped as he entered, now clad in a fresh outfit. What have you done to these children, you scoundrel? You mean these subjects? Jones glanced around the several cultivation pods before approaching a computer to input commands. As per your investigation, I have abducted adolescents of varying ages from across the city and the St. John's Orphanage, all of whom possess supergenetic traits or fragments thereof. My objective is to reprogram these supergenetic traits, just like this. As Jones completed his final command, the black substance enveloping the children in the 4 other pods began to bubble violently, their slumbering faces contorting in agony before being shrouded by the dark matter, which then began to solidify and emit a faint red glow. I refer to this substance as tar, a material capable of reprogramming the supergenetic traits in the human body. Once I place these children with supergenetic traits inside, they will be reprogrammed according to my design. After a span of 15 days, they shall successfully transform into superhumans. This was originally the safest and least lethal procedure, but due to you, Detective Ke Wen, your relentless pursuit has disrupted my meticulously laid plans. The tar quantity this time is 10 times greater, shortening the reprogramming of their supergenetic traits to a mere 5 minutes. Do not blink as the ensuing events unfold. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Claire observed that the once radiating red light from the cultivation pods was now dimming. The pods themselves began to exhibit cracks. With the sound of shattering glass, several pods erupted, and the black tar dissipated, revealing four crimson-hued monstrosities before Claire. Their translucent exteriors allowed glimpses of their brains and hearts, and they bore limbs and facial features akin to humans. As these four creatures emerged, the temperature in the vicinity escalated dramatically. Lucky! The tenfold increase in tar has not resulted in any fatalities among the subjects. Detective Claire, allow me to introduce you to the specimens of my research. I call them blood demons. Now it is your turn. Although your age may hinder your success, I believe today is my fortuitous day. Welcome to my ranks of soldiers. Ignoring the staggering visual impact this scene had on Claire, the black tar surged forth through the tubing, beginning to engulf her feet, slowly creeping upward. No, no, no. Simon Jones, how could you do this, you murderer? At that moment, Claire did not feel panic at the prospect of becoming a blood demon like the children before her. Instead, she was consumed by fury that a scoundrel like Jones could still draw breath. Well, science inevitably demands sacrifice, Detective Claire. Observing Claire's frenzied screams, Jones remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the black tar enveloping her. Chapter 22, Salvation and Downfall. The black tar had already permeated the incubation chamber, barring any unforeseen circumstances in 5 minutes. Claire would succumb like the four children before her, becoming a mere puppet of Jones, a crimson blood demon. Fortunately, today was not solely Jones's fortunate day. Bang! The ceiling above was shattered, a red figure darting through, crashing into the incubation chamber and rescuing Claire from her tarry confinement. Detective Claire, are you all right? Wake up. Kara held Claire, floating in midair, gently patting her cheek. Oh, that hurts, Supergirl. Claire stirred at Kara's call, her voice laced with surprise upon seeing her. Wow, look who's here, the guardian of New Norn City, Supergirl. I thought you'd arrive a tad earlier. When Kara breached the ceiling, a cascade of debris fell, leaving Jones with little time to react as he awkwardly rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping being crushed by the falling stones. His mental prowess had yet to reach a level capable of warping reality. Once the chaos subsided, he emerged, flanked by four blood demons, emboldening him to mock Kara with disdain. It's all over, Simon Jones. You can choose between a commendable resolution and a disastrous one. Captivated by Jones's words, Kara spoke from her elevated position. She harbored no fear of this ordinary man. Indeed, before a Kryptonian illuminated by the yellow sun, so-called superhumans who had not achieved a certain threshold were essentially regarded as ordinary, and it was evident that Jones belonged to this category. Jones offered no reply. However, the blood demons surrounding him promptly responded on his behalf. Witnessing Jones's demeanor, Kara felt a flicker of anger. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to land a punch on him, though she knew his physique could not withstand her strength. Very well, a disastrous resolution it is. I beg to differ. With a flick of his hand, the four blood demons under his command lunged at Kara. With arms outstretched, 8 streams of searing fire surged towards Kara, yet she retaliated in her own manner, unleashing her freezing breath. The clash of extreme cold and heat enveloped the subterranean space in an instant shroud of steam. In that moment, Jones seized his chance, launching a mental assault. Kara, unlike Hank or Connor, lacked telepathic abilities. However, for a fully enhanced Kryptonian, it was challenging for any mental attack to inflict harm upon her, though it could still pose complications. The mental assault diverted Kara's attention, significantly diminishing the intensity of her freeze breath. Seizing the opportunity, the red blood demon, under Jones's command, escalated its offensive, unleashing 8 streams of searing flames that converged directly towards Kara. A pained cry escaped her lips as she, oblivious to her weakened freeze breath, was struck by the torrent of fire, crashing through several layers of walls. Supergirl, Claire exclaimed in worry. At the end of the wall, a heap of fallen debris formed a small mound that buried Kara beneath it. However, in the next moment, she emerged unscathed from the pile. Fixating her gaze on Jones, she vanished from sight. With a series of anguished screams, the red blood demon, which had stood moments ago, was sent hurtling away by Kara's force. Witnessing his trump card fall, Jones staggered back in alarm, only for Kara to materialize behind him. "Where do you think you're going, Simon Jones?" Startled by Kara's sudden appearance. Jones instinctively swung a punch at her face, but aside from scraping his knuckles, it had no effect whatsoever. Kara raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jones's wounded fist. Accustomed to the folly of those who believe that mere punches and kicks are an effective means of dealing with Kryptonians. "It is all over, Simon Jones. If you think that your so-called biological weapons can aid you, I would not mind destroying them right now," she declared, her eyes glowing a fierce crimson, her heat vision poised to be unleashed. "Supergirl, don't do it. They are all children who have been sold," Claire interjected urgently upon seeing the intensity of Kara's heat vision. "What?" Interrupted by Claire, Kara froze momentarily, the fiery glow in her eyes dimming. Meanwhile, Jones, lying on the ground, wore a sinister grin. "Thank you for diverting her attention, Detective Claire. Now, it is your turn to act, my master." With that, he hurled the three-mansion sculpture he had been clutching tightly. Reacting instinctively to the unidentified projectile, Kara unleashed her heat vision, while the sculpture, fueled by its last reserves of power, shouted in exasperation, "Simon Jones, you despicable human." The two forces collided. Kara's heat vision met the three-mansion sculpture, and a powerful surge of energy began to coalesce around Kara, culminating in chaos and explosion. The tremendous energy radiated throughout the underground space, transforming the hidden lair of Jones' malevolence into a wasteland. Amidst the falling debris, Claire found herself with no time to spare, seeking refuge in a relatively safe corner, shielding her body with a table. Meanwhile, the previously controlled red blood demon roared in fury, rushing to envelop Jones with its own flesh and blood. At the epicenter of the explosion, a hasty counterattack from Kara resulted in an intimate encounter with the last remnants of the Three Mansions' power. It can only be said that Sangong has not diminished his reputation as a great demon, although he has only descended to Earth with a fraction of his powers. He embodies the arcane might of a demon, inflicting damage upon Kara that is but a notch below that of kryptonite. The explosion emanating from the subterranean level of Jones' hospital reverberated, even causing a minor tremor of magnitude 3 in the city of Naxino, with pedestrians sensing a subtle quaking beneath their feet. Even Ke Wen, who had just arrived at the police station, found himself puzzled by the source of the vibrations beneath him. He silently hoped that Kara was faring well, as the regional library still imposed restrictions. Ke Wen contemplated the overwhelming pressure brought on by the library, realizing that he could not constantly access its resources for the information he sought. Even amidst the recent tremors, he refrained from utilizing it. For if Sangong was indeed the cause, he could not ascertain the epicenter. Those who could determine such things were beyond Ke Wen's concern. What demanded his utmost attention now was the unusually quiet police station before him. After Simon Jones had taken Claire, the precinct fell eerily silent, leading Ke Wen to suspect that the officers within had succumbed to Jones's mental control. Shifting into the form of a swift spider, he cast a glance at Damien, who was about to enter, and extended his fingers, ensnaring Damien's feet with biological silk. Within were officers who might be under Jones's influence. Bullets are indiscriminate, and just to be safe, it was better for Damien to remain outside to help evacuate civilians should the situation escalate. "Don't worry, this webbing effect lasts only 5 minutes. Are you certain you're not just trying to show off your entrance?" Damien remarked, raising an eyebrow at Ke Wen's words without showing any sign of displeasure. "Absolutely not. I promised Dick I would take good care of you, and besides, I am older than you." Without heeding Damien's odd expression, Ke Wen strode into the police station, followed by the teasing sound of his voice and the thunderous gunfire within. "Good evening, officer." "Oh, don't draw your weapon. That is quite dangerous. Hey, and please refrain from using grenades." "Excuse me, officer over there. Could you please refrain from lying on the ground? And why are you taking off your clothes? What on earth is happening?" A cacophony of sounds erupted within the precinct, the piercing cries of Ke Wen mingling with the chaos of gunfire and monstrous howls. As a series of explosions rang out, a figure hurtled through the police station doors, colliding into the unsuspecting Damien, and the two rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Following this, 3 crimson blood demons that had emerged from Jones' hospital stepped out of the precinct, their bodies dripping flames that scorched the ground, creating deep craters. What in the world are these creatures? Rubbing the spot where Ke Wen had collided with him, Damien drew his long knife and inquired of Ke Wen, who was now standing beside him. "I had no idea. As soon as I entered, they greeted me with bullets. Just when I managed to subdue them all, a few police officers transformed into this ghastly form. Had it not been for the presence of innocent officers nearby, I would not have been forced to retreat. Huh. Ignoring Ke Wen's justification, Damien dismissed it outright. One only needed to observe the traces left behind to understand that these were not mere simpletons. Fortunately, Ke Wen had not allowed him to enter earlier. In the cramped confines of the police station, encountering such beings could have resulted in serious injury. Regardless of what these creatures were, it was evident they were remnants left by Jones, and if not dealt with swiftly, they could wreak havoc in the vicinity. Gripping his long knife, Damien was ever ready for battle. Switching his trigger to the ice mode, he elegantly spun his firearm, while Ke Wen aimed his trigger gun directly at the approaching blood demon, signaling the imminent clash. Chapter 23. Revenge. At the entrance of the police station, Ke Wen and Damien stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the oncoming blood demons. With their trigger guns loaded with frost effects, they unleashed a barrage of luminous ice projectiles that crystallized the searing heat before them, scattering icy shards across the ground. Meanwhile, Damien maneuvered around, hurling darts at the blood demons. The darts effortlessly pierced the creatures, but the inherent high temperature of the blood demons reduced the darts to molten iron that dripped away. With a furious roar, the blood demon retaliated, launching waves of scorching heat towards the airborne Damien. Boom! Two powerful frost projectiles detonated in midair, allowing Damien to stabilize his descent with the gusts of wind. Casting a glance at Ke Wen, you could at least aim your shots more accurately. Their hearts and brains are evident. With increased power output, you could resolve this issue once and for all. I cannot, Ke Wen retorted. Did you not hear me earlier? These are humans transformed. How can you ask me to kill them without knowing if this transformation could be reversed? He gestured towards the blood demons, once police officers. He understood Damien's perspective. The destructive potential of these blood demons was immense, capable of melting darts into molten iron, sufficient to ignite a catastrophic fire. Yet, he struggled with a moral quandary. He could slaughter the Marrow clan without a second thought, for he knew they had long ceased to be human, becoming beasts instead. However, these blood demons were different. He had witnessed their transformation firsthand, and the sight of their still-beating hearts beneath transparent shells was enough to paralyze him with hesitation. He could not bring himself to end their lives. If you continue to hesitate, these creatures will turn this place into chaos. Damien, recognizing Ke Wen's internal conflict, grew increasingly anxious. If they were merely unknown entities, Damien could manage to dispose of them with some effort, but because they were once human, he found his hands tied. In the 2 years spent alongside Batman, his once fervent desire for bloodshed had significantly waned, particularly after meeting Ke Wen. He found himself at a loss regarding the transformation he had undergone. Damn it, Ke Wen cursed inwardly as his trigger finger began to waver, aiming at the blood demon entangled with Damien. Continuing this struggle with the blood demon would not endanger him and Damien. But the surrounding buildings and innocent civilians were a different matter entirely. Time waits for no one. As Damien's skirmish with the blood demon grew perilous, Ke Wen realized that hesitation was not an option for him. Firmly gripping his weapon, he inserted the ice memory drive. "Robin, get down," he shouted to Damien, who was engaged with the blood demon. Damien responded by deploying a smoke bomb, utilizing the cover to distance himself from the foe. Ice maximum drive. The icy light orb coalesced at the muzzle of his weapon. Seizing the opportunity while the blood demon was shrouded in smoke, Ke Wen unleashed a barrage upon the area. A silvery beam enveloped the vicinity, and the white frost extended across the ground for a full 10 seconds. Only then did Ke Wen cease fire. As the white mist dissipated, a small iceberg materialized before him, encasing the blood demon along with Damien's smoke in a frigid embrace. With no alternatives left, Ke Wen had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure. After executing this powerful maneuver, he felt utterly drained, collapsing to his knees, uncertain whether he had taken a life or saved one. Understanding Ke Wen's turmoil, Damien approached and placed a comforting hand on Ke Wen's shoulder, offering silent solidarity. Meanwhile, in the police station, the officers Ke Wen had subdued began to stir from their stupor, dazedly emerging from the precinct. The fire brigade, arriving belatedly, commenced extinguishing the flames ignited by the blood demon. Elsewhere, in the underground chamber of Jones Hospital, Kara found herself at the epicenter of the energy surge unleashed by the 3 palace sculpture. The explosive force leveled everything around her, Yet Kara stood resilient at the center, albeit in a disheveled state. The blue Superman suit was missing its cuffs, her cape was tattered, and crimson blood dripped from her nose onto the ground. Dark energy intermittently flickered around her, while the remnants of the sculpture, housing the last vestiges of its power, lay shattered at her feet. As the smoke cleared, Kara, unable to maintain her stance, began to topple backward. Claire, unscathed, swiftly rushed forward to support her. "Supergirl, are you all right?" Claire inquired, noting Kara's disheveled appearance. Surprised to witness her in such a state amidst a battle against an unknown enemy. "Thank you, Detective Claire. I just need to rest for a moment," Kara replied weakly, casting a faint glance at Claire. She felt an overwhelming ache throughout her body, her first significant injury outside of kryptonite. As Claire was preparing to assist Kara in departing, a disturbance emanated from a nearby mound of earth, causing her to halt her steps uncontrollably. With a hint of trepidation, she cast her gaze towards the heap of soil, where Simon Jones still drew breath. Indeed, a hand emerged, displacing the scattered dirt, shielded by the corporeal form of 4 red blood demons. Jones bore no injuries apart from a thin layer of dust. The red blood demon that had shielded him from the falling debris now lay as a heap of dark matter on the ground. Rising to his feet, Jones brushed off the dust from his attire, casting a mocking glance at Claire and the weakened Kara as he sauntered towards them. "Well, isn't this the first time I've witnessed our guardian hero in such disarray? Do you still possess the strength to strike me, Supergirl?" "Detective Claire, we must leave. I will confront him." Kara, feeble as she was, attempted to push Claire aside. However, Claire remained steadfast, leaving Kara astonished at her own frailty, unable to muster the strength to displace Claire. As Jones approached Kara, he swung a punch towards her face once more. This time, Kara was sent sprawling to the ground. Yet his fist remained bloodied and bruised, indicating that the Kryptonian steel physique still prevailed, even while Kara was weakened from the magical onslaught of the Triad. Ouch, that hurt quite a bit. Nevertheless, I have managed to knock down Supergirl with a single punch. I ought to commemorate this moment. Wincing from the pain, Jones gazed at the fallen Kara with an ineffable sense of satisfaction. He unleashed all the indignities he had endured throughout the day in that one blow. With the city's mightiest guardian now at his feet, who could possibly thwart him? Kicking the shattered Triad statue, Jones remarked, "I apologize, my master. Humanity has never relished being trodden upon, even by someone as despicable as I. Now, how shall we tend to you, my Detective Claire, and you, my remarkable specimen?" Observing the weakened Supergirl and the Claire under his mental control, Jones had not anticipated his quest for vengeance to be so fruitful. With merely a touch of theatrics, he had acquired the finest specimen in Supergirl. If he could successfully transform her, he would undoubtedly be capable of creating an army of superhumans. Who would be able to stand against him then? Just as he pondered how to manipulate Kara and Claire further, the sound of wings slicing through the sky and the roar of trucks racing along the road reached his ears. The super task force was on the move. Leading the charge was Emile, who was fraught with urgency. Previously, she had questioned why her director had insisted she rally support for her sister. But now she was taken aback to find that danger had befallen the seemingly invincible Kara. "TSK, what a troublesome fellow. I had hoped to abscond with both of you precious specimens. Nevertheless, it appears I shall have another opportunity next time." Listening to the commotion outside, Jones immediately unleashed his mental prowess, yet received no response. He deduced that the adversary must have employed some device to shield against mental interference. Without the red blood demon at his disposal, he realized that attempting to abscond with Kara and Claire would only lead to his capture. Seizing the moment before the agents from the Super Investigative Department could arrive, Jones uttered a menacing remark and discreetly departed through a secret passage. As for Claire and Kara, opportunities would abound. Once Jones slipped away through the passage, Claire became aware that her body was once again under her control. She exhaled in relief, laboriously propping up Kara, and summoned her remaining strength to cry out, "We're here. Someone, please come help us." After her plea, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. "Supergirl, are you all right?" "Supergirl." Upon hearing Claire's cries for help, Emile swiftly located their position. Upon descending, he was met with the sight of a disheveled Kara lying on the floor, and beside her, the unconscious Claire. Rushing forward, he scooped up his sister. "Emile, you're here," Kara managed to utter weakly to her sister before succumbing to unconsciousness herself. leaving Emil in a state of disarray along with the agents from the Super Investigative Department, who were busy collecting evidence. The following day, at 10 in the morning, at the city hospital, a young man hurriedly paced through the intensive care unit, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. A nurse trotted alongside him, urging, "Detective Dick, you need to remain calm. This is a hospital." Upon pushing open the door, Kevin and Damien, who were stationed outside the intensive care room, visibly relaxed upon seeing the newcomer, especially Kevin. "Ah, you're back," Kevin greeted Dick with a feigned lightness. However, Dick was not in the mood for pleasantries. Anger was palpable on his face as he stormed toward Kevin, seizing him by the collar and pinning him against the wall. Damien stood frozen, unsure whether to intervene. "How could this happen? You were supposed to protect her." Dick's voice, though low, was laced with fury as he confronted Kevin. I'm so sorry," Kevin stammered, at a loss for how to explain himself, managing only this apology. After several deep breaths, Dick restrained the impulse to strike Kevin, releasing his grip and turning to gaze through the glass at Claire, who lay unconscious in the intensive care unit. Guilt washed over him for not having been there when Claire was in peril. To trace back to the early hours, when Emil witnessed Kara in a faint state, he found himself in a frenzy. At that moment, Claire, already unconscious, began to convulse, expelling dark liquid from her mouth. Emil, forced to regain his composure amidst the chaos, promptly gathered a team to transport Claire to the city hospital while also relaying the news of Kara's condition to Hank, who was currently deliberating with Kevin on how to deal with the frozen red blood demon. It seems that this is indeed the work of Simon Jones, transforming humans endowed with supergenetic traits into formidable weapons. Gazing at the frozen crimson blood demon, Hank could still discern the faint, rhythmic beating of its heart beneath the translucent surface, a testament that Ke Wen's ultimate move had not extinguished its life. A glimmer of hope flickered within Ke Wen as he inquired about the possibility of their restoration. Hank shook his head. Even he could perceive the irreversible nature of this transformation. The crimson blood demon before them bore no vestige of humanity, and salvation was beyond reach. He understood Ke Wen's inner turmoil. "Kamen Rider, I recognize your fears, but trust me. Aside from that brain and heart, they possess no chance of reclaiming their humanity. The most merciful course of action is to erase them. If they retain any awareness, they would surely be grateful." Yet, Ke Wen yearned to speak further, only to be halted by Hank. "I understand your thoughts, but sometimes there is no alternative. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, providing answers for them and their families." Witnessing Hank's unwavering resolve, Ke Wen knew that further protest was futile. Although he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, the current situation rendered the distinction moot. His resentment towards Simon Jones, the architect of this horror, festered. It was his first encounter with such profound cruelty in humanity. "Director Henshaw, this is Emil." Just as Hank summoned his subordinates to transport the frozen crimson blood demon, Emil's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Ke Wen, who had intended to accompany Damien to Jones' hospital, was also drawn to the commotion. Glancing at Ke Wen, who turned to him, Hank made no effort to conceal his intent, broadcasting his inquiry to Emil. "Yes, Emil, this is Henshaw. What has transpired?" "Director, Supergirl is unconscious. The rescue target is experiencing convulsions." Emil's frantic voice reached their ears. Upon hearing this, Ke Wen disregarded the immobilized crimson blood demon, leaping onto his flying motorcycle and soaring towards Jones' hospital. In less than a minute, he arrived, his gaze immediately locking onto the unconscious Kara and the convulsing Emil. Damien, seated behind, nearly lost his mind upon witnessing Emil's condition. Ignoring the 10-meter height, he leapt from the flying motorcycle, prompting Ke Wen to swiftly follow and catch him to prevent injury. "What is happening?" Ke Wen hurriedly approached, observing the bloodied nose of Kara, and inquired of Emil. "I don't know. Damn it, how could this happen?" Ke Wen had never anticipated that Kara's confrontation with Triad would lead to such a dire outcome. Though Kryptonians lacked magical resistance, their formidable vitality should have compensated for this shortcoming. Moreover, Triad should not have been able to manifest directly on Earth. Otherwise, he would not be standing there now. The pressing issue was that Kara had evidently been harmed by Triad, and the situation appeared dire. "System, ambulance." The urgency of the situation compelled Kevin to act without restraint. The small ambulance emerged directly from the system's space, while the quantifiable stethoscope began diagnosing Kara and Claire. Simultaneously, The quantifiable syringe commenced treatment on Claire. As the ambulance administered its care, Claire's spasms began to stabilize, while Kara's diagnosis continued. After 2 minutes had elapsed, the ambulance ceased its examination of Kara, conveying a message into Kevin's mind. An unknown force has invaded the Kryptonian's body, continuously weakening her constitution. Treatment is not feasible, but a recommendation is made: increased exposure to sunlight. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the diagnosis. In essence, the magical power from the third palace was overwhelmingly potent, and the solar radiation absorbed by Kara was insufficient to expel it, leading to her weakness. As long as she received adequate solar radiation, Kara would naturally recover. There was no need for concern. Supergirl was merely temporarily weakened. With increased exposure to sunlight, she would be just fine. As for Claire, although the specifics remained unclear, it was evident that her super gene had been fully activated. The spasms were merely a result of the gene's excessive activity, but the ultimate outcome was still uncertain. Hearing Kevin's reassurances, Claire understood that it was merely a false alarm and felt relieved. She then called upon others to assist with the scene's cleanup. While Emil personally carried the unconscious Kara away, Claire was taken to the city hospital by Kevin and Damien. That evening, the intensive care unit of the city hospital admitted 2 patients, one named Ke Wen and the other Kara Danvers. "So is she doing well now?" Dick inquired, gazing at Claire lying in the hospital bed. "It's hard to ascertain. We are unaware of the implications of Claire's super gene. For now, we can only say she is in a stable condition," Kevin replied. Attempting to calm his emotions, Dick turned away from his girlfriend and faced Kevin, asking each word with deliberation. "Where is Simon Jones?" "Missing. The Super Search Department is currently conducting a nationwide search, and there have been no records of Simon Jones or anyone resembling him leaving New City. And you? Has your local library provided you with sufficient information?" "I am alone and lack the time to search for keywords." Casting a glance at Damien, who stood nearby, Dick, now composed, addressed Kevin. "Now, you have 2 additional people joining you in the search. How confident are you?" "Delighted to oblige. So, where shall we commence, partner?" Chapter 24. We are the dual entity of the masked rider within the vast expanse of the blank area library. Countless bookshelves whirled past before Kevin, Dick, and Damien. Yet, their brows remained furrowed, oblivious to the shelves that flew by, as they relentlessly sought critical information. Veins began to throb on their foreheads, and beads of sweat trickled down. Time silently slipped away, and Kevin, who had been steadfastly searching, finally broke the silence. "I can't continue. The burden is too great. If we don't withdraw now, our minds will surely explode." "No, I can endure more," Dick retorted through gritted teeth. "Don't push yourself so hard. There is still time." With that, disregarding Dick's protests, Kevin forcibly exited the area library. In the hospital corridor, the 3, seated with their eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. Leaning against the wall, they gasped for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat. "Ah, you never mentioned you possess such a bizarre ability," Damien said weakly, leaning against the wall. He had overheard the murmurs between Dick and Kevin, but hadn't grasped their meaning until Kevin placed a hand on his shoulder. Anyone experiencing the area library for the first time could not help but marvel at its allure. The sensation of momentarily becoming a god was utterly intoxicating. Indeed, this ability is quite extraordinary, but regrettably, we are not equipped to master the duration of its activation, Kevin responded, a hint of resignation in his voice. Dick's idea was sound, to harness the collective strength of the 3 to unlock the area library and share consciousness. However, lacking critical information regarding Jones, they could not locate him in the sprawling city of New Sino. The city was vast, too immense for them to meticulously scour every corner, and the feedback they received was as dense as a constellation, making the search for Jones an arduous task. After taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Kevin stood up and looked at Dick, who was still clenching his fists, and sighed. "Don't remain so tense. As long as he is still in New Sino, he cannot escape our grasp. You must have faith in yourself and in Claire." "I know. It's just a sense of frustration. I'll stay here to guard, while you and Damien should return first." Dick acknowledged Kevin's wisdom. Realizing that urgency was futile at this juncture, he sighed and encouraged Kevin and Damien to rest. "I am entirely certain that I at least managed to sleep in Gotham. You and Damien have been occupied since yesterday. It's best if you return now." Seeing Dick's determination, Kevin was at a loss for words, and thus he took Damien's hand and departed from the intensive care unit. As Emil passed by Kara's hospital room, he found her already asleep inside. Although it was known that Kara merely needed exposure to sunlight for her recovery, the timeline for her healing remained uncertain. One could recall how Big Super lay dormant for 3 months or even half a year after being struck by the Day of Destruction. As for Kara, even Ke Wen could not offer assurances, given that the magical damage from the 3 palaces ranked among the highest. However, it was precisely because of Kara's hospitalization that Ke Wen had an excuse to skip school, opting instead to take a leave of absence to visit the hospital. After casting a glance at the slumbering Kara, Ke Wen shook his head and departed with Damien. Yet, an awkward predicament arose. He did not possess the key to Claire's residence, meaning Damien was left with no place to go but to remain with him. "What shall I do with you now, my friend?" Ke Wen remarked with a hint of exasperation, as they sat outside a convenience store, observing police cars whizzing past. "Perhaps we could revisit your regional library," Damien suggested, seated on a chair while sipping the vitamin lemon tea Ke Wen had purchased for him. Having been treated to this beverage several times, Damien had developed a fondness for it. Whenever he needed to ponder, he would instinctively reach for a bottle of vitamin lemon tea to aid his thoughts. "Best not to," Ke Wen interjected, taking the lemon tea Damien offered. "The regional library places too great a burden on the human brain. If we engage in that again, we may find ourselves reporting to the hospital." Interrupted in his reverie, Ke Wen fell into contemplation. As an ordinary individual, he had little in the way of plans. Having lost the search capability afforded by the regional library, he now felt akin to a headless chicken, utterly directionless. Meanwhile, Simon Jones, the subject of relentless pursuit by various factions, was currently ensconced in a subterranean laboratory belonging to Lex Enterprises. The facility was filled with incubation pods containing the children he had trafficked. Clearly, this was the final batch, the orphans from the transaction Ke Wen and Dick had thwarted at the city port. Jones had initially intended to dispatch them in a month's time, but a series of unforeseen incidents forced him to expedite his preparations for relocation. A cadre of menacing individuals pushed carts, transporting each incubation pod to a designated open space. Yet no delivery trucks were in sight. Once a sufficient number of pods had been gathered, Jones produced a square box from his pocket and pressed a red light in the center. With a thunderous bang, a colossal portal opened beneath them, transporting the incubation pods away, while his subordinates continued their labor. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed within the underground laboratory. Without turning his head, Jones addressed the newcomer. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Lena. If it were feasible, I would prefer to discuss matters in a different setting, but it seems that is not possible at the moment." Behind Jones stood Lena, who clearly had disregarded her brother Lex's advice to extricate herself from the human trafficking ordeal. Instead, she relied on her prodigious intellect to glean clues from her company's network and had followed the trail. It was not that she wished to act alone. She could not trust the unreliable security personnel. Her identity itself served as her greatest shield. "Do not be so gentlemanly, Simon Jones. I have just had breakfast, and it appears you are quite well prepared, even possessing the mother box we restored from Apocalypse," Lena remarked with biting sarcasm. The invasion initiated by Darkseid 2 years prior had wrought immeasurable devastation upon Earth. However, in victory, the planet had acquired Apocalypse technology, with the mother box being the most significant acquisition. The mother box from Apocalypse represents the pinnacle of biotechnological advancement within the DC universe, offering interstellar transportation, biological enhancement, and injury repair, rendering it almost omnipotent. Even Cyborg, one of the founding members of the Justice League, owes his existence to the mother box. Previously, these devices were exclusive to Apocalypse. However, Earth now possessed them as well, albeit in limited quantities. "Oh, you speak of this? It is a gift from your Lex," Jones quipped, glancing at the mother box in his possession. "Do not be so grateful. I merely wish to understand the extent of Lex Scorp's involvement in this matter, and what role my brother, Lex Luthor, truly plays," Lena shouted, grappling with the overwhelming reality before her. She had always believed her brother harbored a mere aversion to Superman and similar beings, targeting them only during specific incidents. Yet, the sight before her shattered her perception. She could not fathom her brother's involvement in the trafficking of children. Upon hearing Lena's inquiry, Jones furrowed his brow. He had assumed Lena was simply indifferent to his actions, but it appeared she was entirely unaware of the truth. Lex Luthor had not disclosed his role to her. Jones, intending to elaborate further, wisely chose to remain silent, aware that continuing the conversation might compel him to take action against Lena. It seems Mr. Luther has no intention of allowing you to know too much, Miss Lena, so I shall refrain from offering additional information. Rest assured, I will not linger here for long. Within a day, you shall no longer see me in New Gotham, ever. Therefore, Miss Lena, I advise you to depart, and mind your words, he concluded. As he spoke, another controlled red blood demon unleashed a fireball at Lena's feet. The intense heat scorching the ground and creating a deep pit, the threat unmistakable. Observing Jones's actions, Lena scoffed and turned to leave, with the red blood demon trailing closely behind to prevent any unwise actions on her part. The blood demon trailed behind Lena until she exited the underground laboratory, at which point it turned to leave. Seizing the moment, Lena swiftly tapped the blood demon on its back. The creature turned around, bewildered, and gazed at Lena. "You big oaf, go back and tell your master to get lost," Lena commanded. Without acknowledging her words, the blood demon pivoted and retraced its steps, while the door of the underground laboratory closed behind them. Lena understood that at this juncture, Jones would undoubtedly attempt to relocate. He was not foolish enough to place his trust in her. Lena was no fool either. That brief tap on the blood demon had discreetly affixed a tracker to it. Fuming as she departed the underground lab, she retrieved her phone to find a red illuminating the screen. Switching pages, Lena entered an unfamiliar number but hesitated to press dial, still contemplating whether to make the call. As the day quickly passed, a series of incidents from the previous night cast a pall over the citizens of Naxino City. An upheaval at the police station, a crisis at Jones Hospital, and turmoil at St. John's Orphanage, all occurring on the same day. The absence of Supergirl and the Masked Rider, the city's guardians, only heightened the public's anxiety, rendering the city eerily lethargic. At the city hospital, two individuals who had been wandering outside all day came to visit Dick, who was waiting at the hospital. "Dick, have something to eat. We're here to take over," one of them said, brandishing Chinese takeout and a box of pizza purchased from Chinatown, offering both Western and Eastern cuisines to see which Dick preferred. "Thank you. Let us eat together," Dick replied, accepting the food from Ke Wen without pretense. Ke Wen and Damien, who also hadn't had dinner, joined him, and the trio settled down in the break area to eat. Just as Ke Wen was about to open his food container, his pocket vibrated. Curiously, he pulled out his phone to find an unfamiliar caller. Though puzzled, he answered, suspecting it might be someone he knew. "Hello. Hello, Ke Wen. Or perhaps I should say, hello, Masked Rider." Ke Wen instantly recognized Lena's voice. After all, they had crossed paths in battle twice before. He gestured for Dick and Damien to cease their actions, indicating Lena Luther's name, and switched his phone to speaker mode, placing it on the floor. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Damien discreetly stood up and moved aside to maintain vigilance. "Who are you? You must have dialed the wrong number." Miss Ke Wen feigned ignorance. "Stop playing games with me. You know who I am, and I know who you are. If you wish to discover the whereabouts of Simon Jones, we should dispense with the pretense." Lena's words caused Ke Wen and Dick to exchange a sharp glance, as they had not anticipated that Lena would uncover the location of Simon Jones, information they could not access themselves. "Why should I trust you? You may choose not to believe me, but I assure you that if you miss tonight, the next time you wish to find Simon Jones, you shall have to wait for him to appear before you of his own accord. As for the children who have been abducted, you will remain forever oblivious to their fate." Ke Wen and Dick exchanged glances, unable to ascertain the veracity of Lena's words. Yet, as Lena indicated, they had no alternative. Should they forfeit this opportunity, the likelihood of locating Jones in the future would diminish significantly. Thus, they had no choice but to acquiesce, even if it meant stepping into a potential snare. "Very well. Even if what you say is true, where shall we seek him? I shall send the precise location to your mobile device. Do not attempt to employ your peculiar search abilities to probe the area. There are myriad methods in this world that can counter such tactics." "What do you mean?" Ke Wen was stirred by Lena's insinuating remark, but before he could clarify, she unilaterally ended the call. Moments later, a notification chimed on his phone, a text message containing a link and a brief note. "This is a tracking program for Simon Jones. Whether you believe it or not, this time, I merely wish to assist you. If you truly intend to go, I recommend you summon the Super Investigation Department. The red blood demons are not singular in number, and that place serves as a prime source for child recruits." The sincerity woven within her words left Ke Wen and Dick disconcerted, particularly given the notorious reputation of the Lex family. Yet the link Lena provided was indeed genuine. Upon briefly accessing the regional library, Ke Wen discerned that information about that area remained shrouded in obscurity, as if blurred from perception. Nodding at Dick, Ke Wen confirmed a portion of Lena's intelligence to be credible. We cannot notify the Super Investigation Department. If Lena Luthor's assertions hold true, the red blood demons there could easily annihilate their agents. Ke Wen observed the flickering uncertainty in Dick's eyes, recognizing his shared apprehension. However, the prowess of the red blood demons was no trifling matter. The very notion of high temperatures posed a formidable challenge, even for Uncle Jion. Let us not forget, Martians fear fire, and the red blood demons are proficient in wielding it. What shall we do? Just you and I, along with Damien? My friend, this is hardly a moment for individual heroics. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot contend with so many red blood demons. To his surprise, Ke Wen pondered seriously and nodded. Indeed, it shall be just the two of us, excluding Damien. Damien, who had been on alert, glanced back at Ke Wen, raising an eyebrow, but remaining silent. Meanwhile, Ke Wen feigned rummaging through his pocket, producing the ace memory device from the system's space and presenting it to Dick. This is your transformation equipment. Why are you giving it to me? Dick did not take it, merely curious as to why Ke Wen would offer him the transformation tool. The utility of your presence is undeniable. My transformation armor indeed possesses two distinct modes. One, which you are frequently acquainted with, allows me to transform alone. The other is a dual mode, necessitating two individuals, each wielding a memory device for the transformation. In this mode, one person's consciousness enters the body of the other, enabling us to combat together, and the capabilities of the armored form are significantly enhanced by the addition of a partner. So you're suggesting that if we were to transform together, it would be akin to having two individuals with powers equivalent to yours, correct? Yes, that is the understanding. However, considering your mentorship under Batman, I am uncertain of your stance on superpowers. Moreover, if one embarks on such a transformation without adequate mental preparation, the experience can be quite overwhelming. Do you possess the courage to dance on the edge of a blade? As he spoke, Ke Wen once again extended the ace memory device towards Dick, awaiting his response. This was the sole solution, the true method to unleash the potential of our forms. He could not allow Damien to undertake this alone, despite the fact that Damien had ample combat experience. He was still a child, while Ke Wen had reached adulthood. Even if Dick were to decline, Ke Wen would proceed alone. It was a choice, a quest for justice on behalf of those children. To his relief, Dick did not disappoint him. Grasping the ace memory device, he cast a glance at the still sleeping Claire before turning to Ke Wen and stating, "Only this once. When shall we depart, partner?" "Ideally, right now. Damien, I regret to inform you that you must remain here." Ke Wen glanced at Damien, who was poised to follow. However, Damien disregarded Ke Wen, approaching a nearby vending machine, inserting coins, and purchasing 3 bottles of lemon tea, placing them on the table before sulking in a chair. "You'd best hurry. The thermal container cannot maintain its temperature for long." "Huh?" Observing Damien's petulant demeanor, Ke Wen and Dick exchanged amused glances, feeling a sense of pride that this troublesome little fellow was displaying such maturity, as if they were witnessing a child finally grow up. "Understood. But do not pilfer from my belongings. I distinctly remember what I purchased." You better not." Hearing Damien's somewhat disgruntled retort, the two hastened out of the hospital, turning into a narrow alley. Shooter emerged from behind a glass panel, halting in place. Ke Wen swiftly leapt onto the vehicle, activating his stealth suit, while Dick simply shed his outer garments to reveal his uniform beneath. It appeared that even without Lena's call, Dick intended to scour the city for Jones's whereabouts. "Why are you dawdling? Get on already," Ke Wen inquired, puzzled by Dick's hesitation as he prepared the motorcycle. You're driving?" "I sit in the back." Dick asked, somewhat bemused. "What other option is there? I cannot very well make a detour to your home, can I?" "Very well, that rationale is compelling." With a resigned shrug, Dick took his place in the back, gripping the seat tightly. "All right, hold on tight." The shooter emitted a thunderous roar as a motorcycle, entirely crafted from advanced technological innovations, surged out from the alley, racing along the pavement like a ferocious beast, triggering alarms in the vehicles parked by the roadside. Dick was nearly thrown off balance by the powerful thrust, compelling him to clutch tightly at Ke Wen's waist to avert embarrassment. "System, activate dual mode driver." Ke Wen paid no heed to Dick's actions at that moment and issued a command to the system within his mind. "Received, please select the driver." Dick Grayson, Nightwing. As Dick reveled in the rush of the wind against his face, he noticed a flash of light at his waist. A driver, identical to Ke Wen's, materialized at his side, and he felt an inexplicable closeness with Ke Wen. Well, this sensation is rather peculiar. After reassuring himself that his perception was intact, Dick couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Meanwhile, Ke Wen, at the helm, was receiving reports from the system in his mind. Driver successfully donned. Host may activate dual mode. During transformation, consciousness will be shared. However, the wearer cannot access certain critical information about the host, such as the existence of this system. It even includes a shielding function. Ke Wen couldn't help but commend the ingenuity of this seemingly lackluster system for considering such aspects. And he then steered towards the coordinates provided by Lena. At the port of Naxanor City, after Lena had identified her stronghold, Jones had relocated. He had too much equipment to transport in one go with the mother box. Humanity's technological prowess remained limited. While they could replicate the functions of the mother box, large-scale transport was still a challenge, only feasible by the semi-mechanical being, Steel, who had mastered the mother box's capabilities. After a day of hauling, Jones found his equipment nearly depleted. Only one last trip remained before all evidence would vanish. He merely needed to assume a new identity to thrive in other countries and continue his research. His subordinate, the Red Blood Demon, along with a band of mercenaries, gathered the final batch of equipment and children together, prompting a satisfied nod from Jones. He pressed the mother box button, and the boom tube activated, with everyone standing before it, ready to depart. Jones cast a final glance at the brightly lit Naxanor City and said, "Farewell, Naxanor City." With that, he turned and walked toward the boom tube. At that moment, the roar of the motorcycle echoed from afar, and a swarm of red, bird-like robots and squid-like machines appeared in the sky, while the ground became infested with a multitude of locusts. These suddenly emerging creatures began to harass Jones and his group, with the squid robots unleashing thick ink upon them. The black ink obscured their vision entirely, and the hawks and locusts seized the opportunity to further harass them, causing a stir among the crowd. As Jones desperately swatted at the attacking canister robots, he suddenly felt a lightness in his grasp. His mother box had been snatched away by two hawks. "Damn it, what is happening?" Red Blood Demon, with a fierce roar. The vigilant Crimson Blood Demon unleashed a furious cry, releasing streams of searing fire from its hands that swiftly dispersed the surrounding dark mist. Hovering in the air, the soaring eagle, clutching the mother box, descended rapidly, while a sleek black motorcycle approached from the distance, halting before Jones and his companions. The mother box, held in the eagle's beak, fell into the hands of Kevin. "Well done, little one," Kevin said, gently patting the eagle's head before passing the mother box to Dick. Familiar with the operation, Dick simply pressed a button, causing the activated sound channel to vanish. Yet the last group of children who were supposed to be transported remained in place. Upon seeing the familiar figure before him, Jones realized who was behind the mischief. However, without the formidable Supergirl on his side, he felt no fear. I was wondering why the other two superheroes from New City hadn't shown up. It turns out you were waiting for me, Kamen Rider, Nightwing. Indeed, it was quite a challenge to locate you, Simon Jones. But what difference does it make? Even if I cannot control you with my mental prowess, what makes you think you can stop me? I believe I hold a significant numerical advantage, he replied, gesturing to his mercenaries who brandished their weapons. An iron disc adhered to them, extending and reforming into a long barrel that coalesced at their chests, while the three Crimson Blood Demons stood before Jones, growling softly. "Is that all you have, Nightwing?" Kevin produced the Cyclone memory and pressed it gently. "I see, Kamen Rider." Dick picked up the Ace memory device that Kevin had previously handed him and followed suit, pressing it as Kevin did. Joker, seeing his adversaries produce two USB-like devices emitting peculiar electronic sounds, Jones felt a sense of foreboding. He would not be foolish enough to allow them to complete their transformation. He immediately commanded, "Stop them." At his order, the mercenaries and Crimson Blood Demons launched an attack on Kevin and Dick, unleashing energy beams and fiery torrents towards them. However, the soaring eagle and the squid-like creature in the sky, along with the bouncing locust canister robots on the ground, swiftly formed a defensive line, intercepting all attacks aimed at Kevin and Dick. Meanwhile, Kevin and Dick inserted their memory devices into their belts and turned them gently. As they embarked on their first dual transformation, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped them. Notably, they felt as if half of their bodies had vanished. "What the hell? You said it was an entry of consciousness. What is this nonsense?" With the driver reading the devices, Dick realized he could sense the presence of the other half of his body, yet he could not see it. His left side transformed into the Black Joker form, while the other side glowed with energy. I'm bewildered too, but there's no time for confusion. Let's transform. Damn it, I can't believe I fell for this. I swear it won't happen again. With a smirk, Kevin and Dick declared transform. The two individuals were momentarily bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, exchanging a few heated words, though it lasted but a fleeting few seconds. As they simultaneously shouted their transformation, their bodies, each embodying the essence of the Gale Ace, merged into one. A verdant whirlwind erupted around them, its powerful gusts effortlessly deflecting all incoming projectiles, light spheres and fireballs alike, causing them to explode before Jones, disrupting the rhythm of his assault with a blast of air and dust. Once the tempest subsided, Jones beheld the figure before him, akin to a being reborn, a Kamen Rider cloaked in a striking duality of green and black, a scarf billowing behind him, set against the backdrop of dazzling lights reminiscent of 1,000 flickering lanterns, creating a tableau of exquisite beauty. Who the hell are you? Jones bellowed. Me? A voice, a blend of Kevin and Dick, emanated from the mask. We are Kamen Rider, an amalgamation of two into one, Simon Jones. You, who traffics in humanity, think you can escape after committing such heinous acts? With a sweeping motion of his right hand across the headgear, Kevin executed the most iconic signature move, their voices harmonizing. Now, let us enumerate your sins. In the urban harbor, Kevin felt an exhilarating thrill as he flawlessly replicated the classic gesture from the series, complete with a sleek motorcycle and an antagonist whose villainy was beyond reproach. The only task remaining was to eliminate this scoundrel. Jones was incensed by Kevin's declaration to count your sins. Do you even have a right to judge me? Kill them. His disdain for Kevin's self-righteousness boiled over. How dare he presume to stand in moral superiority, thinking himself a genuine hero? In anger, he issued a lethal command. Recovering from the previous explosion, the mercenaries activated the discs on their chests, black machinery extending across their limbs, enveloping them in rudimentary exoskeletal armor. With a powerful leap, they soared 6 meters toward Kevin and his companion. Having learned from their earlier attack, they recognized that fixed trajectory ranged assaults would yield little effect. Thus, they opted for close combat. Kevin raised his right hand, prepared to unleash a whirlwind. In dual mode, he, as the Gale on the right, could solely conjure the tempest. Unlike in single mode, where both sides could wield the capabilities of their respective memory devices. However, Dick, representing the left half, restrained his hand. Let me take this. Dick interjected. Dick, have you acclimated to this new form? I don't know how I ended up in your body, but this memory device suits me quite well. That's a dreadful line. Fine, you take the reins. With a jest, Ke Wen relinquished the notion of employing a hurricane assault and entrusted the ensuing command to Dick. With a flick of his left hand and a gentle stamp on the ground, the two merged and leapt to match the height of the mercenaries. Dick, having trained alongside Batman for many years, showcased his skills, enhanced by the support of the Ace memory. With Ke Wen managing the right half of their combined body, they briefly hovered in mid-air, maneuvering effortlessly, while Dick deftly shattered the exoskeleton armor of the mercenaries surrounding him. A master of combat techniques, Dick, even with the augmentation of the Ace memory, could precisely control every ounce of strength within him, ensuring he could inflict harm without succumbing to it. Had Ke Wen been in charge of their body, a mere punch would have sent those ruffians to their demise. In dual mode, their capabilities were significantly amplified. This was precisely why Ke Wen initially intended to sweep them away with a hurricane, yet Dick deemed such an outcome too lenient for these scoundrels. Dual mode, Gale, Ace form. Punching power 30 tons, kicking power 35 tons, 100 meters in 35 seconds, jumping ability 120 meters, additional abilities, hurricane strike, enabling flight through hurricane powers. Capable of unleashing an F5 level hurricane, combat enhancement, optimizing the current combat data of the wielder. Landing effortlessly. The data from dual mode appeared in the minds of the integrated Ke Wen and Dick. This information did not pertain to the existence of any system in their combined state. Dick was able to grasp it all. Hence, Ke Wen remarked on the peculiar nature of this experience, which previously had merely been a simple consciousness link, mediated by a regional library. Now they had fully merged, and the odd sensation of being intertwined was utterly bizarre. It instantly reminded Ke Wen of a 4-character idiom. Shaking his head, he promptly cast aside these chaotic thoughts, and they rose to face Jones, surrounded by his crimson blood demons. Before the duo of Ke Wen and Dick, the mercenaries posed little threat. Their exoskeleton armor was rendered nearly ornamental. Within mere seconds, the mercenaries' bones began to twist grotesquely. Dick was not overly merciful. He controlled his strength to avoid killing those complicit in human trafficking alongside Jones. As for the ringleader, Jones's fate remained uncertain. Next, the hurricane gathered in Ke Wen's palm as he approached Jones. Lacking a mother box, his mental assaults were futile against Ke Wen. Presently, only 3 crimson blood demons stood by him, yet witnessing the earlier display of might from Ke Wen and Dick, Jones could not confidently assert that these demons would suffice as a barrier. Anxiety began to creep in. Previously, his bravado stemmed from the support of the Triad, but unwilling to be perpetually manipulated by them, he had orchestrated their downfall. Although he had successfully navigated through 3 crises, he never anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential Kamen Rider and Nightwing could place him perilously close to disaster. Jones was acutely aware of his actions. Should Ke and Dick capture him, he could not guarantee his own safety, even with his knowledge of transforming superhumans into biological weapons. As a world-renowned physician, his visage was widely recognized. If apprehended, his fate would likely rest in the hands of politicians or military magnates, who might protect him only to seize the technology residing in his mind. Ultimately, he would vanish into obscurity, a conclusion he vehemently opposed. He aspired to a life of distinction, not one spent in perpetual dread of demise. No, il refusa. The potential outcomes ignited a surge of adrenaline within Jones, propelling his mind into overdrive. He raised his hand, unleashing a psychic shockwave, not aimed at Ke and Dick, but rather directed at the mercenaries they had felled. The formidable mental influence compelled the incapacitated mercenaries to rise, their expressions vacant, pain having rendered them unconscious. Yet, under Jones's mental command, their brains managed to orchestrate their standing, the agony penetrating their very bones. These oblivious mercenaries roared like beasts and lunged towards Ke and his allies. Damn it, you truly are ruthless. Despite possessing considerable strength in their punches and kicks, Ke and Dick found themselves somewhat at a disadvantage, pinned beneath a horde of burly men. They couldn't possibly deliver fatal blows, and these men had lost their senses, acting as if deranged. Meanwhile, Jones seized the opportunity to sprint toward the incubation pods, pressing the button that initiated the activation of the Dark Tar. Ke and his companions noticed Jones's actions and feared that the children might transform into creatures akin to those bloodthirsty fiends. They disregarded the potential for collateral damage to the unconscious mercenaries and summoned a green tempest from within, the powerful winds propelling their assailants away. Ke dashed forward, yet the hulking blood fiend, which had previously stood guard, sprang into action. Defying its massive size, it moved with surprising speed, launching a fiery fist towards Ke, sending him flying. Before he could regain his footing, the 3 blood fiends surrounding Jones converged, searing flames branding their hands, while the tempest morphed into a wind shield to fend them off, further distancing him from the incubation pods. At that moment, the children catalyzed by the tar began to respond. With a resounding crash, a silver hand shattered the window of the incubation pod, and a humanoid creature, comparable in size to the blood fiend, rose. Its powerful hands were impossible to ignore, signaling the emergence of a strength-based superhuman biological weapon. With the emergence of this newly transformed biological weapon, the remaining few children, eroded by tar, rose from their incubation pods. One of them was a grotesque creature, its body covered in red bubbles, while another sported 2 pairs of wings resembling those of a bat protruding from its back. Ultimately, it was too late. The remaining children had also succumbed to Jones's tar, transforming into monsters devoid of reason, entirely under his control. Haha, what do you intend to do now, Kamen Rider? I can assure you, this process is irreversible. Yet, their consciousness remains intact. Even if you were to kill me, they would continue to exist in this torment. A fate more agonizing than death. Hey, Ke Wen, what should we do? In his transformed state, Dick reached out to Ke Wen through their shared consciousness. He trusted that Jones would not lie, but witnessing these children metamorphose into monsters left him paralyzed. Do not worry, I am prepared. When did you acquire an additional memory device? As Dick shared consciousness with Ke Wen, he failed to notice the gray memory device that had appeared on Ke Wen's right hand, marked with the letter G. Chapter 26. the dismemberment kick clutching a new memory device. Ke Wen appeared unperturbed by the dire situation they found themselves in, surrounded by Jones-controlled super biological weapons. On the contrary, Dick sensed Ke Wen's eagerness through their shared awareness, causing him to feel a tinge of concern. Do not fret, Dick. I possess a method to rescue these children, but I need to take control. You have a plan? Very well. I entrust it to you. Accepting Ke Wen's assertion, Dick relinquished control of his body to him. The biological weapons, transformed from children with supergenetic traits, launched their assault on Ke Wen. The first to strike was the most destructive of them all, the red blood demon, which converged in a trident formation. Fiery streams erupted from its mouth, threatening to reduce Ke Wen to ashes. With a graceful leap, Ke Wen ascended into the air, but at that moment, another winged bioweapon emerged from the incubation pod, initiating its attack. Its dual wings sliced through the air like blades, perfectly timed to intercept Ke Wen during his ascent. He raised his arms in defense, sparks flying upon impact. Yet the force of the blow sent him crashing back to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, the other two bioweapons charged forward, their massive silver fists ready to strike. The resounding thud of the powerful collision reverberated as Ke Wen and Dick, merged into one, were hammered to the ground, leaving a trail of destruction that stretched for several meters until they collided with a shipping container. Struggling to rise, they felt the pain acutely, despite the fact that the Gale Ace form could withstand the impact of an explosion equivalent to 100 tons. Damn it, my friend. If you do not have a viable solution, I fear I must take control of the body myself, even though their original form is that of a child. If this continues, it will be our demise. Dick communicated within his consciousness to Ke Wen, despite temporarily benefiting from the biological skin imbued with memory. Dick experienced a taste of superhuman strength. However, this did not shield him from pain. Having endured several relentless blows, he found himself at a loss for words. In such a scenario, had he been in control of his own body, evading the attacks would have been effortless. Yet, as soon as Ke Wen took over, he was struck mercilessly. Do not be so hasty. I am merely awaiting the right opportunity, Ke Wen replied, disregarding Dick's lamentations. He rose, drawing the crimson blood demon and several newly spawned creatures toward himself, striving to distance them from Jones's location. Jones, manipulating these biological weapons with his mental prowess, sensed something amiss. He was somewhat distant from these entities. Although still within his control range, an unsettling feeling lingered. However, Jones found himself powerless. The mother box had been seized by Ke Wen. If he did not vanquish Ke Wen and the transformed Dick, his escape would be impossible. Did he truly think the government was composed of fools? Once his actions were exposed, both for the sake of his position and his own interests, the government would intervene. Once the apparatus of the state began to function, he would have no chance of escape. This night presented the best opportunity, and now it was firmly in the grasp of Ke Wen and Dick. Damn it, I cannot afford to delay any longer. If this continues, they will not spare me. Jones seemed to recall something terrifying, intensifying his mental control. The biological weapons, transformed from children, emitted a cry of anguish as they began to encircle him. Finally, a four-legged creature covered in red bubbles crawled forward. The bubbles on its back burst one by one, releasing a pale yellow gas that enveloped them, obscuring the internal happenings from view. The noxious smoke held a potent, corrosive quality, and as the vapor rose from his arm, Ke Wen felt a surge of excitement. Dick, our opportunity has arrived. What? As he spoke, the gray memory core, which had been firmly grasped in his hand, was inserted into his card reader. Gene memory core, possessing the ability to recombine genetic factors and synthesize biological genes with other substances. Transformation is not advised. A stream of data appeared in the minds of Ke Wen and Dick finally understood why Ke Wen had clutched this memory core so tightly. In such dense smoke, Jones could not discern what transpired within. And since the genetic memory core could recombine genetic factors, it implied that the irreversible biological programming Jones spoke of might also be susceptible to reconfiguration under the influence of the memory core, potentially restoring its original form. Is this truly feasible, Ke Wen? Are you confident? Dick inquired, a flicker of excitement in his voice. 50-50, I'm also using this for the first time. Ke Wen replied with a hint of uncertainty. Dick's excitement was momentarily halted by Ke Wen's remark, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Ke Wen merged the drives, revealing 2 additional memory units in his grasp. The form of the virus spider manifested. its right half a deep purple adorned with 8 golden lines that stretched across its black base, reminiscent of a spider's 8 legs, intricately positioned on its face, shoulders, abdomen, and limbs. With a sudden strike to the card slot, the gene Maximum Drive activated, initiating the disassembly, recombination, and restoration of all biological genes within view until the optimal solution was achieved. As he touched his headpiece, Ke Wen recalled the scientist's words. "Dick, the law of victory has been determined." With a flourish of his right hand, which represented the virus, purple smoke billowed forth, neutralizing the corrosive vapors and revealing the bewildered biological weapons. Subsequently, his left half, embodying the spider, clenched into a fist, as the optimal data from the gene memory unit coursed into it, emanating a silvery glow. With a sharp exhalation, 6 strands of silver-white silk shot from his fist, piercing directly into the 6 biological weapons. The silvery genetic power flowed through the strands, continuously acting within them, counteracting the tar that had affected their super genes, stripping away the deleterious influences. Before Ke Wen and Dick, the creatures trembled, their forms beginning to diminish and transform. In merely half a minute, these monsters reverted to their original youthful appearances, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion as the strands dissipated from their bodies. Meanwhile, Jones, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, felt the severance of his mental link with the biological weapons. The only reason for such a phenomenon was that Ke Wen and his companion had taken lethal action. Yet, as the purple smoke cleared, Jones realized his grave misjudgment. The beings he had presumed dead were now regaining their former shapes, lying on the ground with heaving chests, confirming their survival. In an instant, Jones spiraled into a state of madness. No, it cannot be. You may have killed them. But how could you possibly reverse this transformation process? How could you unravel the intricacies of genetics? At that moment, Jones was unhinged, unable to fathom that his esteemed technology had been deciphered by an unseen adversary, no less. This revelation struck him with a blow more painful than death itself. Do not overestimate your genius, Simon Jones. In this world, you are not the most intelligent. Do not presume that your creations are beyond the reach of others. Arrogance serves no purpose. Ke Wen's cold voice pierced through the mask, as chilling as the winter wind, while his actions remained unceasing, inserting the virus memory unit into the card reader with a decisive tap. The electronic voice proclaimed, "Virus Maximum Drive," as energy coalesced within his legs. "Rejoice, Simon Jones, for you are the first to experience this particular fate. As a consequence of your involvement in this case, I shall not take your life. Rather, I shall implant within you an array of insidious viruses, ensuring that you endure a lifetime of unending agony." With these words, Kevin leaped into the air, his body suspended momentarily as golden light emanated from his core, signifying the separation of his and Dick's 2 forms. The black golden spider form shot forth a thread towards the bewildered Simon Jones, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. Subsequently, their respective halves aimed at Jones, launching a coordinated assault upon him. No, the helpless Jones could only emit a desperate howl as he beheld the incoming attack, realizing that all his dreams for the future would be extinguished in that singular moment. The 2 kicks pierced through Jones's body, launching him into the air before crashing back down. Countless black patterns appeared upon his skin, only to vanish moments later. While the unconscious Jones exhibited an expression of unbearable pain, his body convulsing uncontrollably, as the devices merged and the memory unit was detached. The biological skin upon Jones disintegrated into fragments. Kevin and Dick separated, exchanging glances that bore a hint of amusement. The dual driver that had materialized at Dick's waist dissipated in a flash of light as he approached the twitching form of Jones, delivering a swift kick. "I thought you would kill him," Dick remarked. "I did consider it, but murder is not my style. There is still much to extract from his lips. Such an end would be far too lenient. And how many viruses did you implant?" "I cannot say for certain, but all the non-lethal yet torturous viruses indicated in the data were unleashed with that last kick. I want him to carry this pain throughout his life. A constant reminder of the torment his sins will bring upon him." Kevin's voice was laced with fury, though he could not bring himself to kill. He bore no moral qualms about inflicting suffering. Dick nodded in agreement. He had no objections to the punishment Kevin had devised for Jones. Such a man deserved far worse than a swift demise. "Regrettably, we have arrived too late. He has already transported too many children away." Kevin gazed down at the few children lying on the ground, a pang of guilt washing over him. His anger stemmed from the realization that had he found Jones sooner, he might have prevented the abduction of so many innocent lives. If only he had discovered the truth earlier, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Do not be too hard on yourself, partner. Look at those children. Thanks to you, they survived, rather than perishing as mere monsters. Though this is not the outcome we desired, it is still a commendable achievement. Besides, he is still at large, and we possess myriad ways to track them down. Dick reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Thank you. What shall we do next? Notify the Super Investigation Department. They are more adept in this regard than we are. Furthermore, Damien must be anxiously awaiting developments. Indeed, this young lad is likely cursing us from wherever he is. Chapter 27. Claire's transformation at the city port. Upon receiving notification, agents from the Super Investigation Department commenced escorting the mercenaries, who had been subdued by Ke Wen and Dick, onto vehicles. Other agents began to manage the scene, collecting evidence such as the damaged exoskeleton armor and the tar left in the cultivation chambers. As for Jones, who was inflicted with various viruses and enduring hellish torment, he was given special care during his transport. I'll leave him in your hands. In a couple of days, I shall visit the Super Investigation Department. I would prefer not to hear that he has been taken by any relevant authorities, for I can assure you, Director Hank, thou will be quite displeased. While awaiting the arrival of the Super Investigation Department, Ke Wen transformed into his Iron Soldier form, preparing for a swift exit. As Jones was about to board the vehicle, Ke Wen offered a cautionary remark, essentially giving Hank a heads up. I understand this well. I will ensure that the news of Simon Jones's capture is reported promptly. This way, if any authorities wish to take him away, public opinion will keep them in check. That is for the best. Let us proceed this way. I must take my leave now. With that, disregarding the already departed Dick, he mounted Shooter, switching to flight mode and soaring directly toward the sea, vanishing as he submerged. When he re-emerged, it was in an alleyway near the hospital. After confirming that no one had noticed his presence, Ke Wen reverted to his original form and hastened toward the hospital, realizing that he had yet to have dinner. He hoped that Damien and Dick had not already finished their meal. Upon arriving, he found Damien and Dick opening their food containers in the corridor, prompting a smile from Ke Wen as he joined them, and the three shared a rare communal dinner. As the night passed, the battle that erupted at the city port had indeed made a considerable commotion. However, due to its geographical location, no fool would venture out in the dead of night to witness a live broadcast, coupled with the thunderous roar of motorcycles that resonated throughout the city. They understood that their hero, the masked rider, was engaged in combat, and it was best not to interfere. As anticipated, by morning, Kate International Media released breaking news. The former internationally renowned psychologist, now infamously known as a human trafficker, Simon Jones, was apprehended at 4 o'clock in the morning and is presently under the joint control of the relevant authorities and local police. This sensational revelation stirred a wave of excitement in New City, as citizens learned that the earlier battle of the city port was their city's hero capturing this notorious figure. Nonetheless, these events were not Ke Wen's concern at that moment. He was seated in a classroom, grappling with a multitude of exercises. There is no alternative. The body he has assumed belongs to a young individual preparing for the SAT, attending a private high school. In this nation where capitalism prevails, the educational standards of private institutions are vastly superior to those of most public schools. Wealth affords these students enhanced educational opportunities, superior practical experiences, and a multitude of lectures. Thus, despite the critiques directed at this capitalist society, one cannot help but admire its educational system. It is the students nurtured in these private high schools who underpin the functioning of this capitalist nation. Even someone like Ke Wen, who is somewhat of a dilettante, must adhere to the rules of this system. Moreover, bearing the identity of a wealthy heir, deviating from his usual performance could easily lead to complications. What complicates matters further is that, although he has inherited this body's social connections and memories, the realm of knowledge is not his forte. In his previous life, he was merely an inconspicuous individual at a second-tier university, with only his remarkable linguistic talent to boast of. Nonetheless, no matter how proficient his English may be, it pales in comparison to that of someone who has lived in an English-speaking country. Each time he receives an exam paper, he instinctively resorts to grammatical structures, only to realize that some of the foundational concepts elude him, not to mention the technical jargon from the sciences, which nearly overwhelms him. Oh, this is unbearable. Why must it be so challenging? System, can't you expand my brain capacity? I feel like a weasel in a chicken coop, he lamented, slumped in his chair. I apologize, host. The Knight system indeed contains character templates that could enhance your intelligence, but you currently lack the points required to unlock them, the system replied, adopting a rather lackadaisical tone. It then projected two images into Ke Wen's mind, one of a black shrimp dumpling and another of a devilish scientist from the Heisei era, known for crafting everything from his belt to his external gadgets by hand. Clearly, Ke Wen lacked the points to unlock anything at present. The numerous points he had amassed earlier had been depleted while dealing with Jones and the Metal Man. Aside from a few memory fragments from the original work, he had also activated viruses, spiders, genes, ice, and a zoo, as well as synthesized components for his motorcycle. Now, he found himself with just over 2 million points, entirely insufficient. As for the tasks set forth by the system, guiding Kara to become a true superhero seemed an endless endeavor. Each time trouble arose, Kara was forcibly logged out, leaving him utterly speechless. The other task, eliminating 10 villains, indicated that only 2 had been accounted for, clearly identifying the Metal Man and Simon Jones, while the minions he had dispatched did not count. In essence, aside from the meager 2 million points at his disposal, he found them utterly useless. And the only belt he could utilize was that which accompanied the survival card of the Iron Soldier. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had fallen into a trap. Let us set aside other matters. The mere prospect of his capabilities is enough to leave one in awe. The system has proclaimed that as long as one possesses sufficient points, he can fabricate memories from the very essence of Earth itself. This notion ignited a fervor within Ke Wen, especially considering the presence of Sandan, a veritable financial black hole. Alas, it seems that everything is indeed a conspiracy orchestrated by Corporation B. Oh, system, is it possible to exchange the Iron Soldier deck for the Dragon Knight deck? Leaning back in his chair, Ke Wen vented his frustrations toward a certain corporation that specializes in toy sales from another realm. It is indeed possible to exchange, the system replied. The Dragon Knight series decks are imbued with survival capabilities, indistinguishable from those of the primary Dragon Knight. However, I harbor no objections to your request. Why is that? Ke Wen inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. After all decks possess survival attributes, allowing him to switch between them at will. While not all could be unlocked, he could still experiment with each without incurring a loss. The system, however, did not respond directly. Instead, it presented the Dragon Knight deck within his mind. Unlike the original storyline, this deck bore an additional card featuring wings, as well as a white vortex card reminiscent of a contract with a beast. Before Ke Wen could voice his questions, the system elucidated, as previously stated. Each knight in the Heisei series possesses potential for development, and the Dragon Knight is no exception. This card, unique to the Dragon Knight's ultimate form, is known as the Dragon King card, but due to insufficient data, it cannot be displayed. The host must seek out the opportunity for the unsurpassed dragon to evolve into the unsurpassed Dragon King within this world. How am I to find the means for the unsurpassed dragon to evolve? Ke Wen lamented, perplexed by the notion of seeking an ultimate form that does not even exist. Quite simply, through consumption. While the host need not concern themselves with time constraints when utilizing the Mirror World Belt due to the system's parameters, the consumption ability of the contracted beast remains intact. By devouring high-energy entities or formidable beings, the contracted beast strength will increase. Only the unsurpassed dragon, however, can attain ultimate evolution through this process. Additionally, a word of caution, do not entertain the thought of defeating monsters with the Dragon Knight deck and then switching to another deck. This system does not save your progress. Thus, Ke Wen grasped the implications. In essence, the system was informing him that even after switching to the Dragon Knight deck, he would still need to procure energy for the unsurpassed dragon's consumption. Furthermore, once he made the switch, all data from the previous consumption would be reset, unless he could promptly find high-purity energy to facilitate the unsurpassed dragon's evolution. This stipulation extinguished any desire he had to transition to the Dragon Knight deck. While the Iron Soldier's melee statistics are not particularly impressive, the presence of his human form ensures that he would not suffer excessively. Moreover, he can deliver substantial physical attacks, and as for melee combat, he still holds his ground, effectively compensating for any shortcomings. To distill the matter down to 2 words, points. With sufficient points, Ke Wen could navigate any situation. However, Following the demise of Simon Jones, New Knock City has remained relatively uneventful. Carla is still basking in the sun at the hospital, and he finds himself at a loss as to where to seek out adversaries. A headache plagued him. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the hospital, for 2 days had elapsed, and it was time to ascertain what Director Hank had extracted from that scoundrel's lips. Dispelling the unrealistic fantasies from his mind, Kevin prepared his backpack and, upon the ringing of the school bell, set forth towards the outskirts of the city. At the city hospital, in the intensive care unit, Dick was slumped beside Claire's bed, sleeping soundly. For 2 consecutive days, he had not left her side, steadfastly remaining with her. Although Kevin reassured himself that Claire was not in immediate danger, as the tar had merely stimulated the super genes within her, rendering them dominant. Her current state of unconsciousness was merely a protective mechanism of her body. Once she adapted to the super genes, she would awaken on her own. Yet, the uncertainty of when that would occur left Kevin without assurance, as the information had been relayed to him by the paramedics, and he himself was unclear. Meanwhile, Dick remained vigilantly beside Claire, hoping that when she awakened, she would see him first. As he dozed beside her, Claire gradually stirred awake and beheld Dick's weary form beside her. Seeing her boyfriend steadfastly by her side filled Claire with a sense of warmth, prompting her to remain still. Aware that Dick must have been exhausted to have fallen asleep there, she simply wished to gaze at him, counting his eyelashes. However, Dick, trained for vigilance, sensed the scrutiny even in slumber and abruptly opened his eyes to meet Claire's astonished gaze. "Claire, you're awake. Splendid. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Wait, I should call a nurse. Where's the call bell? Why can't I find it?" Upon seeing his beloved girl awake, Dick became flustered, losing the composure he had exhibited when confronting Jones with Kevin. "Calm down, Dick. I'm perfectly fine," Claire said with a smile, grasping his hand to halt his frantic demeanor. As a girl, witnessing her boyfriend's anxious concern brought her a sense of happiness. "Oh, my apologies. I was merely overwhelmed with joy," Dick admitted sheepishly, realizing his slight embarrassment. Claire then attempted to rise from the bed, prompting Dick to rush to assist her, only to be gently rebuffed. "Please, I'm fine. It's not as if I've fallen ill. I merely enjoyed a long slumber." Claire playfully chided Dick's anxiety, and with that, she descended from the bed, even displaying a semblance of strength. However, before she could fully regain her composure, a sudden sharp pain coursed through her back, as if something were striving to burst forth. Dick immediately noticed her distress and grew alarmed. "Claire? Damn it. I knew you were overexerting yourself. I'm going to fetch a doctor." With that, Dick turned to leave the room. It was halted by Claire's firm grip on his wrist, the strength of her hold causing him to wince slightly. "Do not do this, Dick. I merely feel something attempting to emerge from my back." A high-pitched cry escaped Claire as 2 large bulges formed on her back, straining against her hospital gown. Before Dick could comprehend the situation, a magnificent pair of pristine white wings unfurled from Claire's back, creating a gust of wind that pushed Dick several steps backward. The fabric of her hospital gown succumbed to the power of the wings, transforming into tattered remnants, revealing a breathtaking sight. Fortunately, only Dick was present in the room, allowing him, her devoted boyfriend, to witness this extraordinary spectacle. As he beheld the ethereal wings glistening in the sunlight, Dick found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Muttering only "what the hell," in the intensive care unit, Dick was astonished by the scene before him. Although Ke Wen had informed him that due to the tar, Claire's supergenetic traits could become manifest at any moment upon receiving stimulation, he had mentally prepared for various possibilities. He had envisioned Claire unleashing fire or ice. But the emergence of a pair of wings was truly unexpected. What does this mean? With such a large pair of wings, how are we to embrace each other in the future? Surely, this complicates matters. While he mused that winter embraces would certainly be more comfortable. Was this truly the time for such thoughts? Upon witnessing the emergence of the wings, Dick's mind spiraled into a whirlwind of chaotic imaginings, but he quickly regained his composure. Claire, on the other hand, was startled by her own transformation. After all, sprouting wings from one's back was indeed surreal, even if these wings enhanced her allure. "Dick, what is happening? Why do I have a pair of wings?" Claire's voice trembled, for she could feel the wings as an extension of herself, akin to her own arms. As her emotions fluctuated, the wings began to flap restlessly, stirring up a tempest within the hospital room. "Hey, Claire, calm down. The more anxious you become, the harder it will be to control your abilities," Dick advised, drawing on his experience with superpowered individuals. However, before he could soothe Claire's frayed nerves, several feathers shot from her wings, prompting Dick to instinctively dodge. He watched in astonishment as the feathers embedded themselves into the wall, leaving only their tips visible. The power of those feathers was astonishing, rivaling that of armor-piercing projectiles. Yet, aware of the danger she posed to Dick, Claire instinctively began to rein in her wings, which were still flapping vigorously. Yes, just like that, Claire. Take a deep breath, try to regulate your rhythm, and slowly calm your mind. See if you can retract them. He encouraged. Under Dick's guidance, Claire began to gradually retract her wings. The pure white appendages that had previously occupied space were drawn back in her body, leaving only 2 long crimson scratches, each about an inch in length, upon her back. It seems I must change your attire before the doctor arrives. Perhaps due to the awakening of her super gene, Dick noticed that Claire's physique and aura had ascended to a new level. What was once the fervent demeanor of a female officer now bore an added layer of sanctity. With such thoughts, Dick's mind took a wicked turn. Yet Claire appeared to sense his impure intentions and promptly retreated beneath the hospital blanket, cocooning herself. Meanwhile, at the super investigation department on the outskirts of the city, Hank stood behind the one-way glass, observing Jones, who trembled uncontrollably in the interrogation room. He had been detained for 2 days, tormented incessantly by the virus that Ke Wen had implanted within him, rendering him incapable of exerting mental control over others. Moreover, there was a formidable expert in mental manipulation present. To Hank's astonishment, despite such dire circumstances, Jones had yet to divulge a single secret, prompting a newfound respect from Hank. At that moment, a green figure materialized on the glass, as Ke Wen, in his Iron Soldier form, emerged before Hank. The agents responsible for recording the interrogation instinctively reached for their firearms at Ke Wen's sudden appearance, but were promptly halted by Hank. Could you not choose a more courteous means of entry? Hank remarked, somewhat exasperated by Ke Wen's over-the-top entrance through the mirror world. Apologies, knocking is somewhat cumbersome for me. So, has this fellow uttered anything? Ke Wen shrugged and inquired about his primary concern. Nothing at all. He has remained resolutely silent these past 2 days, even as the disease ravages him, Hank replied. Such fortitude? Do you not have agents specialized in interrogation? Ke Wen asked, bewildered that Hank had not taken action. My lack of expertise in this area is precisely why I called for your assistance. Are you not planning to intervene? Hank responded, bemused that this powerful figure claimed to be unable to handle a mute criminal. Ke Wen, sensing Hank's skepticism, shook his head and murmured, I am currently unable to employ my psychic abilities. The repercussions inflicted by that demon linger. Ah, yet another restricted powerhouse, Ke Wen thought, feeling a headache coming on. He had hoped for a swift resolution, but given the current situation, it seemed likely to drag on. He contemplated whether to continue his involvement or to pass the matter to the Justice League, confident that Bruce and the others had already taken note of these issues. Are you not going to go in and speak with him? Hank asked, noticing Ke Wen deep in thought as he stroked his chin. Huh? Speak with him? Forget it. Interrogation is not my forte. If I were to enter, I fear I might succumb to the temptation of inflicting a brutal death upon him. To prevent myself from committing such a grievous error, I have entrusted him to you, Ke Wen said helplessly. You are quite terrified of taking a life, are you not? Not exactly. I merely feel unprepared. The act of killing is inherently vile. I could effortlessly render someone incapacitated without batting an eye. But once I embark on the path of slaughter, it would instill within me a dangerous notion that matters resolvable through violence are trivial. Would I not then transform into the very person I detest? After much contemplation, Ke Wen articulated these thoughts, evidently harboring them for an extended period. In his previous life, the most brutal scenes he encountered were those videos on the internet depicting terrorists executing hostages. Observing bloodshed from behind a screen does not negate the discomfort it brings. Even with the Night system at his disposal, granting him the ability to extinguish lives at will, he remains steadfast in adhering to certain moral boundaries. For some principles, there exists a dichotomy of once and countless times. Evidently, for Ke Wen, killing falls into the realm of 0 and infinity. Hank nodded in response to Ke Wen's sentiments. This seemingly youthful superhero possesses a distinct sense of right and wrong, accompanied by a strong sense of justice. Yet he also exhibits a degree of adherence to convention. Regarding the act of killing, Hank does not oppose it. As the leader of Mars, he himself has been responsible for the demise of numerous sentient beings in his era. He holds his own principles, free from concern about the repercussions of slaughter. However, it is undeniable that when he first took a life, the psychological impact was akin to engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Child, you're still young. It is entirely natural to fear killing. However, remember that sometimes certain situations can only be resolved through violence. I merely hope that when you encounter such circumstances, you will make your own choice. Should fear arise in you then, do not hesitate to seek me out, Hank said earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on Ke Wen's shoulder. He wished for Ke Wen not to be ensnared by such thoughts in the future. I understand. Thank you. By the way, how is Supergirl faring? Ke Wen, unsure of the reason behind Hank's concern regarding his psychological well-being, accepted the elder's care, but swiftly redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Ke Wen's inquiry, Hank's expression turned peculiar. Logically, the city hospital should be closer to the downtown area than we are. You ventured all the way here without stopping by the hospital to check on Supergirl? I truly did not consider that. If there are any developments, please have Emil inform me. Farewell. With an awkward response, Ke Wen donned his glasses again and departed from the Super Investigation Department, leaving Hank to shake his head in resignation. This skill truly is somewhat unscrupulous. Escaping is remarkably convenient. Metropolis, LexCorp headquarters office. Seated in his office, Lex, after completing a day's duties, instructed the receptionist at the front desk and pressed a button on his desk. The once transparent glass instantly transformed into an impenetrable darkness, while the entrance to his office was firmly shut, rendering it a sealed chamber. From the ceiling descended a large screen, divided into 5 segments, 2 of which flickered to life, revealing a somewhat wild-looking middle-aged man and an elder with graying temples exuding an aura of quiet authority. What about the other 3? Lex inquired, observing the unlit screens. They're preoccupied with their own matters. Today, this inquiry only requires the presence of myself and Ra's al Ghul, came the reply from Savage. What inquiry are we discussing? Savage? Lex reclined in his chair, an air of relaxed composure enveloping him. You are well aware, Lex, it pertains to your sister. Simon Jones has fallen, dealt with by an inconspicuous masked vigilante. The lines in Nainon City have been severed, which may even attract the attention of the Justice League. As the leader of this organization, how should I address your sister? Savage's words caused veins to pulse visibly on Lex's forehead in a fit of rage. He crushed the wine glass in his grip, red wine and blood mingling as it trickled through his fingers. Dare you? I tell you, Vandal Savage, from the very beginning, I had no intention of joining your wretched Illuminati. Though I, Lex Luthor, may be villainous, I would never stoop so low as to target children. What of Lena? A mind controller paired with several enhanced bioweapons and mercenaries, all subdued by a single individual, merely indicates the ineffectiveness of Jones's research. I warn you, should you dare to continue your reckless antics in my sister's city, or lay a hand on her, I care not if you are a 5,000-year-old immortal. I possess ways to make you experience pain beyond death itself, and even God shall be powerless to save you. Mark my words. At that moment, Lex resembled an enraged lion, poised to unleash his fangs, and even through the screen, Savage could sense the intensity of his fury, believing Lex would indeed act upon his threats. Yet who was Savage? An immortal who had lived for millennia, having played countless roles over time. He felt no fear of Lex's threats, rather a thrill at the prospect, ready to speak when Ra's al Ghul interjected. Both of you calm yourselves. The purpose of this meeting is not to witness your mutual animosity. Regarding Lex's sister, I propose we cease further involvement in Nainon City. But you must ensure that your sister does not cause us further disturbances. Otherwise, Lex, this meeting will not involve just a few of us, but all of us united against you. What say you both? The words of Lei Xiaogu provided a step down for the 2 tense individuals, who, not being foolish, willingly followed his lead. I held no objections, as long as his sister ceased to create disturbances for us. Had it not been for your insistence on causing a ruckus in my sister's city, these troubles would never have arisen. I will speak with Lena and ensure she remains in Naxinor City. Observing the 2 rivals temporarily set aside their disputes, Lei Xiaogu let out a sigh of relief and continued. It seems the 2 of you have reached a consensus. Splendid. Now, we should engage in a thorough discussion regarding the matters ahead, particularly concerning how to address Jones. In Alexis Tower, the previously hostile Lexus and Savage, thanks to Lei Xiaogu's mediation, had calmed their tempers and began to strategize on how to retrieve Jones from the Super Investigation Department. At the very least, They intended to ensure that Jones would remain silent forever. Their plans, however, were shrouded in secrecy, known only to these three parties involved. Setting aside these matters, the discussions concerning the retrieval of Jones felt somewhat distant for Ke Wen at this moment. Hank's reminder prompted Ke Wen to realize that he had neglected to check on Kara's condition recently. After some contemplation, he decided it was prudent to pay her a visit, albeit in a different guise. Through the traversal of the mirror world, he arrived at the hospital room where Kara lay. As previously mentioned, by utilizing the Dragon Rider series deck, Ke Wen had acquired the ability to traverse the mirror world. Unlike the need for corresponding distances in the real world, his journey through the mirror world involved spatial folding, allowing him to reach his desired destination directly, provided a mirror was present at that location. Having previously visited Kara in the guise of a classmate, Ke Wen quickly located her room. Through the reflective glass, he observed Emil tending to the unconscious Kara. It appeared that the magical damage inflicted by the third palace still lingered, and even with Kryptonian resilience, she had yet to recover after basking in sunlight for 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, Ke Wen decided to reveal himself. Recognizing that Kara had played a role in this situation, had she not intercepted the final blow from the third palace, it remained uncertain whether he could have subdued Jones. In an instant, Ke Wen materialized in the hospital room, prompting Emil, who was attending to Kara, to swiftly draw his weapon and turn around. Upon recognizing Ke Wen, Emil's wariness slightly diminished, though he remained indifferent towards him. "What brings you here, Kamen Rider?" Emil inquired, holstering his weapon. Though his tone lacked warmth, it was far less hostile than before, merely a reflection of his protective nature towards Kara. "I merely wish to check in," Ke Wen replied. "How is Kara faring?" "Still the same. She requires sunlight. Yet, why is she not awakened? If you don't mind, I would like to conduct a re-evaluation of her condition." Ke Wen summoned the ambulance and tentatively inquired, "Of course, please." With an open palm, the ambulance soared once more to Kara's side, diagnosing her current vital signs. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the ambulance projected the diagnostic data for external viewing, allowing Emil to also witness Kara's physical condition. Before long, a series of letters appeared in the projection screen of the ambulance. Residual unknown energy remains within the target's body. An additional 24 hours of sunlight exposure is required for expulsion. Seeing the information displayed by the ambulance, Emil felt a sense of relief. Merely 24 hours was a time frame she could endure. Had it been any longer, she would have likely sought assistance from Superman. After confirming the diagnosis, the ambulance returned to Ke Wen's side and, with a flash of light, entered the system space. Emil regarded Ke Wen with a complex expression. Despite her reservations about the guise he donned as a masked rider, she could not deny that he had indeed aided Kara significantly on her path to becoming a superhero. At the very least, Kara did not behave like some inexperienced novices eager to meddle in every affair. The role she and Ke Wen played in Nashiner City resembled a deterrent, signaling to wrongdoers that they were being watched, while reassuring citizens that two superheroes were safeguarding them. As for Dick's Nightwing, his appearances were far too infrequent, or perhaps excessively clandestine. Often, he would incapacitate criminals and leave without a trace, with many attributing these feats to Ke Wen or Kara. However, for Dick himself, such accolades were inconsequential. He did not seek recognition. Having departed Gotham City, his life in Nashiner City offered him a distinctly different experience. "Thank you once again, Masked Rider," Emil expressed sincerely to Ke Wen, which caught him somewhat off guard. "You're making me a bit uneasy, Agent Emil. By the way, here, take this." Responding awkwardly, Ke Wen conjured a can of locusts and tossed it to Emil. "Don't overthink it. I just thought if we're to continue collaborating to protect this city, it would be beneficial to have a means of contact. So, until next time." With a somewhat flustered explanation, Ke Wen leapt through the glass and vanished. For the first time, Emil found Ke Wen's awkwardness amusing. Holding the can of locusts, she placed it beside Kara's pillow. "Kara, you truly found a remarkable idol," she remarked before departing the hospital room to attend to her own matters. 5 blocks away from the city hospital, Ke Wen emerged from an alley, reverting from his transformation. He glanced back at the distant hospital building before jogging away from the alley. Having wandered outside for nearly 3 hours since school ended, it was time for him to return home for dinner. As a privileged heir, he skillfully maintained his persona before his parents in this world. After school, I would engage in physical activities, returning home around mealtime, occasionally staying out a little longer, yet never arousing my parents' suspicions. with the ability to traverse through mirrors. Thanks to the Dragon Knight, there was no longer any need for the covert escapes through windows. Simply locking the door and transforming into an iron soldier to walk through the mirror sufficed. However, I found myself in an unexpected situation. As I prepared to hail a taxi home, I realized I had wandered rather far, landing at the St. John's orphanage. Since I was already there, I felt no urgency to return home. Rather, I was curious about the current state of the orphanage. I presumed that with the corrupt director apprehended and Jones's conspiracy exposed, life at the orphanage would be improved. After all, there would be no more concerns about my companions disappearing and becoming biological weapons in someone else's hands. Yet, what I witnessed was quite different from my expectations. "Hey, let go of Ginny, you scoundrel." At the entrance of the orphanage, several older children were grappling with a group of ruffians, unmistakably delinquents. A few younger children crouched nearby, while an older man lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Though the older children were numerous, they were still merely children, lacking the strength to contend with these adults. As the bullies reveled in their torment of the weak, the leader was abruptly seized by a large hand around his neck, lifted, and violently thrown against the wall. It was me, Ke Wen. I was taken aback by the appalling scene unfolding at the orphanage, which had only been 3 days since my last visit. To see such cruelty inflicted upon a group of children was infuriating. Dealing with these lowlifes required no transformation. My enhanced physical prowess was sufficient to overpower them. After all, I had grown immensely strong, capable of exerting around 10 tons of force, all while maintaining control to avoid fatal consequences. With just a few swift strikes, the delinquents lay groaning on the ground. I paid them no further mind, picking up the fallen piggy bank and handing it to the boy who appeared to be the leader of the children. "I believe this belongs to you." "Thank you." The boy accepted the piggy bank with gratitude before assisting the elderly man to his feet and returning the bank to the little girl named Ginny. The group then cautiously approached the orphanage, which had its doors tightly shut, leaving even me outside looking in. What was happening? Confused by the wary glances from the children, I pondered why they seemed to recoil from me despite my having just helped them. Had I done something wrong? Disturbed by the scene, I turned to the moaning delinquents who were struggling to rise. "Hey, what are you doing? Even after all this, you still want to fight us? Don't come any closer." Ke Wen, indifferent to these matters, sought an outlet for his discontent. The group of ruffians became his perfect punching bag once again, receiving a barrage of blows that left them wailing in despair. "Do not let me see you here again. Next time, it won't just be your faces that swell," he warned. After administering a thorough thrashing to these miscreants, Ke Wen's mood lightened somewhat. He uttered a few harsh words before hailing a taxi and departing. Upon returning home, the unsettling scene he encountered at St. John's orphanage lingered in his mind, rendering him somewhat absent-minded even during dinner. Thoughts of his earlier experience at St. John's preoccupied him. He could not fathom why, despite having sent 2 nefarious individuals to face justice, the orphanage seemed in a more dire state than before. The children regarded him with expressions of trepidation, as if fearing he might commit some malevolent act. Xiao Wen, what troubles you?" Scarlet Xiao, Ke Wen's mother, noticed her son sitting listlessly at the table, his chopsticks barely touching his food. Concerned, she inquired. "Huh? Oh, I'm fine, just pondering some school assignments," he replied, feigning nonchalance. "I've eaten my fill. I'll head upstairs now." With that, he hastily finished his meal, washed his bowl, and retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. Observing her son's demeanor, Xiao Yun lost her appetite, casting a glance toward her husband, Jonathan Ku, seeking his counsel. Jonathan, remaining composed, gestured for her to remain calm. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number, directly inquiring, "Adeo, could you look into where Xiao Wen went today and what transpired?" "Certainly, boss," came a steady voice from the other end. Before long, Jonathan received a report detailing his son's activities throughout the day. Although there were no surveillance cameras capturing Ke Wen's actions at St. John's, it did not imply that passers-by were oblivious to the events. As a member of the upper echelon of Naxino City, with substantial stakes in the hotel industry and connections to various Chinese gangs, Jonathan possessed the means to acquire such information. After concluding the call, Jonathan set down his phone and reassured his wife with a smile. "It's nothing serious. He merely witnessed some injustice that unsettled him. I will speak with him shortly." "Is that so?" "That's a relief," Scarlet exhaled, though her expression remained tense. Stealing a glance at Ke Wen's room, she whispered to her husband, "Darling, Don't you find Xiaowen's behavior peculiar lately? He often goes out at night. Could he be involved in some club activities? As the biological mother of this body, she sensed the subtle shifts in her son's demeanor. Despite Ke Wen's attempts to conceal his true self, he could not escape the discerning eyes of his real parents. How could they ever suspect that their son had been replaced? They merely attributed his peculiar behavior to his involvement in various social activities. Jonathan, however, waved his hand dismissively, signaling to his wife not to overthink it. He jested that while he may not have influence in other cities, in New City, no one dared to disrespect him by leading his son astray. Let's not dwell on it too much. Our son simply possesses qualities that others might not comprehend. He is merely confused at the moment. What boy hasn't experienced confusion? Why don't you rest for a while? I shall see how to approach him later. After reassuring his wife, Jonathan urged her to retreat to their room while he settled onto the sofa to watch the news. Meanwhile, in the room, after finishing dinner, Kevin was not idle. He summoned a canister robot from the system space, instructing it to fly to St. John's Orphanage. He needed to uncover the reasons behind the children's apparent wariness towards outsiders. Kevin believed he had done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, he sought clarity. Soon, images streamed in via the eagle's eye, broadcasted by the locust, displaying the children he encountered that morning on the empty wall. At 9 in the evening, the older children were not as exuberant as others their age. Instead, they tenderly carried the smaller ones to their rooms, humming softly to lull them to sleep. Once the little ones were nestled in slumber, the older children extinguished the lights and huddled together in a corner, whispering amongst themselves. The hovering eagle drew closer, keen to eavesdrop on their conversation. What are we to do? Our power supply is dwindling, and in this sweltering heat, Ginny and the others dare not turn on the air conditioning. How am I to know what to do? That gluttonous director has squandered all the funds. The city officials are eager to disassociate themselves from us. The orphanage is practically bankrupt, and Uncle Harvey is of no help. We must rely solely on ourselves. Do you really think Supergirl and the Masked Rider will assist us? Don't be naive, Ron. They only combat crime. Addressing our predicament is far beyond their scope. As the older boys engaged in a hushed discussion about how to navigate the precarious situation of the orphanage, which had recently been exposed for its involvement in human trafficking, the canister robot transmitted their dialogue back to Kevin's room. He sat there, enveloped in silence. His actions had led to the unearthing of the human trafficking case hidden within St. John's Orphanage. Yet the repercussions for the institution were decidedly adverse. BST. John's Orphanage primarily relies on government funding, yet Laurie's imprisonment has implicated a number of officials. After all, a mere orphanage director, even with Jones backing him, cannot escape scrutiny from city officials. It is evident to even the most naive that substantial funds circulate within the orphanage annually, suggesting something amiss, merely silenced by Laurie's financial influence. However, as he listened to these individuals, not much younger than himself, debate the future of the orphanage with an air of maturity, Kevin felt a deep sense of discomfort. This was not how it was supposed to end. He and Carla were meant to thwart crime, imprison the criminals, and conclude with a joyful resolution. Why had it come to this? He found himself questioning whether he had acted rightly or wrongly. Just as Kevin was spiraling into doubt, his phone on the table rang at an opportune moment. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered immediately. Dick, why are you calling at this hour? What has gone awry now? Do you have a moment? I need you to come over. Now. Yes, right now. We'll meet in 10 minutes. I have some matters to discuss with you. After hanging up, Kevin splashed his face with water in the restroom, attempting to push aside his self-doubt. While he struggled to comprehend the situation, he realized that others might have insights he lacked. Perhaps Dick could provide him with the answers he sought. Transforming into his armored form before the restroom mirror, he traversed through the mirror world and soon arrived at Dick's secret hideout, only to find Claire there as well. Can you explain what is going on? Stepping through the mirror, Kevin was met with the sight of Claire in casual attire alongside Dick, sparking his suspicion. Has Dick revealed my secret identity? My apologies, I didn't clarify over the phone. Claire has awakened her super gene, but requires further data collection and control. I hope you can assist. Claire, show the Kamen Rider what you can do. At Dick's prompting, Claire rolled her eyes and turned away. Kevin observed that the fiery police officer he had encountered several times before was now clad in tactical gear similar to Dick's, albeit with 2 large slits in the back, revealing red marks underneath. Before Kevin could speculate about Claire's newfound powers, a pair of pristine wings emerged from the slits in her tactical suit, instantly expanding into his line of sight. All right, before we proceed, let me indulge in some curiosity. Surely, you've thought of a name for her? Of course. I think does sound splendid, Claire interjected, spinning around to answer. After a moment's pause, Kevin glanced at Dick, who returned his gaze with a look of resignation. Well, it seems that New Sinnoh City is about to welcome a new superhero. Chapter 31. The Fallen Orphanage that night, within Dick's clandestine hideout. Ke Wen was taken aback to discover that the purpose of Dick's call was to enlist his assistance in assessing his girlfriend's abilities. Strangely, this girlfriend had already conceived a name for her superhero persona, which evoked memories of a television series Ke Wen had watched prior to his journey through time. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dick had inadvertently placed an immense mantle upon an unknown, possibly fictitious superhero. However, due to Claire's unexpected interjection, Ke Wen's mood lightened, and his thoughts drifted away like someone slipping on a banana peel. Once Dick had cleared the space for him and Claire, he managed to refocus his thoughts. So, what do you propose for the testing? In the past couple of days, they had conducted some preliminary assessments. Due to her awakening of the supergenetic potential, Claire's physical prowess had significantly enhanced, now estimated to be around 25 tons of strength, with reflexes sharp enough to evade bullets. Yet, the capabilities of her wings remained untested, necessitating Dick's help. As he spoke, Dick produced a tablet, preparing to gather data during the upcoming evaluations. Regardless of whether Claire would eventually debut as a superhero, it was inevitable that she would encounter perilous situations. He certainly did not wish for her to conceal her abilities in times of danger, especially considering the sheer size of her wings, which would inevitably lead to wardrobe malfunctions upon expansion. He was determined to shield his girlfriend's figure from the prying eyes of villains, not allowing even a glimpse. The recorded data would also assist Dick in designing a suitable costume or determining the appropriate materials for Claire's everyday attire. All right, let us commence the first test, the impact resistance test. Kamen Rider, use your weapon to strike Claire's wings. Understood, you're in charge. Are you ready, Claire? Just call me Claire. After exchanging courteous remarks, Claire shielded herself with her immense wings, resembling a protective barrier. Ke Wen promptly seized his energy rifle and fired at her wings, intentionally targeting the tips to avoid causing any harm. However, his concerns proved unwarranted. The bullets merely fizzled against the layers of feathers, losing all momentum and falling harmlessly to the ground, where they disintegrated. Impressive resistance. It absorbs impact efficiently. First stage cleared, Kamen Rider. Surely your arsenal includes more than just this? Indeed, Ke Wen replied, retrieving a card to initiate a new protocol. Shoot vent. A colossal energy cannon materialized in his hands, aimed at Claire's wings. He preemptively cautioned her, Claire, the forthcoming attack will be of an energy nature. I will gradually adjust the intensity of my shots, so please inform me if it becomes overwhelming. Understood. After receiving Claire's affirmative response, Kevin commenced the launch of the optical projectiles. The immense power of the shooting cannon could be adjusted through his will, alleviating any concerns of losing control. Taking a deep breath, he began to fill the cannon with energy. The initial shot, a low-energy optical projectile, proved ineffective, failing to even dislodge a feather. Gradually, Kevin increased the energy output, firing successive rounds until reaching the maximum power, yet still failing to breach Claire's wing defenses. The futility of the massive cannon prompted Kevin to initiate the reading of a second card, summoning a colossal cannon upon his shoulders. Drawing from the experience with the previous cannon, he bypassed the lowest energy setting and opted for a medium energy fill, targeting the metallic adversary with a potent blast. The dual optical projectiles struck Claire's wings with tremendous force, stirring a violent gust of wind. Claire staggered back several paces, her feathers becoming disheveled, and faint traces of energy began to flow visibly. In a moment of retaliation, Claire spoke, Kamen Rider, hold on a moment. I believe my wings have absorbed energy to their limit and I can no longer contain it. Prepare yourself. Without waiting for Kevin's response, Claire flapped her wings, unleashing a massive energy burst toward him. Guard vent, a formidable chest plate shield materialized, successfully deflecting the overwhelming energy while the surrounding environment was thrown into disarray by the ensuing tempest. Once the wind subsided, Kevin lowered his shield, observing a slightly breathless Claire before remarking dryly, those wings must be made of vibranium. The ability to absorb and release energy, coupled with remarkable resilience, reminded Ke Wen of the iconic vibranium utilized by notable figures in the Marvel Universe, such as Captain America and Black Panther. He had not anticipated encountering similar capabilities in this realm, especially embodied in a living being. All right, Claire, Kamen Rider, I have gathered sufficient data. We may conclude now. If you don't mind, could you return and await my return? Fine, but let us not linger too long, Claire replied. Understood. With resignation, Claire acknowledged his request. Since awakening her supergenetic potential, her opinions seemed to hold less weight than before. After Claire departed in her vehicle, Ke Wen finally reverted from his transformed state, gratefully accepting the water Dick offered as he settled down. You have certainly found yourself a remarkable girlfriend. You haven't disclosed your true identity to her, have you? Ke Wen inquired. Rest assured, I am far more adept at maintaining secrecy than you, Dick replied confidently. Indeed, Ke Wen conceded with a nod. It was clear that mortals, especially heroes, were more vigilant about concealing their identities, and seasoned individuals like Dick proved to be far more reliable in such matters. However, to return to the matter at hand, Dick, as the foremost humanoid artillery of the DC universe, now finds himself in a relationship with a girlfriend who could easily overshadow him. It raises the question of whether he will ever be able to lead the gallant life he once enjoyed. Upon contemplating this, Ke Wen suddenly burst into laughter. What evokes your mirth? Oh, nothing of consequence. I merely pondered your character. Should you ever find yourself entangled with another, how would you explain to Claire whether she would break one leg or two? Could you not speak of more pleasant things? Ke Wen's jest caused Dick's demeanor to darken. Given Claire's temperament, it was not entirely implausible that his future happiness might be jeopardized. However, Dick chose not to dwell on such unsettling thoughts. Sipping his coffee, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, My friend, I believe those days are behind me. This life is rather splendid. Having departed Gotham, I feel I have discovered my own path. It is her, and only her for this lifetime. By the way, you mentioned wanting to discuss something over the phone? At Dick's prompting, Ke Wen recalled the matter he intended to discuss with him, which had been overshadowed by thoughts of Claire. Producing a canister of locusts, he proceeded to share footage and dialogue captured by the Falcon during surveillance at St. John's Orphanage. Upon witnessing the scenes, Dick's brow furrowed in concern. I assume during your time in Gotham with Batman, you encountered similar cases. How did you handle them? Please do not tell me you merely walked away. Not quite. Every social welfare institution in Gotham receives support from the Wayne Foundation. In truth, no villain dares to target these establishments, as there is neither profit nor leverage to be gained. Ah, so you're not entirely certain how to resolve the issues at St. John's, are you? What was the point of our efforts to capture Jones? Before any incidents, the orphanage had no concerns over hunger or power shortages. Yet our actions have now pushed it to the brink of closure. Is this salvation or harm? As he spoke, Ke Wen's emotions surged. It is disheartening for anyone to realize that their righteous endeavors culminate in adverse outcomes. Calm down, my friend. There are still solutions, Dick urged, sensing Ke Wen's agitation. What solutions? The orphanage's plight stems from a lack of support. The city government is out of the question as it is currently undergoing a power reshuffle. In terms of public trust, the government in Nazinner likely requires time to regain its footing. Moreover, the citizens desire a robust and principled leader. While the government may be a dead end, we can approach it from a societal angle, perhaps by organizing a charity fundraiser. Just the two of us? Dick nodded, casting a glance at Ke Wen, and remarked, Just the two of us? You surely haven't forgotten that you still belong to the upper echelons of Nashinner City. The young master who monopolizes the entire hotel industry in Nashinner. Have you?